You are clearly the invincible immortal emperor, yet on your wedding day, the son of destiny barges in to steal your bride, even boasting about sleeping with your wife and tormenting your children. Faced with such a situation, you casually dig out his supreme bone, reduce his soul healing sage master to ashes, and even take his beloved, the Phoenix Saintess, into your harem right in front of him. You engage in daily activities with his sweetheart. All of this is because you've awakened the villain of destiny system, where plundering and slaying the sons of destiny grants you heaven-defying rewards. At this moment, several dragon roars echo across the void, and atop one of the dragon heads, you stand with your hands behind your back. Soon after, phoenix cries resound from the other end of the sky, and on one of the phoenix heads stands a woman in a red dress. Witnessing this, the crowd can't help but exclaim in awe, "Is that Sufengqiu, the young master of the Su family who recently ascended to the immortal emperor realm?" To reach the pinnacle of the continent as an immortal emperor at just 28 years old, seeing him today, his aura is truly extraordinary. The current son of destiny, Yefeng, clenches his fists, his eyes darkening with resentment. Sufengqiu, you were just born lucky, forcibly elevated to the immortal emperor realm with endless resources. You have the cultivation but lack true strength. Qingxue and I grew up together. Even if I have to storm the 8-layered heavens of the Su family today, I will take her back. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingxue looks up at you, unable to hide her admiration. So this is the youngest immortal emperor? Marrying him and becoming his concubine might not be so bad after all. Brother Yefeng seems far inferior to him. Initially, she had hoped Yefeng would come to steal her away, but after many sleepless nights, she realized marrying you wouldn't be a bad fate. It might even be a great opportunity for her. Brother Yefeng really pales in comparison. It's best if he doesn't come at all. I'm just worried about your safety, not for any other reason. Jiang Qingxue, high above in the void, glanced down and her pupils instantly contracted. Brother Yefeng. For a fleeting moment, she felt a surge of excitement, but it was quickly suppressed. No, please don't come to disrupt the wedding. If anything happens, how will I marry Sufengqiu? Meanwhile, Yefeng noticed Jiang Qingxue's gaze from the void and smiled faintly, murmuring softly, "Qingxue, I'm here." However, Jiang Qingxue immediately averted her eyes. Seeing this, Yefeng frowned momentarily before relaxing, thinking to himself, "She's trying to protect me." With this realization, he spoke up, "Silly girl, I know you're worried about my safety and don't want me to disrupt the wedding. But how could I let you suffer like this? As you observe Jiang Qingxue before you, she is indeed stunning, worthy of her rank as the 99th on the continent's immortal beauty list. Since the sun of fortune is within your line of sight, you can discern her innermost thoughts. Right now, you understand Jiang Qingxue's feelings all too well. If this were Earth, wouldn't she be labeled a gold digger or a manipulative flirt? Such a fickle, materialistic woman, you could never accept someone like her as your concubine. At this moment, the system's voice echoes in your mind. The lucky one, Jiang Qingxue, has increased her favorability toward you by 20. Yefeng's destiny points have decreased by 10,000. Your system points have increased by 100,000. Just then, your father, Su Tianyi, rises to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back and addresses Jiang Qingxue. "Qingxue, are you willing to become the wife of my son, Sufengqiu?" "I am willing," Jiang Qingxue replies without hesitation. Witnessing this, Yefeng can no longer contain himself and flips a table over, shouting, "I am not willing." The sudden outburst sends a wave of shock through the crowd. Yefeng? It's Yefeng. As expected of his temperament, he was bound to disrupt the wedding. But who'd have thought he'd dare to do this? This is the Su family, an ancient imperial clan with 10,000 years of history. But as far as I know, Yefeng has been traveling against the heavens all these years, and has been enveloped by great qi, and nowadays, there are not a few top clans behind him with whom he has befriended, and it is said that the Heavenly Feather Sacred Land is even one of them. There's even the Phoenix Terrace. No wonder he dared to come to the Su family, so now there is such a powerful background. Today, it seems to have a good show. This Su family really have to be concerned about the Heavenly Feather Sacred Ground in Phoenix Terrace. The Heavenly Feather Sacred Ground's Lu Yunyan, is the master, right? Hiss. Yefeng looked toward Jiang Qingxue on the stage and said, "Qingxue, I am coming." Su Tianyi asked indifferently with his hands in the air, "Who is the foot off?" Yefeng said lightly, "Yefeng." "Oh? Yefeng? What do you mean?" "Yefeng, to steal the marriage." Afterwards, Yefeng pointed at Jiang Qingxue on the stage and said, "Qingxue is my childhood friend Yefeng. I promised her a 3-year contract. How can she be coerced by your Su family? Today, I am taking her back. Who dares to block me?" Jiang Qingxue. Su Tianyi just wanted to say something. Sufengqiu walked up and said, "Father, child's matter, solve it by himself." Su Tianyi nodded. Sufengqiu condescendingly looked down on Yefeng and said indifferently, "Immortal Emperor's kiss, you also dare to rob?" "Ha!" Yefeng laughed out loud. "I, Yefeng, have traveled across the world for 30,000 miles, against the heavens. Is there anything in this world that I wouldn't dare to do? Today, even if it's as strong as your Su family, even if there are countless immortal emperors, I, Yefeng, will still." Snap. Before he could finish his words, Sufengqiu threw his backhand through the air. A crisp slap sound came, and that Yefeng was directly slapped out, his body spinning a dozen times in the air, spitting out blood and falling to the ground.
Jumping clown.
Sufengqiu said indifferently. Yefeng immediately climbed up, a face of anger reached out and pointed at Sufengqiu. You. Sufengqiu paced slowly on the high platform with his hands in the air, said, "You want to snatch the bride? This emperor is not to stop you. The premise is that this childhood friend of yours, whether she is willing to go with you, she is willing to go today, if this emperor let her go with you, and how?" Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. This Sufengqiu was afraid to lose face. Jiang Qingxue and Yefeng childhood sweethearts. Yefeng even promised her a 3-year contract. How could she not be willing to go with Yefeng? No, it's not that simple. Jiang Qingxue still have family here. If she really dare to go, is she not afraid of their own families die here? Sufengqiu said that they can go, but did not say that her Jiang Qingxue's family can go. That's right, Jiang Qingxue will definitely be concerned about her family's safety and refuse. Just after the crowd had finished guessing, Sufengqiu continued. Of course, this emperor also promised, if she is willing to go with you, her family, this emperor will not move a hair. Yefeng froze. Is this true? If something happens to her family, no matter who kills them, the world can blame this emperor. Sufengqiu said. Wow. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. This? How did he dare? With these words, she, Jiang Qingxue, had no worries, so how could she not leave with Yefeng? Was he really not afraid that Jiang Qingxue would leave with Yefeng? Isn't he afraid of losing face? This young master of the Su family, he's really inscrutable. Where does he get his confidence? Yefeng laughed out loud. Ha good. You Sufengqiu is considered a man. After saying that, she stretched out her hand to Jiang Qingxue on top of the high platform. Qingxue, you heard it, I've come to pick you up, come with me. Jiang Qingxue bit her lips slightly. She glanced at Sufengqiu's back standing in front of her with his hands in the air, and then at Yefeng who stretched out his hand below. One was Immortal Emperor Sufengqiu. The other was childhood friend Yefeng. There was absolutely no comparison between them. Even though Yefeng had a great future ahead of him, Sufengqiu was already standing in a great position. Sufengqiu was already at the peak. The 10,000 years emperor clan, it wasn't just words. Jiang Qingxue shook her head. Brother Yefeng, go back. What? Hearing this, Yifeng's eyes widened with disbelief. The crowd was also wide-eyed. Ah? This Jiang Qingxue and Yefeng were childhood sweethearts and had a 3-year contract. Sufengqiu even promised not to kill. She actually refused to leave with Yefeng? No one expected it to be like this. What going back? Qingxue, I'm here to take you away. Yefeng was a bit anxious. Jiang Qingxue shook her head. I'm not leaving, you go back. Yefeng shouted excitedly, no. You lied to me. You must be lying to me. Qingxue, do you have any handle on him? Tell me. Jiang Qingxue shook her head. No, after many days of deep thought, I simply feel that Mr. Su is more suitable for me. No. Impossible. Yefeng roared, I don't believe it. It is absolutely impossible. You must come with me today. Jiang Qingxue still shook her head. Yefeng, I will never let you suffer here. Jiang Qingxue clenched her teeth and said, don't you understand what I said? What bad luck. Yefeng roared, I don't believe it. You give me a reason. Jiang Qingxue gradually lost her patience. The reason is, once you and I, that was nothing but youthful ignorance, it's all just a fake, and now that I'm in love with Mr. Su, why should I go with you? Yifeng's face was like ashes, a face of disbelief, lowered his head and muttered, no, impossible, impossible. At this moment, he felt like a clown. Ding sensed that Yifeng's Dao heart collapsed. His heavenly destiny value is 300,000, your system value is 3 million. The other people were also looking at Yifeng with a clownish look. The surrounding sighs were like millions of needles constantly stabbing Yifeng's heart. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It definitely won't be like this. Yefeng muttered over and over again. How is this possible? That was his Qingxue. Ka ka ka. Yefeng clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were almost embedded in his flesh. Jiang Qingxue said coldly, today, it's impossible for me to leave with you, so just die. Sufengqiu smiled and said, hear that? Yefeng raised his head, his eyes flashing with anger pointing at Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu, I don't know what means you used, well. Today's insult, I, Yefeng, will definitely return it 100 times over. Sufengqiu, 1 year, give this young man 1 year's time, this young man will step on your 10,000 years emperor clan. After saying that, Yefeng flung his arm and prepared to leave. Sufengqiu's ethereal yet majestic voice came at this time, leave? Did this emperor allow it? Are you playing house? You still have a year's contract. Subsequently, Sufengqiu's body, the terrifying pressure from the immortal emperor was released. The moment it was released, heaven and earth changed color. The faces of the crowd also changed drastically. Yefeng frowned. It wasn't right. If he used to put down such a few years' contract, whatever the other party's status, they would let him go. How come this Sufengqiu didn't let him go? Sufengqiu eyes slightly condensed. Immortal Emperor's pro you also dare to rob? This Su family, and is you say come can come, say go can go? Yifeng's brows furrowed violently. Put. A mouthful of blood directly sprayed out. With that, Sufengqiu raised his hand condescendingly and lifted Yifeng up in the air as if he were grabbing a chicken. Really can't understand. A person that weak, whether it was once or now, he had faced countless strong people who were much stronger than him and could easily kill him. These strong people, how come they couldn't kill him? Isn't it simple? Sufengqiu said, Yifeng, a mole, dare to come to my Su family, rob my Sufengqiu's kiss, really think you are something? Saying that, Sufengqiu's hand clenched slightly. Ah! The bones in that Yifeng's body seemed as if they were going to be pinched and crushed, and a miserable scream of pain came from him. No one dared to stand up and speak. Stop! At this moment, a voice suddenly came over. Chapter 4. How is this plot different from before? A cry of stop caused the suspense to be pulled up once again. Everyone's gazes looked towards the figure that shouted out. Sufengqiu also looked over before his eyes narrowed slightly. Master! Yifeng was pinched in the void through space, shouting out as he stomped his legs. Li Chenua looked at Sufengqiu with his arms crossed, clasped his fists, and said, Young master of the Su family, Yifeng is the disciple of the old man, and today's matter, it was his impulsiveness, so please, your excellency, for the sake of the old man Li Chenua, let him go. When these words came out, the crowd once again clamored and stared in disbelief. What? Medical Saint Li Chenua? Didn't he fall? Surprisingly, he didn't die? No wonder Yifeng had grown so rapidly over the years, so he was a disciple of the medical saint. The medical saint, an existence that any clan would want to obtain, his medical and alchemy skills were no less valuable to a clan than 3 immortal emperors. After all, he was an existence that could refine 9th order and even 10th order pills. There were some heaven-defying pills whose prescriptions were known only to him. Sufengqiu smiled, medical saint Li Chenua? Yifeng thought of something, then suddenly shouted, No, master. There is no need to be afraid of him. I'll see if he dares to kill me. Then Yifeng roared at Sufengqiu, If you kill me, the Tianyu Holy Land in Phoenix Terrace will not let you and the Su family go. Phoenix sacred daughter Luo Liuli, is this young confidant, has already been destined for 3 lifetimes, you dare to kill me? The crowd was shocked. What? The Phoenix Holy Maiden Luo Liuli is his confidant, Yifeng. I knew that Yifeng had a great relationship with Phoenix Terrace, but I didn't expect it to be such a relationship. In other words, I'm afraid that the Phoenix people are already on their way. This Yifeng, he's Sufengqiu and Su family, it's really not good to kill. If there is only a little relationship is nothing, but the Phoenix Stage Saint is actually Yifeng confidant, Su family if you kill him, equivalent to killing Luo Liuli, although Su family is not necessarily afraid of the Phoenix Stage, but the Phoenix Stage power is extremely large, the number of allies, Sufengqiu, on the other hand, ignored Yifeng's words, but looked at Li Chenua, you mean, to die for him Yifeng? Ha? Li Chenua froze for a moment. He didn't mean that. He was thinking of coming forward to delay and stall for time. The people from the Phoenix Terrace were sure to arrive soon. If not, then he could join the Su clan and refine pills for them. He'd have to get over this hurdle first. I didn't mean to do that. That's not the intention. Li Chenua hadn't finished speaking. Sufengqiu pointed toward the sky. The clear sky suddenly became dark. Above the void, a huge vortex appeared. In the middle of the vortex, a 10,000-meter giant sword slowly appeared as if it had stabbed through the sky. Li Chenua looked up and his pupils shrank. It wasn't right. According to past episodes with Yifeng. At this time, the other party wouldn't directly make a move. Sufengqiu said, Good, then this emperor will fulfill your determination. Li Chenua was confused. No, it's not like that. Yifeng's eyes glazed over and he roared, How dare you? My master is a continental medical saint, if you kill him, I, Yifeng, will definitely slaughter your Su family in the future. Li Chenua? Li Chenua looked back and forth in confusion. No, don't provoke him. Brush. Sufengqiu's immortal emperor's might fell. How could the might of an immortal emperor be something that he, Li Chenua, a martial artist who had just regained his heavenly Dao realm cultivation, was qualified to block? Even though Li Chenua went to resist it in that instant. Even though Sufengqiu, the immortal emperor, had been forced up by resources. But, an immortal emperor was an immortal emperor. The 10,000-meter giant sword fell. Li Chenhua's physical body directly turned into annihilation. Jiang Qingxue frowned slightly. There was no particular emotion. How many times had she reminded Yifeng? Let you go, you have to not go. This is good, right? Who is to blame? Can blame her Jiang Qingxue? And Phoenix Terrace Luo Liuli is your confidant. Why don't you make out with her? Why did you have to come here? If Sufengqiu is unhappy, the marriage won't work. What about her? The crowd showed shocked expressions. What a resolute Sufengqiu. Is this the might of an immortal emperor? Originally, in fact, I do not believe that Sufengqiu has already achieved the immortal emperor, and even the continent there are many people who believe that it is a rumor, is the Su family decline, in order to gain face rumors, today a glimpse, but it is true. Hiss so horrible No! Master teacher. Yifeng hissed with wide eyes when he saw the scene. Ding Yifeng's heavenly fate value has decreased by 500,000, and your system value has increased by 5 million.
Sufengqiu, cool. In the dust. Li Chenhua's soul flew out. It was so hard to remake his physical body. In the end, everything was for nothing. Li Chenhua glanced at the monarch like Sufengqiu. How is this Su family young master different from the others? He directly struck without saying a word. The others, even though they had the strength to be able to easily decapitate them. But all of them were just going crazy blah 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 there. All kinds of fancy, just do not make a move. Even if they did, they didn't make any deadly moves. The ones he and Yifeng had encountered before were all like this. That was why, for so many years, faced countless times with enemies that simply could not be fought against. But it was always possible to turn danger into success. Either escape or wait until the backer behind Yifeng came over in time to relieve him. At this moment, Li Chenhua, who only had his soul left, looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but clench his teeth. What are you yelling about yelling? Let you not be impulsive, let you not be impulsive. I told you to wait for the Phoenix Terrace people to come, what's your hurry? I am really convinced. Li Chenhua's mind is about to collapse. Obviously it's a good thing to solve. The Phoenix Terrace powerhouses came. They exerted pressure, and Sufengqiu still dared to be like this? It had to be pretentious. The people haven't even come yet, and you had to step in. Ciao. Right at this moment, Sufengqiu directly reached out his hand to Li Chenhua, who had transformed into a soul body, and pinched his soul. Yifeng's pupils shrank. Master. Sufengqiu, you stop. You want to destroy my master's soul? If you have the guts to get it, try it. I, Yifeng, will never let you go. I, Yifeng, will make you regret your life. Hearing this cry from Yifeng, Li Chenhua's soul trembled. Li Chenhua? I'm begging you. Don't scream. Ah. Li Chenhua hurriedly shouted, don't, young Lord Su, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Don't listen to Yifeng. At his realm, having your physical body perish isn't really a fall. When the soul perished, it was truly dead. Yifeng roared, Master, don't be afraid of him, he won't dare. The Phoenix Terraces immediately arrived. Sufengqiu, you don't know, right, my senior, he is an honorary elder of the Phoenix Terrace, at the same time, the background of the Saint of Medicine, you won't be unaware of it, right? Medicine God Mountain. Even though the master teacher is separated from the Pill God Mountain, but you kill him in front of the world, that is to hit the face of the Pill God Mountain. After saying that, Yifeng shouted, not to mention you Sufengqiu, if you let your father come, he would never dare. If you have the ability, you can try your hand. Li Chenhua, what? What the hell are you doing? Why are you provoking him? Li Chenhua growled inwardly. Don't. Mr. Su, I can refine top quality pills for your Su family. Li Chenhua's pupils shrunk as he hurriedly shouted. In the next instant, Sufengqiu exerted force in his hands. Ah! With a miserable cry, that Li Chenhua's soul was pinched to ashes. Sufengqiu faintly said, there is no need for this. Ding kill Li Chenhua, Yifeng's heavenly fate value is reduced by 1 million, and your system value is 10 million. This Li Chenhua, for Yifeng's heavenly destiny value, was as high as 1.5 million. It was indeed useless to keep it. Medical skill? Yifeng's heavenly destiny value is zeroed out. Sufengqiu can obtain the heavenly doctor sacred art. I'm afraid it's the top medical art in this world. What do I need him for? No. Master. Yifeng's pupils shrunk and he yelled out with a heartbreaking cry. How? How could the senior who had accompanied him for so many years have fallen just like that? The crowd was horrified at Sufengqiu's decisiveness in killing. They also lamented the fact that Li Chenhua had fallen like this. Sinza, this Li Chenhua's death, 80% of it is because of this Yifeng. This Sufengqiu, really killing and decisive. I didn't expect the medical saint to die for many years, but he died in the mouth of his own good disciple. It's really saddening. Sufengqiu. If you let me go today, it will be the decision you regret the most. Yifeng's eyes were red with rage as he stared at Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu definitely wouldn't kill Yifeng today. It was easy to kill him, but today, he had casually lowered his heavenly destiny value by 1.5 million. Sufengqiu still had his operation, and could easily make his heavenly life value clear to 0. After zeroing it, he would get rid of him. Sufengqiu glanced at Yifeng, then pinched him with one hand in the air and slowly flicked the fingers of his other hand. Yifeng let out a miserable scream. At his back, through his skin, he was able to see a glowing bone being drawn out of his body. Rubbing. The skin on Yifeng's back gradually bloomed. His miserable screams were unceasing. This was the supreme bone. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. No wonder this Yifeng was so strong, he actually possessed the world's top supreme bone. It's over. His supreme bone was going to be dug out by Sufengqiu. Once the supreme bone was gone, he was ruined. Is the Phoenix Terrace coming? If it doesn't come, Yifeng will be ruined even if he doesn't die today. Just then. Young Lord Su, please stay. At the edge of the sky, a voice suddenly came.
Hot-blooded and cool article, but will be on the side of some wit, not too labored in the process of reading.
Chapter 5 Phoenix Terrace, Luo Liuli.
The gazes of the crowd looked towards the direction from which the voice came.
Above the void, hundreds of figures roared through the air. Afterward, they landed in front of them. These 100 or so people looked like their cultivation levels were not low. At the head was an old man with white hair. When he felt a familiar aura dissipate, he too knew what had happened. There was still some shock inside. Then his eyes looked towards Yifeng, and with that, he clasped his fist at Sufengqiu. My humble self, Pill Emperor Sect's Supreme Elder Pill Changfeng, I have met young Lord Su. The crowd glanced at each other. So it was the Pill Emperor Sect. One of the top clans in the 8 heavens, this Pill Emperor Sect was coming to save Yifeng? What else? This Yifeng was indeed a great fortunate person. At a young age, with a small cultivation level, he actually had so many backers, even going so far as to stand up in front of the Su family. This Pill Emperor's sect really had a chance to put pressure on the Su family. After all, they were all top-tier existences of the 8th heavenly layer, and the ones who came were even the supreme elders. Pill Changfeng then said, back then, Li Chenua had the grace of saving my Pill Emperor sect's door. Today I came late and failed to save Li Chenua, but also asked young Master Su to look at my Pill Emperor sect's face, to stay Yifeng Supreme Bone dug out. Li Chenua, the only disciple, will be completely abolished. Sufengqiu's father Su Tian also glanced at his son. I wonder, what would this son of his do next? Sufengqiu, on the other hand, had his eyes slightly condensed as an irresistible imperial voice came out, roll. Everyone in the Pill Emperor sect froze, completely not expecting such a situation. Jiang Qingxue behind Sufengqiu, her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange color. What a domineering man! Ah! What Yifeng! A man like Sufengqiu was what she deserved. Pill Changfeng's face changed slightly and said, little friend Su, you this? Sufengqiu said, your Pill Emperor sect's human affairs has nothing to do with my Su family. Want to stop this emperor, raise the whole clan to come over and destroy my Su family, otherwise, roll. Wow! Everyone looked at Sufengqiu in shock. Medicine Changfeng secretly clenched his teeth and said, little friend Su, be a man and leave a line, later on. If you don't roll within 3 breaths, you will all be killed. They were not expecting at all that Sufengqiu, a junior, could have such an aura. Even though he had advanced to Immortal Emperor, his experience age was here. He, the Medicine Emperor sect's supreme elder, was completely shocked by Sufengqiu. Little friend Su, although the Su family is strong, my Pill Emperor sect is not just a name for nothing. 3. Pill Changfeng frowned and clenched his teeth with a face of anger, but ultimately swallowed it. Farewell. Let's go. Pill Changfeng clasped his fists and left with the Pill Emperor sect's people in ashes. Su Tianya looked at his son Sufengqiu and nodded in satisfaction. This was the might of a great emperor. This was how he could safely hand over the future of the Su family to Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu was continuing to dig up Yifeng's supreme bone. Yifeng's miserable screams kept coming. The skin and flesh on his back blossomed as more and more blood flowed. The terrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy from the supreme bone was also released from the gaping wound in his back. Ah! Everyone was staring greedily at the supreme bone that was gradually going to be dug out. Due to Yifeng's heavenly destiny value being lowered, Jiang Qingxue's heavenly destiny value is 30,000. Sufengqiu said at this time, today, this emperor has one more thing to announce. The gazes of the crowd looked towards Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu then said indifferently, today, the marriage contract between this emperor and Jiang Qingxue is cancelled. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue was mute and at a loss for words. No, why? She looked at Sufengqiu with an unwilling face. Yifeng. It was Yifeng. She clenched her silver teeth and glanced at Yifeng, who was being gouged out of his bones. She knew that this Yifeng had come to steal her marriage, and there was a high probability that her marriage might be affected. Bastard! It doesn't matter if you got yourself hitched, why did you harm her, Jiang Qingxue? Why? Sufengqiu glanced at Jiang Qingxue and said, this emperor's concubine, how can you be qualified to be one? What are you? Coco, you clearly embraced me just now, and Qingxue has long been in love with Mr. Su. What's wrong with hugging you? If the world takes one look at you, do you think he's in love with you? Who are you? The crowd is talking. Although it is possible for Fairy Jiang to fall in love with young Master Su, but just like that, she will abandon her childhood friend Yifeng, this kind of heart, how vicious Isn't this just a woman who tends to favor the enemy? Just now, her attention was all on Yifeng, she even forgot about her, such a person, how can she be worthy of young Master Su? Reasonable, should be. Young Master Su's words are extremely true. The crowd clasped their fists and shouted. Jiang Qingxue's face was ashen. No way. She couldn't lose everything. Since Sufengqiu didn't want her anymore, she couldn't lose Yifeng. Right at this moment, a phoenix sound came from the sky. The gazes of the crowd raised their heads to look. Above the void, a huge phoenix was at the head. Behind it, there was a phoenix-feathered sedan chair. Surrounding it were several more powerhouses. The Phoenix Terrace's people had come. It was the phoenix feather palanquin of the Phoenix Saintess. Could it be that there are still changes? Phoenix Holy Maiden is Yifeng's confidant. She came in person. I'm afraid that this supreme bone, the digging won't be finished. That incomparably painful Yifeng heard this commotion and revealed a blood-covered hideous smile. Sufengqiu. This supreme bone, I'll see if you can still dig down. He then looked up to the sky and shouted, Liuli, I'm here. Whoosh. The phoenix feather palanquin and the phoenix platform, several powerhouses landed in front of the Su clan's main hall. A woman wearing a white immortal dress with a light veil covering her face and an extremely noble temperament slowly stepped out of the sedan chair. Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. Ding detected the appearance of a seventh-ordered son of Qi, Luo Liuli. Son of Qi Luck, Luo Liuli. Age, 25. Heavenly Fate Value, 743, 7th Order Son of Fortune. Bloodline, Phoenix Divine Vein. Physique, Holy Spirit Immortal Body, 7 Orifices Glazed Heart. Realm, Heavenly Tao Realm 8th Order. Battle Score, 95. Introduction: Phoenix Terrace Virgin, Iceberg Fairy, JoJo Continent Fairy List ranked in the top 10. Phoenix Divine Vein Owner, born with the Holy Spirit Immortal Body, is the top of the Divine Body, 7 Orifices of the Glazed Heart. Rumor has it that it is to obtain the key to the God's Frame. It seems that there is some kind of heavenly power in the body has not yet been awakened. The future achievement is unimaginable, belongs to the continent of the 9 continents, one of the few chances of stepping out of the realm of Immortal Emperor's existence. Ding, congratulations on triggering the task. Luo Liuli's heart, the 7 orifices of the glazed heart, the Holy Spirit Immortal Body, plus Luo Liuli as a person, is the perfect candidate for the immortal couple. The task content: Luo Liuli's goodwill towards the host to reach 20, 40, 60, 80, can be rewarded. The goodwill to reach 80, to get the ultimate rewards belonging to the Luo Liuli. Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. The light veil covered her face, making it impossible to see her face. But this temperament was truly not comparable to other women. The crowd was shocked when they saw the visitor. What? That was the rumored Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor? The Phoenix Terrace's Supreme Elder. The Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor had even come. It seems that Yifeng's words are true. He and Luo Liuli must be destined for 3 lifetimes, otherwise, how could such a great power like the Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor show up? With this handiwork of the Phoenix Terrace, the Su family is going to be jealous. And at this moment Jiang Qingxue saw that Phoenix Terrace had come, even the Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor had come. Her eyes also lit up. What a peak! Right now, Sufengqiu couldn't flatter. She could only go back to Yifeng's arms. What else would she do? What would the world say about her? A woman who abandoned her childhood friend for the sake of getting to the top. She couldn't rise to the top, but she definitely couldn't end up like this. Therefore, she could only go back to Yifeng's arms to explain everything so that her persona wouldn't collapse. Besides, Sufengqiu had said that no matter what, he wouldn't kill her and her family. Then, Jiang Qingxue had nothing to worry about. Brother Yifeng. Jiang Qingxue jumped off the high platform in a single leap, crying and running towards the void being dug up in front of Yifeng's bones. Brother Yifeng. Qingxue Yifeng opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Qingxue. Jiang Qingxue cried and said, Brother Yifeng, I'm sorry, what I said just now was all a lie. I was afraid that if I didn't do enough to be desperate, you wouldn't leave. I was afraid that you'd be killed. Oh, I've actually been waiting for you. Qingxue knew that you'd definitely come. But now, I absolutely can't see your supreme bone being dug out. Brother Yifeng, it's Sufengqiu who forced me. After saying that, Jiang Qingxue knelt down to Sufengqiu. Mr. Su, will you spare me and Brother Yifeng? Luo Liuli stood at a distance and froze. What kind of plot is this? And the corner of Sufengqiu's mouth twitched even more. After all, he knew what was in Jiang Qingxue's heart. What a woman! Then Jiang Qingxue knelt down and looked at Luo Liuli. Miss Luo, please take action to save Brother Yifeng. His supreme bone is going to be dug out. Chapter 6, the supreme bone is in your hands. You Phoenix Terrace can't stop it either. Luo Liuli brought several Phoenix Terrace powerhouses over this time. There was even a Phoenix Terrace Supreme Elder Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor, whose purpose was for Yifeng. At this moment, the Phoenix Terrace's powerhouses looked at Yifeng's Supreme Bone and were also quite shocked. The Supreme Bone was a divine bone in the world. The power it conferred on a martial artist was extremely powerful. Even immortal emperors dreamed of wanting to obtain it. The last person who possessed a Supreme Bone was a powerful person from nearly 10,000 years ago. Every time the Supreme Bone appeared, it would trigger a bloody storm on the continent. Because the Supreme Bone could be dug out, it could also be fused into itself by others. Therefore, these powerhouses were quite shocked to see that Yifeng was actually carrying a Supreme Bone. Yifeng glanced at Jiang Qingxue and his lips moved. Qingxue, I knew you were forced to do it, you did it for me. Then Yifeng shouted, Liuli, the Supreme Bone is going to be dug out, help me. Martyr Sufengqiu. I have a Phoenix platform to help me, you are going to try to dig out my Supreme Bone today. I don't believe you can do it today. Miss Luo, Sacred Heart, do you want to take charge of this? Sufengqiu asked with his hands folded. Sufengqiu has already thought of a series of ways to fix Yifeng. Because Yifeng's heart, Sufengqiu knew.
Luo Liuli looked towards Sufengqiu, then slightly ode, Su Gongzi, Yifeng had saved my daughter's life today in order to return the favor of saving Yifeng's life, so I implore Su Gongzi to be merciful.
Mr. Su has any conditions, but say no harm.
Sufengqiu said faintly, today, not to mention the Phoenix platform to come, even if the entire Nine Heavens top forces all come, this Yifeng's supreme bone, this emperor digging fixed, Luo girl, you do not deserve.
Luo Liuli frowned slightly. Good overbearing Sufengqiu.
Yifeng shouted, Liuli, we can't let him get his hands on me, otherwise I'm finished.
You directly let Phoenix Terrace seniors make a move to stop him. Quickly. Jiang Qingxue was also flustered. It can't be? He doesn't even give face to Phoenix Terrace?
The legendary Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor had even stepped in awe. The Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor stood there with his hands folded and said indifferently, good one Sufengqiu.
Sufengqiu continued, Sacred Heart Senior is flattering. Luo Liuli's beautiful eyes looked at Sufengqiu and asked, if Liuli must preserve Yifeng today?
Sufengqiu's eyes condensed, if it is necessary to preserve, then all of you in the Phoenix Terrace will also be left behind.
Wow!
The crowd revealed shocked expressions. Immortal Emperor Sacred Heart looked at Su Tianyi with a displeased expression and asked, Immortal Emperor, your excellency is so conniving of your son's recklessness?
Su Tianyi knew what his son was thinking. It felt like playing a little too big. But Su Tianyi smiled and said, what my son said today is the intention of the Su family. After saying that, Su Tianyi slightly stepped on his foot.
In an instant, a suffocatingly terrifying power rose from the sky.
The entire large Su family was wrapped in an exaggerated array.
The meaning was clear, if you, Phoenix Terrace, make a move today, then you really won't want to leave the Su family alive.
The crowd's pupils shrank. My god! This Su family, this Sufengqiu had gone crazy. They won't really dare, right? He's simply appalling. In that case, this Phoenix stage, they still dare to make a move?
Although Sufengqiu is an immortal emperor, his vigor and boldness is not something a 28-year-old can have. The existence of ordinary living 1,000 years cannot have him so bold.
The little one is lawless, and the big one is so conniving? Luo Liuli's brows knit tightly as she glanced at Yifeng. Liuli, save me! Yifeng shouted.
Luo Liuli clasped her fist at Sufengqiu. How can Mr. Su stop? Sufengqiu laughed and said deliberately, even in this situation, Fairy Luo still does not intend to give up. It seems that as this Yifeng said, you are his confidant, and you are already destined for 3 lifetimes.
What? Hearing this, Luo Liuli froze.
The Phoenix Terrace's Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor and other powerhouses also looked at each other. Sufengqiu, such words that defame my Phoenix Terrace's holy maiden and Phoenix Terrace's face must not be spoken indiscriminately. The Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor spoke coldly. Sufengqiu knew Yifeng's heart, of course he knew that these were his words to blow his power. It was just a fake, it was just his wishful thinking that after saving someone and practicing together for a while, he thought that they had fallen for him. But he said it himself for the sake of face and to deter himself. Sufengqiu straightened him out. Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow, Sacred Heart Senior, this kind of words, the late generation cannot dare to believe in the words, it is as Yifeng personally said, is not the words of the late generation alone, all the people present have heard.
That's right, that's what Yifeng did say just now.
Well, he said that the Phoenix Holy Maiden is his confidant, destined for 3 lifetimes, and wants to take the Phoenix platform to pressure young Master Su. We indeed heard it with our own ears, and it is absolutely not a lie.
Hearing this, Luo Liuli's brows furrowed even more. When did she fall in love with Yifeng? When did she fall in love with Yifeng? What a hateful Yifeng.
So corrupted her honor. She came today, just to return the favor of saving his life.
Yifeng, also think he is good, the future is unlimited. It's not easy to go all the way.
Just like that, at most, it was just a little appreciation.
Luo Liuli looked at Yifeng and asked, Mr. Yi, is this true? Yifeng said with an ugly face, Liuli, I did say these words, but they are not false, right?
Although there is some exaggeration, but you and I do also fall in love with each other, through today, we publicized in the world, but also good.
Luo Liuli's face shows displeasure. Shut up! Shameless child!
Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor pointed at Yifeng and angrily rebuked.
Oh? Could it be that there is no such thing? Sufengqiu rubbed his chin, then said, this Yifeng is so shameless as to tarnish Fairy Luo's reputation?
Saying that, Sufengqiu flicked his finger.
Ah! Yifeng's miserable scream came again.
The skin and flesh on his back bloomed even more, and the supreme bone was gradually exposed. Liuli, I was wrong, save me, Yifeng cried out in grief. Sacred Heart Immortal Emperor looked at Sufengqiu and said, today, it is my Phoenix Terrace that is abrupt, I have never thought that this Yifeng is so despicable and shameless, Liuli, let's go.
Slowly.
Luo Liuli stood out, looked at Sufengqiu, said, Su Gongzi, no matter what, Yifeng has saved Liuli's life, I wonder if you can leave him alive?
I wonder if I can spare his life. It's also as if Liuli is returning his favor. In fact, Sufengqiu was going to leave him alive.
He is basically ruined. The purpose of leaving a life was to deduct his remaining heavenly fate value, and then just kill him. Sufengqiu said, at first, this emperor really didn't intend to kill him, and Li Chenua had already died in his place, but this Yefeng still clamored to slaughter my Su family one day, so this emperor didn't intend to let him live. Luo Liuli slightly owed a body, please ask Mr. Su to make a condition. Condition is not necessary, since Fairy Luo begged this emperor, then this emperor give Fairy Luo a face, today, will spare his life. Having said that, the time was almost up. Sufengqiu raised his hand. Ah! Yefeng let out a miserable scream, and the supreme bone that was emitting light flew out, hovering in the air, emitting a terrifying spiritual power. Ding Yefeng lost his supreme bone, his cultivation has plummeted, his ceiling has plummeted, his heavenly fate value is 2 million, and your system value has increased by 20 million. Ding, since Yifeng's chi is gone, Jiang Qingxue's heavenly destiny value is 150,000. Afterwards, Sufengqiu stretched out his hand and the supreme bone fell into his palm. Plop! The fainted Yefeng landed on the ground covered in blood. Luo Liuli was a little heartbroken even though she saw this scene. But she was able to save Yifeng's life, and it was also considered repaying the favor. After that, she didn't want to have anything to do with it anymore. In contrast, Sufengqiu felt that this is a gentleman. Yefeng, just a hypocrite. Ridiculous. Fairy Luo, take him away. Sufengqiu said faintly. Luo Liuli slightly bit her red lips, and then again slightly owed. Thank you Su Gongzi, Liuli owes you a favor, he will certainly win the door to say thank you, I will see you again. Afterwards, Luo Liuli raised her hand. Phoenix stage with people then left. Ding, Luo Liuli's favor to you is 10, current favor, 10. Ding, Phoenix Terrace broke with Yefeng, Yifeng's destiny value is 500,000, your system value is 5 million. Ding, Yifeng's chi is gone, Jiang Qingxue's heavenly destiny value 30,000. Yefeng brother. Jiang Qingxue knelt there in a daze. No. I haven't left yet. Manage me ah. Jiang Qingxue was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do for a while. Sufengqiu's eyes looked at Jiang Qingxue. Jiang Qingxue trembled, ah that's Su Gongzi. Chapter 7, Yifeng's other master, Lu Yunyan. The attention of all the people present fell on Jiang Qingxue's body. Especially those who were more old-fashioned and powerful, they looked at Jiang Qingxue with gazes that made them want to personally come out and accuse her. Originally, she was able to climb up to the Su family, but she had brought all of this on herself, and I'm afraid that it was also because young Lord Su had found out that he was still in a relationship with Yefeng that he had terminated this wedding. This Jiang Qingxue is not a good person. And watch, now that Yefeng she can't climb again, what can she do? If she really was one, then now she should be showing weakness to young Master Su. If so, young Master Su's choice was definitely right. Jiang Qingxue hurriedly said, Su young master, I'm sorry, just now I said with brother Yefeng, in fact, it is only against my heart, I just heard that you do not want to marry me, the heart of a moment of gambling on you, deliberately said so, Su young master, you do not take it to heart, Qingxue really fell in love at first sight with you. Hearing this, there was even a sigh of relief from all around. Sufengqiu looked towards Jiang Qingxue and coldly said, what did you say just now? This emperor forced you? What did this emperor force you to do? Forced you to marry this emperor? Jiang Qingxue just looked at Sufengqiu's eyes for a moment, and was instantly like being in an ice cellar. Ridiculous to the extreme, what are you? Forced you into marriage are here. This emperor in addition to today, can ever see you? Just a woman who forgets her own righteousness, you are also worthy of being this emperor's concubine? Jiang Qingxue face ugly to the extreme. This emperor today with the emperor's order to notify the Ice God Palace, if they still recognize you as a holy maiden, tomorrow I Su family let the Ice God Palace destroyed. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue's face was ashen. Young Lord Su did a good job. A not so young talent fanning his fan chimed in. Ding breaks Jiang Qingxue's chi luck, his destiny value is 50,000, and your system value is 500,000. Sufengqiu continued, in addition, all the sects in the world, whoever accepts you, whoever this emperor destroys. Ding breaks its back, its heavenly destiny value 70,000, your system value 700,000. Jiang Qingxue's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with panic. No, you might as well kill me. Kill you? This emperor said he wouldn't kill you, but how can it be so cheap? This emperor makes your life worse than death, touching porcelain or touching this emperor body to come? Afterward, Sufengqiu raised his hand and his chi surged. Jiang Qingxue's face was horrified, what are you going to do? You're a hallowed immortal emperor, hardly are you going to take action against a weak woman? Ah! Jiang Qingxue let out a miserable scream. Her cultivation had been abolished on the spot by Sufengqiu. This emperor not only abolished your cultivation, but also destroyed your ice body. From now on, you will be the most ordinary of mortals. Jiang Qingxue fainted. Sufengqiu glanced at Jiang Qingxue's family. Take the good daughters you've given birth to and get lost. They trembled and didn't dare to say a word as they cried and left in a mess with Jiang Qingxue. Ding completely cut off Jiang Qingxue's chi, and her heavenly destiny value went to 0. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Jiang Qingxue's heavenly destiny value returns to 0. The task rewards, first system mall, heavenly destiny value 10,000, have been issued. A strong man led the way and cupped his fists. Young Lord Su's action is correcting my 9 continents ethos.
We admire it. We admire. Our admiration.
Sufengqiu said faintly with his hands, you are overstated. Today the marriage is gone, but the feast still continues. You are seated, the food, the drink.
Sufengqiu and the Su family of thunder, a time is also spread throughout the continent.
Everyone was marveling at Sufengqiu's new immortal emperor's boldness. And at this moment, Sufengqiu returned to the large hall where he was
checking out the sons of Qi Luck. Son of Luck, Yefeng. Age, 27.
Heavenly fate value, 128-7000 original 5th order son of Qi. Bloodline, chaos god race.
Physique, body of chaos.
Realm, 1st order of the heavenly sovereign realm, former 3rd order of the divine emperor realm. Battle score, 59 original 89. There were still over 1,200,000 heavenly destiny values. Sufengqiu's eyes stared slightly. Even after taking his supreme bone, killing his master, and severing his relationship with Phoenix Terrace Luo Liuli,
he still had over 1 million heavenly destiny values remaining.
With over 1 million heavenly destiny values, he still had a chance to change his destiny against the heavens. However, this 1,200,000 plus heavenly destiny values corresponded to more than 10 million system values.
Sufengqiu still couldn't let it go.
At least drop him another million and then he could proceed to kill him off.
System, where does Yefeng's remaining heavenly destiny value originate from?
Ding, 20% came from the remaining powerful spiritual weapons in his hands, the chaotic body, the martial arts he practiced, 10% came from every other aspect, and 70% came from Lu Yunyan.
Lu Yunyan, Sufengqiu murmured. This Lu Yunyan was a very famous character on the continent. Not very old, less than 500 years old.
The martial arts world, often more than 100,000 years of life, 500 years old is nothing. But she has amazing talent, superb combat strength, and became famous in the continent at a young age.
Nowadays, it is the Tianyu Holy Land Tianren Peak Master.
And she, too, was Yefeng's master. This celestial peak, she was the only one with a few elders. Yefeng was one of their only few disciples.
Yefeng's achievement today basically depended on 2 people, Li Chenua and Lu Yunyan.
Therefore, Lu Yunyan still had a great chance to help Yefeng change his fate against the heavens and return to the peak.
But Sufengqiu had a hang-up.
He could know Yefeng's heart face to face, and once the son of Qi appeared in front of Sufengqiu, he would be able to know all the information about the career of the sons of Qi. He would be able to know the unknown secrets of every son of Qi. It was similar to having a god's perspective on that person. Sufengqiu checked out some of Yefeng's past regarding his master, Lu Yunyan. This Yefeng, on the surface, looked as if he was a decent person, but when placed in a novel, even if he was the protagonist, some of his behaviors were going to be scolded by the reader's awe. First, Yefeng has always been covetous towards this beautiful master teacher. Has always treated her as his future woman. It's just that he doesn't dare to show it now. He thought that all the beautiful and good women in this world should become his confidant.
This is nothing, love of beauty all people have. In how many novels, didn't the male protagonist end up picking up his beautiful master teacher?
But, he had played the grey machine with Lu Yunyan.
For such a person, this would be obscene.
There was no need to mention some of the other things. There was one more important point. Lu Yunyan had a total of 5 disciples, and Yefeng was the 5th. She had a big disciple called Condensation. A few years ago, Lang Ning took Yefeng on an adventure and accidentally fell victim to the poison of the 9-headed heavenly poison Jiao. And Yefeng's medical skills at that time were completely capable of detoxifying the poison. In the antidote pill he made, he added a chun poison to Lang Ning. The snake poison that eldest sister had been hit by was detoxified, but eventually the chun poison erupted. Yefeng took the opportunity to give her that. Afterwards, eldest sister Lang Ning questioned him.
Yefeng didn't expect his elder sister to be so proficient in the medical arts.
Yefeng wanted to muddle through, but had no choice but to admit it.
Eldest sister was very angry and sad.
After she left Yefeng, she was in a terrible mood.
She did not have the face to come back, and soon after, she went mad and died. Until now, Lu Yunyan did not know how she died and where she died.
As for Yefeng, he could actually guess some of it in his heart. He quietly went to look for it and also found a place. There, before big sister condensed and died, she had left behind a remnant soul belonging to her. Yefeng didn't have the heart to wipe out her residual soul and sealed it in the burial heart cliff. But it was impossible for him to go talk to anyone about it.
Sufengqiu rubbed his chin, his eyes slightly condensed. Heh, what a? Xiao Li.
A beautiful servant girl from the Su family respectfully walked over. Xiao Li lowered her head, not daring to look at Sufengqiu, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, softly, and with a little tremor she said,
Young master.
The age seems to be only about 16 years old. Born in a pitiful manner, not to mention, she is really pretty, like a little elf who fell into the mortal world. Although she has not yet grown up, and does not have a fine dress, but it is really very beautiful. Xiaoli was a little girl picked up by the Su family more than 10 years ago. A few years ago, she became Sufengqiu's personal maid. The Su family hadn't treated her poorly, giving her quite a few cultivation resources. Don't look at her young age, she was now also a domain realm expert, just one realm lower than Jiang Qingxue. However, she was quite afraid of Sufengqiu. It was because Sufengqiu, the original owner, was pampered, uncaring, and had a bad temper. Xiaoli didn't take good care of him, and Sufengqiu punished her quite a bit. Luckily, the original owner is not a womanizer. Otherwise she would have been poisoned. But Sufengqiu is not the original owner anymore. Ding discovered the seventh-ordered son of Qi, Xiaoli. The sudden system prompt made Sufengqiu stupid. Chapter 8, 7th Order Son of Fortune, Body of Calamity, Blood Underworld Killing Body. 7th Ranked Son of Qi? You know, the Phoenix Terrace's holy maiden, Luo Liuli, she was also a 7th Ranked Son of Qi. What is she? Noble status, heaven-defying talent. She's a holy spirit immortal, and has a glazed heart with 7 apertures. Where's Xiaoli? Son of Luck, Xiaoli. Age, 16. Divine Destiny Value, 774, 7th Order Son of Fortune. Bloodline, Descendant of the Gods. Physique, Body of Calamity Unawakened, Blood Underworld Slayer Body Unawakened. Realm, 10th Order of the Realm. Battle Score, 61. Introduction. Blood belonging to the ancient gods flows in the body, overlooking the world, containing an extremely terrifying power, which, once awakened, facilitates the blossoming in the midst of killing. Sufengqiu. Holy. Descendant of a god? What's a god? Legend has it that they are above the immortal emperors. It was a realm that only existed hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the ancient age of gods. Later, the age of the gods came to an end and the gods fell. Since then, everything had only become a legend. And now, no one was able to break through the supreme immortal emperor and reach that realm in the legends. It was because the times were different and the laws of this world had changed. It was just that there might be some people who possessed the key to reach that realm. Luo Liuli was one of them. Boy! Is this only a 7th-ordered son of Qi? No. It can only mean that just because she's a 7th-order son of Qi now, it doesn't mean that she can only be 7th order all the time. A bit sweaty, bro. But she was at least Xiaoli now. It was his Sufengqiu's maid. It's a tender little elf. Ding, congratulations, you have triggered the mission, push back Xiaoli, mission reward, Law of Destruction. Sufengqiu? Law of Destruction? Ha? A legendary law? The most powerful forces in this world, without one, were the 12 laws. The law of power, the law of the soul, the law of creation, the law of death, the law of space, the law of destruction, and so on. Any one of these laws has unimaginable power. The emergence of any law can cause the entire continent of bloodshed. For tens of thousands of years, the known emergence of several laws, the human race has 2, the demon race has 1, the devil race has 1. They are all in the hands of the top forces. The rest of the laws, do not know where. The law of destruction, those who have it, destroy everything, just a thought. Theoretically, you are strong enough to utilize enough power from the laws of destruction, and with this thought, you can destroy a planet at will. Of course, it has to be determined in conjunction with your own power and what you want to destroy. If you were a mere mortal and wanted to destroy a martial artist's life with a single thought, then sorry, its power will instantly backfire and kill you. So with this thought, you have to measure your strength, or else the one in trouble will be yourself. That's outrageous. Sufengqiu looked at Xiaoli and inwardly murmured. Wait. This dog thief system is really disgusting. You met Luo Liuli without triggering this mission. Oh, look at others. Xiaoli is his maid, now again cannot resist, you trigger this kind of task? Damn it. But it should be easy to complete. Only. Sufengqiu probed Xiaoli. Xiaoli, age, 16, realm, domain realm 10th stage, favorable sense, 5. Pinch? With a favorability of 5, if you force her to do that, she will awaken one day. She'll be able to kill herself. The value of their own destiny is not high, itself 10,000 destiny value rewarded by completing Jiang Qingxue's mission. Completing Yefeng's mission will only reward 1 million. But the feeling, also not enough. It is reasonable to die easily. Cannot do this. Wait. Sufengqiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Ahem, Xiaoli. Sufengqiu squeezed out a smile at her. What are young master's orders? Xiaoli raised her head to look at Sufengqiu, her long eyelashes fluttering. And then, young master actually smiled at himself? Good and scary. And Sufengqiu, who was able to detect Xiaoli's heartbeat, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard her heartbeat. Stand still. Sufengqiu said. Xiaoli then stood up straight.
Sufengqiu walked towards her and said, "In a moment, this emperor will gently push you, and you can just pretend to fall." "What?" Shaoli looked at Sufengqiu in confusion. "Just do as you're told." Sufengqiu, "Yes." Shaoli nodded. "Here we go." "Aha!" Then Sufengqiu reached out and pushed Shaoli. Shaoli took a few steps backward and then obeyed Sufengqiu and fell on her butt. "All right, stand up," Sufengqiu said. "Shaoli?" She stood up and stood there with her head down. Young master, well, bizarre bad taste. He. And Sufengqiu's attention was now on the conversation with the system in his head. System, hand out the rewards, hurry up. System? Ding host has not completed the task. Not completed? Then tell this emperor what this emperor just did to Shaoli? Ding host pushed down Shaoli. Yeah, what's your mission? Ding pushed down Shaoli. So what? Finished? Physical pushing down doesn't count as pushing down? System. Ding, please, hosts need to understand that this quest specifically means not physical push down. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Is this your problem? Blame me? System? Hurry up and give out the rewards or watch out for me to file a complaint against you. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Law of Destruction, Gnashing of Teeth. Ding, the host re-triggered the new task, Shaoli's favor. Favor reaches 20, 40, 60 and 80, all can obtain rewards, reach 80 to obtain the ultimate rewards belonging to Shaoli. Sufengqiu subconsciously revealed a deranged smile. And Shaoli stood there timidly, never able to wait for Sufengqiu's response. She managed to muster up the courage to quietly look up at Sufengqiu. Then she saw this perverted smile of Sufengqiu. Shaoli immediately lowered her head. A nice perverted smile. Sufengqiu just happened to come back to his senses when he heard Shaoli's heartfelt words, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch again. No, it's true that this original owner treated you badly before. But, you can't misunderstand, buddy. Shaoli in. Sufengqiu walked to her with his arms folded and said in a serious manner, "Before, this emperor has not been treating you very well, he would punish you and scold you, you would always blame this emperor in your heart, right?" Shaoli lowered her head and blinked her eyes, and hurriedly said, "No." Sufengqiu smiled, "This emperor is naturally clear, but now explain it to you, all this is actually this emperor wants to sharpen your will, deliberately making things difficult for you." Shaoli raised her head in surprise to look at Sufengqiu. Seeing Sufengqiu look at herself, she immediately lowered her head again. "You can disbelieve it all you want, it doesn't matter, you're about to advance to the Divine Sea Realm, aren't you?" Aha! Sufengqiu stretched out his hand and a 9-star rainbow berry presented itself in his palm. "Take it back and refine it, since you can easily advance to the Divine Sea Realm, this 9-star rainbow berry, at the same time, can also give you a not-so-small boost." Sufengqiu smiled in his heart. Small sample. No matter what, it's still a little girl. Is it hard to casually pua and add favor or something? Shaoli was shocked. Pua. Then she directly knelt down, panicked and said, "Young master, Shaoli is wrong, young master cannot let Shaoli go, Shaoli can be beaten." Sufengqiu? Not what's the situation? Then through Shaoli's heart, Sufengqiu knew. It was the fact that she was suddenly being nice to her, and she felt scared. Worrying whether giving her the 9-star rainbow berry was going to harm her, or at the very least draw the attention of the rest of the Su family to punish her at that time. Sufengqiu suddenly inwardly hurt this girl. Sufengqiu raised his hand and Shaoli was pulled up by a force. "This emperor wants to harm you, why bother?" Shaoli blinked her big reddish eyes. Sufengqiu smiled and rubbed his hands. Sufengqiu smiled and rubbed her hair. Only, the moment her hand reached over, she subconsciously shrank. Sufengqiu also withdrew his hand and handed her a letter, saying, "Make a trip to the Heavenly Feather Sacred Lands Celestial Peak, give this letter to Senior Lu Yunyan, instruct her to make sure she reads it, and this 9-star rainbow berry is your little reward, go." "Ah yes." Shaoli excused himself. Shaoli took the letter, turned around and hurriedly walked away. Ding, Shaoli's favor with you 5, current favor 0. Sufengqiu stretched his back. It shouldn't be difficult. After all, it was a cute and simple girl. Open the system mall. This was the reward obtained from completing Jiang Qingxue's mission. He wanted to see what was within this system mall and whether it was worth his effort to brush the system value of the Son of Qi. First system mall. Attribute doubling, after redeeming, strength, speed, and physique are doubled within 3 minutes. Consumption of system value, 10,000. Attribute redemption, after redemption, one's strength, physique, speed, mental power, soul power, and spirit power values are doubled for life. Can be exchanged once in a lifetime, consume system value, 100,000. Stasis card, stasis a target within line of sight, immobilize it for 10 seconds, regardless of realm, can be used once per day. Consumption, 100,000. Invincibility card, self in a state of absolute invincibility, lasting 30 seconds, ignoring attacks from any realm, can be used once per day. Consumption of system value, 100,000.
Fatal Strike, the power of your next move is increased tenfold, can be used once per day, consumes system value, 200000.
Grand Carousel, once a month, you can perform a Grand Carousel draw to randomly select any reward. Consumption of system value, 500,000.
Talent Exchange, you can randomly obtain a certain kind of talent skill that can only be given by the system, consuming system value, 1 million, can only be exchanged once. Supreme Immortal Emperor card, upon redemption, you can obtain the 10th rank of Immortal Emperor, the cultivation of Supreme Immortal Emperor for 3 minutes.
Consumption of system value, 5 million, lifetime redeemable times, 1.
Pink Spray, use it on a person of the opposite sex, ignoring the realm, and make him or favor you by 50.
Consume system value 5 million, redeemable only once.
Yen Wang post, after redeeming, write down the target's name on the Yen Wang post, while the information of this person appears in your mind, ignoring the realm, regardless of the end of the world, instantly obliterate. Consumption of system value, 50 million, can only be redeemed twice. Looking at the things within the system mall, Sufengqiu froze for a moment.
Awesome.
One could only say that it was quite brainless. Although many of them could only be redeemed once, there were definitely not many times when Sufengqiu could use them.
The most exaggerated was this last, Yen Wang post. What kind of divine prop was this? It's too exaggerated. The key thing is that this is still only the first system mall.
There is the first, there is the second, third, and fourth.
It's hard to imagine what else will follow. This is not invincible? Attribute exchange.
Subsequently, Sufengqiu's strength, speed, physique, soul power, mental power, and spiritual power all doubled in quantity permanently.
Immortal Emperor first stage, doubling all attributes. What kind of concept was this?
Even if he had been forcibly enlightened plus resources to raise his realm.
Right now, his attributes weren't something that could be compared to an unusual Immortal Emperor first stage. System, redeeming talent skill.
Ding, redeeming talent technique, randomly selecting a talent. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, Infinite Stance. Infinite great moves. Once a person within the line of sight uses his great move, within a day's time, the host can infinitely unleash the same great move without spiritual energy consumption, bombarding the area with wild explosions.
Sufengqiu. This talent, if you put it in a game, isn't this damn thing a plug-in?
If there were 100 people within the line of sight, and they all released their own moves, then, for each of these 100 moves, Sufengqiu would be able to frantically use them without any spiritual energy consumption. With the power of one person, he could shake the 10,000 years Emperor clan.
Cool.
Sufengqiu revealed a smirk. Now then, the primary goal was naturally to complete the Son of Cheese mission and obtain the rewards. These rewards were something that only the system could give him, bringing about an extremely exaggerated boost. For an Immortal Emperor at this realm to be able to obtain rewards of this level time and time again was too exaggerated and too rare. Secondly, although my full attributes have doubled, because my realm was forcibly brought up, my foundation is unstable. Find a way to stabilize my foundation, and my abilities can still be brought up by a large margin. There was also the Supreme Bone, which needed to find a time to absorb it.
Chapter 9, Yefeng's master, Lu Yunyan.
The matter of Yefeng robbing his bride and being taken away from the Supreme Bone was also spreading rapidly in the 9 continents continent. All the major sects and forces were chatting about this matter.
Phoenix Terrace. Luo Liuli returned to the main hall. Master, all the elders. Luo Liuli made a bow.
Well, the matter of this trip is already clear to us, so go back and rest first, the Lord of the Phoenix said indifferently.
Yes. Liuli excused herself. Luo Liuli then exited the Great Hall.
Inside the Great Hall, those strong men of the Phoenix Terrace were also chatting. Third Elder, this 10,000 years Emperor clan Su family's young lord, can be described as ruthless, dictatorial, and bold. But I didn't expect that this Su family's lord would allow him to do whatever he wants. Eighth Elder, reason, this Yefeng is robbing the bride, and outspoken, he is reasonable, but in this strength of the 9 continents, reason, it does not matter.
Patriarch, this matter I Phoenix platform is also involved in it, in your opinion?
The Lord of the Phoenix was a stunning goddess. She sat there, her slender jade fingers rhythmically tapping the armrests of the Phoenix chair. Well, that Sufengqiu is smart. 3 words did sell Liuli this girl a favor. An old man said, I cannot because of this small favor, stand side him Su family it. Phoenix platform, not moving, the whole 9 heavens are involved at every turn. But the problem is, this Yefeng behind the Lu Yunyan even if now the Su family decline, but look at the whole 9 continents, can with the Su family still not many forces, but Lu Yunyan is not the same. This Lu Yunyan seems to be only a peak of the Tianyu Holy Land of the Lord. She also has an identity, is once the Lord of the Killing Building. Yefeng was digging the Supreme Bone. With Lu Yunyan so protective character, she may use the power of the Killing Building, once used, for fear that the 8 heavens and even the 9 continents are going to be in turmoil. Kill Floor is a mysterious force in the continent of the 9 continents.
Killing Building members, convergence of the 9 continents, 9 heavens all corners.
Who exactly are the members of the Killing Building? How many people? Everyone does not know. Where the clan is, everyone does not know. But there might be people around a certain person, or even within this Phoenix Terrace Hall, there might be people from the killing floor. Why is such a special force so scary? Because the killing floor assassinates, immortal emperors have to die. So far, it has never failed. Therefore, people didn't know exactly how strong the killing floor was, but it must be terrifying. Therefore, not many forces are willing to mess with such a mysterious existence as the killing floor. As for Lu Yunyan, she was the owner of the killing floor for the last generation of the killing floor. It was only that she had now withdrawn from the killing floor and stayed in the Skyfeather sacred ground as the Lord of a Peak to seek out the martial arts path at ease. As for the reason, people are not clear. Although Sufengqiu does things decisively, he does not consider the consequences, and it is also his own problem. The Lord of the Phoenix said indifferently, "NC is Heavenly Feather Holy Land. Celestial Peak. A strong person from the Phoenix Terrace sent the severely injured Yefeng here." Lu Yunyan hurriedly came with the 4 elders and a few disciples from Celestial Peak. Senior brother Yi. Senior brother. Yifeng's 2 senior brothers were also furious when they saw the scene. The lightly veiled Lu Yunyan looked at Yefeng with furrowed brows. Although the veil covered her face, it was hard to hide her beauty and dignity. Use a poem to describe her the most wonderful. The crowd of Yin Yen threw a look, the color of the earth is dust. 5th elder, quick treatment. Aha! The 5th elder hurriedly walked towards Yefeng and took his pulse. What? Feng's supreme bone was dug up. Lu Yunyan looked calm, but the hostility of the body slightly surged. Lu Yunyan is famous for protecting her calf. Once, her eldest disciple Condensation was almost killed by a powerful sect. That sect had more than 100 more powerful martial artists than Lu Yunyan. In a fit of rage, she used the power of one person to destroy their clan. This was also Lu Yunyan's battle of fame. Who did it? Who did it? A senior brother of Yefeng roared angrily. The Phoenix Terrace's strongman said indifferently, "This matter is not difficult for you to know, this is all I can do. From now on, the Phoenix Terrace and Yefeng are clear, no more relations. Peak Master Lu, farewell." After saying that, the Phoenix Terrace powerhouse disappeared into thin air. In addition to the supreme bone, what are the other injuries? Lu Yunyan asked. Rather, there is no more, life can be saved, but after Feng's son, I am afraid that the 5th elder shook his head. I will go to take revenge for Yi junior brother. A senior brother said he was going to move. Stop. Lu Yunyan said faintly with her hands in the air. Elder. Go back. At this time, the old-looking, somewhat mediocre Grand Elder walked over. It's the young master of the Su family, Sufengqiu. Lu Yunyan's beautiful eyes slightly condensed. Su family? Well, Fenger went to steal the marriage, right? Well, and spoke out of turn, think about it. Lu Yunyan said faintly, you and I cannot resist the Su family, I am afraid to use the killing floor. Ah? Big Elder, according to you. Lu Yunyan slowly pacing seems to be thinking about something. At this time, a figure ran in. It was a disciple of the Tianyu Holy Land. Peak Master Lu. Lu Yunyan, speak. There is a young girl outside the Heavenly Feather Sacred Ground asking for an audience. She says that she is the lady-in-waiting of the 10,000 years Empyrean clan Su clan's young lord, Sufengqiu. Hearing this, Yifeng's 2 senior brothers who were just about to walk away revealed angry expressions. What does he, Sufengqiu, mean? After harming my senior brother Yi to such an extent, he still sends someone to my celestial peak? Humph. If he digs up my Yi senior brother's supreme bone, then I'll waste his maid. Do you really think that my celestial peak is easy to bully? Lu Yunyan said, go back. The 2 of them gritted their teeth, then clasped their fists, yes. They then walked away. Lu Yunyan stood under the moonlight with her hands folded and said, let her come. Soon, Shaoli arrived on Celestial Peak. She had never come out to help Sufengqiu with something like this. Even more so, she had never come to other powerful sects alone. Especially when it was still Lu Yunyan, a senior she admired. The most crucial thing was that the young master had scrapped her disciple Yefeng. Shaoli was still a little scared. Shaoli held the letter in her hand and walked over while muttering over and over again. I'm telling Senior Lu Yunyan to read it, I'm telling Senior Lu Yunyan to read it, I must read it, I must read it, I must read it. Then Shaoli walked over. Junior has met Senior Lu. Shaoli made a bow. Lu Yunyan sat there making tea, her red lips lightly opened. Speak. Shaoli exhaled and placed the letter in his hand on the table. This is a letter from my young master to Senior Lu. Is there anything else? No. Oh yes, the young master instructed Shaoli that Senior Lu must read it. Lu Yunyan took a sip of tea and did not speak. Shaoli saw this and also owed a slight. Shaoli excused herself. Then she turned around and exhaled nervously, hurrying to leave. Lu Yunyan glanced at Shaoli's back. Then, Lu Yunyan opened the envelope. Originally, she thought that it was Sufengqiu's offer of some kind of condition to find her to beg for peace. But when she saw the contents of Sufengqiu's envelope, her pupils shrank dramatically. That's right. Even if she was as strong as her general state of mind, seeing this content was extremely moving.
The letter told her one thing. Her eldest disciple, Condensation, had a residual soul sealed in the buried heart cliff. Lu Yunyan did not believe it. However, it was about her eldest disciple who she had been searching for several years. She had to go and take a look even if she didn't believe in it. Lu Yunyan leapt and disappeared into the void. The next day. Daybreak. Tianyu Holy Land Celestial Peak. Yifeng opened his eyes. Chapter 10. The world is so complicated, the city set is deep awe. Ouch. The back hurt. Yifeng grimaced in pain. He tried to sit up. My cultivation, my supreme bone. Feeling his situation, he then recalled what happened yesterday. Yifeng's fists were shaking with hatred. Why? He, Yifeng, had traveled all the way against the heavens. How many impossible things had been turned into possibilities by him? How many powerful people who could pinch him to death at will were eventually killed by him? Sufengqiu is also such a person. Why, not this time? His beloved Jiang Qingxue, I don't know what happened to her. Luo Liuli, he didn't know how he looked at him now. Yifeng's eyes flashed with resentment. Sufengqiu, my years of hard work have been ruined by you. I will not kill you. If I don't kill the person you love, I will not be a human being. But fortunately, he still has his master, Lu Yunyan. Sufengqiu, do you think your family is invincible? Even though the Su family is huge, what about you? An immortal emperor who was forcibly brought up with resources. Yunyan was the former lord of the killing floor. Notoriously protective of her calf, she will definitely be able to kill you, and she, in turn, will definitely be able to help me retrace my path against the heavens. Yifeng walked out of the room. Yifeng, how are you doing? The second senior sister who was guarding the outside hurriedly inquired. I'm fine, second senior sister, where's senior? Yifeng asked weakly. The master teacher left last night and has not returned yet. Yifeng sneered in his heart. Obviously, Master Zun had gone to do this thing of his. It must have gone to the killing building to find someone. According to his master's temper, killing one Sufengqiu was probably not enough to relieve his anger. Perhaps the Su family would have to face a great enemy. The strongest people of the killing floor gathered, maybe the Su family couldn't stop them? Yifeng's eyes were filled with viciousness. Has Master Su gone to destroy the Su family? But Sufengqiu, I must personally kill him. Su family side seems to have no movement. Yifeng frowned. Master has not yet made a move? I do not know, I only know that last night that Sufengqiu made over to find the master, specific how, not clear. In Yifeng's eyes, this is bound to be Sufengqiu's regret to beg for peace. Humph. Now no regret? Too late. At this moment, above the void, a figure fell down. Senior master is here. The second senior sister hurriedly said. Yifeng was also assisted by the second senior sister and walked out. In front of him, the light veil-covered face, honorable and cold Lu Yunyan stood there. Senior. The second senior sister and Yifeng walked over and saluted one after another. After saluting, Yifeng looked at Lu Yunyan and cried, Master, you can avenge the disciple Ah. Lu Yunyan's beautiful eyes stared at this disciple of hers. It was impossible to see what expression she had. But when Yifeng saw that his master teacher had been staring at him without saying a word, he was a little puzzled in his heart. Master teacher? Yifeng asked. At this moment, a figure came out from behind Lu Yunyan. To be precise, it was the residual soul of a person. Seeing her, Yifeng's pupils shrunk dramatically. Big senior sister. Second senior sister looked at the figure with disbelief. Lingning's remnant soul coldly stared at Yifeng. Yifeng, is it that you didn't expect that one day I would be able to come back? Yifeng's eyes were wide and his body was trembling slightly. Lu Yunyan's terrifying might was released and acted on Yifeng's body. Yifeng's body was pressurized to the point that he directly knelt on the ground. That's right. Following the address Sufengqiu had given her, Lu Yunyan arrived at the buried heart cliff. With her ability, coupled with a purposeful search, she found a cave. In the cave, she found a ceiling formation. Through the ceiling formation, she arrived within a small space. There, she saw the dying remnant soul of her eldest disciple. She knew the whole story. Yifeng had taken her chastity through despicable means. She fell after she went off the deep end. Then, Yifeng found her. Sealed her remnant soul in the buried heart cliff. Lu Yunyan was burning with rage. In the former, one could only say that Yifeng was a. What he did afterward, he was not a human being. His own eldest sister had died because he had gone off the deep end. He clearly found it. He clearly could have brought the condensed soul back to remake the physical body. But he didn't do it. Eldest senior sister, it was eldest senior sister. The other two disciples also hurried over. But they took a look at the situation and atmosphere in front of them and instantly felt that something was wrong. Eldest senior sister Mrs. Well eldest senior sister, I thought you Yifeng stammered his words. Lightning sneered, Taoist appearance, despicable and shameless villain, too good? He, really too good? Is it that you are now regretting that you might as well have exterminated my residual soul in the first place? Eldest sister, what are you saying? How come I can't understand?
Yifeng swallowed a mouthful of water.
Lang Ning, you don't understand? Who designed to take my virginity in the first place? What? The remaining few people stared wide-eyed.
Lang Ning, after this matter, my heart collapsed, and when I broke through, I went off the deep end, and my body fell to the 9 continents, who sealed my soul?
It wasn't you? What?
Those people were even more incredulous. Who am I kidding, eldest sister? If it was me, why didn't I bring your soul body back for master to remake your physical body? Lang Ning let out a laugh. Ha yeah, it's not because you're afraid of all this being exposed, afraid of letting your master and the world know what you're like and the cause of my death.
Yifeng.
Those 2 senior brothers looked at Yifeng, revealing expressions of indignation. Lu Yunyan stretched out her hand with disappointment and anger in her eyes.
My father has lost sight of the matter of condensation. My father has an unshirkable responsibility.
Elder. Yifeng was shocked. On the basis of you and I, master and disciple, this father spared your life, today abolished all the techniques that this father taught you, from now on, no more relationship.
Ah.
On the other side. Ding Yifeng's techniques are abolished, heavenly fate value 300000, your system value is 3 million. Ding Yifeng's relationship with Lu Yunyan is broken, heavenly destiny value 800000.
Hearing this system prompt, the corner of Sufengqiu's mouth slightly hooked. Then, it's time to send you on your way. The remaining bit of system value, Sufengqiu didn't bother to spend energy to brush it. Just kill it directly, the heavenly fate value went to 0, and he received the reward. Where was all the fancy stuff? The reward was the most important. He was a villain, so he mustn't make a name for this villain? However, it was promised that Luo Liuli would spare his life. Luo Liuli's goodwill wasn't sure how to raise it yet. It feels like this reward should be quite exaggerated. Come on, I'm a villain. What kind of villain goes to brush a woman's favor?
Except for those dog-licking cannon fodder villains, dude isn't one.
Sufengqiu muttered. Well, in the next few days, I'll have my father bring someone to Phoenix Terrace to propose marriage.
Sufengqiu rubbed his chin and revealed a smirk. This is the right flavor. As for the pink spray in the system mall, directly brushing 50 favorites, there was no need to use it on Luo Liuli.
Really can't, also is first brush apart and then use the pink spray.
This kind of thing, definitely the further back the more difficult to brush. At this time, a knock came from outside.
Young lord.
Enter. Shali walked in, not daring to look directly at Sufengqiu. Young lord, Yifeng has already been sent by one of his senior brothers on his way to the Yi family in the first heaven, and Sister Qiu asked if she wanted her to kill him halfway?
No need, this emperor will come personally.
Ah.
Shali froze. Young master, your status is so honorable, you want to personally do it?
Shali blinks and continues, and you also promised the Phoenix Terrace Virgin in front of the world, to spare his life, you out of the words, will not be a little bad?
Sufengqiu asked, what did this emperor say?
Shali's head tilted, pondered for a moment, and muttered, well, young lord, you said that you would give Fairy Luo a face, and that you would spare Yifeng's life today. Right, what this emperor said was to spare his life that day, but now it's the next day.
Shali. The world is so complicated, and the city sets are deep. Chapter 11 Coincidence, I'm really an immortal emperor.
Sufengqiu let Shali go and refine the 9-star rainbow berry. Sufengqiu, on the other hand, came to the Su clan's secret realm where he practiced. In the secret realm, there were beautiful mountains and an extremely beautiful lake. Sufengqiu spread out his right hand, and a flash of golden light blossomed out. The supreme bone slowly flew around in his palm.
Supreme bone.
Sufengqiu revealed a smirk. As a divine artifact capable of causing a bloody storm on the continent, the supreme bone was bound to have its own heaven-defying features. On top of the supreme bone, it possessed a heaven and earth seal.
It could grant martial artists a certain extremely powerful ability.
At the same time, it has the effect of quickly recovering from injuries. It was rumored that there was also a meaning similar to that of a key. As for whether this key was a dangshin or what, it was unknown. Sufengqiu sat down cross-legged, and the supreme bone stood in front of him.
It began to refine. Early the next morning, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Sufengqiu's body.
Lakes were swept up and mountains were leveled. Sufengqiu opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliant light exploded out.
Hand of the Absolute Spirit.
Sufengqiu finally understood why this Yifeng used to face extremely strong opponents unleashing martial arts, and he was able to just raise his hand and emerge unscathed. It turned out to be the hand of the Absolute Spirit brought about by the Supreme Bone. Its effect was well understood. Everything that was condensed with spirit power could be nullified with both hands. When a martial artist releases a spiritual skill and blasts it over, with his hands in front of him, the hand of the Absolute Spirit directly ignores it.
Moreover, there is no realm requirement. Taishu Heavenly Diffusion Technique.
This was the technique carried by the Supreme Bone's Supreme Heaven and Earth Rune Seal. There were a total of 7 layers. As for the effects, Sufengqiu had yet to cultivate it, so he didn't know for now. In the next instant, Sufengqiu released the power of the Supreme Bone. Steeply, his aura soared. The simplest use of the Supreme Bone, activating its power, could grant oneself greater battle power. It was similar to an increased heart technique. There was no rush to cultivate it. Sufengqiu walked out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, Su Tian was also standing there with his hands folded. "Father!" Sufengqiu called out. Su Tianyi turned around, sit. The two of them sat on the jade stool next to each other. Sufengqiu poured Su Tianyi a cup of tea. Su Tianyi took a sip of tea, looked at Sufengqiu with a burning gaze, and said faintly, "Yesterday's matter, you did very well, both to raise the prestige of my Su family, but also to show the style of you, the youngest immortal emperor of the current generation." Sufengqiu nodded. "Father, fallacious praise. Praise is praise, but what you did was too reckless. Taking the Supreme Bone will undoubtedly put you in danger. The Supreme Bone is a flavorful bun. Sufengqiu can seize Yifeng's, then others can also seize Sufengqiu's." Sufengqiu said lightly, "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Sufengqiu said faintly, "Whoever does it, then the continent will have less immortal emperors and forces." Su Tianyi. "Why is this kid so arrogant?" Cough. Su Tianyi coughed dryly and said, "Second, kill Li Chenua, as Yifeng said, behind him is the Pill God Mountain, although Li Chenua detached from the Pill God Mountain many years ago, but this move is also not in their eyes." "Pill God Mountain can say anything?" Sufengqiu asked. "Not yet." Sufengqiu rubbed his chin, "Then they can still exist for a while." Su Tianyi. Then Sufengqiu said, "Father, the things I caused, I will personally solve." Su Tianyi said gently, "Well, the Su family isn't afraid of things if they don't cause trouble." Sufengqiu nodded. "Child understands, right father, child has a matter." Said. "You also said, the child has also reached the age of marriage." "Yes, originally let Jiang Qingxue as your concubine, also see her born beautiful, and has the body of the sky ice." "How? There is a good girl?" Su Tian also smiled and asked. "Well, there is." Su Tianyi blew the tea and said, "Let's hear it. I am ready to go with the Phoenix stage to propose marriage. To be reasonable, as a villain, going directly over to propose a marriage is a normal operation, right?" And he triggered Luo Liuli's favorability quest. "It doesn't matter what method you use to brush up your goodwill. If you don't stay together, how can you brush it?" Put. Su Tianyi's mouthful of tea spewed out directly. "Father." No problem, cough. Su Tianyi hurriedly wiped the tea and looked at Sufengqiu for a few seconds. "The our Su family is not afraid of things, does not mean that you can do whatever you want to do, you understand it? Not to mention that you don't have any feelings, just say one thing, Luo Liuli future is the lord of the Phoenix Terrace, autumn, do you think it's possible?" Sufengqiu opened his mouth and was about to say something. Su Tianyi directly stood up and shouted at a person in the distance, "Is it the Grand Elder?" "Yes, looking for you for something." With that, Su Tianyi hurriedly slipped away. Sufengqiu shrugged his shoulders. Today, the entire continent was waiting for the raging storm that the Su family was about to meet. The Pill God Mountain behind Li Chenua. Lu Yunyan behind Yifeng. But strangely enough, everyone hadn't heard any movement from them. Instead, they had gotten the news that Sufengqiu had left the Su clan. However, everyone felt that this was the calm before the storm. At this moment, the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Empire in the First Heaven, Sufengqiu and Shaoli were walking amongst the endless streams of people. That's right. Sufengqiu had personally come over to kill Yifeng, the son of Qiluk, just to be on the safe side. After all, a large amount of rewards were at stake for him. Shaoli's eyes that faced the mundane world with longing always kept looking around. The extraordinary Sufengqiu plus the elf like Shaoli also attracted side glances from passers-by. At the age of 16, Shaoli was also standing tall. "It smells so good, young master, do you want to eat meat pie?" Shaoli timidly asked. Sufengqiu smiled, "Why ask me if you want to eat it yourself?" Shaoli lowered her head, her small hands helplessly pinching the corner of her coat. Sufengqiu laughed, "Go ahead." Shaoli froze. "I really feel that the young master has changed a lot from before." "Is it possible?" "Of course, what is this?" Shaoli was afraid of affecting the process of the young master's work. "Hey, thank you, young master." Shaoli ran over heartily, "Uncle, want 2 meat cakes?" Ding. Shaoli's favorability to you 5, current favorability 5. Sufengqiu smiled in his heart. Even if it was a body of calamity and a god descending. But after all, it was a 16-year-old girl. Simple-minded. He then walked to the side, intending to buy bunches of sugar gourds for Shaoli. Shaoli's crisp voice also attracted the attention of many people. "Yo!" On the face, a young man's eyes saw Shaoli. "Young master, look, what a beautiful young girl." The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked. "No need for you to say, this young master saw, this imperial capital even came to such a beautiful woman." After saying that, he put away the fan in his hand and walked over with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Hundreds of people see him, but also have respect, have whispered exchanges. Which family's beautiful girl doll is this? It's a pity that she was targeted by this scum Yi Tian.
Hey, since the rise of Yifeng, the four great families of the Yi family in the imperial capital for a time, even His Majesty has to flatter, this Yi family is actually the words of the Divine Wind Empire. As Yifeng's older brother, these years Yi Tian can be said to be in the sky, bullying and domination of men and women, no evil. I really hope that someone to clean up his.
But have you guys heard? Yifeng seems to have snatched the Immortal Emperor's kiss in the 8th heaven. I don't know if it's true or not.
I heard it was something like that, but it seems to have failed.
Yifeng was seriously injured. Didn't you see Jiang Qingxue's family come back in a mess?
The specifics are not too clear.
And just now, the 8 heavens of the Misty Peak to the Leaf family do not know exactly what is the matter. Beautiful girl, it is a pleasure to meet you, in the next Yi family Yi Tian.
Yi Tian said with a smile. Shaoli glanced at Yi Tian. I don't know you. Ha, don't you recognize me now?
Shaoli shook her head, don't want to recognize. But this young man wants to know you. Yi Tian said with a hook at the corner of his mouth. Shaoli looked left and right to look for Sufengqiu.
Sufengqiu walked over with an ice candy gourd. Young master.
Shaoli's character is weak, mainly for fear of bringing trouble to Sufengqiu, also came to Sufengqiu's side.
Yi Tian frowned as he looked at Sufengqiu. She is your maid?
Sufengqiu ignored Yi Tian and handed the ice candy gourd to Shaoli, saying, bought it for you.
Thank you, young lord. Shaoli took it and then quietly glanced at Yi Tian again. Yi Tian realized that he was being ignored and was extremely upset. This young lord asked you, is she your maid? Yi Tian asked again with a bad tone. The people next to him hurriedly pulled away. Sufengqiu looked at Yi Tian with a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. Yi Tian, right? Yi Feng's big brother. Yi Tian let out a laugh. Heh, it's good to know this young man, and it saves wasting words. Saying that, he pointed at Shaoli. She, now is this young's maid, is there a problem? Then Yi Tian added, this young is not discussing with you, but ordering you, understand? Sufengqiu smiled and shook his head, not very understandable. Not very understanding? Ha, you know my young master's status and you're still pretending to be calm here? Then I will let you understand.
Saying that, Yi Tian's little brother released spiritual energy from his body, completely disregarding any consequences. A fist with flames blasted towards Sufengqiu. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked without any obstruction, and he was even ready to reach out and leave with Shaoli in his arms. However, just as he took a step forward, his pupils shrank. He slowly turned his head towards his little brother with wide-eyed disbelief. That little brother's eyes were wide open and his body was motionless as he slowly turned into countless stars and dots of ash in front of him. You! Yi Tian looked at Sufengqiu in shock, but found himself unable to move. Yifeng is my second brother. He even dared to steal the Immortal Emperor's kiss. Don't you dare to touch one of me! Yi Tian roared. Shaoli muttered, Che, is this something to be proud of? Striking a stone with an egg, he was seriously injured, his supreme bone was dug up, and if it wasn't for the Phoenix Terrace Holy Maiden pleading for mercy, he would have died long ago. Yi Tian roared, what do you know? Then Yi Tian glared at Sufengqiu. First, do you have a background like Phoenix Terrace? Second, never mind the consequences of my second brother, you don't even have the qualifications to meet the Immortal Emperor, let alone snatch the marriage. What Yifeng has done is heaven-defying when looking at the continent. Even if he fails, he is at a height that you can't hope to reach in this lifetime. Also, you don't know, do you? The 8th heavenly netherworld peaks people are now in my Yi family. The surrounding crowd was shocked. What was said was true. Although Yifeng had failed and ended up in a miserable state. But, what Yifeng had done was already something that no one else dared to even think about. The height was already too high. Plus, the people from Misty Peak were now in the Yi family. The man did seem extraordinary. But, what Yifeng was involved in was simply like a legend. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and looked angrily at Sufengqiu. What is your status? Even if you are a 4 heavens, 5 heavens clan young master, you cannot even reach my second brother's toes. My second brother killed 4 heavens, 5 heavens saints more than a lot of people, but also just in front of the hall of Immortal Emperor. Sufengqiu bumped into the wall. Are you an Immortal Emperor? Are you an Immortal Emperor? If not, let go of me and kneel down to apologize. Otherwise, your entire clan will be destroyed. Sufengqiu laughed as if he was looking at a clown. Coincidentally, this emperor is really an Immortal Emperor. Yi Tian? Crowd? Chapter 12 3 in 1. One heavy sky. Yi family. At this moment inside the banquet parlor, Yifeng was sitting on a chair disillusioned. And beside him was Jiang Qingxue, who was holding Yifeng's hand. Jiang Qingxue had no choice. She was wasted. The Ice God Palace didn't dare to want her anymore. She had nothing left now but Yifeng. Even now, Yifeng was not as good as he used to be. But at least his realm was still strong when looking at the first heaven. Jiang Qingxue could only depend on him. And today, there was good news. Misty Peak Patriarch's daughter, Wang Jiyin, came. This Misty Peak is a very powerful clan in the 8th heaven. Wang Jiyin, although she wasn't exactly pretty, but after all, she had a powerful status. She, too, was once in love with Yifeng because of something. Only at that time, Yifeng saw that she wasn't that pretty, so he didn't pay much attention to her. Fomer, nowadays, we can only hope for Misty Peak. Yifeng's father, Yi Hai, looked at his son and said. Yifeng secretly clenched his fists, and resentment flashed in his eyes. Father, do not have to worry, although this time the child lost a lot, but as long as I am still there will be a day to be able to step on top of the mountain again. I am bound to kill him. Sufengqiu revenge. At this time, Wang Jiyin, who was dressed in a pink dress, also hurriedly came to the house with a few Misty Peak powerhouses. Brother Yifeng. Wang Jiyin anxiously ran towards Yifeng. Jiyin. Yifeng looked at the woman in front of him, then let go of Jiang Qingxue and pulled her hand. Jiyin, I miss you so much. Yifeng emotionally pulled her and said. Wang Jiyin's eyes were red. Yifeng, brother, I also miss you. A year has not seen how you were bullied into this. AI. Yifeng sighed deeply. Yifeng's father, Yi Hai, said, Miss Wang, I think you know what happened. Wang Jiyin gritted her teeth. I know. Sufengqiu, relying on his status as an immortal emperor and the youngest master of the Su family, has acted recklessly. Brother Yifeng, I will definitely take revenge for you. Yifeng said, revenge is not urgent, the main thing is that I am in a special situation. The supreme bone is gone, my cultivation has plummeted, my master has been killed, another master has been provoked by him, and I have no way out. I'm afraid that I need Misty Peak's help. No problem, there is me. Jiang Qingxue also rushed to say, Miss Wang, you were not at the scene, you are not aware of how ruthless Sufengqiu. I have already tried to help brother Yifeng, hey, now also a waste. Yifeng said, Jiyin, Qingxue, you also need to help. Wang Jiyin glanced at Jiang Qingxue, then nodded, good. Later you guys go back with me together. After I go back I will let my father think of a way to help you guys kill Sufengqiu and destroy the Su family. Cough cough, miss, itself this time you are hiding from the patriarch to come over. The Su family is not my Misty Peak cannot afford to mess with. Yi family's matter, it is better to let them do it themselves. An old man said. Yifeng coldly said, humph. At that time, this young man will be the aunt of Misty Peak, which Yi family's affairs. At that time, we will be a family, it will be our own family's affairs. Wang Jiyin nodded her head repeatedly, right. Great, from now on we will be good sisters. Jiang Qingxue pulled Wang Jiyin's hand and said with a smile. Wang Jiyin didn't say anything, but looked at Yifeng and asked, Brother Yifeng, what are your specific plans for the future? Enhance my cultivation, take revenge, kill Sufengqiu, and destroy the Su family. I, Yifeng, am only missing one supreme bone. Wang Jiyin, when I go back, I'll look for the sect Immortal Emperor and find a chance to kill him. Sufengqiu first. How dare he take my brother Yifeng's supreme bone? I'm going to peel his skin, step on him and make him kneel down and kowtow and apologize to my brother Yifeng, and then I'm going to kill all of his family members in front of him. The old man said, Yi Gongzi, you are thinking too simply. I, Yifeng, was able to achieve so much even when I was penniless, and now even though my backer is not there, I am bound to achieve even more in the future. Yifeng clenched his fist and said. Yi Hai laughed and said, ha, in the future it will be a family. Fomer, the misunderstanding between Senior Lu Yunyan and you must find a chance to clear it up. Yifeng nodded, aha. Yi Hai stood up and clasped a fist, said, Misty Peak gentlemen, today I learned that you came, a heavy heaven, and even 2 heavens, 3 heavens. There are many clans have come to my Yi family, they have already waited for a long time in the Yi mansion compound, but also ask you to move. Don't bother. You too, they have all arrived. Yi Hai Dao. The 2 elders, this is also about my face, Wang Jiyin said. Just as well. They moved together to the large Yi mansion courtyard. Hundreds of strong people stood up. Is Elder Nanshan of Misty Peak? I've heard a lot about you. My name is Nine Sword Sect Master Jin Yunyu. In the following Tianyang Sect Master Firebao, little friend Yifeng, we have heard about the matter, no harm done. With little friend Yifeng's ability, standing at the top of the continent is only a matter of time. That's right, little friend Yi we still trust, but the Su family is really a big mountain. Little friend Yi, this move is still abrupt. These strong people came, they were merely seeing if they could have a chance to climb the great mountain that is Misty Peak. As for Sufengqiu, he had already sent word that he would not kill Yifeng anyway. The hallowed Su family's young master should not bother caring about Yifeng, a mole. What they did, as long as they didn't cross the line too much, shouldn't attract Sufengqiu's attention. Yifeng's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he shouted, this matter has made everyone look at the joke, but today, with so many people here, I also ask you to witness that in less than 5 years, this young man will definitely step on Sufengqiu's foot and destroy his Su family. Air. The moment these words came out, the crowd didn't dare to agree. Who the hell would dare? In case it reached the ears of Sufengqiu or the Su family, their entire clan would be exterminated. Feeling the silence in his ears, Yifeng frowned. Didn't you hear what brother Yifeng said? Wang Jiyin shouted. Aha. Yes, what strength little friend Yi has, we are also clear about it. A small age stirring the 3 heavens and 4 heavens, we have also seen it in our eyes. 5 years, it can work, ha. They don't want to have any contact with Yifeng. But what they want to flatter is the Misty Peak of the 8 heavens. It had to be ambiguous to say a few words as well.
Just at this time, noisy sounds came from the distance. What's going on? Don't you know that my Yi family has an honored guest today? Yi Hai angrily rebuked with a face full of displeasure. Pung! There was a loud bang.
The gigantic corpse of that ethereal peak mount spiritual beast Skypale Whitebeak landed in the courtyard.
What?
Seeing this, the ethereal peak's face sank in anger. The other hundreds of people all revealed shocked expressions. This heavenly Tsong Whitebeak, that was a heavenly exalted realm cultivation.
It was directly killed? Who killed my mount? Wang Jiyin shouted with an angry face.
The surroundings were quiet.
Just then, pung! There was another loud bang. A body landed in front of them. Tian's son.
Yi Hai looked at the corpse of his eldest son, Yi Tian, with a face of disbelief.
Yo, this Yi mansion today, it's quite lively? Hearing this voice, those strong men shivered.
Chapter 13 Sufengqiu's terrifying means. Above the void, Sufengqiu slowly fell into the Yi family compound with his hands in the air. Shaoli was right beside Sufengqiu. Afterward, Sufengqiu landed in front of the main seat that originally belonged to Misty Peak and sat down in style. Sufengqiu crossed his legs and casually glanced at the crowd. All of the gazes of the crowd were firmly fixed on Sufengqiu. Those who knew Sufengqiu were Yefeng and Jiang Qingxue who were present. The rest of these triple heavens and quadruple heavens powerhouses, they didn't have the qualifications. They just felt that the handsome man in front of them was not simple.
He had silently wiped out the Misty Peak's heavenly exalted realm spirit beast. What realm would that have to be?
Seeing Sufengqiu, Yefeng revealed a touch of trepidation from the bottom of his heart. And Jiang Qingxue's heart even thumped violently.
How did he come to the first sky? Honor. My honor.
Yi Hai trembled his hands and looked at his son's corpse with disbelief.
Who are you? Yi Hai pointed at Sufengqiu and roared. Don't you know if you ask your son? Wang Jiyin's eyes stared. No matter what you are, you will die today. And what the hell are you?
Sufengqiu threw a slap across the air. The Misty Peak Nanshan elder flashed to Wang Jiyin's face, blocking Sufengqiu's random slap through the air. However, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of him, and his body flew straight out.
Wow!
Seeing this, the crowd's eyes widened.
Immortal Emperor? Another Misty Peak powerhouse revealed a cautious expression before clasping his fist. Who is your excellency? I, Misty Peak, should have no grievances with your excellency, right? The legendary Immortal Emperor. Those strongmen from various sects gulped, looking at Sufengqiu in shock. Such a young Immortal Emperor?
Sufengqiu took a bite of the orange handed over by Shaoli and then spat it out.
Yuck, it's sour to this emperor. Shaoli was startled and just wanted to apologize.
Sufengqiu slapped him across the room and directly sent Yi Hai flying. Seeing his father like this, Yefeng could no longer hold back.
Sufengqiu! Yefeng angrily shouted, what do you mean? Wow! What? Sufengqiu? He is the youngest immortal emperor, the young master of the Su family in the 8th heaven, Sufengqiu? Why would he condescend to come to this first heaven? Hasn't he finished his feud with Yefeng?
Yifeng's elder brother, Yi Tian, had been killed by him, so it seemed that this immortal emperor Su wasn't going to stop.
He can't, can he?
He was an immortal emperor and the young master of the Su family. His every move represented the face of the immortal emperor in the Su family, so he couldn't do something like this without honoring his words, could he? Those two powerhouses from Misty Peak were also staring in disbelief. Surprisingly, it was Sufengqiu of the Su clan.
What do you mean?
Your Yi family's oranges have soured on this emperor. As the Yi family's head, shouldn't you, the father, be punished?
Yi family head, what do you say?
Sufengqiu smiled as he looked at Yi Hai, who had climbed up from the ground.
Yes, what your excellency the immortal emperor said, Yi Hai said through clenched teeth. Wang Jiyin stood out and stared angrily at Sufengqiu. Did the Yi family make you eat? Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. Oh? This emperor gave the Yi family such a great gift, but Yi Tian is keeping his whole body, shouldn't he eat it? Even so, why did your excellency kill my son Yi Tian? Yi Hai asked through clenched teeth. Sufengqiu laughed and said in a breezy manner, Yi Tian insulted this emperor, shouldn't he be killed? Yi family master, do you think it should be killed?
Yi Hai didn't dare to disobey Sufengqiu, so he had no choice but to swallow his bitterness and said through gritted teeth, should be killed.
That's right then. Wang Jiyin pointed at Sufengqiu and asked, Sufengqiu, you now hurry up and hand over brother Yifeng's supreme bone.
Sufengqiu revealed a touch of displeasure, noisy. Then he backhanded a slap over. Another Misty Peak powerhouse blocked it with all his might, followed by a reminder.
Young Master Su, this is my Misty Peak patriarch's daughter. Sufengqiu rubbed his chin, Misty Peak, right? Sufengqiu, Misty Peak, right? Wang Jiyin looked at Sufengqiu with a proud face. In terms of status, theoretically she wasn't much worse than Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu glanced at the two Misty Peak powerhouses and said, if she says another word, this emperor will directly kill her, do you hear me? One of the powerhouses frowned. Su Shao. Sufengqiu's tone was a bit heavier. Do you hear me, or don't you? Those two strongmen clenched their teeth. I hear you. Sufengqiu then looked at the strongmen of the clans. Their hearts thumped. Sufengqiu stretched out his hand to the nine-sword sect's patriarch, Jian Yunyu. Jian Yunyu shuddered violently inwardly and hurriedly saluted, young Lord Su Su. He was then pinched towards the void, stomping his legs feebly. Then Sufengqiu's hand exerted force, and Jian Yunyu's neck was directly snapped. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. That Wang Jiyin was originally prepared to chatter on and on. Seeing this scene, her heart inexplicably trembled. Sufengqiu swept a glance at them and said, this emperor's reason for killing him should be clear to all of you. Yefeng has provoked you and is like an ant in front of you, you have dug out his supreme bones, and this Jian Yunyu is still touting Yefeng, isn't this going against you? Rightly said, it should be killed. They were horrified and even saw the wind in their favor. Sufengqiu nodded slightly, well, all of you feel the same way? They nodded their heads in succession. Sufengqiu breezily said, that's no problem, 5 breaths of time, party, but whoever has the same practice as this person, end it on their own, otherwise, within the 9 clans of the same family, this emperor kills all of them, not a single one will be left behind. Gull. These words came out. The crowd swallowed a mouthful of water. That Misty Peak's powerhouse looked at Sufengqiu, a junior, and was also shaken. What a ruthless Sufengqiu. Gull. That Wang Jiyin looked at Sufengqiu with some heartfelt fear. They were all the same age, so why could he get to this point? A strong man looked at Sufengqiu with trepidation and directly knelt down. This Su young lord, Feng just. Sufengqiu faintly said, 5. Young Lord Su spared his life. Another strong man knelt down. Sufengqiu peeled an orange with nothing to do. 4. Young Lord Su, I am willing to saddle up for young Lord Su. Young Lord Su. Sufengqiu. 3. Shaoli glanced at Sufengqiu, then lowered his head. So handsome, so domineering. Ding Shaoli's favor with you. 5. Current favor. 10. A strong man trembled, then clenched his teeth and roared, still, please keep your words, young Lord Su. After saying that, he directly slit his throat with a sword. There was no way. He didn't want to die. But he had just said good things about Yefeng in order to cater to Misty Peak. He was afraid. He was afraid that if he didn't admit it, this Sufengqiu would really kill his entire clan. He had a son, a daughter, and a wife, he couldn't harm them. Not to mention the Su family behind Sufengqiu. One immortal emperor Sufengqiu was enough to destroy their entire clan. Sufengqiu was unmoved, lowered his head and ate a petal of orange without even looking at it, and faintly said, 2. Seeing this, some people they also showed expressions of despair. My son, my father cannot see you again. Take care. A person condensed spiritual energy to his forehead is a palm slap, and then fell straight down. Then some other people followed suit and fell down one by one. Sufengqiu had just finished eating an orange, then wiped his hands and glanced at the 2 strongest people from Misty Peak. The 2 of the ethereal peak, did they say anything? Chapter 14, Beheading the Son of Qi Yefeng. Sufengqiu's words caused both of those 2 powerhouses from Misty Peak to violently tremble inwardly. Ma da. What did he mean? He meant that he, Sufengqiu, would even let them die if they also said good things about Yefeng? What a joke. They were the people of Misty Peak. And the 2 of them, even though they weren't immortal emperors, they were still in the heavenly Dao realm. Having become famous for a long time, they were also famous in the 9 continents continent. How could they let a Sufengqiu intimidate them? Did they not want dignity? However, just now Sufengqiu was so decisive and ruthless. They were really a bit scared. What? Even if I, Misty Peak, say good things about Brother Yefeng and go against you, do you still dare to kill my Misty Peak people? Wang Jiyin said angrily. Miss. Venerable Nanshan of Misty Peak hurriedly reminded. How? I spoke, Misty Peak is not afraid of the Su family, and, you Sufengqiu remember, everything you brought to Brother Yefeng, I will do Brother Yefeng justice, I will kill, you Su family, I will also kill, Brother Yefeng, let's go. Wang Jiyin pulled Yefeng to leave. Good, let's go. Yefeng also wants to leave here quickly. God knows what Sufengqiu wants to do. Sufengqiu sat there and raised his hand. Sufengqiu, you dare. Seeing this, Venerable Nanshan roared angrily and rushed directly towards Sufengqiu with a terrifying might, wanting to preserve Wang Jiyin. Get lost. The moment Sufengqiu's immortal emperor pressure was released, the void instantly changed. The terrifying force blasted Venerable Nanshan directly out. Then, Sufengqiu picked up Wang Jiyin through the air. Even though Wang Jiyin's God Emperor realm power was released in an attempt to resist, she was not an existence of the same magnitude at all. You dare. My father is the Misty Peak sovereign. Bullying my brother Yefeng, I will kill your entire family. Wang Jiyin roared. Sufengqiu exerted a slight force in his hand. Stop. Venerable Nanshan roared. Ka Ching. Wang Jiyin's neck was directly pinched by Sufengqiu. Plop. Wang Zhiyin's body fell helplessly to the ground. Those people around them stared wide-eyed. What? What he killed was the Misty Peak Patriarch's daughter. Miss Wang's identity is the best in the entire 9 continents continent, and she was killed by him? It's over. The Misty Peak and the Su family will have a war now. Who would have thought that he would really kill Miss Wang? What a ruthless Sufengqiu. How dare he do such a thing? Even though Misty Peak's overall strength wasn't as good as the Su family, it was still a hegemon in the 8th heaven. Sufengqiu.
Venerable Nanshan roared with wide eyes. Honestly, he felt that Sufengqiu would at most injure Wang Zhiyin, right? But he had actually directly killed her.
This? Has he gone mad? Oh? You can even keep this emperor's name straight? Venerable Nanshan's pupils shrank.
Then, Sufengqiu pointed towards the sky. Venerable Nanshan subconsciously wanted to run, but the might of the immortal emperor prevented him from moving. The clear sky suddenly dimmed and a huge vortex appeared, as if the sky was tumbling.
Within the vortex, a terrifying heavenly thunder poured down. In an instant, that venerable Nanshan flew into ashes.
At this scene, Yefeng was horrified to see this.
It's over. Now his only backer was gone. This Sufengqiu is crazy. Doesn't he think about the consequences?
Shaoli's mouth was slightly open.
The young master was terrifying.
Although she was afraid of Sufengqiu, she had to say that she was looking at Sufengqiu with a bit of a slight admiration at this moment. Another strong man from Misty Peak revealed a horrified expression.
Sufengqiu glanced at him. You're lucky, this emperor still needs you to go back to Misty Peak to report the news. Young Lord Su, you are provoking a war between Misty Peak and the Su clan.
Sufengqiu said indifferently, bring a message to your Misty Peak, disrespectful to this emperor, kill then kill. But this emperor has not been relieved of his anger, not come to the Su family within 3 days to kneel and apologize. This emperor destroyed Misty Peak. Roll.
Good. Good. I'll remember that.
I hope you have the skills. That strong man clenched his teeth and left directly with the 2 corpses. Sufengqiu then wiped his hands and gazed at Yefeng.
You promised Liuli not to kill me. A gentleman's word is a promise, right?
Yefeng said warily.
Well, there is such a thing.
Yefeng breathed a long sigh of relief. At least his life was saved.
Do you still remember what this emperor said?
Yefeng frowned. You said to give Miss Luo face and spare my life today.
Well, it's good that you remember, at least you won't die in peace.
A stern light flashed in Sufengqiu's eyes.
Cold light flashed. A blood scar appeared directly on Yifeng's neck.
Yifeng's body trembled as he raised his hand to cover his neck, blood rolling from his mouth as he stared wide-eyed at Sufengqiu, saying, For what?
Didn't you promise? Sufengqiu said, that day to spare your life. Today is how many days? Is there a problem? You. Poof. Yefeng collapsed.
Ding Yifeng's heavenly life value is zeroed out, and he has been rewarded, chaotic body, immortal body, heavenly healing sacred art, and heavenly life value of 1 million.
LOL. The others looked at the scene in front of them with fear. This Sufengqiu, too ruthless. It was almost as if he was not afraid of the sky. It was like a madman. Did he even care about his reputation at all? A hallowed immortal emperor had come to the first heaven to kill a Yefeng.
He promised others not to kill him. He went back on his word.
And how many sect lords died under him in the 3 heavens and 4 heavens today?
A strong man of a generation cares most about his reputation.
Does he really not care what the world says about him?
If immortal emperors could really go to the 1st heaven, the 3rd heaven, and the 4th heaven and do whatever they want,
then wouldn't this continent be in chaos? But that's what he did. Crazy. Fengqiu.
Yi Hai hissed with wide eyes. Sufengqiu lazily ignored him and glanced at Jiang Qingxue.
Plop.
Jiang Qingxue immediately fell to her knees in fear and crawled towards Sufengqiu's side.
Son, don't kill me. You let me do anything. Qingxue is not worthy of being your concubine. You can treat me as just a plaything. How to play can be. Don't kill me. Jiang Qingxue cried and said.
When the crowd heard this, they also shook their heads.
Disgraceful.
Sufengqiu lazily glanced at her, then rubbed Shaoli's hair and tenderly said.
Little Li, let's go. Good.
Afterwards, Sufengqiu brought Shaoli to step over the corpses and left the Yi family. Shaoli whispered, Young master, if this matter spreads to the mainland, your reputation will be greatly affected.
Sufengqiu said lightly with his hands folded, if this emperor cared about this, would he still be like this? He said, I don't know, but I don't know.
Shaoli nodded slightly.
In the future, if you are bullied, you don't have to hesitate, although you are not very old, but your cultivation is still very high, just kill it, everything this emperor will give you the main. Thank you, young lord. Sufengqiu smiled and asked. It's been a long time since you came to the mundane world, right? Shaoli nodded. Let's go, this emperor will take you to have some fun. Hearing this, Shaoli's beautiful eyes lit up. Young lord, why are you suddenly so nice to her? Is it possible?
Of course, let's go.
Thank you, young lord. Ding Shaoli's favor with you is 5, current favor 15. At the same time,
Within the divine wind empire of the first heaven, a remote countryside.
Chapter 15 Son of Luck, God of Murder Chu Ran.
Within the divine wind empire of the first heaven, a remote village.
On top of a beautiful lawn.
A 16 or 17-year-old teenager with a straw hat covering his face, crossing his legs, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, laying on the ground and basking in the sun. Beside him, there were a few cows grazing. The village was called Qingxue Village, which was considered a paradise. Chu Ran had been adopted as a child and had been in the village, occasionally going to the nearby city to buy some daily necessities.
Today was also the day he heard about the 8 heavens in the city.
Really powerful, if only I could one day become a character like Sufengqiu.
Chu Ran muttered yearningly. Plop. A cow fell to the ground.
Hearing the commotion, Chu Ran immediately stood up and then ran over with his legs spread out. The old cow was lying on the ground, its eyes were open, but its body was motionless. Only the eyes still revealed a cloudy light. In the light was the figure of Chu Ran running over.
Old friend.
Chu Ran knelt beside the old ox, his face leaning against the old ox's face, his hand gently caressing it. Chu Ran's body trembled slightly, and his eyes flashed with a touch of crystal. It seemed to be expected by him. Old friend, these years have been hard, this time rest well, Chu Ran said softly. Turbid tears slowly flowed out of the old ox's eyes. The old ox had been plowing for the family since Chu Ran was a child. It was older than his age. It could be said that the old ox accompanied Chu Ran's growth. And the old cow was already too old. Moo! The old cow used all its strength as if saying goodbye to Chu Ran. Then it closed its eyes completely.
Old friend, go well.
Chu Ran leaned against him and sobbed. Under the setting sun, Chu Ran dug a large pit and buried the old ox. He bowed, then wiped his tears and led the 2 cows towards the village. From a distance, Chu Ran saw the entire village on fire.
His pupils shrank. Father, mother, sister.
Chu Ran let go of the oxen and ran towards the village. The stable and peaceful village had been slaughtered. A body lay there dead in peace. Plop! Chu Ran knelt there, clenching his fists in death.
Liang Long. Li Ming.
Chu Ran raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. On his body, a flash of black light faintly emerged. His hair, his clothes were dancing wildly. At the same time, the wind and clouds above the void were churning. It seemed like some sort of power had awakened in his body.
Sufengqiu brought Xiaoli to eat within a tavern in Tianyang City.
Xiaoli was in a particularly good mood. Having been in the Su clan for so many years, she could only come out once in a while. How could she not have expected that young lord would bring her out to play? Xiaoli quietly glanced at Sufengqiu, who was slightly sipping his wine in front of her. It really felt like the young lord had changed so much from before, like he was a different person.
Ding Xiaoli's favorability to you is 5, current favorability 20.
Ding Xiaoli's favoritism towards you has reached 20, obtaining rewards, reverse heaven grade enlightenment, body of 10,000 poisons. Body of 10,000 poisons, it is the supreme of poisons, immune to all poisons.
Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. 20 favorability was this level of reward? One wouldn't dare to think what a reward for 80 goodwill would be.
Ding detected the son of Qi.
Oh, there are quite a few sons of fortune in this heavens. Sufengqiu inwardly murmured.
Sufengqiu then probed the newly appeared son of fortune.
Son of fortune, Chu Ran.
Heavenly fate value, 89,010 first order son of Qi.
Age, 18. Bloodline, human. Physique, heavenly evil body.
Realm, Avatar Realm 7th Order Qi Refining Realm, Body Refining Realm, Bright Aperture Realm, Avatar Realm, Xian Tian Realm, Xianwang Realm, Laws Realm, Domain Realm, Divine Sea Realm, Tianzun Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Heavenly Tao Realm, each realm 1st to 10th Order, and if one breaks the Heavenly Tao, then he will be an Immortal Emperor.
Battle score, 77.
Introduction, ordinary villager of Qingxue Village in Kamikaze Empire, adopted by the village villagers 18 years ago, with the power of the ancient god of killing sealed within his body, and currently the power of the god of killing has been initially awakened.
God of killing. Sufengqiu inwardly murmured. He did understand.
In the ancient times, during the Age of Gods, the god of killing, Lu Taibai, became famous on the continent for killing. The world called it the god of killing. Later, god of killing Lu Taibai's power gradually became uncontrollable, and his will was eroded by the backlash of power. During that time, the earth was devastated. In the end, the various strong people united to wipe him out.
A generation of killing gods fell.
Ding, you have triggered the mission, Rise of the God of Killers, mission content, taken the future God of Killers, and on the day of the God of Killers' rise to power, you can obtain the ultimate rewards. As the target's heavenly fate value grows, the host receives 10 times the system value back, and at the same time, every time the level of the target's Sons of Qi advances, the host receives a reward. Sufengqiu rubbed his chin. To put it simply, the system was allowing him to take this future God of Slayers as a disciple and help him achieve the Great Tao.
If he was strong, Sufengqiu would be even stronger.
Well, it was also good, it was rather meaningless to just trigger the Heavenly Destiny value clearing quest. Moreover, Sufengqiu really needed to build a powerful force that belonged to him.
The Su family was strong, but it wasn't enough.
Sufengqiu looked at Shaoli and said, "This emperor still has some things to do when he returns to the Eight Heavens, so you can find a teenager called Chu Ran from Qingyun village here and bring him here."
Shaoli complied.
Sufengqiu then disappeared before her eyes.
"Boss, settle the bill." Shaoli placed a gold coin on the table. "Agu, lady warrior, it's too much." The innkeeper looked flattered and hurriedly said, "I want to ask you something." Shaoli said.
Don't look at Shaoli trembling in front of Sufengqiu, but she was at least a maid of the Su family. Her cultivation had even reached the divine sea realm. Looking at this first heaven, she was also an overlord-level existence.
You say. Where is Qingyun village?" Shaoli asked.
Ouch, lady warrior, Qingyun village is gone.
Shaoli's eyebrows slightly knit. Gone?
It is yesterday, Qingyun village was slaughtered, full of village people all dead, as if it seems to be called a Chu Ran teenager is still alive. Hearing this, Shaoli breathed a sigh of relief.
The young master said that person is still alive on the line. Do you know where Chu Ran is?
Innkeeper, coincidentally, he is in Tianyang City, and was captured by the Tianyang City Lord.
Why?
Innkeeper, last night, Li Ming, the youngest master of the Li Mansion in Tianyang City was killed, and at that time, this Chu Ran was at the scene.
Thank you.
Shaoli then walked out.
I'm sure you'll come back often. At this moment, inside the city lord's mansion,
Chu Ran was kneeling there with a talisman seal affixed to his body. This was a spirit-prohibiting talisman.
It could prevent martial artists from activating their spiritual energy. Surrounding them were a large number of soldiers of Tianyang City and the people watching the show. In front sat the Tianyang City Lord. The city lord's eyes were slightly condensed.
Chu Ran, you said that you witnessed the entire process of Li Ming's murder last night, right?
Chu Ran said with a cold expression. Humph. Then this city lord asks you again, what does the murderer look like? I didn't see the murderer's face.
Chu Ran said indifferently.
Pung. The city lord slapped the table to pieces, then pointed at Chu Ran and said angrily. Sinner. This city lord has checked. Li Ming had a conflict with you a few days ago. You Chu Ran killed Li Ming last night. Do you admit that you did this? Chu Ran laughed out loud, his eyes condensed. He Li Ming slaughtered my whole village is not guilty. I Chu Ran kill him is guilty? City lord, the people who slaughtered Qingyun village, it was Li Ming who asked you to send people, is that right? City lord's eyes are also condensed. Not bad. After the city lord's investigation, the whole village of Qingyun village is the evil sect Heavenly Ghost Sect sins. Qingyun village is just a small stronghold of theirs. Killing the people of the evil sect is the basis of all the martial artists in the continent. Chu Ran looked at the city lord, killing intent flashing in his eyes. There is no excuse for wanting to commit a crime. City lord said indifferently, and you finally admit that Li Ming was killed by you. Chu Ran gritted his teeth. When have I not admitted it? When did you admit it? Chu Ran's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the city lord with endless killing intent, and a bloodthirsty, hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. City lord, guess why I keep emphasizing that I witnessed the entire process, but did not see the face of the murderer. The city lord's brows furrowed violently. Chapter 16 Misty Peak declares war on the 10,000 years emperor clan. Chu Ran's eyes, the aura he carried. In that instant, it caused his heart, the titular city lord, to palpitate violently. That's right. In that instant, he was actually afraid. His hallowed heavenly young city lord, Xin King realm cultivation, had actually developed fear towards a teenager from a small village? PSG refinement realm, body refinement realm, bright aperture realm, divine power realm, Xian heaven realm, Xian king realm, laws realm, domain realm, divine sea realm, heavenly father realm, divine emperor realm, heavenly Tao realm, each realm from 1 to 10 steps, and when one breaks through the heavenly Tao, one is an immortal emperor. As for Chu Ran, he had long ago found out through clues that the people who had slaughtered Qingyun village had been sent by the heavenly young city lord. Therefore, it wasn't enough for him to kill a Li Ming. He wanted to kill the heavenly young city lord to avenge the villagers. The one who took the initiative to say that he witnessed the entire process was him. In order to be able to come in front of the city lord. Suddenly, the forbidden spirit talisman behind Chu Ran's back flew out. And a powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body. He instantly pulled out the sword of a soldier beside him and stabbed at the city lord. Everything happened in a split second. The city lord was startled by the power that erupted from Chu Ran, but after all, he was a Xian King realm powerhouse. It was a trivial skill. The city lord's Xian King realm might was unleashed as he stretched out his hand to block the sudden strike from Chu Ran. And while Chu Ran used all his strength, he was unable to get even the slightest bit closer. Afterward, the city lord slapped his palm on Chu Ran's shoulder. Put! Chu Ran sprayed out a mouthful of blood and flew out. The city lord patted his clothes and said coldly, "How dare you still want to kill this city lord? This Chu Ran is also a heavenly ghost sect evil animal, kill it." Chu Ran slumped to the ground, covered in blood, his eyes flashing with sinister cruelty. He had failed. Everything had worked. This last step, he still didn't expect the city lord to be in the Xian King realm. He thought it was only the Xian Heaven realm. He had heard that it was like this. If the city lord was in the Xian Heaven realm, he would have succeeded. Chu Ran gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in death. Father, mother, sister, village chief, everyone. Chu Ran is useless, he can't take revenge for you all. Just as the crowd was about to make a move to kill him, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Divine Sea Realm. The city lord revealed a shocked expression. Xiaoli walked over one step at a time. She glanced at Chu Ran on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I almost came too late. Who is your excellency? The city lord looked at Xiaoli warily. Wow, I came to take him away. Xiaoli pointed at Chu Ran on the ground and said. Chu Ran turned his head sideways and looked at Xiaoli beside him with difficulty. In that instant, it was like a flash of light that suddenly lit up in the darkness. Miss, this kid is a member of the Heavenly Ghost Sect and has a murder on him. Someone from the Heavenly Ghost Sect? But he doesn't have any aura of evil on him. Xiaoli said. That's because he's hiding his aura. Xiaoli blinked his eyes. Ooh, you mean, a divine profound realm can hide his aura in front of the divine sea realm, don't you? The city lord's face turned ugly. Can you get up? Xiaoli looked down at Chu Ran and asked. Cough cough. Chu Ran covered his chest and slowly stood up. Thank you for the girl's kindness. Saying that, Chu Ran's eyes flashed with a touch of perseverance. Please do me a favor, stop the others, I will fight this dog thief to the death. No, you can't beat him. Chu Ran gripped the sword in his hand, then I will die here. Xiaoli was a bit anxious. Then how can you come with me? Xiaoli asked. Chu Ran stared at the city lord. Kill him. After saying that, Chu Ran's body's black breath surged and his aura climbed rapidly. The city lord just wanted to say something. Xiaoli directly slapped a palm through the air at the city lord. This palm slapped him dozens of meters away. Obviously dead beyond death. Alright, can we go now? Xiaoli said. Chu Ran. The Eight Heavens. Misty Peak. Daughter. Patriarch Wang Yuanzong looked at his daughter Wang Zhiyin's corpse with disbelief. Inside the Great Hall, those powerhouses were also shocked. Their Misty Peak Patriarch's daughter had been killed? Killed along with the titular Heavenly Dao Realm's Nanshan Elder. That was the Heavenly Dao Realm. It was even the 10th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Half a foot has already stepped into the realm of immortal emperors. Who did it? Who did it? Wang Yuanzong roared with murderous intent. No one else dared to speak. Reporting back to the Patriarch. The only strong one who survived the Misty Peak in the Yi family said, the Su family, Sufengqiu. What? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Sufengqiu? He killed Miss? Is he crazy? This Su family is strong, but my Misty Peak isn't weak either, how did he dare? He's a madman. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he's a young immortal emperor? That's outrageous, outrageous. Bastard. This Sufengqiu, he's not even as good as Yifeng, he's just a dude with an empty background in cultivation, lawless. Wang Yuanzong clenched his fists in death, his face full of resentment, then looked at that strong man. You tell me in detail about the causes and consequences. The strong man will finish the cause and effect. The crowd is even more angry. Just because the young lady said a few words to insult him? Simply wanton. If it was someone else, that would be fine, but who is Miss? He knows it's my Misty Peak Patriarch's daughter, and he still dares to act like this? A hallowed immortal emperor, going to the first heaven to kill someone, promising to spare his life Yifeng, yet he still killed him, narrow-minded and vindictive. This person is simply disgracing my martial arts world, disgracing the realm of immortal emperors. No pattern, no immortal emperor's hardiness, humph. Those who don't understand feel that he achieved immortal emperor at the age of 28, this matter is heaven-defying, but who among us doesn't know that this is the result of the Su family pouring all their resources into forcefully piling it up, and that he is nothing more than a pot of medicine? Wang Yuanzong trembled, gritted his teeth and asked, what else did he say? He said. Speak. Wang Yuanzong roared. He said, it is the lady insulted him first, let the patriarch you take people to Su family in 3 days to kneel down and apologize, otherwise or else. Otherwise what? Otherwise he slaughtered Misty Peak. Pung. Wang Yuanzong smashed the table with one palm. Good Sufengqiu, good Su family. Do you really think you're still the Su family from 10,000 years ago? I'm so angry. Pass the order to heaven. Within 3 days, if the Su family does not hand over Sufengqiu's life, I, Misty Peak, will raise the entire clan to declare war. This. Everyone looked at each other. To be honest, anger was anger. But did they really want to go to war with the Su family? Misty Peak was indeed strong. It was also true that the Su family had fallen. But it was also true that Misty Peak basically had no chance of winning against the Su family. Sovereign, is it too hasty? An elder asked. Yes, sect leader, don't be rash, this matter should be considered in the long run. This battle is about the survival of Misty Peak. Wang Yuanzhong's eyes stared, think long and hard? This patriarch's daughter was killed. If Misty Peak doesn't come up with something to say, do we still have face? Do we still have dignity? Who still has objections? Say it. No one dares to speak anymore. Wang Yuanzhong, pass on my order to declare war on the Su family.
Chapter 17. The rock rises up one day due to the wind, rising 90,000 leagues.
Sufengqiu's matter in the first heaven was also spread throughout the entire continent.
The entire 9 continents were shaken. It was this matter that various sects had been discussing. Heavenly Feather Holy Land.
Celestial Peak. Lu Yunyan sat in the courtyard drinking tea.
One of her male disciples walked over. Senior.
Sit.
Yes. The disciple sat in front of Lu Yunyan and then said, Master, Yifeng was killed by Sufengqiu.
In fact, Lu Yunyan's previous favorite was Yifeng.
Because he was smart and highly enlightened, his future achievements would be above the other disciples. Even, Yifeng might stand at the top of the continent in the future. However, the recent events had also disappointed her.
This honored one knows about it. Lu Yunyan said.
Master, this Sufengqiu, you can't look at him with the same eyes as you would an immortal emperor. He is different, a hallowed immortal emperor. He specializes in going to the first heaven to kill people, and he even doesn't keep his promises. Yifeng isn't a good thing, and he isn't either. Lu Yunyan sipped a mouthful of tea and said, this honored one does not think that his move is not a problem. In fact, he did say that day to spare Yifeng's life, but the world heard, this so-called today, is the meaning of the future, but it is smart and clever.
Smart and clever?
Smart and clever that would not have killed the Misty Peak patriarch's daughter. Attracted Misty Peak declared war. This move makes the Su family become a target. He Sufengqiu, noble Su family young master, immortal emperor strong, in the eyes of the world, but indiscriminately kill innocents, act without thinking, no strong man's demeanor.
Master, and I heard, the wedding day, the Pill Emperor sect was Sufengqiu contempt. Misty Peak and the Pill Emperor sect relationship is excellent. This battle Misty Peak is more likely to join hands with the Pill Emperor sect, and, medical say Li Chenua behind the 9 heavens of the Pill God Mountain. If it is again, this Su family is gone. Ridiculous. He also let the Misty Peak of the people to go to his knees and apologize. Lu Yunyan took a sip of tea. Yun air. Disciple in.
She stood up and looked at the distant starry sky with her hands in the air, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of essence and said, rock one day because the wind rises, rocking up 90,000 miles. The world laughed at him. Sufengqiu no style, no pattern, acting without brain, but style, pattern. This is only some so-called strong people in order to highlight their noble, highlight the expression of superiority only. He, Sufengqiu, is just the opposite, frighteningly intelligent. The disciple frowned. This forgive my ignorance, I don't understand what you mean by cleverness, master? The cleverness lies in the fact that all people look at his surface, also think that this person is only the surface, this father, although I do not know what his Sufengqiu means. 3 days later, the Misty Peak probability to be removed in the 8 heavens. The disciple was shocked. Doesn't he understand why his master would give such a reckless person like Sufengqiu such a high rating? The Su clan was indeed much stronger than the ethereal peak. However, there was definitely more than just one ethereal peak this time. Misty Peak was the trigger for the downfall of the other forces. Look at this letter on the table. Lu Yunyan said. The male disciple looked at the letter on the table. The content on the letter was simple. He Sufengqiu could help Lu Yunyan's great disciple condensation repair the remnants of his soul and remake his physical body. The disciple's face was in disbelief. This master, the residual soul of the eldest sister is on the verge of dissipating. There is no way to return to the heavens, and you believe him? Lu Yunyan said indifferently. This is where Sufengqiu is powerful. Disciple suddenly comprehended something. Disciple understands, 1, this matter proves that although he Sufengqiu acts recklessly, he is not thinking of a way back. For 2, whether you believe it or not, even if it's impossible, he expected that you, master teacher, would try for the sake of eldest senior sister, then he would definitely step in to help him. Lu Yunyan looked at this disciple of his and asked, so, do you still think Sufengqiu is simple? Disciple admired. On the other side, Shaoli brought Chu Ran back to the 8 heavens as well. Want to eat something, do you eat? Shaoli looked at Chu Ran and asked. Chu Ran's eyes hurriedly dodged for a moment, followed by a hug. What does Miss Shaoli want to eat? I will go and buy. Let's go together, I'll buy more food, otherwise it won't be easy to come out when I return to the Su family. Shaoli then walked towards the city. Chu Ran in the back gazed at her. Perhaps from the moment he was lying there covered in blood in the city lord's mansion and Shaoli suddenly appeared at his side. She was destined to become a beam of light in Chu Ran's heart. Shaoli heartily bought some burnt cakes. Chu Ran secretly looked at her, holding the biscuits, face overflowing with a smile to go one by one counting the appearance, slightly a little infatuated. You wait for me for a moment. Shaoli suddenly said. Chu Ran came back to his senses. Yes. Shaoli then walked into a tavern. Well, Shaoer, very drunk still have it? Good girl good taste like to drink very drunk person is really expert we this 8 heavens famous Su family young master Sufengqiu, favor this very drunk, you wait a moment, there are still 2 pots, I will go to bring over to you.
Chu Ran came over, saluted and asked, "Does Miss Shaoli like to drink this fairy drink?"
No, young master likes it.
Young Lord Su?
Aha, this wine is hard to buy, good luck today.
Shaoli revealed a smile.
Shaoli took the 2 jugs of wine.
Hey, do you want to taste it? Me. Take it. She handed Chu Ran a jug. Shaoli then walked out. Chu Ran held the wine in his hand and then revealed a smile. He glanced at Shaoli's back again. He knew it wasn't his moon.
But at a certain moment, a sliver of moonlight did shine on him.
Thanks a lot. Chu Ran hurriedly followed him out.
At this time, a few passers-by walked by chatting.
Have you heard? Misty Peak has declared war on the Su family.
I heard about it. The young master of the Su family killed the ethereal Peak patriarch's daughter. He is simply inscrutable. He is an immortal emperor. He even went to the first heaven to kill someone without any manners. This is not important. This time he will pay the price. The Pill Emperor sect has also announced that it has joined forces with the Misty Peak. If the Su family does not hand over Sufengqiu's life, in 3 days, the whole clan will be raised to attack the Su family together. 9 heavens of the Pill God Mountain also seems to be stupid. This time, Sufengqiu must be a death. Maybe this Su family also want to die. This few days Sufengqiu deeds is ultimately to pay the price. But this Sufengqiu killed Wang Yuanzong's daughter, but also said that the Misty Peak to find him on his knees to admit his fault, otherwise to destroy the Misty Peak. Ridiculous. Recently, this 9 continents is shaking. There is a good show to watch. Hearing this, Shaoli frowned.
We need to be quicker. Su family.
Sufengqiu is practicing. He was rewarded for killing Yefeng with a chaotic body, an immortal body, and the heavenly healing sacred art. Chaos body was a top quality body. The main effect could make the power released by oneself possess the power of chaos. Chaos power, in addition to enhancing strength, can ignore the defense spiritual power. Immortal body was the physique of the immortal god race, possessing an extremely terrifying healing ability. As long as one is not killed in seconds, even a broken arm will grow back in an instant. Heavenly medicine sacred art, blending all the medical arts and alchemy arts from ancient times.
Simply put, his Sufengqiu's medical skills were unrivaled. The continent shook at this moment. Even though the entire Su family was already burnt out at this moment. Even though the world thought that this time, the Su family was going to be destroyed. Even though countless people were waiting to see this amazing battle. But everything is within Sufengqiu's control. Young Lord, Chu Ran has brought it. Shaoli's voice came. Do not send the girl. No female sent. No female sent. Chapter 18:10 Great Xian Heavenly Poison Weapons. Sufengqiu opened his eyes, then stood up and walked out. Ka! The door to the room opened. Chu Ran looked at the honorable Sufengqiu in front of him and hurriedly lowered his head. Chu Ran met young Lord Su. Sufengqiu then looked at Shaoli first and said, Shaoli, you go back to rest first. Yes. Shaoli was just about to walk away when he suddenly thought of something, then took out a pot of fairy drunk and handed it to Sufengqiu with both hands. Young master, this is the fairy drunk that Shaoli bought. After all, Shaoli's favorability towards Sufengqiu had now reached 20. 20, that is friendship. Sufengqiu smiled, so well behaved? Young Lord had been very good to Shaoli recently as well. Shaoli muttered in a small voice. Go rest first. Sufengqiu smiled, so good. Shaoli then left. Sufengqiu sat on the jade stool in the courtyard, glanced at Chu Ran and said, Come and sit. Chu Ran walked over, then saluted and said, Chu Ran wouldn't dare. Let you sit then sit. Chu Ran. Chu Ran sat in front of Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu poured the wine, try this fairy drunk. Chu Ran hurriedly stood up, how dare Chu Ran let young Lord Su pour the wine, I'll do it. Sufengqiu ignored him, but with a snap of his fingers, a cup of wine was pushed over. Thank you. Chu Ran took a sip in fear and then said. Very fragrant, into the throat is very soft, into the belly flavor stretches long. Sufengqiu smiled, took a sip and asked, Know this emperor to find you for what? I do not know, I asked the little Li girl, but she seems to be unclear. Sufengqiu said, Well, have any ambition? Ambition? Chu Ran clenched his fist, I think I want to. But there is no harm in saying so. Chu Ran looked at Sufengqiu, a flash of determination in his eyes, I want to become strong, as young Lord Su is. As I am? This emperor's popularity in the continent is not good. No. Chu Ran hurriedly said, Young Lord Su acts as he pleases, without fear of rumors, unrestrained to the extreme, courageous, bold, more than 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than those moralistic people. What do you want to do to become stronger? Sufengqiu asked again. Chu Ran clenched his fists, eyes full of determination. To kill those surface for the people in fact is like the devil and general villain. The gun is easy to dodge, the dark arrows difficult to prevent. Such a villain persecuted people must be compared to those continental villains, and even the demon race much more. And there is still guarding what I love. This emperor can help you. Sufengqiu said. Chu Ran looked at Sufengqiu in shock. Plop. He knelt directly in front of Sufengqiu. If young Lord Su does not mind, Chu Ran would like to worship you as a teacher. Chu Ran's life was given by you. This life, you can take it at any time. Sufengqiu took a sip of wine. Division is not necessary for the brother bar. Ah. Chu Ran looked at Sufengqiu in shock. After all, this emperor is only 28 years old, only more than 10 years older than you. This division, it is not necessary. Chu Ran inwardly trembled violently. No. You are a teacher and a brother. Sufengqiu smiled. Get up. Yes. Chu Ran stood up. This place, from now on, will be your place of cultivation. This emperor will often come over, and if you don't understand, you can ask Shaoli, and when this emperor finishes dealing with some things, then he will go and personally teach you. Yes, sir. Well, rest first. Sufengqiu got up and prepared to walk away. Big brother Su. Chu Ran shouted. Something wrong? Chu Ran gritted his teeth and asked, I've never met brother Su before, and I'm just an ordinary martial artist. Why do you think you'll be better than Yefeng? Sufengqiu said, you will be stronger than Yefeng. After saying that, Sufengqiu walked away. Chu Ran froze in place. Yefeng, of course he knew this person. He was also once the role model that he wanted to become. Coming from an ordinary background, he had traveled all the way against the heavens. Although he died at the hands of Sufengqiu. But, not everyone in their 20s was able to call the shots of an immortal emperor. And Sufengqiu said he'd be better than Yefeng. Thank you, big brother Su. Chu Ran bowed deeply. On the other side, Sufengqiu was walking towards the Su clan's grand hall. Chu Ran gained the host as a backer, with a heavenly destiny value of 500,000, current heavenly destiny value, 139,0010, and was promoted to a second-order son of Qi. Your system value is 5 million. Due to Chu Ran's promotion to second-order son of Qi, you receive the rewards, Open Second System Mall, and Secret Treasure Vault of Poison. As a son of Qi, Chu Ran's son of Qi level was able to obtain rewards every time Sufengqiu raised his level. No, I'm a hallowed immortal emperor with the Su family behind me. I became Chu Ran's backer, and he added 500,000 heavenly fate values. The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth twitched. Fine. It could be that his heavenly destiny value wasn't high. Right now it was only 1,011,000. Moreover, just because Chu Ran had Sufengqiu's back, it didn't mean that the Su family was also his backer. What's more, the current Sufengqiu was not in a good position. It wasn't just the pressure from outside, but also within the Su family. Look at what the Second System Mall has to offer and open it. Second System Mall. Forbidden Spirit card allows one target within range, below Immortal Emperor 5th rank, to be unable to activate their spirit power for 20 seconds. Consumption of system value 10,000, 10 available per day. Bounce card, for the next 30 seconds, all attacks received will be returned to the attacker unchanged. Consumption 100000, available once per day. Mouthful card, when used on a target for the next hour, what he does or says will be the opposite of what he thinks. Consumption 100000. Firepower card, when used, the power of all of the host's attacks will be increased by 5 times for the next 3 minutes. Consumption of system value 300000, one can be used per week. Immortal card, chanting poems to attract heaven and earth visions, making paintings that can be described as figurative reality, preaching deeply into people's hearts, etc. After using, the host will be in a state of immortal posture against the sky for the next 1 day, and the specifics can only be imagined. Consumption of system value, 1 million. Can be redeemed twice in a lifetime. Equality of all beings card, in the next 3 minutes, the host will realize the equality of all beings with all martial artists whose realm is higher than his own, and will have the chance to kill whoever he fights with a 50-50 chance. Consumption of system value, 1 million, cooldown time, 3 months. Proficiency in Xian Tian poison weapon crafting. After redeeming this, the host will gain access to the continent's Xian Tian poison weapon crafting method. Consumption of system value, 30 million. Resurrection coin, if the target's physical body is intact, it can be brought back to life even if it no longer has a soul. Consumption of system value, 300 million, redeemable once in a lifetime. Sufengqiu. The first system mall was already heaven-defying. This second system mall, what is that final resurrection coin something heaven-defying? People can't be resurrected from the dead. There was no way to do so even if one's cultivation level was high. But, this system can actually revive a dead person? This? Xian Tian poison weapon crafting mastery. When Sufengqiu saw the contents of this redemption, his shock was not much lower than the resurrection coins. What was a Xian Tian poison weapon? The continent's spiritual weapons, heaven and earth spiritual objects, feats, and martial arts all had grades. 1 grade to 10 grades. Beyond 10 grades is the immortal grade. Above the immortal level is the holy level. Spiritual weapons above the saint rank are Xian heavenly sacred weapons. Among all the spiritual weapons in the continent, the top 10 were the 10 great heavenly sacred weapons, and one could be invincible in the world. The counterparts of the 10 Xian Tian sacred artifacts are the 10 Xian Tian poison artifacts.
The artifacts were the main thing, and the poison was the secondary thing. Poison was almost insoluble. But the artifacts gave the Xian Heavenly Poison artifacts heaven-defying abilities. The Xian Heavenly Poison weapon ranked 5th and was named at hand. What is the end of the sky? With unique release techniques and production methods, the target locked by this Xian Tian poison weapon, run to the end of the world will continue to track until the hit detonation. Legend has it that the third most powerful poisonous weapon in the world is the puppet doll. Using a hair of the target, a drop of blood as a guide, to create a puppet doll. Then the poison needle is stabbed into the puppet doll's body. The target will be poisoned even if they are far away. This was the heaven-defying nature of the Xian Tian poison weapon. Of course, the method of making the puppet doll had been lost. To be precise, of the 10 great Xian heavenly poison weapons, there were only a few that were still in the hands of the Nine Heavens Tang sect. With only a few of these Xian heavenly poison weapons production methods mastered by them, the Tang sect had become a dominant existence in the Nine Heavens. Of course, even if they knew the production method, it wasn't that easy to create. Poison is difficult to match, the materials needed for the weapon are extremely rare and require a variety of top-quality crystals. And now, Sufengqiu only needed to exchange them, and he could obtain the production methods of the 10 great Xian heavenly poison weapons. How could he not be shocked? This system, it was too buggy. It was true that one still needed to obtain a large amount of system value, the props within this system mall were too heaven-defying. Sufengqiu murmured. Redeem, Xian Tian poison weapon crafting mastery. Ding okay to consume 30 million system values for redemption? Ding okay. Sufengqiu revealed a smile. Starting to look forward to the third system mall, what was another heaven-defying item? What was the secret treasury of poison again? Sufengqiu looked at a spatial bag that appeared in his hand and subsequently probed it. There was a small world inside. In this small world, there were countless continents centennial, millennial, and 10,000-year level heaven and earth poisons. 10,000-year-old absolute yin grass, soul-devouring yin yang flower, and underworld blood absolute gothic tang. This level of heaven and earth poisons, not to mention using them. If one did not have a high cultivation level, they would be instantly poisoned into a puddle of blood even if they were close to it. But he, Sufengqiu, had the body of all poisons. This place was his paradise. Moreover, he had just redeemed the Xian heavenly poison weapon crafting proficiency, and he also had the heavenly healing sacred art. These poisons could raise the ceiling of the Xian heavenly poison weapon by several times. Sharp! A brilliant light flashed in Sufengqiu's eyes. Afterward, he went to the Su clan's grand hall. At this moment, the Su clan's great hall should be bustling with activity. Chapter 19: The Plague of Su Family's Overthrow? Inside the Su family's great hall, the Su clan's group of powerful men were gathered here. The faces of the crowd were serious. At first glance one could tell that it was divided into two factions. Because of the Su family, it wasn't exactly harmonious. With such a large 10,000 years emperor clan, it made sense for the Su clan to be divided into so many branches. However, it was basically dominated by two major branches. Su Tianyi, Sufengqiu's lineage. Then there was the Su Bushui line. When competing for the head of the Su family, Su Buxi lost to Su Tianyi. To say how close the bloodline is, it's really not that close. Although all are Su family, but 10,000 years time change is big. It is simply nonsense. Su Bushui slapped the table, then looked at Su Tianyi and said, Su Tianyi, you just let Xiu'er do whatever she wants, right? A top genius who looked about the same age as Sufengqiu sat there, the corner of his mouth revealing an arc as he said conspiratorially. Cousin's behavior these past few days, how is it any different from those unimpressed, arrogant, and domineering dilettantes? A hallowed immortal emperor, not keeping his promise, but also specifically going to the first heaven to kill Yefeng and the others, such a fall from grace, and even killing Misty Peak's Wang Jiyin in total recklessness, I really don't dare to think of what else he can do in the future. His name is Su Chahan. The entire Su family genius of this generation, in addition to Sufengqiu, is him. And he naturally holds a grudge against Sufengqiu. Because originally all the resources, the youngest immortal emperor should have been his, Su Chanan. If it wasn't for Sufengqiu's father, Su Tianyi, getting the position of family head, it would be him, Su Chang'an, that the whole continent would be discussing right now. Su Chang'an, the most ridiculous thing is that he killed the 1,000-year-old daughter of the head of a clan, and he still wants Misty Peak to come and apologize. On what grounds? It was true that Misty Peak was nothing, but what about the Pill Emperor sect, Misty Peak joining forces? Pill God Mountain might have to step in as well, for his one person's mistake. How many lives will my entire Su family have to pay back? An old man said, hey, that's right now my Su family is in a worrying situation. The young master's behavior in the past few days is indeed a bit disappointing. He lost not only his own face, but also the face of my entire Su family. Previously, the world took him Sufengqiu and the continent contemporary Luo Liuli, Immortal Palace Junichen and other people compared. My Su family is also once again taken out and those forces compared, now? Simply a joke, lost face.
Su Chang'an said, "Seniors, if this battle is really fought, I am afraid that my Su family will be destroyed. Even if it is not destroyed, it will be greatly injured. The deaths and injuries are even more countless. All of this, it is the result of his Sufengqiu's stupidity. Why do we have to buy for this? I suggest that Sufengqiu can be handed over to the Misty Peak, killing people to pay for their lives, heaven and earth. He has to pay for what he has done." "Enough!" An old man chided. "What do you mean, you Su family? The Su family is also the old man's Su family. You have to retreat when things happen, not afraid of being laughed at by the world." Su Chang'an clasped a fist. "The supreme elder, the key is, my Su family has already been laughed at off. Hand over Sufengqiu. At least the world still think that my Su family is also able to distinguish between right and wrong. The family rules are strict, or else the world should think that the people of my Su family are Sufengqiu, this kind of person." Su Burai looked at Su Tianyi said, "But where a little brain cannot do this kind of thing, let alone my 10,000 years of imperial family Su family. Su Tianyi, you spoiled good son. He came back, hid and didn't come out, letting us wipe our asses? How to solve it, you tell me. Also, I have to remind Yifeng's teacher Lu Yunyan, she has not moved yet. This time, I am afraid that the killing floor will also come. My Su family even have the crisis of destruction. You can afford it?" Su Tianyi sat there, his right hand rhythmically tapping on the table, seemingly pondering something. At this time, Sufengqiu walked in. "Yo, what's all the commotion?" The gazes of the crowd swept towards Sufengqiu. Seeing Sufengqiu, Su Chang'an's eyes just stared as he coldly said, "Head, cousin, thought you were hiding as a shrunken head turtle, just in time. Since you came, let's talk." Sufengqiu's eyes coldly swept a glance at Su Chang'an. "Su Chang'an, what should be called still need this emperor to remind you?" "Ka." Su Chang'an clenched his fists. "Young lord." Bloom flashed in his eyes as he said through clenched teeth. "Ma da. What are you mad about? Still think you can be the Su family's young lord for a few days? Will you survive this time?" He, Su Chang'an, didn't believe it. Once Sufengqiu is dead, he'll be the young master of the Su family. Ding, son of fortune detected. Son of fortune, Su Chang'an. Age, 29. Destiny value, 1,887,000 second order son of fortune. Physique, indestructible Dao body. Realm, heavenly Dao realm first order. Battle score, 79. Introduction pure bloodline of the Su family of the 10,000 years emperor clan, with an indestructible Taoist body and a palm blood spirit pearl. Ding, congratulations on triggering the mission. Su Chang'an's heavenly destiny value 0, mission reward, heavenly destiny value 500000, peak level sword intent, sealing dust sword technique. Sufengqiu probably understood the logic of this system triggering missions. Those whose character was not very good, or those who had a grudge against him, or those who would stand in his way, the probability was that they would be killed. The ones with good character, the ones that were helpful to him, the probability was that they would trigger other quests. Shaoli, Luo Liuli, including Chu Ran. This Su Chang'an, even if he didn't trigger the quest, Sufengqiu was bound to kill him. The reason is simple. Earth's Sufengqiu crossed into this body on the premise of what? The original owner was dead. The hallowed immortal emperor died. Who caused it? Su Chang'an's family. As for what killed him, the odds were that it was the continent's top poison. Perhaps, when they saw Sufengqiu appear unharmed on the day of the wedding, they too were in a daze. And what Sufengqiu was going to do, he was bound to unify the Su family forces. Su Burin took a sip of tea and said, "Sufengqiu, you came just in time. This time my Su family has a disaster of destruction. For the sake of the entire Su family, we discussed having to hand you over." Sufengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly, glancing at Su Buxian. "Are you the head of the family, or is this emperor's father the head of the family? Are you qualified to be the master?" "You." Su Burin clenched his teeth and snorted coldly. This honorable man is only making a suggestion on behalf of the many strongest members of the Su family. Sufengqiu, if you make a suggestion, you should have the attitude to make a suggestion. Those who don't know still think that this Su family is your call. Humph. And Sufengqiu glanced at Su Chang'an and asked, "Su family high-level meeting, what makes you sit here? What is your status, Su Chang'an? Young master of the Su family? Or an immortal emperor?" "You." Su Chang'an angrily pointed at Sufengqiu but was speechless. "Humph. I'll see how you settle this. Farewell." Su Chang'an flung his sleeves and walked out angrily. Su Buxi's face, including some of the top powerhouses of their lineage, did not look very good. "Father, seniors." Sufengqiu then bowed to them. Su Tian, who had been silent all this time, also nodded his head. "Well, sure, just speak out if you have any thoughts." Sufengqiu sat down and looked at the crowd, saying, "Since the matter was done by this emperor, then this emperor naturally has a solution. All of you don't have to worry about the Su family. This fire, this emperor guarantees that no matter what, it won't be burned to the Su family. There is no need for all of you to make a move. All of you do what you need to do, then do what you need to do." After saying that, Sufengqiu walked out. The others looked at each other in disbelief. "Ha! It won't burn the Su family? On what grounds? With your immortal emperor first stage cultivation you can stand up to the Pill Emperor sect, Misty Peak and the Lu Yunyan killing floor?
Ridiculous, the Pill God Mountain still doesn't know if it's going to come out or not.
An old man snorted coldly.
Truly do not know the heights of heaven and earth, think that you can do whatever you want just because you have been promoted to Immortal Emperor, not even close, you think they are too simple. It is not good to be an Immortal Emperor at a young age and not be able to reach the state of mind.
Sufengqiu snorted coldly in his heart. Pretending to be a god. Still no need for them to make a move?
Unless you, Sufengqiu, are really just going to Misty Peak by yourself, exchanging your life for a life.
Otherwise, what right do you have to fight against it? Su Tian also frowned. Honestly, there was no need for the Su family to make a move? What was this son of his capable of?
This father of his was also becoming more and more unable to understand his own son.
Newspaper. A figure ran in. Speak. Su Tianya said.
Pill God Mountain informs the world that it will strike together with Pill Emperor's sect and Misty Peak.
Wow.
The moment these words came out, panic broke out in the Great Hall.
What? Pill God Mountain was going to move out as well? This? What's going to happen now?
Misty Peak brother Pill Emperor sect, my Su clan can still fight, add another Pill God Mountain, and even the killing floor, the Su clan is dead. Master, hand over the young master, or else my 10,000 years Emperor clan will be removed from the continent in this battle.
I suggest, it is better to hand over the young master, he made a mess, my Su family should use the lives of all people to atone for his sins? Su Tianyi coldly swept a glance at the noisy crowd, said, all of you are unable to hear what Fengqiu said?
This fire can't burn you all, so you can shut up.
After saying that, Su Tianyi got up and walked away. Sufengqiu sneered and said in a conspiratorial tone. The family head is right, don't be anxious, didn't he, Sufengqiu, say that he alone could solve it? Then let's see how he solves it. Chapter 20 today, Misty Peak removes its name.
The news of the Pill God Mountain, Pill Emperor sect, and Misty Peak joining forces shook the entire 9 continents. It had been many years since a clan battle of this level had occurred.
In fact, it was also clear to everyone that the slaughterhouse would inevitably join in as well.
With Lu Yunyan's character of protecting her calf, Sufengqiu had killed Yefeng, and she was bound to not let it go. The 4 top-tier forces had surrounded the Su family. Even if it was the 10,000 years Emperor clan, the Su family this time was bound to be destroyed. Then, it would depend on whether or not the Su family would hand over Sufengqiu within these 3 days. If they handed over Sufengqiu's life, then the Su family could be safe and sound. All the forces were keeping a close eye on the developments.
3 days later.
Many powerful people, sect lords, they had arrived near the Su family, ready to watch this good show.
Ha, Brother Yang, it's been a long time, and you, the prodigal son of the world at large, have also come to watch this good show?
Ha, the 9 continents can only be shaken this much once in how many years, so naturally I had to come over to take a look.
What insights does Brother Sima have, huh? Today there are only 2 endings. The Su family handed over Sufengqiu's life, this matter ends well. The second is the Su family swore to resist, then the 10,000 years of the Emperor clan will also be greatly injured. Su family Su Burinian's lineage is not likely to fight for Sufengqiu, then only the family head Su Tianyi's lineage, even more unlikely to be able to resist. The Su family had been severely fragmented over the years, which was why this 10,000 years Emperor clan was going downhill. At this moment, a figure stepped into the void and left from the Su family. Eh?
Seeing that figure, the crowd froze.
Was that Sufengqiu? It was him. What did this Sufengqiu mean? Is he running away?
No, if he was going to run, he would have done so long ago, so why is he leaving now in full view of everyone?
Wait a minute. The direction he's going is to Misty Peak? I can't understand, he's not going to go to Misty Peak alone, is he? Ha, doesn't that make sense? He's going to Ethereal Peak to die.
This Su family ultimately still wimped out, but also reasonable, right? If they fight, Su family today to be destroyed, and Su family is not united.
No fun, no fun, thought there would be a battle today. Su family inside. Ha! Su Chanan laughed aloud, father, ha, Sufengqiu went to Misty Peak, alone.
Su Buren laughed coldly, I thought this Sufengqiu had some earth-shattering idea, but also said that he could solve it alone, it turns out that it is to go to die to thank for the crime, ha, ridiculous. Once he Sufengqiu died, even if the head of the family is Su Tianyi, this Su family's young master should be my turn.
Su Chang'an said.
Mr. Su Chang'an said.
Su Buri's eyes slightly condensed, last time somehow did not poison him to death, but it does not matter, so instead of better, in the future, the Su family is ours. Ha!
Xiaoli sat in the courtyard with a sad face. Chu Ran hurriedly walked over, Xiaoli girl.
Xiaoli glanced at him. Why did I hear that big brother Su he went to Misty Peak to die? Chu Ran had an anxious expression. Xiaoli shook her head, definitely not. Xiaoli didn't know why.
Previously, she didn't care about Sufengqiu's death. But now, her heart followed suit. She felt that it shouldn't be like this.
However, as far as Xiaoli knew, with the current situation of the Su family and the situation they had to face, there didn't seem to be any other possibilities. Chu Ran clenched her fists, right. Big brother Su must have a way. There must be.
The news that Sufengqiu had traveled alone to Misty Peak to die was also quickly spread. Misty Peak. Patriarch, according to reliable sources, Sufengqiu is on his way to my Misty Peak.
Wang Yuanzong asked, one person?
Yes, one person.
Since it's one person coming, there's no suspense.
He is coming over to trade his life for the stabilization of the Su family this time.
Wang Yuanzong snorted coldly, a clown.
Indeed, a jumping clown, even letting out grandiose words for me, Misty Peak, to come over and apologize, ha, ridiculous. In the final analysis, this Sufengqiu is just a 28-year-old youngster of the generation, and although he is at the Immortal Emperor realm, we have overestimated him. Patriarch, this time, we will torture Sufengqiu to death and publicize it to the world.
To avenge Ji Yin.
And to wipe out the shame of my Misty Peak. Wang Yuanzong's eyes flashed with sinister cruelty. That was inevitable. Outside of Misty Peak, people from various forces were also gathered. Luo Liuli also wore a veil and quietly came here with the personal maid that the clan had arranged for her.
Holy maiden, are you going to help him?
The maid asked softly. Luo Liuli frowned and shook her head. This matter is too big, I'm afraid I can't help, the clan is not allowed. That's right, he promised you to spare Yifeng's life, but went back on his word is his fault, so the holy maiden you don't owe him grace. Luo Liuli said, although so, but he is right, he said at that time is indeed that day to spare Yifeng's life, just everyone including me subconsciously think, this rhetoric is from now on or spared him. But the facts also proved that he's Sufengqiu nothing special, but rather an arrogant and domineering playboy, although the Immortal Emperor, but no pattern of the Immortal Emperor, and even condescending to go to the first heaven to kill people, completely regardless of the consequences, and ended up in such a field, but also from his own fault.
Luo Liuli didn't say anything.
The maid muttered, but he's still considered a man, right, and in order to prevent the Su family from suffering an undeserved disaster, he was still willing to come over and surrender his life. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd looked into the void. Sufengqiu's figure slowly came stepping through the void.
Here it comes. Whoosh. Sufengqiu landed.
Those surrounding powerhouses also made a huge spot for him.
Sufengqiu, you finally arrived. Wang Yuanzong pointed at Sufengqiu in a condescending manner and angrily rebuked.
Sufengqiu stood there with his hands folded and said indifferently, the 3-day appointment, this emperor naturally had to come.
Wang Yuanzong said coldly, humph. Letting you live these 3 days again is considered to be merciful to you. How do you want to die?
Beg this patriarch,
and this patriarch might even be merciful enough to grant you.
Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. Wait, did Patriarch Wang misunderstand something about the 3-day appointment that this emperor mentioned? Wang Yuanzong frowned and said, I, Misty Peak, have given you, Sufengqiu, and the Su family 3 days to hand over your Sufengqiu's life, and you're now coming over to send yourself to your death, is that a problem?
No.
Sufengqiu smiled. It seems that Patriarch Wang still misunderstood. The 3-day contract I mentioned is that within 3 days if you Misty Peak do not come to kneel and apologize, Misty Peak will be removed from the 9 continents.
What?
The moment Sufengqiu's words came out, everyone was shocked.
Wang Yuanzong's eyes stared. You mean, you didn't come to die, you came to destroy my Misty Peak?
No, originally there was only one Misty Peak, but now there was also the Pill Emperor's sect and the Pill God Mountain. Sufengqiu said gently. Chapter 21 I, alone, can chop the sun, moon and stars.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
They looked at each other in disbelief.
Ha!
What followed were the jeering sounds from the Misty Peak's crowd of powerhouses and some passerby powerhouses. This Sufengqiu was crazy. Yes, it was true that he had said that Misty Peak hadn't gone to his Su clan in 3 days to kneel and apologize, but on what basis did he do that?
Ha, laughable to the extreme, a jumping clown, he actually came to exterminate Misty Peak instead of sending him to his death? Ha, on the basis of him, Sufengqiu alone? An immortal emperor?
Ridiculous, ridiculous, an immortal emperor is so ridiculous that he still wants to exterminate the Pill Emperor's sect and Pill God Mountain?
Ha! Ha!
Wang Yuanzong laughed out loud and said, Sufengqiu, before you die you still want to keep your dignity? To come to die is to come to die. Why do you need to say that you are here to exterminate my Misty Peak? Do you think that with this kind of talk, you will have dignity after you die? Sufengqiu, at least your father sent some more people, it can still look like he came to exterminate my Misty Peak. Ha! Sufengqiu said indifferently with his hands in the air, my one person, can chop the sun, moon and stars.
Ha joke.
The people of Misty Peak threw back their heads and laughed.
Wang Yuanzong coldly said, well, no need to waste words with you, the eldest elder. Make a move.
Whoosh. In the next instant, an immortal emperor of Misty Peak stepped into the void and landed in front of Sufengqiu.
Wang Yuanzong said, first, he will be wasted, and this patriarch is going to torture him to death.
With that, the ethereal Peak Grand Elder's eyes glazed over as the might of an immortal emperor of the 4th rank erupted.
The sky was clear, and in an instant, the sky and earth changed color.
He pointed his finger at the sky. Thunder poured down from the sky, converging into 9 massive thunder dragons that accompanied him.
Sufengqiu, take your life.
The 9 thunders burned the sky. The Grand Elder rushed towards Sufengqiu, accompanied by the roiling thunder. When one reached Immortal Emperor status, the difference between each stage was as great as the heavens.
Not to mention that Sufengqiu had only just stepped into the Immortal Emperor realm. With this move, Sufengqiu could almost be destroyed.
There was no suspense.
Brush.
A sword suddenly appeared in Sufengqiu's hand.
You still want to resist?
Ridiculous.
The Grand Elder snorted coldly. Forbidden Spirit card.
Spirit Forbidden card allows one target within range, below Immortal Emperor 5th rank, to be unable to activate their spirit power for 20 seconds. Consumption of system value 10,000, 10 available per day. A sudden force acted on the Grand Elder's body. His spiritual energy and the terrifying 9 Thunder Dragons instantly dissipated. And all of this simply caught him by surprise.
What? The Grand Elder froze for a moment. Attribute doubling.
Attribute doubling, after redeeming, strength, speed, and physique are doubled within 3 minutes.
Consumption of system value 10,000. Brush.
A cold light flashed by.
There was nothing fancy about it.
Sufengqiu flashed behind the Grand Elder. In the next instant, the Grand Elder's body was fixed motionless.
Splat.
His head rolled down.
What? No. Grand Elder. What? This?
The crowd's jaws dropped as they looked at the scene before them with disbelief.
An Immortal Emperor of the 4th rank was instantly killed by Sufengqiu, an Immortal Emperor of the 1st rank? How is this possible?
At the Immortal Emperor realm, it wasn't particularly easy for a 4th rank to instantly kill a 1st rank. They looked at Sufengqiu's figure with disbelief.
Good to be strong. Luo Liuli's maid's small mouth was slightly open as she said in shock.
Luo Liuli, on the other hand, frowned slightly.
Forbidden spirit? How else could one explain the sudden disappearance of the Ethereal Peak Grand Elder's spirit power?
Only, a means that could ban the spirit power of an Immortal Emperor's 4th stage almost didn't exist in this world, right? Immortal Emperor 4th stage was strong, but not being able to release his spirit power was like a gun without bullets. Originally, he could have stayed alive. Even if he couldn't release his spiritual power, he was after all an Immortal Emperor 4th stage, and it was still no problem to pester him. But, everything happened too fast. The Grand Elder had not expected it at all. Plus, Sufengqiu himself had already redeemed the effect of doubling his full attributes for life. Plus the fact that he had redeemed attribute doubling just now. It was reasonable to behead him.
The Great Elder's soul flew out.
Sufengqiu's right index and middle fingers were joined together, followed by a fling. A sword made of spiritual energy gathered together directly pierced through his soul, and his spirit was destroyed.
Sufengqiu stopped. Wang Yuanzong trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Sufengqiu with a roar of rage. Immortal Emperor 4th stage
He died just like that. This loss was too great. The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth lifted slightly. Don't be anxious, this is only the first one.
Wang Yuanzong roared, you deserve to die. Come on people. Kill him. Kill him for me. Whoosh.
Subsequently, a group of Immortal Emperors from Misty Peak broke through the air and rushed towards Sufengqiu in unison.
The power of chaos.
Heavenly diffusion chaos technique. Sufengqiu's aura surged. With the strength of one man, he battled 8 Immortal Emperors. The figures of several people fought in the void as the wind and clouds changed.
Wang Yuanzong gritted his teeth. You let you get a little shady just now. Do you really think you can go against the heavens?
Sufengqiu was, after all, an Immortal Emperor 1st stage, and these 8 Immortal Emperors were generally Immortal Emperors 2nd stage and 3rd stage.
Whoosh.
Suddenly, Sufengqiu instantly threw a silver needle at one person.
The speed was unimaginable. Ridiculous to the extreme, presuming to assassinate this emperor with a poisonous needle?
In front of him, an Immortal Emperor snorted coldly as his defensive spiritual power was released. However, the silver needle directly penetrated his terrifying defensive spiritual power and pierced into his body.
What?
His eyes widened as he covered his chest and retreated repeatedly. Sufengqiu pulled away, grinned, and extended his hand. 5.
What? That Immortal Emperor looked at Sufengqiu in surprise. Sufengqiu. 4. You don't have to pretend to be a god. 3. Take your life. Whoosh. He rushed towards Sufengqiu once again.
However, the moment he had just rushed past, his body staggered above the void, his face unsightly.
Sufengqiu. 2. Plop.
That Immortal Emperor fell directly to the ground from above the void.
8th Elder.
Several other Immortal Emperors rushed over.
Sufengqiu. 1. Me.
That Immortal Emperor's body revealed a horrifying poisonous mist, frightening the several Immortal Emperors into pulling away.
Then in their disbelieving expressions,
the hallowed Immortal Emperor just turned into a puddle of blood.
Crowd? This? What is this? It's simply appalling. A hallowed Immortal Emperor of the 2nd stage, in just 5 breaths of time, turned into a puddle of blood? What kind of poison is this? Poison is one thing, but why can this tiny silver needle break through an Immortal Emperor's defense? That's impossible. This is the Immortal Emperor's defensive spiritual power. Wait, the poison that kills immortal emperors and ignores their defenses? The 10th ranked Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon, the Heavenly Condemnation Needle. This is the Heavenly Condemnation Needle. What? The Heaven's Wrath Needle? How could Sufengqiu have a Heaven's Wrath Needle? Isn't this the Tang sect's Heavenly Poison Weapon? Can't it be that the Tang sect is helping him? Chapter 22 Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon ranked 8th Falling Flower Tears. Wan Yuanzong was trembling. Dead. Another immortal emperor's 2nd rank had died. It wasn't. Was it so difficult for a group of immortal emperors to kill one Sufengqiu? And he even killed 2 of them back? How come the Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon, the Heavenly Condemnation Needle, has been brought out? Tang clan? No. The Tang sect could never help him. There's only one possibility: Sufengqiu had inadvertently gotten a Heavenly Condemnation Needle at some point. That's not right. This was a Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon, yes, but the Tang sect's Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon wasn't so much as to say that it could have such a fatal effect on immortal emperors. Generally, if an immortal emperor was poisoned by the Xian Tian Poison Weapon, he would still have no problem living for a few more months. During this period, it was even possible to have the poison removed. How is it that the immortal emperor of his own family was turned into blood and water in a few seconds? What kind of poison is this? Heaven's Condemnation Needle. Its main effect was to ignore defensive spiritual power. When a general martial artist encountered a silver needle shot over by his opponent, he would subconsciously use his defensive spiritual power to isolate it, or release their power to send them flying. However, this was ineffective against the Heaven's Condemnation Needle. Therefore, many people were very easily undermined by the Heavenly Condemnation 1 needle. The Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon ranked 10th. Although it was at the bottom of the list, the hallowed immortal emperor was struck and turned into a puddle of blood in 5 breaths. It's enough to see that the Xian Tian Poison Weapon is terrifying. Give it to me. This is the only one he has. Wan Yuanzong roared. Immortal rank Spirit Weapon, Immortal Binding Rope. A rope rushed towards Sufengqiu, and Sufengqiu was instantly bound. Immortal rank Spirit Weapon, Immortal Binding Rope? He was finished. Bound by the immortal binding rope, unable to release his spiritual power, Sufengqiu, could only be slaughtered. Phew, it's a hot mess to watch, but it's over. Kid, take your life. Several immortal emperors rushed towards Sufengqiu with terrifying might, wanting to cut him down directly. However, Sufengqiu just stretched out his hand and yanked the immortal binding rope away before storing it in his spatial ring. Crowd? This scene was simply more shocking than Sufengqiu beheading an immortal emperor of the 4th rank. This was an immortal weapon above the 10th rank, the immortal binding rope. If an immortal emperor below the 5th rank was bound by the immortal binding rope, he would be absolutely at the mercy of others. This was not a simple rope. Who was he, Sufengqiu, to just whip the immortal binding rope away like that? In just a moment, Sufengqiu had brought too much shock to the crowd. There were even some shocks that went beyond their perceptions. Whoosh! With that, Sufengqiu threw a pink-colored orb at the strong men who were rushing over. Beware! They subconsciously dodged. However, the orb rotated in the void. Countless silver needles continued to shoot out in all directions. Quickly dodge! Dodge! Be careful! The silver needles are too dense and fast, breaking through the air. Dodge one, there's another. There's nowhere to hide. 2 immortal emperors reacted quickly, pulling away 1,000 meters like an instant. But the other few were subconsciously dodging, and if they couldn't dodge, they released martial arts to blast or spiritual defense. However, the silver needles easily penetrated their terrifying martial skills that might even slaughter half a city at will and shot towards them. Snort! A silver needle didn't enter their bodies. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. The 8th ranked Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon, Falling Flower Tears? And Sufengqiu stretched out his hand. The falling flower tear flew towards his hand. The materials used to refine the Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon were naturally the top in the world. But, after all, he was the Su family's young master. Among the Su family's resources, it was still no problem to find all of them. Coupled with the heaven-defying poisons within the secret treasures of Poison Vault, it made the poison contained in the Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon reach its peak. Afterwards, Sufengqiu took one step at a time towards Misty Peak. Passing by an immortal emperor, Sufengqiu didn't even look at him. He fell to the ground and turned into a puddle of blood. Crowd? Luo Liuli's red lips parted lightly as she looked at the scene in front of her with shock. She had never seen the image of several immortal emperors dying so easily. Those were immortal emperors. Was this the terrifying aspect of the Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon? No. Luo Liuli's brows knitted slightly. The Xian Tian Poison Weapon was right, but the poison it contained was 100 times stronger than what the Tang sect had mastered, a poison that could turn an immortal emperor into blood in just 5 breaths. I don't dare to imagine. The eyes of the Misty Peak's powerhouses, looking at Sufengqiu, no longer had the contempt they had a moment ago. In a short period of time, 7 immortal emperors had died at Sufengqiu's hands. Even if Sufengqiu died today, he would still be famous for this battle. Was there any way to deal with the heavenly condemnation needle and the tears of falling flowers? Wang Yuanzong looked at Sufengqiu, who was approaching step by step, and asked in a deep voice. The heavenly condemnation needle is simple, just dodge it. It was the 8th elder who was too big to be hit. The tears of the falling flower is also simple, just pull away in time. The old man is just worried, will he still have other Xiantian poison weapons? That's impossible, the Tang clan also only mastered the 4 of the Xiantian poison weapon. He Sufengqiu can't have it all? I know all about it. How can he break free from the immortal binding rope? Good weird Sufengqiu. Wang Yuanzong's eyes condensed. Hugh should not mess up himself, he is just an immortal emperor first stage. Pay attention to the Xiantian poison weapon, do not need to be alive, just kill it for this patriarch. On. With that, all the immortal emperors of Misty Peak plucked up the sky. Although there were dozens in number, they were basically some immortal emperors of the 1st and 2nd ranks. Immortal emperors were not rotten, but a powerful clan that had existed for thousands and thousands of years. The strongest members of their own clan becoming immortal emperors would naturally attract others as well. The heavens and earth were eclipsed. Wang Yuanzong spread out his hands. The immortal binding rope doesn't work, then what about this patriarch's holy weapon, the heaven-suppressing tower? A tower rushed into the void. With that, its power enveloped Sufengqiu within. It is now, kill him for this sovereign. Wang Yuanzong roared angrily. The crowd was even more shocked as they watched this scene. Sufengqiu, an immortal emperor of the 1st rank, was able to make Misty Peak sacrifice dozens of immortal emperors and the sacred artifact of protecting the sect, the heavenly tower of Xintian. He, Sufengqiu, had already won. Under the heaven-suppressing tower, even immortal emperors of the 5th rank had to dish it out. The raging sea wave by wave technique. Xianfeng quartet skill. Sword to the 9 heavens. The 9 thunders world-destroying palm. The forces are united as one. All the immortal emperors, at the same time, condensed their powerful martial skills and converged on the void. Rumble. The heavens and earth were eclipsed as thunder rolled through the thick thunderclouds. Above the void, a 10,000-meter thunder dragon condensed with terrifying power appeared. Roar. With a dragon roar. The 10,000-meter thunder dragon rushed towards Sufengqiu below, who was blocked by the heaven-suppressing tower. Retreat quickly. The crowds watching from afar instantly left 10,000 meters away. These moves converged together. A city would be instantly annihilated. An immortal emperor of the 5th rank would be instantly dispersed. Sufengqiu, it was over. However, Sufengqiu was standing right there. He raised his hand. Although Sufengqiu was an immortal emperor. But at this moment, he alone faced this falling 10,000-meter thunder dragon. How small he seemed. The crowd froze. Knowing that he, Sufengqiu, was bound by the heaven-suppressing tower, he was unable to escape. But he should reasonably apply a big move to try and see if he could go against it, right? What did he mean by just raising a hand? Chant. The 10,000-meter thunder dragon let out a dragon roar and fell from the sky. Just when everyone thought Sufengqiu would instantly go up in smoke. The moment the 10,000-meter thunder dragon touched Sufengqiu's hand, it was unexpectedly unable to shake Sufengqiu one iota. The terrifying power spread out in all directions the moment it touched Sufengqiu's hand. It destroyed everything around it. The visual impact was extremely exaggerated. However, why couldn't Sufengqiu be hurt a single bit? What? Seeing this scene, Wang Yuanzong and the other powerhouses stared wide-eyed. Chapter 23. Can he really slaughter Misty Peak with the power of one person? They looked at the scene before them with disbelief. Let's not talk about Sufengqiu. Even if you put an immortal emperor 5th stage here today, he'd still have to go up in smoke. He, Sufengqiu, raised his hand and this heaven-defying power directly blocked it? No, it wasn't blocked. Rather, it didn't cause him any impact at all. It looks like the visual impact is very exaggerated. But it's useless. What the hell? Wang Yuanzong gritted his teeth. What the hell? Is it some kind of Xiantian sacred artifact? Otherwise, it can't be this unbelievable. Wait a minute. Suddenly, many people realized something. It was the hand of the Absolute Spirit. Yefeng's supreme bone. How could I have forgotten about this? Hand of the Absolute Spirit, spiritual power is invalid. This hand of the Absolute Spirit doesn't look like much when it's placed on Yefeng's body, but when it's placed on an immortal emperor's body, it's a heavenly scene right in front of their eyes. Supreme bone, hand of the Absolute Spirit. No wonder the immortal binding rope is useless, so it is the hand of the Absolute Spirit. The crowd looked at Sufengqiu with sizzling eyes. This was the supreme bone, this was the power that the world wanted. Sufengqiu's hair and clothes danced wildly. The heavens and the earth were in a state of vision. An aura that suffocated everyone erupted from him. Supreme Immortal Emperor card. After redeeming it, you can obtain the 10th rank of Immortal Emperor, the cultivation of a Supreme Immortal Emperor for 3 minutes. Consumption of system value, 5 million, lifetime redeemable times, 1. What? Feeling Sufengqiu's aura, everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. Supreme Immortal Emperor? How could he erupt with the might of a Supreme Immortal Emperor? Supreme Immortal Emperor, that was the 10th rank of Immortal Emperor. The peak realm of the continent As strong as the Misty Peak and the Su clan, Supreme Immortal Emperors did not exist. Supreme Immortal Emperor? This was Sufengqiu releasing some kind of sealed power within his body, right? Most likely, but this kind of power usually only lasts for a few moments. He, Sufengqiu, can't really destroy Misty Peak with his own power today, can he? It was impossible, and when the Supreme Immortal Emperor's power dissipated, he would surely die. Whoosh! Sufengqiu directly rushed towards Misty Peak. The heaven-suppressing tower was certainly heaven-defying, but with a touch from the hand of the spirit of extinction, Sufengqiu directly rushed out of its bonds with ease. Quick! Protector formation! Sect Protector formation! Wang Yuanzong roared out. He was afraid. Patriarch, the patriarchal protection formation is only for you to open. Ah yes. With that, the Misty Peak patronage formation was opened. For a sect, the patronage formation was the biggest card. A clan protection formation could stand up to 3 or 5 forces of the same level joining forces. For a sect like Misty Peak, this clan protection formation was also theoretically qualified to withstand the power of a Supreme Immortal Emperor. It was just a matter of how long it could withstand it. However, Sufengqiu, who had rushed over, had only touched the defensive boundary of the clan protection formation with his hand. Ka-ching! The defensive boundary of the clan protection formation instantly collapsed. The defense boundary collapsed, meaning that people from outside could rush into the inner sect at will. It didn't matter what the effect of the clan protection formation was. It basically meant that the sect was lost. The Hand of the Jedi Spirit. Hand of the Jedi Spirit. Ah! Wang Yuanzong roared. Run quickly! Even though there were quite a few immortal emperors here. However, facing the power of a Supreme Immortal Emperor, they would still be beheaded at will. In the current situation, they could only avoid their fronts. Waiting for Sufengqiu's Supreme Immortal Emperor's power to dissipate, they would then counterattack. However, how could Sufengqiu let them have their way? Ah! Sufengqiu's silhouette alone flashed between immortal emperors. Blood spilled across the netherworld peak. Quickly! Retreat first! Wang Yuanzong roared. Want to run? Immortal Binding Rope. Sufengqiu threw out the Immortal Binding Rope to bind one of the Immortal Emperors. A cold light flashed. The Immortal Emperor fell on the spot. The Great Space Technique. A terrifying power enveloped the entire Misty Peak. Sufengqiu stood in the void and pointed towards the sky. A vision of heaven and earth. It was as if the sky had been broken open. Sufengqiu raised his right hand and yanked it downwards. From this opening, the silhouette of a 10,000-meter giant sword slowly fell. The crowd looked up at this scene with wide eyes. This emperor has said that I, alone, can cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Drink! Sufengqiu wielded a 10,000-meter giant sword and slashed at the netherworld peak. The heavens and earth trembled. Those who were 10,000 meters away in the distance, they all had to unleash their power to withstand the impact of this move. They stared with wide eyes, revealing shocked expressions. The dust dissipated. The large ethereal peak was split in two, cutting a gully that stretched for hundreds of thousands of meters. And with this sword, it was unknown how many people lost their lives. Gulp! Those powerhouses watching the show were dumbstruck. He wouldn't really be able to slaughter Misty Peak with the power of one person, right? Ha! Is this the power of a Supreme Immortal Emperor? No! It wasn't just the Supreme Immortal Emperor's problem. Normally, even with the power of a Supreme Immortal Emperor, a group of Immortal Emperors like them would be able to fight against it for some time. This Misty Peak had already been completely terrified by Sufengqiu, and this group of Immortal Emperors, they didn't dare to make a move anymore. There is also a clan rely on the survival of the clan protection array, but touch the hand of the absolute spirit, otherwise, he Sufengqiu Supreme Immortal Emperor wants to break the Misty Peak protection array, is not an easy task. Sufengqiu stood above the void, overlooking Misty Peak like a king. Elder Tutu? Mrs. Elder? Where are you people? Wang Yuanzong, covered in blood, stood there helplessly shouting. There was no answer. Plop. The corpses of several immortal emperors were thrown in front of him by Sufengqiu. Wang Yuanzong lowered his head, his pupils shrinking. He looked at Sufengqiu, who was walking towards him step by step. Sufengqiu was not allowed. Wang Yuanzong looked at Sufengqiu with trepidation. Misty Peak, is it really going to die? The crowd watching the show looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. No! It was over. Sufengqiu's cultivation had returned to the Immortal Emperor first stage. But he had already killed dozens of Immortal Emperors, countless Heavenly Dao realms, and this Misty Peak had already suffered a great loss of vitality. When had Immortal Emperors been able to die so lightly? The sword in Sufengqiu's hand pointed at Wang Yuanzong. You chose it. Sufengqiu said indifferently.
You don't have the cultivation of a supreme immortal emperor anymore. What makes you still so arrogant? Wang Yuanzong's body trembled as he stared at Sufengqiu, and the might of an immortal emperor erupted.
It's more than enough to kill you. Forbidden spirit card. In an instant, Wang Yuanzong's spirit power dissipated. He stared wide-eyed. Not good. Protect me. Wang Yuanzong roared.
The ninth stance of the Phoenix Ode to the World, Phoenix 9 Heavens.
Chant.
9 pillars of fire rose from the sky. 9 phoenixes were condensed by Sufengqiu, emitting phoenix chants.
Whoosh.
Afterwards, the 9 gigantic phoenix silhouettes rushed towards Wang Yuanzong.
Kid. How dare you? Dharma phase heaven and earth. A furious roar came out.
In the void, an old man figure tens of thousands of meters in size shattered Sufengqiu's martial skill with just a slap. Then, a huge palm slapped at Sufengqiu.
Old ancestor. Seeing the incoming person, Wang Yuanzong was overjoyed. Chapter 24 Infinite Moves, Wild Blasts.
The old ancestor of Misty Peak, Immortal Emperor Tianqiu.
Cultivation level, Immortal Emperor 8th stage. An existence that stood at the top of the continent.
It was also because there was such an old ancestor sitting at the center that Misty Peak could have such a status. After all, there aren't many immortal emperors of the 8th rank in the entire 9 continents.
It's over.
Seeing this scene, the crowd sighed. Immortal Emperor 8th Order, and Sufengqiu no longer has the power of the Supreme Immortal Emperor, is now just a small Immortal Emperor 1st Order. This palm, he flew into ashes. Unfortunately, if Sufengqiu had been able to save the power of the Supreme Immortal Emperor until now, he would have been able to kill even an Immortal Emperor 8th ranked Heavenly Void Venerable. It was useless. If he had saved it until now to use it, he wouldn't have been able to do what he did to force the huge Misty Peak into such a state. But, today, even though Sufengqiu died, this battle was going to make him a complete legend. With an Immortal Emperor 1st rank, at the age of 28 years old, he had killed dozens of Immortal Emperors, and had almost annihilated the Netherworld Peak. There's no one like him before or after.
It's a pity, it's a pity.
Luo Liuli looked at the scene in front of her and was also shocked.
Not knowing why.
She was extremely uncomfortable in her heart. She very much didn't want an existence like Sufengqiu to fall just like that.
She, however, didn't have any methods that could help. Even if there was, she couldn't make a move.
Duxu Luo Liuli muttered a cry as she looked at that back.
Would he still have any more cards? There shouldn't be any, right? What is waiting is you. Rebound card.
Rebound card. For the next 30 seconds, all attacks received will be returned to the attacker unchanged.
Consumption of system value, 100,000, available once a day. Boom. A palm fell.
An unknown range was leveled.
Dust rose in all directions.
Everyone thought Sufengqiu was dead.
But everyone couldn't see Sufengqiu.
But in the next second, a scene that made everyone incredulous happened. The gigantic figure of the Heavenly Void Immortal Emperor of that Dharma phase heaven and earth spewed out a mouthful of blood.
Afterward, the Dharma phase heaven and earth dissipated. Plop.
The Heavenly Void Immortal Emperor's figure fell from the void and smashed heavily onto the ground.
Old ancestor?
Wang Yuanzong and the others ran over and hurriedly picked up the Heavenly Void Immortal Emperor, but they saw that his face was pale, his breath was disorganized, and blood was continuously gushing out from his mouth and nose.
Old ancestor? Wang Yuanzong was dumbfounded. It wasn't. Didn't this palm hit Sufengqiu's body? Why does it look like you slapped yourself? Ahem, how did the old man get injured? Immortal Emperor Tianqiu said weakly. This? Old ancestor, I don't know either. Wang Yuanzong said. In the dust.
Sufengqiu's figure slowly walked out.
What? Seeing Sufengqiu, the crowd once again revealed expressions of disbelief.
That Wang Yuanzong and the others from Misty Peak couldn't help but start to fear inwardly.
What was this Sufengqiu?
Their perceptions were about to be shattered.
He wasn't going to die even with this? On what grounds? He wasn't the power of a supreme immortal emperor anymore, he was just an immortal emperor of the 1st rank. Ha? You. Immortal Emperor Tianqiu pointed at Sufengqiu, trembling. What demonic technique did you use?
Sufengqiu said coldly, a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, letting the people of his ethereal peak die at the hands of this emperor, and not daring to come out until the might of this emperor's supreme immortal emperor dispersed, ridiculous.
Suffer death. The palm of the great Song Shang.
With a weakened body, Immortal Emperor Tianqiu exploded his last strength and slapped his palm at Sufengqiu.
However, in the next second, he spurted out blood and flew away.
Sufengqiu stood motionless. One could only say that he was in a hurry.
The effect of Sufengqiu's bounce card hadn't even worn off yet. This? The crowd looked at the scene before them, unable to comprehend it. Old ancestor. Wang Yuanzong hurried over.
However, he found that his old ancestor had almost lost his breath.
This son cough is not immortal.
After saying that, the Heavenly Void Immortal Emperor's head tilted and he fainted.
Old ancestor. Wang Yuanzong roared with bloodshot eyes.
He stared at Sufengqiu in death.
I don't believe that he can still have any heaven-defying means. He is just an immortal emperor of the first rank. Everyone listen to the order, kill for me. On. The other immortal emperors felt the same way. If they don't kill Sufengqiu today, their Misty Peak would be finished. Every one of their faces would be gone as well. Whoosh. Invincibility card. Invincibility card. One is in a state of absolute invincibility for 30 seconds, ignoring attacks from any realm, can be used once per day. Consumption of system value, 100,000. Firepower card. After using it, the power of all of the host's attacks will be increased by 5 times for the next 3 minutes. Consumption of system value, 300,000, can be used 1 per week. Sufengqiu's mouth hooked, come on. 9 thunder burning sky. Boom. The heavens and the earth were in a state of anime, and heavenly thunder rolled in. What? 9 thunder burning sky? Wasn't this a martial art of Misty Peak? How did he, Sufengqiu, know it too? What? And he's mastered it to such an extent? The reason why Sufengqiu was able to unleash the 9 thunder burning heavens was because of the talent Sufengqiu had previously obtained, infinite grand move. Anyone within line of sight would only need to release his grand move. Sufengqiu would be able to go about using it without limit or spiritual energy consumption for a day. Boom. 9 thunder burning sky roared out. Dodge. This kind of big move was still easy to dodge. However, 9 thunders burning sky. 9 thunders. 9 thunders burning sky. After dodging a 9 thunder burning heavens, Sufengqiu was still continuously condensing. This directly gave them a silly look. Can this kind of big move be released like this? Doesn't matter. Everyone, don't get tough with him. This kind of top-level martial skill, even immortal emperors can't release a few of them. He'll be short of spiritual energy for a while, and it'll be our home turf. Ideal is rich, reality is cruel. Sufengqiu's various big moves bombarded them wildly, beating them to a rout. It's not right, Sovereign. Why does he still have spiritual power? Yeah, can't even get close to him. No, can it be like this? Misty Peak is going to be blown away by him. Sovereign. We can't hold it. Wang Yuanzong? He also wondered why someone could release top-tier martial arts so uncontrollably, bombarding the place furiously. And heck, they were all his ethereal peak's top-tier moves. How much does that mean? One immortal emperor after another screamed miserably. It was simply impossible to fight. When some immortal emperors saw this, they knew that Misty Peak's power was gone. Now, not to mention anything else, the Su family's Su Tianyao lineage had sent over some people. Their Misty Peak was also gone. So, whoosh. Many immortal emperors, they chose to save their own lives and fled Misty Peak. You guys? Wang Yuanzong looked at the departing immortal emperors with a desperate expression. It's over. He looked at Sufengqiu again. He couldn't imagine no matter what, why Sufengqiu alone could wipe out his Misty Peak. In front of him, Sufengqiu walked towards him step by step without any hindrance. Wang Yuanzong let out a miserable scream that shook everyone's heart. Chapter 25, This Battle, Shaking the 9 Continents. Flames rose at Misty Peak. Misty Peak no longer had an immortal emperor. Then it was Sufengqiu's home turf alone. With the help of the immortal emperor's powerful boundary, the huge Misty Peak was sealed. Then, Sufengqiu slaughtered the Misty Peak's Wang clan members inside. The screams were endless. With the opening of the boundary, countless disciples and some martial artists who didn't have much to do with the Wang Yuan clan scattered and fled. And Misty Peak fell into a sea of flames. The crowd was shocked and looked at each other. Misty Peak, gone. The Misty Peak Immortal Emperor had been decapitated by Sufengqiu for the most part, the old ancestor had been killed, the Heavenly Dao realm was even more dead, and it seemed that none of the people of the Wang clan had been left behind. Who would have thought that he, Sufengqiu, alone would have wiped out a clan like Misty Peak? This is simply appalling. This battle was the battle that made Sufengqiu famous. No one has ever done it before, and I'm afraid there'll be no one after him. How is this possible? Everyone thought that Sufengqiu had come alone to return the favor, and he had actually wiped out Misty Peak. Sufengqiu walked out of the sea of fire. The young master of the Su clan, a strong man who was still on good terms with Misty Peak, stood there and shouted, "Your Excellency has something to do?" Sufengqiu asked. This honored one acknowledges that you have superior means. One person destroyed the Misty Peak, no one before or after, but the children of Patriarch Wang's clan were killed. Isn't that a bit excessive? Sufengqiu's eyes slightly condensed. Fixation card, Forbidden Spirit card. Fixation card, can fixate a target within line of sight, rendering it immobile for 10 seconds, ignoring realms, can be used once per day. Consumption of system value, 100,000. Spirit Band card, allows one target within range, below Immortal Emperor 5th rank, making it unable to activate its spirit power for 20 seconds. Consumption of system value, 10,000, 10 available per day. 9 Thunder Burning Sky. Boom. That strong man subconsciously tried to make a move, but realized that he couldn't move, nor could he catalyze his spiritual energy. The terrifying martial skill sent him flying. Sufengqiu flashed in front of him and chopped off his head with a sword, snuffing out his soul in the process. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Sufengqiu swept a glance at the surrounding crowd and faintly asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to say anything?" No one spoke. No one speaks, then this emperor speaks. Tomorrow before dawn, if the Pill Emperor sect and Pill God Mountain don't come to kneel and apologize in front of this emperor, Misty Peak, that's where they'll end up. Whoosh! After saying that, Sufengqiu disappeared into thin air. Su family. Su Tianyi and a group of powerful men sat in the great hall in silence. Su Tianyi. How could you let Chu Ran go to Misty Peak alone? Even if he wasn't going to pay for his life, he was still a dead man. How could you, as a father, let him go over there alone? An old man pointed at Su Tianyi and suddenly chided. Su Buxi, they do not make a move. The big deal is that we fight to the death. You let us wait here. What is the meaning of awe? It's getting late. If we don't make a move, I'm afraid that Chu Ran would. I would rather die in battle than shrink here as a turtle. Su Tian also let out a breath. Why wouldn't he want to? When Sufengqiu had approached him to speak, he had also disbelieved in everything and stopped everything. He would rather risk his life than let anything happen to his son. He was even willing to die for Sufengqiu. But Sufengqiu was adamant, telling him to believe in himself. It wasn't until Sufengqiu told him that Lu Yunyan was his person, that he had a plan, and so on. Only then did Su Tianyi choose to trust his son a little. But he was also very apprehensive. Gentlemen. Su Tianyi looked at the crowd and said, "Autumn child is my son, I Su Tianyi only son." In this world, there is no father who doesn't love his child. But there are some things that are more important than life. At least today, Chu Ran will never die, this I can guarantee. Master, do you know something? An old man asked. Su Tianyi said, "I don't know much, but I can guarantee that Autumn child will not die this time." That's good. As long as Chu Ran is fine, we can still make a decision on what to do afterward. At this moment, a figure ran in. Report. Seeing the visitor, Su Tian also stood up. It was obvious that he was also nervous. Said, Misty Peak, Misty Peak. Su Tianyi frowned, "What's wrong?" You say. He was actually afraid to come with a sentence like Ethereal Peak killed the young lord. Reporting back to the family master, Misty Peak was exterminated. The patriarch, the supreme elder and even their old ancestor, Immortal Emperor Tianqiu, are all dead. Wow! The moment these words came out, everyone in the great hall stood up with wide eyes. What? Misty Peak was destroyed? The heavenly void Immortal Emperor was also dead? What kind of power did Chu Ran use to destroy Misty Peak in such a short period of time? Could it be that it was some top-tier power in the 9 heavens that came down? Ha! Su Tian also laughed out loud and said, "Gentlemen, now this father tell you, Autumn Child has a killing building to help. The reason why I do not tell you, is also Autumn Child's intention. I hope not to scare snakes, do not let everyone to go to the scene." Also Autumn Child said earlier, this matter is he caused, he will be able to solve the problem by himself. Ha! Good. Good Wait. Killing the building? Yifeng was killed by Chiu's daughter, but how come Yifeng's teacher, Lu Yunyan, is helping Chiu? Master, what's the story here? Su Tianyi shook his head, wait for Chu Ran to come back and then ask him. Family master. The scout added. Is there any more news? Su Tianyi laughed cheerfully. Family master, there is one thing, that is, the Misty Peak was destroyed, there is no killing building and other any forces of the downfall, it is the young master alone. Su Tianyi? Crowd? Other side. Father, just now I saw Su Tianyi's scouts return, it should be that Sufengqiu is dead, ha. Su Chang'an let out a loud laugh. Su Bushue would leisurely sip a mouthful of tea, well, but the death is quite slow, should suffer a lot of torture it. Ha, that necessarily, is a pity did not see with their own eyes. Indeed, it is a pity, but after all, this matter our Su family is the target of all, or do not appear in the scene of the good. Our scouts have also come. Su Bushue looked to a martial artist in front of him and asked, speaking. Sufengqiu he. Su Bushue frowned, a face of panic, dead is dead, what are you panicking about? Shouldn't it be a good thing? No, Sufengqiu he used the power of one person to destroy the Misty Peak Patriarch, the Supreme Elder, the Heavenly Void Immortal Emperor, and the Wang family's lineage, all of them died. Rub. The smiles on Su Chang'an and Su Bushue's faces instantly disappeared as they directly stood up. What? Chapter 26 Pill Emperor Sect, it's time to get rid of the name as well. The news of Misty Peak being destroyed completely shook the entire 9 continents continent. A powerful force of the 8th heaven was destroyed by a single person. This person was still Sufengqiu. In this matter, Sufengqiu's name resounded throughout the entire 9 continent. Any power, what anyone talked about after dinner was the topic of Sufengqiu slaughtering Misty Peak with the power of one person. Lu Yunyan, who had a light veil covering her face, had also left the scene at Misty Peak. She had thought that Sufengqiu would let her help. It wasn't until Lu Yunyan received the news that Sufengqiu had gone to Misty Peak alone. Only then did she feel that something was wrong. Logically, Sufengqiu had told her that he could reshape the condensed flesh. His condition would inevitably be for Lu Yunyan to send out the strongest members of the killing floor to help him solve the current problem. But it didn't. So Lu Yunyan also didn't understand what exactly he, Sufengqiu, was doing going to Misty Peak alone. Watching the entire program, she knew. It turned out that he didn't need to. He, Sufengqiu, had planned to destroy Misty Peak all by himself. He had killed more than 20 Immortal Emperors, including Immortal Emperor 4th stage and Immortal Emperor 8th stage. At this moment, Lu Yunyan's gaze noticed a figure not far away. Her Majesty the Empress? That noble figure looked over. The cool, beautiful eyes were devoid of emotional fluctuations. Empress Sengqiu's red lips gently opened. Your Excellency Lu Yunyan, it's a pleasure to meet you. In the 8 heavens, there were 5 great empires. The forces of the royal families of these 5 empires were all top-tier existences in the 8 heavens. Basically, among all the forces in the 8 heavens, they are ranked in the top 10. At least a dozen Misty Peaks, right? The continent's forces were divided into spirit level, immortal level, Zun level, imperial level, and god level forces. There were a few more forces above the god level, and then there was no need to divide them into levels. The Su family, Misty Peak, and the Pill Emperor's sect are all imperial level forces. There were only 3, 6, 9 classes of forces at the same level. The Pill God Mountain was a god level power. The Phoenix Terrace was also one. The 5 empires of the 8 heavens were all imperial level forces, but they were close to god level. As for just how strong they were, that was unknown. Regardless of whether it was the Pill Emperor's sect, Misty Peak, or the Su clan, they were all within the territory of Empress Shengyu's Shengyao Empire. Lu Yunyan faintly said, it seems that this Sufengqiu is indeed famous throughout the world, surprisingly alarming Her Majesty the Empress as well. The Holy Yao Empress then explained, after all, it is a major event within the Holy Yao Empire, and at today's site, Sufengqiu is quite like Your Excellency once was. Lu Yunyan said, this honors cannot be compared with him, our exterminating a clan, this honor's extermination is 3 immortal emperors situated immortal level clan, he extermination is dozens of immortal emperors situated imperial level clan. Holy Yao female emperor red lips slightly opened, said, Sufengqiu today's battle can be described as shocking the 9 continents, but this emperor has some places did not understand. Lu Yunyan's brows knit tightly, so does this empress. What I don't understand is where Sufengqiu got the Xian Tian poison weapon. Is it really from the Tang sect? Also, it was clearly the Heavenly Void Immortal Emperor who attacked Sufengqiu, so why was it the Heavenly Void Immortal Emperor himself who was injured instead? Including his powerful battle strength, his means of immobilizing martial artists and banning spirit martial artists. It was understandable when one of them appeared on someone. When all the powers that baffled them appeared in one person, it was strange. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Your Majesty the Empress has come to the Celestial Peak for a visit? Lu Yunyan asked. The Holy Yao Empress said faintly, I am grateful for your kind offer, but this Empress still has all sorts of things bothering her. Slowly go. I will see you later. Pill Emperor's sect. Originally, the Pill Emperor's sect had already gathered a large number of strong men. They were preparing to unite with Misty Peak to attack the Su clan. A clan's face was important. Sufengqiu's big wedding, the Pill Emperor's sect, which was also an imperial level power, came to plead for Yefeng. They lost face when they were scolded back by Sufengqiu. They definitely wanted to get back at it. If they really wanted to fight with the Su family, they wouldn't be afraid if the killing floor in the Pill God Mountain came out. They at least wanted Sufengqiu's life. Only after Sufengqiu died would their Pill Emperor's sect get their face back. It was best since they didn't have to make a move. Report. The Pill Emperor's sect scouts sped in. A group of powerful men stood there with their hands folded. Sufengqiu is dead, isn't he? The Pill Emperor's sect patriarch asked indifferently. Sufengqiu wiped out Misty Peak. Crowd? In that instant, the Pill Emperor's sect powerhouses were confused. What did you say? Pill Emperor's sect patriarch Pill Wudu stared with wide eyes. Yes, he wiped out Misty Peak all by himself, and the Misty Peak's Heavenly Void Venerable One was also killed by him. What? This was something they absolutely could not have thought of. How was it possible? Even if he, Sufengqiu, didn't die, he even annihilated Misty Peak? A royal level sect, gone just like that? He Sufengqiu alone? Impossible. The entire Su family would have to fight Misty Peak. Spy, it's true, the Xian Tian poison weapon, the hand of the Jedi Spirit, the might of the Supreme Immortal Emperor, and some other unspoken and unknown forces, beat dozens of immortal emperors of the Misty Peak without a fight, and the entire continent was shaken. Crowd? Xian Tian poison weapon, Tang sect? Pill Dustless was shocked. Sufengqiu also said something. Pill Dustless hurriedly said. He said that within a day, if the Pill Emperor's sect does not go to the Su family to kneel down and apologize, Misty Peak is the downfall of the Pill Emperor's sect. Bastard! On the other side, Sufengqiu stepped into the void and landed in the Su family. Su Tian was also standing there with a group of Su clan powerhouses with a red face. Father! Sufengqiu bowed after landing. Ha! Su Tianyi let out a loud laugh and walked over to pat Sufengqiu's shoulders. Good job. Su Buren, the people from Su Chanan's lineage, all had ugly faces.
This battle of Sufengqiu's was undoubtedly giving them, the Su clan's lineage, immense pressure.
One person annihilated Misty Peak. Another Xian heavenly poison weapon and all that.
Originally, they had wanted to find an opportunity to seize control of the Su family.
Now, they don't dare to move. They were all intimidated by Sufengqiu. Scared the hell out of me. One man wiped out an imperial level clan. No matter what means were used. He Sufengqiu is just a 28-year-old young talent.
This Immortal Emperor first level also was forced to top up.
Theoretically, it would be a struggle for him to fight at the same level. On what grounds?
An old man said, young master has become famous in one battle. This battle, I'm afraid to establish the young master's name as the #1 contemporary. The young master has raised the prestige of my Su family. The young master has raised the prestige of my Su clan.
Su Tianyi patted Sufengqiu's shoulder and said, my father has prepared a celebration banquet for you.
Sufengqiu shook his head, everyone eat and drink well, I still have something to do.
What else? Su Tianyi frowned and asked.
Sufengqiu's eyes condensed slightly, and he said indifferently, the Pill Emperor's sect should also be delisted. The crowd looked at each other in shock.
Chapter 27. Is this the rhythm of becoming a mistress?
Sufengqiu returned to his young lord's pavilion. Chu Ran and Shaoli both lived in the young lord's pavilion. Above the mountain peak. Chu Ran was practicing some of the techniques Sufengqiu had taught him.
His talent was truly strong.
And Shaoli had also received the news that Sufengqiu had shaken the continent.
The young lord should be back soon. Shaoli ran out. Chu Ran opened his eyes, then took a deep breath and stood up. Little Li girl. He gave a hug. Did I disturb you?
The young master said that you can go to the secret realm where he cultivates, where the spiritual energy is more abundant, and where 10 days are only equivalent to 1 day in the outside world.
Shaoli said. Chu Ran said, I am also worried about the news of Big Brother Su.
It's okay, the young master has already destroyed the Misty Peak. Shaoli said this sentence when some proud look.
Chu Ran froze. Su Big Brother alone? Shaoli nodded, yes, one person. Chu Ran opened his mouth wide, shocked.
One person, a 28-year-old young talent who had just been promoted to Immortal Emperor. Destroyed a huge clan with dozens of Immortal Emperors.
This?
Chu Ran simply couldn't imagine just how one could do all this. Looking at it this way, Yefeng's so-called heavenly prides were not as good as Big Brother Su's 9 cows and 1 hare.
Chu Ran let out a sigh of emotion.
At this time, Sufengqiu stepped into the void and fell down.
Big Brother Su. Young master. The two of them saluted. Well, are you still accustomed to practicing the gongfu that this emperor gave you?
Sufengqiu looked at Chu Ran and asked. Chu Ran respectfully said, Su Big Brother's gong method, all is the world's highest. Chu Ran blunt, cultivation up some difficulty.
Slowly. Yes. Sufengqiu then looked to Shaoli, you don't want to be caught up by Chu Ran.
No, I won't, Shaoli will also try to cultivate.
Shaoli said timidly. Sufengqiu nodded, well, you're this emperor's maid, when this emperor doesn't give you anything, you'll be busy with yourself, no need to listen to anyone's words, at least in this young master's pavilion, you'll have the final say when this emperor isn't here.
Brush. Shaoli's little face reddened.
What does young lord mean by this? She was just a maid. That was said as if she was the mistress of the young lord's pavilion. Did you hear that? Sufengqiu asked.
Yes. Shaoli said in a hurry.
Ding Shaoli's favorability towards you 5, current favorability, 25. Sufengqiu then glanced at Chu Ran. He was able to know the heart of the son of Qi.
Therefore, he was clear about Shaoli's position in Chu Ran's heart. However, Sufengqiu was also clear that Chu Ran did not have any other thoughts.
It didn't matter then.
Ding Chu Ran's heavenly destiny value reached 2 million, becoming a third-order son of Qi. Sufengqiu gave him cultivation resources, gave him gong methods, including Sufengqiu as his backer, and today, he destroyed Misty Peak against the heavens. All of his Chu Ran's heavenly destiny values would increase. Sufengqiu's system value was also soaring wildly. Ding, you have obtained the rewards, Spirit Prying Pupil, Spiritual Power permanently increased tenfold, and 9 Dragons Burning Sky Alchemy Technique. Spirit Prying Pupil can probe the attributes of a target whose realm is not higher than their own 5th rank, can probe the direction of spiritual power, secret realms, illusions. 9 Dragons Burning Sky Alchemy, the best alchemy in the world. Ding obtains the exclusive rewards belonging to the son of Qi, Chu Ran, Killing God Skill, Realm Upgrade to Xin King Realm, Dustless Sword Technique.
Sufengqiu nodded slightly. Chu Ran, come here. Chu Ran walked over to Sufengqiu.
Sufengqiu stretched out his hand and pressed it on his head. This emperor passes on to you a set of heart techniques and a set of sword techniques. These 2 sets of techniques are what you need to primarily cultivate.
Chu Ran understood. Subsequently, Sufengqiu instilled the rewards into Chu Ran's body.
At the same time, Chu Ran's realm was soaring. From the Avatar realm, he crossed the Xian Heavenly Realm and directly rushed to the first stage of the Xian King realm. Chu Ran revealed a shocked expression. Plop. He knelt down. Many thanks to Big Brother Su. Within 1 month, this emperor wishes for you to cultivate these 2 sets of techniques to a minor completion and raise your realm to the law realm. Sufengqiu said. Shi Refinement Realm, Body Refinement Realm, Bright Aperture Realm, Shintong Realm, Xian Tian Realm, Xianwang Realm, Law's Realm, Domain Realm, Divine Sea Realm, Tianzuan Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Heavenly Dao Realm, 1 to 10 steps in each realm, and if one breaks through the Heavenly Dao, then he will be an immortal emperor. Chu Ran will not let Big Brother Su down. Chu Ran said with resolute eyes. Shaoli looked on in envy from the side. Happy for Chu Ran. But there were also some doubts. Chu Ran and the young master, is there any secret relationship? Why is the young master so good to him? Sufengqiu heard Shaoli's heart and smiled in his heart. You go ahead and cultivate. Yes, Big Brother Su, Miss Shaoli, Chu Ran excuses himself. Chu Ran then walked away. Shaoli. In. Sufengqiu placed his young master's order on the jade table. In the future, Su family's treasure pavilion, medicine garden, hidden scripture building and some other access, you feel free to enter and exit. There want to cultivate skills martial arts, there is a need for spiritual weapons, cultivation resources, take the line. Little Li's small mouth slightly open, looked up at Sufengqiu. Young master, Shaoli is only your maid, why are you? Sufengqiu stood up and rubbed her hair. Shaoli shyly lowered her head. There seemed to be less of that fear from before. You have also reached the age of marriage, right? Sufengqiu said. Shaoli was startled and hurriedly shook her head. No, Shaoli serves the young master, don't marry. Sufengqiu smiled. Did this emperor say that he would betroth you to someone else? Shaoli froze for a moment, looking up at Sufengqiu in confusion. Brush. In the next second, her little face reddened like a red apple. The token, remember to take it away. Sufengqiu finished speaking and walked away. Young master, take care. Shaoli finished stammering and froze with her head down for a long time. Then she hurriedly covered her hot little face, adorable. Sufengqiu went to a secret area of the young lord's pavilion. Ding Shaoli's favorability towards you is 15, current favorability 40. Ding Shaoli's favorability towards you reaches 40, obtaining the reward, all martial arts, techniques, mental skills, alchemy, and sword techniques that you already possess are raised to the peak. Sufengqiu. Top-tier martial arts or mental arts, gong methods, could take hundreds, thousands of years or even a lifetime to cultivate. And now it was directly at its peak. As the young master of the Su family, he had more than enough powerful martial arts in his body. All of them were elevated to the peak. This reward saved him thousands of years of time. It was just a pity that there were still many very strong powers yet to be obtained. However, it was enough. Moreover, there was the Taishu Heavenly Diffusion Technique. The Taishu Heavenly Diffusion Technique originated from the technique brought by the Supreme Bone. Sufengqiu hadn't had time to cultivate it yet. Now, it was straightforward to cultivate to the peak. Ding Phoenix Ode to the World was upgraded to 9 heavens. Ding Great Heavenly Destiny Technique was elevated to the peak. The 9 Dragons Burning Heaven Alchemy Technique was upgraded to the peak. The Qian Yuan Song Dome Technique was upgraded to the pinnacle. Tinker Voidless Sword Technique was upgraded to grand completion. Ding Taishu Heavenly Diffusion Technique was upgraded to the peak 5th layer. This reward, it's extremely exaggerated. Taishu Heavenly Diffusion Technique. Sufengqiu catalyzed this technique. With that, his aura climbed rapidly. The 5th layer was unleashed, and the Immortal Emperor 1st stage realm was directly forced to reach the Immortal Emperor 6th stage, raising the realm by 5 orders. What concept was this? Immortal Emperor? A difference of 1 rank, a world of difference. It's not that the continent doesn't have top-notch increase heart techniques, but one that can raise 5 steps in the Immortal Emperor realm, this is really nothing. There's one more thing. At the 5th level of the Taishu Heavenly Diffusion Technique, Sufengqiu's spiritual power was then raised to Taishu. He couldn't understand it well for the time being. The general idea was that the spiritual energy flowing within Sufengqiu's body evolved. Just like in the low martial world, where everyone used true qi, the power of the martial skill that was released was destined to not be too strong because of the strength of the true qi that was placed to catalyze the martial skill. In this world, spiritual power was able to catalyze martial arts that triggered heaven and earth visions. Immortals used immortal power. Gods used divine power. It could be understood like this. The grades were different. Specifically, Sufengqiu wasn't sure anymore. But this Taishu was a power above spiritual power. It also meant that the martial skill that he had unusually catalyzed with spiritual power now had a more terrifying power when catalyzed with Taishu. This was the most superficial understanding. This system's reward was too heaven-defying. Sufengqiu's eyes flickered with brilliance. He raised his hand. A pill cauldron fell in front of him. 9 dragons burning sky alchemy. Chanting. Sufengqiu controlled the 9 fire dragons and began to refine pills.
Why alchemize pills? To exterminate the Medicine Emperor sect.
He, the villain, had to bring down his prestige completely.
Something that was impossible in the eyes of others.
He, Sufengqiu, had this level of plug-in that was no problem at all.
Chapter 28. You? Still really here? Late at night.
Sufengqiu quietly left the Su clan and came to the far side of where the 8 Heavens Pill Emperor sect was located. He concealed his breath, and at this location, he was bound to not be discovered by anyone. Sufengqiu stood above the void and took out a jade bottle.
Broken Gothic Absolute Spirit Scatter.
With a flick of his hand, the powder within the jade bottle drifted with the wind towards the huge Pill Emperor sect.
After doing this, Sufengqiu directly left.
This was the Broken Gothic Absolute Spirit Scatter that he had spent a great deal of effort refining. Broken Gothic Spirit Absolute Scatter was the powder of a 10th order poisonous elixir that was already extinct in the continent. The continent's pills were from the 1st to the 10th order.
The 10th order was the legendary God's Pill.
Even if the Su family was as strong as the Su family, there weren't many 9th order pills in their hands. There were even fewer 10th order pills. The value of a 9th order elixir was unimaginable. Refining them required the consumption of too many top-tier 1,000-year, or even 10,000-year level heaven and earth spirits. And there were 2 reasons why there were no 10th rank pills. 1, there were almost no more 10th rank pills prescriptions that had been passed down to date.
Second, there were no physicians who could refine 10th order pills.
Why was Yifeng's master, Li Chenua, called the Sage of Medicine?
Why is there another medical immortal, medical god?
Because they were the only 3 physicians known to have refined 10th order pills. As for Sufengqiu, he had the heavenly healer's sacred art.
He had countless prescriptions for 10th order elixirs in his head.
Plus, his 9 dragons burning heaven alchemy art was directly peaked after the boost from Shaoli's rewards. At his Immortal Emperor realm, he was also qualified to refine 10th rank pills. Broken Gothic Spirit Extinction Scatter, to be classified as a 10th order elixir, then there was something heaven-defying about it.
There was no exaggerated toxicity.
There was only one effect, making martial artists, even immortal emperors, weak and unable to activate their spiritual energy.
The reason why it could become a 10th rank elixir.
There were 3 reasons.
1, it could have an effect on even immortal emperors.
2, this one jade vial of Broken Gothic Absolute Spirit disperses with the wind and can cause the entirety of an imperial clan to be struck. Third, that was the heaven-defying obscurity of the Broken Gothic Absolute Spirit Scatter. If this powder was scattered in the Pill Emperor sect, they wouldn't even be able to discover it. A clan known for its medical skills, but they couldn't discover the toxicity of the Gothic Absolute Spirit Scatter scattered inside and outside of their own clan. This was the powerful part of the Broken Gothic Absolute Spirit Scatter. In the main, they probably didn't even know about the Broken Gothic Absolute Spirit Scatter. Sufengqiu had utilized the system to destroy Misty Peak. However, it wasn't that easy to exterminate the Medicine Emperor sect again. Although it was the same imperial level clan, the Medicine Emperor sect was quite a bit stronger than Misty Peak. However, just one flavor of the Gotham Absolute Spirit Dispersant can destroy a clan. One could imagine how exaggerated this 10th rank elixir was.
The next day, Sufengqiu left in a high profile. Sure. Su Tianya called out to Sufengqiu. Father. Sufengqiu made a bow. Where are you going? Sufengqiu said, Medicine Emperor sect. Su Tianyi was startled. This son of his, is he really going to destroy the Pill Emperor sect? You alone? Sufengqiu nodded, one person is enough. Su Tianyi did not recognize his own son. This son, when did he have such a deep city, cards, and mind? Although my father should believe in you, but can never believe in you for no reason, you say you're bottom. Sufengqiu said, I last night will be Broken Gotham Absolute Spirit Dispersal, scattered in the Pill Emperor sect. Su Tian also frowned, Broken Gotham Absolutely Spirit Scattered? What is it? A 10th order poison pill. Su Tianya was shocked. Waiting for Broken Gothic Absolute Spirit Scatter, he pondered for a moment. Ancient books have seen, each grain of powder invisible to the naked eye, can make a piece of the range of breathing to its toxicity of the martial artist incapacitated, colorless, tasteless and invisible, unless by special means, or else difficult to perceive. Sufengqiu nodded, yes. Your kid is encountering a great chance, right? Sufengqiu nodded. Good. Good thing. Su Tianya patted Sufengqiu's shoulder. But, the Pill Emperor sect really strong, they are closed for many years, they will not be Broken Gotham Absolutely Spirit Dispersal affected, so, this trip you one person is not enough, for my father to send people with you to go with, will be your momentum and the majesty of my Su family to play out. Su Tianya wasn't afraid of anything anymore. Sufengqiu one person destroy Misty Peak, after this battle, the world is incomparably afraid of the Su family's means. Even if it will provoke some powerful forces, they do not dare to act rashly. The Su family, after so many years of decline. It was in need of such an opportunity to re-emerge. Sufengqiu nodded, good, thank you father, but there is no need for too much. Pill Emperor sect. At this moment, the Pill Emperor sect's patriarch, Pill Wuchen, and a bunch of other powerful people, they were sitting in the Great Hall discussing. Yesterday, Misty Peak was gone. Sufengqiu had put down harsh words. If the Pill Emperor sect didn't go to the Su family to kneel and apologize within a day, they would have the Pill Emperor sect removed from the 9 continents. To be honest, very angry, but also a little panicked. Because Misty Peak was indeed gone. Overnight, the continent is missing 24 immortal emperors. Everyone, how do you think about this Sufengqiu? Pill Dustless swept a glance at the crowd. An old man said, Misty Peak was destroyed by him alone. It is indeed surprising, but the root is still that Sufengqiu played a surprise. Now, Xin Tian poison weapon we have defense, the hand of the absolute spirit has a defense, and he is bound to use the power of the supreme immortal emperor, theoretically, unless Su family came out of the woodwork, my Pill Emperor sect has the risk of being destroyed. Sufengqiu yesterday said, more should be in bragging, one person destroyed the Misty Peak, my Medicine Emperor clan will see the situation will be afraid, really go over to apologize, laughable, a kid with me and so on play heart and soul. Now I'm worried about, Su family out, he has the hand of the absolute spirit, the protective array is useless, and without the protective array, alone Su Tianyi line of strong shot, my Medicine Emperor clan will be very difficult to block. Su Tianyi line does not dare, want to destroy my Medicine Emperor clan, their losses are bound to be heavy, and once their losses are big, Su Bushua then sees the Su family head of the position, so, no matter what, my Medicine Emperor clan will not be fine, Sufengqiu just put out a grandiose statement. Well, what the old man thinks is the same as the third elder, he doesn't dare to come. Supreme Elder Pil Chongfeng said in a cold voice, if he comes, then he will kill him. Report. A figure ran in. Speak. Pil Dustless hurriedly said. Sufengqiu is heading to our clan with dozens of immortal emperors from the Su clan. Hearing these words, Pil Dustless trembled. He's really here? That's right. He was really shocked when Misty Peak was destroyed by Sufengqiu yesterday. When he heard that Sufengqiu was coming over, he was really quite fearful. But Pil Wudu stood up and hurriedly asked, are you sure it's just Sufengqiu and dozens of immortal emperors? Who is the strongest? The strongest should only be an immortal emperor of the 6th rank, just this one. Pung. Pil Wuduan slammed his palm on the table, his face furious. Really think my Pill Emperor sect is easy to bully not? Everyone listen to the order. Today, let him Sufengqiu and dozens of immortal emperors from the Su family have no return. Everyone stood up, yes. But the next second. Poof. Pil Wuduan's body suddenly lost its strength and collapsed onto the chair. Sovereign. The crowd was shocked and went forward to investigate. However, one by one, their figures went limp in unison. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. What's going on? Why does the old man have no strength in his body? This old man can't even stand up, his spiritual energy spirit power can't be catalyzed. What's going on here? Poison is poison. We've been poisoned. Pil Wuduan stood up with difficulty supporting the golden chair, his face flustered. Could it be him, Sufengqiu? Quickly! Someone go and ask the old ancestor to come out. Chapter 29, there's no way, the hangers-on are too fierce. At this moment, Sufengqiu had already arrived outside the Pill Emperor sect with the 12 immortal emperors of the Su clan. And outside the Pill Emperor sect, there were already many people waiting here. The number of people who were concerned about this battle was twice as many as the one at Misty Peak. Because of yesterday's battle at Misty Peak, the sensation Sufengqiu had brought was simply too great. Seeing Sufengqiu really come, they were also startled. This Sufengqiu, come for real ah? Taking another look at the lineup that had come to exterminate the Pill Emperor sect. Together with Sufengqiu, there were 13 immortal emperors. The strongest was only an immortal emperor of the 6th rank. Wasn't this lineup coming here to die? However, thinking about it, with the current situation of the Su family, it was impossible for Su Tianya's lineage to send out too many powerful people. But with just this lineup in front of them, how could they destroy the Pill Emperor sect? First, the Pill Emperor sect was stronger than Misty Peak. Secondly, the Pill Emperor sect was already prepared this time. Third, it was impossible for him, Sufengqiu, to use the power of a supreme immortal emperor anymore. Unless, of course, there were top-tier sects to help? Is there any news of other sects gathering? Not really. This time, I'm afraid it's really just these dozen immortal emperors. Then what's the basis for destroying the Pill Emperor sect? They will even have to leave their lives here. My father really doesn't believe that he, Sufengqiu, will be able to exterminate the Pill Emperor sect as well. Lu Yunyan stood under a tree not far away, looking at Sufengqiu and the others who were slowly falling. A strong Su family member walked forward and roared. Pill Emperor sect little child, quickly come out to die. Above the Pill Emperor sect, Pil Wuduan and a bunch of other figures walked out. In other people's eyes, it looked like nothing. But they knew in their own hearts that they had used all their strength to stand in this place. Right now, almost everyone in the entire Pill Emperor sect, all of them were in this condition. The ones who hadn't been struck were those powerful people who had been in seclusion. A dozen immortal emperors and dozens of heavenly Dao realms. The heavenly Dao realm had no effect on this battle. Could a dozen immortal emperors block the dozen immortal emperors of the Su clan, including Sufengqiu? If they couldn't block them, they would be finished. Pill Wuduan drank with all his might. Sufengqiu.
This patriarch is giving you a chance to leave the Pill Emperor sect now and spare your life.
Sufengqiu let out a laugh. Elder Pill Wuduan, you still want to talk tough at the end of your life? Have you used up all your strength just standing here? You. Sufengqiu. Medicine Wudian pointed at Sufengqiu and angrily rebuked, it's really you. What a despicable tactic. Despicable? Your Pill Emperor sect is really a disgrace. As one of the top physician sects in the continent, a group of top physicians can't find out that they've been poisoned. You guys, can you still blame this emperor for being despicable? Wow. When Sufengqiu's words came out, the crowd erupted. What? Listening to Sufengqiu's meaning, all the people of the Medicine Emperor sect had been poisoned by him? Ha! This was the Pill Emperor sect, they were all the top physicians in the continent, and all of them were poisoned? This? What kind of poison? Can't they find it? Whether it's poison in the water or in the air, it can be detected, right? How could the entire Pill Emperor sect be poisoned? After all, this is the Medicine Emperor sect, no matter what kind of poison it is, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Humph. Kid, you won't get far relying on despicable means.
Sufengqiu, this emperor only knows that Misty Peak was destroyed. Today, the Pill Emperor sect will also have to step in the dust of Misty Peak can. A roar came from above the Pill Emperor sect, and a dozen figures flew out.
Sufengqiu, suffer death. Pill Wuduan shouted, old ancestor, please, everyone. Suffer death.
Subsequently, a dozen immortal emperors from the Pill Emperor sect who were unharmed rushed over. Sufengqiu said, gentlemen, these two immortal emperors of the 8th rank will be handed over to me, the others, you take care of them.
Sure, you settled the two immortal emperor 8th steps?
The Su clan powerhouse asked.
Sufengqiu smiled faintly, it's just a small problem. Immortal emperor 8th rank was certainly at the top of the continent. However, Sufengqiu's plugin was simply too fierce. Equality of all beings card.
Equality of all beings card. For the next 3 minutes, the host will realize equality of all beings with all martial artists whose realms are higher than his own, and will have the opportunity to kill whoever he fights in a 50-50 split. Consumption of system value, 1 million, cooldown time, 3 months. Therefore, don't look at the fact that Sufengqiu was now an immortal emperor first stage. But in reality, he was hitting anyone with the same realm of power. The 5th level of the Taishu Heavenly Diffusion Technique. Kid, no matter what martial art you use, it's useless under the absolute realm gap. Great Thousand Heavenly Law Palm. An immortal emperor 8th stage spread out a palm towards Sufengqiu. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't imagine how this Sufengqiu could survive. Rebound card. Rebound card. For the next 30 seconds, all attacks received will be returned to the attacker unchanged. Consumption of system value, 100,000, available once a day. This prop card could be too good to use. It basically means that the opponent will be seriously injured 100% of the time. Kid, you're not going to dodge? Immortal Emperor 8th rank sneered. With such a large realm gap, this palm was enough to take Sufengqiu's life. Pang! Immortal Emperor 8th stage's palm landed firmly on Sufengqiu's body. However, Sufengqiu's body only retreated a little. The Immortal Emperor 8th stage who had rushed over sprayed out a mouthful of blood and flew out with it. What? Seeing this bizarre scene, the crowd was startled again. This was a scene that they had seen before. The Misty Peak's Heavenly Void Immortal Emperor was the one who attacked Sufengqiu, and the one who was injured was himself. The entire continent was discussing the reason. But the discussion couldn't come out. Unexpectedly, it appeared again? Old ancestor. Pill Dustless hissed with all his might. This palm, equal to the power of an immortal emperor's 8th rank, landed firmly on his own body. Even for an immortal emperor 8th rank, one would definitely be seriously injured without dying. Infinite Grand Move, Great Thousand Heavenly Luo Palm. Sufengqiu activated this immortal emperor 8th rank equivalent grand move. What? My Medicine Emperor sect's Great Thousand Heavenly Luo Palm? Pill Wudu's pupils shrank. Another immortal emperor 8th order wanted to save the day. Brat, you dare. Sufengqiu, stasis card. Fixation card, can fixate a target within line of sight, rendering it immobile for 10 seconds, ignoring realms, can be used once per day. Consumption of system value, 100,000. Afterwards, he was fixed in place and didn't move. Whoosh! Sufengqiu flashed to the flying out immortal emperor and slapped down his palm. It wasn't that the immortal emperor's 8th rank was too weak, it was that he simply hadn't expected it. And everything was within Sufengqiu's plan. Sufengqiu was too fast. Another palm equivalent to an immortal emperor 8th rank slapped down on the head of the Pill Emperor sect's old ancestor. This palm, fatal. Pung! There was a loud bang. The duo fell and smashed out a large pit. The 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Prison led. Z. Lightning poured down from the sky.
Immortal Emperor 8th rank, decapitated. Old ancestor. Pill dustless shouted. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as they watched the scene. What is this? On what grounds? On what basis did he, Sufengqiu, behead an Immortal Emperor 1st rank to kill an Immortal Emperor 8th rank? This world is crazy. The world had gone mad. What is Sufengqiu's skill? He's gone beyond what I've known for thousands of years. To kill an Immortal Emperor at the 1st level, to kill an Immortal Emperor at the 8th level, and to annihilate Misty Peak yesterday, is Sufengqiu going against the heavens? Is this the strength of the young master of the 10,000 years Emperor clan? When did an Immortal Emperor of the 8th rank die so easily? This kind of character, that is the existence of overlooking the world. This Sufengqiu, what kind of tactics is he? The other Immortal Emperor 8th rank was immobilized for 10 seconds. A fixation card that ignores realms. The Supreme Immortal Emperor is also trapped for 10 seconds. It's only 2 seconds now. 8 seconds is enough to decapitate him. Why can't I move? He can't move despite all his efforts. But he can't. Shouldn't he be okay? He released the power of an Immortal Emperor of the 8th level for defense, so Sufengqiu couldn't possibly do anything to him, could he? Sufengqiu stretched out his hand, and a Heaven's Wrath needle was pinched in his hand. When he saw the Heavenly Condemnation needle, his pupils drastically shrank. You're paralyzed. Whoosh! The Heavenly Condemnation needle shot out. Chapter 30 Bloodbath of the Pill Emperor Sect. Save me! Immortal Emperor 8th Order shouted out. The Heavenly Condemnation needle he could have been unafraid of. Although the Heavenly Condemnation one needle could break spirits, his realm was here after all. The Heavenly Condemnation needle also had a limit. The Tang sect's Heavenly Condemnation needle was not particularly effective against Immortal Emperors normally. However, yesterday, Sufengqiu's Heavenly Condemnation needle at Misty Peak had shaken the entire continent. Letting the world know that the Heavenly Condemnation needle, which ranked 10th in the Xian Heavenly Poison Weapon rankings, was capable of breaking an Immortal Emperor's spiritual power. Poison power that was capable of turning an Immortal Emperor into blood within seconds. Therefore, when Sufengqiu's Heavenly Condemnation one needle shot over, this Immortal Emperor 8th Order also trembled and immediately begged for help. But no one could save him anymore. Under ordinary circumstances, someone might have blocked for him with their life. But now, everyone had opponents. The remaining people, who couldn't even stand, who would block for him? Snort! The Heavenly Condemnation shot hit steadily. Afterwards, a terrifying poisonous force erupted in his body. No, no! He revealed a terrified expression. Immortal Emperor 8th stage, he had been cultivating for 10,000 years. He had a chance to impact the Supreme Immortal Emperor. He didn't want to die here like this. Old ancestor. Pill dustless hissed with red eyes. Finished. Plop. He crashed to the ground and let out a mournful wail. However, the Heavenly Condemnation stitch wasn't so bad that it would turn an Immortal Emperor 8th rank into blood. Or rather, he even had a month or two to live. After all, he was an Immortal Emperor 8th rank. But he was basically out of combat now. The others looked confused. 2 Immortal Emperor 8th steps, just like that? Ha! Seeing this scene, the Su clan's powerhouses were pleasantly surprised. The young lord was mighty. Whoosh! The Su clan Immortal Emperor's 6th Order landed in front of Sufengqiu. Young lord, we'll take care of these Immortal Emperors outside, you go up to the Pill Emperor sect. Sufengqiu was in no hurry, they couldn't run away, let's settle these first. Sufengqiu, yes. Sufengqiu's eyes condensed, holding his divine sword. Forbidden Spirit card. You can use 10 of these per day, banning spirits for 20 seconds. With 9 left, Sufengqiu directly used them out on the other 9 Immortal Emperors. Unable to catalyze out their spirit power. These Immortal Emperors of the Pill Emperor sect were instantly disintegrated. Those who were injured and those who ran. Whoosh! Sufengqiu then rushed towards the Pill Emperor sect. Sovereign! Not good! Pill Woduan's pupils shrank as he immediately opened the sect protector formation. However, with a stretch of Sufengqiu's hand, the grand formation boundaries instantly dissipated. Because there were no more boundaries to stop people outside, the effects of those remaining formations were minimal. Sufengqiu held the divine sword and shockingly chopped at those powerhouses of the Pill Emperor sect. Boom! A loud bang was accompanied by a cloud of dust. The surrounding crowd watched with jaws agape and shock. The Medicine Emperor sect was going to be gone? This? When would a clan like this seem so fragile? When would an Immortal Emperor of the 8th rank be wiped out at will? Is this the JoJo I know? This Sufengqiu is truly unbelievable. Inside the Pill Emperor sect, there were all poison people, their actions were in danger. Sufengqiu, an Immortal Emperor, entered it, would that not be a massacre? Unless the Pill Emperor sect can be detoxified, then dozens of Immortal Emperors and thousands of heavenly paths would be like ants. The Pill Emperor sect would be gone. What kind of tactics did this Sufengqiu use? The dust cleared. A patch of corpses lay there. Uncountable numbers of powerful people lay on the ground seriously injured and wailing.
Sufengqiu raised his hand. The Jintian tower that had originally belonged to Misty Peak flew out, and a powerful force enveloped the Pill Emperor's sect.
10,000 shadows. Brush.
With that, tens of thousands of Sufengqiu's doppelgangers appeared above the Pill Emperor's sect. Sufengqiu's eyes were slightly condensed. All people of the Pill Emperor sect, regardless of gender, old or young, will be killed, and all Pill Emperor sect disciples who resist will also be killed.
Whoosh! Tens of thousands of Sufengqiu's doppelgangers entered the Pill Emperor sect and began the massacre. Ah! Miserable screams, unceasing.
The thick smell of blood filled the air above the Pill Emperor sect.
The crowd? The crowd outside the clan, watching in fear.
While Sufengqiu looked at those Pill Emperor sect powerhouses in front of him, a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Whoosh! Ah!
One by one, strong men who had once looked out of the corner of the world died under Sufengqiu's sword.
Plop! An immortal emperor powerhouse knelt in fear before Sufengqiu.
Young Lord Su, I am not a member of the Pill Emperor sect's Pill family. I am just a strong man who has joined the Pill Emperor sect. I have never struck out at young Lord Su. Please spare his life.
Another old man crawled over. Young Master Su, so did I.
I am willing to serve young Master Su as a dog and horse. Please spare his life. Young Lord Su spared his life.
If I had known, why did I bother? 10,000 swords coalesced, killing large swaths of powerful men one after another. Good ruthless Sufengqiu. Lu Yunyan murmured.
He is establishing authority. A strong man said.
Lu Yunyan glanced at it. Lord of the Phoenix? A pleasure to meet you. Too many legendary figures were surprisingly attracted here.
This seat is wondering, he Sufengqiu killed Yefeng. With your excellency's temperament, why did you hesitate to move?
Or did your excellency already know that he, Sufengqiu, was so tactful?
The Lord of Phoenix Terrace asked indifferently.
Lu Yunyan said flatly. This honor said, if he Sufengqiu gives an order, this honor will also send people to help him. Your excellency is trustworthy?
The Lord of the Phoenix was secretly shocked, then his red lips slightly opened. It seems that his Sufengqiu's rebelliousness is more than that. This 9 continents is going to be a big change in the sky.
Lu Yunyan glanced at Luo Liuli. Liuli has met Senior Lu. Luo Liuli made a bow.
Liuli was rather interested in Sufengqiu. This Lord of the Misty Peak has also seen you.
The Lord of the Phoenix said, this seat brought Liuli here to study and learn. Soon, tens of thousands of Sufengqiu's doppelgangers slaughtered the Pill Emperor sect all over.
Above the square, tens of thousands of Pill Emperor sect disciples, trembling with fear, cowered together. These were geniuses from various cities and empires that had entered the Pill Emperor sect. They were essentially innocent. Therefore, Sufengqiu would not harm these people. On top of that, there were also thousands of people from the Pill Emperor sect's Pill clan who had been brought by Sufengqiu's large number of doppelgangers.
There were men and women, old and young. Desperate cries resounded in the sky. All of them were incredibly weak and unable to move.
Sufengqiu carried his sword towards an old man.
Thump! That old man was like falling into an ice cellar. Plop!
He knelt in front of Sufengqiu. Young Lord Su, don't kill me. From today onwards, I am no longer a member of the Pill family, and I am willing to serve young Lord Su as a dog and horse.
Second brother, you.
Pill Wuduan was covered in blood, angrily pointing at his own brother.
Sufengqiu sneered, good attitude.
The old man revealed a flash of surprise.
Then I'll send you a good time.
In the next instant, Sufengqiu chopped off his head.
Sufengqiu.
Pill Wudu hissed with all his might. Ding detected a son of Qi.
Son of Qi luck, medicine Wudue.
Divine fate value, 880010 first order son of Qi.
Age, 8. Bloodline, human. Physique, body of heavenly yang.
Realm, Xian heavenly realm, first stage. Battle score, 44.
Introduction, grandson of Pill Wuduan, with a promising future.
Ding, you have triggered the mission. Heavenly destiny value returns to 0. Mission reward, great achievement of the Heavenly Passage formation diagram. Tiantong formation diagram melt through all formations in the world. After obtaining it, you will be familiar with the settings and unlock all formations. Sufengqiu then lifted his hand, and the 8-year-old medicine Wuji flew up, stomping his legs feebly and crying out.
Grandpa, save me, Grandpa, oh. Pill Wuduan's pupils shrank. Sufengqiu. What are you doing? Let go of my grandson. Click. Sufengqiu then squeezed his hand.
Pill Wuji's neck was snapped. Ding, beheading the son of fortune, Pill Wuji, and obtaining the reward, great achievement of the Tiantong formation diagram.
Gulp. The crowd couldn't help but gulp.
And the cries of those around them intensified.
Ah!
Sufengqiu, you shall not die.
You shall not die, ah!
Pill Dustless hissed with bloodshot eyes. Sufengqiu then walked in, picked up a woman by her hair and dragged her out, making her look at Pill Wujuang.
Father!
The woman cried as she looked at Pill Dustless. Sufengqiu said indifferently, play a game. This emperor will give you one incense stick of time to open all the secret treasure vaults of your pill emperor sect, but be quick, every 10 breaths this emperor will kill one person from your pill family. After saying that, Sufengqiu killed the woman with a sword. Now start.
No! Daughter! Medicine Woodwan hissed. Sufengqiu, you're cruel to the extreme, you'll get what's coming to you. You'll get what's coming to you. Ah! Medicine Woodwan hissed.
Sufengqiu, on the other hand, did not react. Medicine Wuchen, you don't even spare children and women. What you did was even more cruel than the people of the demon sect. You will definitely be punished. Sufengqiu reached out his hand and a little boy flew over. Sufengqiu stood there, his hand rubbing his hair.
Grandpa, Grandpa save me, Grandpa. The boy cried, not daring to move a muscle.
Sufengqiu smiled faintly.
Ka-ching! Plop! The boy's body collapsed powerlessly. 10 breaths. Medicine Wudu's body trembled violently. A man flew over, Sufengqiu's sword against his neck. Big uncle, big uncle.
The man looked helplessly at Pill Dustless.
Pill Dustless shivered and stood up. No, don't, I'll go. I'll go. I'm going, you mustn't do anything.
Then he dragged his weak body and hurriedly walked away.
Just a few steps away.
It was 10 breaths again. Sufengqiu said indifferently.
Ah! A miserable scream.
The man was put to death by Sufengqiu. Pill Wuduan trembled, not daring to look back. Only 2 lines of bloody tears fell as he hurriedly accelerated his steps. Chapter 31. Now the pressure was given to Pill God Mountain.
Those people in the distance watched Sufengqiu's atrocities. To be honest, even for some of the strongest people, they couldn't help but feel hairy inside.
Sufengqiu, a 28-year-old young talent.
He could be so ruthless.
They understood the truth that wildfires could not be burned, and that spring breezes blew again. But it was sufficient for him to kill it altogether. And now what Sufengqiu had done made these people subconsciously feel a sense of fear towards him.
With this tactic, Sufengqiu couldn't find a second person in this generation.
The Phoenix Lord said.
After saying this, she looked at Luo Liuli and asked, Liuli, do you think his methods are cruel or not? Is some cruel, but also no problem. Wildfire cannot be eliminated, the spring breeze blows again. Since ancient times, the king loses the enemy. If Su Gongzi did not have these means, was killed as him and the Su family people, and this move, but also in the deterrence of the 9 continents and his next goal, the Pill God Mountain.
Just Luo Liuli frowned slightly.
Just what? Luo Liuli said, I don't know why. Liuli thinks Su Gongzi as if there are 2 faces. A few days ago Liuli also heard Su Gongzi with a maid to swim in the mountains. So happy, I don't know exactly which is him. Soon, Pill Wuduan ran back.
And in front of him, the corpses of that one familiar Pill family member lay on the ground. In the back, were the helpless cries of the other Pill family members, including his dozen or so concubines, wives and daughters.
Grandpa save me, ah grandpa. Father, father save me. Oh, husband, save our children. Sufengqiu. You'll get what's coming to you. Tears of blood fell from Medicine Wuduan as he pointed at Sufengqiu and hissed. The matter is done, isn't it? Sufengqiu faintly asked.
Medicine Wuduan gritted his teeth, all opened. Inside my Medicine Emperor sex resources are all yours. I can die, but they are all innocent, spare their lives. Sufengqiu said, an arm for a life, you choose. After saying that, Sufengqiu threw a sword in front of Pill Wuchen.
Pill Wuduan picked up the sword and lowered his head. Brush. Ah. One of his arms flew straight out.
Then Pill Wujuanchen covered the place where his arm was broken, his face pale.
Sufengqiu asked, which one to choose?
Pill Wujuang swept his gaze over the crowd as tears of blood fell.
Horror.
He pointed at a 13 or 14-year-old girl.
Sufengqiu glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. Oh? It seems that this girl is important to you, your granddaughter? Is? Pill Dustless said through clenched teeth. Come out.
Sufengqiu spoke to the young girl.
Grandpa, oh, Grandpa.
The young girl's legs went weak and she cried as she crawled towards Pill Dustless. Just as she was about to crawl to Pill Dustless.
Brush.
A sword pierced through her body. Pill Dustless shivered.
No. He hissed. Sufengqiu, you went back on your word. Sufengqiu. Ha! Sufengqiu laughed out loud.
Pill Patriarch, just now this emperor said that it was just a game, but you still took it seriously?
You don't know the truth that wildfire can't be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring, do you?
After saying that, Sufengqiu turned to look at the group. There were hundreds of other strong people here. They were not members of the Pill family. They were just strong people who had joined the Pill Emperor's sect. Sufengqiu looked at them and said, 30 breaths of time, anyone with the head of a member of the Pill family in their hands will be spared to death. This isn't a game, it's a rule set by this emperor. Hearing these words, each of those powerhouses was like grasping a life-saving straw. Whoosh! They rushed over one after another.
Don't even snatch it from this emperor. Whoever snatches will be killed by this emperor. Ha! My father has survived. Ha! Don't rob. I'll kill the bastard. I'll do it. I've come to show young Master Su what I'm about to do. There aren't many of the medicine family left alive. There are more of them. There's always a lot of people who can't get their heads in their hands in 30 breaths. If they don't hurry, the ones who die will be themselves. No. No. Pill Dustless looked at the scene in front of him in despair. Those surrounding powerhouses were also trembling inwardly. What a ruthless Sufengqiu, what a ruthless tactic. He clearly could have just killed these people, so why was he doing this? He was establishing authority, he was deterring those who coveted his life, the supreme bone in his body, those who coveted the Su clan. Good to go. Sufengqiu spoke and killed Pill Wudu with a sword. Afterward, a group of powerful men carrying their heads ran up to Sufengqiu. They revealed expressions of surprise. Young Lord Su, there are heads in my hands. Young Lord Su, please spare young Lord Su's life. Young Lord Su spared his life. Sufengqiu pointed towards the sky. Thunder poured down from the sky. It killed all those powerful people who hadn't captured their heads. Afterward, Sufengqiu flung his hand. Some pills flew out. Those who take this poisonous elixir can live, so don't play any tricks on this emperor. They could only rush to take the poison pills in order to survive. This is the desperate soul-breaking Dan child Dan, the mother Dan is in this emperor's body. This emperor can be in charge of your life and death. If this emperor dies, you will also die. Their pupils shrunk. Plop. One by one, the figures knelt down. Willing to serve young Lord Su as a dog and horse. Willing to serve young Lord Su as a dog and horse. Sufengqiu nodded in satisfaction. These people, there should be dozens of immortal emperors and over 100 heavenly Dao realms. It was also a not-so-small force. Sufengqiu waved his hand and the heaven-suppressing tower fell. He then looked at the disciples and said, "You guys leave and seek out other sects to do your training again." Aye. Tens of thousands of disciples fled. Sufengqiu then threw those people some pills. This is the antidote, take it and then go searching for the Pill Emperor sect. If you find any remnants of the Pill family in the Pill Emperor sect, kill them. Yes. Afterward, Sufengqiu walked towards the Pill Emperor sect's secret treasure vault and medicinal garden. This was where the resource base of a 1,000-year level imperial clan was located. Heaven and earth spirit items, martial arts, techniques, mind techniques, spirit weapons, pills, spirit stones, yuan spirit realms for cultivation, and so on. All were priceless treasures. The others looked at the scene in front of them with shock. Pill Emperor sect, gone. Who would have thought? Yesterday, Misty Peak was destroyed by the clan, and today, he, Sufengqiu, was able to directly destroy the Pill Emperor sect. In a sense, it was almost also equivalent to him alone destroying an emperor-level sect like the Pill Emperor sect. Nearly 100 immortal emperors, 2 immortal emperor 8th rank supreme beings, were like ants. He, Sufengqiu, was simply heaven-defying. The previous generation, no one can compare Sufengqiu. These two battles shocked the 9 continents. Sufengqiu famous, Su family, afraid to return to the peak of the road. Collecting away all the resources, Sufengqiu stepped into the void and walked out. This emperor again promised the drug god mountain one day, tomorrow at noon, the 9 heavens drug god mountain if not come Su family, also destroyed. Saying that, Sufengqiu raised his head and left. Chapter 32, Su Chang'an's Chance, Mysterious Woman. Su Buxi sat in the courtyard and kept wandering. He was anxious. He very much hoped that Sufengqiu would fail and die in the Pill Emperor sect. He didn't go to the scene to watch. Because he was a member of the Su family, it was dangerous for him to go to the scene. There was no need for that either. He just needed to wait for the news. At this moment, a transmission note flew out in front of him. "Father!" Su Chang'an's shocked voice came out. Said. Su Chang'an had gone to the Pill Emperor sect's side in disguise. The Pill Emperor sect had been destroyed. Pill Wudu and the others were all killed. What? Su Bushue's eyes widened as he sat down, lost in thought. Misty Peak, Pill Emperor sect. The 2 major imperial-level sects of the 8 heavens. Not to say they were the strongest, right, but they were both imperial-level terrifying sects with dozens of immortal emperors. Yesterday, they destroyed Misty Peak, and today, they destroyed the Pill Emperor sect? The point is, it wasn't the Su family that did this. It was done by Sufengqiu alone. Sufengqiu was almost alone, and he was able to exterminate 2 imperial-level sects? No one would believe it. If you asked a supreme immortal emperor, he wouldn't even be able to do it alone. Protective formations, dozens of immortal emperors, all sorts of heaven-defying spiritual weapons, and all sorts of means could make a supreme immortal emperor drink a pot of water. What did he, Sufengqiu, have the right to do? But the fact happened. This made them scornful. A single person could do this to such an extent, multiplying his means. How can they fight back? How can they seize power? I'm afraid this Sufengqiu has got a great chance. You come back first, let's explore him first, don't act rashly. Yes. 9 heavens, Pill God Mountain. Countless disciples are chatting about Sufengqiu. Have you heard? Sufengqiu, the young master of the Su clan in the 8th heaven, annihilated Misty Peak yesterday, and the Pill Emperor sect is gone today. It's too shocking. Who couldn't hear about it? Before, I just heard Sufengqiu 28 years old to promote the Immortal Emperor, although shocking, but also did not take it too seriously. After all, our Pill God Mountain Saint's son is also 29 years old Immortal Emperor. He a few days ago, I still look at him not, but these 2 days, my god. It's too exaggerated. I doubt if this Sufengqiu is the reincarnation of a certain god or has he gained a great chance? 2 major imperial level clans were destroyed by him alone. Yefeng's Supreme Bones Jade Spirit Hand gave him too much of a boost, and a powerful clan's 1,000-year protective formation was rendered completely ineffective. Now that the pressure has been given to our Pill God Mountain, I don't know how the Pill God Mountain will decide. He can't really destroy our Pill God Mountain, can he? He's just putting on airs and graces. I don't believe he can. Inside the Great Hall of Pill God Mountain, a group of top-tier powerhouses sat within the luxurious and noble hall, their faces grave. They naturally knew about the news that the Pill Emperor's sect had been destroyed. Right now, their moods were heavy. After entering, they were silent. Patriarch Li Baishan swept a glance at the powerhouses and said, "Speak." The eldest elder coughed dryly and said, "These few days, Misty Peak, the Pill Emperor's sect's annihilation was beyond everyone's imagination. Sufengqiu's means, all of them were heaven-defying, and some of them were so powerful that even the old man could not comprehend them so far." Another old man nodded. Immortal Emperor 1st rank, beheading Immortal Emperor 8th rank, Immortal Emperor 8th rank inexplicably injured, extremely strong Shin Tian poison weapons poison, forbidding the spirit, fixing the body and other power is even more divine. To be honest, regardless of whether it is the Misty Peak or the Pill Emperor's sect, our Pill God Mountain also has to spend a small price to make a move. Sufengqiu will be all of this, do too easily. With anger in his eyes, Li Baishan asked, "So, what you all are saying is that I, Pill God Mountain, have to go forward and apologize for announcing the attack on the Su family?" "Sovereign," the Grand Elder said seriously, "the entire Pill Emperor's sect has been poisoned. This poison, you should know what it is, right?" Li Baishan pondered. "It should be the legendary 10th Order Broken Gothic Extinction Spirit Scatter." "That's right, Broken Gothic Absolute Spirit Dispersion. My medicine God Mountain also has no method of detecting the poison to solve the poison. Perhaps, we have been poisoned now." The crowd is noisy. Sufengqiu were these means? Li Baishan said with a grave expression, 80% is to get the top chance of the Age of Gods. Grand Elder nodded. "This is not important, the important thing is that, Broken Gotham spiritless dispersion we cannot solve, if now has been poisoned, how to fight tomorrow? If his Su family comes out in full force, Pill God Mountain will be destroyed." "That's right, Sufengqiu has the hand of the absolute spirit, time is too short, we can't cope with it for the time being. I think it's better to avoid him. After all, before this, no one believed that he could destroy the Misty Peak and the Pill Emperor sect, everyone took it as a joke, but the result is known to everyone. Patriarch, not afraid, look at the overall situation, Sufengqiu's front is too strong, to avoid Li Baishan sighed, "When will my hallowed god-level power Pill Emperor Mountain be forced into such a field by a mere junior? My Pill God Mountain stomps its foot, the continent has to tremble, and now, hey." The crowd was silent. Li Baishan looked at the crowd and said, "If I apologize, the face of my medicine God Mountain will be gone. Face is a moment, I have enough time to be able to cope with his Sufengqiu means when, then destroy his Su family to find face is no harm. Li Baishan is to see out, Sufengqiu and the Pill Emperor's sex shocking means, cruel to the extreme, they are afraid." Li Baishan sighed heavily, then his eyes swept to the crowd, "All of you are this meaning?" No one spoke. They did not dare to bet. "This patriarch knows, Great Elder, Second Elder, go with this patriarch to the Su family." Misty Peak, the news that the Pill Emperor's sect had been destroyed by Sufengqiu had just spread out not long ago. Everyone was waiting for the Pill God Mountain's attitude. A shocking news spread across the continent once again. Pill God Mountain had shown weakness. Patriarch Li Baishan, along with all of his powerhouses, went to the Su clan to openly apologize. The 9th heavenly deity level power. The Pill God Mountain, whose overall strength was far higher than the Su clan, apologized to the Su clan. This was coupled with Sufengqiu's thunderous, heaven-defying deeds. He had scared so many powerful forces. The Su clan, for a time, was like the sun. Sufengqiu's name resounded throughout the 9 continents. Night. Moonlight poured over the Su family. Sufengqiu stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the distant stars with his hands folded. It was considered to be the end of the story. In this matter, his Sufengqiu's fame and notoriety had been thoroughly beaten out. For the time being, he could leave it alone. So, now the matter before him. Xiao Li's mission, Luo Liuli's mission. This can't be rushed. Chu Ran's mission could not be rushed either. Su Chang'an. Son of Luck, Su Chang'an. Age, 29. Heavenly fate value, 1,887,000 second order Son of Fortune. Physique, imperishable Dao body. Realm, heavenly Dao realm first order. Battle score, 79. Introduction pure bloodline of the Su family of the 10,000 years Emperor clan, with an indestructible Taoist body and a blood spirit pearl in his hand. Task, Su Chanan's heavenly destiny value 0'd, task reward, heavenly destiny value 500000, peak level sword intent, sealing dust sword technique. It was fine to kill directly.
But after all, there was still close to 2 million heavenly fate values, corresponding to nearly 20 million system values.
This system created Sufengqiu's legendary deeds. Without the system, how could he have annihilated Misty Peak and the Pill Emperor sect? As for Su Chanan's biography, Sufengqiu could view it at will.
It was also roughly clear where his heavenly fate value came from. With the background given to him by the Su family, the heavenly destiny value provided by his physique wasn't much.
It was just over 100,000.
The focus of the origin of his heavenly destiny value was a woman.
Similar to the relationship between medical saint Li Chenua and Yefeng in general. But why was it that on the day of the big wedding, Su Chanan was also with the Su clan, which was close enough, but Sufengqiu didn't trigger his Sons of Qi quest? That was because, at that time, Su Chanan wasn't considered a son of Qi. His heavenly fate value was just over 100,000. As it happened, when Sufengqiu went to the first heaven to kill Yefeng, he encountered chance and met that woman. He increased his heavenly fate value by over 1 million and achieved the second order son of Qi. And what Sufengqiu had to do was simple. Disintegrate the relationship between him and that woman. Shaoli, Sufengqiu said. Shaoli, who was teasing a spirit fox not far away, heard this and hurriedly ran over, holding the spirit fox. Young lord, do you want to go out? Sufengqiu asked. Want to.
Shaoli nodded repeatedly. Sufengqiu stroked the spirit fox in her arms and said, "Daybreak, this emperor will take you to Liuzhou City."
Chapter 33 Li Chenua. The following day dawned. Liuzhou City. Liuzhou City was the closest city to the Su clan. Su Chanan came over here early in the morning with a bunch of food. When this young man takes Qingxue, Sufengqiu, what are you? Su Chanan's eyes slightly condensed.
2 days ago, Sufengqiu was in a good mood, Su Chanan was in a bad mood and went to the demon god forest to slaughter demonic beasts to vent his anger. In the middle of the trip, a huge meteorite fell from the sky and landed not far in front of him.
Su Chanan walked over and found an unconscious woman in the middle of the deep pit.
It was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Even he had once had the honor of seeing the true faces of the top 20 or so fairies on the fairy list. He thought they were all slightly inferior to this girl. There was an elegance and nobility about her that even the sacred Yao Empress might be slightly inferior to. At first, Su Chang'an thought that she had fallen. To be honest, even if she had fallen, Su Chanan still wanted to have a go. It was too beautiful, too noble. When he was about to take off his clothes, the woman opened her eyes, scaring Su Chang'an so much that he almost wasted it. But fortunately, he hadn't taken it off yet. After a period of communication, Su Chanan knew that the woman had lost all her memories, only remembering the name Li Chenua. Li Chenua was extremely powerful. Between raising her hands, she had even suspended the flow of time in a 10-mile radius. Su Chanan knew that his chance had come. Because Li Chenua lost all her memories, Su Chanan lied to her and said that he, Su Chanan, was her husband. Then made up some random reason. The reason was that she had disappeared 5 years ago. He Su Chang'an searched for 5 years, did not expect to see her again, unexpectedly memory loss. That acting skill is also invincible, strong, tearful. Li Chenua half believe and half doubt with him to go. Su Chang'an is also considered a smart person. Although this husband's identity is temporarily confirmed, he will not easily try to hold her hand. Su Chanan knew that as a matter of urgency, he needed to slowly build a good relationship with Li Chenua. Then step by step, he could truly enter her heart and make her his own.
He arranged Li Chenua in Liuzhou City and sent a few maids to take care of her closely.
As for himself, he also sort of used all his strength to show his gentlemanly and manly charms.
Phew. Su Chang'an exhaled, then knocked on the door.
A maid opened the door and respectfully bowed. "Young master."
Chenxue is here, right? Yes. Su Chanan then smiled and walked over. Inside the courtyard, a particularly beautiful back garden. The back garden also had a small lake with a pavilion in it. In the pavilion, a woman stood there looking at the beautiful scenery. She was wearing a blue fairy dress, the hem of which swayed gently with the wind. Her temperament was noble and elegant, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, noble and unclimbable. Her red lips were pink, and her eyes were as clear as water, as if she had never experienced the waves of life. Just standing there, as if with the surrounding beautiful scenery into a picture. Su Chanan walked over and looked at that back, and for a moment he was mesmerized. "Qianxue." Su Chanan smiled and walked over. Li Chenua heard the sound and turned around, then slightly owed, red lips slightly open, voice almost no waves, "Su Gongzi. Just seeing Qianxue's back, I was inspired to improvise a line of poetry. A goddess should only be found in heaven, and it is rare to hear of her on earth." Su Chanan didn't know anything about poetry and literature. He had specially learned the line to make himself appear more attractive. Li Chenxue didn't have any mood swings and said faintly, "Mr. Su is a man of talent." "Ha, you and I met many years ago. It is because of the poetry bond. I brought you some food and drink. Or before you love to eat, osmanthus cake, jujube flower brew." Li Chenxue sat there, her eyes showing a slight confusion. "What I used to love to eat? Su Chanan laughed. Ha, yes, especially this osmanthus cake. I let the subordinate do it early in the morning. It's still hot, you try it. Of course Su Chanan didn't know what she liked to eat. But this osmanthus cake, women basically love to eat it, it's accurate. Anyway, she didn't remember anything, so as long as she loved to eat it as well, wouldn't it emphasize the truthfulness of what she said? Li Chenua pinched up a piece of osmanthus cake and scrutinized it for a moment before slowly placing it into her red lips. Su Chanan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked at her dainty red lips. To be honest, just looking at her surprisingly gave him a feeling of being ashamed of himself. Marred. Must get her man. Just thinking about it was too much to bear. How? Su Chanan asked. Li Chenua nodded slightly. Not bad, Mr. Su took the trouble. Hey, Chenxue, in the past, you used to call me Brother Chanan, now this title, hey, it's very strange. Please ask Mr. Su to understand. Su Chanan laughed. Ha, it's fine, being able to find you is my greatest blessing. Li Chenxue put down the osmanthus cake, then spread out her hand, a 7-colored holy lotus presented in her palm. 7-colored holy lotus. Su Chanan was inwardly shocked. This thing, the Su family didn't even have it. In the entirety of the 9 continents, one plant might only appear in 100 years. Its value, unimaginable. If the 10th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had the 7-colored sacred lotus, it could almost certainly be said that he would be able to advance to the immortal emperor realm. To him, this was the most precious treasure. Sure enough, it was right to strike a good relationship with her. Although she couldn't remember anything. Not yet able to accept the fact that they were once immortal couples. But because of this relationship, she was quite attentive. Giving him Su Chang'an's powerful martial arts, techniques and heart techniques. Also taught him top-notch sword techniques. Su Chanan was a member of the Su family after all. This Gongfu sword technique, surprisingly, made him feel that it exceeded the Su family by a lot. Chenxue must not bear Mr. Su's good intentions for nothing, so please accept it. Su Chanan extended his hand. Then I won't be pretentious with Chenxue. I should. Li Chenxue said in a graceful manner. Su Chang'an then let out a sigh. Mr. Su sighed for what reason? Su Chang'an said, to be honest, back then, I was considered to have climbed above you, and I don't know why Chenxue would fall in love with me, but up to now, I've only just stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. After the heavenly Tao is the immortal emperor, Mr. Su should not take a few years to achieve the realm of the immortal emperor. Such a proud talent is also rare in the world. You still can't compare with you, Qixue, you don't know why, your cultivation is sealed with the realm of immortal emperor. It's no wonder that it's hard for you to accept me now, Qixue. Li Chenxue looked at Su Chanan, eyebrows slightly knit. Su Gongzi do not have to belittle themselves. If you and I used to be immortal couples, then you must have superiority. I just cannot remember, but can feel Su Gongzi to Chenxue's true feelings, just need some time. Su Chanan's heart was delighted. This god woman, although noble and overwhelming, seems to be very simple. Well, it should really not take long to take her. No need to be too anxious. Ha, it's fine, just some feelings. Oh yeah, there are a few things I want to ask Chenxue about. Li Chenxue nodded slightly. Mr. Su, please speak. There is a contemporary young talent, at the age of 28 was forcibly elevated to the immortal emperor realm with various resources. Li Chenxue said, in this way, the foundation is unstable, although he is at the immortal emperor realm, if he encounters a strong heavenly Tao realm, he may not even be able to defeat it. Strange is strange here, he really is not very strong, but recently I do not know what chance I encountered, with the power of one person actually destroyed 2 imperial level forces with dozens of nearly 100 immortal emperors. Li Chenxue frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. What means does he have? Su Chang'an, he seized the supreme bones of other geniuses and obtained the hand of the absolute spirit. Li Chenxue, in this way, the boundary of the sect protector formation is all but ineffective, but it's far from enough. He can also erupt with the might of a supreme immortal emperor. It should be the power inherited from a strong person, and I'm afraid I can only use it this once in this life. Su Chang'an said, this I also understand, there is a strange point, he with Immortal Emperor 1st rank but easily decapitated several Immortal Emperor 8th rank, there is also no Xian Heavenly Sacred Artifact level spirit weapon to enhance, there is also no heaven-defying martial skills. This glazed Chenxue into deep thought. Chenxue, you don't understand it either? Li Chenxue shook her head slightly. If there truly was no top-tier spirit weapon enchantment, it would be hard to understand, so when Mr. Su said that he was able to exterminate an emperor-level force with the power of one person, Chenxue was also not quite convinced. Su Chang'an, but that's how it is, and what's more, he would use the Xian Heavenly Poison weapon, which is so poisonous that it makes the Immortal Emperor realm turn into blood in a few breaths. This is quite normal. Xian Tian poison weapon is difficult in the refining of the weapon. The poison is a supporting role. If you can formulate a more powerful poison, Xian Tian poison weapon's lethality greatly increased, can make the Immortal Emperor below the 5th stage of the poison in a few breaths into blood water is very rare, but is not unheard of. Su Chang'an nodded. Also, he was attacked by an Immortal Emperor 8th rank, and he was unharmed, but instead, the Immortal Emperor 8th rank himself was injured. Is this? Li Chenhua's brows knitted slightly. Could it be some sort of reversal of the dry universe technique? Su Chang'an's eyes lit up. Is there one?
Li Chenhua nodded. There is. After catalyzing the attack received by oneself can be reversed Qianku into the target. Extremely profound. Chenhua only remembered that there is, but do not remember exactly what it is. So it is. Xian Tian poison weapon. Chenhua here is a heavenly wrath, a needle, falling flower tears, at hand, and puppet doll refining method. Su Gongzi what?
Su Chanan? What? She even has the refining method for the Xian heavenly poison weapon? Even the refining method for the puppet doll? That's the third-ranked Xian Tian poison weapon. The Tang sect doesn't even have it. He's invincible. He, Su Chanan, is going to be invincible. Is it possible?
Li Chenhua nodded. It's possible, but the materials needed to make the Xian Tian poison weapon are the best in the world, so Mr. Su may have to look for them on his own.
It's okay. Well, let's give Qianxue a few days. Of course, then I'll leave you alone. If you need anything, just say so.
Good, Mr. Su, take care.
Su Chanan reached out his hand to hold hers, but Li Chenhua dodged it. When can we hold hands? Su Chanan asked. Please give Qianxue some time. That's fine, then I'll go back first, and in a few days, I'll take you to my family. Take care, Mr. Su. Su Chanan then left in excitement. Sufengqiu, really think you're invincible? Ha!
This young man will then be able to refine the legendary Xian Tian poison weapon ranked 3rd in the puppet doll, and you will die without even knowing how.
Ha!
This young man is really going to be invincible in the world. On the other side, Sufengqiu brought Xiaoli along with him to Liuzhou City.
Chapter 34 can only say, what a miserable young lady. There were many people in Liuzhou City. After all, the city of the 8th Heavenly Hall.
There were also many powerful martial artist families. A random city was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons.
They walked within Liuzhou City.
Everywhere, they could hear people discussing Sufengqiu. It was just that not many people had actually seen Sufengqiu. Therefore, when Sufengqiu walked around the city with Xiaoli, he would just be treated as if he was a sect young lord, a holy son, or a young master of a family or something like that.
Because there were simply too many outstanding people. Young master, have you ever eaten an ice candy gourd? Xiaoli playfully asked. Have eaten.
Sufengqiu replied with a smile.
Then do you still want to eat it?
Sufengqiu smiled. I would want to eat it if Xiaoli bought it for this emperor.
Brush.
Xiaoli's little face turned red. Ding. Xiaoli's favor with you 1, current favor 41. Xiaoli took the silver and ran over. Uncle, I want 2 bunches of ice candy gourds. Xiaoli then happily walked over with 2 sugar gourds.
Young master, here you go. Sufengqiu smiled and took it. Xiaoli looked at Sufengqiu expectantly and said, very sweet. Sufengqiu took a bite. Is it good? Xiaoli asked expectantly. Well, it's good. Ding. Xiaoli's favor with you 1, current favor 42. Xiaoli is really happy.
In the past, Sufengqiu had treated her badly. She was afraid of this violent young lord. But recently, he had become so gentle. Especially since Xiaoli had recently admired Sufengqiu. Plus, Sufengqiu had even spoken small words of love to her. Xiaoli is a 16-year-old girl who is in love. How can she stand it? Sufengqiu brought Xiaoli to a mansion. Sufengqiu was able to probe into the life of Su Chahan. So for the things that happened in the past 2 days, what he did, Sufengqiu is clear. One could only say that disintegrating the relationship between him and this Li Chenhua was too simple. Knock. Sufengqiu knocked on the door. Ka. The door opened and a servant girl looked at Sufengqiu in front of her in surprise. Young master? To be honest, although they were all members of the Su family. But this maidservant served the Su Bushue lineage. However, she was bound to recognize Sufengqiu. Is Su Chang'an here? Sufengqiu asked indifferently. Ah, young master, he just left. The servant girl hurriedly said. She didn't dare to lie to Sufengqiu either. After all, Sufengqiu had gained too much momentum in the past few days. He was decisive, and his methods were even more brutal. She was just a servant girl. Just do as she was told. I came here to play, and I heard that Su Chanan has a residence here, so I came to take a look. Yes. Sufengqiu walked in while saying, well, the emperor went in to rest, come and make a cup of tea. Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu entered the mansion and went to the back garden where Li Chenhua was. Young master, the back garden is not very convenient. The maid said. Oh? Why? Sufengqiu asked knowingly. The maid's eyes dodged and she said, young master has an important guest. Su Chanan's guest is my Sufengqiu's guest, and even more so, my Su family's guest, so it's all the more reason for this emperor to go and take a look. Lead the way. Lead the way. Li Chenhua was sitting in the back garden enjoying the poems and writings of some literati. She rather liked the world of poetry. It was very beautiful. Sometimes a sentence could make her eyes light up. In fact, it wasn't just now, as far as she could remember, poetry and literature, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting she loved.
because for a strong person, these were all a way to sharpen the mind. Li Chenxue heard the commotion and looked up. With that, several figures were seen walking over. Sufengqiu casually glanced at the back garden and said, Su Chang'an does have a sense of leisure, a back garden so beautiful, not bad. When Li Chenxue saw the visitors, her eyebrows knit slightly as she stood up. Didn't Mr. Su say that no one would come to disturb her? Another glance at Sufengqiu. It seemed to bear a slight resemblance to Su Chang'an. Not too old, but the man in front of him, the breath is more introverted, compared to Su Chang'an seems to have a few more points of composure. Sufengqiu's gaze also saw Li Chenxue in front of him. Although she was now wearing a veil, it was still hard to hide her worldly appearance. Astonishingly heavenly. How to describe her? A country that is so beautiful that it is like a city? Sinking fish and falling geese? No, not enough. It seems that those so-called idioms are difficult to describe her appearance, especially the kind of knitted brows and smile, the temperament of every move. Grass. Where did this Su Chang'an get the luck to meet such a divine sister? Ding detected a son of Qi. Sufengqiu. Her positioning should be similar to Li Chenxue. Can she even trigger the son of Qi luck as well? It seems that this son of Qi can't only be triggered by the youthful generation. Many people who had lived for 100 years, 1,000 years, they were still sons of Qi. Because they have always been. Son of Qi fortune, Li Chenxue. Divine fate value, 980-1312 9th order son of Qi. Age, 5,500. Bloodline, 9-tailed sky fox. Physique, ice god body, 9 holy spirit body, 3,000 paths of gods and demons. Realm, Immortal Emperor 5th Order Remnant. Battle score, 95. Introduction, one of the world's highest bloodline 9-tailed fox clan, the absolute demon supreme, from the 8 deserts of the demon god, 16 years ago, the daughter of the plague asked the world, the 8 deserts of life and suffering, Li Chenxue united 8 deserts of the human race, the demon race fierce battle of the daughter of the plague, and ultimately killed the daughter of the plague, the sealing of the god, the moment, the fairy of the 99. Thunderbolt failure, the cultivation plummeted to the Immortal Emperor's realm, lost his memories, scattered on the 9 continents continent. Seeing this introduction, Sufengqiu shivered. 9th Order Son of Fortune. Immortal Emperor 5th Order. 5,500 years old. Demon God. What did it mean that his cultivation plummeted to Immortal Emperor 5th Order? And what is the 8 deserts? Sufengqiu was confused. Also, the daughter of Calamity? Shaoli was a calamity body. Was this calamity body connected to the daughter of Calamity? Shaoli was 16 years old, and she had also fought a fierce battle with the Lady of Calamity 16 years ago. Is there a connection? I don't think so. Coincidence. Originally, Sufengqiu was quite confident. But to be honest, after seeing this Li Chenxue's introduction, Sufengqiu felt like he was a minion in front of her. The realm was one aspect, and on the other hand, she seemed to be some sort of existence outside of perception. Ding, congratulations, you have triggered the task. Take in Li Chenxue. When Li Chenxue's favorability towards you reaches 20, 40, 60, and 80, you can obtain rewards, and when you reach 80, you can obtain the ultimate rewards belonging to Li Chenxue. Originally, Sufengqiu didn't have any ideas. It was simply coming over to disintegrate the relationship between her and Su Chang'an. But now, having triggered the mission, that was different. Having explored Su Chang'an's life, this Su Chang'an's approach to Li Chenxue was a reminder to him. He could follow Su Chang'an's example and play the role of this fairy sister's former immortal partner. In this way, he could quickly draw closer to Li Chenxue and quickly brush up his goodwill. Although the approach was indeed shameless. But he was the villain after all. Moreover, Sufengqiu, was not so lewd that he felt that a woman was dead and still wanted to slight people. If he wanted to be a qualified villain, he still had to learn from people like Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an Su Chang'an. You are indeed okay at picking up girls, but you still need to be taught exactly how to do it by Little Master. I can only say, what a tragic young lady. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Good noble little Li's small mouth slightly opened to look at Li Chenxue. And Li Chenxue's attention at this moment instead fell on Shaoli's body. Her brows knitted tightly as if she sensed something that made her feel uneasy. Sufengqiu saw her attention on Shaoli and clasped his fist at Li Chenxue. Under Sufengqiu, this is Shaoli. Li Chenxue returned to her senses and owed a slight hug, Li Chenxue. At this time, a group of flying birds flew away from the trees. Sufengqiu glanced at it, and then slightly smiled. Sinking fish and falling geese birds alarming noise, closed moon, and shy flowers worry trembling. Chenxue girl is really let this emperor amazed by the heavenly person ah. Li Chenxue heard Sufengqiu's poem but came to a trace of interest. Mr. Su was flattered. These 2 lines of poetry I seem to have never heard of. Mr. Sufengqiu said, I was just improvising. Mr. Su is very talented, please sit down. Sufengqiu sat down. Shaoli, you sit down too. Shaoli said, young master, Shaoli will go and buy you some fairy drunk. That's fine. Be safe. Yes, sir. Xiaoli then walked away.
Li Chenxue's clear eyes looked at Xiaoli's back, then asked, Miss Xiaoli is. Chapter 35 on the shameless Sufengqiu's method of picking up girls. Sufengqiu sort of found out. This Li Chenxue seemed to be more interested in Xiaoli compared to himself.
This emperor's maid. Little Li girl doesn't seem to be simple. Li Chenxue said. Sufengqiu smiled, that's natural, I wonder why Miss Qingxue is here? Sufengqiu began to lay a trap. Li Chenxue asked a rhetorical question, what is the relationship between Mr. Su and Su Chang'an? Su Chang'an is this emperor's cousin.
Li Chenxue suddenly realized, for Sufengqiu's arrival also does not feel presumptuous. On the contrary, Li Chenxue had many things she wanted to understand with Sufengqiu. Mr. Su Chang'an said that he and I were immortal couples who got separated 5 years ago. Sufengqiu revealed a surprised expression.
How come this emperor doesn't know? Li Chenxue's brows knitted slightly, what does Mr. Su mean?
Sufengqiu said, this emperor is the young master of the Su family, since childhood is considered to grow up with Su Chang'an, but Miss Qingxue with him.
Could it be that eunuch Su is just unaware of it? Li Chenxue asked.
Sufengqiu laughed, there is also this possibility, but although it is a family, but I have a very poor relationship with him.
Poor relationship?
Yes, the Su family is a 10,000-year-old imperial family, currently dominated by my father's line and Su Chang'an's line, and this emperor is the young master of the Su family.
Understood. Li Chenxue nodded her head.
Miss Qingxue, I have a favor to ask, Sufengqiu suddenly said.
Mr. Su, please speak. Sufengqiu looked at Li Chenxue and asked, I wonder if Miss Qingxue can take off her veil?
Li Chenxue frowned slightly. Sufengqiu explained, this is the case, in fact, when I heard the name of Miss Qingxue just now, I was deeply touched, because this emperor once had a confidant, also called Li Chenxue.
Li Chenxue?
I'm ashamed to say that the plot wasn't too far off from what Su Chang'an said. Li Chenxue said, that shouldn't be the case, although I have lost my memory, I can still remember some things, so I shouldn't be alone. Sufengqiu nodded, also, that confidant of mine, is of the nine-tailed Skyfox clan, but just like you, she is very simple and easily deceived.
Li Chenxue?
Li Chenxue shook her head and said indifferently, I am not simple, much less fooled. Sufengqiu sighed with emotion, that's right, she then comes from the 8 wastelands, although right now this emperor isn't even quite sure what the 8 wastelands actually are, but that's what she said.
Li Chenxue?
She is very strong, it would not have been possible for her to fall in love with me, but it is also because of some special destiny, right, or come together, oh yes, there is a tear mole there in the corner of her eye, very beautiful.
Li Chenxue?
Sufengqiu, there is a light pink birthmark there on her buttocks, very beautiful.
Li Chenxue?
She is also the ice god body, and because of this ice god body, the two of us never reached the final step, because I was too weak at that time.
Li Chenxue?
Sufengqiu smiled and looked at Li Chenxue, right, she dislikes osmanthus cakes very much, but at the very beginning when I gave it to her, she would still say that she likes it, and there are osmanthus cakes on Miss Qingxue's table, so it is even more unlikely that it is her. Feng took the liberty.
Li Chenxue?
Sufengqiu laughed in his heart.
Su Chang'an, this is the difference between being hung and not being hung. Teach only once, learn well in your next life.
Underneath Li Chenxue's veil, her face changed slightly. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Sufengqiu.
Why? Why did he have everything he said? Could it be that? Could it be that there were still such coincidences in this world? It was absolutely impossible.
And she, as she remembered, did seem to come from that place in the 8 deserts. She is the 9-tailed skyfox.
She has the ice god body.
She had a light pink birthmark on her PP.
She, indeed, did not like cinnamon cakes. Then Su Chang'an is? Miss Qingxue? Sufengqiu spoke. Li Chenxue came back to her senses. Sufengqiu is a name I seem to have heard before. Li Chenxue's beautiful eyes looked at Sufengqiu and said,
this emperor has destroyed 2 clans during this period of time, so perhaps his fame has grown slightly, Sufengqiu said.
To kill the 8th rank with the 1st rank of Immortal Emperor? Xian Tian poison weapon? Sufengqiu nodded, yes.
It is exactly under me. I am ashamed to say that this Xian heavenly poison weapon, heavenly condemnation needle, tears of falling flowers, at arm's length and puppet doll, or she taught me.
Li Chenxue.
It was herself. She just happened to only know the refining method of these few Xian heavenly poison weapons.
Then why did you separate?
Sufengqiu sighed, she's going back to the 8 wastelands, said she has something important to do, told me to wait for her, I'll wait for her.
Li Chenxue turned around.
There was a slight flicker in her beautiful eyes.
But what if she doesn't remember you? Li Chenxue asked.
Sufengqiu said, can love each other once, then if you see each other again, you will also be able to love each other for a second time. Then Sufengqiu said, then do not bother, farewell.
Said Sufengqiu left.
Li Chenxue slowly turned around and looked at Sufengqiu's back.
Su Chang'an hurriedly arrived.
He had gotten word from his maid that Sufengqiu had come to this mansion of his.
This startled Su Chahan. You! What was Sufengqiu doing here? Something big is going to happen. Qianxue! Qianxue! Su Chanan shouted as he ran to the back garden. Li Chenua stood by the lake with her hands folded. It was as if she was one with heaven and earth. Qianxue, did my cousin Sufengqiu come? Li Chenua was unmoved. Su Chanan frowned. It didn't feel right. Qianxue? Li Chenua nodded. Well, chatted for a while. He didn't say anything bad about this young man, did he? Ha ha. He did. Su Chang'an's heart thumped.
Qianxue, what he said you do not believe. I and you for immortal couple matter is secret. This continent are not many people know, but my father is known. He Sufengqiu is not clear.
Li Chenua nodded. Aha. How do you feel? You are a little bit wrong. Su Chanan asked.
Li Chenua said, just seems to remember something.
Oh? Is that so?
Li Chenua looked at Su Chang'an and said, I remember, we used to go to the Arctic continent, and the scenery there was very beautiful. Saying that, she took out a beautiful necklace. This is what you gave me. Su Chang'an, ah yes, I picked this necklace for a long time. The light blue color suits your temperament. Li Chenhua's hair flew, her beautiful eyes flashed with a demonic purple color. On her body, a coldness that was like falling into an ice cellar erupted.
Su Chanan was startled. Li Kikiyanks.
With that, Li Chenhua stretched out her hand and pinched Su Chanan's neck through the air, picking him up.
Why did you lie to me? Li Chenhua's tone was emotionless. I didn't what did he Sufengqiu say?
Li Chenhua said, this necklace is the property of your maid, it was not gifted to me by you.
Su Chang'an. He said in a panic, I remembered it wrong, after all, I gave you too many things, Qianxue, we really are a mortal couple
Li Chenhua, osmanthus cake, I am not fond of it. Then that might be because you have lost your memory and your tastes have changed. Li Chenhua tried her best to restrain her anger.
Su Chahan, in this world, no one can fool me. I didn't lie to you, what did he Sufengqiu say? Don't believe him.
He's a man of cruel means, despicable and shameless.
Su Chanan said in panic.
The pupils of Li Chenhua's beautiful eyes completely turned into a demonic purple color, and anger surged, her red lips slightly opened, and she coldly said word by word.
You are not allowed to talk about him. Su Chang'an? Chapter 36 Contrasting Li Chenhua. Su Chanan was really going to collapse.
It was so hard for him to meet such a powerful person, such a great chance.
On what grounds? On what grounds? Sufengqiu.
You should be damned for stepping on a horse. With a flick of her hand, Li Chenhua threw Su Chang'an 100 meters away, smashing down a patch of houses. For the sake of you helping this honored one these past few days, this honored one will spare your life. After finishing her sentence, Li Chenhua walked out.
Wow. Su Chang'an climbed up from the rubble with a gray head and a face full of resentment. Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu. Ka. He clenched his fists.
This young man must kill you.
Shred you to pieces. Shred you to pieces. Ah. Ah.
Su Chang'an roared. On the other side, Sufengqiu and Xiaoli had bought a bunch of delicious food and were on their way to the Su family. Ding Li Chenhua's relationship with Su Chang'an is broken. Su Chang'an's heavenly destiny value is 150,000. Your system value is 15 million.
Ding Li Chenhua's favoritism towards you is 10, current favoritism, 10. LOL.
The system value was once again up to $15 million. Let's see what else will follow in the third system mall. Anyway, the more system values there are, the more favorable it must be. In the future, if you want to go out of the Su family, feel free to go out, don't have to worry too much, but pay attention to your own safety. After all, this emperor has made a lot of enemies now, it's inevitable that some people might hit your idea. Sufengqiu reminded Xiaoli. Xiaoli shook her head. Xiaoli is the young lord's maid, to always accompany the young lord around to take care of care, will not easily leave. Sufengqiu smiled faintly and rubbed her hair. But Xiaoli didn't quite understand. Xiaoli suddenly said, what is it? Xiaoli said with some exasperation, Su Chang'an is so much worse than the young master, why can he meet such a beautiful, excellent fairy?
Ha! Sufengqiu burst out laughing.
Xiaoli glanced at Sufengqiu and said, young master is the one who is more compatible with her. Why is she so beautiful?
Sufengqiu asked with a smile.
Well, although the veil covers the face, but the temperament is amazing, it must be very beautiful. The young master are because of her beauty improvised and seized a poem.
Sufengqiu laughed, jealous? Ah.
Xiaoli blinked and hurriedly waved her hands. No, young master misunderstood. Xiaoli is only the young master's maid, how dare she be jealous? She indeed did not get jealous. Or rather, Xiaoli had always been able to carry her own identity.
Then how do you know that this emperor didn't compose a poem for you?
Xiaoli blinked her eyes. Sufengqiu said as he walked forward, Huma in the crowd passes a glance, the color of the earth is like dust.
Xiaoli paused. Her small face flushed red.
She stomped her foot adorably and pouted. Young master is making fun of Xiaoli again.
Ha, keep up. Liuzhou City.
Li Chenhua, who had a light veil covering her face, walked on top of the busy streets. Countless people's gazes fell on her, but they didn't dare to look at her more than once. The matter of Su Chang'an had little impact on Li Chenxue's heart. However, Sufengqiu's impact on her heart was much greater. Li Chenxue could basically determine that she and Sufengqiu were bound to have the name of immortal couple in. Originally, she was a little skeptical. Was she really an immortal couple with Su Chang'an? This was because she could see that Su Chang'an really didn't seem to have any outstanding qualities. But Sufengqiu had. A 28-year-old immortal emperor. Even though he was still weak when they were together, he was bright. With the power of one man, he had destroyed 2 major imperial clans. Handsome, quite graceful, and talented. Incredibly gentle when he was tender. When he kills, he is bold to the extreme. And, also particularly infatuated. Li Chenxue couldn't remember what kind of person she was. But she thought that such a Sufengqiu. Even if it was her, if fate had arrived, plus some time together and experience. It didn't seem impossible for them to fall in love. Now Li Chenxue was torn between whether or not she wanted to go looking for Sufengqiu. The intention is not to want to. However, Sufengqiu's sentence "I will wait for her" made Li Chenxue's softest spot in her frozen heart touched. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons why she would once fall in love with Sufengqiu. "Sister, do you want some ice candy gourds?" A little girl struggled to hold a thing full of ice candy gourds and raised her head to timidly ask. Li Chenxue stopped in her tracks, her eyes glancing at the girl and then at the ice candy gourd in front of her. "Is it good?" Li Chenxue asked. "Sister hasn't eaten it?" "Yeah, I can give you one to taste. Here, sister, taste." Li Chenxue took it and held it in her hands for a while, seemingly considering how to eat it. She slightly lifted her veil and tentatively extended her pink tongue to lick it. "So sweet." "Sister, it needs to be bitten." "Oh." Li Chenxue slightly bit a little bit. "Is it good?" Yaha asked expectantly. Li Chenxue, "It's good." "Then sister want to buy it?" Li Chenxue nodded. "Too." "He, want one?" "All want." Yeah. Li Chenxue took out a purple heaven and earth spirit and asked, "But I don't have any money, is this okay?" Some of the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. "Tianxian purple tong. This is at least 1,000-year-old level Tianxian purple tong, this? I have only seen the Tianxian purple begonia once from the auction. Who is this woman?" "What? Tianxian zitong for some candy canes?" Yeah was a bit anxious. "Ahem." An old man walked over and said, "Your Excellency, Tianxian zitong old man can take it." Li Chenxue shook his head. "I gave it to her." The old man then squeezed out a smile at Yaya. "Female doll, old man used 10,000 taels of silver tickets to exchange with you, okay?" Li Chenxue then left holding a large bundle of ice candy gourds. Flower picker. "Finally let this young man catch you. This young man can't beat you to death." A man beat up the flower picker underneath him on the street. "Well done. Well done." A group of people gathered around and shouted their approval. At the same time, Li Chenxue was carrying a large bundle of ice candy gourds. There is also a bag of baklava on her waist. Both hands holding a large coconut above also inserted a straw-like things. Li Chenxue's small mouth gently sucked, silently passing by the crowd. There was one thing to be said for a noble and icy fairy, but there was a sense of contrast. Walking to the outside of the city, Li Chenxue shook her coconut and realized that it was empty. She stretched out her hand and another coconut appeared in her palm, then she cupped it and drank it again. At this moment, a man Fengqiu was about to enter the city, and his gaze was instantly attracted by Li Chenxue. "What a beautiful woman." Gu Chongqing's eyes lit up. It had not occurred to me that after a trip down the mountain, he would be able to meet such an astonishingly beautiful fairy. Gu Changsheng revealed a gentlemanly smile before walking over. Suddenly, Li Chenxue paused. Had she forgotten something? Remembered. Sufengqiu. Li Chenxue walked towards the front in front of an old man who was about to enter the city. "Old man, do you know where Sufengqiu is?" Sufengqiu. Aha! Saying that, Li Chenxue intended to take out some kind of favor for him, but couldn't free her hands. The beautiful girl Gu Changsheng smiled and came over to accost him. Li Chenxue heard the movement and handed him the coconut. "Here." Gu Changsheng froze for a moment and subconsciously took it. Then his heart was delighted. Could it be that this beautiful girl fell in love with him at first sight? Then a crystal stone appeared in Li Chenxue's hand and handed it to the old man in front of him. The old man took it and pointed in a direction. "There, 50 miles down the road is the Su family of the 10,000 years emperor clan. Thanks a lot." Gu Changsheng stood beside him lost in thought, his mind thinking about how to strike up a conversation with her next. "Miss Gu." Gu Changsheng came back to his senses and suddenly realized that the coconut in his hand was gone. He hurriedly looked over. Li Chenxue was cupping it with both hands while sucking on it as she walked towards Su's house. Gu Changsheng. Interesting. The corner of Gu Changsheng's mouth slightly hooked. Chapter 37 Love from an Old Father. Sufengqiu sat within the courtyard of the young lord's pavilion. The great achievement of the Tian-Tong formation diagram, obtained by killing the Pill Emperor's second son of fortune, Pill Wuji. Sufengqiu's medical skills were now the best in the world. Formation techniques were also the best in the world now. Then next, it was time to find an opportunity to get rid of Su Chanan. A son of Qi like Su Chanan belonged to the category of those who could be destroyed at will.
It wouldn't consume much of Sufengqiu's energy. It was much easier than Yefeng. At the same time, outside the Su family,
Li Chenua arrived here. She held a coconut in her hands and looked up at the magnificent 10,000 years imperial clan Su clan. Li Chenua seemed to be more convinced of her relationship with Sufengqiu again. Even though Sufengqiu wasn't strong when they fell in love. But the identity wasn't simple after all. The people of the Su clan naturally saw Li Chenua. Such an extraordinary fairy, yet she was carrying so many sugar gourds and holding coconuts. A bit out of place. Miss, who are you looking for? The Su family guards came over and asked curiously.
Gulu.
Li Chenua sucked in a mouthful of coconut water and said, Lord Sufengqiu.
I wonder if the girl and my family's young master are?
Li Chenua's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, friends.
Miss, please. Thanks a lot. Li Chenua took down a sugar gourd and handed it over. Here.
He froze for a moment, took it and made a bow. Many thanks.
The Su family meeting hall.
Li Chenua sat here. The maid poured her tea and spirit fruits.
Su Tianya got the news and hurriedly came.
Heard the Su family say that a strange woman had come looking for his son.
It was unknown whether it was dangerous or not. Su Tianya planned to take a look before Sufengqiu arrived. Su Tianya walked into the main hall and then saw Li Chenua. With just one glance, he could tell that Li Chenua was extraordinary.
Even he, Su Tianya, might have had a feeling that he didn't dare to gasp for air. Although, a bunch of sugar gourds were stuck on top of a log standing next to it, appearing somewhat out of place.
Li Chenua stood up. Su Tian also made a gesture. Girl, please sit down, I'm Chior's father. Li Chenua slightly owed a body. Su family master.
You're welcome, girl this is? Su Tianya was surprised to look at those sugar gourds.
Li Chenua took down one and handed it over. Delicious.
The girl was surprised to look at those candy canes.
Su Tianya.
Su Tianya laughed and took it, then took a bite, smiled and catered. Ouch, really good, please sit down.
The two sat down.
I heard that the girl and my son are close friends.
Li Chenua pondered for a moment. It should be counted.
Should I have already sent someone to call him over.
Li Chenua nodded. Thank you, family master Su. You wait a moment.
She then stretched out her hand and a heaven and earth spirit was presented in her palm.
Su Tian was also startled. Tong Tian Chi mushroom chi.
Li Chenua said, Chenhua's sudden visit has disturbed you. I hope family master Su doesn't mind.
No need.
Miss Chenhua is polite. You are a good friend of Chior, then you are a guest of my Su family. Why do you need to be like this? A small gift, please accept it, Master Su.
Su Tianya smiled. Good, then I won't excuse myself.
Su Tianya recognized Li Chenhua at a glance. Although he didn't know what relationship she had with Sufengqiu. But if this could become his daughter-in-law, he could wake up laughing in his dreams. He could wake up laughing even in his dreams. He has to help this kid. What if it works out?
How did Miss Chenhua and my son meet? Su Tianya asked.
Li Chenhua hesitated for a moment, her red lips slightly opened, and truthfully said, had been an immortal couple.
Su Tianya was shocked. Su Tianya was startled.
This son of his can pick up such a goddess?
Wait a minute.
What do you mean, once a couple? That means they were separated because of some conflict?
No.
Even if Su Tianya doesn't know who Li Chenhua is. Such an outstanding woman has to redeem herself for his son. Moreover, she had already taken the initiative to come to the Su family to look for Sufengqiu.
Proof that there is salvation.
So that's how it is. Until this moment, I didn't seem to understand a thing.
Li Chenhua looked at Su Tianya seriously.
Su Tianya said, before, Chior said that he had met the woman he loved the most in this world, and it seems to be Miss Chenhua.
Li Chenhua's heart moved.
Su Tianya said, specific, I do not understand, Chenhua girl, while the autumn child is not, say a word from the heart.
You say.
Su Tianya said, my son all good, strong talent, do things boldly, meticulous thinking. To be honest, as his father, I am very proud to have such an excellent son. Chior is also good at chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry and literature, and is also considered to be a great talent.
Of course, this is Su Tianya bragging. I know a little bit about this.
After all, Sufengqiu improvised a poem.
Su Tianya.
How in the world did this son of his trick her into getting his hands on him before? His son doesn't know anything about music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, or literature.
Sufengqiu was not learning at all. She even said that she knew a little bit about it.
Su Tianya thought in his heart, this kid must be stealing other people's poems and saying they are his own. Then Su Tianya continued, hey, there is one thing, I am especially worried about him, this kid, is really too.
Heavy feelings. The word too has an accent.
Su Tianyi said, heavy feelings is not bad, but the more heavy feelings, the more will be caught by the soft underbelly.
Li Chenua nodded in agreement. In her opinion, Sufengqiu was indeed extremely emotional. So why was it that even though she couldn't remember, she still had to come to see Sufengqiu? She didn't want to hurt him. Don't look at Qiu killing people in a decisive manner, that was all because he was guarding his beloved.
In fact, he also has a soft side. Usually see a small animal is injured, he will be heartbroken for half a day, see some beggars in the city, he will give a helping hand, so I am really afraid that he will be hurt. Li Chenua said, such a talent, virtue, character, behavior, capable people, it is rare. Yes, that's why there are so many outstanding women who are devoted to Qiu, the saints of various clans, princesses of the empire, and fairies of various paths, all of them have shown their affection for him, but he has not agreed to one of them all these years. But he has never agreed to one of them. But he is the only one who is so devoted to Miss Qingxue, so it can be seen that Miss Qingxue is better than those saints and fairies by a few degrees. At this time, Sufengqiu walked to the entrance of the hall. Ding Li Chenua is favorably disposed towards you 5, current, 15.
Ha! Sufengqiu froze.
He pushed open the door and saw that Su Tian was also there and froze again.
Father?
Su Tianyi hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, then you guys chat, I won't bother. Passing by Sufengqiu's side, Su Tianyi squeezed his eyes and whispered, my father can only help you here, this is my father's strong fatherly love for you.
Sufengqiu? Ha! Chapter 38 Ha? I'm a clown?
Sufengqiu walked up to Li Chenua. For her to arrive. Sufengqiu was quite surprised.
Miss Qingxue.
Sufengqiu clasped his fist.
Li Chenua slightly owed, Mr. Su. My father didn't say anything bad, did he? Sufengqiu laughed.
Li Chenua shook her head slightly, not since.
Then she took a candy cane and handed it to Sufengqiu, it's delicious.
Sufengqiu took it, ha, you guys are really like she ate a sugar gourd for the first time also liked it.
Li Chenua was slightly moved. Mr. Su.
Li Chenhua's beautiful eyes looked towards Sufengqiu.
Miss Qingxue, please speak.
Li Chenhua slowly removed her veil. To be honest, Sufengqiu was also a little lost in thought for a moment when he saw this face. Sufengqiu looked at Li Chenhua with a torch-like gaze. Chenhua.
Li Chenhua's red lips slightly opened. Perhaps I am the person you said, but I can't remember anything.
Sufengqiu slightly smiled. In fact, in Su Chanan's mansion, this emperor has already felt that it is you, just afraid of some too presumptuous.
Qingxue is not stupid, in fact, Su Gongzi said so many details, Qingxue can hear is to say with me to listen.
Sufengqiu smiled, said, but it's okay, as I said, since we can love each other once, we can have a second time, we start again, okay?
Li Chenhua nodded, thank you, Mr. Su, for understanding.
Let's go, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the Su family, you'll stay here for now.
Good.
On the other side.
Su Chanan returned to the Su clan with a gray head and went all the way to where Su Bushua's lineage was. Young master, what happened to you? Some people were shocked to see Su Chanan's ashen face. In this current situation, would anyone dare to touch a member of his Su family? Not to mention Su Chahan. Shut up.
Su Cheng'an chided without any good humor, then went to where his father, Su Bushua, was.
Su Buxi had been having trouble sleeping and eating recently.
Sufengqiu's sudden and somewhat exaggerated rise had been too much for him to accept.
He wanted to find a way to kill Sufengqiu, but he didn't know exactly what to do. Father. Su Cheng'an walked over. Su Buxi frowned, why this look? What happened? Su Chanan clenched his fists, his eyes full of resentment.
Father. My child really wants to kill him, Sufengqiu.
Father.
Then he told Su Bushua the whole story.
Aren't you afraid that the woman's memories will come back and kill you in a fit of rage?
Su Chang'an said, at that time the child has already been cooked, even if she remembers it is already too late, the two of us already have feelings, father, now say anything is useless, he Sufengqiu spoiled my good, father you do not know, she can even give the child Xintian poison weapon refining method She can take out the 7-colored holy lotus and other sacred things.
What? What are you saying? I haven't lied to you. Su Buranian frowned, wait. Li Chenhua?
He suddenly remembered something.
Yes. Her name is Li Chenhua.
Su Bushua stood up and frowned, a woman called Li Chenhua seemed to have arrived not long ago.
She came? Looking for me? No, looking for Sufengqiu. Su Chang'an, what does she want with Sufengqiu? Why is she looking for Sufengqiu?
It seems, they are immortal couple.
What? Su Chang'an froze. Father, are you sure? Su Bushua nodded, sure. Su Chang'an let out a loud laugh. Ha!
Sufengqiu, you and this young man are just raccoons, seeing that this young man's tactics are quite effective, how dare you also play this?
You're taking advantage of the situation, aren't you? Well, you're finished. You're finished. Su Chang'an left in excitement. He, Su Chang'an, couldn't climb up to Li Chenhua, the Buddha. You, Sufengqiu, won't be able to either. At this moment,
Sufengqiu and Li Chenua are sitting in the courtyard of the young master's pavilion. Treat this place as your home, and look for me anytime you have any problems, and look for Xiaoli as well. Sufengqiu looked at her and said. Xiaoli nodded repeatedly.
Well, Li Chenua nodded slightly.
At this time, Su Chang'an also walked over.
He saw Li Chenua.
Sufengqiu was sitting there with her as if they had a good relationship and was actually drinking tea. When Li Chenua heard the commotion, her gaze looked towards Su Chang'an, and with that, an icy cold aura that rejected others surged faintly from her body.
Ha! Miss Chenua, why do you have to be like this? Su Chang'an walked over with a mocking face, then poured himself a cup of tea and drank it.
Sufengqiu said indifferently, roll.
Sufengqiu, what? Afraid that this young man has spoiled your good deed? Anxious to drive this young man away? Ha! Su Chang'an let out a loud laugh. Su Chang'an sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at Sufengqiu with a face of contempt. Sufengqiu, emulate this young? Ha! Laughed my ass off. How do you call emulate you? Sufengqiu faintly asked a question. Sufengqiu, I ask you, what is your relationship with Miss Chenua? Su Chang'an asked with a cold smile. Once an immortal couple, now a close friend. Sufengqiu said. Ha! Ha! Su Chang'an laughed out loud. Sufengqiu, you wouldn't be unaware that this young man has used this trick, right? Su Chang'an looked towards Li Chenua. Miss Chenua, this young man admits that he did use despicable means, but can't you see that he, Sufengqiu, used the same means?
Sufengqiu is just taking advantage of your inability to remember everything, deceiving you, saying that he is your former immortal couple. This trick this young is used. More, do not need this young to remind you, right?
I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. Li Chenhua's icy voice came. Su Chang'an's expression froze. Scram? What do you mean? Not Miss Chenhua, do you believe that Sufengqiu was your former immortal couple? Su Chang'an asked with a confused expression. Is. Li Chenhua said. Su Chang'an? No. Why? Why could she trust Sufengqiu? What sweet words could he have said to trick her? It's impossible.
Especially with Su Chang'an's previous experience, it's even more unlikely that Sufengqiu will succeed.
Then why? Su Chang'an was a bit anxious. No, Miss Chenhua, you're joking, right? No matter what he said, he deceived you, so why should you believe what he said? Then why don't you believe me again?
Xiaoli, see off the guests. Sufengqiu said indifferently.
Xiaoli, young master Su, please return.
Su Chang'an, while being driven away by Xiaoli, cried out in a confused voice, Miss Chenhua, he's cheating you the same tactics, you can't be cheated twice why would you believe him
Miss Chenhua.
Sufengqiu laughed in his heart. To have a hang and not to have a hang, those were two endings.
Su Chang'an walked through the Su family with a face full of grimness. He didn't understand.
Li Chenhua, he was clear that this woman was by no means mortal.
It might be a supreme immortal emperor. It might be one of the 8 supreme emperors in the legends of the 9 continents.
The sealing existence of the 9 continents. After all, she could casually take out something that even the Su family couldn't So, even if she had lost all her memories, she wasn't stupid. The fact that he had succeeded in deceiving her was also due to good acting skills and the fact that he had happened to appear in front of her. She recognized her own trickery. At this time, Sufengqiu appeared and said that he was her former immortal partner.
Isn't this cannon fodder? Isn't this looking for death? Right. No problem. Then why would Li Chenhua believe Sufengqiu? What could he, Sufengqiu, say that would make her believe him?
What's more, he's already been through this before, Su Chang'an.
No understanding. It's impossible. It doesn't make sense. Why in the world is this Su Chang'an collapsed and let out a long whistle. Chapter 39, Su Bushua's lineages plan to seize power. Li Chenhua and Sufengqiu walked by the beautiful lake. Not much was said. Duke Su.
Li Chenhua's voice came. I need to close my eyes for some time, as short as a month, as long as half a year. Sufengqiu said, there are places.
Thank you.
There is no problem, your cultivation plummeted, there are still injuries in the body, the breath is disorganized, you really need to be well recuperated, you can rest assured that I will also find a way.
Li Chenhua slightly owed a body, many thanks.
Sufengqiu smiled and shook his head.
Mr. Su. HM?
Sufengqiu looked towards her. If Mr. Su has another beloved woman, there is no need to consider Chenhua's feelings.
Sufengqiu shook his head, how could that be?
Li Chenhua, on the other hand, said, for this matter, Chenhua was already looking at it lightly, and it was normal for capable men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, otherwise, Chenhua felt guilty inside.
Then, I promise you. Great. Oops. The reasonable is simply not too fragrant.
I will go to arrange a place for you, rest assured that recuperation, there will be no one to disturb you.
Thank you.
Sufengqiu said, after all, you are my Chenhua.
Li Chenhua did not say anything. The two walked forward shoulder to shoulder.
Sufengqiu's hand then quietly reached for Li Chenhua's slender waist. Mr. Su. Li Chenhua suddenly opened her mouth, causing Sufengqiu's movements to stumble. Can we have a few more days? Sufengqiu naturally understood that Li Chenhua had discovered his movements. Good. Sufengqiu nodded and withdrew his hand, saying, It's not too late, I'll go make arrangements for you. I'll go and arrange it for you. Li Chenhua made a bow. Sufengqiu left. Li Chenhua then returned to the courtyard. Sister Qingxue, where is young lord? Shaoli asked obediently. Mr. Su went to arrange a retreat for me. Shaoli nodded her head. Shaoli nodded. Sister Shaoli. Oh? Shaoli's little head tilted. Li Chenhua, I wonder if I can trouble little Li's sister with one thing. Sister Qingxue, please speak. The closure, less than 3 months, more than half a year, but I will be worried if Mr. Su has any major events, or need me. I wonder if Sister Shaoli can send a message to me? Shaoli nodded, of course there is no problem. Thank you. Father, something's wrong, something's wrong. Su Chang'an came back in a hurry. He said. Su Chang'an said, Father, that Sufengqiu do not know what means, even let Li Chenhua believe that they had been immortal couple, she means amazing, even Shintian poisonous weapon puppet doll refining method have, this Sufengqiu lineage if get her help, afraid to block. Su Buren's eyes condensed slightly, and he took a sip of tea, so, it's time to take action, otherwise there's no chance. Obviously, Su Bushue has already made plans. Father, what do you mean? Su Buren said faintly, in fact, in these few days, my father has been secretly contacting the Pill God Mountain, and the party has also determined the news of the move. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Su Buren, this Pill God Mountain has found a prescription for a 9th order elixir that Yifeng's master, Li Chenxiu, once left behind. What kind of prescription is it? Su Buren said, the almost lost 9 blood breath scatter. 9 blood breath scatter? What is the effect? Su Burenian, with that Sufengqiu deal with the Pill Emperor sect's broken Gothic spirit scatter is almost the same, extremely difficult to be detected, once poisoned, will quickly lose the ability to fight. Immortal Emperor under the 5th order is difficult to be spared. Immortal Emperor the 8th order of poisoning, a short period of time on the impact on the combat strength will also be very large. Su Chanan's eyes lit up, so, if they are all poisoned, they will only be able to survive for a while. If we make a move, we can kill them all, seize the power of the Su family, and become the helmsman of the Su family. Closed hundreds of years of several old ancestors, if no one notified them in advance, even if my Su family destroyed, they are completely unknown to the outside world, until they come out, the Su family wind has changed, they say what is already too late. Su Chang'an was excited, suddenly he frowned, but, what is the way to make them poison? Su Bushue revealed a sinister smile, what is the date 2 days from now? 2 days from now? Su Chang'an's eyes lit up, the child's 30th birthday. Su Buren, although the Su family is not in harmony, but at least on the surface did not tear the face, is not good to tear the face, your 30th birthday, such a major day, he Su Tian also lineage and other people are bound to come to the feast, what an outcome cannot be, such as Sufengqiu ascended to the emperor, belonging to our lineage of thousands of heavenly ways, nearly 100 immortal emperors do not all go? Ha! Father, hi. Su Chang'an laughed out loud. Su Burenian sneered, with the help of the Pill God Mountain, this battle is a sure win for us, don't care what means he Sufengqiu has, it's useless. Su Chang'an, when the time comes, I'm going to torture him to death, I'm going to kill his family in front of him, ha! Just father, is there any accident? Su Bushue, no accidents, the 9-fold blood breath scatter will not be discovered, my Su family physicians can be more powerful than the Pill God Mountain in them? Although he Sufengqiu took out the broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter, but this thing is he got from chance, not that he medical skills can refine this thing. And he Sufengqiu can destroy the Misty Peak, relying on the Supreme Immortal Emperor's might and caught off guard, destroy the Medicine Emperor sect, essentially relying on the broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter, he is essentially an Immortal Emperor First Order, even though there are some counterintuitive means, but he has all of his cards out, and we have made sufficient preparations, an Immortal Emperor First Order, can't afford to make a wave. But, Li Chenhua. Her? Even if she is extraordinary, how many Immortal Emperor ranks can her cultivation level be? You also said that her breath is disordered and fearless. Su Chang'an, I have to think of a way to call her to the birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. Father, I hope to leave her alive, I have seen her appearance, amazingly heavenly, I would not want to kill her. Well, at that time to abandon her cultivation, this skin, you can keep it. Su Chang'an was delighted, yes. Sufengqiu walked through the large Su family. He was going to go to the medicinal garden to collect a few herbs to refine a pill for Li Chenhua. It would help her calm the disturbed blood qi in her body. In the Su family, there were 8 peaks. Each peak had a large number of strong people on it. 4 of the peaks were mainly people from Sufengqiu's lineage. The other 4 were mainly Su Bushue's lineage. Young Lord. Young Lord. Wherever they went, some people also saluted. Sufengqiu nodded. Fang Xiao saw Su Chang'an in front of him. Ha, it's coming. Su Chang'an laughed. 30 years old, such an important birth anniversary, naturally.
An old man said. Su Chanan nodded and then saw Sufengqiu. Humph. Su Chanan snorted coldly, not showing his current complacency to avoid making Sufengqiu suspicious. Su Chanan walked over. Sufengqiu, 2 days later this young man's 30th birthday, will you come? Sufengqiu said, yes. Su Chanan laughed coldly, I thought you wouldn't come. Although you and I have a bad relationship, but after all, are the people of the Su family, should go or to go, you and I 20 years old birthday, this emperor ascended to the emperor, do not all come? Come or not come as you wish, anyway, this young man is not very welcome. Su Chang'an lustfully said. Sufengqiu smiled. Also, how exactly did you deceive Li Chenua? She believed you, but I know it in my heart, I will remember when you spoil my good deed. Sufengqiu raised his eyebrows, speaking of this matter, this emperor hasn't found you trouble yet, this emperor's woman, you even almost took advantage of the situation, isn't it a little hard to say? Fart. Sufengqiu said indifferently, kneeling down and apologizing, this emperor will not take the blame. You. Sufengqiu, don't be too unbridled. Sufengqiu's immortal emperors might exploded out. Plop. Su Chang'an was compelled to kneel by the powerful force. Apologize within 3 breaths, or this emperor will let you attend the birth ceremony 2 days later with 1 arm less, this emperor is true to his word. 3. You. Sufengqiu. 2. Su Chanan grimaced and gritted his teeth, yes it was my fault. Sufengqiu sneered and turned to walk away. Su Chanan stood up, his eyes sinister, Sufengqiu, let you live for 2 more days. All of this young man will make you pay back 1,000 times over. On the other hand, Sufengqiu's eyes were slightly glazed over. As the son of Qi that had triggered the mission, Sufengqiu was able to probe into Su Chanan's ordinary life. This included being able to hear his heart when he was face to face. Sufengqiu let out a cold smile. 9 blood breath scatter was it? Chapter 40, This Woman, Unpredictable. 2 days later. A large number of people from the Su clan gathered at the peak of Su Buren's lineage. A few hundred tables were set up in the large square. Sufengqiu, Su Tianya, and the others were also sitting in high places. A piece of this side was filled with Su clan immortal emperors. The 2 veins combined were close to 200 immortal emperors. Li Chenua was also here. It was sitting right next to Sufengqiu. It looked like everything was happy and harmonious. In fact, the Su clan civil wars, including the battles of any powerful clans. It boiled down to a battle of the strong. In a battle between strong men, whichever side won basically meant who had won. Some of the Su family members in the back were also whispering. Su Chang'an's birthday, today's battle is a bit big, not quite right. Yes, theoretically speaking, Su Chang'an birthday why need to have so many immortal emperors to come, each party to send some representatives can be, and is not the young master ascended to the emperor, although the rationale is not a problem, but Su Chang'an after all, not so big cards. It is also reasonable, recently the head of the family and the young master of the wind is too strong, Su Burenian will be this birth anniversary banquet organized some grand, participate in more people, but also to enhance some of their own status and face, right? Then why should the family head and so many of their immortal emperors give him Su Buxy face? After all, nowadays my Su family is the target of all, Su family internal discord everyone knows very well, I'm afraid the family head is also hoping to use his attitude to let the Su family stabilize some days. Well that makes sense, huh? Who is that woman beside the young master? Many people also noticed Li Chenua. It's not possible not to pay attention. Everyone was strong. Even a bunch of immortal emperors, the top of the continent. Li Chenua was sitting there, not speaking and not making any movements. But, it was just possible to perceive that she was extraordinary. An old man frowned, this woman is unfathomable. Sitting with a group of immortal emperors, but why do I always feel that she is not integrated into the scene, more like a person alone in a scroll? This woman, could she be a supreme immortal emperor? Strange, I have seen the supreme immortal emperor, but I still feel that this woman's aura is not as restrained as this woman's. Strange things. Su Buren walked out with his wine. Gentlemen. Today my father is very happy, my son Chang'an is also ushered in his 30th birthday, this can be low-key banquet, but recently my Su family is also famous, this father thought, double happiness, why not take advantage of this opportunity, all of you to get together. It is also thanks to all of you to give me Su Burenian face, today, my Su family veins came so many people, this scene, with the autumn child ascending to the emperor are no less, A bunch of maids also poured wine for the crowd at this time. Su Tian also stood up and said, this family master, I'll take this opportunity to say a few words as well. Family master you please. Su Bushue said. Su Tianyi said, I learned that Chang'an's 30th birthday, this family master is also very happy, for this reason yesterday temporarily summoned everyone, said this matter, also as today, my Su family nearly 200 immortal emperors gathered together in a grand scene. Yes. At that time, Su Tian also summoned all the immortal emperors of their lineage. It was really just a matter of saying that everyone must attend Su Chang'an's birthday. The reason why he didn't explicitly tell them that he knew about Su Buren's plot. That was also for fear of a mole.
In fact, in the wine they drank during that banquet, the antidote to the ninefold blood breath scatter that Sufengqiu had refined had already been put in. That's right. Today, they were going to use the trick to unify the Su clan in the process. Su Tian also said, "The world says that my Su family is in internal turmoil. Today, Chang'an birthday, 200 immortal emperors, thousands of heavenly Dao, and all veins and branches gathered together. The rumors will not be broken." Su Bushue laughed, "Ha! My son's birthday, the family head brought so many immortal emperors to celebrate his birthday. This action is enough to see the friendship between us we, all of us, are the Su family. We are all members of the Su family. Even though 10,000 years have passed, the same blood flows in our bodies." Li Chenua sat beside Sufengqiu, hiding his face and elegantly sipping a mouthful of tea. This collusion between the human race, the spectacle, could really be an eye-opener for her. Su Tian also said, "I propose that all of you raise your cups to congratulate Chang'an on his early ascension to the throne, stepping onto the top of the 9 continents. The future of my Su family will depend on you youngsters." The crowd raised their glasses and stood up. Su Bushue laughed out loud and said, "Come. This cup, all of you drink up." Subsequently, Su Buxi, Su Chang'an tilted his head and drank the wine in one go. Everyone else also toasted. Seeing the crowd finish their drinks, Su Burinai inwardly let out a cold laugh. "Su Tianyi, Su Fengqiu, today you are finished." Su Tianyi let out a loud laugh. "Ha, happy today, come on people." 2 people from the Su family carried a several-meter vat over. "Oh? Family head, what is the meaning of this Su Tianyi laughed. "No regrets, you should know the gentleman's smile, right? That is natural, the 9 continents of the eyes of people who love wine favorite, the wine fairy senior's favorite wine autumn child on the day of the emperor, drank a cup, linger Su Bushue laughed. "Su Tianyi, today, this gentleman's smile is right in front of us." "Oh? The family head even privately stashed such a large vat of gentleman's smile?" Su Buxi chuckled. Su Tianyi looked to the crowd and said loudly, "These years, some of the private collection, autumn child ascension to the emperor with a cylinder, and recently is also a good day, this last cylinder, all of you, a person half a cup, more can be no more." "Thank you, master of the house," the crowd said in unison. "Ha, come on, split it up," Su Tian also said. And Su Bushue let out a cold laugh in his heart. This Su Tianyi, it seems like he's showing weakness. Right now, he would never dare to let the Su family's civil unrest erupt. So again, he was giving face and sending so many immortal emperors. And again, taking out the gentleman's smile. Wasn't it just to get him, Su Bushue, in a good mood, to settle down in a short period of time and definitely not rebel? Ha! Too late. Su Chang'an also laughed coldly inwardly. He glanced at Sufengqiu. In particular, he saw the dazzling Li Chenua sitting beside Sufengqiu. It wouldn't be long before he made Sufengqiu regret it. Worthy of a gentleman's smile. "Family master, this half-cup old man would rather not drink only to drink it, every day and night thoughts Ha, Elder Yushan does not drink to the old man." "No, I can't." "Oh, that's no good." Sufengqiu took a sip of the gentleman's smile and also revealed a smirk. Li Chenua raised her wine, wanting to take a shallow sip. She didn't know who the wine immortal was. But it seemed that this gentleman's smile was, well, famous. "Chenua, then don't drink this wine," Sufengqiu said. Li Chenua put down her jade calabash. "Why?" "Sufengqiu, it's poisonous." Li Chenua. In just an instant, Li Chenua seemed to understand everything. After a while, Su Bushue stood up. "Gentlemen, this family head has an announcement to make today." When these words came out, many people clamored. The family head was Su Tianyi. This Su Buxia boasted of being the family master. What did he mean? The corner of Su Tianyi's mouth slightly hooked. Su Burinian sneered, shouted, "From today, I Su Burinian is the head of the Su family, Su Tianyi, the great elders, etc. Do you have any objections Chapter 41. In the end, who can laugh in the end? Su Buxi's words fell. The nearly 100 immortal emperors belonging to his forces were also startled. Su Buxi, finally going to rebel? But why didn't he inform them beforehand? That's right. These powerhouses from Su Buxi's lineage, they were unaware of it. It was because Su Buxi was afraid of leaking the news. This matter was only known to him, his son and the 2 immortal emperors he absolutely trusted. As Su Burinai's words fell, an old man stood up. "Su Buxi, what? After enduring for so many years, today you finally can't endure anymore?" Su Buxian laughed out loud. "Ha! Right. Today, this honored one will not endure. But you, who are you to say?" Su Burinian revealed a touch of villainous expression. "Elder, these years you for my Su family dedication this respect are in the eyes, you and Su Tian also lineage, separated by thousands of years, the blood relationship is not so close, this respect can accept you, today to spare your life, in the future, you are still the Su family elder. Grand Elder, Su Bushue, according to my Su family rules, today's action, you will be abolished cultivation, expelled from the Su family." Ha! Su family rules?
From today onwards, the rules set by my Su Burinian lineage will be called family rules. Gentlemen, after enduring for so many years, today, you follow me in battle to take away the power of the Su family." The words fell. Immortal emperor power erupted from Su Burinian's lineage. And the immortal emperors of Sufengqiu's lineage instantly unleashed their power. Those in the distance, such as the heavenly Tao. Although they were uncertain, the Tao was different. They also went tit for tat at the very first moment. At the bottom of their feet, on the top of the huge mountain, a powerful formation power opened. This is a ninefold sealing array. This array is open today, everyone, not to share a victory or defeat, who do not want to go out. You Sufengqiu absolute spirit of the hand in the face of this array is also useless. Su Burin said coldly. Then he glanced at Su Tianyi. "Sufengqiu, you still have the heart to sit here and drink?" Su Tianyi took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "Su Bushue, today your Su Bushue's people are stronger than my Su Tianyi's people? I'm not sure I can say that. It's more or less the same, but what if all of you are poisoned?" Su Buxian laughed. "What?" As soon as these words came out, the strongest members of Su Tianyi's lineage were startled. There were nearly 100 immortal emperors in Su Tianyi's lineage. They didn't realize that they had already drunk the antidote yesterday. "Su Burin, you're despicable. You poisoned the wine?" The Grand Elder pointed at Su Burinian and let out a furious rebuke. "Ha! It's fine for Chior to poison the Pill Emperor sect, but it's despicable for my father to poison it?" Su Chanan laughed. "Sufengqiu, this day this father will take back everything he lost." Sufengqiu wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and stood up, his eyes half narrowed as he looked at them. "I will forget about it today and try again in the next life." Su Chanan laughed out loud, then pointed at Sufengqiu and said, "Sufengqiu, do you know what this young man detests most about you? It's this look of yours that no matter what danger you're in, you always act like you're in a breeze, pa. What are you pretending?" And, Li Chenua. Su Chanan stared at Li Chenhua's back. Everyone stood up. Li Chenxue turned her back to Su Chanan and sat there sipping her tea slightly. "It's not that I haven't given you a chance, although you are indeed extraordinary, but your situation is clear to yourself. You're not at your full strength. You're nothing more than an immortal emperor of the 5th rank. Even if you're more extraordinary, how can you turn the heavens over? After today, what you do is not up to you." Su Chang'an's eyes condensed slightly. "Aren't you noble? Aren't you holy? You are not noble? Then this young let you fall into qua under the plaything. I'm not going to be able to do that." "Well, Chanan, set out as always some loss of decency," Su Bushue said in a villainous manner. Li Chenxue didn't respond in any way and drank a mouthful of tea flatly. Seeing this scene, Su Chanan angrily said, "Really, diaphragm, a Sufengqiu, a Li Chenxue, are this kind of light-hearted look, this young would like to see how you are light-hearted." Su Bushue then said, "All of you, I think you should now have been poisoned. This respect only kill him Su Tian, also 3 generations of the clan, the other if you do not want to die, I Su Bushue since I do not kill, after all, is a family." Those strong people looked at each other, frowning. The poison has broken out? No, right? It seems like it doesn't feel like anything. Su Burinian's brows were also furrowed. Something wasn't right. Why did it feel as if nothing was wrong with them? One's face was just frowning, but it wasn't painful awe. Put. Suddenly, several immortal emperors beside Su Buxian spewed out a mouthful of black blood, their bodies staggering backward in succession. Su Bushue was startled. "Su Beiha, immortal emperor Chantian, you guys." The two of them looked pained. Poisoned. What? Su Buxi was shocked. It wasn't. How is it that his own people have been poisoned? They had eaten the antidote to the 9 heavy blood breath scatter. Ah. How come Su Burini and the others were fine instead? Put. At the same time, those powerhouses from Su Buxian's lineage spat out black blood. You guys? Su Burinian looked at this scene with disbelief. AI. Su Tianya sighed. Su Buxi, born our sons, can only say, this son inherited all the advantages of his excellent father, while you this son, inherited all your shortcomings, the gap between the sons Su Fengqiu's mouth twitched. This father of his face is really thick skin Put. Su Buxi's mouthful of black blood also spewed out as he trembled and pointed at Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi. You are despicable. This gentleman's smile of yours, it's poisoned. You poisoned it too. They had only eaten the antidote to the 9 heavy blood breath scatter that they had put down, but they hadn't realized that they had also poisoned Su Tianyi's gentleman's smile. Su Tianyi returned Su Bushua's words as they were, if you poison them, it's fine, but if this family master poisoned them, he's despicable? No way. Su Chang'an was in disbelief. Why did their plan fail? Why had Sufengqiu and the others not been poisoned? Unless they took the antidote in advance. But the prerequisite for taking the antidote was that they had to know what was going to happen before they could do so. How could they know? Moreover, there were several immortal emperors in Su Tianya's lineage who were actually their people. They didn't send word that they had taken the antidote There was also no message saying that they already knew about their plan How could this be? Su Tian also said, "Gentlemen, yesterday, when the Great Hall discussed coming to participate in Su Chang'an's birthday banquet, the wine that was given to you to drink contained the antidote to today's 9 heavy blood breath scattering." The crowd suddenly realized and rejoiced. The master of the family is wise. The master of the family is wise. Su Tian also said, "It's not this family master, it's Chior. The young master is wise." Su Tianyi said, "This family master knows that you have rebelled to Su Bushian people, very normal, stood on the wrong side of the line only, but after all is my Su family people, so this time not to blame. Since Su Buranian line does not miss the love of the same family, then the master of the family will also take advantage of this time, completely clean up these Su family moths." Ahem. A poisoned old man stood out. "Family master, I stood on the wrong side, please family master forgiveness, from now on, the Su family unification, we work together, for the rise of the Su family fight. Family master, we will fight for the rise of the Su family. Family master. They're all members of the Su family. The bloodline is actually all very far away. 10,000 years. It's been 100 generations. After 3 generations of close relatives, they can marry, and this bloodline of 100 generations has long been too far away. It's just a matter of standing on different sides. Some people believe that the Su family is now Su Tianyi's say. Some people think that Su Buren will be able to take away the power of the Su family sooner or later. There will eventually be a battle. Now this situation, for whom is the battle not a battle? It's all the Su family. Su Tianyi's eyes condensed slightly, said, "Su Bushue within 3 generations, all killed today, 3 to 10 generations, expelled from the Su family. The rest of the people who do not have second thoughts, from today onwards, I Su Tianyi give you the same treatment." Su Buren, Su Chanan, and the others' pupils shrunk. Su Tianyi, all of you, listen to the order, kill. Su Tianyi, yes. The chi of the immortal emperors erupted, ready to rush over. Suddenly, goose feather snow drifted down above the void. The ground was quickly frozen. The terrifying might caused hundreds of immortal emperors to be horrified. A few immortal emperors of the 6th rank, they couldn't help but be shocked as well. Chapter 42 Li Chenxue's might, is this the immortal sister? The gazes of the crowd looked towards the Li Chenxue who had been sitting all this time. At this moment, Li Chenxue's hair slowly flew. Behind her back, 9 huge foxtail silhouettes were dancing, blooming with dazzling white light. This? Seeing this, the crowd was startled. What a terrifying might, what a terrifying power. This might, it seems to be only at the 5th level of immortal emperors, so why does it give the old man an aura that even the supreme immortal emperors cannot possess? This woman, just what kind of god is she? 9-tailed, could she be the legendary 9-tailed fox divine race? Is there even a surviving 9-tailed sky fox divine race in this world? Wait a minute. Why is there a shadow of 10 tails? Li Chenxue's breath caused nearly 200 immortal emperors to be appalled. Her breath alone had suppressed hundreds of immortal emperors. It was simply outrageous. Sufengqiu looked at Li Chenxue and couldn't help but gulp. What an exaggeration. One person's breath had covered the breath of nearly 200 immortal emperors. Immortal emperors, already proud of the crowd. And she, it seemed, was not a tear of existence anymore. The Li Chenxue at this moment was the kind of divine sister that Sufengqiu truly saw in his eyes. Although she could be quite cute. That was because she was indeed quite innocent and her memories weren't there. However, she was a demon god. This was if she knew that she had lied to her about them being an immortal couple. Boy! Mustn't he be skinned? Li Chenxue stood up, her pupils flashing with a demonic purple color. Honorable, elegant, and cold to the point of being unforgivable. Li Chenxue's ethereal, noble, as if from an ethereal voice came, "Su family master, if Chenxue kills them, there should be no fault, right?" Su Tian was also startled. Mama duck. His own son, when to pick up such a fairy sister ah? This is his son can pick up? Su Tianyi had long felt that Li Chenxue was different. He had thought that it is a powerful clan saint daughter, or peak master, elders, and so on. Higher, it might be a woman like Lu Yunyan. Cannot be more bull, right? Now it seems. Holy. Not to mention his daughter-in-law. Maybe this 9-tailed fox is even older than Su Tianyi's grandfather. This is a real fairy sister. This son, he's great. No, 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 no. Su Tianyi said. Sufengqiu asked, "You're going to make a move?" Li Chenxue's tone was flat. "I couldn't help it a long time ago." Sufengqiu smiled in his heart. This Li Chenxue, so cute. She was noble, cold, and refused to let people in. But then she would suddenly reveal a simple, very cute side. Moreover, she was very straightforward. Saying what she has to say. Who in their right mind would now come with a sentence that they couldn't hold back long ago? And Li Chenxue had originally been tricked by Su Chanan, she wanted to strike. But still held back. Cannot kill. But Fengqiu, the Su Chanan mouthed disrespect to her. Surprisingly, he was planning to kill along with her. He also wanted her to become a plaything under the qua. Simply hateful. If she did not have the strength, if Sufengqiu failed today,
If Sufengqiu fails today, her consequences can be imagined.
These are all killable? Li Chenxue looked at the 36 immortal emperors in front of her and asked Sufengqiu.
Sufengqiu nodded, yes, but you have to be careful, although they are poisoned, they can fight to the death to resist still the power of the immortal emperor.
I am sufficient for one person, Li Chenxue faintly said.
In the next instant, a cold light flashed.
Sufengqiu and others' hair clothes were violently blown. Taking another look.
The clothes, hair were all colored with a layer of frost. This cold force, Sufengqiu only felt it from afar and had a sense of fear from his soul.
Su Bushue roared, all of you.
Today is ultimately a death, it would be better to fight to the death, there might still be a way to live.
Follow me, kill. Kill. Su Tianya frowned and said to Sufengqiu, Zhou'er, the siege of the division must be queued, the poor invaders must not be pressed, Miss Qianxue may be in danger.
Sufengqiu nodded, but Qianxue wants to go, I cannot stop. Surrounding the division must be K, poor enemy do not force, meaning that even if the enemy has 100 certainty to win, but also to leave a gap, to leave the enemy a way to escape, or hope of life, so as to avoid the enemy recalcitrance or by the enemy bites back. Sufengqiu was also worried about this. Although poisoned, although the situation was settled. But, if the 30 or so immortal emperors were to fight to the death, they would have to be bitten off a piece of flesh.
But the next second, Sufengqiu opened his mouth. Li Chenxue, in the face of 36 immortal emperors who were fighting to the death in a bloody battle, she was as easy as a probe.
That cohesive great move, she rushed over on her way to block it all with just a single stretch of her hand.
The hand of the Absolute Spirit.
She also had the Supreme Bone, and it was also the hand of the Absolute Spirit. Wherever Li Chenxue reached, it didn't matter how many levels of Immortal Emperor the opponent was.
No matter how strong the power was.
She froze them in a single glance. Those Immortal Emperors were going to put up a fight, yet at this moment they were completely trembling in battle. 9 huge foxtails 100 meters long flew behind Li Chenxue's back, and terrifying cold power erupted out as she walked towards those Immortal Emperors step by step. And those Immortal Emperors, they subconsciously retreated backwards in terror.
Give this Emperor to kill. What are you afraid of? An Immortal Emperor of the 8th rank roared.
The wind and clouds changed, electricity flashed and thunder roared.
Terrifying power bombarded Li Chenxue furiously.
Li Chenxue, on the other hand, walked towards them with elegant and cold steps like no one was there. Those forces, on their way over, were all frozen.
I don't believe in this. You are only an Immortal Emperor 5th order.
The Immortal Emperor 8th stage roared angrily and rushed over with 9 fire dragons in his sword. However, when it was almost close to Li Chenxue,
the 9 fire dragons turned into ice dragons.
That Immortal Emperor 8th stage was not able to approach 1 point forward in the slightest.
Instead, as Li Chenxue walked over step by step,
the Immortal Emperor 8th rank sword, hand, and arm were quickly frozen.
Snap.
His body turned into an ice sculpture and crashed to the ground.
Sufengqiu. This damn Miao is too fierce, isn't it?
You Supreme Immortal Emperor can't be like this, let alone the fact that she is an Immortal Emperor 5th order.
Ah, could it be that you have a system as well? That's too much. Is this a 9th ranked son of fortune? Immortal Emperors, it's really hard to reach.
The Su clan, there are over 100 Immortal Emperors, but the Su clan is a 10,000-year-old imperial clan. And Immortal Emperors are divided into 3, 6, 9 ranks. The difference between one rank, the difference between the heavens and the earth. At the Immortal Emperor, it could take thousands of years to raise one rank. So in any clan, there might be several Immortal Emperors, but they were basically just Immortal Emperors of the first rank.
Brush.
Li Chenxue made a flash and instantly shuttled behind a group of Immortal Emperors. In that instant, all of them were fixed motionless. Then, their bodies were quickly frozen. In the next second, Li Chenxue stood there nobly as the 9 foxtails behind her violently bloomed.
Wow.
The crowd of frozen Immortal Emperors all turned into smithereens and vanished into nothingness. Ding the son of Qi, Su Chang'an, has been killed, you have been rewarded, Heavenly Destiny value 500000, peak level sword intent, sealed dust sword technique. The crowd looked at the scene in front of them with shock.
How did it feel? This woman alone could wipe out their Su family off?
The purple color of Li Chenxue's pupils disappeared.
The foxtail was put away. Everything returned to calm.
What wasn't calm was the hearts of the crowd.
At this moment, Li Chenxue's body stumbled. Whoosh! Sufengqiu rushed over and immediately supported her. Is everything alright?
Sufengqiu hurriedly asked. Li Chenxue shook her head weakly and fainted in Sufengqiu's arms.
Father, I'll leave this side to you. Sufengqiu said.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it, so hurry up and take care of Miss Qianxue.
Sufengqiu hugged Li Chenxue and left.
Chapter 43, Being kind to a deceived daughter-in-law, it's exactly right. Sufengqiu carried the fainted Li Chenxue into the secret realm of Sufengqiu's own cultivation. This delicate body was slightly cool, soft, smooth, and slightly fragrant.
Sufengqiu slightly reluctantly placed Li Chenxue on top of a cold jade bed, then took off her shoes. What kind of a pair of flawless jade feet is that? I can't stand it. Sufengqiu hurriedly moved his eyes away. Although this delicate body was flawless. However, Sufengqiu didn't have any evil thoughts right now. Sufengqiu took Li Chenxue's pulse on the side. Sufengqiu's brows furrowed. Was it so serious? Sufengqiu had always known that Li Chenxue's breath was disturbed and that there were injuries in her body. But it didn't feel particularly serious. Because her face wasn't pale, it didn't feel as if it had affected her much. Now upon probing, it wasn't just as simple as an injury anymore. Sufengqiu remembered. She had failed the so-called ascension to God and had been injured by the lightning tribulation. Her cultivation regressed and she was seriously injured. Although the injury had healed, the countless dark illnesses she had brought on as a result of this injury were still affecting her at all times. Her pulse was weak and her qi and blood were churning. Just now, in order to relieve her momentary anger, I shot out to make her qi and blood surge even more, that's why I fainted. The impact was not too great, and she woke up after a while without having to care. Just that she will often be in a more painful state. Li Chenxue herself must also be clear. It's just that she never showed it. In that case, it would require at least the Heavenly Heart Blood Spirit Pill to suppress her surging qi and blood more effectively. The Heavenly Heart Blood Spirit Pill, a 9th order pill, the entire 9 continents probably didn't have many people who could refine it. Sufengqiu would be able to do so since, rewarded with the Heavenly Healer's sacred art, he was already a physician like no other. But the heaven and earth spirits it requires are all extremely rare. The others were fine: the Immortal ranked Bodhi Spirit Fruit, the Saint ranked Phoenix Plume Flame Begonia, and the Saint ranked Immortal Spirit Ginseng of Creation were difficult to deal with. Sufengqiu murmured. First order to 8th order heaven and earth spirits were quite common. When they reached the 9th, 10th, Immortal and Holy orders, they were almost rare or extinct. The Phoenix Plume Flame Tone, Phoenix Terrace might be there. After all, it is his future daughter-in-law who cheated back. It's not wrong to be attentive. Sufengqiu directly refined pills on the side. According to the existing heaven and earth spirits, refined some pills that could temporarily help her suppress her qi and blood. Not a moment later, Li Chenxue came to her senses. She sat up and looked at Sufengqiu, who was refining pills not far away. 9 fire dragons hovered around the medicinal cauldron. 9 dragons burning sky alchemy. Li Chenxue's brows furrowed slightly. Although she couldn't remember anything, the amnesia part was limited to her own experiences. Was it also taught by me? Li Chenxue muttered to herself. After all, according to what Sufengqiu had said, she had taught him his Xian heavenly poison weapon. The 9 dragons burning sky alchemy, the pinnacle of the continent's alchemy, was also something she knew. Countless physicians desperately wanted to obtain it. There is a difference between the 1st and 10th order of pills, and the 10th order is the divine pill. The same kind of elixir, different physicians refining out, its quality is also different. The better the quality, the stronger the medicinal effect, a fraction of a difference will also be a world of difference. This is related to the physician's alchemy level. The 9 dragons burning sky alchemy can greatly increase the quality of pills. At the same time, it was more helpful in refining some powerful pills. Li Chenxue stood up and looked at Sufengqiu from afar. His medical skills were surprisingly this strong as well. No wonder he had once favored a human teenager. He was indeed outstanding. The Dan thunder fell and Sufengqiu blocked it with a palm, which meant that the pill was refined. The pill cauldron opened and a wave of heaven and earth spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance gushed out. Sufengqiu walked over with a few pills inside. This is the 7th order Great Returning Yuan Dan. It has a temporary suppressing effect on your current situation. For a more effective cure, you need the Heavenly Heart Blood Spirit Pill to be able to do so. Li Chenxue took the pills, her eyebrows slightly knit and said, Heavenly Heart Blood Spirit Dan, it seems that no one knows the formula of this Dan. I Fong coincidentally know. Li Chenxue glanced at Sufengqiu. But its medicinal materials are rare. Other okay, Bodhi Spirit Fruit, Phoenix Plume Fire Begonia, the creation of Immortal Spirit Ginseng has not appeared in the continent for many years. Li Chenxue stretched out her hand and a golden fruit was presented in her palm. I only have the Bodhi Spirit Fruit. Sufengqiu. That's fine, you can keep it first and stabilize your qi and blood in these few months, during which time I'll go look for it for you. I'm sorry for your trouble. Li Chenxue slightly saluted. Sufengqiu smiled, you and I do not have to be polite, you will stay here, this is where I practice, only I can enter and exit. Li Chenxue yawned. Then I won't disturb you, you recuperate well. Sufengqiu said and turned to leave. Mr. Su. Li Chenxue suddenly called out. Feel free to talk to me about anything else. Sufengqiu looked at her and said. Li Chenxue walked slowly to Sufengqiu's front. Brush. In the next second, the 9 foxtail shadows behind her violently opened up. Then, the foxtail shadows closed up, wrapping Li Chenxue and Sufengqiu together. This scene could not be more beautiful. The foxtail dissipated. Li Chenhua's slender jade finger pointed at Sufengqiu's forehead. A light of holy rank slowly dissipated. Chenhua, why did you pass on the power of the ninefold saint spirit body to me? Sufengqiu asked with a smile. The ninefold holy spirit body was one of Li Chenhua's physiques. In addition to some other effects, the ninefold holy spirit body was the most pure body in the world. All the filth in the world could not harm the ninth holy spirit body. Forbidden spirit, spirit type of pupil art, charming art, soul art, curse power, and so on. Especially those evil arts, refined out of the ghost baby and other forces, very powerful, but do not dare to approach the body of the nine holy spirits in the slightest. To put it simply, the power of evil in this world is indeed very strong and difficult to defend against. However, none of them could harm the nine graces holy spirit body. Li Chenhua, on the other hand, transmitted the power of her nine graces holy spirit body to Sufengqiu. This power could be transmitted to one person in 1,000 years. It was also considered a great talisman for Sufengqiu to face the unknown evil forces. Li Chenhua retracted her hand and didn't answer Sufengqiu's words with a straight face, but instead faintly said, "Beware of danger." Li Chenhua admitted that this short time together, coupled with the fact that she herself considered Sufengqiu to be her former immortal partner, her dusty heart has had a few waves. Don't worry, you recuperate. Mr. Su, take care. Sufengqiu then left the secret realm. Ding Li Chenhua's favor towards you is 15, current favor, 30 friendly. Ding Li Chenhua's favorability towards you has reached 20, obtaining the reward, Heaven's Condemnation Technique. The simple Heaven's Condemnation skill revealed itself to be unusual. Sufengqiu knew that this goodwill reward was usually stronger. Heaven's Wrath skill, because it is a method that goes against the heavens, it is called Heaven's Wrath skill. To meet the wrath of heaven with killing, to prove the way of heaven with Heaven's Wrath, by running Heaven's Wrath skill, it can absorb the power of all the surrounding martial artists who have just died, and use it to enhance their own cultivation. The stronger the strength of the martial artist, the more they can enhance it. Sufengqiu frowned slightly. Chapter 44, Sixth Order Son of Qi, Gu Changsheng. According to the introduction of this Heaven's Wrath technique, wasn't this equivalent to an evil gong? Ordinary evil gongs relied on sucking other people's blood, essence, and cultivation to improve themselves. Or even devouring souls. In short, the price is killing. The Heavenly Condemnation Technique, on the surface, was also indeed a technique that elevated itself by killing people. It would indeed be very strong and brainless. But the difference was that this Heavenly Condemnation skill should have no side effects. It was a way to raise the realm that was rewarded by the system. Unfortunately, it came too late. If this Heavenly Condemnation skill had come earlier, a Misty Peak, a Pill Emperor sect, so many strong people and even immortal emperors, Sufengqiu didn't know how many realms he would have to raise. It wasn't too much of a big deal. The Su family had already been purged. Su Tianya would be very busy for the next period of time. Su Chanan, Su Buranian, and the 3 generations of powerful men were all killed. The women and children or some unimportant ones were expelled from the Su family. The resources of Su Buxi's lineage were also all lumped together by Su Tianya. In addition to Misty Peak, Pill Emperor sect resources, the Su family had gained a lot in just a few days. Next, making the Su family stronger would depend on the defection of other strong people. In these few days, apart from some of the Pill Emperor sect's powerhouses that Sufengqiu had taken in, there were no other powerhouses that had defected. This was because everyone felt that the Su family was currently a target, and although it was strong, it was too illuminated. It wasn't possible that it would be gone someday when they said it was gone. They didn't dare to easily join the Su family's forces for the time being. Sufengqiu sat in Shaoli's courtyard. Peak level sword intent, sealing dust sword technique. This was Su Chanan's reward. For a martial artist who used a sword, sword intent was the most important thing. The dust sealing sword technique was even more powerful. Once again, Sufengqiu's strength had been boosted considerably. Medicine God Mountain. Sufengqiu tapped his hand rhythmically on the desktop, inwardly calculating something. This matter was actually thanks to the Pill God Mountain. Without their push and pull, Su Bushua's lineage wouldn't have made a move, much less contributed to the unification of the Su clan. However, their intent was to eradicate him, Sufengqiu. This Pill God Mountain would have to stay for some days. After all, God-level forces, for the time being, really weren't particularly good at moving. There was no rush. Sufengqiu could start preparing something. Just at this moment, Ding detected the son of Qi. Oh? Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. Son of Luck, Gu Changsheng. Heavenly Fate Value, 68,900,000 6th rank Son of Fortune. Age, 29. Bloodline, Human. Physique, Heavenly Jedi Divine Vein. Realm, 8th Order of Heavenly Dao Realm. Battle Score, 88. Introduction. Son of the 6th Order of Qi, Heavenly Jedi Divine Vein, the Divine Vein of the Martial Dao, young master of the Gu family of the 10,000 Years Imperial Clan, rapid cultivation, hailed as one of the 4 great talents of the 9 continents by the world, the future sage of literature of the 9 continents, and with a superb background. Gu Changsheng. This person had a great deal of fame. Sufengqiu and him were even quite familiar. They belonged to the same generation of young talents, so to speak. They also belonged to the same echelon of geniuses. Previously, even after Sufengqiu had been promoted to Immortal Emperor, everyone still placed them on the same echelon. It was because Gu Changsheng was already at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. It would inevitably not take long for him to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm. The Gu family and the Su family were both 10,000-year-old imperial clans of the 8th Heavenly Realm. But over the years, the Gu family had been going uphill. And the Su family had been going downhill, causing the gap between them to widen. Oops, trying to trigger some Yifeng's type of son of Chia, Sufengqiu spat out. The opening was withdrawn from the marriage the opening scrappy stream or something like that. For some reason, Sufengqiu felt that it was more enjoyable to deal with this type of male protagonist of a novel. Ding, congratulations on triggering the mission. Gu Changxing's heavenly fate value returns to 0, mission reward, heavenly fate value of 1 million, system value of 50 million, and randomized 1 Xian heavenly sacred artifact. Xian Tian sacred artifact. Sufengqiu's eyes lit up. There were 10 great Xian Tian sacred artifacts in the continent's legends. They were all heaven-defying existences. He could probably think of how exaggerated the Xian Tian poison weapon was. However, half of these 10 heavenly sacred artifacts were scattered all over the world, nowhere to be found. Only a few of them were in the hands of top-tier forces. This reward would surprisingly allow him to obtain a Xian heavenly sacred artifact. At this time, Xiaoli walked over with her spirit fox in her arms, her eyes a little red. She saw from afar that Sufengqiu was actually sitting in the small courtyard where she lived, and Xiaoli was not expecting it. Xiaoli hurriedly turned around and prepared to walk away. Come over. Sufengqiu's voice came. Xiaoli put down the spirit fox, lowered her head and slowly walked to Sufengqiu's front. Xiaoli said softly, "Young master." Sufengqiu stood up and walked over to Xiaoli, reaching out and lifting her delicate chin. Sufengqiu sat down, say. "It is just a little bit of a small thing, the young master does not need to worry." Xiaoli said. Xiaoli did not say. Sufengqiu also knew what the reason was. After all, one could hear her heart. Gu Changsheng it. Sufengqiu said. Ah, young lord, how do you know? Sufengqiu's eyes half narrowed. Go, this emperor will seek justice for you, Sufengqiu said. Xiaoli panicked and said, young lord, there is no need, it's not that big of a deal, there is really no need. She felt that she was just a servant girl. It wasn't a particularly big deal, she was just a little bit aggrieved, and she hadn't intended to tell anyone about it. Xiaoli was also not expecting Sufengqiu to be in her own small courtyard. Moreover, Xiaoli knew that the Gu family was very powerful. She also knew Sufengqiu's temperament. She was afraid that it wouldn't be good if she caused any trouble because she was a tiny servant girl. Sufengqiu didn't say anything but walked straight away. Young lord. Xiaoli hurriedly chased after him in a panic. Inside the Su clan's main hall, Gu Changxing sat there. The maid served tea. Grand Elder Su Tianhai was entertaining him. After all, he was the Gu family's young lord, and his status was indeed high. But it wasn't Su Tianya's turn to entertain. It was considered okay for Su Tianhai to deal with it. Little friend Changxing came to my Su family and didn't greet me in advance, I don't know what's the matter Gu Changxing smiled and said, Tianhai Senior is here to catch up with Su brother, also has not seen a year, recently heard Su brother's legendary deeds, especially to express some admiration. I see, I don't know if the young master has the time, in this case, I sent someone to ask. There is no need to, itself as the late generation suddenly visit, but is afraid of disturbing brother Su, right, heard that 2 days ago there is a strange woman into the Su family, I do not know if there is a matter Su Tianhai understood his intention. Little friend Changxing and Miss Li know each other? Ha, just a passing acquaintance, just inquiring. Gu Changxing said lightly. Old me does not know much, little friend Changxing should go and ask the young lord. Ka. Sufengqiu pushed open the door of the hall and walked in. After Gu Changxing saw Sufengqiu, he also smiled and stood up, and with that, he clasped his fist, brother Su, long time no see. Then, Gu Changxing's brows furrowed violently. Because he saw Xiaoli following behind Sufengqiu. Chapter 45, It's a dragon, you have to dish it out to this emperor too. Gu Changsheng met Li Chenua, who was like a goddess, outside Liuzhou city. Even though she had a light veil covering her face, Gu Changxing deeply felt that this woman was extraordinary. A woman, just by that shallow aura made his Gu Changxing's heart swirl. With that, Gu Changsheng also saw Li Chenua arrive at the Su family. He waited outside the Su family for 2 or 3 days, but did not find Li Chenua coming out. During that time, he also seemed to have seen some sort of powerful fighting force erupt within the Su family. Today, Gu Changsheng also really couldn't wait any longer and was itching to do so. So he planned to pay a visit to the Su family to see just who that woman was. He wanted to get acquainted. Then, he saw a young girl. The dress was plain, but he hadn't expected it to be so beautiful when he got closer. Even if she hadn't grown up yet, even if she didn't have flashy clothes.
But in Gu Chongqing's opinion, this young girl's face, that was also amazing. But if she was slightly dressed up, you could say that she was in the top few of the fairy list.
Gu Chongqing went over to strike up a conversation.
Surprisingly, he learned that this young girl was a maid of the Su family.
This shocked Gu Chongqing,
since he knew that the other party was a tiny maid. Gu Chongqing also exposed his true colors. He made it clear that he intended to go and ask for someone with the Su family, so that Xiaoli could come and be his Gu Chongqing's maid. Even Gu Chongqing directly reached out to touch Xiaoli's face. Xiaoli was scared and dodged away before rushing towards the Su family. When Gu Chongqing saw Xiaoli's timid appearance, his heart was even more relieved.
In the back with a lewd tone, said a Baiyu, a small maidservant, this young with the Su family, they will not care about you, then take you back as this young master's bed-warming maids to love you well, ha.
After all, just a maid, Gu Chongqing real face exposed also does not matter. No one will pay attention to a maid, and no one will listen to a maid's words. A little maid, even more so, had no say.
Xiaoli just felt humiliated, aggrieved, and scared.
Coupled with the fact that she was soft and weak herself, she couldn't help but redden her eyes, which was then seen by Sufengqiu. Gu Chongqing, however, did not expect Sufengqiu to bring her here.
Could it be that she was Sufengqiu's maid?
Gu Chongqing's brows then stretched.
So what? It was just a maid.
Gu Chongqing greeted her, but Sufengqiu ignored her and instead walked straight towards Gu Chongqing step by step. Brother Su, I haven't seen you for such a long time, why did this young man ignore talking to you?
Gu Chongqing smiled and said.
Sufengqiu walked up to Gu Chongqing, then backhanded a slap.
Slap.
A crisp slap sound came, and Gu Chongqing was directly slapped out by Sufengqiu, and a mouthful of blood was spat out.
Ah!
Xiaoli covered her small mouth with a look of shock and fear. Then she looked at Sufengqiu with disbelief, her beautiful eyes flashing.
Young master had actually beaten Gu Chongqing for her? Grand Elder Su Tianhai was also startled by Sufengqiu. Holy! What's going on with young lord? Sufengqiu. Gu Chongqing stood up, his face furious as he pointed at Sufengqiu. What do you mean?
Sufengqiu revealed a cold smile. Brother Gu, who was called one of the 4 great talents of the 9 continents, a man with a great instrument and a gentlemanly demeanor, has sunk so low that he's full of obscenities towards a young girl? This Gu Chongqing was known in the 9 continents as a gentlemanly and low-key man, and didn't have much of a stance. He would even adopt stray critters and keep them on his young lord peak. Many women adored him and thought he was the perfect male god. Gu Chongqing's eyes glazed over as he angrily glanced at Xiaoli. How dare this girl tell Sufengqiu what happened? How did she dare? Wouldn't she think for a moment that she blindly told out and tarnished his Gu Chongqing's reputation, in case she killed her to silence herself? Gu Chongqing's eyes slightly condensed looking at Sufengqiu. Then how, Sufengqiu, has nothing to do with you, right? This slap, this young man remembered. Gu said he had nothing to do with this emperor when he molested my maid? A little maid just, you Sufengqiu, if this young master has a problem, can find another reason, this reason, had, Su brother hypocritical not hypocritical? Slap. Sufengqiu slapped Gu Chongqing again. 2a. Gu Chongqing spat out a mouthful of bloodied teeth and pointed at Sufengqiu angrily. Sufengqiu. What exactly are you doing? Sufengqiu said indifferently, little maid? Then this emperor will marry Xiaoli tomorrow, does brother Gu still think it's a little maid of honor? Xiaoli's eyes were red, her mouth slightly open as she looked at Sufengqiu's back. Su Tianhai opened his mouth. Ah, this? Gu Chongqing's pupils shrunk. What? This girl was actually Sufengqiu's woman? No. It meant that Sufengqiu was going to marry his maid? Wait a minute. This was unimportant. What was important was that Xiaoli was Sufengqiu's immortal couple. Even if it's a concubine position, it's still an immortal couple. If the news gets out, Gu Chongqing would be ridiculed by the entire 9 continents and become a laughingstock. Sufengqiu said, you, Gu Chongqing, molested my Sufengqiu's immortal couple, these 2 slaps, does brother Gu still have any objections? Gu Chongqing gloomy face, said, Su brother married a maid, not afraid of the world laugh? Sufengqiu let out a laugh, does brother Gu want to try? Gu Chongqing knew exactly what Sufengqiu meant. He then clenched his teeth in his heart, holding back his anger and hugged Sufengqiu. Brother Su, these 2 slaps, this young man deserves it. Brother Gu is recognizing that something is wrong? Gu Chongqing gritted his teeth, yes. Please also ask brother Su to understand, after all, I was not aware of the situation, much offense, this is farewell. Saying so, Gu Chongqing prepared to walk away. Sufengqiu stood there with his hands folded. Did this emperor let brother Gu leave? Gu Chongqing stopped and frowned. Brother Su still has something to do? Sufengqiu said, these 2 slaps have not yet relieved this emperor. Next, will brother Gu do it himself or will this emperor come? Sufengqiu said, these 2 slaps have not relieved my anger. Gu Chongqing pointed at Sufengqiu and ruthlessly gritted his teeth. Sufengqiu, be a man and leave a thread, we will meet again in the future.
The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth lifted slightly. With a wave of his hand, an incense burner was inserted on top of the wall, his gaze pressing Gu Changxing. One incense burner's time. If this emperor's qi isn't relieved, then this emperor will have to notify the Gu family to come and collect the corpse. Grand Elder Su Tianhai was startled. Gu Changxing just wanted to come up with a "what are you? Your Su family is comparable to the Gu family? You dare to kill me?" Something like that. Suddenly, he thought about what Sufengqiu had done recently. He didn't dare to say it, because he was really afraid that Sufengqiu would move in for the kill. Good. 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 Gu Changxing clenched his fists. This young man will do it himself. Sufengqiu smiled. Please. Snap. With that, Gu Changxing slapped at himself. The strength was still possible. The blood came out. Snap. 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 He kept fanning himself left and right. Sufengqiu sat there and took a sip of tea and said indifferently, Brother Gu, the spiritual power is not even released. This emperor is very skeptical of the sincerity of Brother Gu's apology. Ka. Gu Changxing clenched his fists, then released his spiritual energy. Slap. This slap directly gave him a near dry spell. He glanced at Sufengqiu, who was faintly blowing on his tea. Slap. Gu Changxing slapped again. A few more teeth fell out. Brother Su, are you relieved? Gu Changxing asked. Sufengqiu didn't answer, but glanced at Xiang. Gu Changxing clenched his teeth. Snap. Ah. Slap. The slap gave him a dry flight of his own. Shaoli stood there with his head down, not daring to look. Cough. Gu Changxing coughed up blood and climbed up to look at Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu still didn't have any reaction. Gu Changxing clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, increasing his strength by another point, slapping himself. The body spun a dozen times and smashed heavily on top of the wall of the hall. Gu Changxing climbed up with his face covered in blood, and with great difficulty opened his eyes to look at Sufengqiu. However, he found that Sufengqiu was still unresponsive. He took another look at where the incense was burning. Splat. Sufengqiu threw over a sword. You. Gu Changxing clenched his teeth and tremblingly picked up the sword. With his heart in his mouth, he stabbed the sword at his thigh. Ah! He screamed miserably and looked at Sufengqiu. There was still no response. Sufengqiu. Gu Changxing clenched his fists in death. Then he picked up his sword again and aimed it at his stomach. Thud. The sword penetrated his belly. Put. Gu Changxing spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled backwards. Death was not going to die. He was able to find places that weren't vital since. Shaoli, this emperor asks you, is that place a vital point? Sufengqiu faintly asked. No it isn't. Shaoli shook his head. Sufengqiu nodded. And how could Gu Changxing not understand what Sufengqiu meant? He was going to let himself take a sword to the vitals? Although he could ensure that he wouldn't die, but that would be far too serious. Ka. Gu Changxing clenched his fist and picked up the sword, his right hand trembling slightly. With that, it was thrust in violently against the visceral location. Ah. Sufengqiu smiled, then stood up and walked over. Brother Gu's sincerity, this emperor has seen it, get up. Sufengqiu extended his hand to him. Gu Changxing weakly raised his hand. Sufengqiu pulled it, but suddenly let go. Plop. Gu Changxing fell. Ah. A miserable scream came again. Sorry, hand slipped. Sufengqiu said. Gu Changxing stood up with difficulty, took an elixir, and staggered outside covered in blood. The head had also turned into a pig's head and swelled up. Brother Gu walked slowly. Sufengqiu said with a smile. Chapter 46 Xiao Li's Secret Affection. Grand Elder Su Tianhai didn't dare to say anything. Normally, he, the Grand Elder, had a higher voice, status, and so on in the Su family than Sufengqiu. But because recently Sufengqiu is too fierce, it resulted in him, the Grand Elder, subconsciously not being able to stop it. Although he thought Sufengqiu's behavior just now was too reckless. But, he just sort of didn't dare to stop it. Ahem, sure. Grand Elder. Sufengqiu clasped his fist. Much more this elder will not say. I believe that you yourself can make the right judgment. There is something, discuss more with the family head. Sufengqiu nodded, please relax Great Elder. Su Tianhai glanced at Shaoli, then walked out of the main hall. Sufengqiu rubbed Shaoli's hair. It's okay, in the future, who bullies you remember to talk to this emperor, if you can solve it yourself, kill it, you have this emperor behind you. Shaoli softly with a slight trembling voice, thank you, young master. I'm going to go now. Aha! Shaoli obediently followed behind Sufengqiu. Shaoli never thought that Sufengqiu would teach Gu Changxing such a lesson for her. Gu Changxing wasn't a small person. Sufengqiu's approach made Shaoli flattered and extremely moved. Especially when Sufengqiu came with a sentence about getting married tomorrow. It made her feel like a deer in the headlights inside. Shy and nervous. Ding Shaoli's favoritism towards you has reached 50 secret affection. The higher the favor, the more difficult it is to raise it. And Sufengqiu being nice to Shaoli wasn't just purely for the sake of brushing up on his goodwill. It was definitely from the bottom of his heart. Sufengqiu. In a cave. Gu Changsheng, who was covered in blood, opened his eyes, filled with resentment. Gu Changsheng was the same as Sufengqiu in terms of status and position. In terms of background, his Gu family was much stronger than the Su family. Yet, he was treated like an ant by Sufengqiu. This was something that only Gu Changsheng could do to Sufengqiu. Half of his life had fallen to the Su family. But Gu Changsheng had been bullied like this, and he couldn't even talk to anyone else, nor was it good to go talk to the Gu family. At least on the surface, he couldn't go to Sufengqiu to seek revenge. Why? His handle is in Sufengqiu's hands. Gu Changsheng, in the eyes of the world, was a perfect gentleman. If he completely tore his face off, Sufengqiu would announce this matter to the world. Gu Changsheng would become the shame of the Gu family and the laughingstock of the world. His aura would be gone. This was also one of the reasons why he had to comply with Sufengqiu's wishes in the Su family hall. Ka. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists. You give this young man to wait. This young man will have his own way to pay back today's shame 1,000 times over. Can't. The injuries were too severe. He had to go back to his family, or he was afraid he'd die. The Gu family of the 10,000 years emperor clan. A group of powerful people had arrived at the young lord's peak. Gu Changsheng's father, Gu family master Gu Fengqiu, hurriedly arrived. Family master. The crowds saluted. How is Changsheng's injury? Gu Fengqiu asked anxiously. An old man shook his head. His life is fine, but just what? Elder, the young master's injuries should have suffered a long time of brutal beatings. The other party does not intend to take the young master's life, just want to torture the young master. It seems to be an extreme hatred of the young master were my Gu family's people to do. Killing intent surged in Gu Fengqiu's eyes as he rushed into the room. Changsheng. Father Gu Changsheng said weakly with a pale face. Who did it? Gu Changsheng asked. This. Gu Changsheng wanted to say that Sufengqiu did it. However, he didn't dare. His feathers, his reputation, he cared too much. Gu Changsheng shook his head slightly. Child does not recognize. You are upright, you support the weak, you have a kind heart, you never make enemies, and it could never be an enemy that you have incurred. Gu Fengqiu murmured. Torturing him like this and not for the purpose of killing him. What was the purpose? The purpose was to threaten his Gu family and give him the Gu family's downfall. Or to give someone in his Gu family, such as him, Gu Fengqiu, a hard time. What are the characteristics of this person? Gu Fengqiu asked again. Gu Changsheng casually made up, wearing a black robe, wearing a mask. Child really do not know. I don't dare to show my real face, so it's someone you and I are familiar with. Well, have a good night's rest. Gu Fengqiu said and walked out. Gu Changsheng clenched his fist. His father would be fine even if he spent manpower to investigate this matter. He would find his own opportunity to take revenge. Gu Fengqiu was filled with rage as he walked out. Pass on the order of this family head to gather the Gu family and exterminate the Shi family. The 10,000 years emperor clan, the Shi family, has been his Gu family's enemy for many years, and there are many grudges. Resource competition, worldly grudges. There is also. The head of the Stone family pursued the same woman as him, Gu Fengqiu, back then, and also became mortal enemies. In the end, the woman was pursued by him, Gu Fengqiu, and gave birth to Gu Changsheng. But over the years, they naturally didn't play hardball in order to grow. Just a few days ago, in an auction, Gu Fengqiu and Shi family head, Shi Sandao, competed for a treasure, frequently calling for a price. In the end, Gu Fengqiu got it. After the auction, Gu Fengqiu brought people to humiliate Shi Sandao. He said that he was once unable to compete for a woman, and that he had given birth to a child. He couldn't compete for resources, and he couldn't compete for the auction items in the auction. Then Shi Sandao was infuriated. The two families, more than a dozen strong people, also fought. After the fight, Stone Three Knives annoyed to let wait. Now that I think about it, isn't this Stone Three Knives in retaliation for him? He didn't dare to kill his son Gu Changsheng, fearing that Gu Fengqiu would do it directly despite everything. But now, Gu Fengqiu wanted to let Shi Sandao know that he messed with the wrong person. The Shi family. Head of the family. It's not good, this Gu family has gone crazy. Gu Fengqiu has brought thousands of heavenly Dao, over 100 immortal emperors, and even the Gu family's oldest ancestor has come out to head straight for my Shi family. What? Shi Sandao stood up. Gu Fengqiu is crazy? Although the two families were feuding, they were both clear that once they fought, it wouldn't be good for anyone. What happened? Shi Sandao frowned. Why would this Gu family suddenly make a move against my Shi family? Aren't they afraid of losing both? What's going on? Does anyone know? Gu Fengqiu had brought over 100 immortal emperors from the Gu family here with great vigor. It also caused the continent to tremble. Sufengqiu had just turned the 8 heavens upside down, so how come this Gu and Shi families were fighting again? Stone Three Knives. Get the hell out of here. Gu Fengqiu roared. The Stone family's protective formation had already opened. Shi Sandao with a group of strong men looked down at them. Gu Fengqiu, what the hell have you taken? Shi Sandao angrily rebuked. Shi San knife. What a name. The two-faced, three-dagger Shi Sandao, do you still have a face? You beat my son, Chang Shang, half to death. Do you think that if you don't kill my son, my master won't touch your Shi family? I will make you regret today. Shi Sandao frowned. Gu Fangzhou, what do you mean? When did Laozi take a shot at Changshan? You don't have to spit blood. You don't dare to admit what you did, do you? Today, I, Gu Fangzhou, will wash your Shi family in blood. Shi Sandao clenched his teeth. Good Gu Fangzhou, if you want to commit a crime, there is no excuse. If you want to beat up my Shi family, you should at least find a reasonable excuse. The auction, you taunted in front of me, I still haven't gotten over it. Now you want to beat up my Shi family. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Hearing this, Gu Fangzhou was enraged. It really is the auction. I knew it, kill me. Kill. Chapter 47, because it's the most precious. The battle between the Gu family and the Shi family in the Eight Heavens was fought in the dark, and the heaven and earth visions didn't stop. It was fought for 2 days and 2 nights. The end result was that both sides suffered serious deaths and injuries. The Shi family had suffered a bit more losses, but the Gu family hadn't taken down the Shi family either. Even though the Gu family was stronger, the Shi family had the existence of the 10,000 years protector formation. One-on-one, by normal means, it was indeed difficult to take it down. As the attacking party, the Gu family was able to make the Stone family lose even more, and the battle had already been won. It was also because the heavenly feather sacred ground of the Eight Heavens had come down to make peace, plus because the losses were too great, both sides calmed down. This dual clan battle also ended in haste. At the same time, it also made everyone recognize one thing once again. That was that a great battle of this level of power, wanting to fight to win or lose, without special means was indeed difficult. Immortal emperors, indeed, were terrifying and hard to fall. And at the same time, it also proved how heaven-defying it was for Sufengqiu to destroy an emperor-level clan with the power of one man. Ding, the Gu family has suffered a great deal of damage. Gu Changxing's heavenly fate value is 500,000, and your system value is 5 million. Sufengqiu, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. The Gu family's vitality was greatly injured, and the loss of Gu Changxing's heavenly destiny value was reasonable. It was also normal for the loss to be small. After all, it was only a great loss of vitality, not being exterminated. Not important. This was because Sufengqiu hadn't officially made a move against Gu Changxing yet. It was time to embark on a trip to the Phoenix Terrace. The Phoenix Plume Flame Tongue required for the Heavenly Heart Blood Spirit Pill refined for Li Chenua was probably the only one they had. The other flavor, the Immortal Spirit Ginseng of Creation, would need to take some more time to find. Sufengqiu stood up. Xiao Li. Xiao Li ran over and stood playfully in front of Sufengqiu. Young master. Follow this emperor to a place. Sufengqiu, yes. Su Clan, Anning Peak. In front of a tomb. Su Tianya sat there drinking wine, his eyes slightly reddened. Yar. Su Tianyi gently caressed the tombstone, as if he was stroking a woman's hair. Recently, the Su family has had a lot of things going on, so I've been coming less often. Last time I told you that our Chu Ran had advanced to Immortal Emperor, and this time, there's still a lot of good news to tell you. Our autumn child, grew up, already can be a unique, with the power of one person can destroy the Emperor-level forces, but also to save Yu Wu Vane in the midst of the fire, Su family unification. You know, Autumn, this brat, even looked at the small away. You remember the small away at 16 years ago you when I carried back that abandoned baby girl. This girl grew up, can be beautiful, no wonder the Autumn will look at her. Smiling, Su Tiany's tears flowed silently. But why, Chu Ran will fall for Xiaoli. In fact, to Xiaoli, I have always had hatred. I know I shouldn't have, but hey. Yaur. Su Tianyi hugged the tombstone and paralyzed there, sobbing through drunkenness. Why are you so cruel? 16 years. My mind is all about you. I do not want to cultivate, every day in the dark to drink alcohol to sleep, just want to see you again. Why do you never appear in my dreams? Please you come to my dream to see me, okay Yaur. At this moment where there is that Su family head of the unique look. After a while, Su Tianya let out a breath and stood up. Sure, this bastard is not like me at all. Don't see that he hasn't married yet, but he also seems to be a sentimental person. It's good. When Chu Ran takes over the Su family and is truly able to stand on his own, I will come to accompany you, soon. In the distance, Sufengqiu and Xiao Li stood there watching Su Tianyi. Although Xiao Li didn't know what was going on, she could probably guess what was going on. The family head Sufengqiu looked ahead and said, all these years, father has never gotten over the haze of his mother's departure. But the family master he usually seems. Sufengqiu said bitterly, that is because he is the head of the family, is a father, is a male child, behind him there is a group of people to guard, if he falls, already coveted the power of the Su family. Su Bushiwei is afraid that it would have already made a move, he can only be in the face of the world, to hold up a strong appearance. In fact, every night father has to wind asleep, the next day and then use spiritual power to stimulate the strength of wine. Sufengqiu, this is also something that this emperor discovered unintentionally. Sufengqiu hugged the flowers and walked over. Xiao Li followed behind. Su Tianya heard the commotion, he stood up and hurriedly wiped his eyes. Sufengqiu and Shaoli placed the flowers in front of the tombstone. Today the wind is really strong, catching sand and blowing it into my father's eyes. Shaoli, you girl also got sand blown into your eyes? Su Tianya looked at Shaoli. Shaoli looked at Su Tianya with big red eyes, her little mouth flicked out, and tears came out of her eyes. Family master. Shaoli was already emotional. She was prone to crying at the smallest of things. There was no such thing as a strong divine sea realm master. She was also moved by Su Tiany's infatuation. Xiaoer, hurry up and pacify Shaoli. Sufengqiu nodded. Su Tiany waved his hand before walking away. Sufengqiu took Shaoli into his arms. Young master main mother, why did she leave? It was 16 years ago. At that time, this emperor was not present. My father said that he was killed by an enemy, and he had already avenged his death, but... Sufengqiu shook his head, it always seemed like it wasn't that simple. Sufengqiu revealed a smile. I remember my father saying that my mother was once recognized as the first fairy of the 9 continents, and from memory, she was indeed extremely beautiful. It must be, the young master is also looking for the current number 1 fairy of the 9 continents to get married. The main mother will definitely be very happy. Shaoli said softly. Sufengqiu pinched Shaoli's cheeks. Are you rejecting this emperor in disguise? No. Shaoli hurriedly shook her head. Shaoli, how can I be worthy of the young master? Shaoli only hopes to be able to serve at the side of the young master, then I will be satisfied. But this emperor does not know enough. Shaoli shyly lowered her head. Sufengqiu looked toward the tombstone. Mother, don't worry, I will find a way to let my father out of the darkness. 1 month later. Sufengqiu had consolidated most of his realm. Previously, the realm had risen too quickly, and the rest might need to rely on some top-tier heaven and earth spirits or pills to make up for it. Chu Ran's realm has been elevated to the law realm, the killing god skill, and the dustless sword technique have both become small successes. The heavenly fate value is 100,000, and your system value is 1 million. The system prompt came, and Sufengqiu nodded in satisfaction. For a month, Chu Ran had managed to ascend to the law realm. The heavenly fate value was also rising, waiting to be elevated to the 4th stage of the Sons of Qi. Sufengqiu would be able to obtain rewards again. Sufengqiu walked out of the secret realm and arrived in the young lord's pavilion compound. Big brother Su. Chu Ran ran over and hurriedly saluted. Chu Ran had advanced to the law realm, and both the killing god skill and the dustless sword technique had come to a small completion. Sufengqiu nodded. Not bad, the realm is consolidated, right? Already consolidated. Well, the law realm is also considered to be a preliminary step into the realm of the small strong, but in this 8 heavens is not enough to look at. Qi refining realm, body refining realm, bright aperture realm, avatar realm, Xian Tian realm, Xianwang realm, law realm, domain realm, divine sea realm, Tianzun realm, divine emperor realm, heavenly Dao realm, each realm from 1 to 10 steps, and when you break through the heavenly Dao, you will be an immortal emperor. Take a trip to the 4 heavens to sharpen your skills. This emperor will give you 1 year. This year, this emperor hopes to hear your Chu Ran's name in this 8 heavens. His killing god power gradually awakened as well. Sufengqiu gave him the proper sword technique, with the god killing skill, the rest was more up to him. Yes. Set out immediately. Chu Ran hesitated. If you have something to say, then say it. No, Chu Ran will depart at this moment. Sufengqiu nodded. Outside the Su family. Chu Ran turned back and reluctantly took another look. This trip lasted for a year, and he still didn't know if he would be able to live. Before he left, he still hadn't seen Miss Shaoli. Perhaps, it was this last side that he hadn't seen either. Chu Ran took out the pot of fairy drunk that Shaoli had sent him and carefully put it into his spatial ring. Must not fail big brother Su. Chu Ran turned around and departed. Chu Ran. A voice suddenly came from behind. Chu Ran shuddered and turned to look. Shaoli fell down from the void. This is something that the young master entrusted me to give you. It is not much, just a handful of pills and talismans for emergencies, and a set of martial arts skills. The rest is up to you. Chu Ran took it, and with that, he made a salute. Thank you, Miss Shaoli. No harm done, be careful, we'll see you again in a year. Aha! Chu Ran nodded vigorously. Right, fairy drunk is good, right? Shaoli revealed a smile. Chu Ran scratched his head. Good, very good. Have you finished drinking? Shaoli asked. Chu Ran took out the pot of fairy drunk. No. Shaoli took it and shook it. Shaoli took it and shook it. Yikes, why is there a sip missing? Are you not a big fan of drinking? It's okay, there are still a lot of good drinks, so I'll go back and wait for your good news. Shaoli handed the fairy drunk to Chu Ran, waved his hand and walked away. Chu Ran held the fairy drunk in his hand, glanced at Shaoli's back and muttered. It's not that I don't like it, but I like it too much. This is the best pot of wine in the whole world, only 1 pot. Chu Ran put it away, then bowed to the Su family, and sped off into the distance. Chapter 48 Holy Yao Empress Poetry Meeting Invitation. The following day. Lu Yunyan arrived at Sufengqiu's young lord's pavilion. Sufengqiu had also gotten through to Su Tiany in advance, or else how would Su Tiany have dared to let Lu Yunyan go to his son?
Let the entire Su family and even the 9 continents has always been a strange place. Lu Yunyan's disciple Yefeng was killed by Sufengqiu. Lu Yunyan, who has always been known as a calf protector, did not take any action. It was very strange. What shocked the Su family even more was that Lu Yunyan had come to visit the Su family. In fact, this was the second time this January. The first time Lu Yunyan came to look for Sufengqiu was in seclusion. Today, she came again. The lightly veiled Lu Yunyan walked in style. Even though Sufengqiu had seen the immortal beauty of Li Chenua, he still couldn't help but be amazed by the sight of Lu Yunyan. "Senior Yunyan, please sit down." Sufengqiu sat there pouring tea and greeted her. Sufengqiu, a Yunyan senior, led Lu Yunyan eyebrows are also slightly knit. Sufengqiu, in any case, was also her disciple's age, yet he called her Yunyan senior. Why did it feel like he didn't even really want to add this senior? However, she didn't say anything. Lu Yunyan sat down in front of Sufengqiu and took the tea. "I believe that young Master Su should know the intention of this honored one's visit." Naturally, what was said with Senior Yunyan? How could this emperor go back on his word? How is Long Ning's soul body? Lu Yunyan, within the heart-nurturing jade, the state is extremely poor. If not for the heart-nurturing jade, it would have already been unable to support itself. So why is the method that young Lord Su is talking about? Sufengqiu stretched out a finger, the tip of which condensed thousands of heaven and earth talismanic seals. The heaven and earth talisman seals formed into a piece of talisman paper. I wonder if Senior Yunyan has heard of the heaven and earth spirit gathering formation? Lu Yunyan nodded slightly, naturally, but if the method described by young Master Su is the heaven and earth spirit gathering formation, then I can only assume that I have been deceived. Since it is not so simple, if the heaven and earth polygraphy array polygraphy, 9 days to return the soul array polygraphy, and then add the holy weapon heavenly soul lamp? 9 days to return the soul array has been lost for 10,000 years. Sufengqiu slightly smiled, pushed the talisman paper over. This is the 9 days of soul return array formation diagram. Lu Yunyan frowned. The heavenly soul lamp is in the hands of my Su family. Lu Yunyan glanced at the formation diagram, then stood up. "Many thanks." Lu Yunyan turned to leave, then thought of something. Her voice came out. "When the Su family fights the Gu family, my father can help." After saying that, she disappeared beside Sufengqiu. Smart people were truly terrifying. She could actually tell that the battle between the Gu family and the Shi family had him, Sufengqiu. This Lu Yunyan, theoretically, would definitely be triggered by the son of Qi quest as well. Sufengqiu didn't know why he hadn't triggered it. That's fine. He didn't have so much time on his hands right now. Shaoli walked over with an invitation. "Young master." Sufengqiu looked at the invitation in her hand and asked, "What is it?" Shaoli said. When Shaoli returned to the Su family, she met the people of the Holy Yao Empress, and this is the invitation sent by Her Majesty the Empress. Sufengqiu took it and opened it. Poetry festival. Whoa! Her Majesty the Empress has invited young lord to a poetry fair? Shaoli asked as her eyes lit up. Aha! This poetry fair was not an ordinary poetry fair, otherwise it would have been impossible to invite him, Sufengqiu. Although Sufengqiu was 28 years old, a young talent. But after all, he was an immortal emperor. Why would an immortal emperor need to go to an ordinary poetry meeting? This poetry meeting was held once every 4 years. It can almost be said to be the most popular poetry festival in the 9 continents. Because the sage of poetry will be there. The sage of poetry, who entered the Tao many years ago with his poetry. He's a powerful man in the truest sense of the word. When he recites a poem, it's accompanied by heaven and earth visions. Unexplainable, free between heaven and earth. Rumor has it that his realm may have reached the Supreme Immortal Emperor, which is the 10th stage of the Immortal Emperor. Even if he has not reached it, he should still be one of the rare Immortal Emperor 9th order. What was the concept of an Immortal Emperor 9th rank? In the entire 8 heavens, among all the clans and the royal families of the 5 empires, there were probably no more than 2 hands of Immortal Emperor 9. Even in the 9th heaven, as strong as the Phoenix Terrace, I'm afraid there are only 2 or 3 Immortal Emperors of the 9th rank. As for the Supreme Immortal Emperors, in the entire 9 continents, there were only 8 of them on the surface. If there are more, there shouldn't be more than 20. Therefore, Immortal Emperor 9th rank is basically the peak. Because when you reach the Immortal Emperor realm, the difference between one rank is really a world of difference. Especially at the 5th level of Immortal Emperor. In the Su family, the 2 strongest Immortal Emperors are at the 8th level. Immortal Emperors, in the same realm, there are also 3, 6, 9 levels. There were Immortal Emperors who could fight across levels, and there were Immortal Emperors who could only fight those below their realm. Geniuses, too, were divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. There were people who were known as geniuses who were unable to step through the Immortal Emperor realm in this lifetime. There were people who spent 10,000 years to achieve Immortal Emperor. And there were people that were Immortal Emperors for 100 years, and a few decades. The first rank of Immortal Emperor at a few dozen years old, and the first rank of Immortal Emperor at 10,000 years old, that wasn't a concept anymore either. So there are 2 very realistic statements. After reaching a certain realm, talent is not something that can be compensated for by hard work. After exhausting one's whole life, it is not easy to attain immortality and detach oneself from the mortal world, thinking that one is invincible in the world, thinking that one is a transcendent genius, but one is just a pawn of the heavenly soldiers and generals, being chased and killed by the Sufengqiu. The sage of poetry is, without a doubt, a genius in the true sense of the word. What was the most crucial thing? Gu Changsheng, who had a large portion of his heavenly destiny value, came from the poetry saint. Because, at the poetry conference 4 years ago, Gu Changsheng became famous in one fell swoop. Even, the poetry sage moved to take him as his disciple and paid a visit to the Gu family. It was also this thought that directly allowed the Gu family to rise to the top in the past 4 years. The poetry sage boasted that if Gu Changsheng could still amaze him in the next poetry conference, he would take him as his disciple. So basically, for this poetry conference, everyone had already decided that the poetry sage would take Gu Changsheng as his disciple. Therefore, Gu Changsheng would definitely attend. In this month, his injuries were probably already healed as well. This emperor is quite interested. Sufengqiu revealed a smirk. Young lord is also very talented, Shaoli said with a hint of admiration. Sufengqiu pinched her little face. Do you want to go with this emperor? Shaoli shook her head. Shaoli is stupid. Shaoli doesn't dare to go to such a grand occasion. Sufengqiu rubbed her hair. Stay in the Su family and cultivate well. This emperor will be back in a day or two. Yes, I'll be back in a day or two. The poetry festival is tomorrow night. The location was in the Holy Yao Empire's Holy Yao Heavenly City, in the palace of the Holy Yao Empress. It seems that this Holy Yao Empress seems to be interested in drawing me in, Sufengqiu murmured. He, Sufengqiu, had never rumored that he loved poetry and literature. This poetry meeting would not be an occasion for him, Sufengqiu, to go to. Even so, he was still invited. It could only mean that the Holy Yao Empress wanted to recognize him in this poetry meeting. Or even, had something to find him. This occasion was nothing more than a springboard. It didn't matter. Gu family. Young Lord Peak. There were many small animals in the yard. Spirit foxes, spirit cats, and puppies. These were all adopted by Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng looked at the invitation in his hand and was excited. Chapter 49 Sacred Yao Heavenly City, World Poetry Meeting. Gu Changsheng looked at the invitation to the poetry meeting in his hand. 4 years ago, the poetry saint had favored him, Gu Changsheng, and moved to take on a disciple. He even came to pay a visit to the Gu family after the poetry festival. During these 4 years, I don't know how many forces took the initiative to befriend the Gu family. The Gu family's development in just 4 years was comparable to the previous 100 years. This was the energy of a continental immortal emperor of the 9th rank. He didn't have to do anything, just a single word, a single act, and it moved the 8 heavens. Immortal Emperor 8th rank and Immortal Emperor 9th rank, the difference between one rank, the disparity was just so great. Or rather, in the realm of immortal emperors, the difference between one rank is huge. This time, I, Gu Changsheng, am bound to become the disciple of senior poetry sage, and as long as I can do so, this young man will go up another step. Although he was the Gu family's young master, this status, position, talent and strength was already in existence that the world looked up to. But above him, there were so few stronger existences. The Immortal Palace Saint's son, the Phoenix Terrace Saint daughter, and so on. If he could become a disciple of the poetry saint, he would be considered close to them. At least if he attended an occasion in the future, he would almost have to sit with them. This was because the poetry saint himself had an extremely strong background. Sufengqiu? What a piece of immortal emperors are useless too. He, Gu Changsheng, would definitely be able to certify as an immortal emperor before long, and in terms of true strength, Sufengqiu was definitely no match for him. There is also the power of the poetry saint's legacy. His position was also beyond Sufengqiu's reach. Sufengqiu. Thinking of this person made Gu Changsheng grimace. Gu Changsheng smoothly embraced a spirit fox not far away in his arms, gently stroking its silky fur. The spirit fox, on the other hand, did not show any docile demeanor. Instead, its eyes were filled with fear, and it did not dare to move a muscle in Gu Changsheng's arms. Gu Changsheng was very popular with the mainland girls. It was because he was notoriously kind-hearted. He was the only top genius who would go and adopt those stray critters. People just felt that he was very different from the others. A gentleman, a top-notch talent, and so kind-hearted. Gu Changsheng stroked the spirit fox while whispering, "Little fellow, do you think this scumbag Sufengqiu should die?" The spirit fox was held by Gu Changsheng and didn't dare to move a muscle. "Why don't you answer this youngster?" Gu Changsheng stopped stroking. The spirit fox struggled in his arms to run out. However, Gu Changsheng's hand contained the spirit fox in death. "Why? Why are you struggling? Why? This young man has adopted you, fed you, given you something to drink, and allowed you to stay in this Gu family with its rich aura, so what else do you have to run away from?" Gu Changsheng grimaced, his hand gripping the spirit fox with increasing strength. "I'm going to kill Sufengqiu. I'm going to kill him by 1,000 cuts. I'm going to ravage his woman in front of him."
Sufengqiu, why does he dare to disrespect this young man? What gives him the right? Gu Changxing's face was livid, and the strength in his hands grew. Spirit Fox's struggling limbs became less and less strong. Gu Changxing's hand had embedded itself into the Spirit Fox's flesh. Fresh blood flowed down Gu Changxing's fingers. As if Gu Changxing had no awareness of this, he gritted his teeth. Sufengqiu, the humiliation you gave this young man, I will return it 1,000 times over. The Spirit Fox's corpse had been crushed into a twisted shape by his hands. The blood had completely dyed his clothes red as well. The smell of blood brought Gu Changxing back to his senses. He glanced at the Spirit Fox's corpse, then gently stroked it covered in blood. In your next life, be good. The flames then burst into flames, and the Spirit Fox's corpse turned into ashes. The next day, the sun set in the west. Sufengqiu arrived in a low-profile manner at the Holy Yao Heavenly City where the Holy Yao Empress was located. As the imperial capital of the sacred Yao Empire in the 8th heaven, this city, which could be described as huge, was prosperous to the extreme. There were also countless strong people and martial clans within this city. Many people who were invited to come, they entered the city in a high profile. Even all sorts of spirit beasts flew from the void into the imperial palace. There were also strong people who came by sword and came in holy palanquins. The entire city was abuzz with lights and colors and a sea of people. The people were bustling with poems, pairs of couplets, words, and writing couplets. It was as if it was Chinese New Year. In the 9 continents, martial arts will always be honored. But poetry and literature, qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, these were also very popular. It's because some people can use poetry to enter the way, and can use painting to enter the way. Once they enter the Tao, their cultivation will skyrocket and they will become emperors. Although not many people had entered the Tao with these over tens of thousands of years, it was at least possible. For some people who are not very talented in martial arts, there is also a way for them to start a career in literature. Cannot enter the Tao, at least there is the possibility of mixing a small official to do. Sufengqiu, on the other hand, walked above the streets in a low-profile manner. Grandpa, it's so lively today, there are so many people. Today is the once every 4 years poetry festival of the Shangyao Empire, and it's the same scene in every city in the Shangyao Empire. Her Majesty loves poetry and literature, and she has a good relationship with the sage poetry seniors. Wow! Is the poetry sage coming too? Yes, he is. He should be in the palace already. Look, these are the forces invited from all over the sky, including the young master of the Gu family, the 4 great talents of the 9 continents, Gu Changsheng, and the holy son of the Pill God Mountain. Master, will the young master of the Su family, Sufengqiu, who has recently become a sensation in the 9 continents, come? He never heard of his interest in poetry and literature, should not come it, more should not be invited, come also just a theater, after all, the imperial palace of poetry, all are talented people this occasion and he does not match. In front of a huge lofty building, as Sufengqiu memory of a small point of the Yellow Crane Tower in general. The building was situated on a huge river. It was incomparably beautiful. The building was brightly lit. There were many talented people coming in and out. This is called the World Poetry Building. If you pass by here, you can leave your own works or pairs of poems inside. If they were well written, talented people from all over the world would be able to see them. The Holy Yao Empress would even often collect good poems here. Someone who left a random poem inside the World Poetry Building would inadvertently become famous and spread throughout the 9 continents. Sufengqiu walked in with interest. Today, when he came to the poetry meeting, his main purpose was to break Gu Changxing's heavenly destiny. Just by breaking his possibility of becoming a disciple of the poetry saint, the heavenly fate value would plummet. Meanwhile, Sufengqiu would just play around. Poetry and literature, there were far too many of them in this brain of his. Inside the heavenly poetry building, it was empty, with only countless poems and writings plastered on top of the walls. A large number of people were viewing the poems and writings. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, the higher the level of poetry above. Sufengqiu then headed upstairs. A fellow frowned and also followed Sufengqiu up to the 2nd floor. After going up to the 2nd floor, Sufengqiu walked directly towards the 3rd floor. Hey, young warrior. The fellow from the heavenly poetry building stopped Sufengqiu and said, the 2nd floor will be fine, the 3rd floor is all left behind by some poetry experts. Sufengqiu laughed and said, this emperor finished writing, you then see if you can stay on the 3rd floor. After saying that, Sufengqiu walked up. Self-styled emperor? The fellow's face changed and he hurriedly followed. He came to the 3rd floor. Sufengqiu said, buddy, get a pen. The fellow respectfully handed Sufengqiu the pen with both hands. Sufengqiu took the pen and leapt to stand in front of a 12-meter-high wall, quickly writing a pair of sentences on a blank roll of paper. Here. Sufengqiu handed the pen to the fellow of the World Poetry Building and left. Who was the party? What poem did he leave behind? It's not a poem, it's a couplet. Look at the river tower, look at the river flow, look at the river flow under the river tower. The river tower is 1,000 years old, the river flow is 1,000 years old, hiss. Good line. It's a perfect match for the world's poetry building on the river. Who is it? He forgot to leave his name. The man at the poetry house froze. Young warrior. You forgot to leave your name. He hurriedly chased after him. But Sufengqiu's figure was already gone. Chapter 50. Today, I will make Sufengqiu's face lose face. Sufengqiu walked straight to the outside of the imperial palace. Above the large and magnificent imperial palace, there was also an island in the sky suspended in the void. This beautiful island is where the royal family of the sacred Yao Empire really is. It was a forbidden place, where only the empress and the core members of the royal family could go. It was where they rested and practiced. Taking out the invitation, Sufengqiu managed to enter the imperial palace. Someone guided him into the palace. The imperial palace was large and magnificent, and it was also brightly lit everywhere. Today seemed to be a special day. Many of the palace ladies were also playing around. Coming to the place of the poetry meeting. In front, a huge hall stood there. The sky was already dark, but it was as bright as day. Several rows of ancient trees led all the way to the entrance steps of the hall. Above the ancient trees hung countless scrolls of poems and writings, emitting light. Some figures were looking at the poems while discussing them as they walked towards the grand hall. Ha, Brother Ji, long time no see. A handsome figure wearing a white shirt greeted the figure in front of him while fanning his fan. Ji Buchang smiled and clasped his fist. Brother Huang, nice to meet you. Li Sheng's face revealed a smile. I am very envious of Brother Ji. With a song called Singing of Chang'an, it was very much appreciated by Her Majesty the Empress. Ji Buchang replied, Li brother modest, martial arts talent is not enough, can only talent to seek a way out, but not compared to Brother Li, only 25 years old, will win last year's poetry examination first prize, admire admire admire. Li Sheng shook his head and sighed, but tonight, you and I are only marginal characters, such an event, the legendary poet Saint Seniors in person, His Majesty the Empress in person, what characters are coming? Gu family young master Gu Changsheng and other big names, you and I hey. Ji Buchang retorted, no, although they are we cannot reach the existence, but the poetry will be, is to meet friends with the text of the exchange, today's poetry will be, all people are equal, there is no difference between high and low, even if they have an extraordinary status, but as long as you and I poetry excellence, still be able to stand proud of the whole scene. I am not looking for a great situation, I just want to be appreciated by Her Majesty the Empress and others, and seek a way to soar. Li Sheng also nodded. Sufengqiu walked past them. This brother is quite unfamiliar. I wonder who you are. Li Sheng asked curiously. Sufengqiu clasped his fist. Su family, Sufengqiu. Hiss. The two of them trembled inwardly and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Holy! Immortal Emperor Sufengqiu? This legendary big shot also walked into the grand hall from here just like them? The duo immediately bent down and saluted. Immortal Emperor Su. You're welcome. Sufengqiu finished speaking and walked into the hall, leaving behind the duo who were in a cold sweat. Because they weren't even in the same class. Not in terms of strength, and even less in terms of background. Although this night's poetry meeting, regardless of status, everyone is the same, but hey. Li Sheng sighed. Ji Buchang, on the other hand, was displeased. Why do we have to bow down and be so humble when we see him? It is really unfair. In this world, it is inherently unfair. Behind them, a voice came. The two of them turned their heads to look. Young Lord Gugu. They immediately saluted. Gu Changxing's eyes were slightly glued as he looked at Sufengqiu, who had walked into the great hall. Sufengqiu had unexpectedly come. He was also wandering around the city to see if he could meet a pretty girl when he inadvertently and surprisingly saw Sufengqiu's figure. He then quietly followed her all the way here. Although Gu Changsheng hated Sufengqiu when he saw her, he gritted his teeth. But what kind of occasion was this today? This is a poetry meeting. Such an elegant hall. He, Sufengqiu, knows about poetry. Ha! Today, Gu Changsheng will make Sufengqiu lose face. Well, the two of you, this young man has heard of and read the great works, Wing Chang'an, River and Moon, right? Ji Buchang clasped his fists. It has long been rumored that young Master Gu is a heavenly person, but gentle and unrestrained. Today I see, it is really so, even have the leisure to talk with me and other small people. Gu Changsheng smiled faintly. All living beings under the sky are equal. There can be a difference between the strong and the weak. There is no difference between the lowly and the lowly. Today's poetry meeting, there is the poetry sage senior, Her Majesty the Empress and other characters, and there are you people who are quite talented. It is enough to see Her Majesty the Empress and the poetry sage senior's intention. Yes, Her Majesty also said that no matter who we are all the same today, to meet friends through poetry. Ha, right. Gu Changsheng let out a laugh, then said, there is one thing that this young lord would like to chat with the two of you about. Young Master Gu, please speak. Gu Changsheng sighed. This young master's character is too gentle, and this Sufengqiu, with his deep sins in his hands, is even more ignorant of poetry and literature, which is quite contrary to this hall of great elegance. The two did not dare to respond. Gu Changsheng continued, this Sufengqiu bad character, no one in sight, arrogant and domineering, this young and he has a grudge. The two even dared not speak. What is Sufengqiu's status? If it wasn't for this poetry meeting, they might not have been able to see a single existence in their lives, including Gu Changsheng. So how dare they gasp?
He, Sufengqiu, went so far as to rob my Gu Changsheng's beloved woman, taking away her chastity by despicable means, and causing the daughter I love to commit suicide in disgrace.
The two were shocked.
Gu Changsheng, I want to take revenge, but by all the limitations, cannot do anything. Today, he Sufengqiu since he came, want to ask you two more difficult, so that he lost face. In this way, this young is also considered to give her an explanation.
The two were even more shocked. Puff.
Ji Bochang directly kneeled down in shock. Gu young master, the two of us are just ordinary martial artists, in our 20s, our cultivation has only just reached the Xin Tian realm, and we have no background. How could we dare to go and make things difficult for young master Sua? If it wasn't for today's poetry festival, Sufengqiu would be in existence that they wouldn't be qualified to see even if they devoted their entire lives to it.
Let them make things difficult for Sufengqiu?
It would be better to just let them die. Gu Changsheng helped him up and said, I know how difficult it is for both of you, don't worry, this young man will protect both of you. After the incident is accomplished, this young man will take both of you back to the family, give you powerful techniques, martial arts, and cultivation resources. From now on, the Gu family is the two of you to rely on, the three of us, we can be brothers.
Hiss. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. After doing this, they could climb up to Gu Changsheng and even be brothers with him? This brotherhood, it might not be much, but it was still a climb. The cultivation resources of the Gu family of the 10,000 years Emperor clan were unimaginable. Although they were talented, they had no choice but to take the path of literature. If they could take the path of martial arts, who would want to go from literature? Who wouldn't want to become a powerful person? To take a step back, realm means longevity. Gu Changsheng had no choice. The world's impression of him was that he was a gentleman. He couldn't possibly keep making things difficult for Sufengqiu, could he? He wouldn't dare. Sufengqiu still had something on him. Looking for other people of noble status, why would they want to mess with Sufengqiu? Even if they detested Sufengqiu, they wouldn't want to go against him for no reason. Unless the identity was completely unafraid of Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng didn't know if there were any such people at today's poetry meeting. He didn't necessarily know him either, and even if he did, Gu Changsheng's status was no match for others, and he didn't dare to easily ask for his help. Therefore, it was best to have these two people act as his pawns. The two of you, please. Gu Changsheng clasped his fist. Someone of this status had said so, plus it was something that was easily achievable on the board. How could they resist such temptation? Moreover, they didn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to climb up to certain people at today's poetry meeting. Even if they did, it would definitely be no better than climbing 1% of Gu Changsheng. Ji Bochang hesitated for a long time, then clenched his teeth and clasped his fists. This Sufengqiu is simply despicable to the extreme. Young Lord Gu, this favor, I am obliged to do. Li Shang, young Master Gu, please relax. I, Li Shang, am bound to make him Sufengqiu lose face today and relieve young Master Gu of his anger. Thank you, thank you. Gu Changsheng said with a smile. Sufengqiu. Tonight, you'll be waiting to make a fool of yourself. Chapter 51 Daughter of Qiluk, Li Qingxue. Sufengqiu walked into the Imperial Palace Hall. Inside this grand hall, it was no longer the perceived appearance. There were many tables neatly arranged. There were ink, paper, and inkstones on the tables. It looked like a place for schoolchildren to study that had been enlarged dozens of times, full of bookishness. A dragon chair was in the center at the very front of the hall. A few tables were placed on each side. The dragon chair should naturally sit Her Majesty the Empress. A few tables on the side, that should sit the heavyweight guests of this poetry meeting. Above the walls hung some famous poems. Inside the hall, there were as many as 200 to 300 people. Talented men with long shirts and folding fans. The talented women were all beauties. A seat in the front, surrounded by many figures. Good poem, worthy of being Miss Lin's writings, it's so beautiful. That is, after all, Miss Lin the head of the 4 great talents, the disciple of His Majesty the Empress. My father is reading Miss Lin's poetry. In the last poetry festival, the poetry sage senior wanted to take Miss Lin as his disciple, but Miss Lin had long ago joined the Empress, and the poetry sage senior secretly regretted it. Miss Lin can truly be described as the fairy of countless people's dreams. Today I finally have the honor to see. Sufengqiu walked in and in turn caught the attention of almost everyone. But none of them recognized it. It only felt extraordinary. Sufengqiu didn't see any acquaintances after he came in. Most of the people here were talented men and women, and the ones with powerful identities were from martial arts families. It wasn't on the same level as Sufengqiu at all. After Sufengqiu came in, his eyes also noticed a figure that was surrounded. The dress was simple, a white fairy dress with a light veil covering her face. The hair was delicately tied up. A wooden hairpin that seemed like it had been hand-carved by herself went through it. She sat there, showing everyone's demeanor in every move. Ding detected Daughter of Qiluk. Daughter of Luck, Li Qingxue.
Divine Fate Value, 690-01906 6th Order Daughter of Qiluk.
Age, 26. Bloodline, human. Physique, Heavenly Immortal Bodhi Heart. Realm, Heavenly Tao Realm First Order. Battle Score, 80. Introduction: the person who owns the Bodhi Heart of the Heavenly Immortal is the purest being in the world, not contaminated by a trace of dirt, and is extremely gifted, so he is afraid that he can become the youngest being to enter the Tao with poetry. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission, Li Chenhua's heart. When Li Chenhua's favoritism towards the host reaches 20, 40, 60, 80, you can get rewards, and when it reaches 80, you can get the exclusive rewards belonging to Li Chenhua.
Li Chenhua?
Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow.
A very famous contemporary fairy. Ranked in the top 10 of the fairy ranking. If it was said that an iceberg was the object that men wanted to conquer the most, then Li Chenhua was in existence that any man would want to take home as his proper wife. The magnificent, national color, know how to read and write, a lady of the house, gentle and virtuous. The piano, chess, calligraphy and painting are all proficient, especially love poetry, very talented. Aged than Sufengqiu, also 2 or 3 years younger, she wrote a poem. Some love poetry and literature of the top of the strong will go to read. She was even praised by the poetry saint. The poetry saint even left a sentence 4 years ago. Li Chenhua and Gu Changsheng were the only two that he had so far considered in his narrow vision to be the ones who could possibly be the ones to follow him and enter the Tao with poetry.
Sufengqiu sat not far away and poured himself a cup of tea. Miss Lin, I have a poem that I would like Miss Lin to critique.
Li Chenhua elegantly put down the brush, red lips gently opened, gentlemanship modest, like bamboo. How to qualify to comment, but can appreciate some Shin masterpiece. Then Li Chenhua took the poem and read it through several times very carefully. Mr. Shin's great talent, this poem has an extremely beautiful mood.
Io, Miss Lin is too kind. I wonder if Miss Lin has any suggestions?
Li Chenhua stood up and slightly saluted. Chenhua took the liberty of thinking that if this Guan Qingxue character was changed to Li Qingxue, would it be better?
There was a sigh of admiration all around. Hearing this, Duke Shin's eyes lit up. Good. Good.
Just by changing one word, it makes my poem even more beautiful. Thank you, Miss Lin.
Chenhua took the liberty.
Li Chenhua owed a slight debt.
Some of the people around Sufengqiu also couldn't help but sigh.
Miss Lin is too excellent, so magnificent, a great lady. She and Gu Changsheng are truly a match made in heaven. Their temperaments are also similar, and their identities are both extraordinary.
Where are all the seniors in the poetry festival? How come there's only the younger generation like us?
The seniors from all the major powers who loved poetry, such as the Grand Elder of the Nine Heavens Tianji Pavilion, Elder Wei of the Nine Heavens Immortal First Sect, and the Poetry Sage seniors, they should have gone to catch up with Her Majesty the Empress first. After all, the Poetry Society hadn't even begun yet. Gu Changsheng walked in, his gaze catching a glimpse of the surrounded figure. Li Chenhua, the woman he adored the most. Her kind of purity, excellence, knowledge of the world, a lady of the house, he, Gu Changsheng, simply loved her too much.
Young Lord Gu. I have met young Lord Gu.
I am honored to meet young Master Gu in this life, and I am flabbergasted to have read young Master Gu's work just now. Gu Changsheng laughed. You all flattered me. Those who can come to the Poetry Society are all extremely talented. Everyone is the same. Ji Buchang said, Gu young master is too modest, although we all came to participate in the poetry club, but this talent is still a difference between high and low. After all, we have not been appreciated by the Poetry Sage seniors, His Majesty the Empress saw. Li Shang also chimed in, yes, young Master Gu and Miss Lin are already beyond our reach. It wasn't good for Gu Changsheng to say anything about pretending to be better, but he was still very happy when others said it for him.
Ha, all of you are overstating things. He quietly glanced at Sufengqiu, who was sitting not far away and sipping tea. Gu Changsheng then walked towards Li Chenhua. Miss Lin. Li Chenhua stood up and slightly owed, Mr. Gu.
Ha, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but these days, this young man can still often read Miss Lin's works and benefit greatly from them all. Li Chenhua, you're welcome, Mr. Gu. Gu Changsheng was just about to say something, when, from one side of the end of the hall, some figures walked in. The crowd instantly focused their attention over. Sufengqiu's gaze also looked over. The one who came out at the head was a noble woman with a light veil covering her face and wearing an understated blue immortal dress. The Holy Yao Empire Empress. Today was the Poetry Festival, and the Holy Yao Empress had kept things simple. However, it was still difficult to conceal her stunning appearance. That noble aura made the crowd not dare to look up at all. Even Gu Changsheng, he didn't particularly dare. Not to mention some of the ordinary talented men and women here. Behind the Holy Yao Empress, dozens of immortal, elegant and extraordinary old men walked out together.
Nine Heavens Tianji Pavilion Grand Elder Zhuge Dust. Nine Heavens Immortal First Sect Grand Elder, Wei Yannian. Continental Poetry Great, Huang Jingshan. Poetry Expert, Chu Ran and others. Greetings, Your Majesty. Meet Elder Zhuge Dust. Meet Elder Wei. Meet Elder Huang, Elder Chao. The people have saluted.
Holy Yao Empress sat down, slightly nodded. You do not have to be polite today for the poetry meeting. Tonight you will be friends with the text, show your talent, in addition to the so-called etiquette, the rest of the status of all do not talk about. After saying that, the Holy Yao female emperor's plain clear eyes swept a glance at Sufengqiu. Yes. Ha! I wonder how many surprises the talented men and women will be able to give us this night. Wei Yannian stroked his beard and laughed as he said. Gu Changsheng stood out of the way. Juniors do not dare, only wish to be able to learn from all seniors here. A trace of half a point, already know enough. Wei Yannian smiled and looked at Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng, Gu Jr., the old man is looking forward to you. Thank you, Elder Wei. Empress Shangyao swept a glance at the crowd, her red lips slightly opened. It seems that His Excellency the poetry sage has been drinking too much again. Zhuge Dus sat down and smiled. There is still an incense stick to burn before this poetry meeting begins. There is no rush, so feel free to chat. The voices of everyone chatting were smaller, and their movements were also lighter. At this moment, Gu Changsheng made a wink to Ji Bochang. Ji Bochang understood. Although he was a bit scared, he had also already thought about it. Young Lord Sufengqiu, I have a poem that I would like to ask you to critique. His voice was intentionally louder. As soon as these words came out, the entire room, along with Zhuge Dus and other powerhouses on the stage, were stunned. Sufengqiu? Chapter 52. This poem, it's rather average, isn't it? Zhuge Dus, Wei Yannian, and the others, they didn't know exactly who would be attending this poetry meeting. But in general, those who were able to come to the poetry meeting must be talented people. In addition to some of the people they knew would definitely come. It was specifically the Holy Yao Empress invitation. After all, they had all been invited by the Holy Yao Empress as well. But Sufengqiu? What? The Su family's young Lord Sufengqiu? He had actually come to the poetry meeting as well? I've never heard that this honorable young Lord Su has studied poetry and literature. Instead, I've heard that young Lord Su isn't interested in poetry and literature. Their kind of existence, at this age, all their energies are on the martial Tao, and aside from young Master Gu, Miss Lin, Phoenix Holy Maiden, and a handful of others, how many of them have the energy to study poetry and literature? Even if there were, even fewer would have the talent to participate in this poetry meeting. He's not here to kill anyone, is he? I haven't heard much about his reputation recently. Why would he come to such an elegant hall? So many people whispered in low voices. Gu Changsheng sneered inwardly. This was the effect he wanted. Sufengqiu was bound to be ignorant of poetry and literature. The purpose of his visit was perhaps related to Her Majesty the Empress, Senior Zhuge, Senior Wei, and the others. But, since it was on this occasion, Gu Changsheng was bound to seize the opportunity to humiliate him. Miss Xiao, is that Prince Sufengqiu? Lin Qingxue asked in a low voice to a talented woman beside her. It is him. Lin Qingxue looked curiously at Sufengqiu. As a disciple of the Holy Yao Empress, and even more so of the 1,000-year-old Lin family, the daughter of General Lin, Lin Qingxue's status was not extraordinary. The Lin family was the one that helped the imperial family of the sacred Yao Empire to fight for the world. It could be said that for the Holy Yao Empress to be able to sit on the throne today, several generations of the Lin family had contributed to it. The Lin family's geniuses were also numerous. The Lin family's bloodline, almost all of them were born male. With the bloodline of the god of war. Their fighting strength was extremely exaggerated. That was why Lin Qingxue was extremely treasured by the Lin family. Especially Lin Qingxue's older brothers, they even treated her as a treasure. Lin Qingxue, too, was the best of the young talents of today's generation. He had almost also seen all kinds of top geniuses from the 8th heaven and the 9th heaven. Sufengqiu was also one of these geniuses. Lin Qingxue wouldn't have thought anything of it. But lately, Sufengqiu's popularity was too strong, and who knew about his heaven-defying deeds? Her master, Empress Shangyao, had even personally gone to see him fight several times. Therefore, Lin Qingxue was curious about Sufengqiu. She felt that Sufengqiu was different from the other geniuses. At the very least, different in that he was even more heaven-defying. He could break the world's perceptions. Sufengqiu naturally knew what Gu Changsheng was thinking. You like to play? Then play slowly. Sufengqiu sipped a mouthful of tea and faintly asked, there are so many poetry masters in this hall, this young man is not worth mentioning, why do you want to look for me to review it? Ji Bochang also rushed to explain, young Master Su came to the poetry meeting for the first time, there must be something that you have surpassed, so I want to find you to critique. The Holy Yao Empress seemed to have sensed something. She had invited Sufengqiu to come in order to draw closer to him. It was because she needed Sufengqiu's help. It wasn't because she wanted him to suffer ostracization and humiliation. In theory, what was Sufengqiu's status? Even if people thought that he didn't know much about poetry and literature, absolutely no one would dare to say it. Who would have thought that there would be someone who would mention it wherever the pot was? This was clearly unreasonable. Among them, there must be someone causing trouble. The Holy Yao Empress said calmly, bring the poems, this emperor and all the poems will take a look. Sufengqiu stood up and clasped his fists. Thank you, Your Majesty, but there's no need to take the trouble.
Then Mr. Su please.
Sufengqiu took the poems and glanced at them.
Gu Changxing sneered in her heart. How pretentious. As if he could read it. What do you understand?
Sufengqiu then handed it to Ji Buchan.
Young Master Su, what do you think? Sufengqiu carelessly said, it's unusual. After hearing this, many people wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. If they laughed, they were afraid that they wouldn't survive the night. Cough.
Gu Changshang used a dry cough to hurriedly cover up the sound of her almost unable to hold back her laughter. Li Sheng walked over and took the poem. Little Sheng does think that this poem of Brother Ji makes me somewhat bright. Young Master Su, what if you take a closer look at it? They knew that they couldn't afford to mess with Sufengqiu.
But they also knew that Gu Changxing could protect them.
It was even clearer that on an occasion like this, even if Sufengqiu had anger in his heart, he would never make a move. Even if he did, with so many powerful people around, there would be someone to stop him.
A figure walked into the main hall with a fan. Is there a need to make things difficult for Brother Su?
The gazes of the crowd looked.
Li Mufeng.
Sacred son of Pill God Mountain. Ding detected a son of Qi Fortune. Son of Fortune, Li Mufeng.
Destiny value, 71010237 7th order son of Fortune. Age, 35. Bloodline, human. Physique, godless body, sacred fire spiritual orifice. Realm, Immortal Emperor First Order. Battle score, 90.
Introduction son of Qi Luck of the 7th Order, godless physique, heaven-defying medical skills, known as the only heaven-defying wizard with the possibility of surpassing the 3 medical skills of the Sage of Healing, the God of Healing, and the Immortal of Healing. Ding, congratulations on triggering the mission. Li Mufeng's heavenly fate value is zeroed out. Mission reward, heavenly poison bead, heavenly fate value of 1 million.
Sufengqiu was stunned. A 7th order son of Qi, only rewarded with a 10,000 poison bead? What was this heavenly poison pearl? Sufengqiu really didn't know. It didn't seem like it should be simple.
Li Mufeng put away his fan and clasped his fists at the crowd of holy Yao empresses. The late Li Mufeng, I have met Her Majesty the Empress, Senior Wei, Senior Zhuge.
They nodded their heads.
Li Mufeng then looked at Sufengqiu and also clasped his fist. Brother Su.
After saying that, he looked towards Ji Buchan. This brother, I don't know if you intend to make things difficult for Brother Su or if you really don't know that Brother Su doesn't know poetry and literature, and that's why you're trying to show Brother Su a poem.
I can only say that this Li Mufeng is probably the most brainy son of Qi Sufengqiu has ever encountered. It seemed as though he was being polite and courteous, and there was nothing wrong with what he said. Nor did he target Sufengqiu with sharp words. Instead, he went on to question Ji Buchan's motives for seeking out Sufengqiu to look at the poem, seemingly taking Sufengqiu's side. In reality, he had said all that needed to be said and all that needed to be broken.
Gu Changxing's heart was one of joy.
Unexpectedly, this Pill God Mountain's Li Mufeng had come. The grudge between Sufengqiu and Pill God Mountain was too clear to him. Pill God Mountain had shown weakness. He, Li Mufeng, was definitely unhappy. How could Gu Changxing not hear the meaning within these words? Li Mufeng was on his side. Great, there is such a status not worse than Sufengqiu Li Mufeng to help him. Today this Sufengqiu, waste. I just didn't think that he would dare to come forward. It seems that Pill God Mountain is not afraid of him Sufengqiu after this month or so. This. Ji Buchan hurriedly bowed to Sufengqiu. Young Lord Su, I really thought that you in other existences, and came to the poetry meeting, should be the same as young Lord Gu, the Pill God Mountain's sacred son of His Highness. It is really not clear that you do not know the poetry and literature, but also ask for forgiveness from young Lord Su. Li Mufeng looked at Sufengqiu and said, Brother Su, what he said seems reasonable, there is no need to be angry. The holy Yao Empress frowned slightly. Pill God Mountain had shown weakness to the Su family some time ago, and theoretically they should avoid a collision with Sufengqiu now. She was not expecting that this Li Mufeng would even openly try to humiliate Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu smiled, why be angry? Aren't all those who came to the poetry meeting today people who know poetry? I did review, Brother Li will not think that this young review is not pretend to understand it? Gu Changshang, Li Mufeng heart disdainful smile. Are you not pretending to understand, you yourself do not know? Okay. I'll go along with you. Poetry will not start yet, there is no hurry. See you next, how to pretend down. Li Mufeng, naturally not. It seems that Brother Su these days have not less studied poetry and literature. Respect, respect, respect. After saying that, he took a look at Ji Buchan's poem. This poem is quite a highlight, Brother Su, it should not be just an ordinary level, right? After saying that, Li Mufeng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Of course, it's possible that Brother Su is just too talented, so he thinks that this poem is rather unusual. After hearing this, many people secretly sighed in their hearts. This poetry meeting seems to be calm, but in reality, the tide is raging on. Sufengqiu, today's poetry meeting is afraid to lose face. Ji Buchan nodded, that's bound to be the case. I don't know what great works Brother Su has written these days. Can you share them with us? This young man would also like to see it.
Li Mufeng smiled as he looked at Sufengqiu and said. Just then, a figure walked in from outside the hall. I'm really sorry, I'm late. The gazes of the crowd looked. Poetry Saint Senior. Chapter 53 The River Tower for 1,000 years, the Moon Shadow for 10,000 years. Poetry Saint. Looked like a 60-year-old man. Wearing a white shirt that didn't quite fit and was significantly large. Holding a wine gourd in his hand, walking a bit lightly. His eyes were slightly disoriented, and his body smelled of alcohol. It looked like he had drunk too much. For many strong people, not wanting to get drunk that was never drunk. But they enjoyed the feeling of being drunk. And even if they looked drunk, they could actually sober up instantly. Even so, it still gave off a sense of profoundness that was beyond the realm of the mundane. Senior Poetry Saint. The crowd saluted. Poetry Saint waved his hand. No need to be polite, no need to be polite. Today, I am just a visitor who came over to appreciate poetry, ha. The Poetry Sage smiled dashingly and tilted his head back to drink a few large mouthfuls of fine wine. Gu Changsheng, little friend, nice to meet you, drinking? The Poetry Sage staggered somewhat to Gu Changsheng, asking with a smile and misty eyes. Gu Changsheng made a bow. The late generation will not drink. Ha, where is the Qingxue female doll? Lin Qingxue O doll, Poetry Sage Senior. Ha, good, ah. Whoosh. He then leapt forward and arrived in front of Empress Saint Yao and the others. Your Majesty the Empress, Elder Wei, Elder Zhuge, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhuge Dust, what good thing has this happened to Your Excellency the Poetry Saint? Ha, I'm not going to hide it from you all. I passed by the World Poetry Building, I went upstairs to take a look at a few things, and one of the first couplets caught my eye, so I spent some time matching a few of the next couplets, so I'm a little late. Holy Yao Empress raised her eyebrows. Your Excellency, Poetry Saint, I wonder what the couplet is? The Poetry Saint stood up and raised his hand, his eyes instantly becoming clear and deep from being mesmerized. His hand waved continuously into the air. A line of ethereal and absolutely beautiful handwriting gathered with spiritual energy appeared. Looking at the river tower, looking at the river flow, looking at the river flow under the river tower for 1,000 years, the river flow for 1,000 years. Sufengqiu. As soon as this couplet came out, the crowd's brows tightened. Absolutely beautiful. Great talent. This line is written in the World Poetry Center? It's really beautiful. The World Poetry Center is located right above the river. From this, it can be seen that this couplet was improvised by the author after seeing the World Poetry Building. Such talent is admirable. It's a good couplet. It's so beautiful. Zhuge Dust stroked his beard and let out a sigh of emotion. Poetry Sage Senior, I wonder who wrote this couplet? Gu Changsheng bowed and asked. The Poetry Sage shook his head. This couplet is not written. Empress Shengyao inquired, if you want to find the next line of this couplet in a short period of time, the difficulty can be imagined. I wonder what Your Excellency the Poetry Sage is trying to find the next line of this couplet. I wonder what Your Excellency the Poetry Sage is trying to say about the next line. The Poetry Saint laughed out loud and quickly wrote down the next couplet underneath the first couplet in the air. Poetry stage, poetry talent, poetry stage, poetry talent, poetry stage, poetry talent. Good. What a great poetic talent. His Excellency, the Sage of Poetry. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Wei Yannian stood up with an excited face and let out an exclamation of praise. Because these extremely talented people, after seeing the first couplet, they had already started to match the second couplet in their own minds. After a while, they realized that it really wasn't that easy. Seeing the Poetry Saint's next couplet, which was extremely neat and tidy, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Poetry Sage shook his head. Neat is neat, but the first line is so beautiful. It is a pair of people at a glance can be associated with the beauty of the landscape, and poetry talent and the ancient times, and does not match, so the old man to the second line, or poor. Zhuge Dust said, in that case, then today's poetry meeting will start from this pair of Wangjiang Tower upper couplet. How? It's wonderful. But this couplet really is not good, right? Ah, the old man pondered for a while. Difficult. Poetry expert Chao Lao gave a sigh of relief. His Excellency the Sage of Poetry has been made difficult. It will only be more difficult for us. Let's put our heads together. We are all men of great talent. One of us will be able to get it right today, right? Ha! Li Mufeng smiled and looked at Sufengqiu. Brother Su, you know quite a lot about poetry. How about it? How about showing us? The crowd looked at Sufengqiu with the mindset of watching a good show. Don't dare to mess with it, don't dare to say it, and still don't dare to watch a good show? Gu Changxing's heart was delighted. This Li Mufeng came at the perfect time. Just now, the Poetry Saint had suddenly arrived, interrupting their process of disgracing Sufengqiu. Now, it had come again. Sufengqiu didn't respond, just put his left hand behind his back, raised his right hand, and waved it quickly into the air. One by one, the characters gradually appeared underneath the top line. Indigo Moonwell, Indigo Moonshadow, Indigo Moonshadow and Indigo Moonwell, Moonwell for 10,000 years, Moonshadow for 10,000 years. The crowd was originally looking at Sufengqiu's next couplet with the mindset of watching a joke. However, in the next second, their expressions instantly became grave.
That poetry sage tilted his head back and drank a breath, half squinting his eyes as he looked at Sufengqiu's next couplet.
His mesmerized eyes instantly became serious once more.
His movements froze, and he couldn't help but recite, "The well of the imprinted moon, the shadow of the imprinted moon, the shadow of the imprinted moon and the well of the imprinted moon, the well of the moon for 10,000 years, the shadow of the moon for 10,000 years." Following that, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. "This next couplet, it's absolutely marvelous."
Wow!
The crowd stared wide-eyed, in an uproar.
Jugadust stood up and couldn't help but sigh. "This next line is really brilliant.
The river building and the moon well, the 1,000 years and the 10,000 years all match up.
This is what the poetry sage said, that a glance is a picture." This?
What? Li Mufeng, who had wanted to see Sufengqiu's joke, was shocked.
What's going on? He was able to do it so neatly? How is that possible? Didn't Sufengqiu know nothing about poetry and literature? He could still come up with such a neat and beautiful couplet in such a short period of time? Ha! Gu Chongqing's brows furrowed. Really? This reckless man, he has this talent? The poetry sage's couplets weren't even this neat.
Then Ji Buchang and Li Shang, the two of them glanced at each other, then at Gu Chongqing.
The meaning was clear. What's the meaning of this? Is this the talentless Sufengqiu you spoke of, young Master Gu?
Lin Qingzhu looked up at Sufengqiu's next couplet and couldn't help but sigh softly. "Jiang Lu for 1,000 years, moon shadow for 10,000 years, so beautiful."
Ding Lin Qingzhu's favorable opinion of you 5. Good. Good. Good.
What a ceiling moon well, what a moon shadow for 10,000 years.
The poetry sage's eyes flashed with brilliance, and then he looked at Sufengqiu. "Little friend Su? I wonder where you're from." Sufengqiu clasped his fists. "Junior Sufengqiu, meet senior poetry saint." Sufengqiu.
Poetry sage looked at Sufengqiu, slightly nodded. "I have always heard that Su Xiaoyu excellent talent, never heard that Su Xiaoyu still have such talent, but it is to let the old man bright eyes off. I do not know if you can then a pair of the next link?
I wonder if you can come up with another pair of couplets." Gu Chongqing clenched his teeth. Martyr. Today's poetry meeting, he was going to become a disciple of the poetry sage. Instead, this Sufengqiu has stolen the limelight? Is it true or not? Can he Sufengqiu have such talent? Sufengqiu said, "I'm not talented, but I'm the one who wrote the last couplet." Wow!
The scene was in an uproar.
Chapter 54, Using the Moon as a Question. What? The top line of Wang Jianglu, which made the poetry saint unable to resist being mesmerized, was written by Sufengqiu. He had, at the same time, written the next couplet of the moon shadow for 10,000 years?
The crowd revealed shocked expressions.
Wasn't it rumored that Sufengqiu didn't like poetry and literature, and wasn't a man of great talent?
This hand, it simply stunned the crowd.
Gu Chongqing frowned. He, Sufengqiu, made the couplet? Wait a minute.
Gu Chongqing and Li Mufeng suddenly realized something. They were pretty sure that Sufengqiu was someone who didn't really like poetry and literature.
He definitely didn't have much talent. Coming up with the next couplet had indeed shocked them. But now, the couplet turned out to be his? Then it's very simple.
If Sufengqiu was still the same Sufengqiu with no talent. He had only prepared the couplet and the next couplet in advance. The couplet was not improvised by him after seeing it on the spot. He had prepared it a long time ago. As for the couplet, it was probably not made by Sufengqiu himself. He might have known that he was coming to the poetry festival. He asked other talented people to make them, and he merely memorized them. This is only reasonable. Thinking like this, the shock of the party completely disappeared.
This is how you play, right? You're not going to fake it, are you?
I don't care if I have no talent.
You still want to shine at the poetry festival? If you don't have any talent, you're going to be exposed after all. Gu Chongqing sneered inwardly. This is good news. Originally it could only slightly humiliate him, but if Sufengqiu has no talent but fakes, once this matter is discovered by everyone, he will be completely disgraced.
So you wrote this couplet?
The poetry sage looked at Sufengqiu and said.
Sufengqiu nodded. It was also the first time I came to the World Poetry Building, and I had a feeling, but I forgot to sign my name.
Li Mufeng applauded. Su brother powerful. So, Su brother is to see the World Poetry Building is located in the river scene. Improvised to make a look at the river building. Look at the river flow of this line.
And just now improvised on the moon shadow 10,000 years. Poetry saint predecessors have not done. Su brother so talented. No wonder just said that this brother is poetry is just unusual. That is also reasonable. This Li Mufeng words have meaning. Poetry saint and so many poetry everyone short time cannot come out of the next line.
You are good. The first line of his own see the World Poetry Building improvised writing? And the next line, you just improvised it? Then you're really something. You're better than the sage of poetry, Her Majesty the Empress, Jugadust, and Wei Yannian.
So, upon hearing Li Mufeng's words,
the crowd probably understood what it meant. This Sufengqiu was obviously putting on airs. The poetry sage had heard Li Mufeng's words, and he picked an unimportant one and asked, "Oh? Which poem is unusual?
Ji Buchang presented his poem with both hands.
The poetry sage took it and looked at it for a few moments.
Talent is there, but if you look at the talent of Su Xiaoyao's top and bottom lines, it is indeed ordinary.
The poetry saint commented. Thank you, poetry saint.
Ji Buochang said respectfully.
The poetry saint returned to the stage and sat down.
Your Majesty, the poetry festival can begin, the poetry saint said. Empress Shangyao nodded. Duke Su's couplet made a good start, so gentlemen, this night's poetry society will officially begin.
The crowd saluted.
The poetry saint said, Old man also say a word, this year's poetry meeting, old man also already have the idea of accepting a disciple, so this year's poetry meeting best performer, old man hope to accept it as a disciple.
Many eyes looked towards Gu Changsheng.
The poetry sage also looked towards Gu Changsheng. Changsheng, I hope that this year, you can bring the same amazement to old master that you brought 4 years ago.
Gu Changsheng made a bow. Junior will not let senior poetry saint down.
He, Gu Changsheng, did have talent. But the poem that stunned the poetry sage last term was actually something he had prepared long ago. To be precise, it was because he had inadvertently discovered that there was a poor scholar in the secular world who was a poetry fanatic. He had actually written many great poems that shook the ages. Gu Changsheng killed him and collected all his poems and memorized them. One of them, in the last poetry meeting, made the poetry sage be amazed by it. He thought that the many poems he had memorized on various subjects would definitely come in handy this night. Become a disciple of the poetry saint first. Although he knew that his move was the same as Sufengqiu's. However, Sufengqiu was the target of many people, no one was questioning him, Gu Changsheng.
Moreover, Gu Changsheng does have talent. Gentlemen, then, for today's first round, what will be the topic for the exchange of poems? Zhuge Dust asked. Empress Shangyao looked out the window and sighed, the moon is beautiful tonight.
The poetry sage laughed aloud. Her Majesty the Empress praised the moon, and Fang Qiaosu came up with a line about the moon's shadow being 10,000 years old. So what do you all think about using the moon as the topic for this first round?
There is no problem.
There are so many poems with the moon as the theme, and because there are so many poems with the moon as the theme, it's even more difficult to come up with a poem that will amaze everyone. Therefore, all of you talented people should do your best. There is no limit to the number of poems you can write in the time it takes to burn incense. Some of the crowd directly settled into their seats, holding their brushes as they were conceptualizing. Some, on the other hand, walked to the side of the hall, looking out at the scenery and the full moon, pondering something. Some, on the other hand, were discussing with each other in whispers.
Brother Su, I never thought that you had such talent, I admire you.
Li Mufeng said smilingly. Brother Li said, go back for this emperor to the Pill God Mountain Li Patriarch greetings. Li Mufeng knows what Sufengqiu meant by his words.
Su brother, you and me, must rise to the clan between? Li Mufeng asked.
Just simply saying hello, why did Brother Li say that? Sufengqiu smiled faintly.
Ha!
Li Mufeng laughed, then his eyes condensed. Brother Su, Pill God Mountain, waiting for your arrival at any time. Li Mufeng was the son of Qi that Sufengqiu had triggered the mission. Since Li Mufeng now dared to confront Sufengqiu head-on, he naturally had the authorization of Pill God Mountain. Simply put, Pill God Mountain had shown weakness some time ago. But now, they weren't afraid of Sufengqiu. As for the reason, it was simple. The old ancestor of Pill God Mountain had advanced to Supreme Immortal Emperor.
This was the bottom line. But they, naturally, wouldn't have the absolute certainty to take the initiative to hit the Su family. But definitely not afraid of Sufengqiu hitting them anymore. We'll go. Sufengqiu said. I am waiting, in addition to Brother Su.
Li Mufeng's mouth corner hooked. A reminder, tonight poetry will be the continent poetry everyone, more His Majesty the Empress, poetry sage seniors present, a moment of small cleverness can be easily punctured. After saying that, he also walked away.
He wasn't pretending anymore.
He directly showed his cards to Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu laughed in his heart, then sat down and put pen to paper. Not far away, Gu Changsheng saw this scene and smiled disdainfully in his heart.
This is how you put pen to paper?
One didn't know what kind of bulls, ghosts, and snakes were being written. Subsequently, Gu Changsheng also put pen to paper.
The moon lyric.
With this pair of words, I'm bound to become the existence that will amaze the entire audience at this night's poetry meeting, and worshipping the poetry saint's name is a must.
Gu Changsheng was confident.
Chapter 55, Wish for a Long Life, 1,000 Miles Together. The talented men and women at the bottom basically all began to create.
Your Excellency, the poetry sage.
Beside him, Chao Lao whispered. The poetry sage boldly wiped the corners of his mouth and let out a somewhat slightly drunken voice. Chao Lao, please speak. Hiccup. This Sufengqiu, I do understand, he has never fallen in love with Qin, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and literature. 28-year-old immortal emperor, all of his energy is above cultivation. The implication is that Sufengqiu has no talent for writing the couplets, and it is doubtful where they came from.
Well, the poetry saint just gave a vague promise and didn't say anything else. He didn't care.
I just think that such behavior is degrading to the Hall of Elegance, but do not dare to hey, just. Chao Lao sighed. He was extremely hateful of this practice.
However, he didn't dare to stand up and say anything. After all, what was Sufengqiu's status?
Fortunately, there were still Li Mufeng and Gu Changsheng in this game. Sooner or later, they would be able to point Sufengqiu out.
One incense stick later,
the crowd signed their names and presented their works.
Her Majesty the Empress.
Lin Qingxue elegantly owed a hand and presented her work to Empress Shengyao with both hands.
Well, this emperor is looking forward to your work.
I hope that I won't disappoint Her Majesty the Empress and the seniors. After saying that, Lin Qingxue walked away. Walking down, she saw Sufengqiu who was walking towards her. Lin Qingxue slightly saluted, her voice gentle, Mr. Su.
Sufengqiu stopped in his tracks. Miss Lin, nice to meet you.
Mr. Su's top and bottom couplets were extremely beautiful. Qingxue admired them.
Sufengqiu laughed. Miss Lin wouldn't be the same as the others, thinking that this was prepared by me in advance, right? Sufengqiu's words put Lin Qingxue in a dilemma.
Lin Qingxue truthfully said, Qingxue heard Su Gongzi seems to not love poetry and literature, but really talented people, only a very short period of time will be able to wonderful writing, perhaps Gongzi is so? Qingxue is looking forward to Mr. Su's masterpiece.
Thank you.
After saying this, Sufengqiu walked up, presented the poem to Empress Shengyao, and walked down. While Gu Changsheng glanced at Sufengqiu, he gave the poem to the poetry sage. The crowd walked down and sat in their seats. Empress Shengyao said, That's good, everyone wait for a moment, let's each select a few poems in our hands that we think are of a higher level and present them with everyone one by one.
The crowd saluted.
Exempt, this poem Moon Under Heaven by young friend Li Mufeng, it is written with such boldness, good poem, Elder Huang exclaimed in admiration.
The corner of Li Mufeng's mouth hooked, and with that, he clasped his fists.
Elder Huang stood up, the old man recited it with all of you. As Elder Huang finished reciting a poem, there was applause.
Not bad. Not bad.
The poetry saint sipped his wine and sighed in admiration. This poem can be the first rare masterpiece of the day.
Li Mufeng, poetry sage senior is wrong. This second poem also came.
The poetry saint staggered up with the paper in his hand and read with a touch of drunkenness, Moonwards, Gu Changsheng.
Gu Changsheng was delighted.
The gazes of the crowd flocked to him.
Moon seal 100 rivers flow. After the first recitation, the crowd once again applauded. Worthy of being young Master Gu, simply too talented. What a beautiful piece of moon lyrics, I admire it.
This moon lyric seemed to be a few points higher than the one by Sage Li Mufeng, so it seemed that today's disciple of the poetry saint was still young Master Gu.
Good. Gu Changsheng, you really haven't let me down. The poetry sage looked at Gu Changsheng and sighed in admiration.
Gu Changsheng, I have no regrets in living a long life if I can get the seniors to recognize it, but Changsheng thinks that the poetry of several talented people such as Fairy Lin will not be inferior to Changsheng. In his heart, he was overjoyed. Although the poetry meeting had only just begun, he, the disciple of the poetry sage, was basically already secure. Mr. Gu is a great talent, Qingxue wouldn't dare, Lin Qingxue owed it all and said. The Holy Yao Empress revealed a light smile under her veil, Qingxue's song, it can really be compared to Gu Changsheng.
Oh.
Please show it to Her Majesty the Empress.
The poetry saint finished laughing and drinking 2 mouthfuls of booze.
Empress Saint Yao's hand wiped at the front of her face.
A poem was presented in the air. Gu Changsheng looked at it and subsequently frowned. This Lin Qingxue's talent was so exaggerated.
It was worthy of making the poetry sage want to take her as a disciple without hesitation, even stating that she was the existence most likely to enter the Tao with poetry. Gu Changsheng admitted to herself that she was not as good as that. Fortunately, Lin Qingxue had already worshipped under Empress Shengyao and had no desire to follow the poetry sage to the heavens.
Your Majesty the Empress, Your Majesty the Empress. The poetry sage looked at the poem with a gleam in his eye and sighed, I am really envious of you, how much I would like to take Qingxue as a disciple, this poem, I'm afraid that I need to spend some effort to be able to write
Lin Qingxue, poetry saint's senior fallacious praise, Qingxue has always been to your example, in the line of writing, there is always your shadow.
No, you are you. This poem is the best of the day.
The poetry sage lamented. Not bad, there are so many good poems this year, let's see if there can be any more eye-opening poems.
Holy Yao Empress took out the next one.
When she saw that it was made by Sufengqiu, she paid extra attention.
Sufengqiu wasn't in a good position in this poetry meeting.
However, when she saw the contents of Sufengqiu's poem, she couldn't help but be shocked beneath her veil. Your Excellency, poetry saint, please take a look.
The Holy Yao Empress handed the poem over.
The poetry saint held a wine gourd in one hand and received it with the other, casually glancing at it and subsequently fixating on it.
After
that, the poetry saint stood up and looked at Sufengqiu with a burning gaze.
The crowd froze. What poem was it that could make the poetry saint reveal such a look? Gu Changsheng's brows furrowed as he followed his gaze to Sufengqiu.
A smile followed in his heart.
The poem he had written wouldn't make the poetry saint feel that it was too trashy and couldn't help but want to get angry, right?
Li Mu winded his fan and waited to watch the show. Next to him, Zhuge Dust curiously picked up the poem on the table, glanced at it, and read. When will the bright moon come out? Asked the blue sky with a glass of wine. At first, these two lines made him freeze for a moment, and then he couldn't help but continue to read. I don't know the palace in the sky, what year is this evening? Hissing. He glanced at Sufengqiu, then looked at the poem again, and his tone became a few points heavier. I want to return on the wind, but I am afraid that the agate buildings and jade buildings are too high to be cold, and I can't stand the cold, and I can't stand the cold, but I can't stand the cold, so I can dance and make clear shadows, so I can't be like on earth. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of air, looking at Sufengqiu in shock. What? Gu Changsheng looked at Sufengqiu with a face of disbelief. How is that possible? Ah? That Zhuge Dust was also stunned and looked at Sufengqiu again. Next to him, Wei Yannian, the Grand Elder of the Immortal First Sect, took the words over from him. Turning the Zhu Pavilion, lowering the beautiful door, illuminating sleeplessness. There should be no hate. What is it that makes a parting round so long? He frowned. People have sorrows and joys, the moon has its own shade and roundness, this matter can never be complete. I wish that people would stay together for a long time. We will be together for 1,000 miles. Chapter 56, Little Friend Su, should I explain? Wow. The entire room was in an uproar. Everyone was talented. They all loved poetry and literature. Even if the level in the poetry society was even worse, when looking at the 9 continents, it was still extremely talented. Of course they knew poetry extremely well. Just by listening to it once, they could probably understand what level this poem was at. If you went outside and said that this poem was written by a poet saint, everyone would believe it. But this was actually from Sufengqiu's hand? This? How is it possible that young Master Su improvised on the burning of an incense stick? This is a masterpiece that has been passed down through the ages. When will the moon come out? Let's drink and ask the sky. Wish for a long time. Thousands of miles to be together, he said. Young Master Su, isn't he not a fan of poetry and literature? He has such talent? This can even be said to be one of the lyrics that probably amazed me the most in recent years. Beneath Lin Qingxue's veil, her small mouth opened slightly. What a beautiful word. What a beautiful mood. What a magnificent picture. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she glanced at Sufengqiu, who was not far away. Mr. Su, so talented. She extremely loved poetry. People with talent, she would especially appreciate. This one by Sufengqiu made Lin Qingxue amazed by it. Ding Lin Qingxue's favor towards you 5, current favor, 10. Li Mufeng frowned. This Sufengqiu was quite well prepared. His eyes stared slightly. It didn't matter. Tonight, there would be a time when he would be exposed after all. It was impossible. Gu Changsheng was cold inside. Sufengqiu, he was simply someone who didn't understand poetry and literature. He could never have made such a masterpiece. It was definitely plagiarized by him. He's so pretentious. Why would he be able to plagiarize such an ancient work of art? Martyr, he wouldn't steal his status as a disciple of the poetry sage by plagiarizing, would he? That's impossible. He had to see Sufengqiu lose face. Something must be done. This lyric. Wei Yannian stood up and looked at Sufengqiu in shock. This is a beautiful poem with a very high level. I never thought that I would see such an ancient work in a poetry meeting, but I couldn't believe it. What is even more unbelievable is that this is a piece of improvisation. This lyric can be put on books for countless students to read over and over again, and be passed down through the ages. As for Elder Chao, who hadn't said a word, his face didn't look good. He didn't like Sufengqiu. First, he thought that Sufengqiu was simply a talentless person. He had plagiarized all of these, only putting on his own name. Second, the Pill Emperor's sex pill family that Sufengqiu had killed was inextricably linked to him. He hadn't come forward all this time, he just didn't dare to target Sufengqiu. However, he really couldn't help himself a bit. Little friend Su, to be able to see such a pair of words at the poetry meeting, beyond the old man's expectations, your talent, I'm afraid it's no worse than Qingxue's girl. Lin Qingxue said softly, with this word alone, Qingxue knows the gap between him and Mr. Su. Smooth. Smooth ah. Ha. The poetry sage laughed out loud. It was definitely copied or prepared in advance. The crowd almost all thought so in their hearts. One incense stick and write such words. Only the poetry saint and a few others could do it, right? But everyone didn't dare to say it. Gu Changsheng hurriedly gave a wink to Ji Buochang and Li Sheng beside him. Ji Buochang and Li Sheng trembled. They had thought that they were pretty much done. After all, there was Li Mufeng to make things difficult for Sufengqiu. Unexpectedly, young Lord Gu even let him come. To be honest, they really didn't dare. Sufengqiu, without this poetry meeting, was an existence that they could never hope to see in their entire lives, and they didn't even have the qualifications to see him. Now, he was going to make things difficult for Sufengqiu. Hiss. Even with Gu Changsheng's promise, it was difficult. It was a kind of fear and inferiority complex that came from the soul, from the bones. Just now, when he had asked Sufengqiu to read his Ji Buchang's poem, he had gritted his teeth and forced his way through it. But it's come to this. What can they do? They could only continue to fight hard. Otherwise, they would have lost all their previous efforts. Li Sheng didn't do anything about it. He then stood out. Gentlemen, I have something to say. The eyes of the crowd looked at him. Li Sheng then said, it's like this, there are some words that have been in my heart for a long time, but I haven't dared to say them. Qiao Lao directly said, there is no harm in saying anything. It is also because of the thought that Her Majesty the Empress said that today, regardless of what identity, we are all the same, but simply to meet friends with poetry, exchange of talent, plus as a self-professed kind of cynicism, I dared to come forward, of course, only in the questioning of the following. Qiao Lao, you say. Li Sheng said, the level of young Master Su's words, stunning the four seats, the beauty of the mood, the realm of the high, unimaginable. Within one incense burner, wrote such a word, the number of words is also very much, if it is the poet Saint Seniors, His Majesty the Empress, all seniors, I feel that it is really normal, so I have some questions, young Master Su, is it true that one incense burner improvised to make such a heavenly work? Li Sheng did not dare to look at Sufengqiu. Ji Buchang stood out, in fact, juniors also have doubts, of course, does not deny that Su Young Master's talent against the sky, but as far as I know, Su Young Master is only 28 years old, into the realm of the Immortal Emperor, shocking, all the energy is used for cultivation, Su Young Master usually do not like poetry and literature, which should be clear to many people, because Su Young Master has never been made of poetry, and has never been in and out of the place of the literati. But to come up with such a shocking work was a bit unreasonable. Gu Changsheng smiled in her heart. LOL LOL LOL. Now this point was being completely singled out. Sufengqiu had been embarrassed. He, Gu Changsheng, was truly a genius. LOL. Li Mufeng glanced at Gu Changsheng, his heart already clear. This Sufengqiu, swollen face, then who spoiled you? Little friend Su, is it necessary to explain? Qiao Lao looked at Sufengqiu and asked. There are still people who know right from wrong. The crowd looked at Sufengqiu, waiting for his explanation. To be honest, everyone thought so. Even Zhuge Dust, Wei Yannian, and even the sacred Yao Empress and the poetry saint on the stage. They also thought the same. At least felt that the possibility was there. Sufengqiu said gently. There's no need to explain, right? It's not like everyone knows how this young man lives daily and where he's going, just as some people can't understand how becoming an emperor at the age of 20-something is possible, the same reasoning, brother Gu, what do you say? Sufengqiu suddenly nudged Gu Changsheng, causing him to tremble. Ah yes. Gu Changsheng stood out, then said, ahem, some people are just frogs in the bottom of the well, they think that what they think is impossible, they think that other people can't do it either, it's not a level. Sufengqiu smiled. Ji Buchang? Li Shen? No, Tai Tai? What's the situation? You asked your buddy to help you make things difficult for Sufengqiu. And then you spoke up for him? Didn't you say you hated Sufengqiu? Even if you were worried, why would you speak for him? Ha? Is he a clown? Chapter 57, Qingxue writes Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng had a hard time. Sufengqiu has a handle on him Sufengqiu all point him. He had no choice he could only help Sufengqiu speak. But it doesn't matter. Ji Buchang and Li Sheng, they have Sufengqiu this matter to the clear. It was just that they hadn't managed to make a final decision. Next, there were still plenty of opportunities for Sufengqiu to expose his poems as plagiarized. Once he was exposed, he would completely lose face. He would be reduced to the laughingstock of the continent. The Holy Yao Empress promptly said, since it's a misunderstanding, let's go over there. Ji Buchang and Li Sheng respectfully saluted, yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Ha, but to be able to see young Lord Su's words like this today, this trip to the Poetry Society has been worth it. Zhuge Dust stroked his beard and laughed. Wei Yannian also smiled, this is just where we are, maybe there are even more surprises to follow. Also, Your Excellency, Poetry Saint, this second question, what is it based on? The Poetry Saint's gaze unwillingly moved away from this lyric of Sufengqiu's. Your Excellency, speak. Elder Chao calmed his upset feelings and said, old man has a wonderful thought. Holy Yao Empress, oh? Old Chao, please speak. Elder Chao said, all of you here are young talented men and women, almost all of you don't have a marriage or immortal couple, right? The crowd shook their heads. Therefore, all of you should have a longing for the expression of love but seldom try it, and there should be very few poems depicting the opposite sex. Old man proposed that for this round, the topic should be a woman of great beauty and a man of extraordinary aura. Huang Lao laughed loudly and said, Qiao Lao's wonderful words. Ha! I still remember the scene of His Excellency the Poetry Sage's Red Face Symposium when he was drunkenly waving his pen for the red face, how dashing, spirited, and wild in the world it was. Zhuge Dust laughed, not bad, is a good topic, poetry will be, the men will be a beautiful woman is the subject, the girls to handsome men is the subject, to express appreciation and love well, very good. The poetry sage laughed out loud, stepped on the chair and said, "Then why don't we go a little crazier and use the people in the poetry club as references to compose poems? Ha, wonderful, wonderful." Then the poetry sage tilted his head back and drank heavily, then wiped the corners of his mouth violently. Cool. Xiao Lao also responded, "This is very good. Today's poetry meeting, there are so many young talents. Men have the sage son of Pill God Mountain who has resounded through the 9 continents, the young master of the Gu family and so on. Women have Qingxue, Ms. Zhao, and even Her Majesty the Empress. The men will write about the women in the audience, and the women will write about the men in the audience. It's very good." After saying that, Elder Chao also let out a cold laugh in his heart. For these young people, poems depicting love affairs and the opposite sex, odds are they are not good at it. This topic was not cold, but in such a grand and solemn poetry meeting, this topic would be too cold. You, Sufengqiu, plagiarized others, or got someone to write down new poems in advance, and memorized them yourself and said they were your own. So how could you possibly have thought that this topic would be included in today's poetry festival? You must be unprepared, right? Humph. Wait until you're revealed. If you can't, you can use me as a reference to write poems, not necessarily about love, right? Ha, if it's a reference to me, that's not a bad idea, ha. The poetry sage laughed loudly. "Ahem, Your Excellency Poetry Saint, you've had too much to drink," Holy Yao Empress said. Out of sorts. Poetry Saint smiled and sat down. "This is Your Excellency the Poetry Saint, you are not restricted, you speak freely, what a dashing and happy life." Zhuge Dust sighed. Then Xiao Lao added, "After the poem is finished, before signing your name, please add who the poem describes." Yes. Sufengqiu's gaze glanced at the field. Within the field, the best written were undoubtedly 2 people. Li Chenua and the Holy Yao Empress. Li Chenua, on the other hand, glanced at the male children in the field. There were many good male children who could write. Even she could indeed write poetry saints. The kind that was free in the world and bold in the world. Not necessarily love affairs. But she ghostly landed her gaze on Sufengqiu's body. It then suddenly felt as if Lord Su had something in him that she really wanted to write about. And Sufengqiu looked at Li Chenua at the same time. The two of them met each other's eyes. Under Li Chenju's veil, her pretty face blushed slightly. She nodded politely at Sufengqiu from afar. Gu Changxing's heart rejoiced. This was a good topic, just right for writing about Miss Lin. His favorite was Li Chenju. Ranked 6th on the fairy list. He still didn't know how to express his admiration to her. It was just right to use this poem as an expression. As for Sufengqiu, don't worry about it. This subject matter, especially if he had to improvise a poem based on someone in the scene. The poems that Sufengqiu had prepared in advance definitely didn't describe a woman. Because of this kind of poetry meeting, who would have thought that a woman or a man would be used as the subject matter to write about? Therefore, the next song Sufengqiu wrote about women would reveal his true level. The level of the previous song, which has been passed down through the ages. He himself said he improvised it. This song, if it was mediocre, it would have already confirmed that he had plagiarized it. Instead, Gu Changxing thought that it was difficult for Sufengqiu to even write a mediocre poem. He simply didn't understand it. The arena was quiet. The crowd was constantly looking at someone and then thinking about how to put pen to paper. This is how they put pen to paper? Gu Changxing glanced at Sufengqiu and laughed in her heart. Ridiculous to the extreme. Still quite capable of pretending. The time for one incense stick to burn quickly arrived. The crowd had also completed their creations. Afterward, they handed the poems over to Empress Shang Yao and the others. Wei Yannian flipped through it and said, Fruitfully your level for these descriptions is slightly insufficient, but it's good. With such feelings, if the poems can stand out, they will be even better. Oh? Gu Xiaoyu this poem, writing is still good, written by Qingzhu girl. Lin Qingzhu made a polite bow to Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng cupped his fists and said, If Miss Lin is displeased, please forgive me. In fact, he thought in his heart that Lin Qingzhu was most likely writing about him, Gu Changsheng. It was either that or the poetry saint. But it really wasn't good for a junior to write about an elder, even if the expression was reverence. Where are your words, Mr. Gu? Lin Qingzhu said softly. Elder Chao then read out Gu Changsheng's poem. Good poem. Even if I don't know who young Master Gu is writing about, just by listening to the poem, I can tell that it's about Miss Lin. It's so vivid, young Master Gu's poem is full of admiration for Miss Lin. Good poem. Mr. Gu was very talented. The poetry sage nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this disciple of the old man, it seems that he should be able to settle down, huh? Gu Changsheng was overjoyed. Lin Qingzhu, on the other hand, owed it all. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Small matter, looking forward to Miss Lin's poem. Gu Changsheng revealed a gentlemanly smile. The Holy Yao Empress glanced at it, and under her veil she did reveal an intriguing light smile. Qingzhu's poem, it's not badly written. The poetry saint laughed, oh? Let me see if these two have a slight heart-to-heart. The heart has a spiritual connection is a bit of a pity. Gu Changsheng frowned. Didn't write about him? Then who can be written? Sufengqiu?
Don't tease. Li Chenua shouldn't have a good feeling about Sufengqiu. She definitely also suspected that Sufengqiu's poems were plagiarized or prepared in advance. Empress Shangyao glanced at Sufengqiu. It's written backwards as Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng? What? He's a clown too.
Chapter 58, Outpatience if the light clouds of the moon, floating in the air if the flow of the wind of the return of snow.
Gu Changsheng called a hate ah. Sufengqiu. It's Sufengqiu again.
Everyone thought that Li Chenua must have written about him, Gu Changsheng.
Because everyone thought they were made for each other.
Including everyone who understood in their hearts that he, Gu Changsheng, was secretly in love with Li Chenua. His expression, his eyes were waiting to announce that Li Chenua was writing about him. Now it was good that it wasn't written about him, Gu Changsheng, but Sufengqiu instead.
Gu Changsheng appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was furious. Why? Why don't you write about me? Why?
I, Gu Changsheng and you Li Chenua, a golden couple, made for each other, there is no one else in the world, you and I are so well matched, why do you want to write Sufengqiu? I, Gu Changsheng, have known you for several years, and have discussed poetry together several times. You obviously have admiration for this young man, so why did you write about Sufengqiu?
Why did you write about Sufengqiu? Is that how you treat me?
Everyone knows about our love, but you fed my heart to the dogs and made me lose face in front of everyone. Sufengqiu is just the first time we've met, but you've moved on, good.
Li Chenua, you're nothing but a.
You give this young man also wait.
Gu Changsheng roared angrily inside. Sufengqiu glanced at Li Chenua.
Li Chenua, on the other hand, slightly saluted. Qingxue doesn't know much about Mr. Su, and is only basing her poems on her first impression, so if Mr. Su doesn't like it, please forgive me.
Why don't you read it yourself, Qingxue?
With a flick of Holy Yao Empress's delicate jade finger, the paper scroll flew towards Li Chenua. Li Chenua took it, a little embarrassed.
It just felt so embarrassing.
It seemed a bit difficult to read out the poem that she had written for Duke Su herself. Li Chenua wiped her hand into the air and her spiritual energy surged.
Her poem was presented in the air. Gu Changsheng was calm on the surface, but inwardly gritted her teeth as she looked over. Ma da. It's so well written. Chow. Sufengqiu. Li Chenua. Ah. It's so well written.
The words are both beautiful and bold, and the characterization of Brother Su is very vivid. It's a pity that this young man is a man, but if I were a woman and read this poem unintentionally, I'm afraid that I would have fallen in love with the man in the poem as well.
Li Mufeng exclaimed.
Naturally, he was deliberately arching Sufengqiu and Gu Changsheng.
Gu Changsheng?
You love you paralyzed.
You can love even now. Chow. The crowd also couldn't help but lament. Good poem. What a great poem. Qingxue's talent is truly one of the best in this generation.
Ha, His Excellency the poetry sage is going to lament not being able to accept this good disciple again. However, Li Mufeng, you are wrong, this poem is not about admiration, but appreciation, a genius, like no one's business, bold, killing, but also has its tender side.
Thank you, Miss Lin. Sufengqiu clasped his fist.
Li Chenua made a slight bow. Sufengqiu said, Fang Chao, the poem I made is also for Miss Lin.
It was actually quite normal.
Of the 200 men in the arena, more than 95% wrote about Li Chenua.
Your Majesty the Empress, none of them dared to write it.
Li Chenua was vaguely looking forward to it. And Gu Changsheng's mind was about to explode as she looked at the two who were eyeballing each other.
Fine, playing like that, huh?
Then this emperor will take a look at Sufengqiu's work.
The Holy Yao Empress took out Sufengqiu's poems. After taking a look, the Holy Yao Empress' face was once again shocked. It seems that Sufengqiu's poem isn't simple.
The poetry saint spoke.
Cao Lao said in a conspiratorial manner that naturally isn't simple. It's because he plagiarized it, or he asked someone else to write it in advance.
Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart.
The Holy Yao Empress spread out her right hand and wiped it into the air in front of her.
A single word that shook the heart floated into the air. The crowd hurriedly looked up.
Li Chenua also looked with anticipation. Fluttering like a shock, graceful like a swimming dragon. Glorious as an autumn chrysanthemum, gorgeous as a spring pine.
Outpouring like a light cloud sheltering the moon, floating in the air like a flowing wind returning to the snow. Hiss. In the quiet poetry meeting, the sound of many people subconsciously sucking in cool air was heard. The poetry sage's cloudy gaze instantly became clear again. Outpatiently, it is as if the light clouds cover the moon, and floating in the air is as if the flowing wind returns to the snow. His body trembled slightly. It was a kind of excitement that came from restraining his heart, and it seemed like an image surging to his heart. It also seemed like an unfulfilled long-cherished wish, as if he had found what he wanted at this moment. This. Wei Yannian, Zhuge Dust, and the others looked at the poem and revealed expressions of disbelief, subconsciously standing up. So beautiful.
This is the most beautiful poetry I've ever seen.
Outpouring like a light cloud overshadowing the moon, floating in the air like a flowing wind returning to the snow, this is the kind of talent that can only write the best lines. Ah. So beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Young Master Su is a great talent. In today's world, not to mention this generation, but even 100 years ago, young Master Su's talent would have ranked among the best, wouldn't it?
At this moment, if someone were to tell me that this is a poem prepared in advance by young Master Su, that he asked someone else to write it in advance, I wouldn't believe it.
Who else in the world could write such beautiful poems?
The crowd looked shocked at Sufengqiu, who stood there with his hands behind his back, as if no one else was there. Li Chenhua's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Sufengqiu's poetry.
It was beautiful. This was probably the most beautiful poetry she had read in recent years, right?
Unexpectedly, this was actually written for her by Mr. Su. In that instant, Li Chenhua's heart was violently touched. Over the years, she had experienced many confessions from the continent's extremely outstanding males. Never had her heart been moved.
She also didn't understand what a heartbeat was.
But seeing this poem, she seemed to have some understanding of what a heartbeat was for an instant.
A poem that tugged at the heartstrings.
One could see how beautiful this poem really was.
Ding Li Chenhua's favor towards you 5, current favor, 15. Ka. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists. How could it be?
Li Mufeng was also frowning.
He felt that even if he had prepared in advance, he wouldn't have been able to prepare such a poem, right? Does Miss Lin still like it?
Sufengqiu looked at Li Chenhua and asked.
Li Chenhua owed a slight bow to Sufengqiu. Mr. Su's great talent, Qingxue likes it, but she feels ashamed to face such a beautiful poem. Sufengqiu smiled. Miss Lin is modest. Your Excellency, the poetry saint.
At this moment, Empress Shangyao looked towards the poetry saint.
The crowd looked over. The poetry saint looked up at the poem and didn't move a muscle.
Only 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed down.
The poetry saint raised his hand as if he wanted to touch something that only he could see. Look out. He seemed to be touching a woman's cheek. The poetry sage's lips moved slightly with deep emotion. That is the love of my life. She came back with this poem, do you see?
The poetry saint's turbid tears flowed down silently, his eyes slightly misty, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
She is so beautiful.
The crowd was silent.
Come over for a long time. The poetry saint came back to his senses. His gaze looked towards Sufengqiu. Chapter 59. This poem is the last writings of old husband's envoy, not Sufengqiu. The poetry saint looked at Sufengqiu with a burning gaze. Senior poetry saint. Sufengqiu clasped his fist. Good boy. Good boy. Good Sufengqiu, who is both a scholar and a martial artist, and whose talent is unrivaled in the world. The poetry saint lamented. Gu Changsheng shivered. No. Elder poetry saint? You don't believe that he composed this himself, do you? Even if he did, you wouldn't really believe that he improvised it in such a short period of time, would you? You don't really believe that he improvised in such a short period of time, do you? He's Sufengqiu, he's not the sage of poetry.
A single poem seems to have brought back a long-lost love of mine, so it seems that in my narrow-mindedness, there is one more person of great talent who has the chance to enter the Tao through poetry.
Wow!
When these words came out, the crowd clamored. The eyes that looked at Sufengqiu were envious and jealous.
But thinking about it, it was true. The 2 poems Sufengqiu took out today, including the pair of couplets. Whichever one of them was taken out was going to be passed down through the ages. Simply stunning. Is this really Sufengqiu's improvisation? He was an immortal emperor, so talented in martial arts, and still had such talent? The poetry saint looked at Sufengqiu with a serious face and asked, Little friend Sufengqiu, the old man sincerely wants to take you as his disciple, I don't know what you think? The crowd? Gu Changsheng? Wow! What? Elder poetry saint wants to take young Master Su as his disciple? This? Shouldn't it be Gu Changsheng?
From the beginning, the poetry sage was only optimistic about young Master Gu, and we all thought that young Master Gu was bound to be the poetry sage's disciple, because before that, among the younger generation of the poetry society, only Ms. Lin's talent was comparable to young Master Gu's, but now, these 2 couplets of young Master Su's poems aren't amazing enough? Far beyond young Master Gu.
Envious of us all. What? Gu Changsheng was dumbfounded. Is his identity as a disciple of the poetry sage gone? No.
Only Gu Changsheng can become a poetry sage disciple today.
How come this Sufengqiu cut him off? Sufengqiu. Ah! You deserve to die. Gu Changsheng's face was full of resentment. No way. Senior poetry sage. Gu Changsheng really couldn't help but stand up. Oh? Changsheng ah. The poetry sage spoke.
Gu Changsheng pointed at Sufengqiu. Poetry sage senior, perhaps you have been deceived by him Sufengqiu, he is by no means so talented. Late generation is sure that he is a person who has no interest in poetry and literature, no interest, so where does his talent come from?
Oh? Is Brother Gu very familiar with this emperor?
Sufengqiu asked with a hook at the corner of his mouth.
It doesn't matter if you are familiar or not, what matters is that you Sufengqiu don't have the talent.
Gu Changsheng became agitated and looked towards the crowd, saying, "Gentlemen, Sufengqiu's 2 couplets are nothing more than prepared in advance, and they are not convincing in any way. The poem about the moon and the poem to Miss Lin were either written by someone in advance and he memorized them, or they were plagiarized from someone else, which should be clear in your minds, right?" Gu Changsheng stared at Sufengqiu with slightly condensed eyes. "Sufengqiu, you do not play God, you simply do not have talent, we all know, just everyone in the way of the identity, do not dare to come forward, but this young is not afraid of you, tolerate for so long, this young to see you take someone else wrote a poem, claiming to be their own, deceive the poetry saint predecessor, this young, must come forward to break in you. This poetry meeting, such a hall of elegance, is not something you Sufengqiu can come to, don't forget what evil things you've done that people and gods are outraged by, a person like you, can write such beautiful poetry and literature? Ha, ridiculous, ridiculous to the extreme." Gu Changsheng couldn't endure any longer. If he endured any longer, his identity as a disciple of the poetry sage would be gone. What kind of handle? None of it mattered anymore. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Yes, they were thinking the same thing. But they can't say it. "Young Master Gu, I said it just now, but you refuted me," Ji Buchang said. Gu Changsheng said, "That is because, this young and Sufengqiu, how is also considered an old acquaintance, after all, also do not want to pick a fight, so that he left some face, but found that this guy intensified, as a person who loves poetry, there are literati bones of me, conscience tells this young, can no longer turn a blind eye." Li Mufeng stood out, "Well," Gu brother said, "I also agree, never heard of Su brother favored poetry and literature, every time I heard are in seclusion, in cultivation, in training, not to mention poetry and literature, even what he played chess with, have never heard of." Back up a million steps, assuming that Brother Su really also loved poetry and literature, but the level of these 2 poems, really not he can write out, as well as, all of you do not forget, this is improvisation, this young do not believe that someone improvisation can write such poetry. After saying that, Li Mufeng looked at the poetry sage again, "Poetry sage senior, if it's you, the younger generation is convinced." Then he looked at Wei Yanian, Zhuge Dust, and Holy Yao Empress, several seniors are also talented people, perhaps you also do not believe it, or at least are skeptical. Wei Yanian and the others didn't say anything. The sky is so big that there is nothing strange. Although it is true that there is some disbelief. But what if? Who could say for sure? Li Mufeng looked at Sufengqiu again, "Brother Su, in this poetry meeting, facing His Majesty the Empress, the poetry sage seniors and the others, you are still displaying yourself with such despicable means, don't you feel ashamed?" The crowd glanced at each other. Indeed, in fact, they didn't believe that Sufengqiu could really write such poetry. Not to mention that it was improvised. Sufengqiu smiled, "Fine, then let this emperor say a few words. But there's no harm in saying it. One side of the words, such a hall of elegance, all based on speculation to say, no evidence, every word is heard, never seen, you two think, this is what elegant things? This emperor admits that I did not do it, then you now say, who did it?" Cough. Xiao Lao stood out with a dry cough at this time. "Old man, say a few words." The crowd looked towards Xiao Lao. Xiao Lao looked at Sufengqiu and asked, "Su Xiaoyu, seemingly if the light clouds of the moon, floating in the air if the flowing wind of the snow," back to the 2 sentences, "I have seen." Wow! When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. That even the poetry saint, who had already believed Sufengqiu, frowned furiously. What? Lin Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly as she looked towards Sufengqiu. Could it be that Mr. Su had really copied them all? Gu Changsheng, Li Mufeng's heart was delighted. Sure enough. What? Elder Chao has seen these 2 lines? Then that means Sufengqiu did indeed copy them. What an abomination! It's despicable. It's a disgrace to the elegance of the hall, and he doesn't care about the seniors, it's hateful. Xiao Lao swept a glance at the crowd, and then said, "Outpatient questions if the light clouds of the moon, floating in the air if the flow of the wind of the return of the snow." These 2 lines, the first time I saw, I was just a teenager, is my teacher, once the Holy Yao Empire saint of literature Zhou Wenwenju left behind the vicissitudes of the pearl. These 2 sentences have never been circulated out, the old man has never said to the public, because this is the teacher's masterpiece, the old man is also in the way of Su Xiaoyu identity, has not been good to say anything, until I saw that he actually said that these 2 sentences are made by him, the old man, and then do not stand out, ashamed of the benefactor of the master of his old man, so Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Lao stared at Sufengqiu. "I don't know where you learned these 2 sentences? And why did you say that you just improvised?" In fact, what Xiao Lao said was simply false. He just made it up. He had long wanted to come forward. And now, Gu Changsheng and Li Mufeng have made it so clear. Wouldn't it be just right for him to come out and add more fuel to the fire? Although it was a falsehood, but now in this situation, if he said yes, then it was. Because he is certain that this is definitely not Sufengqiu's own doing. That will do. Once the words came out, everything was made clear. Sufengqiu, ha! It's simply ridiculous. A hallowed immortal emperor, a hallowed young master of the Su clan, yet he engages in these sneaky things, simply disgracing the 10,000 years emperor clan. Gu Changsheng pointed at Sufengqiu and said with a sneer, "LOL, LOL, LOL. Let's see what you, Sufengqiu, do now."
Ha! Sufengqiu, however, let out a loud laugh. Chapter 60 June, the yellow river's water comes from the heavens. The crowd was frowning. Was this Sufengqiu being poked and prodded and using a smile to cover his heart?
A few of you this is simply cynical, saying that this emperor doubted himself for a moment.
Sufengqiu is indeed copied. There's no harm in copying a text. But, this poem has become Chao's old master's last words again? Heh, you still want to argue? Gu Changxing asked.
Sufengqiu ignored him and looked at Qiao Lao, asking, Qiao Lao, you said that the two lines, outpatients are like light clouds covering the moon, and floating in the air is like a flowing wind returning to the snow, were written by your benefactor?
Exactly. Qiao Lao nodded and said. Only these two sentences remain?
Sufengqiu asked with a teasing smile.
His old man only wrote these two sentences, and then you take it out to add oil and vinegar, change a flurry of nonsense, said to be his own work. What is the problem?
Sufengqiu then smiled, pacing slowly forward with his hands in the air, outpatient if the light clouds of the moon, floating in the air if the flow of the wind back to the snow. The crowd looked at him suspiciously. Sufengqiu's voice came far and looked, bright as the sun rising sunshine, forced to check, burning as lotus flowers out of the strain. Hearing this sentence, the crowd froze. The poetry saint's eyes even lit up slightly. Sufengqiu continued to pace, his voice continued to come, flora and fiber in the right place, short and slender to fit, shoulder as if cut into, waist as about Su.
Extended neck and neckline, white quality is exposed, the fragrance is not added, the lead is not protected.
Hiss. Qiao Lao's face changed slightly. Sufengqiu walked in front of Li Chenua and looked at her, tenderness, charming in words.
With that, Sufengqiu continued pacing, draped in the radiant charm of Luo's clothes, the Yaobai's Huaju.
The faces of the crowd were shocked. That Qiao Lao's face became even more ugly.
The holy Yao Empress was also filled with astonishment under her veil. Sufengqiu continued, the fragrance of the orchid is exquisite.
The fragrance of the orchid is a little bit more elegant, but it's also a little bit more beautiful. The body is swift and flying eider, floating like a god.
Lingbo microstep, Luo stockings dust. The crowd was stupefied.
The poet saint's eyes flashed with shock. A good body rapid flying eider, fluttering like god, Lingbo weiqi, Luo stockings born of dust.
Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes even showed a hint of admiration.
Although some of Sufengqiu's verses were no longer necessarily applicable to her at this moment. But, so beautiful.
Gu Changxing's face was ugly to the extreme.
And even more ugly was Qiao Lao. Sufengqiu's gaze looked towards Qiao Lao. Movements have no constant rules, if danger is like peace. The advancement in stopping is difficult to anticipate, if it is going as if it is returning. Turning squints and flowing essence, light moist jade face, containing words not yet spit, gas as if the orchid. Qiao Lao sat there with his head bowed, holding a teacup in his hand trembling slightly. Sufengqiu walked to Qiao Lao, his eyes staring at him, suddenly do not realize what it sheds, disappointment divine night and obscure the light. Qiao Lao, could it be that your benefactor informed me of the latter part without telling you? At that time, this emperor had not yet come into existence, that is really strange, or is it that this emperor changed the latter part of the book in a chaotic manner? Qiao Lao lowered his head and turned pale, not daring to look at Sufengqiu at all. Sufengqiu then swept a glance at the crowd. Everyone, they were all stunned in place.
What was this? A poem in one step?
Each step corresponded to a line that was so beautiful.
Could it be that this Sufengqiu had improvised such a beautiful poem with each step? This? Is he still human?
All in all, everyone seemed to know that this could never have been written by Elder Master Qiao.
Because Sufengqiu, with this moment alone, he proved in the most unbreakable way that the outpouring of questions about the moon, and the fluttering of the air, and the return of snow, were not made by Zhou Wenwen, as Qiao Lao had claimed.
Sufengqiu then looked at Li Chenua and said, Miss Lin, behind that poem, there is another one.
Ah.
Li Chenua froze and hurriedly turned the paper over.
Sufengqiu clasped his fist at Empress Shang Yao. This one is for Her Majesty the Empress. The holy Yao Empress froze.
Li Chenju's red lips slightly opened and read, Clouds want clothes and flowers, spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick.
Her face was slightly shocked. If it wasn't for the group of jade mountain tops to see, I would have met under the moon at Yao Tai. Wow!
The crowd once again revealed shocked expressions.
This. How could he compose such two world-shattering pieces in the time it took to burn incense? It was simply too shocking. Judging from young Lord Su's one-step poem, this seemed reasonable again. Under the heavens, there was actually someone with such talent. This?
They looked at Sufengqiu with disbelief.
Li Mufeng, Gu Changxing's face was blue. How could it be? How could it be? The holy Yao Empress seemed to still be immersed in the mood of that poem just now. She came back to her senses and looked at Sufengqiu. Your Excellency Su's great talent has opened the eyes of this empress. This poem, for this empress herself, is one of her favorites in recent years, a good one. The clouds want to clothe themselves in clothes, the flowers want to look beautiful, the spring breeze brushes the threshold of the dew is thick, a good one, if it is not for the group of jade mountaintops to see, would be towards the scallop platforms and under the moon to meet. This emperor admires it. The poetry saint's body trembled slightly as he looked at Sufengqiu with light in his eyes. This brat! This brat! It simply shocked him. Sufengqiu clasped his fist at the Holy Yao Empress and then looked at Cao Lao with his gaze. Cao Lao, now do you still say that those 2 lines of the square were the work of your benefactor? Cao Lao lowered his head, his eyes widening slightly, his body trembling slightly. His lips moved, but he didn't dare to utter a single word. That's good. Sufengqiu extended his hand towards an unopened jug of wine on the stage, and the jug flew into his hands. Sufengqiu tilted his head back and drank 2 mouthfuls. Pen. Li Chenua took the initiative to hand Sufengqiu a pen. Paper comes. A talented man handed over paper. It's not long enough? I have it here. The poetry saint finished and waved his hand. A scroll of paper tens of meters long and more than a meter wide opened up and stood more than a meter high in the air. Sufengqiu drank another mouthful of wine and then waved his brush at the paper scroll standing in the air in front of him. Don't you see, the yellow river's water comes from the sky and flows to the sea without return? The crowd gathered around. Sufengqiu's first sentence was like a punch to the heart. This? Sufengqiu wrote, while boldly saying, June did not see, high-ho mirror sad white hair, towards his green silk twilight. Becoming. Snow. The poetry sage took 2 steps forward and looked at the poem in shock. This. The crowd gulped. That Cao Lao was sitting not far away and subconsciously looked up. Life must be happy. After writing it, Sufengqiu tilted his head and drained the wine from the winepot, throwing it out with him. Don't make the golden bottle empty against the moon. Rumble. At the same time. Outside the grand hall, the void was entwined with thunder. Amidst the dark clouds, there appeared to be a divine dragon silhouette tumbling about. Sufengqiu's hair and clothes were dancing wildly. Immortal card, chanting poetry attracts heaven and earth visions. Painting can be described as figurative reality, preaching deeply into people's hearts and so on. After using it, the host will be in a state of immortal posture against the heavens for the next 1 day, the specifics of which can only be imagined. Consumption of system value, 1 million. Can be used twice in a lifetime. This. The crowd looked outside with wide eyes. A vision of heaven and earth, a dragon, and a phoenix. This is using poetry to enter the Tao? This golem. This. How could I have witnessed such a shocking scene in my lifetime? This. Can this be fake? This would be a perfect indication that everything is real. Outside, the sky and the earth are in a state of anomaly. Dragons and phoenixes tumbling in the clouds. It shook the entire Holy Yao heavenly city. In the darkness of the night, it was the city that was lit up. And now, the dark void was also flickering with the golden and red light of the dragon and phoenix. All the people looked up at this shocking scene. Whoa! Grandpa, what's going on? Could it be that senior poetry sage has certified as a supreme immortal emperor? This is a vision of heaven and earth, the dragon, and the phoenix. So spectacular, so shocking. The ethereal voice from Sufengqiu rang out from the void. Born to be useful, 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered. Wow! The entire Holy Yao heavenly city was thrown into shock upon hearing Sufengqiu's poem. This was not the voice of the poetry saint. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows and being happy, one would have to drink 300 cups. In the poetry meeting, the poetry saint looked at Sufengqiu in front of him in shock. Gu Changsheng, Li Mufeng, and the others gulped. Sufengqiu threw away his brush and took a jug of wine and threw it to the poetry sage, senior poetry sage. Her Majesty the Empress, Senior Zhuge, Senior Wei, Qingxue. Sufengqiu threw the wine to them one by one, the corners of his mouth hooked and he let out a big smile. Gentlemen, will enter the wine, the cup will not stop. Poetry sage took it, ha! Good one, will enter the wine, cup never stops. Sufengqiu opened a jug of wine and tilted his head back to drink. Sing a song with you, please pour out your ears for me. The heaven and earth had visions, dragons and phoenixes, and the entire sky above the Holy Yao heavenly city resounded with Sufengqiu's voice. An unknown number of people, who were conditioned to subconsciously raise the wine cups in their hands. Bells and drums are not expensive enough, but I wish to be drunk for a long time without waking up again. All the sages of old were lonely, but only the drinkers left their names. In the past, King Qin feasted in Pingdal, and drank 10,000 cups of wine and bantered at will. Every sentence shook everyone's heart. Sufengqiu, why does the master say that he has little money, he must sell it to you? Sufengqiu drank the last sip of wine, then smashed the wine pot, and looked at Cao Lao with a slightly glazed look. Cao Lao and Sufengqiu exchanged glances and trembled. Sufengqiu looked at Cao Lao and walked over to him while reciting, 5 flower horse, 1,000 gold furs, caller will come out to change the wine. Pung! Sufengqiu propped his hands on the table in front of Cao Lao, his eyes staring at him, word for word. Sell with you for 10,000. Ancient. Sorrow. As the last word sorrow fell, an unknown amount of thunder and lightning exploded. Puff! That old Chow shivered and fell directly from his stool to the ground. Ha! Sufengqiu let out a loud laugh. Chapter 61 Using Poetry to Enter the Tao. The entire poetry meeting was silent.
Everyone seemed to only be able to hear their own wildly beating heartbeats.
Sufengqiu's song will enter the wine.
Its spontaneous, bold, and highly imaginative mood struck everyone's heart.
The most outrageous thing was a vision of heaven and earth.
Sufengqiu's hair and long shirt danced wildly. His realm was soaring.
The shackles of the Immortal Emperor's second stage directly broke through. Even that hadn't stopped yet. That terrifying might impacted everyone.
Immortal Emperor third stage.
Was it a poem that had entered the Tao? In a sense, sort of.
The Immortal card, when used, would result in unimaginable immortal posture against the heavens.
As for what exactly will happen, we don't know.
And just now, Sufengqiu's poem got him. His Sufengqiu immortal gesture entered the Tao with the poem, and his realm, at the Immortal Emperor's realm, soared 2 steps.
This is unimaginable.
Even if Sufengqiu was in the Su clan, it would take decades for the Immortal Emperor realm to rise 2 orders. Other people, if they didn't have the chance, if their talent wasn't top-notch, they wouldn't even be able to ascend 1 rank in 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. But, the effect of this immortal card was variable.
Another time like this, it might not be effective.
It needed to be at the right time, in the right situation, under the right state, to exert the right effect.
Inside the Holy Yao Heavenly City, the people were filled with shock. This poem was someone proving the Tao with poetry. Who could it be? Gu Changsheng? Is he the only one? No. He can't write this poem.
This mood is not Gu Changsheng's, and this grandeur is not his. Inside the poetry meeting,
Zhuge Dust stood up, his beard twitching with excitement.
Entering the way with poetry, entering the way with poetry. Ladies and gentlemen, what is before your eyes is the second person in the 9 continents, after His Excellency the Sage of Poetry, who has entered the Tao with poetry, who ascended to the throne at the age of 28, and who has entered the Tao with poetry at the age of 28.
Ha!
I never thought that I would be lucky enough to see such a scene in my life.
It's enough, it's enough. Wei Yannian looked at Sufengqiu in shock, astonishing.
This poem can be said to be the most magnificent, the most dashing poem that I have seen so far. Little friend Su is so magnificent. The party's seen the birth of this poem, and at the same time means that the second saint of poetry in the 9 continents. No, I would like to call it the birth of the poetry immortal. Any one of these lines can be savored for years. This whole poem, ha!
Life must be enjoyable. Don't let the golden bottle empty to the moon.
Good. Good. This is Sufengqiu, who has recently shaken the 9 continents.
Bravo!
Zhuge Dust looked at Sufengqiu. What else is there to doubt? In front of everyone, using poetry to enter the Tao, this is the most unbreakable proof in the world. I apologize to young friend Su for having doubts earlier. Li Mufeng and Gu Changsheng stood as if they were clowns.
How could it be? How could this be? How could this happen? This Sufengqiu. Mr. Su.
Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes were colorful, looking admiringly at the figure in front of her. He was so stunning.
Lin Qingxue. You should also be ashamed.
Because there were indeed a few moments where you doubted Duke Suo.
Ding Lin Qingxue's favor with you is 15, current favor, 30.
Ding Lin Qingxue's favorability towards you has reached 20, obtaining the reward, heaven reversing yin-yang technique.
Sufengqiu looked at Cao Lao, who had climbed up, and asked, Cao Lao, this emperor asks you once more, those 2 lines just now, were they made by your benefactor?
Punt.
Cao Lao directly knelt down, trembling with fear and trembling.
No, not aloud, little friend, no, Su Shixian, it was the old man who was wrong, it was the old man who was wrong.
What about the 2 of you?
Sufengqiu looked towards Gu Changsheng and Li Mufeng. The 2 of them bowed with ugly faces. It was us who thought of the gentleman with a small man's heart and were short-sighted. Please forgive brother Su. The Holy Yao Empress looked at Sufengqiu, and inwardly, she didn't know exactly what she was thinking. Today's shock was earth-shattering. It's even going to shake the 9 continents.
Sufengqiu flung out his sleeves and looked towards Poetry Saint.
The Poetry Saint stood there, his body gradually becoming indistinct.
This sight also caught the attention of the crowd. This was?
They stared with wide eyes, revealing shocked expressions.
The poetry sage smiled boldly and recited aloud, Don't you see that the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and never return to the sea? Don't you see the high-ho mirror grieving for gray hair, as green silk turns into snow in the morning? Absolute. Absolute. Ha!
The sage of poetry opened his arms and looked upwards as if he was enjoying something. Life must be enjoyable, don't make the golden bottle empty to the moon.
Ha! Born to be useful, 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered. I will enter the wine,
I will not stop drinking, I will sing a song with you, please listen to it for me. Horses of 5 flowers, furs of 1,000 pieces of gold, I'll call my son for a fine wine, and I'll share the sorrows of the ages with you.
Absolutely. Ha! Brush.
The sage of poetry disappeared before their eyes.
The crowd ran over.
Above the void, the poetry saint figure stood there. Thunder, pouring down from the sky, connected to the poetry saint.
Ha! After so many years, this is the one I've been waiting for. Ha! The poetry sage's laughter resounded through the night.
In the void, a pair of huge eyes presented themselves.
It was as if the eyes of the heavenly Tao were watching the poetry sage. The eyes of the heavenly Tao, certifying the supreme immortal emperor. The crowd was shocked. The poetry saint stood in the void with his arms open, feeling the pouring down of thousands of thunderbolts. And this scene, it had since been seen by the 9 continents. Many of the top powerhouses of the 9 continents, the existences of the top powers, they stood at the top of the mountains, at the top of their clans, looking at the eye of the heavenly Tao on the edge of the sky. The Phoenix Lord walked out, followed by Luo Liuli. The 8 heavens, the eye of the heavenly Tao, another person had certified as a supreme immortal emperor. Luo Liuli said, "Master, who in this 8 heavens can be certified as a supreme immortal emperor?" The Lord of the Phoenix said, "The strongest person in the 8 heavens is the 8th step of the immortal emperor, should be down from the 9 heavens, and as far as my father knows, at this time, this position poetry saint. 9 continents, counting hundreds of thousands of years, immortal emperors are indeed not few. Of course, compared to hundreds of billions of martial artists, naturally less. But the immortal emperor, every step up, its number is not just waist cut so simple. The difference between one rank of immortal emperor could almost be equivalent to the difference between the heavenly Tao realm and the immortal emperor realm. The difference of one rank of immortal emperor was the difference of a great realm. When you reach the 5th level of immortal emperor, there are not many more in the entire 8 heavens. Immortal emperor 8th rank is the existence of the ceiling of all the top forces in the 8th heaven. In the 9th heaven, it's almost the same. Immortal emperor 9th rank is even more rare. As for supreme immortal emperors, in the entire 9th continent, there were at most more than 10, right? Now, another supreme immortal emperor had come into existence. Just now, there seemed to be a vision of heaven and earth. That's entering the Tao, a position. It seems that someone has entered the Tao with poetry? This year, this poetry festival, what has happened? It shook the 9 continents so much. We should find out tomorrow. Yes. Whoosh. The poetry saint fell. His entire aura, his temperament had completely sublimated. Ha! Little friend Su. The poetry saint ran over with a big smile, and with that, he hugged Sufengqiu. Your poem will enter the wine has entered the Tao with poetry, and with this, Old Me has certified to the supreme immortal emperor. Ha! Chapter 62 Severing Gu Chongqing's Qi Luck. Poetry saint, he had originally used poetry to enter the Tao. When his perception of poetry went up a level, that also meant that his Tao went up a level, and his state of mind went up a level. Ben had been stuck at the 9th level of Immortal Emperor for so many years, unable to take this final step. The poetry saint was also seeking a breakthrough, seeking such an opportunity. This opportunity, perhaps in a moment, perhaps in 100 years, 1,000 years, or perhaps even for the rest of his life. But the sage of poetry was never expected. In a poetry meeting he organized with a group of like-minded, quite talented people who loved poetry and literature. A contemporary young talent, with a song called Will Enter the Wine, had actually helped him break through to Supreme Immortal Emperor. This song, Will Enter Wine, with its spontaneity, bravado, mood, and so on, was what he had always wanted to write out. He, the poetry saint, was able to attain Supreme Immortal Emperor through this poem. Sufengqiu, what was so strange about using poetry to enter the Tao? Sufengqiu clasped his fists. Congratulations to Senior Poetry Saint for attaining Supreme Immortal Emperor. Wei Yannian and Zhuge Dust also clasped their fists. From now on, there will be one more Supreme Immortal Emperor in the 9 continents. Your Excellency the Poetry Saint, congratulations. It's a pleasure, it's a pleasure. The poetry saint laughed aloud. Wei Yannian glanced at Sufengqiu, then asked the poetry saint, Your Excellency the Poetry Saint, this is a double joy tonight. Little friend Su has entered the Tao with poetry, and Your Excellency is certified as a Supreme Immortal Emperor, but there is also a third joy. The only 2 people in this world who have entered the Tao with poetry have become masters and disciples, or masters and disciples. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists and lowered his head with a somber expression. Cough. The poetry sage couldn't help but cough. No way, old man Wei, you can't say that. Oh? Wei Yannian raised an eyebrow. The poetry saint looked towards Sufengqiu. Old Me, the Supreme Immortal Emperor was all certified by little friend Su's help, and you're asking Old Me to take him as a disciple? Originally, I wanted to, but now, what qualifications does Lao Fu have to accept him as a disciple? Ah? Hearing this, Gu Chongqing's heart was once again delighted. Could it be that? Although he had failed in humiliating Sufengqiu, even he Gu Chongqing had been reduced to a laughingstock. However, as long as he could still get the poetry saint to accept him as his disciple, everything was actually still acceptable. The poetry saint patted Sufengqiu's shoulder. Young friend Su, at only 28 years of age, he certified as an immortal emperor, and used poetry to enter the Tao. This future achievement, it is only higher than the old man, and even today, at the time of entering the Tao, the mysteries of heaven and earth allowed him to advance 2 orders. 28 years of age, immortal emperor, 3rd order. Li Mufeng was indignant. He, Li Mufeng, was also an immortal emperor 1st order. At 35 years old, it was actually about the same. But for him to advance to Immortal Emperor 2nd stage, even if he was amazingly talented, if he didn't have the chance, it might take another 10 years.
To advance to the third rank, it would take 30 years. Although 10 years flicked by, Sufengqiu, at the age of 28, was at the third rank of Immortal Emperor. Cam. The poetry sage went on to say, in terms of talent, old me is not necessarily better than little friend Su, so you are not afraid to discount old me when you ask me to take little friend Su as a disciple.
Then this third joy, this night is finally no more? Zhuge Dust asked. Gu Changsheng growled inwardly.
There is. That's when the poetry saint accepted Gu Changsheng as his disciple. Empress Sheng Yao, this third joy is that I've seen a few compositions that have so amazed the celestial world this evening.
Your Majesty the Empress has a point. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists.
Then, about His Excellency the poetry saint accepting a disciple tonight?
Wei Yannian asked.
Poetry sage shook his head, not accepting. After seeing the talent of Qingxue girl, the old man inspired the heart to accept a disciple, but could not do anything about it, and then saw Su Xiaoyu, but he used poetry to enter the Tao. Gentleman said, after seeing these two, the old man still have the heart to accept a disciple?
Gu Changsheng's heart sank.
Everyone was also a 1,000-year-old fox. Since the poetry saint had said so. For whatever reason, it meant that he no longer wanted to take Gu Changsheng as his disciple. Even though Gu Changsheng was also very talented. Therefore, no one mentioned this either. The progress of Gu Changsheng's master-disciple relationship with the poetry sage has been severed, the heavenly fate value has been reduced by 1 million, and your system value is 10 million. He didn't even have a master-disciple relationship with the poetry sage yet, and just cutting off that possibility reduced the heavenly fate value by 1 million. If he was already a disciple of the poetry saint, how much would it have to be lowered? LOL. 68,900,000 heavenly fate value lowered by 1 million, directly downgrading from a 6th order son of Qi to 5th order.
Take your time, it's only just begun. There's still one more Li Mufeng. Take your time too.
All of you return to the main hall, the poetry meeting will continue.
Empress Saint Yao said. Inside the main hall,
Elder Chao's body was lying on the table.
Obviously, he ended himself. As for the reasons.
For one thing, as a man of letters, the fact that he had falsely accused Sufengqiu by badmouthing his mentor's reputation had tarnished his reputation. In the future, if word got out, he would have no place to hide. Secondly, he had falsely accused Sufengqiu, and if he didn't take the initiative to point to his death to thank for his crime, he was afraid that he would involve his family. Seeing this scene, those talented men and women all looked shocked. On the contrary, everyone else was calm and even seemed to be expecting it.
Come on people. Empress Saint Yao spoke. A martial artist entered the great hall, Your Majesty the Empress. Take them out.
Yes. Go. Li Shang and Ji Buchang swallowed in fear when they saw the scene. As strong as Elder Chao was, he had committed suicide within the Great Hall.
The two of them
were finished.
Although they had helped young Master Gu, they had ultimately failed.
Instead, Gu Changsheng had lost face. Could he still fulfill his promise? Would he kill them to silence them?
However, Gu Changsheng was a gentleman, so he shouldn't do such a thing, right?
No. Even if Gu Changsheng was a gentleman, he wouldn't put the lives of the two of them in his eyes. What to do? The duo looked at each other in despair. Sufengqiu had already been surrounded by almost all the talented men and women.
Gu Changsheng's eyes were sinister.
It was over. Instead of becoming a disciple of the poetry sage, he had stood up and falsely accused Sufengqiu out of annoyance, causing his impression in the poetry sage's heart to fall to pieces.
Sufengqiu wasn't humiliated either.
He and Sufengqiu had also completely torn their faces apart, and he was going to have to be stabbed out for his handle.
Li Mufeng walked over. This Sufengqiu has spoiled your good deed of becoming a disciple of the poetry sage's predecessor, and Miss Lin seems to favor him, so you're able to let it go?
Ka.
Gu Changsheng clenched his fists. What can this young man do then?
The world is so big, what can't be done?
It depends on how strong the determination is.
Archfire Master Li Mufeng finished speaking and walked away. How could Gu Changsheng not know that Li Mufeng was arching a fire? But he really couldn't endure it. He glanced at Ji Buchang and Li Sheng in the crowd. These two people, the end of the poetry meeting was going to get rid of them. In the middle of the night, the poetry meeting also ended successfully. During this time, Li Mufeng found a reason to leave early.
Gu Changsheng forced himself to stay until the end in order to get rid of Ji, Li, and the two.
The Holy Yao Empress looked at the crowd. This emperor has reserved a resting place for all of you in the imperial palace.
Then, many thanks to Her Majesty the Empress.
The poetry saint hooked Sufengqiu's shoulder. I've had a good chat about life with young friend Su, so I won't stay, see you later. The Holy Yao Empress smiled. Your Excellency the poetry saint, Qingxue would like to have a chat with Sufengqiu as well.
Lin Qingxue froze.
It was not as if she wanted to interrupt His Excellency Su's friendship with the poetry saint. She understood that Her Majesty the Empress was actually taking her to keep Sufengqiu for a day, and it should be that Her Majesty had something to talk about with Prince Su.
Lin Qingxue made a slight bow.
The poetry saint had since heard the other side of the Holy Yao Empress meaning.
That's good, little friend Su. In a few days old me will go to your Su family again and talk with you all night long. Sufengqiu clasped his fists. I'm looking forward to senior's visit. Good. Ha! The poetry saint laughed loudly and left the great hall. Sufengqiu, Miss Qingxue, then I will rest for the night and talk again tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Su. Qingxue leads Mr. Su to the resting place, please. Aha! Chapter 63, huh? Inverted Big Dipper? Ji Buchang and Li Shang, they did not dare to leave the imperial palace. Along with the crowd, they also went to the residence that Her Majesty the Empress had arranged for them within the imperial palace. The sky was about to dawn. The duo sat in the courtyard but their faces were in despair. Gu Changsheng Feng had sought them out. The meaning was that he would take the two of them back to their home as soon as it was light. Even though things hadn't worked out, they had done their best after all. Gu Changsheng would promise himself. They promised on the surface, but in their hearts, they knew that once daybreak came, the probability was that it would be their time to die. Run? I won't be able to run. What kind of existence is Gu Changsheng? Although they had some realm in this eighth heaven, they were like grass. If they run now, they'll die earlier. Brotherly, you and I am afraid that we are dead. Gu Changsheng failed, face is still lost, you and I still know his dirty tactics, will certainly want to destroy our mouths, Sufengqiu will never let us live. Ji Buchang said bitterly. No. There is a way. Li Shang said. What? Speak quickly. Li Shang looked at Ji Buchang, defect to young Master Su. What? You and I helped Gu Changsheng to make things difficult for him, it's a good thing that he didn't kill you and me, defecting to him? Isn't that like sending someone to their death? I might as well go and trust that young Master Gu is truly a man of his word. Li Shang shook his head. Gu Changsheng asked you and me to make things difficult for Sufengqiu. This kind of practice, does it look like a gentleman? Therefore, going with him is bound to be a death, so we might as well bet on it. How do I bet? Li Shang, make what Gu Changsheng did public as a way to show young Lord Su's sincerity. This Ji Buchang frowned. Li Shang, either way, it's a death, let's bet on it. Ji Buchang clenched his teeth. Fine. Gambled. Daybreak. Li Shang and Ji Buchang left the palace and went to the main street. There were many pedestrians on the road. People seeking to make a living. Martial artists from all over the world who were walking around Kyushu seeking to train. Disciples from all the major sects who had come down to the mountains for training. The two were doing mental construction. At this moment, in the imperial palace, Gu Changsheng was anxious. Where is everyone? Where did these two go? Didn't they tell them to wait for themselves? Gu Changsheng secretly felt bad and hurried out of the palace. As he walked down the street, he realized that a large group of people had gathered in front of him. Gu Changsheng's brows furrowed as he hurried over. Before he could see the people, he heard voices. Gentlemen! Ji Buchang shouted. My name is Ji Buchang, this is Brother Li Shangli, I believe many of you have heard of the two of us. The crowd pointed and wondered. Ji Buchang shouted, it is like this, last night the palace poetry meeting was very successful, I had the honor to meet Her Majesty the Empress, the poetry sage seniors, Sufengqiu young master, etc., but also had the honor to see the poetry sage seniors certified to the supreme immortal emperor, Su young master of will enter the wine, bold and spirited, spilling into the Tao of poetry to achieve the poetry immortal's name. Wow! The crowd was shocked. What? Last night's heaven and earth vision was actually Sufengqiu entering the Tao with poetry? This? It's rumored that Sufengqiu, the young master of the Su clan, is so gifted that he became an immortal emperor at the age of 28, but that's in the area of martial arts, and he's so talented? Poetry into the Tao? The song Will Enter the Wine that was circulated this morning was actually written by Sufengqiu? Oh, my god. I thought it was written by last night's poet saint, and that he used it to become a supreme immortal emperor. Ji Buchang shouted, and last night, the poetry sage senior sensed the mood of young master Sufengqiu's song, Will Enter the Wine, and thus certified as a supreme immortal emperor. The crowd was once again shocked. Then what are you guys trying to say? A passing martial artist asked. Ji Buchang said, although last night's poetry meeting was wonderful, a lot of unpleasantness occurred, especially the two of us, who listened to the rumors of others and questioned and made things difficult for young Lord Su. Gu Changsheng? No, what's the situation with these two? Ha? You fell against the Big Dipper? Threatened by Sufengqiu? Li Shang shouted, young master Su used poetry to enter the Tao. I also woke up as if in a dream, in the spirit of the bones of the literati. I was uneasy in my heart, so today I explained the situation to you all. Ji Buchang clenched his teeth and his heart. The young master of the Gu family of the 10,000 years emperor clan, Gu Changsheng, has a grudge against young Lord Su, and before the poetry meeting, on the grounds of bringing the two of us back to the family to cultivate us, he tempted the two of us to poems to make things difficult for young Lord Su. Gu Changsheng? Li Shang, the two of us were blinded by momentary benefits, and were worried that if we didn't agree, we would be silenced by him, so we made things difficult for young Lord Su, and regretted it. Wow! What? Young Master Gu Changsheng of the Gu family? Wasn't he a flamboyant gentleman? He even adopted stray animals and was so kind-hearted. How could he do such a shady thing? Although Sufengqiu's fierce reputation spread throughout the 9 continents, killing mercilessly, all he did were honorable things, and he had never heard of this kind of plotting and scheming behind the scenes. This kind of thing is normal, but if it falls on Gu Changsheng, it can be seen that he is a hypocrite. Is there such a thing? This Gu Changsheng is such a person? I don't know what I'm talking about. Yes, his Gu Changsheng's reputation was too perfect, although this matter was very common. Since he did it, it meant that it was not his first time. It seems that there is no such perfect person in this world after all. Ha! So look, although Sufengqiu's ferocious reputation, but at least it is not a villain. I have always felt that Gu Changsheng is a hypocrite. He behaves too perfectly. Perfect some let people feel too pretentious. Yes, especially the adoption of stray animals, especially pretentious. Hearing the discussion of those around him, Gu Changsheng's face was ugly to the core. Ji Buchang shouted, "You all are right. Judging by this, young Master Gu is by no means as flirtatious as he appears to be. You all have no identity or background, and you slander young Lord Gu like this. Aren't you afraid that he'll kill and silence you?" Ji Buchang said righteously, "I Ji Buchang, although I have no background, no talent, but I have the pride of a man of letters. What is death? In this 9 continents of the strongest, I Ji Buchang may be dead tomorrow, but there is a word to say. If I 2 people lost or killed, then it must be Gu young master for." Gu Changsheng clenched his teeth. "I'm not going to do that. Playing this game, threatening him Gu Changsheng, right? Chow. It seems like we can't kill him. Otherwise, a lot of people will suspect that he did it. Why not Sufengqiu? After all, you guys made things difficult for him, and he was so vindictive that he didn't even hesitate to go to the first heaven to kill people." Gu Changsheng secretly nodded repeatedly. Right, why can't it be Sufengqiu? Ji Buchang, even though young Lord Su is vindictive, he used poetry to enter the Dao last night, and he is so bold that I don't think he will. Li Shang, even if he kills the 2 of us, we have absolutely no complaints. After all, it was us who first disrespected him, and I think that if he kills us, he will inevitably kill us openly and honorably admit it. Therefore, if we die, the death of a fair and square is what young Master Su did. The death of an unknown can only say Gu Changsheng. Here, truly apologize to young Lord Su, also hope that young Lord Su can be magnanimous. Sufengqiu and Li Chenua passed by. The duo happened to see him. The duo's eyes looked at Sufengqiu with eager anticipation. They hoped that he would pass by and say something to save them. However, Sufengqiu just passed by without turning his head back or even looking at them. The 2 of them felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 64, This emperor is not considered a good person. Qingxue, you have to be careful. Ding Gu Changsheng's reputation has been tarnished. The value of heavenly destiny is 200,000, and your system value is 2 million. Normally, a person's reputation didn't have much of an impact on the heavenly destiny value. But over the years, Gu Changsheng's reputation was too good. Many people, and even some powers, were friendly to him and to the Gu family, also because of Gu Changsheng's graceful demeanor. This included the fact that his good reputation would cause some powerful people to subconsciously have a favorable impression of him. From there, it would be easier to go and choose to him in a group of people with some chance and help. This, too, was heaven's destiny. Therefore, the damage to his reputation had an effect on his fortune, and it wasn't small. Under Li Chenhua's veil, her red lips pursed slightly, and she spoke softly. Medical sage, the 2 of them are considered to have tried their best to make up for their mistakes, but they are also afraid that it will be difficult to escape death. Sufengqiu said lightly, "Before doing a thing, you have to consider the consequences. What they did just now, only to let this emperor spare a life, otherwise Gu Changsheng does not kill, this emperor will not let go." Li Chenhua, for some reason, hearing Sufengqiu's words, inexplicably instead did not have a kind of revulsion. Normally speaking, for an immortal emperor to bother with a near mortal like them was indeed detrimental to the emperor's authority. However, Sufengqiu did not hide his thoughts in the slightest. Even if it was indeed detrimental to the emperor's authority, she felt that it was very genuine. Ding Li Chenhua's goodwill towards you is 1, current goodwill 31. Mr. Su's true nature, Qingxue admires it. Sufengqiu walked forward with his hands behind his back and said, "What is there to admire?" Li Chenhua, so many years, rarely can meet Su Gongzi this free, not afraid of the world's vision of the person. No wonder can write will enter the wine so amazingly bold and free of charge works, and Su Gongzi temperament is very compatible. Also no wonder can use this poem into the road. This emperor also wants to be a fluttering gentleman. Sufengqiu let out a laugh. Li Chenhua said frankly, in Qingxue's eyes, Mr. Su is the fluttering gentleman. Oh? Sufengqiu glanced at her. Li Chenhua, in Qingxue's opinion, it's not Duke Gu who is the fluttering gentleman, the Duke Su at this moment, the Duke Su who chanted poetry last night, are all fluttering gentlemen. Ha, just kidding, this emperor does not want to be a gentleman. The villain how good, the evil is better, do not have to have a bound, see who is not happy to see who will kill, to whom the admiration of the straight to say, why need to cover up, consider the reputation. Li Chenhua also never thought that Mr. Gu was like this, but on second thought, how many saints are there under the sky? Do you guess that this Gu Changsheng will kill the 2 of them? Sufengqiu asked. Lin Qingxue stepped walking, slightly thinking for a moment, if it is a true gentleman, should not kill, if it is a hypocrite, well also should not kill, at least not in the short term, after waiting for the wind to pass and then kill. Sufengqiu smiled. Lin Qingxue glanced curiously at Sufengqiu. What is Mr. Su laughing for? 3. 2. Lin Qingxue froze. 1. At the back, there was a sudden cacophony of noise. Lin Qingxue twisted her head to look. Gu Changsheng walked into the crowd and killed the two on the street. Bastard! This young master and the two of you have never known each other, let alone have done such despicable and shameless things, so defame this young master, should be killed. Gu Changsheng said angrily. Then he looked around. These two people slandered this young master, heaven and earth can be seen, this young master suspects that they are now this action is instructed by someone, slandering this young master's reputation. Humph. Death is not enough. Gu Changsheng had no choice. He could only kill the two of them openly and honestly now on the grounds that they had defamed him. It would be better this way. Otherwise, if they died afterward, they would still dump the pot on his head. Now that it was done, it was reasonable. Lin Qingxue froze for a moment. She followed Sufengqiu's footsteps. Why would Mr. Su know that Mr. Gu would kill them now? Sufengqiu laughed, thinking what people think, this emperor is not a good person, so he can think of what he is doing, Miss Qingxue should be careful. Qingxue is not afraid. Then it is good, ha. Lin Qingxue brought Sufengqiu to the imperial island above the imperial palace. This was where the Holy Yao Empress usually stayed. It was also where the sacred Yao female emperor's imperial powerhouse was located. The lower part of the imperial palace, however, was the place where the civil and military officials, who dealt with large and small political matters within the Holy Yao Empire, would go. The scenery here was beautiful, and the spiritual energy was extremely thick. There weren't many people, under Sufengqiu's spirit-prying pupil. It may seem like these maids, but each and every one of them is in the Divine Emperor realm, Heavenly Tao realm cultivation. This is where I am qualified to step in only after becoming a disciple of Her Majesty the Empress, and I practice here on weekdays. Mr. Su, please. Lin Qingxue brought Sufengqiu to a lake. The maid brought fruits and tea. Sufengqiu took a sip of tea and asked, what does Her Majesty the Empress want with me? Lin Qingxue sat in front of Sufengqiu and shook her head slightly. Qingxue doesn't know, but Qingxue does want to talk to Mr. Su about poetry. Qingxue would like to ask Mr. Su to review the poems he made the other day. Sufengqiu said, appraising poetry, I don't know how. Sufengqiu looked at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was stunned. But copying poems, I can. Sufengqiu smiled. Lin Qingxue said slightly, Su Gongzi made fun of Qingxue. Last night Qingxue did have so many times instantly also suspected Su Gongzi, but Sufengqiu asked, no problem. I wonder if Miss Qingxue can take off her veil. Sufengqiu asked. Lin Qingxue slightly apologized. Qingxue was a little disrespectful to Mr. Su. Then she slowly removed the veil. A stunning face was presented in front of Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu exclaimed in admiration, the country is like a city, not a flower, not a mist, and the spring breeze is a unique step in 10 miles. Lin Qingxue was shocked. Mr. Su's talent shocked her. It really is such a beautiful poem. Mr. Su is not complimentary, Mr. Su is very talented. Lin Qingxue elegantly picked up the brush and then couldn't help but excitedly copy down Sufengqiu's poem. I'll take a look at it. Yes, thank you, Mr. Su. Lin Qingxue handed Sufengqiu the few poems she had written. All of them are excellent. Sufengqiu marveled, however, there are a few things that can be changed. In the distance, the Holy Yao Empress nodded slightly as she watched Sufengqiu and Lin Qingxue talk about poetry. She had wanted to seek Sufengqiu's help. After last night's poetry meeting, she knew it was even more correct. Empress Shang Yao turned to leave. Let's give them some alone time first. 1 hour later, the Holy Yao Empress, who was flipping through ancient books, suddenly furrowed her brows. She looked out the window. At the lakeside of the back garden, there was actually a hidden heaven and earth vision? Empress Shang Yao's brows frowned as she looked. By the lake, the two of them were sitting there. And at this moment, above Lin Qingxue, there was actually a phoenix silhouette slowly opening its wings and blooming with light. But Lin Qingxue was blissfully unaware of it. This was? The Holy Yao Empress was startled. Her disciple, Lin Qingxue, had been chatting with Sufengqiu about poetry for a while, and she was vaguely going to use poetry to enter the Tao? Ha! And Sufengqiu was able to discover this. It wasn't that Lin Qingxue couldn't discover it, but she had entered a special state. Lin Qingxue was extremely invested in the poems that Sufengqiu had just created. There were also the poems that had been corrected for her. She didn't even realize that her hair was vaguely dancing. How was it that she could so simply have to use poetry to enter the Tao? It was actually quite simple. First, she was indeed a rare demonic level genius. Second, the Immortal card. Sufengqiu's Immortal card's effect lasted for 1 day, and it hadn't even ended yet. The Immortal card was not something that only worked on Sufengqiu. It also had an effect on the people around him. Ultimately, its effect was to make Sufengqiu become like an immortal. Chanting poetry, heaven and earth visions. Painting, figurative reality. Preaching, all of them breaking through, advancing, and realizing the way. Everything was to show Sufengqiu and make the world think that Sufengqiu was an immortal. An existence beyond perception. Why did the poetry saint advance? It wasn't just the influence of will enter the wine on his poetic path. There was also the effect of the Immortal card. One of Sufengqiu's poems attracted a vision of heaven and earth. The poetry saint succeeded in advancing to Supreme Immortal Emperor after sensing it. Wasn't this all to emphasize Sufengqiu's greatness? That was the essence of the Immortal card. And now, the Immortal card effect was still there. Li Chenua, who had no ill will towards Sufengqiu, and delved into it. The Immortal card was helping her enter the Tao, thus raising Sufengqiu's status in her mind. Demonstrating Sufengqiu's extraordinary. Chapter 65, Your Majesty the Empress, you are truly a worm in my stomach. The Holy Yao Empress looked at Sufengqiu and Li Chenua from afar. As the continent's top powerhouse, she, once the peak existence of that generation, she could be said to be equivalent to the current Luo Liuli. Over the past 300 years, she had seen countless geniuses rise and geniuses fall. Sufengqiu was basically the most exaggerated one she had seen. Now, Li Chenua was discussing poetry and literature with him. Surprisingly, he's going to use poetry to enter the Tao? What kind of concept is that? The entire 9 continents, hundreds of thousands of years. There are only 2 people who have used poetry to enter the Tao. One person used the Qin to enter the Tao, the contemporary Qin emperor. 3 people entered the Tao with painting. The Sage of Chess entered the Tao with chess. The Sage of Fate, who entered the Tao with heavenly fate, and so on. If you add up all these people who entered the Tao long before they became emperors, there are only a few dozen, right? It's been hundreds of thousands of years. She had seen Sufengqiu enter the Tao with her own eyes. Her own disciple could even be on the verge of entering the Tao with Sufengqiu's help? Li Chenua, who was now 26 years old at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Once she succeeded in entering the Tao, she was afraid that she would directly enter the Emperor realm today. What a terrifying Sufengqiu! Wait a minute. Even more terrifying. As she looked from afar, and for some reason, how did she vaguely feel like she was making a breakthrough? What? She hadn't made a breakthrough with this Immortal Emperor's 7th stage for some years now, and she was quite anxious. But it couldn't be helped, at the Immortal Emperor realm, it was too difficult to advance one rank. At 300 years old, there weren't many Immortal Emperors of the 7th rank in the 9 continents that she could be proud of. The reason why there were quite a lot of young Immortal Emperors now. The reason was that, according to the Heavenly Hall of Justice, the 9 continents were about to usher in the second age of the gods. Right now was the Golden Age, which had just begun 10 years ago. It was expected to recreate the prosperity of hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the gods were at their peak. But Qi and Lu Yunyan were famous. Why? One of them was that they were the ones who had advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm within the few hundred years before the Golden Age. It couldn't be helped. Talents sometimes really had to bow to the general environment. If she had been born in contemporary times, let's not say she would have surpassed Sufengqiu. Entering the Emperor realm at the age of 30 shouldn't be a problem. The Holy Yao Empress sat there, looking ahead. Truly. It's going to break through. What the hell? She had a shocked face. The reason why she was about to break through. It was actually still the Immortal card. In a sense, some extremely talented people, they just look at the so-called strong people that existed outside of their perception and feel their aura. Then they would be able to gain harvests and even enlightenment. What the Immortal card granted Sufengqiu was probably this ability. At this moment, Sufengqiu withdrew the effect of the Immortal card for Li Chenua. He couldn't let her enter the Tao. If she didn't succeed in entering the Tao, only then would she have more chances to get along with each other in the future to brush up on her goodwill. This if she was allowed to enter, there would be no reason to meet in the future. At this moment, a terrifying might cause the sky to be eclipsed. Li Chenua came back to his senses and looked with Sufengqiu. It seemed like Her Majesty the Empress had advanced. Li Chenua revealed an expression of surprise. Sufengqiu. It must have been Empress Saint Yao who saw their side. Seeing him sitting with Li Chenua. Under the effect of the Immortal card, she had broken through. This Immortal card, it's so fierce. There was still one more chance to use it, let's talk about it later. He had also gained a lot from this trip, advancing from Immortal Emperor 1st rank to 3rd rank. After a long time, the heaven and earth visions dissipated. The aura also dispersed. The Holy Yao Empress let out a breath. The advancement was complete. She just watched for a moment as Sufengqiu and Li Chenua sat and talked. Advanced? What kind of statement was that? Could it be that this Sufengqiu is some legendary existence? Otherwise, why would this empress break through after just watching him for a while and seeing the sight of Qingxue about to enter the Tao? The Holy Yao Empress was startled in her heart. If that was the case, what kind of identity did he, Sufengqiu, have to be? The reincarnation of a legendary god? Ha! The Holy Yao Empress frowned slightly. How long had she advanced? On Qingxue's side, why was there no movement? Could it be that Qingxue had succeeded in entering the Tao? Holy Yao Empress walked over. No, she hasn't. Other than the fact that her natural talent seems to have improved, not much else has changed. Qingxue congratulated Her Majesty the Empress on her successful advancement. Lin Qingxue saluted and said. Sufengqiu also clasped his fist. The Holy Yao Empress nodded her head and said with her arms folded in a graceful manner, well, it seems that Qingxue you have failed to enter the Tao. Ah? Lin Qingxue froze and looked at Empress Shangyao in confusion. Enter the Tao? Qingxue? You don't know yourself? Empress Shangyao asked. Lin Qingxue looked at Sufengqiu in confusion. Sufengqiu nodded. Just now, Qingxue, you did enter the state of entering the Tao. The Holy Yao Empress sat down and also nodded. Well, this Empress saw with her own eyes that a heaven and earth vision was about to form, but during that time this Empress broke through, so she didn't observe it. Lin Qingxue came to a sudden realization. It seemed that Qingxue Fang had indeed entered a magical state of oblivion. She was then startled. It turned out that she had almost entered the Tao with poetry just now. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Sufengqiu in shock. She had only been discussing poetry with Duke Su, looking at the new poems that Mr. Su had composed for a while. And then she almost succeeded in entering the Tao? Ha! Could the legendary entry into the Tao with the 3,000 ways be so easy? Mr. Su, this poetic talent is simply appalling. Who could believe it when it was said out loud? The Holy Yao Empress glanced at the poems on the table. She was shocked beyond measure. Was this the new poem Sufengqiu had written just now? The falling sun and the lonely ducks fly together, the autumn water shares the color of the long sky. When autumn comes on the 8th day of the 9th month, all flowers will be killed after I bloom. The hall is full of flowers and drunkenness of 3,000 guests, and the frost of one sword chills 14 states. I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me, but in the end, it's not like that, a young man traveling. The Holy Yao Empress was shocked. How did he manage to write such crazy verses? How did he manage to write such a crazy verse? And how did he manage to write such a difficult verse after being so crazy that he wanted to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with him, but it was not like a young man traveling? He was a poet. He is worthy of entering the Tao with poetry at the age of 28. He was worthy of letting Qingxue almost enter the Tao. Even at this instant, the Holy Yao Empress, who had lived for 300 years. Inexplicably, her heart trembled. Was he really a 28-year-old young talent? Sufengqiu said in his heart, it is not that my brother is not helping you, it is really that it is not yet time. Ding Lin Qingxue's favorability towards you for current favorability 35. One can only say, no wonder teaching others to pick up girls starts with her hobbies. This Lin Qingxue is simply showing this to the fullest. The favor boost was really fast. Mainly Lin Qingxue appreciated Sufengqiu too much. It was even admiration. An admiration that surpassed her perception. Already with a filter. Lin Qingxue looked towards Sufengqiu, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of admiration. It was Qingxue who was untalented. The Holy Yao Empress took a sip of tea and opened her mouth. This Empress does have a sudden thought. I just don't know if Mr. Su is willing. Your Majesty the Empress, please speak. Sufengqiu said. The Holy Yao Empress glanced at Lin Qingxue, then said to Sufengqiu, since Qingxue almost entered the Tao because of Mr. Su, I wonder if it would be possible for Qingxue to return to the Su family with your excellency, and this Empress would like to think that, in this way, perhaps Qingxue's entry into the Tao would be just around the corner. Sufengqiu. You really are the roundworm in my little master's stomach. Personally pushing your beloved disciple into the tiger pit, right? Too wonderful. Chapter 66. This emperor's maid is needed to warm the bed. The Holy Yao Empress's thoughts were simple. For one, just now that moment, her own disciple Lin Qingxue had almost entered the Tao. Going back with Sufengqiu and making more contact, it was really possible to enter the Tao for a short period of time. Secondly, using Lin Qingxue to build a good relationship with Sufengqiu. After all, she could clearly see that this disciple of hers had some affection for Sufengqiu. Even if it wasn't much, there was definitely a chance for the two of them to cultivate it. Sufengqiu pretended to ponder for a moment. So, it's not too good, is it? Holy Yao Empress nodded. It's a bit abrupt, after all, Mr. Su still has many things to do, but even in his spare time it's fine. Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes glanced at Sufengqiu with slight anticipation. Did she want to go? Of course she wanted to. For one, Her Majesty the Empress had agreed. 2, she admired Sufengqiu and loved his poetry. For 3, if she could enter the Tao, she would be too much of an upgrade. But, Sufengqiu was a contemporary genius. He was also the young lord of the 10,000 years emperor clan, and he had so many things going on recently. It did seem a bit intrusive. Sufengqiu rubbed his chin, pretending to be thinking. It seemed that he could also tell that Sufengqiu was thinking. Lin Qingxue said faintly, Mr. Su doesn't have to worry, Qingxue won't be disturbed. In the future, when there is an opportunity, Qingxue will ask Mr. Su for advice. Well, then there will be a chance to talk about it later. Sufengqiu began the desire to escape. It won't do to cater to other people's sisters. Good. Li Chenua nodded slightly. Empress Shengyao said, in fact, Qingxue could go to the Su family to be Mr. Su's maid for a while? Sufengqiu. No. Isn't the effect of the desire to capture the enemy coming? The Holy Yao Empress continued, so, one can refine her state of mind, the second can also go along with the situation to ask for guidance on poetry and literature, the third, if it is a maid of honor, then its status will be different, Prince Su does not need to entertain anything, busy times will be put on the side of the Qingxue can be. Finished, the Holy Yao Empress looked at Li Chenua, asked, Qingxue, so will feel aggrieved? Li Chenua shook her head, Qingxue can sit and discuss with Mr. Su, it is a blessing, I'm afraid that Mr. Su will dislike. Sufengqiu took a sip of tea and said, since Her Majesty the Empress and Qingxue are both so sincere, I can't refuse any longer. Coincidentally I also have a maid named Shaoli, in her spare time, Qingxue can help me enlighten her. Qingxue will listen to Mr. Su. Ding Lin Qingxue's favorability to U1, current favorability 36. The Holy Yao Empress also nodded with satisfaction, then if the two of you have nothing else to do, you can depart, Qingxue, this Empress will send someone from your home to inform you. Thank you, Your Majesty the Empress. Sufengqiu also clasped his fist, Your Majesty the Empress, farewell. Take care, Qingxue will be troubling Mr. Su. Good to know. Sufengqiu then took Li Chenua and left directly. The Holy Yao Empress was originally looking for Sufengqiu for something. But now it seemed that there was no need to hurry. Hopefully, this girl Qingxue would be able to get on better terms with Sufengqiu. If their relationship was good, it was also equivalent to an additional bond between Empress Shengyao and Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu and Li Chenua were on their way to the Su family. Mr. Su, will Qingxue trouble you? Li Chenua asked in a small voice. She was actually uneasy in her heart. This was because it could be seen up front that Sufengqiu didn't really want her to go to the Su family. As for the reason, as the young master of the Su family, he had so many things going on lately. Whatever the reason was, it was normal. But she still followed. It was fine, what could be so troublesome about having an additional maid? Li Chenua said in a graceful manner, it's just that Qingxue isn't familiar with the contents of a maid, but Qingxue will do her best. Well, it's not difficult, but this emperor's maid needs to warm the bed. Sufengqiu deliberately snickered. Ah. Li Chenua panicked. This. No wonder eunuch Su was so kind to Miss Shaoli. At first glance, there was no change in her tone. But Sufengqiu clearly heard a hint of panic in her. Sufengqiu stopped to look at her. Is it strange? Sufengqiu asked. Li Chenua muttered in a small voice, it's a bit unexpected, Qingxue doesn't know much about the work of a maid, but it seems reasonable. Isn't this what Her Majesty the Empress wants to achieve? With Qingxue's intelligence, you should be able to guess, right? Her Majesty the Empress should be looking for Mr. Su to talk about something important, but she didn't talk about it, and letting Qingxue be Mr. Su's maid, more than anything else, she should be hoping that through this bridge, she could establish a good connection with the Su family and Mr. Su, similar to a marriage? Sufengqiu didn't know if the Holy Yao Empress had this idea of making the two of them immortal couples. But the underlying meaning was that she wanted Sufengqiu to have a good relationship with Li Chenua, and in the future, if she needed Sufengqiu's help, with this relationship, Sufengqiu might be able to help. Or, it would be easier to talk about cooperation. It is still possible to backtrack now. Sufengqiu said lightly. Li Chenua didn't even doubt the veracity of what Sufengqiu had said. She felt that a maid whose status was indeed the lowest in the family. Although not all maids were bed-warming maids. But, if the young master wanted her to do so, could she resist? In that case, her several older brothers might have done some bad things to their pretty maidservants as well. Li Chenua was torn. Mr. Su had already been so sincere and honest. Beforehand, she had never thought that there was even a need for such a link. She had thought that just taking care of her daily life, making tea, and whatnot would suffice. So, it shouldn't be a problem to back out now, right? But she had already promised Empress Shengyao. She had also promised Sufengqiu. Li Chenua never did such things as going back on her word. Because of this kind of thing, she couldn't live with it in her own heart. But after all, it was about her chastity. She could not be so childish. Though she admired Sufengqiu. But this was a different matter, and had not reached the point where it could be done to such an extent. A girl's chastity must be reserved for her future husband. Sufengqiu saw that she was so entangled and felt that she was really going to regret it. To be honest, it was normal. It wasn't like this was modern times. Girls here were extremely conservative. Moreover, it wasn't like Li Chenua was someone with a lowly status. Sixth on the fairy list, disciple of the female emperor. The daughter of General Lin of the Holy Yao Empire. Gifted, ice clear, and pure. Sufengqiu said, just kidding, let's go. Li Chenua followed Sufengqiu's footsteps. Mr. Su. She called out to Sufengqiu. Mr. Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu stopped and looked at her. Li Chenua slightly owed a body, this time Qingxue nuisance, did not consider this beforehand, is Qingxue's own problem.
Li Chenua, this time, whether it is Qingxue's own selfishness or to establish a relationship with the Su family for Her Majesty the Empress, she will be bothering Mr. Su. If Qingxue has done anything wrong, please Mr. Su need not show any mercy, and as for the matter of bed warming. Li Chenua bit her red lip. Qingxue doesn't do things that aren't true to her word, it's just that it's really hard to do, so please forgive me, Mr. Su.
It's okay, let's go. Mr. Su. Li Chenua called out to him again. Qingxue will try to make an effort, but there is no guarantee.
Sufengqiu smiled in his heart.
Mr. Sufengqiu. After saying that, Sufengqiu walked away.
But Li Chenju's character was such that she would take it seriously. And she would be serious.
As for whether or not she couldn't say.
She could only explain it in advance with Sufengqiu.
Chapter 67. Human faced Gu Changsheng.
On the other side, Gu Changsheng had also investigated and arrived in a small town.
With resentment and anger running rampant, just killing a Jibuchang wasn't enough to relieve his anger. What was his status, Gu Changsheng? To be threatened by a mole. Sufengqiu hadn't even done anything yet.
His reputation was actually tarnished by a mole first.
Gu Changsheng walked to a town center courtyard.
Inside the courtyard, a beautiful woman who looked to be around 40 years old was drying corn and preparing lunch. There were sounds of children playing in the inner room. When she saw Gu Changsheng come in, the woman wiped her hands. Who is your excellency looking for? Gu Changsheng looked at her, his eyes slightly condensed.
Are you the mother of Ji Buchang? Precisely, Chang'er went to the poetry festival and is not there.
Gu Changsheng's eyes flashed a touch of evil. This Ji Buchang's mother, surprisingly still quite a bit of posture, but some flavor. Hearing this, the woman revealed a flash of panic. She subconsciously ran towards the house. Gu Changsheng's hand reached out and the woman flew over. The woman couldn't break free no matter how much she struggled.
He pinched the woman's neck and walked into the house.
Inside the house, a 14 or 15-year-old girl and a 2 or 3-year-old child were having fun. Suddenly, they saw this scene. The young girl froze in shock.
Mother, mother, mother. The child didn't seem to understand anything and shouted in a milky voice. Yo, there's a younger sister? Gu Changsheng revealed a cold smile. He reached out his hand at the child and squeezed.
The child turned into nothingness.
Noisy. Gu Changsheng coldly said. No. Power.
The woman screamed in grief.
Slap.
Gu Changsheng backhanded her and slapped her to the ground, then a force made the two unable to move.
Do you know why this young man came?
The young girl and woman cried out in terror. Ji Buchang disrespected this young man and has already been killed. If you want to blame it on the good son you gave birth to.
Chang'er, my Chang'er.
The woman cried in grief.
Gu Changsheng revealed a cold smile. Not bad, big and small looks are not bad, just this young a belly of fire has no place to release, just simply kill you guys but not relieved.
Saying that, Gu Changsheng walked towards the terrified women while sissing his pants. Mother, mother, look what goodies I've brought back.
The man ran back with a big fish and a happy face.
When he saw the corn kernels spilled in the yard, his brows furrowed violently.
Mother! Daughter!
He threw the fish away and hurried to the house.
Inside the house,
a woman was clothed and leaning against the wall, her eyes wide open, no longer breathing.
No! Mother! The man yelled in alarm. Who? Who?
He ran out with his knife and found a man sitting in the courtyard at that moment.
I'll kill you. He carried the knife and angrily rushed towards Gu Changsheng. However, how could he be Gu Changsheng's opponent? Ah! A miserable scream came. Gu Changsheng chopped off his arms and legs.
Then Gu Changsheng squatted in front of the man and stuck his hand into his mouth with a grimace.
This is what happens when you mess with this young man.
Then, he yanked the man's tongue off. The man kept whimpering in pain. Gu Changsheng then waved his hand. His broken arm and leg injuries recovered. Your mother and daughters are really good, the more you struggle, the more this young man likes it.
Gu Changsheng licked his lips.
The man cried in despair. Your daughter has already had her tongue cut out by this young man and sent to the greenhouse, and she will never leave there in this lifetime. The man crawled to Gu Changsheng and kept kowtowing, blood continuously flowing out of his mouth. As for you, from today onwards, you can only beg for a living in the vicinity of the greenhouse, watching the countless men enter and exit the greenhouse every day.
Gu Changsheng stood up.
This young man will send people to secretly watch. If you cannot watch and seek death, then your daughter will not want to live.
Like it?
Your good son Ji Buchang worked hard to get it for you.
Gu Changsheng laughed hideously and walked out. After walking out, he entered the crowd. Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng's eyes flickered with sinister cruelty.
This young man will never let you go.
Never.
Facing him, Gu Changsheng saw a woman with a light veil covering her face.
From the jade pendant at her waist, he recognized this person's identity. Miss Luo, I'm surprised to see you in this remote town. Gu Changsheng clasped his fist in the appearance of a fluttering gentleman. Mr. Gu, nice to meet you, just passing by. Why is Mr. Gu here? Luo Liuli asked.
Gu Changsheng smiled faintly. I just finished attending an auction and was also passing by.
In that case, farewell. Miss Luo. Gu Changsheng called out to her. Does Mr. Gu still have business? Gu Changsheng asked. I wonder if Miss Luo has heard about the poetry festival. Well, the poetry sage seniors certified as supreme immortal emperors, and Mr. Su used poetry to enter the Tao, stunning the world. Hey, I become a clown. Gu Changsheng sighed. Luo Liuli had heard about it since. Miss Luo, you are a smart person, so I don't need to say anything more. The meaning Gu Changsheng expressed was simple. Give them 10,000 more guts, Ji Buchan, Li Shang wouldn't dare to rumor about him, Gu Changsheng. Behind this, it is Sufengqiu's ghost. The cleaner the clearer, time will prove justice. Luo Liuli said. Gu Changsheng smiled. At this time, in the courtyard, the father of Ji Buchang, who had lost his arms and legs, crawled out with a mouth full of blood. It also caught the attention of many of the people. Luo Liuli also looked over. Gu Changsheng sighed, AI, the world's suffering this is also you and I martial artists, efforts need to do things, hope that this world, less suffering. What Mr. Gu said. Miss Luo, let's go. Luo Liuli said, Xingfeng town is rich in natural Baijin tea, I want to take some back, Mr. Gu go back first. Well, good, then this young man will take his leave. Mr. Gu, take care. Gu Changsheng then left. Luo Liuli walked forward. As she passed by, she took out an elixir and handed it to Ji Buchang's father before walking away. By the time Luo Liuli came back again, she happened to be near a greenhouse and saw that figure again. What a tragedy, I don't know what kind of person I've provoked. Old Ji, this guy has been diligent all his life, cultivated such an excellent son but was killed, hey. Do you think Lao Ji's situation is Gu? Hush, be careful if trouble comes out of the mouth, not necessarily, not good, let's just pretend we don't know him. Luo Liuli frowned slightly. Ji Buchan? She seems to have heard that the one who made things difficult for Sufengqiu at the poetry festival was this Ji Buchang. She had also heard that Ji Buchang had been instructed by Gu Changsheng. She wasn't sure of the circumstances, but he was Ji Buchang's father. And it just so happens that Gu Changsheng came to Qingfeng town strangely. All of this can't be Gu Changsheng's doing, right? Chapter 68, Good women don't fail, bad women don't waste. What the human-faced Gu Changsheng had done, Sufengqiu didn't need to know. He also didn't care. Anyway, he only needed to see him once, and everything about him Sufengqiu knew all about. Su family. Sufengqiu had settled Li Chenua in his young lord's pavilion. There were still a lot of things to do next. Gu Changsheng, the heavenly fate value had to be seized and killed. There was also the trickier Li Mu Feng. Through the system, I learned that the Pill God Mountain where this Li Mu Feng was from had a supreme immortal emperor. That present-day Sufengqiu, it is not really good to do anything. This emperor is going to go into seclusion for some time, so Qingju, you can familiarize yourself with the environment first. Lin Qingju owed, yes. Sufengqiu then went into seclusion. His realm had risen to the third stage of immortal emperor. With 2 steps of elevation, he needed to consolidate. In itself, his foundation was unstable, and he still needed to find some methods to stabilize it. Now, it was even more imminent. Right. Sufengqiu almost forgot. Lin Qingju's favor had reached 20, and he had obtained the heaven reversing yin-yang technique, and he still didn't know what it was anymore. Tian reverse yin-yang technique top-level dual cultivation technique can be cultivated by both men and women, both sides can bring about rapid improvement. Sufengqiu. Scratch that. It's such a gongfu. It's a good thing. These days, there were few dual cultivation techniques. But the truly powerful dual cultivation techniques that had no side effects and still had strong effects were few and far between. This one rewarded by the system was absolutely fine. But now the question came. Who is he looking for? This kind of gongfu is mutual. He, Sufengqiu, couldn't be of much use looking for those ordinary women. The better and more talented the woman, the stronger the effect would naturally be. Luo Liuli, Lin Qingxue, Li Chenua, Shaoli. If you really can't, Lu Yunyan? Holy Yao Empress? Ouch. This is embarrassing. Obviously, at the moment, Sufengqiu knows these outstanding women, all of them have not arrived at the right time. Only Shaoli is still available. But Shaoli's current cultivation level wasn't high, so dual cultivation with him, an immortal emperor, wouldn't have too strong an effect on Sufengqiu himself. It's not, is it? Little Master, the young master of the Su family, an immortal emperor of the third stage, suddenly realized that he still didn't have a cultivated confidant? Sufengqiu scratched his hair. This is so miserable. I should have known to leave that Jiang Qingxue behind. Jiang Qingxue, Yefeng's confidant. The body of heavenly ice. But it was ruined by him. He still missed the boat. Should have adhered to the attitude that good women don't fail and bad women don't waste. Otherwise, how fragrant is it now? No way, no way. Sufengqiu paced slowly in the secret realm. Have to think of a way. It had been so long since he crossed over. He really hadn't touched his sister yet. Li Chenua. Not yet. Luo Liuli, even less.
Lin Qingxue was on the right track, but it didn't seem to work for a short time.
Xiao Li.
It's okay, the effect won't be too great, and the body of calamity, the body of blood underworld slayer.
42 favorites is not enough. We really can't find some pretty powerful clan Saint daughter is fairy list famous, past marriage it?
Sufengqiu thought about it for a while. Forget it, say it again, it is not very urgent, first consolidate the realm and then say.
Outside. Lin Qingxue walked around the young lord's pavilion to familiarize herself with it and didn't see anyone.
Hey! Xiaoli walked over and saw a super pretty figure.
At first she thought it was Li Chenua from afar. But walked over and realized it wasn't.
Lin Qingxue also saw Xiaoli. No wonder Mr. Su cared so much about Xiaoli. It was indeed so pretty.
She doesn't look too old. Young girl like.
In a few years, she'll be even prettier.
Is that Miss Xiaoli?
Lin Qingxue slightly owed a question.
Ah yes, I wonder if sister is. Xiaoli looked at Lin Qingxue with some amazement. So pretty.
Such a gentle temperament.
So comforting.
I don't know, but just a glance and that kind of temperament makes people feel very comfortable.
Lin Qingxue. Wow. Are you Fairy Lin? Really beautiful. Xiaoli exclaimed.
Lin Qingxue smiled, you are also very beautiful. Ah, no wonder Mr. Su is so fond of you.
Ah, Xiaoli's pretty face flushed.
Xiaoli's pretty face reddened. Lin Qingxue stretched out his hand and pulled Xiaoli's hand. Really, I can feel Mr. Su's concern for you, he also specially ordered me to take care of you. Little centrifuges are full of little Snickers inside. If I were Mr. Su, I would definitely treat Miss Xiaoli well, because she is really pretty.
Sister Qingxue is the one who's pretty. Sister Qingxue came here to look for the young master, didn't she? He went to the poetry fair. Oh, he should be back, right?
Lin Qingxue nodded. Well, I came back with him.
Then what is the purpose of Sister Qingxue's visit? Xiaoli asked curiously.
The same as you, in the coming period of time, I still need Sister Xiaoli to teach me more.
Xiaoli asked curiously. Xiaoli was stunned.
I am the young master's maid.
Yes, I am also here to be Lord Su's maid.
Xiaoli's little mouth opened slightly.
The famous and powerful Fairy Lin is here to be the young master's maid? But it's true when you think about it.
I've heard that the young master has entered the Tao through poetry. Poetry saints and seniors have all advanced to Supreme Immortal Emperor because of young lord. The entire 9 continents are now immensely shaken because of this matter.
That Fairy Lin should like young lord. Then maybe the young lord isn't that fond of Fairy Lin? Fairy Lin took the initiative to pursue the young lord? She's willing to be his maid because she likes him? Wow! But the young master is really outstanding. Sister Qingxue is so good, the young master will definitely like her too. Xiaoli thought in her heart. Xiaoli will help Sister Qingxue. Xiaoli said seriously.
Good, then I will learn more from Xiaoli, martial arts. With Su Gongzi teaching, Xiaoli's sister will certainly have no problem, but Su Gongzi is busy. I can often discuss with Xiaoli's sister. Xiaoli's sister do not understand can always find me, we live together it.
We are living together.
Xiaoli suddenly thought of something.
What's wrong?
Xiaoli's face turned red. That's nothing. She hurriedly shook her head.
Lin Qingxue took Xiaoli's hand and said, Xiaoli's sister, you can talk to me about anything. It's just that we're in the same courtyard. If young master goes to Qingxue's sister's room, isn't it not too convenient for Xiaoli?
I'm sorry. Xiaoli may have been a bit presumptuous. When Lin Qingxue heard this, she was also able to extract a message. That was that in Xiaoli's eyes, maidservants were meant to warm the bed. She must have done so often as well. But in reality, Xiaoli didn't mean that. It was just that her little brain guessed that Lin Qingxue liked Sufengqiu so much that she took the initiative to pursue him, even going so far as to come and be a maid. Then, Sufengqiu could definitely room with her at any time. And if she lived in a courtyard, oops.
No harm done, not ready yet, but mentally prepared.
Lin Qingxue smiled and said. Young master is very good.
Aha. Yeah. At this time, Su Tianyao walked over. Family master. Xiaoli hurriedly got up and saluted. Xiaoli, who is this?
Lin Qingxue hurriedly got up. Senior Su, my daughter Lin Qingxue, Mr. Su's maid, I've taken the liberty.
Su Tiani.
This kid went for a trip to the Poetry Society. The entire 9 continents made such a big commotion not to mention.
Surprisingly, the Fairy Lin abducted as a maid of honor? Are you sure this is proper to be a maid of honor? Bastard. He's not as sentimental as his father. That's fine. This kid is a disgrace to Su Tiani. Lin Qingxue has been tricked into being a maid of honor?
If word of this gets out, the 9 continents will be shaken again. After all, behind Lin Qingxue is General Lin and the Holy Yao Empress. This kid, what kind of tactics? So it's Qingxue ah, ha, me and your father, the relationship is not simple ah.
Su Tian also laughed.
Lin Qingxue made a bow, seems to have heard, but Qingxue does not know much.
Ha, later you will know. Really good news. In the Su family have any discomfort at any time to say, I would like to go to find your father to catch up to go. Su senior slowly go. Oh right Xiao Li. In. Xiao Li hurriedly responded. Su Tianya handed her a spatial ring. There are quite a few cultivation resources inside, as well as a few customized clothes for you, so you don't have to dress so plainly in the future. After saying that, Su Tianyi walked away. Xiao Li froze for a moment. Then she opened her spatial ring and took out several extremely beautiful immortal dresses. They were even woven with gold silk with extremely expensive spirit silk. Xiao Li's small mouth opened slightly. Obviously, this wasn't something a maid should wear. Li Chenua was also slightly startled inwardly. Xiao Li was Sufengqiu's maid. But now, even the Su family lord had sent such a precious immortal skirt. An immortal dress of this level was only worn even by the likes of Luo Liuli. It had even been recognized by the Su family lord. She had some understanding of it. Xiao Li seemed to have been adopted years ago. It seems that as a child bride then smiled and said, such a gorgeous fairy dress, is it possible that after a few days, I will be attending Xiao Li's sister's big wedding? Which has? Xiao Li is flattered. This is a very good indication of Li Chenua smiled faintly. Xiao Li shook her head. No, I heard the young master say that he was planning to go to Phoenix Terrace to propose marriage. Fairy Luo? Aha! And the young lord has sister Qingxue. Sister Qingxue? Li Chenua froze. Aha, so nice and beautiful, the most beautiful woman Xiao Li has ever seen. Sister Qingxue should be the main room. Xiao Li whispered. Where is she? Su family is in seclusion. Li Chenua nodded. It was something she hadn't expected. But then again, it made sense. If Mr. Su was such an outstanding man, there would be no shortage of confidants around him. What to do? If the main room was the Qingxue sister that Xiao Li had mentioned. If he also wants to marry Luo Liuli. It seems like she has to try not to be below Luo Liuli's status, right? Ha! Li Chenua, what are you thinking? Chapter 69 4 words, Red Face Scourge. The news of Sufengqiu's poetry meeting, using poetry to enter the Tao, and even helping the poetry saint advance to Supreme Immortal Emperor, resounded through the 9 continents. The Holy Yao Empress, moreover, announced in a high profile that Li Chenua had temporarily become Sufengqiu's consort for an indefinite period of time. These few pieces of news bombarded the 9 continents. Shocking. Unbelievable. The most straightforward message. Sufengqiu's future was limitless. Behind Sufengqiu, there might be an additional Supreme Immortal Emperor as a backer. At the same time, the royal family of the Sacred Yao Empire, the Lin Palace of the Sacred Yao Celestial City, and Sufengqiu were inextricably linked to each other. All strung together would reveal. The Su family didn't seem simple now. It was regaining its position as the former 8 heavens overlord. The Gu family. What? Gu Changxing's eyes widened as he heard the news from his maid. Li Chenua, the love of his life, had condescended to become Sufengqiu's attendant? Gu Changxing made a gesture and the maid hurriedly left. Wow. He lifted the table right off the ground. This Holy Yao Empress, this Lin family, what are they up to? Gu Changxing gritted his teeth. Li Chenua, even if she wasn't as noble as Luo Liuli, she definitely wasn't bad. The precious daughter of the war god's lineage. Saint Yao Empress, the only disciple. She might even be the next generation of the Holy Yao Empire Empress. Otherwise, why would the Holy Yao Empress accept him as her disciple? It's not like the Holy Yao Empress has a clan, she's just a loner. She was there to train Li Chenua to be her successor. Li Chenua, with such a status, became Sufengqiu's maid? Isn't she afraid that the world will laugh at her? Not true. Gu Changxing frowned. This Holy Yao Empress must have other ideas. Since there was. A voice came. Father. Gu Fengqiu nodded and glanced at the table that had been lifted off the ground. Father knows that you have suffered a great deal from this trip to the Poetry Society. Gu Changxing clenched his fists. The poetry sage's disciple was hopeless, his reputation was ruined, and his beloved woman became someone else's maid. My father knows that you are not a backstabbing villain like the rumors, this kind of thing you this life, at least until then you will never do, my son, I still understand. Gu Changxing nodded. It's all this Sufengqiu's plotting and scheming, and the child has been victimized. Jiu Fengqiu, needless to say my father also knows that it is he Sufengqiu did. This person's tactics are clever and poisonous, you are simple and innocent, you are not able to fight him, but this incident can also let you grow. You should understand that in this world, the fluttering gentleman does not last long, Sufengqiu this and so on, it is the smart people, you have to make a change. The child understands, the child will not be so good-hearted again, good-hearted people are deceived reason, the child now also personally understand. Gu Fengqiu nodded. There is no need to worry, although the Gu family and the Shi family had a battle and suffered a great deal of vitality, but there is no harm, he Su family, the Gu family is not afraid, the old ancestor also advanced to the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor. But Sufengqiu has the poetry saint behind him. The poetry sage?
The poetry saint is a wanderer, and in a few days he may be 10,000 miles away, so he doesn't have to think about it, and neither does the Holy Yao Empress.
Why? Gu Changsheng asked curiously. Gu Fangzhou, do you know why Empress Shengyao wanted Li Chenua to be Sufengqiu's consort?
It must be because she wants to reach a partnership with Sufengqiu. Right, because the Holy Yao Empress herself is in a precarious situation.
Gu Fangzhou said with his hands folded. In recent years, in the Eight Heavens, there has been a constant war between the Shangyao Empire and the North Underworld Empire, and what is not known is that half of the strongest members of the Shangyao Empire's royal family have been drawn in by the North Underworld Empire's royal family.
There is actually this matter?
Gu Fangzhou nodded her head. She is a character, but in the end, she is only a 300-year-old young man, or a woman. This throne, she cannot sit for a long time.
So she bet on Sufengqiu to save the Shangyao Empire?
Ridiculous.
Gu Fangzhou laughed. Indeed ridiculous. Changsheng, lost we will take back one by one. The Sufengqiu, Su family, is not afraid.
But how to seize it?
Gu Fangzhou spread out his hand, a delicate paper scroll presented in his palm.
This is?
Gu Fangzhou said, marriage certificate.
Gu Changsheng froze. Marriage certificate? Is it the child's?
Yes, your marriage certificate with Li Chenua.
Gu Changsheng was shocked. There is such a thing?
Gu Fangzhou said faintly. Qingxue has not yet remembered. I and General Lin will be for you two set up a doll marriage. This thing, for many years have not mentioned, for my father's intention, you two if you can love each other, but also the best. I and Qingxue must be in love, before we talk to each other, the child can feel out, just by his Sufengqiu harm. Gu Fangzhou, does not matter, the marriage certificate written clearly, 25 years old will be married, this year you 29, Qingxue 26, since you have not yet cultivated with her, then, it will be her from Sufengqiu back, and will not let Sufengqiu bad you good thing.
Gu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Thank you, father. But father, why is there this marriage certificate?
Gu Fangzhou said, that will have to mention Li Chenju's father, General Lin. He and Su Tian also have a grudge, and my Gu family and the Su family do not agree. For my father, early years and General Lin relationship is good. To participate in the same 9 continents than the martial arts, lost to him, it is not a fight to get acquainted. In recent years, less contact, but the friendship is still there. Parents' orders, matchmakers' words, he Lin wore a word, this marriage is not a cannot.
Gu Changsheng nodded. Great, father. Su Tianyi and General Lin have what hatred of?
4 words, red face scourge.
Lin Mansion. Marred. Martyr martyr. I'll skin Sufengqiu. I'll skin Su Tianyi too. Chow.
Lin Zhan was drinking alone, cursing.
My precious daughter, to him Sufengqiu as a maid? What the hell?
Headache. Lin Zhan covered his forehead. At this time, a handsome man walked in.
Father. Get lost, don't bother me.
Lin Zhan said with a displeased face.
Father, Su Tianyi is here.
What?
Lin War stood up, hurriedly waved his hand. Do not see, let him roll. He still have the face to see the old man? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Brother Lin, so do not treat me?
It's just that this girl Qingxue has become my son's maid of honor.
No shame. With a loud laugh, Su Tian also appeared in the courtyard. You're out of your mind. Get out of here. Don't come any closer. I'll kill him. The aura of an immortal emperor erupted from Lin Zhan's body.
Without saying a word, he directly rushed towards Su Tianyi.
Su Tianyi's aura also erupted out and he directly met him. The people of the Lin mansion ran away.
Lin Battle's 2 sons also hurriedly ran away.
After a long time. Big brother, words, why is there no movement inside? Could something have happened?
The second son, Lin Jian, asked in a low voice. The eldest son Lin shook his head. Should not, they have a number of.
What if they do?
Originally, father and Su Tianyi were at odds, and my little sister was called by Her Majesty to be Sufengqiu's maid.
I just don't understand, Her Majesty doesn't know that the relationship between our 2 families is poor?
Why did you let her go?
Lin Shu said, it can't be helped.
You and I are ministers, and so is my father, so just do as we are told. But there's been no movement in there for a long time.
I'm really afraid.
Lin Shu frowned. Let's go in and take a look.
The 2 of them quietly walked in. The scene in front of them froze them in their tracks.
Lin Zhan and Su Tianyi were drunk. At this moment, is crying a snot and a tear sitting on the ground hugging together. It was like 2 aggrieved children.
Lin War while crying, while constantly pounding Su Tianyi's shoulders, you really are. Ah, back then, if you followed me, there will be no accident, ah.
Su Tianyi tears, snot also flowed out, chagrin pounded his chest. I regret it, brother, I've never spent a day without getting drunk, and every day I wanted to go with Yair. Lin Zhan kicked Su Tianyi, I really look down on you.
Su Tianyi cried and waved his hand, don't say anything, drink.
Lin Shu and Lin Jian looked at each other in confusion.
What's going on? Chapter 70, the reason for the Su family and the Lin family.
Lin Shu and Lin Jian silently retreated. Lin Zhan and Su Tianyi had also gradually finished venting. The 2 sat there. Seriously brother Lin, Qingxue following my family's chore is definitely not bad. Off to the side, there's no way in hell I'll let Qingxue marry your son, both of you are no good. If it wasn't for Her Majesty the Empress, I'm telling you, your son won't be able to have any contact with Qingxue in his life, he's not worthy. Su Tianyi took a sip of wine. 28-year-old Immortal Emperor, third stage is not worthy. One person destroying Misty Peak is not worthy. Destroying the Medicine Emperor sect is not worthy. Using poetry to enter the Tao is not worthy. Assisting the poetry sage in advancing to the level of Supreme Immortal Emperor is still not worthy, is it? Lin Zhan spat. I care about you, how come you haven't made any progress in your realm for more than 10 years? Su Tianyi gave a bitter laugh. Lin Zhan frowned. If your drunken words are true, then I will look down on you even more. Su Tianyi laughed to himself, then looked at Lin Zhan. What? Brother Lin is not worried about me? What a joke, I can't wait to kill you. And, Qingxue's idea, you don't hit, this girl has a marriage contract, wait for 2 days I go to find His Majesty the Empress to say a word, let her leave from your son's side. This girl has a marriage contract? Who is it? Su Tian also asked. Gu Changsheng of the Gu family. Lin Zhan said. Su Tianyi frowned. This Gu Changsheng is half as good as Jior? Lin Zhan tilted his head and furiously poured a mouthful of wine, his eyes looking at Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi, I ask you, why exactly did Jior fall? After so many years, it's time for you to tell me, right? Su Tianyi lowered his head in silence. Su Tianyi, if she was killed by a powerful person, then go out of life, fight, we at least bite him a piece of meat down. For many years, you do not act. I have always felt that you are afraid, is a coward, I despise you. Now, you tell me, in the end why? Su Tianyi was still silent. Lin Zhan was emotional. Su Tianyi, do you know how the outside evaluates you? Coward. The head of the 10,000 years Emperor clan, his beloved woman fell, not even a statement. Who did it? You do not dare to say it. If you do not dare, old man to come, okay? Su Tianyi sighed. Lao Zi is like her, but also bless you, back a million steps, Lao Zi, and Yar is also a close friend for many years, how do you do it? The Lin family does not treat you well. Lin Zhan pointed outside and roared angrily. Su Tianyi stood up, take care. Lin Zhan overturned the table. Back then, Lin Qingxue and Gu Changsheng were still young. Lin Zhan and Gu Fengqiu drunkenly fixed a doll's marriage for them. The idea at the time was simple. He just didn't want Su Tianyi to feel good. He just wanted to go against Su Tianyi. Gu Changsheng was excellent, and the Gu family was more powerful than the Su family. The Gu family was not on good terms with the Su family. He also hated Su Tianyi, so his marriage to the Gu family was definitely a good thing. If his own daughter married the Gu family, it wouldn't be bad at all. Now, Sufengqiu was as prosperous as ever, and he was actually happy from the bottom of his heart. Because Sufengqiu was her child. Lin Zhan and Su Tianyi do not get along, because of the woman, but just do not get along, big fights over. Didn't fight is didn't fight. He was sad, but also blessed. Hate, because Su Tianyi did not take care of her, causing her to leave this world. He hated Su Tianyi even more because he thought that Su Tianyi had no conscience. He didn't take her death too seriously. Why? For so many years, her death was a mystery. Su Tianyi never gave any explanation for her death. If you were killed, shouldn't you take revenge even if you have to risk your life? He thought Su Tianyi was like that. But today, with Su Tianyi heart and lungs, some things, he just understood for the first time. The original Su Tianyi these years, living so painful. This guy, in the end what are the pain? Think about it, this Su Tianyi is by no means such a cowardly person. Lin Zhan drank a mouthful of wine, looked up to the sky. Since ancient times, the red face more thin life, but you gave birth to a good son. 5 years ago, I had a sneak peek at him once, and you look really like. Father, the head of the Gu family is here. Lin Shu walked in. Lin Zhan frowned and said, please. Gu Fengqiu walked in with a big smile. Brother Lin, drinking alone? Lin Zhan said, Brother Gu sit down. Gu Fengqiu sat down. I came at a bad time. Brother Lin this? He had since seen Lin Zhan's reddened eyes. A few days ago, it was her Memorial Day. Gu Fengqiu sighed, Lin brother is the true nature, so many years have passed, still cannot forget, Su Tianyi really is not a thing, until now, I do not even know why Farian fell, if it is killed, at least to show the attitude, right? This matter, just so unclear? Gu Fengqiu then whispered, I did hear that this Su Tianyi may have quietly joined forces with other women because of her to get Farian killed. Lin Zhan clenched his fist, what is the reason for brother Gu's visit? Oh, it's this. Gu Fengqiu smiled and held out the marriage certificate. Qingxue girl and Changsheng relationship is good, the age has also reached, I thought, this marriage is also time, you and my family marriage, strong joint, is not it beautiful? Lin Zhan said, but Qingxue is now Sufengqiu's maid. Wouldn't it be better to speak to Her Majesty the Empress about this matter? I am the vassal. Gu Fengqiu pondered for a moment, what about in the opinion of family master Lin? As Qingxue's young master, Sufengqiu is now in a position to decide whether Qingxue stays or goes. My words don't count anymore, we have to pass that hurdle, either family master Gu ask Her Majesty the Empress to withdraw her decision, or get Sufengqiu to agree. Hey, can understand the anger of the Lin family master, was the most loathed Su family, his own daughter also condescended to be Sufengqiu maid, there is a third method.
Gu family master please speak. Jiu Fanzhou, destroy the Su family, won't it free Qingxue? Then if brother Gu can do it, that would be best.
If brother Lin joins forces with me.
Lin Zhan shook his head, Her Majesty the Empress has shown favor to the Su family, as a vassal, how could I possibly join forces? If Qingxue can work together inside and outside.
Lin Zhan frowned, she can't, she has admiration for Sufengqiu.
I see, then I will go back and think of another way, the Lin family head should fully support me in all my endeavors, right? After all, we are in-laws.
Within those words, there was actually a slight threatening undertone.
Naturally, brother Gu take your time. After Gu Fangzhou left,
Lin Zhan sighed, Qingxue, my father is not a good father, I didn't think that my impulsiveness after drinking back then would result in today's consequences, this Gu Changsheng, I'm afraid he's not a good person.
Obviously, Lin Zhan regretted.
He regretted it a long time ago.
Today, Su Tianya also met with him for the first time in so many years.
He had also said some heartfelt words.
He regretted his actions back then even more.
Sure. Lin Shu walked in. Send someone to the Su family to inform Su Tianyi to be careful of the Gu family, and, hey, ask Su Tianyi for a favor.
Yes, sir. It was 7 days.
In the secret realm, 2 months had passed.
Sufengqiu opened his eyes. He didn't know what had happened outside. Xiao Li's favorability towards him skyrocketed by 10 points. It reached 52.
Sufengqiu came out of customs and came to the courtyard. Originally, he thought of going to Phoenix Terrace to propose marriage.
The probability is that it will be successful. Why?
Although the status of the Su family in Phoenix Terrace didn't match. But there was something in his system mall.
The mouth is the heart card. Let's get the beauty first. No matter what means were used.
However, Lin Qingxue's arrival temporarily interrupted Sufengqiu's plans. At home, there was a Xiaoli, a Lin Qingxue, and a Li Chenua.
More Luo Liuli. He couldn't brush over this good sense. Take your time. Li Chenhua's goodwill towards him is only 11, find a chance to talk about it later.
After all, they are from the 9 heavens. Let's take care of the ones in front of us first. Lin Qingxue was sitting in the courtyard, fuming.
What are you fuming about? Have something on your mind?
Sufengqiu said and walked over. Chapter 71 No, it hasn't been like this since ancient times. Lin Qingxue heard the commotion and hurriedly stood up.
Mr. Su.
Sufengqiu sat down.
Lin Qingxue poured Sufengqiu a cup of tea. As Sufengqiu's daughter of Qi,
Sufengqiu knew what was on her mind like the back of his hand. It wasn't a big deal, it was just that Qingxue wasn't quite sure what to.
Speaking.
Lin Qingxue said, yesterday, the Gu family a paper marriage letter publicized in the world. Qingxue realized that the original early years ago, father and the Gu family will be fixed me and Gu Changxing doll marriage.
The withdrawal of the marriage is not on the line.
Sufengqiu said faintly. But there is no reason, it is a matter of father and Lin's face, the Gu family seems to be worried that there is such a thing, that is why this marriage is publicized in the world, may the world's blessings, in fact, maybe to cut off the road of the Lin family. The reasoning was simple, if the marriage was withdrawn without reason, then it would be the Gu family that would strike out at the Lin family on the grounds that the Lin family was looking down on them and teasing them. Although the Lin family was from the war god lineage, it wasn't very powerful.
It couldn't compare to the Gu family or the Su family.
It was just a powerful martial artist family. And the powerful ones were only the generations of Lin Zhan.
The underpinnings were too poor.
In terms of individual combat power alone, they were strong.
On the battlefield, empire-level wars, able to be invincible.
But if they really fought on individual power alone, the Lin family was going to be hung by the Gu family. Young lord, young lord.
Xiao Li ran over. Yo!
Sufengqiu looked at Xiao Li and raised his eyebrows, revealing a smirk.
Father prepared the clothes for you? Sufengqiu asked with a smile. Aha!
Xiao Li was wearing a well-fitting immortal dress, not to mention a servant girl. There were people who would believe it if they said she was some sort of sex holy maiden.
It's so beautiful.
Xiao Li hurriedly said, young master, the Gu family is here. Well, this emperor will go there, so you guys can stay here.
Mr. Su.
Lin Qingxue looked at Sufengqiu worriedly. Don't worry, I'll leave this matter in the hands of this emperor.
Sufengqiu then went to the Su clan's main hall. Inside the Su clan's grand hall, Gu Fangzhou and a dozen other Gu family powerhouses were present.
Lin Zhan also brought a few people from the Lin family.
He was quite regretful now. However, weighing the pros and cons, he couldn't tear his face off with the Gu family.
Therefore, he had to lick his face and ask Su Tianya for help.
Su Tianyi and the others were also entertaining them with etiquette.
Although they didn't get along with the Gu family, at least they hadn't torn their faces apart. Su family master, this intention you also understand, Changsheng and Qingxue, to love, since childhood and dull marriage, this time my Gu family and General Lin happy marriage, Su family must also go off.
Gu Fangzhou laughed. Fengqiu Tianyanu.
Lin Zhan had sent someone to tell him. Simply put, in this matter, Lin Zhan regretted impulsively finalizing the marriage back then.
He asked Su Tianyi for a favor.
It was to not let Sufengqiu let go of Li Chenua for the time being. In that case, the marriage could be put on hold for the time being.
He would figure out what to do afterwards. This matter was ordered by Her Majesty the Empress. If Chior breaks off her relationship with Qingxue, Her Majesty's side won't be able to explain. Won't it be my Su family breaking her face? Su Tian also looked like he was in a difficult situation.
AI,
that's the reasoning, Lin Zhan sighed.
Gufangzhou, there is no need to dissolve the relationship. Qingxue can still be Sufengqiu's maid of honor, only need Sufengqiu nodded yes. Jiangsheng and Qingxue's marriage, held as usual. In this case, our three families are considered a family,
Lin Zhan, well, that's the way it is, Su family master. Will Chior agree to it? Ahem, it's hard to say.
It's hard to say, or will she definitely not agree?
Lin Zhan asked again.
Perhaps will not agree to it. Autumn child character everyone is also clear.
Su Tianyi said. Lin Zhan looked at Su Tianyi. Good brother
But one size fits all, this matter, I owe you a favor.
I owe you a favor.
Gufangzhou said, Jiangsheng and Qingxue are in love with each other, and there is a marriage contract, as well as brother Lin's support. This matter cannot be decided by Sufengqiu's words, right?
It doesn't make sense.
A Gu family old man said, yes, this matter has been announced to the world. In 7 days in the Gu family wedding, invitations have been sent out. If 7 days after the marriage has not been, the face of the Gu family so Sufengqiu there, bother Su family master.
Lin Zhan frowned.
Well, the autumn child on the way here, a moment to listen to his opinion.
Su Tianyi said.
Gufangzhou said, or any conditions, feel free to mention them.
Sufengqiu pushed the door in. What about this emperor's conditions? What if the Gu family lord can't afford to give them?
The gazes of the crowd looked at each other.
Lin Zhan also looked at Sufengqiu. It's really like little friend Su, what conditions, but say it.
Gufangzhou said with a smile.
Sufengqiu clasped his fist at Lin Zhan, Uncle Lin.
Lin Zhan hurriedly nodded his head.
Sufengqiu looked at Gufangzhou. The condition is that the Gu family is dependent on the Su family and becomes a force in the Su family. Can the Gu family master do it?
Sufengqiu's words caused Su Tianyi to be shocked. This kid, his words are really scary.
This kid, talking is really scary.
The Gu family's faces changed.
Sufengqiu, are you kidding? Sufengqiu asked, can't do it? It seems like the Su family doesn't intend to talk properly, right? Gufangzhou's eyes stared slightly.
Then there will be no more talks.
Sufengqiu said. Good.
Gufangzhou stood up, his eyes looking towards Lin Zhan, his tone carrying a threat. Brother Lin, prepare to go to war with the Su family.
Lin Zhan frowned. Oh? Is family master Gu sure? Sufengqiu asked.
Gufangzhou said, Su family does not take into account the face of my Gu family and Lin family, and even embarrassed and humiliated my Gu family, insisted on not handing over Lin Qingxue. In the case of intolerance, in the right, Sufengqiu is not this qualification. There is this paper marriage, this marriage, my Gu family into a fixed, no one can stop.
Gufangzhou then said, Sufengqiu recently did vibrate the 9 continents, but you should use the means have been gone, right?
Although the internal chaos of the Su family has been stabilized, but the power is not as strong as before. I am really not afraid of you Gu family, let's go.
Wait a minute. Sufengqiu said. Regret? Gufangzhou sneered. Sufengqiu asked, just to make sure again, is the Gu family master sure he wants to go to war with the Su family? Naturally. Well, all of you have heard it right? Uncle Lin, you heard it, right? Lin Zhan frowned. Then since we've started a war, we're enemies now. Gufangzhou and the others frowned.
Then, spiritual energy surged from Sufengqiu's body and his right foot slightly stomped underneath.
The entire grand hall was instantly lifted out. A huge area beneath them, a yin-yang bipolar diagram rotated.
The formation opened. Everyone, all of them, were within the formation.
This? The Su family members present froze. When had there been a formation here?
Sufengqiu had obtained the great achievement of the Heavenly Passage formation diagram. 10,000 formations, he knew them all. One could only say that there were always people who came to the Su family to pretend to be something else.
Just like this Gu family. Knowing that they don't get along, they still come to pretend? Sufengqiu's great formation was prepared for the Gu family. Sufengqiu, Su Tianyi, what do you mean? Gufangzhou pointed at them with an angry rebuke. Sufengqiu said, wasn't it Gu family master who said to start a war? Then you are enemies now, so this emperor is going to put the enemy back? What a joke. Gufangzhou? No. It's not like that. It hasn't been like this since the beginning of time. We're at war. You can put me back and fight again. How can you do that? What? Isn't that cheating? Chapter 72 The lower beam is not correct, bringing the upper beam to be crooked?
Sufengqiu didn't come out of the box and directly wanted to get them in the Su family.
The Gu family obviously panicked. And the Su family actually panicked.
After hitting the Misty Peak to hit the Pill Emperor sect, after hitting the Pill Emperor sect, clean up the Su family's internal.
They hadn't even caught their breath yet. You want to fight the Gu family again?
This Gu family is much stronger than the Pill Emperor sect. These days, in a war of this caliber, one wrong step can lead to disaster.
Can you be so hasty? But there is no way. Su family now, Su Tianyi said. And Su Tianyi also decentralized, allowing Sufengqiu to do whatever he wanted.
Therefore, Sufengqiu is considered to have the final say. After all, Sufengqiu's record was too brilliant, and no one in the Su family said no.
Sufengqiu. What the hell do you mean? Gu Fangzhou pointed at Sufengqiu and said angrily. Going to war, isn't that what the Gu family wants? Can not a little strong man style? If he Sufengqiu is reckless, is your Su family also reckless? Gu Fangzhou said angrily, there is no such thing? Are you still talking about military ethics? Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?
If word gets out, where will your Su family's face go?
If you want to fight, let's fight for real. What kind of a man is this? Sufengqiu, who's talking to you about being a good man? Are you kidding? Gu Fangzhou, what? This Sufengqiu. This Sufengqiu. This.
Lin Zhan looked at Sufengqiu.
Like. He looks like him. He looks like him. And this temperament too. His mother, isn't she this kind of unconventional, mischievous, and full of devious ideas?
Sufengqiu's aura surged. The power of the formation opened. 9 black and white divine dragon silhouettes rose up from the sky, stirring the wind and clouds.
This was the Yin Yang Dragon God formation?
Originally, there was still some chance, but when he saw this formation, Gu Fangzhou directly despaired.
Yin Yang Dragon God formation is a 9th order formation.
9th order formation, if you do not know how to break the formation, is the Immortal Emperor's 6th order, 7th order will have to die in it.
The strongest person he brought was an Immortal Emperor of the 7th rank. Just in case. Immortal Emperor 7th rank is enough. But who would have thought that this Su family would be so unorthodox? Chant.
9 divine dragons rushed towards them.
Attack together. Su Tianyi gave an order.
The strongest members of that Su clan, too, rushed over. The Su family members outside the formation, they were dumbfounded.
How come they were fighting in the Su clan? What was this equivalent to?
It was somewhat similar to the feeling of two countries going to war and not cutting off the envoys.
Lin Zhan was dumbfounded. What's going on? You're really going to start a fight at the drop of a hat? This isn't a game. This is something that has to be carefully considered. The Council of Elders has to approve it. This fight is a big deal for the whole of the 9 continents.
It's not as simple as the 10,000 years Emperor clan destroying a small clan with their hands. These decades are also difficult to come out once this level of power wore.
This Su family, this Sufengqiu. The power of a 9th order formation could be imagined. Although they were all strong, they had entered within the 9th rank formation without any defense.
Even if they were in the formation today, no one else interfered with them. They would just be lingering on for a while longer. Because of this formation, there was a high probability that they wouldn't break it.
Put.
One figure from the Gu family spat out blood furiously. Those with a slightly lower realm had already turned into corpses lying on the ground. The powerful formation connected heaven and earth. The wind and clouds in the void were stirred.
9
divine dragons rushed into the sky, then fell down violently.
Those immortal emperors did their best to block it. But week after week, they simply couldn't hold it back. Family master. If we don't do something, we will really die here. The Gu family powerhouse flashed to Gu Fangzhou's side covered in blood. Gu Fangzhou gritted his teeth. Sufengqiu, I was just joking with you. I can't just say we're going to war.
Sufengqiu said lightly with his hands folded, but this emperor took it seriously.
Gu Fangzhou anxiously said, 2 tribes go to war, is bound to lose both.
I also just a moment of anger said angry, do not take it seriously.
What did you say? What did you say?
Sufengqiu looked as if he had not heard.
I said, don't take it seriously. You mean it?
Yes. Sufengqiu pointed his hand toward the sky.
A chant.
9 divine dragon silhouettes charged down violently as Sufengqiu's hand fell.
Gu Fangzhou's pupils shrank. Young Lord's Pavilion. Su family, what's going on?
Li Chenua looked at the heaven and earth vision in the void not far away, the tumbling of the black and white 9 dragons, her brows knitted.
Wasn't it the Gu family that came? How come the Su family fought? Not negotiated also cannot fight it?
Even if you fight, it is also after you go back, the 2 families go to war. Moreover, if the 2 families go to war, the slightest carelessness can never be recovered. This is also the reason why, for so many years, even though powerful forces have feuds, they rarely fight. The one Sufengqiu had fought, at this level, hadn't been seen in 10 years. Li Chenua and Shaoli rushed to the scene.
And then, Li Chenua was stunned. It really was the Su and Gu families fighting.
And it was estimated that several immortal emperors had fallen. The head of the Gu family, it looked like things weren't going well either.
Lin Qingxue's small mouth was slightly open. How could this happen?
Even if there was a disagreement, even if the two sides were aggravated, they couldn't have fought here.
Nor could they fight so rashly.
Sufengqiu.
Gu Fangzhou pointed at Sufengqiu, spitting blood from his mouth. Are you crazy?
Sufengqiu pointed at the sky.
Gu Fangzhou's pupils shrank.
He felt the threat of death.
Little friend Su, wrong, this emperor is really wrong. Can you pretend that this emperor hasn't been here?
Gu Fangzhou shouted in terror.
Then this marriage, is it still closed? Sufengqiu asked. No, I'm not. Still? In such a situation, are you still married? Sufengqiu's arm fell. Gu Fangzhou, what? 9 divine dragons poured down, engulfing Gu Fangzhou.
Sufengqiu, Su family, you don't speak of virtue.
You don't speak of morality, you are worthy of being a prestigious sect, you are all acts of villainy. You'll be punished by heaven. Lin Qingxue, what?
The dust cleared.
Gu Fangzhou had been transformed into a corpse. The soul body flew out and was directly annihilated by Su Tianyi. Dead and finished. And at the same time,
a dozen red lights flew towards Sufengqiu and were absorbed by him.
The system rewarded the heavenly wrath technique.
Those who died around themselves would be absorbed by Sufengqiu, thus raising their realm. These several immortal emperors provided Sufengqiu with roughly 30 years of cultivation. As for how many years of cultivation Sufengqiu would need to advance from Immortal Emperor 3rd stage to 4th stage, he didn't know either. But it was theoretically very, very difficult. But with this heavenly condemnation skill, it seemed to have become much easier. Ding Gu Fangzhou has fallen. Gu Changxing's heavenly fate value is 500,000, your system value is 5 million. Ding Gu family's 8 immortal emperors and 4 heavenly Dao realms have fallen. The Gu family's strength has decreased. Gu Changxing's heavenly destiny value is 100,000, your system value plus 1 million. Gu Changxing still has 513,000 heavenly destiny value left. With another 100,000 or so, it will be lowered to a 4th rank son of Qi. Su Tian also said with this, send the body back to the family. The Su family is in a state of readiness, ready to go to war with the Gu family at any time. Su Tian also said, send the corpse back to the family. The Su family's crowd also walked away in a daze. Lin Zhan opened his mouth. It wasn't. He had intended to come over to cooperate with Su Tianyi, put on a show, and delay the matter of the marriage contract for a while. How did it come to this? This brat. He's really crazy. Did Su Tianyi give all the indulgence he owed to Yer to Sufengqiu? It's not Su Tianyi. Lin Zhan walked towards Su Tianyi and asked, what should we do? What should we do? The Lin and Su families have joined forces to fight the Gu family. Lin Zhan. Su Tianyi, my son is willing to put the entire Su family at war with the Gu family for the sake of your daughter, and you're asking me what to do? Lin Zhan. That's fine, I'll go back and gather the Lin family. Lin War hurriedly walked away with the Lin family. Something's wrong. We're in a fight? The Su family. The Su family is a bunch of scoundrels. They're all crooked. The Su family is good. The lower beam is not straight, and the upper beam is crooked. Chapter 73, this year, the sect of the devil will not do so. Although Lin Qingxue didn't know the beginning and end. But she was probably clear about what had happened. The Gu family came to the Su family to get Sufengqiu to agree to marry Gu Changxing, his maid. Sufengqiu didn't agree. They had a falling out. Then, Sufengqiu got the Gu family head and the others killed. But theoretically, a falling out was a falling out. You can't kill the Gu family within the Su family. This behavior would be despised by the 9 continents if it was told. At the same time, it also means that the Su family and the Gu family, this vibration of the 9 continents of the war, pulled open the curtain. And the root of everything is her. It was Mr. Su who was willing to go to war with the Gu family for her. This? Lin Qingxue was flustered. She thought to herself that she didn't deserve this at all. The Su family and the Gu family, the two 10,000-year-old imperial clans. It was unknown what means Sufengqiu had. But normally, for any power, one would definitely want to avoid a great war with a power of the same level. No one wanted to lose both. What to do? Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes looked at Sufengqiu. Mr. Su, why was he willing to do this for her? Mr. Su, did he really care about her so much? Young master must especially love Sister Qingxue. Xiao Li whispered. Lin Qingxue glanced at Xiao Li. It didn't seem to be a matter of love or not. The matter was too big. So big that her heart panicked. But Lin Qingxue looked at Sufengqiu's back. He was, truly, different. What girl wouldn't like this feeling of being protected? Even at the expense of being the enemy of the world. Which girl, again, wouldn't be moved? This matter deeply touched Lin Qingxue's heart. Ding Lin Qingxue's favor towards you is 10. Ding Lin Qingxue's goodwill towards you has reached 40, obtaining the reward, Great Tao Book of Heavenly Fate. Sufengqiu twisted his head and glanced at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue wore a worried expression and slightly saluted.
Just stay in the young lord's pavilion and leave the rest to this emperor. Su Gongzi Qingxue is not worthy of Su Gongzi, and why is Su Gongzi?
Before Li Chenua finished speaking, Sufengqiu reached out and gently pressed his fingers on top of her red lips.
Then Sufengqiu walked away.
This seemed to vibrate Li Chenju's heart more than 1,000 words.
Gu family.
Gu Changsheng sat in the courtyard of the young master's peak. 7 days from now will be my young master's wedding, Li Chenju. You won't be able to escape from my young master.
Humph. Although Li Chenju was Sufengqiu's maid of honor, this point made Gu Changsheng very diabolical.
However, the world was also clear about Li Chenju's identity.
He didn't really care. This time, the only surprise was that Sufengqiu, if he didn't agree, what should he do?
However, the Gu family told the world that 7 days later will be the time of the wedding. Sufengqiu is also very clear that if he does not agree, is equal to the face of the Gu family, the consequences of which he also understands very well. Although this Sufengqiu was heaven-defying, but against the Misty Peak, Pill Emperor sect, he used up all his means, or else he really had heaven-defying skills, and would not let the Pill God Mountain off the hook?
Right.
Sufengqiu really want to still have the ability, Pill God Mountain he will not let go. So the current Su clan was actually the Su clan of normal strength, maybe a little bit of Xian Tian poisonous weapon, but not enough to be feared. He had just built up his reputation and momentum through those 2 great battles, resulting in the fact that no one dared to mess with the Su family now, even those stronger than the Su family. But he, the Gu family, didn't believe in this.
Young lord. Young lord. A maid hurriedly ran over. How's it going? Gu Changsheng asked. Family master and the others they. Gu Changsheng frowned, said. They were killed by the Su family. Gu Changsheng shuddered. What? Ah?
Gu Changsheng stood up with wide eyes, stunned.
The Gu family and the Su family do not get along.
It was likely that talks would fall apart today. However, several immortal emperors such as his father, the Gu family head, and others had gone to visit the Su family to talk things over.
Under these circumstances, the Su family can kill someone? Is there any justice? Is there any law? This Su family still want face, want majesty? These days, those demonic forces can't even do this kind of thing.
Assuming that a certain clan's strongest person goes to the Devil's Gate, and both sides are hostile forces. Negotiate with them, even if the negotiation falls apart, this magic sect people will not kill them all. At most, they will kill 2 unimportant people to deter them. Sufengqiu killed his father, the head of the Gu family of the 10,000 years emperor clan.
Is he crazy? Bastard Sufengqiu.
Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth and grimaced, frightening the maid in front of him to the point where she was trembling.
Gu Changsheng walked over and cupped the attendant's shoulders with both hands, shaking them hard. Why? Sufengqiu. Why?
The maid cried out in fear, but did not dare to make a sound.
Gu Changsheng pinched her neck and killed her with a strong choke. Then he threw it to the ground and stomped on it viciously, foot by foot. Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu.
It was as if Gu Changsheng was treating that maid as if Sufengqiu was trampling on her corpse.
Venting for a long time, Gu Changsheng exhaled with bloodshot eyes. With a wave of his hand, he cleaned up the scene and hurriedly left the young lord's pavilion. And the news shook the 9 continents once again. Have you heard?
Gu Fengqiu, the head of the Gu family, brought several immortal emperors to the Su family to talk about the big wedding, and they were all killed on the spot by the Su family.
I've heard about it. The Su family, Sufengqiu, is crazy. Don't they think about the consequences? Over the years, even if the famous sects to the demonic sects will not happen this kind of thing, simply appalling. The Su family really do not have the slightest regard for the face of it? The Su family let Sufengqiu do whatever he wanted. This is good. 10,000 years of imperial clan Gu family and Su family war. Su family can resist?
On paper, the Su family is by no means a rival to the Gu family. The variable is Sufengqiu. He Su family dares to do so, it must have the bottom line. Yes, Misty Peak, Pill Emperor sect's previous experience here, depending on this time Sufengqiu can come up with what shocking means.
Pill God Mountain.
Patriarch, this Sufengqiu is really crazy. He Sufengqiu has no immortal emperor's face even if, this Su family also fooled around, people from the Gu family went to their Su family to talk about things, was killed.
Patriarch Li Baishan nodded. Well, this is simply the stirrer of the 9 continents, such a person, no pattern, no strong man demeanor. How did he enter the Tao with poetry? Patriarch, Gu family this time, is my medicine God Mountain going down?
Li Baishan shook his head. No need, the Gu family is not weak, let them try Sufengqiu's means. I want to see this time Sufengqiu, what other means can deal with the Gu family. What Sufengqiu did was too heaven-defying. But, against the heavens, this is very few, the same person within a short period of time to continue to do against the heavens, how can it be? This Sufengqiu a few things, make everyone for the immortal emperor and 10,000 years of the emperor clan, the emperor-level clan judgment are out of the question.
How is it that immortal emperors, this level of power, can be destroyed so simply when faced with an existence similar to their own?
It was as if it was as simple as a 10,000 years imperial clan striking out against an ordinary martial clan.
It couldn't be like this before. Gu Family Hall. Chapter 74, This Gu Family, So Much Pressure. Gu Family Great Hall. Gu Family head Gu Fengqiu was gone. At this moment, temporarily, the Gu family's supreme elder, Gu Jinghe, was presiding over the situation.
Inside the Great Hall, the people looked at the corpses with heavy, angry faces.
Gu Changxing knelt there with tears in his eyes. Supreme Elder, declare war. This Su family, it's simply lawless. My Gu family went to talk to them about Changsheng and Li Chenhua's marriage, and even if they couldn't come to terms, they even killed the family head and the others. This matter must let the Su family pay the price, cause the public anger of the 9 continents. The Su family's behavior is worse than that of the Devil's sect. How could it be? They have no respect for the 9 continents, and even more so for the Gu family. This time, we must destroy the Su family, in order to establish the name of the Gu family, and avenge the family head and others. Declare war. In fact, many of the people in the hall showed anger, but when they heard about the declaration of war, their eyes more or less showed some trepidation. Yes, the Gu family was indeed stronger than the Su family. Theoretically, if they fought, although the Gu family would suffer heavy losses, the Su family would surely be destroyed. But the problem lay in Sufengqiu's body. These days, Sufengqiu had gone too far. It was beyond their cognizance. The 9 Heavens God-level sect, the Pill God Mountain, had all been intimidated by Sufengqiu. There was no guarantee that Sufengqiu didn't still have some heaven-defying means. What if there was? Wouldn't that be used on their Gu family? The allies didn't move much either. It was because they were actually afraid of Sufengqiu as well. The key to what they said was what they thought in their hearts. Sufengqiu had accomplished what everyone thought was impossible with facts over and over again. Simply put, Sufengqiu had shocked everyone. Those sons of Qi, Yefeng category, they went all the way against the heavens. It was true that they could make many powerful forces that far exceeded his strength fearful. But, Sufengqiu's kind was even more exaggerated. Plus, Sufengqiu, he really didn't follow the norm, and no one could guess what he was thinking. The point was, no one had been as crazy as him before. Now, he killed the Gu family. Doesn't he know what the consequences are? Then he still dares to kill? It could only mean that he wasn't afraid. So, many people in the Gu family are actually scared. It always felt like it was going to be over. Moreover, the Gu family was the same as the Su family. 10,000 years of imperial family, everyone bloodline although the Gu family, but are separated by hundreds of generations. In fact, there are people who don't care that much about Gu Fengqiu's death. There wasn't much emotion. It was more of a matter of face. The Supreme Elder's eyes flickered with anger, and he clenched his teeth. Regardless of the cost, let everyone in the Su family sacrifice their lives to the dead souls of the family head and the others. Pass on my order, the Gu family will gather and ask the old ancestor to come out. Yes. In addition, open the Gu family's protective formation to ensure that even if he still has the broken Gothic spirit absolute scatter, he cannot fly into the Gu family. Understood. After gathering, attack the Su clan overnight. Cough, Supreme Elder. An old man stood up with a dry cough. I think that attacking overnight is too hasty, such a big battle. To be on the safe side, we still need to prepare for it, at least for tomorrow. Right, it never hurts to prepare a bit, we cannot be overwhelmed by anger. Obviously, they were quite flustered. Sufengqiu had indeed shocked them. It didn't feel good to prepare a bit, not really. Quite a few people stood out in favor of a little preparation. Supreme Elder Gu Jinghe nodded, well, make some preparations tonight, and at the break of dawn tomorrow, attack the Su clan. Yes. Su family. Autumn, in the future, let's not do things too impulsively, your impulsive Su family people are scared. Su Tianyi helplessly looked at Sufengqiu said. Father, this is good, their own people can be deterred, let alone other forces. Misty Peak, Pill Emperor sect, plus the matter of the Gu family, I think the Su family even if the power is not yet strong, but in the 8 heavens, I guess no one dares to easily mess with the rest, we can quickly develop. Su Tianyi, back to this matter, my father let you be reckless, the only backbone is you, to say that there is indeed some absurdity. Can think of his own son must have gotten a great chance. But specifically, he does not know, and do not ask. Father rest assured, the child does not fight unsure of the battle. Then your bottom line? Really as the world guessed, there is a heaven-defying means? Su Tian also asked. Sufengqiu smiled and shook his head, which has so many counter-heavenly means, the child can destroy the Misty Peak, Pill Emperor sect, not counter-heavenly What else can be done? Sufengqiu smiled and shook his head. Su Tianyi couldn't speak for a moment. The child means although not much, but there is a bottom, Lu Yunyan will be enough. You and Lu Yunyan have reached such a level of relationship? Even she is willing to fight for the Su family? Sufengqiu took out a token. The black token had the word kill written on it. Su Tian was also shocked, the killing floor of the master of the killing floor order, she gave this thing to you? Well, this order can call the world to kill the building, although she separated from the killing building, but this order has not been used, still available. In this way, the convening of the killing building will be able to destroy the Gu family, Su family in the 8 heavens of the foundation, this war should be stable. Su Tian also nodded. But, Sufengqiu's eyes flickered with a flash of light. I still have an idea. You say, is it possible to subdue the enemy without a fight? Su Tianyi, what are you going to do? Su Tianyi was about to laugh. How could he give birth to such a brat? Are his genes that good? My son will try and bet a hand that the Su family does not need to prepare for war for the time being, and that everything will be as normal as usual. Aha! I'll go first. Sufengqiu then left the Su family. Late at night, and Sufengqiu arrived not far from the Gu family. Has the clan protection formation been opened? Sufengqiu revealed a cold smile. They were afraid. It's right to be afraid. You guys are under so much pressure. The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth lifted slightly. Subsequently, several identical doppelgangers appeared around Sufengqiu. As for himself, he quietly went forward in stealth. Gu family. At this moment, the old ancestor and the rest of the crowd had also assembled. At the dawn of tomorrow, they would go and attack the Su family. Inside the Grand Hall, the Supreme Elder Gu Jinghe and the others had heavy faces. Report. Speaking. The Su family seemed to be unmoved, as if nothing had happened. The crowd's brows were furrowed. Play God and probe again. Yes. Another figure hurried in. Report. Speak. A suspicious person, suspected to be Sufengqiu, has been found hiding in the western clouds outside the Gu family. The crowd was noisy for a moment. Quiet. Gu Zhuanhe wiped his hand and an image above the void appeared before his eyes. It seems to be Sufengqiu? Ha! It seems that this Sufengqiu really has the Gothic spirit severing scatter, and he wants to repeat the same trick he used against the Pill Emperor sect in my Gu clan? There is no need to worry, there is a protective formation in the clan, broken Gotham spirit scatter cannot float in. At this moment, outside came a powerful battle noise. What's going on? Everyone rushed out of the hall, but found that the protective formation disappeared. Supreme Elder, that Sufengqiu rushed straight over, and a group of immortal emperors waiting outside the Gu clan didn't stop him, as he destroyed the defensive boundary of the clan protection formation with his Jedi spirit hand. The crowd's pupils shrank. Gu Jinghe wiped his hand, and that Sufengqiu who was originally in the picture disappeared. Quickly! All of you, enter the secret realm and hide from the broken Gothic Jedi spirit. Supreme Elder, I'm afraid it's useless to enter the secret realm, you always have to come out, and once you do, you're always going to be poisoned. Gu Jinghe frowned, quickly leave the Gu family from the east, tomorrow at dawn, Sangyun City will converge. Gu Jinghe frowned, quickly leave the Gu family from the east. The crowd quickly sped off to the east. However, they realized that in that direction, Sufengqiu was standing in the void. Their pupils shrank. Sufengqiu flung his hand into the air. Beware of the broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter. Kill him, Sufengqiu. Some people dodged, while others went to attack. However, they realized that it was only a diversion of Sufengqiu. Change direction. Go from the south. A group of people ran towards the south. However, they realized that another of Sufengqiu's doppelgangers had also scattered the broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter over here. Going from the north. And to the north, likewise. No need to worry. Unleashing his power, he blew the airborne broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter away. The terrifying power rushes over. Retreat first. Chapter 75. Once you see someone bitten by a snake, you fear the well rope for 10 years yourself. The strongest members of the Gu family scattered in all directions. There was no way. They had seen the Pill Emperor sect's previous lesson in their eyes. They were afraid. Although they hadn't seen the broken Gothic spirit extinction scatter, they knew about it. What if this wasn't the broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter, but something even more dangerous? They didn't want to get involved. A group of people ran to a faraway position. Phew! Supreme Elder, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Just wait for tomorrow's assembly. A strong man looked at Gu Zhuanhe and asked. Well, there shouldn't be, after all, we released our spiritual power to blow away the broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter, as long as it doesn't fall on us there is no problem, there is no need to worry. Also the old man nodded, then clenched his fists, his face full of resentment, this Sufengqiu must die. Since he chose to forcefully spread the poison, it instead meant that he was at his wit's end. This old man was named Gu Pingsheng, Gu Fanzhou's father and Gu Changxing's grandfather. He must be the angriest when his own son was killed. Well, it's not just Sufengqiu, the Su family must not be spared, it's simply lawless. Supreme Elder Gu Jinghe's eyes stared slightly. Gu Jinghe looked at Gu Pingsheng and said, you go, and gather the strong people who left the Gu family in advance. Good. I'll go then. Gu Pingsheng sped off. Gu Jinghe's face was gloomy. Was it really not poisoned? He didn't know. But he was clear that a single undetectable powder of broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter could invisibly poison a range of people. Otherwise, the large medicine emperor sect at that time would not have been destroyed. Sufengqiu was using 4 doppelgangers to spread broken Gothic absolute spirit scatter from 4 directions. He was so close to 3 of Sufengqiu's doppelgangers. It was also just the last time that he released his spiritual energy to wash the powder out. Was it really secure? It always felt like he might have been hit. What to do about this? He was a Supreme Elder, an Immortal Emperor of the 8th rank. There is still hope that he will impact the Supreme Immortal Emperor in this life. What if he accidentally got hit? Wouldn't he be dead? He can't activate his spiritual power, his body is limp and weak. If he fights, he won't be able to run away. I really can't gamble. Gu Jinghe frowned tightly. Although he was a member of the Gu family, he was also a member of the Gu family 10,000 years ago. All he cared about was the face of the Gu family. Gu Fengqiu, he hadn't even seen a few faces, and usually he, Gu Zhuanhe, was in cultivation. Indeed, there is not much emotion. Why don't you just forget about it? Don't dare to gamble, leave a life in, wait for me to impact the Supreme Immortal Emperor, and then use the power of one person to exterminate the Su family to take revenge. It's not impossible. Right. The Gu family doesn't know what happened to me, so it shouldn't be so bad that I'll be mistaken for a deserter who's afraid of death. Besides, there's still Elder Yan and the others. The Gu family has a total of 4 Immortal Emperors of the 8th rank, and one of them has advanced to the 9th rank of Immortal Emperor. It wouldn't be much of a problem to have one less Immortal Emperor 8th order. If they destroyed the Su family, the big deal was that he, Gu Zhenhe, injured himself and lied to them that he had been assassinated by the Su family tonight and almost lost his life. In that case, there was nothing wrong. Right. Let's do it that way. Gu Chongqing's grandfather, Gu Pingsheng, searched in a big circle. Holy? Where are those powerful people from the Gu family? How come he didn't find a few of them? Where did they go? Forget it, anyway, tomorrow at dawn, Songyun City will gather, and there won't be any accidents. Gu Pingsheng murmured. Sufengqiu, killing my son, Gu Fengqiu, the head of the Gu family, and now your plan has failed. I'll see what else you can do. Gu Pingsheng's eyes flickered with sinister cruelty. Then he took out a transmission note and flung it. Grandfather. Gu Chongqing's voice came out. Gu Pingsheng, Chang Shang, are you in the Gu family? Gu Chongqing, yes, I'm just a little strange. Grandpa, where have all the strong people of the Gu family gone? How come my grandson didn't see any? Gu Pingsheng said, the Sufengqiu delusion want to repeat the same trick to my Gu family to spread the broken Gotham extinction spirit dispersal, was discovered in time. In order not to be poisoned, we first temporarily leave the Gu family. Tomorrow at dawn, rally to attack the Su family. Gu Chongqing gritted his teeth and asked, why not go and attack now? Gu Pingsheng, for one thing, such a big battle, need time to prepare for it. For another, accidents happen. Now the Gu family's strongest people are scattered around the periphery. The order has also been issued. The break of dawn to gather Songyun City, no obstacles. Yes. Gu Pingsheng said, you do not have to worry. Gu family strong should be basically in the Gu family around. Su family if the move, the first time all back. Even if you were in the Gu family and the poison is also no obstacle. This poison is not fatal. This battle you do not have a role to play. Peacefully stay in the Gu family can be. Yes. I understand. Gu family. Gu Changsheng stayed at the young lord's peak. It always felt strange. It always felt unsafe to stay in the Gu family. Almost all the immortal emperors of the Gu family had gone out. It was very insecure. No, to be on the safe side, it felt like he needed to leave the Gu family first. Gu Changsheng then left the young lord's peak. Grand Elder? Gu Changsheng saw a figure returning to the Gu family in the darkness of the night. Young lord. The Grand Elder smiled. Didn't he say that all of you had left the Gu family for the time being? Great Elder this is? The Grand Elder stroked his beard and said, there is still a need for someone to guard the Gu family, just in case. But what if the Gu family is now filled with broken Gothic spirit absolute spirit scatter, then the eldest elder will not be poisoned. How can he still fight? Ah, no harm done. Don't forget that the old man is an 8th order physician who can't help other people with their poison, and his own physique over the years is already considered invulnerable to all poisons. Gu Changsheng nodded. Changsheng, you are going to? Gu Changsheng said, I'll take a casual walk. Well, don't worry, the Gu family are all around, and send people to keep an eye on the Su family. Once there is an action over there, the first time to be able to come all. Yes. The Grand Elder then walked away. He didn't want to come back either. But he had some precious things left in the Gu family. Poisoned is poisoned. Let's take the stuff away first and get out of here. He won't fight tomorrow. If he's poisoned now, he'll be dead tomorrow, won't he? It's no big deal if he's an immortal emperor less. When the Gu family wins the fight, he will injure himself and pretend that he was not able to fight because he was assassinated by the Su family tonight. The Gu family wouldn't suspect anything. He wouldn't dare to gamble. It always felt like it had been poisoned. Let's just slip away first. The next day. Breaking dawn. There were already too many strong people from all sides who were waiting to see the great battle between the Gu and Su families. Outside Songyun City. Gu Pingsheng stood waiting. A single figure also came to his side. But it wasn't right. There were quite a few people coming, but that's only a tenth of the Gu family's strongest people. Where are the people? The Gu family's Immortal Emperor 9th ranked powerhouse dropped down from the void and took a look at how there were only 20 to 30 Immortal Emperors. And all of them were closer to Gu Fengqiu's lineage. Gu Fengqiu's elder brother, second brother, grandfather, great-grandfather, and the like. Where's Supreme Elder Gu Qingxue? Wasn't he supposed to preside over the battle? Where did he go? Immortal Emperor 9th Order frowned. The crowd also looked at each other. It was the break of dawn. People couldn't have misremembered, could they? They should be here. Why are they the only ones here? They're going to be bulldozed by the Su family. Not to mention fighting the Su family. Let me ask. Gu Changsheng's grandfather, Gu Pingsheng, threw out a transmission note. Grandpa. Gu Changsheng shouted. Changsheng, have you seen the Gu family's supreme elder, grand elder, and the others? Gu Pingsheng asked. Gu Changsheng is not in the Gu family right now. He could only say, last night, I did see the grand elder and some of the clan's immortal emperors returning to the clan. Knowing that, the transmission note disappeared. How could they go back to the clan? Aren't they afraid of being poisoned? It can't be that hundreds of immortal emperors have returned, right? Immortal Emperor 9th Order frowned. Let's go and take a look first. Chapter 76, Gu Family Ancestor, huh? I'm not a human being? The other side. The Supreme Elder Gu Qingxue had already run far away. Roughly 300 kilometers away from the Gu family, he was at the edge of a river. Facing him, he saw a seemingly familiar figure fishing by the river. Elder Yan? Gu Qingxue froze. This Elder Yan was one of the Gu family's Immortal Emperor 8th stage, and a Supreme Elder. That Gu family Yan elder shivered and turned his head to look at Gu Qingxue. Both of them instantly revealed awkward expressions. Elder Qingxue, shouldn't you be presiding over the Gu family's big picture? Elder Yan asked. Gu Qingxue said sheepishly, ah yes, hey, cough, cough. He hurriedly coughed a few times, then said, this Sufengqiu simply means against the heavens. Last night after everyone separated, this was going to be today at the break of dawn assembly Songyan City, but Sufengqiu brought people to surround and kill the old man. The old man was seriously injured, all the way to flee here. It was not easy to get rid of them, cough cough. Elder Yan. Yan Lao is this? Gu Qingxue asked. Cough. Yan Lao immediately also coughed. Original. Not only old man encountered this matter, respect old also encountered? Cough. Gu Gu. Gu Qingxue, so Yan old man also by Sufengqiu with people chasing kill? Yes, also Fengqiu ran to this side, heavily injured, fishing. This is not the old man fishing, just see no one will sit for a while, recuperate. Yan Lao is also speechless. He was worried about poisoning, and it was better to slip away first for insurance purposes. Anyway, with one less Immortal Emperor 8th rank, he could destroy the Su family just as well. When the Gu family won, they would explain that they were chased by Sufengqiu and were seriously injured. If the Gu family lost, then he couldn't be blamed either. Since they've lost, an Immortal Emperor of the 8th rank can't turn the tide of battle, right? Well, that's just it. He, an Immortal Emperor 8th rank, couldn't die. It was just that he didn't expect that this Supreme Elder Gu Qingxue would think the same way as him. This was awkward. There were 2 less Immortal Emperor 8th steps. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, the Immortal Emperor 9th Order was still there. And there was still an Immortal Emperor 8th Order. Gu Zhuanhe nodded. The two of them actually understood each other in their hearts. That old man went to nurse his wounds, recuperate for a while and then hurry to attack the Su family. Gu Qingxue said. Well, old man is also, respect old careful again encounter the Sufengqiu's people. Yan Lao said. Yan old man also, this Sufengqiu is not simple ah. Yes, farewell. Gu family. A group of strong people didn't dare to go in, only dared to be outside. After all, they were worried that the Gu family was now all broken Gothic absolute spirits scattered ah. And it was strange. They contacted those people with their sound transmission notes, and one by one, all of them couldn't be contacted. What's going on? They sent one person in to check it out. Some of the other powerful people from various clans who had come over to watch the show were all puzzled. What is the Gu family doing? They're taking their time. Hurry up and start a war with the Su clan. Soon, that strong man ran out. Where is everyone? Immortal Emperor 9 asked. I don't know, none of them are there, I don't know where they went. The crowd frowned. Ah? None of them are here? Didn't you say you were back? What did you come back for? Then even if they came back and went out, they should have gathered. Gu Pingsheng was confused. These people aren't running away, are they? What? They didn't run away because they were worried about being poisoned by Sufengqiu, did they? Those powerful people outside of the Gu family, it was actually quite normal for them to run away. As long as they didn't care about their faces and reputations. These strongmen, they all looked at the Gu family as powerful and then joined it. Similar to the disciples of various sects. It was just that they were strong. The Gu family gave them resources and backing, so they would just contribute in a fight. This was what every power needed. Because any power that you rely on your own family won't be too strong after all.
All of them need to absorb talent. These people, last night gave them the opportunity to escape, they do run easily. With a normal direct fight, they didn't have a chance or didn't dare to run either. Then it didn't matter if they ran. It's only a loss of one of the Gu family's battle power. How is it that so many of the Gu family's powerhouses are gone as well? What about the Supreme Elder, Gu Jinghe, who was responsible for presiding over the situation? Where's Elder Yen? Where are the 2 Immortal Emperors of the 8th rank? That's not right. 3 Immortal Emperors are gone? Only this old ancestor of Immortal Emperor 9th Order was left? The corner of that Immortal Emperor 9th Order's mouth twitched. Misty grass. Bastard. You 3 Immortal Emperor 8th steps have all run away. How can I, an Immortal Emperor 9th rank, go against the heavens? What? I'm not human, am I? What are we going to do? We can't fight anymore. There's a bunch of them. Then he, the Gu family's Immortal Emperor 9, can't run away. If he runs, the Gu family will be completely lost. How can these people be so cruel as to abandon their own family? Did this Sufengqiu really give them that much of a deterrent? Those who joined the Gu family ran away, but these BYDs of their own Gu family also ran away? Don't you care about your own family? Isn't this a joke? No, it's not. An Immortal Emperor who joined the Gu family 50 years ago glanced at the crowd with a confused expression. What? They're all running away? Why didn't he think to run? This group. The Gu family had run away, so why should he, who wasn't a member of the Gu family, stay here? He's the only clown left? A group. A bunch of them. Being ridden by others to on the head even if their own face also do not want, my Gu family, today regardless of success or failure, but also to become the laughingstock of the continent. Gu Pingsheng gritted his teeth and said. The crowd looked to Immortal Emperor 9th Order, old ancestor, how is this going to be good ah? In that case, my Gu family can't defeat the Su family, let alone destroy it. Ka. Immortal Emperor 9th Order clenched his fists. What can be done? Those contacts can't be made. The ones that don't answer the transmission notes at all. Then it couldn't be said that they were all victimized by Sufengqiu last night, could it? That's impossible. There's nothing moving. But, if they were to fight now, could he, an Immortal Emperor of the 9th rank, save the day? The Su family didn't have any Immortal Emperors of the 9th rank. But there's Sufengqiu. Chow. He's panicking too, okay? Otherwise he wouldn't have run out with the Gu family last night. What should we do? Let's fight to the death. We have to avenge the family head and guard the dignity in face of my Gu family, ah. Gu Pingsheng clenched his fists and said angrily. Cough cough, if you ask me, leave a green mountain behind, knowing that it is death, there is no need to die to show our will ah, we die, those cowards, they are not happy ah? It makes sense. We really can't fight. Once we do, we'll die for sure. Old ancestor, we need you to preside over the situation. That Immortal Emperor 9th Order clenched his teeth, pass on my order, collect the Gu family's resources at the fastest possible speed, take the Gu family lineage of people to hurry up and leave the Green Mountains behind, and find the Su family to take revenge in the future. Hearing these words, some people were breathing a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Luckily, this old ancestor wasn't a particularly obstinate person, or else they would all have to die. They then hurriedly rushed into the Gu family. Those powerhouses were all quite confused one by one. What was the situation? Weren't they going to fight the Su family? Where are the people? Rally and attack the Su clan. What are you waiting for? These people don't know what kind of situation the Gu family is in. They thought the Gu family was full of other powerful men. Incoming. The gazes of the people looked towards the sky. A large formation power was released. A group of figures appeared outside the Gu family. Sufengqiu. The Su family had come. Another large formation lit up. The Shi family. It's the powerful Shi family. They've actually come too? What? They've come to fight the Gu family instead? Is that General Lin? Shouldn't he be related to the Gu family? Besides, the Lin family and the Su family aren't on good terms, so why are they fighting together? It's really strange. Lin Zhan stood there with his arms folded and bellowed. Gu family Gu Changsheng, I am here to withdraw from the marriage, Gu Changsheng hypocrisy to the extreme, moral appearance, Hall Gu family young master, there is a marriage contract in the body, but even molested the Su family maidservant, the words of the despicable to the extreme, you Gu Changsheng, cannot match my family Qingxue. The crowd was shocked. What? Chapter 77, Sufengqiu, never be reasonable. Lin Zhan stood there with his hands folded. He also knew about this matter through Sufengqiu. Lin Zhan had also found Xiaoli to find out about it. This included the Su family's grand elder, who had witnessed Gu Changsheng mutilate himself and admit his mistake. It just so happened that it also gave Lin Zhan a reason to withdraw from the marriage. What? This Gu Changsheng is such a person? If the Su family had said this, it wouldn't necessarily be believable, but since it was General Lin Zhan's own words, it's probably true, because the Lin family and the Su family don't get along, and there's no need for the Lin family to help the Su family slandering Gu Changsheng. If that was the case, this Gu Changxing could be called the most moralistic.
Uncle Lin, then the Lin family withdraws.
Sufengqiu looked at him and said. This matter, Sufengqiu exposing it really didn't necessarily have much conviction.
It was just enough to let Lin War speak out. No need, the Lin family is in the same war. Lin War said.
No need, enough, the Lin family does not have an absolute reason to go on a killing spree against the Gu family.
Sufengqiu said. Is this enough? Lin War frowned. Sufengqiu smiled, it's enough, Uncle Lin relax. Good. Lin family, withdraw.
Lin Zhan left with his men. The Shi family head, Shi Sandao, at this time clasped his fist at Su Tianya.
Su family master. Young Master Su. Shi family lord. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Su Tianya responded with a fist clasp.
Nice to meet you. Today I have the honor to join hands with the Su family in a battle. We'll make this Gu family blood flow all over the place. Finished. Stone 3 knife is a condensation. This Gu Fangzhou kill good, crazy, my Stone family and they do not have any big grudges. Without saying anything with my Stone family is the outbreak of war, angry me also.
Sufengqiu dry cough. Well, this Gu family really is not something good. Sufengqiu said.
Young Lord Su said. Shi Sandao said. This time, they had sent out almost all of the strongest members of the Shi family, as well as 2 Xiantian Emperor 8th ranked old ancestors. The purpose was the necessary extermination of the Gu family. After this battle, their Shi family and the Su family would be considered to be on good terms. In fact, in a sense, it should be considered to have become the Su family's little brother. But it didn't matter, they were now in great need of the shelter of a powerful force.
The Su family, although not much stronger than their Shi family.
But after this battle, plus before, the Su family was going to truly rise.
It wasn't a loss.
The reason why Shi Sandao dared to come with the Su family to destroy the Gu family.
Because Sufengqiu took out the order to kill the building.
Shi Sandao knew that in this battle, there was still the killing floor to help.
Then the Gu family would be destroyed. Young Master Su, where are the kill floor powerhouses? Shi Sandao asked.
Sufengqiu said, there's no need to kill the building.
Ah?
The Shi family froze.
Sufengqiu said, the Gu family's strength is less than 10%, you and I can't destroy them? This?
The Shi family looked at each other.
What do you mean? Why is the Gu family less than 10% stronger than before?
Oh. They heard about what happened last night.
Broken Gothic spirit absorbing powder, is it? That's fine. In that case, we'll do our best.
Shi Sandao said.
Kill. Su Tianyi gave the order, and the 2 strongest families rushed directly into the Gu family.
The Gu family's protector formation opened and was instantly broken by Sufengqiu's absolute spirit hand. The Shi family members such as Shi Sandao who watched this were heart-stoppingly terrified.
Was this the power granted by the Supreme Bone?
The Great Protector formation was the root of any clan, the 10,000 Years Emperor clan. Straight away, it almost ignored and broke the most powerful boundaries.
Those formations, how many people could they trap?
Sufengqiu and the others rushed in.
Those powerhouses outside watching the show were dumbfounded. That's not right. Sufengqiu could indeed ignore your Gu family's protective formation. But what about your Gu family? Where are all the strong men? Come out and fight. The people from the Su family and the Shi family couldn't destroy the Gu family, could they?
However, they didn't see the Gu family's strongest people come out, but instead fought within the Gu family.
This was strange. Obviously, they had the strength and intensity, and even though the protector formation was gone, why was it possible for them to rush inside the Gu family? Were the Gu family eating?
If the Su and Shi families rushed in, this Gu family wouldn't be able to stop them at all.
Give me the kill. Gu Pingsheng roared in anger.
However, he turned his head to look.
The Gu family had no intention of fighting at all.
They even went so far as to try to take advantage of a bit of time to take away some more of the Gu family's 10,000-year-old reserves. This was because they knew that there was no point in fighting on, adding to the sacrifices. This great battle, up until now, had been without suspense. The Gu family was bound to lose. It would be better to save their own lives.
Gu Pingsheng froze in place. Why is this happening? Old ancestor. Gu Pingsheng shouted again. Unbridled.
The might of an immortal emperor of the 9th rank rose up from the sky.
It instantly shocked hundreds of immortal emperors. Do you still have the respect of the strong? Are you still being reasonable? The 9th immortal emperor roared. Sufengqiu stood in the void with his hands folded and laughed. Be reasonable?
Ha, I, Sufengqiu, have never been reasonable.
Do you really think my Gu family has no one?
One sword to level the world, one sword to cut down the living. 9 swords to settle the rivers and mountains. Immortal Emperor 9th stage, worthy of a peak-level existence. It's much more exaggerated than Sufengqiu imagined.
It's not exaggerated.
This Immortal Emperor 9th stage alone, under normal circumstances, might really be able to wipe out all 100 Immortal Emperors of the Su clan.
But there was no way. Sufengqiu was hung up. All of you be careful.
Looking at that horrifying image, many immortal emperors felt like they were going to suffocate. Death. The 9 swords of the Gu family's old ancestor were united, and no one dared to block them at all. It was as if they were going to fall if they were rubbed by this terrifying might. And Sufengqiu directly charged over with the might of an immortal emperor. Dude has hung. Bounce card, for the next 30 seconds, all attacks received will be returned to the attacker unchanged. Consumption of system value, 100,000, available once a day. Sure. Seeing this, Su Tian was also startled. Although he felt that this son of his definitely had a bottom. But really worried. Today, old man, one person is enough to destroy you sure 2 families. Sufengqiu, how dare you stand in my way? I will kill you first. The immortal emperor Ninth Order roared in anger. That's not right. Old ancestor, be careful. Sufengqiu is a fraud. Gu Pingsheng roared. Because he suddenly remembered that before, the Pill Emperor sect, the Misty Peak's powerhouses had also attacked Sufengqiu yet were injured themselves. And now, knowing that he was going to die, Sufengqiu had even charged up quite perversely. Wasn't this bizarre? But there was no room for maneuver with this move from the Gu clan's old ancestor. The terrifying sword shadows engulfed Sufengqiu instantly. However, that immortal emperor Ninth Order spewed out a mouthful of blood and flew out. This? Su Tianya had only heard of such a thing happening. It was also the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. He didn't know what it was either. Some sort of fighting technique that turned the world upside down? But, to be able to twist all the attacks of an immortal emperor's 9th stage into himself, wasn't that not too reasonable? Old ancestor. Seeing this scene, Gu Pingsheng roared. It was over. Something has happened to the old ancestor. How can we still fight? Young Lord Su's divine might. Sure Sandao was pleasantly surprised. This Sufengqiu, this Su family, he's in the right place. Although he didn't quite understand where the Gu family had gone. But now, the Gu family was powerless. Sufengqiu broke the dust and came out. Kill. The people of the Gu family fled in all directions. The large Gu family was effortlessly taken down by the Su and Sure families. And some of the Gu family's remnants, they did their best to take their offspring, wives, and daughters with them. Those major powerhouses who were watching the show, their jaws dropped as they looked with disbelief at the Su and Sure families who were clearing the battlefield amongst the Gu family. As for the Gu family, those who died and those who ran. The Gu family's 10,000-year-old heritage was directly thrown away here. No, why? So scribbly? So easily? What is this fight? What is this Gu family doing? The Gu family is strong? How come there are only a few immortal emperors fighting against the Su and Sure families? Even half of them ran away without even fighting? Where are all the Gu family's strongest men? What happened? This 10,000-year-old imperial family, 10,000 years of heritage, and they just let the Su family take it away? Strange things, really strange things. This Sufengqiu, in the end, has what heavenly means. The Gu family's 10,000-year heritage, they probably only had time to take away 10% of it. Including a few top-tier sacred artifacts taken away. But it didn't matter, the rest was more than enough. Under the heavenly condemnation skill, the power of some of the Gu family's strongest members was absorbed by Sufengqiu. The cultivation boost was more than 10 years again. It always felt like it wouldn't be long before he was going to be at the Immortal Emperor's 4th stage. Immortal Emperors could ascend so quickly? This was indeed outrageous. A fire had set the Gu family ablaze. The Su family and the Sure family, without any effort, returned triumphantly with countless resources. Chapter 78 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the elderly as poor. The Gu family's supreme elder, Gu Jinghe, had also arrived in a city more than 100 kilometers away from the Gu family. He needed to know what exactly was going on with the Gu family and the Su family now. Walking into the city, it was no surprise that almost everyone was chatting about this matter. Young Lord Su is simply a power against the heavens, every move is a move against the heavens, and the Gu family, which is so strong, is gone just because he said it was gone. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. What? No more? Not right. How long has it been? One less Gu Jinghe, one less Elder Yin, 2 immortal emperors of the 8th rank, and they're all gone like that? That's not true, is it? How to say that the Gu family has been in the ascendant all these years, even if it has only risen in the last 100 years, it is still strong enough. The old ancestor has even advanced to the 9th rank of immortal emperors. In the whole of the 8 heavens, I haven't heard of several immortal emperors of the 9th rank, and it's just gone. I heard that the Gu family suddenly has no one, only a few strong people left, not those who have been famous for a long time. You say, how to stop the Su family and the Sure family to join forces? Gu, what's going on? A few of you, this Gu family has so many immortal emperors, where have they gone? Gu Zhuanhe went over and hurriedly asked. An old man said, this who knows, but it is true, left behind less than 10% of the Gu family's strength. How do you think they with the Su family, the Stone family a war? Gu Jinghe? What? They all ran away? No, they haven't.
He thought that he and Elder Yen were the only ones who ran away. All of them? They all think like him? What a bunch of cowards. What a bunch of cowards. The Gu family, just like that? What? Ka. Gu Zhenhe clenched his fists and left the city. Sufengqiu. He gritted his teeth. Until now, there were no signs of poisoning on him. Coupled with the fact that the Gu family had all run out of this situation, he seemed to understand something. This was a trap set by Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu had counted on the fact that they would be scared and thus fearful, and that someone would flee. Perhaps Sufengqiu hadn't expected that the Gu family would be ridiculous to such an extent. He, Gu Jinghe, hadn't expected it either. But he knew that if his own hallowed immortal Emperor 8th stage had fled, how could the others not run when they had such an opportunity? Their hallowed 10,000 years Emperor clan, a group of 1,000-year, 10,000-year level olds. They were tricked by a 28-year-old Sufengqiu. He, Sufengqiu, didn't have the gothic spirit severing scatter at all. He merely came to put on a show around the Gu family. And he scared them like this? Asshole. Bastard. Gu Zhenhe gritted his teeth. No way. He needed revenge. Although the Gu family's heritage was gone, the Gu family's foundation was still there. Including him, there were still 3 immortal emperors of the 8th rank, as well as a large number of immortal emperors who had fled. Added together, this battle power was still extremely exaggerated. It was necessary to gather everyone together, leave the Green Mountains behind, don't worry about the firewood, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the elderly into poverty. Gu Jinghe's eyes flickered with sinister cruelty. Ding, the Gu family's vitality has been greatly injured, Gu Changxing's heavenly destiny value has been reduced by 2 million, and your system value is 20 million. A system prompt came from Sufengqiu's mind. Although the Gu family was gone. But the Gu family was still around. There were still 3 immortal emperors of the 8th rank, and there were even some other heavenly Dao, immortal emperors. They had all fled. Therefore, the Gu family wasn't considered extinguished. This Gu Changxing has 3 million destiny values left. He was still a third-ordered son of fortune. In this battle, the Gu family could be destroyed if he actually mobilized the killing tower. However, he thought that this favor of Lu Yunyan would serve a greater purpose. For this plan of his to materialize so successfully, Sufengqiu was already satisfied. As for the roots of the Gu family, there was still a chance. For the time being, the effect Sufengqiu wanted had already been achieved. Sufengqiu returned to the Su clan. Lin Zhan was waiting at the Su family with his men. Uncle Lin. Sufengqiu clasped his fist. Lin Zhan walked in front of Sufengqiu and patted his shoulders. Good boy. It really should be true that the golden scale is not a thing in the pool. Once you meet the wind and clouds change the dragon. Lin Zhan, will you and your Su family a big favor, or else I, Lin Zhan, am really a failure as a father. Then how to pay back Su Tianya walked over with his hands in the air with a smile on his face. Go to the side. It's none of your business if I'm talking to Chior. One size does not fit all, I'm not done with you yet Lin Zhan gritted his teeth. Su Tianya laughed, begged me to do something, and when it's done, that's the attitude, isn't it? Okay, Autumn, Qingxue, you look at the bullying, my father does not care, he Lin War also cannot control. Lin War, I stepped on the horse this violent temper. Lin Zhan directly rushed towards Su Tianyi. Sufengqiu also smiled, his eyes looking at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue owed a slight debt to Sufengqiu. In her eyes, Sufengqiu really could be called the first class on earth. Ding, Lin Qingxue's favor towards you 5, current favor, 50. I've made Mr. Su suffer. Lin Qingxue whispered. Then go back to the young lord's pavilion and pinch the shoulders and legs of this emperor. Yes. Gu Changxing was having a hard time. He had naturally gotten the news that the Gu family had been destroyed. His noble Gu family's young master, overnight was now homeless. He had become a bereaved dog. Sufengqiu, a slight trick, and he a Gu family was gone? The point was, his matter was really still exposed by Sufengqiu. He, Gu Changxing, was now disgraced. The world knows what a moralist he is now. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Gu Changxing was furious to the extreme. A sound transmission note flew out. Old ancestor. Gu Changxing let out a cry of grief. Gu Zhuana's voice came out. Are you alright, Changsheng? Gu Changsheng is fine, escaped in time. Gu Zhuana said, more words old man also do not say, Gu family is gone, but the roots of the Gu family is still there. This matter we have indeed become the laughingstock of the continent, but there is still the possibility of rising again. You go directly to the 10,000 Swords sect, we will converge in the 10,000 Swords sect. Yes. Gu Changsheng clenched his fists. Sufengqiu, you think I'm finished? Not yet. This is the end of the line. Let's meet again. After a few days of fermentation, the Gu family has not only shaken the 9 continents again, but has also become the #1 laughingstock of the 9 continents. The top clan was Sufengqiu scared the hell out of him, throwing away his armor, so nothing. Simply laughable. Sufengqiu and the Su family, just like an unstoppable trend, in the 8 heavens officially rose. The 10,000 Swords sect. The 10,000 Sword Sect is an imperial-level force in the 8th heaven.
It was no longer in the sacred Yao Empire, but rather within the Northern Underworld Empire. Its strength wasn't too far off from the Fengqiu family, but after all, it was a clan, so perhaps it was a bit stronger. The relationship between the Gu family and the 10,000 Sword Sect was quite close. Gu Changxing's mother was a pivotal presence in the 10,000 Sword Sect, but she was no longer alive. In the Gu family's battle, the 10,000 Sword Sect was too far away, plus it was quite involved, and it believed that the Gu family wouldn't have any problems, so it didn't make a move. Gu Changxing finally traveled thousands of miles to the northern Mediterranean Empire. This way, it was a sorry sight. Gu Changxing arrived in a city. Have you heard? Sufengqiu, just a slight trick, the whole Gu family scared less, a group of top-tier powerhouses fleeing overnight, leading to the Su family, the Gu family a battle. The Gu family is simply defenseless. This Gu family is simply laughable. How to say is also the 8 heavens of the Holy Yao Empire within a large top-notch existence, surprisingly all a group of cowards. Ha, ridiculous, so many years, this is the most ridiculous thing I've heard of. A large Gu family, so many strong, was scared into this. This is also Sufengqiu powerful. Almost no effort, the Gu family uprooted, really a ghost talent. Really want to see this Sufengqiu in the end is what emperor. I've read his poems, and I can only say that they are unrivaled. Gu Changxing's talent is not worth mentioning in front of Sufengqiu. Fairy Lin has become Sufengqiu's maid.
What is Gu Changxing?
Ha, this Gu Changxing is also a laughingstock. His fiancée became someone else's maid of honor, and then someone else destroyed his Gu family. I guess it will not be long. Fairy Lin, maybe we have to call it Mrs. Lin. This Gu Changxing is more of a moralistic person, did not expect such hypocrisy.
Gu Changxing. Not long after. Inside a person's courtyard. The one who had flirted with Gu Changxing walked back humming a tune. Father, mother.
He stared wide-eyed at the bodies of his own family sprawled across the courtyard.
Gu Changxing sat there and twisted his head to look at him. You. Whoosh.
Gu Changxing flashed over and pinched his neck, revealing a touch of viciousness.
Mrs. Lin, right? This young man is not worth mentioning in front of Sufengqiu, right? I'm not a moralist, am I?
Before long, I will make him Sufengqiu pay for his blood, and you, go down and wait for Sufengqiu first.
Ka Chao. Chapter 79 10,000 Sword Sect. 10,000 Sword Sect. As a strong person, he definitely looked down on the behavior of the Gu family's group. It was clear that the Gu family was stronger than the Su family on paper. This one immortal emperor had been scared out of his wits by Sufengqiu's slight trick. The hallowed Gu family had run out of people overnight. It's simply laughable. He also said that the Su family didn't speak of martial virtues. This Gu family, too, is cowardly. The 8th level of the immortal emperor has run away. It's ridiculous. And now, these bereaved dogs are actually coming to their 10,000 Sword Sect? Gentlemen.
10,000 Sword Sect Patriarch Jiang Qingxue glanced at the crowd in the Great Hall and said, in a moment, the Gu family's crowd will come to my 10,000 Sword Sect. The 10,000 Sword Sect has a total of 13 peaks, and this Patriarch has decided to leave Sword Dao Peak for them to rest and recuperate from the Gu family. Are there any objections?
Sovereign.
An old man stood up. 10,000 Sword Sect and the Gu family relationship I understand, but now the Gu family has fallen into the continent's laughingstock. Come to these people, each even their own family can betray the existence of, not good.
Yes, Sovereign, this group of people because of fear can even abandon the family. Come to my 10,000 Sword Sect. This is not to lead the wolf into the house? And the people of the Gu family are like dogs that have lost their homes. They have even become the laughingstock of the entire continent. If my 10,000 Sword Sect accepts them, won't they also be laughed at by the continent? Jiang Qingxue said, Gentlemen, the world knows the relationship between the 10,000 Sword Sect and the Gu family, and Jian Wenqin, the wife of Gu Fengqiu, is a member of my 10,000 Sword Sect. This relationship is here. If my 10,000 Sword Sect doesn't take them in, it will even be stigmatized as an unfeeling and unrighteous sect. An old man nodded. Patriarch is also right, in the sense that we also have to take in the Gu family, and although the Gu family is destroyed, the roots are still there. 3 immortal emperors of the 8th level. There are also many strong people to join my 10,000 Sword Sect, but also enrich the strength of the 10,000 Sword Sect. In this way, my 10,000 Sword Sect is also the superb imperial clan of the Northern Underworld Empire. It also makes sense, so many strong people joining the Wanjian sect, there are also a lot of benefits for us, give them a peek. Jiang Qingxue looked at everyone and said, Don't worry, this Gu family was also bluffed by Sufengqiu before such a funny thing happened. They didn't expect it to be like this, but essentially it's considered a family. There's no need to worry about the threat to my 10,000 Sword Sect. Moreover, this Sufengqiu killed the 9 Sword Sect's Patriarch Jian Wunan in the Yifengqiu family in the first heaven. Who doesn't know that the 9 Sword Sect is my 10,000 Sword Sect's affiliated sect? This Sword Wunan is my sword family's bloodline. This revenge, my 10,000 Sword Sect will not forget. The crowd nodded. Patriarch, this Gu Changxing is moralistic, should he be taken in as well? Jian Qiaoyun, Gu Changxing is moralistic? Are you all sure? Based on the words of one person? Did anyone see it? Sufengqiu? He, Sufengqiu, is an enemy of the Gu family, so what Sufengqiu told Lin War is true. The Lin family is just aware of the Su family's tactics, and knowing the end of the Gu family, they were unwilling to marry Li Chenua to Gu Changsheng, so they cooperated with the Su family in slandering Gu Changsheng. It's so simple, can't you all see it? The crowd nodded. It seemed that it was the same reasoning. Jian Chaoyun stood up, they're here. All of you greet them. A large number of people from the Gu family, including Gu Zhuanhe, Gu Changsheng, and Elder Yin, had also arrived at the 10,000 Swords sect. Some of the disciples were pointing their fingers at them, but no matter what, there were still a lot of mourners from this Gu family. They were still considered an emperor-level power. There were still 3 immortal emperors of the 8th rank, after all. If they wanted to, they could actually still easily exterminate a decent clan and replace it. But they also didn't want any more sacrifices, so they simply joined the 10,000 Swords sect for the time being. Sword Chaoyun clasped his fist at them. Gentlemen, we have heard about the Gu family's matter. Gu Zhuanhe sighed, shame on you, the old man's reputation of a lifetime is gone. The people of the Gu family also bowed their heads. Originally, they all thought the same thing. Less I won, insignificant. Unexpectedly, all of them had this idea. As a result of the Gu family-Su family battle, the Gu family directly had no one left. They were pretty clueless as well. After that, the Gu family was destroyed. Gu Jinghe contacted them. Since we were all in the same category, there was nothing to be ashamed of, so let's rally. It was better than being on your own, right? Then they rallied to the 10,000 Swords sect. Sword Chaoyun said, it's all because of that Sufengqiu scheming, there's no need to mention this matter again, a reception banquet has been prepared for all of you in the Great Hall, please. Thank you, Sword Sovereign, thank you all of you from the 10,000 Swords sect. Gu Zhuanhe clasped his fists at the crowd. Brother Changsheng. A beautiful figure ran over. Gu Changsheng looked at her and revealed a smile, Sister Sufengqiu. Jian Sufengqiu, daughter of Patriarch Jian Chaoyun. At only 22 years old, she is also about to impact the Divine Emperor realm, with outstanding talent. Chi Refinement Realm, Body Refinement Realm, Bright Aperture Realm, Divine Power Realm, Xian Tian Realm, Xian Wang Realm, Law Realm, Domain Realm, Divine Sea Realm, Heavenly Father Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Heavenly Dao Realm, 1 to 10 steps in each realm, and when one breaks through the Heavenly Dao, he or she is an Immortal Emperor. Always had a soft spot for Gu Changsheng. Handsome, talented, gifted, and of good character. Among his contemporary peers, he was even the best. At one time, it was an existence she looked up to. Unexpectedly, they would come. Jian Chaoyun glanced at his daughter and Gu Changsheng. He actually still had a particularly good impression of Gu Changsheng. Although the 10,000 Swords sect was indeed quite famous and not weak. But the 10,000 Swords sect didn't have a genius similar to Gu Changsheng, who was a famous top genius on the continent. It was a cut below. She didn't believe some of the rumors about Gu Changsheng. They were just rumors from the Su family. Brother Changsheng, in the future, treat the 10,000 Swords sect as your own home, Jian Sufengqiu said. Thank you, Sister Sufengqiu, AIE Gu Changsheng sighed. Brother Changsheng, there's no need to pay attention to momentary gains and losses. Gu Changsheng nodded, I understand the reasoning, just hey. Jian Sufengqiu said, Sufengqiu believes that Brother Changsheng was defamed. Really? Does Sister Sufengqiu believe me? Jian Sufengqiu nodded, not just Sufengqiu, many people believe that Brother Changsheng is smeared. How can Brother Changsheng go molest a maid? His Su family is just a random rumor. Why does the Su family not dare to say that Brother Changsheng molested outsiders? But they only dare to say that his Su family molested him, just because it is their words. Yes, this Sufengqiu is really a sinister villain, do not say, Sufengqiu's sister can believe in me, is Changsheng lucky, in the future, but also Sufengqiu's sister more care. Well, Brother Changsheng please. Su family. Young Master's Pavilion. At this moment, Sufengqiu was sitting in the courtyard. Li Chenua and Shaoli, one squeezed his shoulders. One squatted there and pinched Sufengqiu's legs. Self-contained. Qingxue, a little more up. Sufengqiu closed his eyes and said. Sufengqiu closed his eyes and said. Li Chenua squatted there and moved the hand that was pinching the leg upwards. A little more upwards. Li Chenju's pretty face blushed slightly. Any further up would be too close. It was. Shaoli, who was pinching her shoulders, also blushed. Young Master is not bullying Sister Qingxue. Li Chenua was fine. Due to her personality, even though she might be the next generation of the Holy Glory Empire Empress, she didn't have any thoughts of being superior. Being Sufengqiu's maid, on the contrary, she was quite adaptable. The key to this was that she had 50 favorites. 50 good feelings was a watershed. At 40, it was a secret affection. 50, on the other hand, reached the heart. To put it simply, it was possible to confess. Without considering some other factors, it's possible to be together. It is also normal. Originally, Li Chenua had a not-so-small affection for Sufengqiu. Very much admiration. Plus there was the presence of a filter. Sufengqiu, again, was so domineering.
Just because of the matter of her marriage certificate, he directly made a move against the Gu family.
It was impossible for any girl to be without waves, right? The key, she really had sort of dodged a bullet, right?
I thought that Gu Changsheng was an okay person, who would have known that it was such a moralistic person.
Sufengqiu had also received a reward of 40 favorability from Li Chenua.
The reward is the Great Tao Book of Heavenly Fate.
Book of Heavenly Fate of Great Tao. There are 8 pages, each page can correspond to a Tao. The Tao contained in each page can be transmitted to the Son of Qi, allowing him to immediately enter the Tao and gain all the power of the Tao. For every person gifted with the Tao, the host can gain the power of their same Tao.
Every martial artist who wants to advance to Immortal Emperor must first realize the Tao. This is the prerequisite. There are 3,000 great avenues, and all of them can be entered into the Tao. But this Great Tao Heavenly Fate book is equivalent to allowing the target to enter the Tao in advance. It was equivalent to entering the Tao with a poem in advance. Cultivation sword, directly obtaining the power of the Tao that belonged to him, divine abilities, techniques, and so on.
In other words, Sufengqiu could allow 8 people to directly enter the Tao.
Obviously, then, these 8 people would become his inner circle, the mainstay of the forces he wanted to develop. At the same time, the power they gained from their Tao, Sufengqiu himself could get.
Chu Ran could give him a Tao. Li Chenua, was it needed? Doesn't seem to be needed. What about Xiao Li?
Sufengqiu thought that Xiao Li's Tao would definitely be stronger than the Tao in this Great Tao Heavenly Fate book.
But it is possible to get one Tao for nothing, right? Sufengqiu took a rough look.
On the first page, the Great Tao is nothing. The Tao is the Tao of judgment. The second page, the Tao of heavenly demons. The third page,
this thing, future use. Su Tian also walked over and saw this scene. Cough. Su Tianyi gave a dry cough.
Li Chenua hurriedly stood up.
Elder Su, master of the family. Sufengqiu also stood up. Father. Qingxue, are you still used to it? Su Tianyi asked.
Li Chenua poured Su Tianyi a cup of tea and said, Qingxue is still used to everything.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Not aggrieved, this is what Qingxue should do. In addition to being able to read some amazing poetry beside Mr. Su, the harvest is quite a lot.
Su Tian also glanced at Sufengqiu.
It was strange to say the least.
How could this son of his be so talented? Well, this kid is still more like me, and has inherited quite a bit of talent. The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth twitched. Sufengqiu asked, I wonder what my father's works are. Su Tianyi. Cough cough, in my father's life, the best work is you. Cough. Sufengqiu gave a dry cough.
Xiao Li and Li Chenua also revealed a smile.
Didn't you feel that the words were very moving and meaningful? Su Tianyi looked at the trio and asked. Elder Su was talking about. Li Chenua nodded repeatedly. Aha. Xiao Li also nodded.
Sufengqiu said, you guys go ahead and get busy.
Yes, Qingxue excuses herself.
Xiao Li excused himself.
Su Tianyi took a sip of tea. If you like Qingxue's girl, I will go to the Lin family today to propose marriage. Chapter 80, In the Snow, 2 people. Su Tianyi, if you like Qingxue's girl, I will go to the Lin family today to propose marriage. Su Tianyi as a senior. He knew too much about men's minds. Li Chenua, top 10 on the fairy list. Famed in the 9 continents. Who wouldn't like a woman with such talent and temperament? Excellent indeed. Su Tianyi is embarrassed to let Li Chenua be his son's maid of honor. Always feel too aggrieved. Then why don't we get married? It's good. The future empress of the Holy Yao Empire might even become the 3rd person to enter the Tao with poetry. Father, the future empress of the Holy Yao Empire, do you think Her Majesty will agree? Sufengqiu said. Not agreeing, then Her Majesty the Empress has taken the initiative to let her come and be your consort?
Sufengqiu said, at least not in the short term, then why don't you consider thinking about the Phoenix Terrace Saintus first?
Cough. Su Tianyi coughed again. This kid hasn't forgotten yet? What? The most you fall in love with or Luo Liuli?
Sufengqiu said, both love.
Bastard kid. Su Tian also couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look at your own ability, your marriage, my father does not interfere, that smallly?
Sufengqiu said, for the time being, the child first, do not consider these it, the great cause is important.
This is not married, how can you go further? Sufengqiu froze for a moment, who says that you can't go further without getting married? Is that so? Can it be like this?
You don't want to force a girl's family. Innocence is incredibly important to a girl's family. You don't want to do things that are wrong to others.
Sufengqiu. My child understands, my child understands. Su Tianyi's words changed. The Gu family joined the 10,000 Sword sect. You've heard about it, right? Sufengqiu nodded. What do you think?
Sufengqiu said, not enough to worry about. 1. This 10,000 Sword sect has no reason to come to fight the Su family. They are even more dare not, and also unwilling. Secondly, the 10,000 Swords sect is taken in the Gu family in favor and wants to borrow the hands of so many strong people from the Gu family to strengthen itself. I heard that as soon as the Gu family joined the 10,000 Swords sect, the 10,000 Swords sect started to make moves against the Tianyan sect. Right, with the help of the Gu family's strongest, 3 immortal emperors of the 8th rank, several heavenly Dao, immortal emperors, the Tianyan sect can't stop it. This Gu family first joined the 10,000 Swords sect, they also need this battle to show their attitude, fear only, they rise. Although the Gu family's 10,000-year-old heritage is gone, but the strongest people are still there, and the combined battle power of these strong people is still an imperial-level power. Sufengqiu, how to rise again, I also have a way to cure them, just if it can be at the lowest cost then naturally there is no need to make a big fuss.
Sufengqiu's target wasn't the Gu family. It was just a Gu Changshen. In order to complete the mission only.
Of course, now it was a complete tear.
If the Gu family could be extinguished, naturally, they would have to be extinguished.
A wildfire could not be burned, but it would grow again in the spring. However, the tentative target was just one Gu Changshan.
We'll talk about it afterward.
Su Tian also said, although the Su family's reputation doesn't seem to be very good, these past few days, a steady stream of powerful people from all over the world have joined the Su family, and in just 7 days, dozens of immortal emperors have joined, and the heavenly Dao is even as many as nearly 100, which is strange. The 9 continents, or a world like this.
Fame was important.
Countless strong people, powerful sects, or forces. They could care less about the deaths of many people, but what they cared about most was their reputation.
The Su clan, in contrast, was doing the opposite.
Theoretically, it was to be spurned by the world. Even though your Su clan was now as strong as ever, many people considered that their reputation would be bad if they joined the Su clan, and even if they wanted to join, they were still very torn. But therein lies the strange point.
Instead, many powerful people took the initiative to visit the Su family and join it.
And the evaluation of Sufengqiu was polarized.
One part was very annoyed.
Thinking that the many practices of Sufengqiu and the Su family, that they were going against morality and righteousness, not speaking of martial virtues, and without any strongman demeanor.
But some people just felt that there was no problem. What's wrong with that? Not afraid of people's words, this is the liberty, this is the true nature.
Even, because of this matter, some strong people also quarreled. Including some ordinary martial artists, the disciples of the great sects. The ones who resented it were very resentful. And the ones that worshipped Sufengqiu were incomparably adoring. Sufengqiu said, these strong people who joined, Father still need to pay attention to some of them, before the Pill Emperor's sect joined to the Su family of those people, Father also along with a good arrangement. You don't need to worry about this matter, take a good rest.
Su Tianya then walked away. Sufengqiu had grown. Sufengqiu had grown up.
Sufengqiu rubbed his chin.
Gu Changsheng.
3 million heavenly destiny values remained. After all, his Gu family's power was still there, and this 3 million heavenly life values, quite a large portion of them came from the Gu family.
Why hadn't Sufengqiu driven the Gu family to extinction?
In fact, part of the reason was that Sufengqiu felt that it wasn't worth it to go out and kill the building or use other means.
Another very important reason, Gu Changsheng's undercard. Based on his biography,
Sufengqiu knew that there was a power within him. This power gave Gu Changsheng a value of over 1 million heavenly fate values. It was important to realize that this power had not yet awakened, yet it had granted him over 1 million heavenly destiny values. If it were to awaken, Gu Changsheng's current 3 million heavenly destiny value would still soar by a wave. Waiting for that time to chop him up with this chance would earn him a fortune. Sufengqiu was in great need of system values. It wasn't just him who relied on the things within the system mall. He wanted to exchange for resurrection coins worth 300 million system value. Resurrection coin, if the target's physical body is intact, it can be brought back to life even if it no longer has a soul.
Consumption of system value, 300 million, redeemable once in a lifetime.
He wanted to revive his mother. 300 million system value, he had used quite a bit of it, but now he had also saved 50 million. 300 million meant that if he didn't count the extra bonus system value, he would have to lower the heavenly fate value of the Son of Qi by 30 million. For one Gu Changsheng, he had just under 7 million. But the good thing was that gaining system value wasn't just this method.
It won't take long.
Although I don't know the specifics of that year, the Su family has a 10,000-year cold ice mound, and I think that my mother's physical body should have been preserved intact there by my father. That's right, how his mother died and what happened, Sufengqiu didn't know either. Su Tianya had only told him that his mother had fallen.
He got to the bottom of it and didn't ask for any results. But the original lord was considered to be more understanding.
He could see Su Tianya's pain. He didn't blame Su Tianya for not telling him the truth.
Perhaps it was just not enough timing. Time passed. A month passed like this.
During this month, Sufengqiu didn't do much, so the 9 continents were still relatively stable. During this period, Sufengqiu spent some time cultivating in the secret realm. The rest was just getting bored with Shaoli and Li Chenua.
Late at night,
Sufengqiu, who was wearing a white shirt, sat on the cliffside of the young lord's pavilion with a pot of fairy drunk by his side. It was snowing heavily in the sky. Sufengqiu raised a cup of wine to the sky. I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me, but in the end, it's not like a young man traveling. Traveled to this world, up is such a situation. Who doesn't want to get away from the world and enjoy the rivers and lakes? But Sufengqiu no, this is only where to wear. There are still a lot of things he has to do.
The 8 Wastelands. Sufengqiu murmured.
This month, he had looked up many ancient books, none of which had records of the 8 Wastelands. But Sufengqiu was clear that there was such a place.
Li Chenua was from there.
Therefore, he, an immortal emperor 3rd stage, was far from it. There was a need to speed things up, and this month, there were quite a few strong people who had joined the Su clan. This month, he had spent quite a lot of time with Li Chenua. But this goodwill boost had become difficult.
54.
Xiao Li reached 59. One night a few days ago, Li Chenua almost didn't make it out of his room. But Sufengqiu was afraid of rushing things and lowering her favorability instead, and let her off the hook. It was time to let Qingxue go back, but without the Immortal card, it was still a bit difficult for her to enter the Dao. Behind her, Li Chenju's figure walked over.
In the midst of the wind and snow, looking at the figure on the edge of the cliff,
Li Chenju's heart trembled slightly. The world knew that Duke Su's methods were heaven-defying, but who knew how much of a burden he was carrying, and if he was not careful, Duke Su, the Su family would be doomed. She stretched out her hand, and a garment appeared in her palm, and with it, she walked over.
Mr. Su. Li Chenju draped the clothes over Sufengqiu's body. Why don't you go to Cultivate and come out instead? Sufengqiu asked.
Li Chenju sat down beside Sufengqiu, poured himself a glass of wine, and toasted to Sufengqiu. It's a rare sight to see, and drinking wine in the snow with Mr. Su has a special flavor. Sufengqiu smiled, touched with her, and then drank it all. Li Chenju covered her face and also drank. Her gaze caught sight of the top of a mountain in the distance, and it seemed that there were also 2 people drinking to each other. This year's snow came late in January. Sufengqiu let out a sigh of emotion.
Mr. Su remembers this so clearly?
Sufengqiu said, I remember when my father told me that my mother had left, it was the day when the snow arrived that year.
I'm sorry. Sufengqiu waved his hand, no problem.
Li Chenju looked toward the distant mountaintops. No wonder my father and Su Sr. also drink under the snow. Mr. Su, and Sr., why is she actually?
Sufengqiu shook his head. This matter father even did not say to me, should have his suffering.
Qingxue only knows that my father and your father pursued Sr. and together back then, and after that they broke ties with the Su family over this matter. Sufengqiu smiled. You see the 2 of them, although there is a disconnect, but also incomparable heart of each other, Uncle Lin is not that small-minded people, which is still I do not know the reason, but now the 2 of them, should be unlocked some of the knots, at least not the old dead. Su Gongzi also do not want to bear too much. Sufengqiu shook his head, there are too many strange people in this world, if I don't do more, it is too easy to be surpassed by others. Li Chenju, on the other hand, shook her head and stretched out her hand, watching the goosefeather snow fall and melt in her palm. I really like a poem by Mr. Su. I must know that the young man's ambition is to be in the clouds, and I once promised to be the first on earth. Li Chenju looked at Sufengqiu. The first time I saw this poem of Mr. Su, I knew that Mr. Su's ambition to be in the clouds. The first stream if I became the first stream on earth, but the feet of the blood of the people? In Qingxue's eyes, even if Duke Su had fallen into the demonic path, his white clothes would still be the same. Sufengqiu gazed at her. The 2 were very close.
Then Sufengqiu looked at the distant scenery again.
Stretching out his hand, he lightly wrapped it around Li Chenju's waist.
Li Chenju's delicate body trembled slightly.
Under the heavy snow, her head slowly leaned against Sufengqiu's shoulder. Chapter 81, apart from the threefold snow on the gentleman's body, who in the world matches the white clothes.
The following day,
Sufengqiu woke up from his room.
Chow. Drunk too much.
He shook his head, then urged his spiritual energy to melt away the alcohol.
Yeah.
At a glance at the good sense, Li Chenju had gone from 54 to 58? Sufengqiu recalled. Wow, come to think of it. Last night, the 2 of them did talk about a lot of things in their hearts. She was all snuggled up on top of her shoulder. At that time, Sufengqiu didn't have any other idea, just drinking and chatting. Then he drank too much. It is also so long ago, one of the few times very relaxed. There was a cup of water on the table, and there was a piece of paper under the cup. There was a line of beautifully written words on it. Except for the threefold snow on the gentleman's body, who in the world matches the white clothes. Sufengqiu revealed a smirk.
This woman really makes people have to be moved.
Sufengqiu walked out. Li Chenju also walked out of her room. Last night, she and Sufengqiu had exchanged pleasantries under the snow. She didn't know why, but she hadn't been able to resist leaning on Sufengqiu's shoulder. At the time, it felt as if it was okay. But now when she thought about it. So humiliating. So humiliating. How could she be so unreserved? How could she be like this? But that feeling seemed really good. The more she thought about it, the more Li Chenju's small face rolled a little. Oops. She couldn't help but stomp her foot gently at the ground and pout. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became. As soon as she looked up, she saw Sufengqiu walking out of the room again. Looking at Sufengqiu's figure from afar, a touch of girl's shyness surged to her heart. Li Chenua subconsciously wanted to turn her head and walk back. What? Don't want to see this emperor? Sufengqiu's voice came. Li Chenua revealed a touch of shyness and turned towards Sufengqiu, slightly owing a body. Qingzhu greets Prince Su. Sufengqiu said. Sufengqiu said. Li Chenua poured a cup of tea for Sufengqiu and then sat in front of him. I always feel that the atmosphere is not quite the same as before. Last night, you were able to enter the path again. Sufengqiu said. Li Chenju's face was surprised. Qingzhu hadn't noticed again. 2 times nearly into the road, you should not be far off. Thank you, Mr. Su. Should be last night. Mr. Su drunk a few lines of poetry, let Qingzhu amazed. Last night I drank too much after drinking and didn't say anything nonsense, right? Sufengqiu asked. Li Chenua. Her pretty face blushed. Last night, after Sufengqiu drank too much, he said, Qingzhu, you smell good, and almost kissed her. If Sufengqiu's lips hadn't come over, he had just happened to be drunk in the past. A head was buried in her chest. Li Chenua might have almost fallen. No, no. Li Chenua hurriedly said. Sufengqiu probed her heart for a moment. Cam. Why did he drink too much yesterday? He's still a bit of a decent guy. He should have pretended to be drunk, quietly dissipated the alcohol, and then taken the opportunity to do something. I can't believe he actually drank too much. Ahem, that's good. This emperor will wait for you again tonight by the cliff. No, don't want it. Li Chenua politely refused. She was really afraid that if she went again, her innocence would be gone. At this time, Lin Zhan angrily walked over. Behind him was Su Tianyi, who had a smug look on his face. Li Chenua saluted, Father, Uncle Su. What Uncle Su? At most, just call Su Senior. Go, follow me. Lin Zhan's face is not happy, emotionally excited said. Ah? Li Chenua was puzzled. There are things to do at home, sure, I'll take Qingzhu to go back first, and come back to visit some other day. Lin Zhan took Li Chenua and left. Sufengqiu was also confused. Ha, brother Lin, Qingzhu take care, come over soon. Su Tianyi's tone was filled with dejection. Father, what's wrong? Sufengqiu asked curiously. Sufengqiu asked curiously. Su Tianyi couldn't control his laughter. Good boy, don't think I don't know what you and Qingzhu did last night. Sufengqiu froze for a moment. They were indeed looking at each other across the mountain. It was so far away that it was hard to see exactly, only silhouettes could be seen. Ha! You do not know, last night I drank too much with Lin War. He turned his head, opposite Qingzhu snuggled on your shoulders, you wrapped your arms around her waist, he whined instantly woke up, ha. Egu, that look on his face, it's really smooth, ha. Then Uncle Lin does not come over to stop ah? Sufengqiu asked. To come to the was stopped by the old man, playing to the present, this is not, see this daybreak, only to put him over. Sufengqiu. Not bad. Qingzhu this girl, for father, or very like, ha. Smooth. Su Tianyi patted Sufengqiu's shoulder, originally worried that you bully people, but if you two love each other, then everything does not matter. Lin Zhan returned to the Lin family with Li Chenua. Father, what happened? Li Chenua asked. Qingzhu, hey. Lin War sighed, and then stopped to look at Li Chenua. You really on this Sufengqiu fell in love? Li Chenua momentarily speechless. Lin War emotionally said, yes. He Sufengqiu indeed instrumental, suave, he is also really outstanding talent, but also young talent, promising, against the sky sun, but how can you only to him to fall in love with it? Li Chenua. Father, do you want to see what is being said? Who could easily be unmoved by such a male? Father, Mr. Su, he is indeed outstanding. But he is Sufengqiu ah. Lin Zhan was emotionally agitated. Li Chenua. You didn't see that Su Tianyi's smug expression last night, a mouthful of my blood almost spat out. Why? Why? Don't you say that it was some other woman who was snuggling on Sufengqiu's shoulder last night? Li Chenua. Lin Zhan pouted his lips and leaned forward, a look of kissing, voice and excitement. He all comes so close to you, is not kissing? I can't grab a woman with him, but I have to let my daughter fall back? Li Chenua. Li Chenua hurriedly kneeled down. Father, Qingzhu did not have this matter? Lin Zhan's eyes lit up. No, last night my daughter just had a long talk with Mr. Su all night, and then he got drunk and my daughter helped him back to his room. Lin War rushed to help Li Chenua up, and then laughed out loud. No is good, this Su Tianyi fool what? I yuck. Then Lin War patted Li Chenju's shoulder. Daughter love him Sufengqiu no problem, he is indeed excellent, then your father, then his Su Tianyi, then the world's young talent are excellent. However, but we girls' family, we cannot be backward, right? Li Chenju's small mouth slightly open, puzzled to look at his father. Lin War said, you go back, remember, do not backward, and so we Su Tianyi find me begging to propose marriage, that time we then agree, that meaning is different, right? Yes. Wait. Go home for a few days first.
First go home for a few days, you go back now, they should think it is you are bent on going backward. Well, first with my father to go home, see that Su Tianyi complacent face, I'm angry. Yes, sir. Chapter 82 Brothers with you heart to heart, you play with your brother's brain? Sacred Yao Imperial Island. The Holy Yao Empress sat regally in the back garden. This Sufengqiu, not only is he talented, he also has a strategy, his methods are heaven-defying, and he's also a ghost genius, so it's really possible that he can help this emperor stabilize the situation. The Holy Yao Empress murmured. Speaking of which, there was indeed some helplessness. She had spent a lot of effort in bringing down the royal family of the sacred Yao Empire and achieving the imperial throne. But after all, she was a woman, plus her foundation was unstable. Although the royal family was strong, she had never been able to truly control all of the strong members of the royal family. She was single and weak. Over the years, she had tried many efforts. The effect was there. However, when it came to the time of the Great War, how many forces within the Holy Yao Empire would come to her aid? Not many. After all, everyone would be able to judge the situation. It wasn't that she liked power so much. It was just that there were some things she had to do. Some wishes must be fulfilled. Some revenge must be avenged. Then she must have power in her hands to do it. Li Chenua walked over. Qingxue pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Empress Shengyao nodded. Well, you're back, will you be aggrieved in the Su family? Li Chenua shook her head. Qingxue is not aggrieved, the Su family treats Qingxue very well, so does Mr. Su. Sister Xiuli is very beautiful and especially nice, sometimes I can chat with Sister Xiuli for a whole day. Well, that would be good. How is the matter of entering the Tao? Last night's second hidden entry into the Tao still failed. Empress Shengyao nodded her head. Having such a phenomenon is a good thing, sooner or later. Why did you come back? Li Chenua revealed a look of embarrassment. Qingxue because of some misunderstanding, I guess. She roughly said. That is the matter between your father and Su Tianyi, as for you and Sufengqiu, it is not impossible. Li Chenua bit her red lips. Holy Yao female empress stood up, while walking and said, this emperor is hoping to train you to become the next generation of female empress of the Holy Yao Empire. You are good-natured, if you are the emperor, must be the people of the Holy Yao Empire's good fortune. Li Chenua followed the Holy Yao Empress. But you don't know how to cheat, you don't have ghost ideas, and you lack boldness and ruthlessness. Sufengqiu can complement you perfectly. Li Chenua, I only hope that I can follow Her Majesty to study and cultivate, and that Her Majesty can always sit on the throne. Shengyao female emperor stopped. If this emperor can fulfill the obsession in his heart, he will not sit on this emperor's seat, so he might as well find a place with beautiful scenery, cultivate himself and live in seclusion in the world to be more relaxed. Then she looked to Li Chenua. Also do not have to consider this matter for the time being, the Holy Yao Empire can be in the hands of the emperor, it is not yet known. There were some secrets that the Holy Yao Empress would tell Li Chenua. Because she needed to let Li Chenua know that the royal family was deceitful and complicated. In case she ascended to the throne in the future, it would be good to familiarize herself with it in advance. Eunuch Su might have a way. Holy Yao Empress said, so this emperor's intention is to make good relations with Sufengqiu, not to say that he will help in the future, right, at least the opportunity to talk about it, and the connection between this emperor and him will only be you, but you don't have to be deliberate or burdened, let it be as God wills it. Disciple obeyed. Shengyao female emperor nodded, the Su family rising momentum, unstoppable, Sufengqiu with 3 battles, so that the Su family reputation, only in January, the 5 lakes in the world of a large number of scattered cultivators have to join the Su family of forces. Li Chenua said, this is also Su Gongzi powerful place, 3 times against the sky of the war, so that the major forces, even stronger than the Su family forces do not dare to Su family reckless, and even respect from a distance, do not dare to provoke. Well, this month, the Su family seized the opportunity to grow rapidly, making allies and seizing spirit veins, and I heard that a huge spirit vein that the 9 heavens Pill God Mountain had just discovered in the 8th heaven had been seized by the Su family. The spirit vein contains a large amount of Yuan spirit crystals. Yuan spirit crystals were the most common way for martial artists to raise their realms. It could just be absorbed and refined. Li Chenua nodded. This Sufengqiu, how interesting. 9 heavens. Pill God Mountain. Inside the Great Hall. Patriarch Li Baishan and the others all looked terrible. Pung. An old man slapped his hand on the table. He, the Su clan, is too unbridled, isn't he? The spirit vein that my Pill God Mountain discovered in the 8th heaven has only just been mine, and it was intercepted by his Su clan. Bastard. This is a rare heavenly spirit vein stretches for 30 miles, this spirit vein, enough for my medicine God Mountain to use for several years This Su family, the Misty Peak, the Pill Emperor sect and the Gu family thousands of years, 10,000 years of heritage, plus their own, this heritage is unimaginable, they do not know enough? This simply does not put my Pill God Mountain in the eyes Yes, it's true that I showed them weakness before, but I can't be bullied like this. The crowd was agitated. Li Baishan was also furious. Who would dare under normal circumstances? Even if they dared, they would directly send out troops to exterminate them. But on the contrary, this was the Su family.
A power that on paper they knew wasn't that strong compared to their own Pill God Mountain. But even if the old ancestors certified as a supreme immortal emperor, they still didn't quite dare to take the initiative to get them all. Moreover, everyone was just whining. No one had really mentioned going to destroy the Su family.
We can't just turn a blind eye to this, can we? What do you all mean? Li Baishan asked.
An old man said, attacking his Su family is unwise and risky, but if I, Pill God Mountain, don't speak out on this matter, the world will still think that we are easy to bully. In my old man's opinion, Patriarch, why don't you bring someone to the Su family to chat about this matter? I think they are now in the rising stage. They should also want to stabilize and don't want to tear their faces off with my Pill God Mountain.
I think they're in a rising stage, and they should want to stabilize.
Patriarch, take people to Su family to chat about this matter. 1. The world also see my Pill God Mountain's attitude. 2. The probability of Su family to hand over the spirit vein so that my Pill God Mountain's face also take back.
Right. Sovereign, this move can be tried.
What arrogance, not putting my Pill God Mountain in your eyes. Hearing these people's words, Li Baishan trembled.
No. What does this group of people mean? Do you want me to die? This Gu Fangzhou's previous mistake, you all pretend not to see it? The Su family, they're a bunch of scoundrels. They don't even have a face. Aren't you afraid that if I take my men to the Su family, they'll end up like Gu Fangzhou?
No one else would dare, but Sufengqiu would dare to do such a thing. Well, good idea, Great Elder, you lead the people, go to the Su family. This patriarch doesn't need to be there in person, it's a loss of face.
Li Baishan said indifferently. The Grand Elder shivered. He's leading people? Patriarch, I am the Grand Elder, going to the Su family would be condescending. Why don't you, Second Elder, lead someone? Second Elder, what? Brothers are connected to your heart, you're playing with your brother's brains? Second Elder, ahem, I'm not a lowly Second Elder, going to the Su family is also condescending. What does the Third Elder mean? Third Elder, what do you mean?
The 18th concubine of the old man will give birth in a few days. I'm afraid I can't spare the time. The Fourth Elder? The crowd's eyes again swiped to the Fourth Elder. Fourth Elder, really unfortunate. I just yesterday asked the Elder's annual leave, intending to return to the countryside to see the younger generation, the Holy Son. The Saint's son going to the Su family is slightly condescending, but just right. Li Mufeng was confused. If not, I think forget it. A heavenly spirit vein is just, to my Pill God Mountain is also not important, as a reward for a group of them to feed. Seniors think how it?
Well, it makes sense, just feed it to the dogs. Li Baishan looked at the crowd. Well, all of you think so? Li Baishan looked at the crowd. Well, all of you think so? Well then, consider it a reward for them. Disperse. Northern Underworld Empire. 10,000 Swords Sect. After a month's time, the Gu family was considered to have gained a firm foothold in the 10,000 Swords Sect.
This peak of the 10,000 Swords Sect could accommodate tens of thousands of disciples. Although it was a loss of face for a group of strong men from their Gu family to all stay here. But there was nothing that could be done about it. It would be like this for the time being. This month, they had accompanied the 10,000 Swords Sect to destroy the Tianyan sect. But Gu Changsheng saw the villainous look of those people from the 10,000 Swords Sect after their victory, and he was very upset. They did attach themselves to the 10,000 Swords Sect. But wasn't that using their Gu family's strongest members as guns? It was indeed reasonable for their Gu family to help, but Gu Changsheng was just not happy. His mother was from the 10,000 Swords Sect. But she had fallen at an early age. In fact, it is not necessary to say how deep this friendship is. Gu Changsheng must rise again before I can do so. Nowadays, although the strongest members of the Gu family are still strong, 3 immortal emperors of the 8th rank, but after all, the depth is not there. It is difficult to rise again, unless... Gu Changsheng's eyes flickered with viciousness. Unless the 10,000 Swords Sect is turned into my Gu family. But Gu Changsheng, must also rise. He looked at a black pattern on his wrist. Is it going to be like this after all? Gu Changsheng's heart crossed. I am bound to kill him, Sufengqiu. There is no turning back anymore. Afterward, Gu Changsheng sacrificed a drop of blood and pressed it on top of his wrist. In an instant, a black light blazed out. Chapter 83 Gu Changsheng's Insidiousness. Gu Changsheng felt the power that made his heart palpitate. This power was something he had unintentionally acquired from a strongman ruins once upon a time. To be precise, this power was not the highlight of that strongman ruins. But in Gu Changsheng's eyes, it was probably where the real power lay. Because he had felt the violence and danger of this power at the time, Gu Changsheng had never dared to face it head-on. But now, he wasn't afraid. He was more expectant. Because he was already at the end of his rope. Before his eyes, a black mist surged out. It was hovering as if it was a person. Before Gu Changsheng could react, the black mist rushed straight towards him and burrowed into his chest. Gu Changsheng stumbled backward repeatedly. His face took on a black color, his expression painfully hideous. At the same time, above this Sword Dao peak, the black sky seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Thunderclouds tumbled and thunderbolts entwined like divine beasts roaming about, and through the gaps in the thunderclouds, one lightning bolt after another could be vaguely seen, drawing sharp arcs in the air. This scene also caught the attention of the Gu family of Sword Dao Peak and the 10,000 Swords sect. Was this someone certifying to the Immortal Emperor realm? Whoosh! Gu Changsheng's figure flew into the void and disappeared into the thunderclouds. It was Changsheng. Gu Jinghe revealed an expression of delight. His Gu family's young master was actually about to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Gu Changsheng was wrapped in thunder in the void. My name is Changsheng, and now I'll use the heavens as proof to enter the emotionless Tao. Ascending to the Emperor. Gu Changsheng snapped his eyes open, his eyes flushed red. In that instant, thunder poured from the sky, shaking the 10,000 Swords sect with its might. A long time. Whoosh! Gu Changsheng landed on top of the Sword Dao Peak. Gu Zhuanhe and even 10,000 Swords sect patriarch Jian Qiaoyun's group of powerful men had been waiting for a long time. Phew! Gu Changsheng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This power, so terrifying. Which senior's power was this? He actually didn't know. Into the emotionless Tao? The emotionless sword technique. Blood Demon Emotionless Sutra. Moreover, he had directly rushed to the Immortal Emperor's second stage cultivation. Cool. It's awesome. Changsheng. Gu Jinghe walked over. Gu Changsheng returned to his senses and saluted. Taishan Elder. Ha, good. Good, 29 years old and certified as an Immortal Emperor, or an Immortal Emperor second stage. Ha! My Gu family's resurgence is just around the corner. Gu Changsheng said indifferently with his hands folded. It's not just around the corner, it's close at hand. Ha, Changsheng, congratulations. Jian Qiaoyun smiled. Gu Changsheng nodded. Brother Changsheng, congratulations. Jian Sufengqiu guffawed. Thanks, Sister Sufengqiu. Jian Qiaoyun said, well, all of you go back, don't disturb Changsheng, Sufengqiu, you stay here with Changsheng. Daughter obeyed. The crowd left one after another. Sovereign, what are you doing? The great elder of the 10,000 Swords sect looked at Jian Qiaoyun in confusion. Jian Qiaoyun said, Sufengqiu was already quite fond of Changsheng, and Changsheng is even the best of this batch of geniuses in the 9 continents. Today he's certified as an Immortal Emperor, or an Immortal Emperor of the second stage. This future of his is unimaginable. Don't care about the Gu family's momentary gains and losses. With Gu Changsheng, this Gu family's future is the hegemony of the 9 continents. If Sufengqiu can be in love with Changsheng, isn't it also a good thing for the future of my 10,000 Swords sect? The Grand Elder nodded his head. Well, this Gu family is still strong. The 10,000 Swords sect has to have a good relationship with them. Great Elder, go to the sect treasury and get a 9th grade divine elemental pill for Changsheng. That's a 9th rank elixir. If eternal life is strong, then my 10,000 Swords sect will be strong in the future. What my 10,000 Swords sect lacks is a top genius like Gu Changsheng, isn't it? Although he will leave the Wan Jian sect in the future, with this favor, the Wan Jian sect and the Gu family will have a deep friendship. Understood. Above the Sword Dao Peak, Gu Changsheng and Jian Sufengqiu sat together. Jian Sufengqiu raised her wine cup. Brother Changsheng, congratulations on your certification as an Immortal Emperor. This cup, Sufengqiu toasts you. Thank you, Sister Sufengqiu. The two of them drank it all in one go. Brother Changsheng, here you go. Jian Sufengqiu handed him a divine talisman. What is this? Jian Sufengqiu said, this is the heavenly inflammation divine symbol. The power that erupts from this symbol can even force back Immortal Emperors of the 4th rank. No. Sister Sufengqiu, you keep it. What are you giving it to me for? Gu Changsheng hurriedly refused. Jian Sufengqiu shook her head. Although Brother Changsheng has advanced to Immortal Emperor, Brother Changsheng has too many enemies, especially the people of the Su family, who are probably all coveting you, and since this item of Sufengqiu's has no purpose, it would be better to give it to Brother Changsheng, just in case. No. I also have quite a few powerful means here. This item is categorically not to be taken. Gu Changsheng refused. Brother Changsheng, from now on, you'll be in the 10,000 Swords sect. Sufengqiu can be handed over to you for protection. Jian Sufengqiu smiled. This. I will definitely always protect Sister Sufengqiu, but this thing, I still can't take it. Jian Sufengqiu was quite happy to see Gu Changsheng thinking so much about himself. Brother Changsheng, Sufengqiu isn't that stupid. There must be other things on her body. This heavenly inferno divine symbol, take it as a gift from Sufengqiu to Brother Changsheng for certifying as an Immortal Emperor. Ha, that's good, then I can rest assured. Gu Changsheng smiled and took the heavenly flame divine symbol over. What other means does Sister Sufengqiu have? Gu Changsheng asked. This. Jian Sufengqiu clearly seemed a bit reluctant to speak out. Unhindered, I was abrupt. I shouldn't have asked such a question. After all, your relationship with me has not reached such a level of heartfelt understanding. I apologize. Gu Changsheng clasped his fist. No. Jian Sufengqiu waved her hand. This thing, in the entire 10,000 Swords sect, only she and his father knew. Sufengqiu had immense trust in Brother Changsheng. When I was little, I chased after Brother Changsheng's but to play. Gu Changsheng laughed. Yeah, so many years have passed in a flash.
Well, actually, Jian Shueqi's pretty face was slightly flushed, biting her lip as she summoned up the courage to look at Gu Changsheng. Actually, Shueqi has always been interested in brother Changsheng. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Changsheng held her hands. Shueqi, I understand. Jian Shueqi revealed an expression of surprise and shyness. Gu Changsheng said, in the past, there were some things that I did not understand, but recently, this Sufengqiu has harmed me so many times, and has caused me to lose my Gu family, and I have always been in love with Li Chenua, but only then did I find out that she is also a woman who was not what she appears to be. Gu Changsheng looked at Jian Shueqi with deep affection. I was gossiped evening, was hurt by 10,000 times, until this time to know, in the end who really cares about me, trust me, is you, Shueqi's sister. Shueqi's sister, I want to take care of you for a lifetime, guarding you for a lifetime, no, a lifetime. Jian Shueqi shyly looked at the handsome Gu Changsheng. Brother Changsheng. I will work 10,000 times harder in the future, Sister Shueqi. Can we be the most comfortable immortal couple in this world? Jian Shueqi's beautiful eyes flooded with crystals. Brother Changsheng. She jumped into Gu Changsheng's arms. Gu Changsheng gently stroked her back while his eyes flickered with a strange light. The two of them snuggled for a long time. Brother Changsheng, you don't worry. Jian Shueqi firmly looked at Gu Changsheng. In the future, Shueqi will help you achieve great things. Shueqi's body has the 8th ranked 9 heavenly divine thunder of the 9 continents. Shueqi activates its power. We can cultivate together and get twice the result with half the effort. Gu Changsheng was startled. What? 9 heavens divine thunder. The 8th ranked divine thunder in the legends of the 9 continents. By refining it, one's cultivation can skyrocket, and by mastering the 9 heavens divine thunder, with the power of the divine thunder, one can go against the heavens. Such a legendary item is actually in Jian Shueqi's possession? Then it seems that Jian Shueqi is definitely not just about to impact the Divine Emperor realm. I'm afraid that she's about to impact the Heavenly Dao realm. How could such a divine object be in her possession? Good. Let's cultivate together. Shueqi will strive to become an immortal emperor soon. And we'll be free in the world. Gu Changsheng took her hand and said, Yes, ma'am. Ding Gu Changsheng certified as an immortal emperor, heavenly fate value 1 million. Ding Gu Changsheng obtained the power of the emotionless demon ancestor, heavenly fate value 1.5 million. Ding Gu Changsheng's current heavenly destiny value, 5,599,000, once again upgraded to a 5th ranked son of Qi. Sufengqiu, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes and revealed a cold smile. Then next, it was time to start preparing something. Chapter 84. When will you guys get married? 3 days later. 10,000 Swords Sect. Gu Changsheng carried his pants from his room to the courtyard. It was still quite refreshing. Having been sheltered by the 10,000 Swords Sect, he had now even taken down the 10,000 Swords Sect's patriarch's 1,000 gold. 9 heavenly thunder. In the courtyard, Gu Changsheng sipped his tea and gave a deep thought. He needed this 9 heavenly thunder. This kind of divine object could be encountered but not sought. Once it appeared, it was going to cause a bloody storm in the entire 9 continents. Surprisingly, it was quietly obtained by her. This matter, it was estimated that not many people in the entire 10,000 Swords Sect knew about it. But how could he get the 9 heavenly thunder? At this time, Jian Shueqi walked out of the room. Brother Changsheng, father is looking for Shueqi for something. Good, I will accompany you. Aha! The two sweetly held hands and walked out. Patriarch's backyard. Jian Shueqi and Gu Changsheng walked in together. Father. Shueqi, oh, Changsheng is here too. Jian Chaoyun glanced at them and probably knew about the duo. He was also satisfied in his heart. Elder Jian, I just sent Shueqi here with me, so you guys chat. Gu Changsheng finished and prepared to walk away. No need, Changsheng, you stay here, not an outsider, sit. Gu Changsheng clasped his fist then sat down. Jian Chaoyun looked at his daughter and said, Shueqi, you are only 1 step away from the Heavenly Dao realm. Yes, but this step, my daughter has worked hard for a long time yet to step out. Jian Shueqi said. You need an experience to break the realm and the experience. Jian Shueqi nodded. Daughter understands father's meaning. Daughter departs immediately. Well, Changsheng, do you have something to do? Gu Changsheng said, there are some things, consolidating the realm is also a top priority. Well, then you consolidate your realm. Gu Changsheng asked, does Uncle Jian want me to go with Sister Shueqi? If this is the matter, then all of Changsheng's matters can be put aside first. Jian Shueqi's pretty face blushed. Oh? Jian Chaoyun raised his eyebrows and looked at them with interest. Gu Changsheng took the shy Jian Shueqi's hand. Uncle Jian. It's all in the air. Ha! Good. Changsheng, treat Shueqi well. I will. These days, Changsheng fell into the trough and also understood one thing: brilliance witnesses hypocrisy, only the trough can witness true love. It was the 10,000 Swords Sect, it was Shueqi that made Changsheng understand these truths. The fact that you can understand this proves that you have grown up as well. Immortal Emperor 2nd stage, you have now become the top genius of the current generation. Although he, Sufengqiu, is an Immortal Emperor 3rd stage, he is no match for you. Gu Changsheng nodded. Good.
The two of you travel in pairs, with Qingxue around, I don't have to worry about Sufengqiu's safety, go.
The two of them retreated. Time flickered. 7 days passed again.
Sufengqiu walked out of the secret realm. The realms that could be stabilized had already been stabilized. For the rest, it would take some specific pills to stabilize it.
Young master, you've come out of the gate. Xiaoli playfully ran in front of Sufengqiu. Pavilion Jade, well behaved and understanding. Sufengqiu.
Sufengqiu rubbed her hair.
Xiaoli's good sense is 59.
Li Chenua 58. Both short of the threshold.
Have you advanced?
Sufengqiu sat down and asked. Xiaoli poured a cup of tea for Sufengqiu. Well, thank you, young lord, for giving Xiaoli so many cultivation resources. It's mainly also because your own talent isn't bad. Xiaoli revealed a happy expression and suddenly thought of something. By the way, young master, you asked with the Phoenix Terrace about the Phoenix Plume Fire Begonia. They have it. The family head has taken it back and put it in the medicine garden.
Sufengqiu nodded. Well, in that case only the creation Immortal Spirit Ginseng is missing. No news yet?
Xiaoli shook his head. For the time being, there is no news about which power has the Immortal Spirit Ginseng of creation. The three main ingredients of the Heavenly Heart Blood Spirit Pill for Li Chenua are only missing the Immortal Spirit Ginseng. But this thing was too rare. Some forces might have it, but they were unwilling to take it out. While it wasn't particularly urgent.
Sufengqiu nodded.
There's also, that very bad Gu Changsheng has advanced to Immortal Emperor, Xiaoli said with some exasperation. Sufengqiu was naturally clear. The news that Gu Changsheng had advanced to Immortal Emperor had also shaken the 9 continents.
A 29-year-old Immortal Emperor wasn't too far off from Sufengqiu.
Many people said that Gu Changsheng was breaking through. It wasn't his physical body that he broke through, but his state of mind.
Because the Gu family was gone, the Gu family had died and suffered a huge blow.
But Gu Changsheng carried the blow and stood up instead, helping him break through to Immortal Emperor. Such a breakthrough was terrifying. Therefore, the world's evaluation of Gu Changsheng was now a lot higher. The most infuriating thing was that there were many people they didn't believe that Gu Changsheng was a hypocrite, and even said that it was you, young lord, who had slandered him.
Xiaoli said angrily. There's no rush, some things can't be hidden. Where's Qingxue?
Yes, senior poetry saint is here again and is with sister Qingxue.
Sufengqiu, well, this emperor will go over there.
The poetry sage had come to the Su family on the 3rd day after the poetry meeting. But at that time, Sufengqiu had directly closed her doors. The poetry saint stayed for a few days before leaving first.
In the courtyard, the poetry saint and Li Chenua were studying poetry.
Li Chenua had taken all of some of the poems Sufengqiu had written during this period of time to the poetry saint. The poetry sage was simply in a state of obsession. Good poem, huh? The poetry sage tilted his head back and took a sip, then asked, I heard from Her Majesty, the Empress, that you, girl Qingxue, almost entered the Dao twice? Duke Su is a strange man. Discussing poetry with him, he is always amazed by his poetry and thus enters a state of forgetfulness, only each time he comes up short. Previously, I had never heard of such a strange thing, so this shows that young friend Su's talent is unimaginable. When are you going to get married? Poetry sage suddenly asked. Li Chenua face directly red.
Poetry sage. Ha! The poetry saint let out a laugh.
Sufengqiu and Xiaoli walked over.
Poetry sage senior. Agu, little friend Su. Ha! Come. Sufengqiu came over. Mr. Su.
Li Chenua clasped his hands together, his right hand on top, placing it in front of his chest or on the side of his left waist, slightly bending down, slightly bending his knees in a salute.
Sufengqiu nodded.
Poetry sage laughed. This poem, know that the young man's ambition of the clouds, had promised the first stream on earth, written with too much bravado. Sufengqiu laughed. There is still a gap with the poet saint seniors. You're modest, and then look at Qingxue wrote, in addition to the gentleman body triple snow, who in the world with white, TSK, you two this is simply a match made in heaven, each other heart, the big kisses when the feast, cannot forget to invite me, Li Chenua revealed a touch of shyness and panic. Sufengqiu, that's natural, why don't you stay at the Su family for a few more days, and you'll be able to drink the wedding wine soon.
Li Chenua.
Oh?
The poetry saint looked back and forth at the two with a gossipy face.
Ha, good. Then I will have the cheek to stay. Why don't I come and be the witness for the two of you? The poetry saint's words were actually quite clear. He took the initiative and was willing to inform the world of the good relationship with the Su family. If the Su family was in trouble in the future, he would be perfectly able to help out in name only. Sufengqiu and Li Chenua were so smart that they were naturally able to hear the meaning. It was just that.
Mr. Su.
Li Chenju's heartbeat quickened, but she was a bit confused. Sufengqiu took Li Chenju's hand. That's the honor of senior in Qingxue.
After that, Sufengqiu looked at Li Chenua, right, Qingxue?
Li Chenju shyly nodded slightly.
Ha, good Come on. Little friend Su, Qingxue, let's discuss poetry. I'm so looking forward to this day. Chapter 85 The 12 Laws of Power. The Su clan's Grand Hall. Su Tianya and several elders were discussing something.
This, before Jiang Qingxue had 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes that time. This time, the number was doubled.
Su Tiany's face was full of red light.
This family head, difficult last time, or look at the old ancestor many years ago on the face of the dragon and phoenix clan has a favor. They only send some clansmen, otherwise what big wedding, can step on the dragon head phoenix head and then double, how is it possible
Su Tiany waved his hand, I don't care, you go and let the old ancestors think of their own way, the past begged to be done in style.
Su Tiany, also, last time, not enough people were invited. This time, the Holy Yao Empress, the Tanyu Holy Land, Lu Yunyan Excellency, and so on, should be invited over.
There's more. Su Tiany was beaming as he personally made the arrangements.
Lin Zhan rushed in furiously.
Su Tiany, get the hell out of here. Su Tiany looked over and laughed, yo, in-laws. Everyone, go and get busy first.
The crowd in the hall left, leaving only Su Tiany and Lin Zhan.
Kiss your sisters-in-laws What's the situation? I just slept through the night, and when I woke up, how come the entire 8 heavens is spreading the news that Chu Ran is going to marry Qingxue?
Lin Zhan asked angrily.
Qingxue has agreed. Su Tiany said.
Lin Zhan angrily roared, I haven't agreed yet. Senior poetry sage was the witness.
Lin Zhan. Su Tiany helped the angry Lin Zhan to sit down, laughed, people poetry sage senior, in order to drink the autumn child and Qingxue wedding wine, not hesitate to stay until the end of the wedding before leaving, you say, cannot be anxious? No, wait, I'll run through it
Lin Zhan scratched his hair then said, Qingxue agreed to the wedding is no problem, you agreed, autumn child agreed, are no problem, poetry saint as a witness, also no problem, but the problem is that. Lin Zhan looked at Su Tiany confused, I am Qingxue's father the old man does not know anything, know when I found that this marriage has been spread out?
No, I am Qingxue's father I'm the father of Qingxue.
Your old Su family is a real scoundrel.
The youngest is a scoundrel, but so is the oldest, right?
Su Tiany smiled and poured tea for Lin Zhan. Calm down, this is not a good thing.
When did you say yes? No. Su Tiany took out the marriage certificate.
You signed it yourself and pressed your handprints.
When did I?
Lin Zhan looked at the marriage certificate and stopped in mid-sentence.
Chow. Su Tiany, you're a scoundrel. You poured wine on me and set me up while I was drunk, didn't you? You're not human.
Lin Zhan sniffled.
Good girl. I'm sorry. It's really this big and small Su family that's too shameless
Su Tian also revealed a smirk.
Rest, what a good thing these 2 children in each other's hearts, and poetry saint witness, how good, but you can rest assured that the wedding must be done in a beautiful way than the last time, the scenery of 100 times. How will it be 100 times more beautiful than last time? Lin War asked.
Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, the old ancestors, and then go to invite, please more, poetry sage seniors witnessed, the Holy Yao Empress in person, kill the building once the Lord of the Lord Lu Yunyan His Excellency can also come, the other talk, in short, absolutely will not let Qingxue aggrieved. Lin War sipped a mouthful of tea, other things are another story, I'll ask you, this marriage, is it that you begged Laozi to propose a marriage?
Yes. That must be. It's the same thing externally.
That's for sure.
What about my daughter?
Lin Zhan asked angrily. With Chu Ran, the poet saint seniors discussing poetry.
Lin Zhan let out a breath, pointing to Su Tiany said, you really Lin Shu, Lin Jian, 2 guys heard the news of Qingxue to marry, they all wiped tears, you really
What about the bride price?
Su Tiany said, the bride price will not be bad, you bring Lin Jian, Lin Shu, and your Lin family, directly to my Su family pick.
How's that?
Are you sincere?
Worthy of the annexation of the 3 families of the bottom of the pick, send to send, your attitude? Su Tiany stretched out his hand, and a red, terrifying force coalesced in his palm. As soon as the power came out, it was filled with a terrifying force of laws.
Is it enough?
Lin Zhan's eyes widened and he jumped straight up.
Laws of power? Why is this in your hands? The 12 laws are the highest in the world.
Currently known, the human race has 2, the demon race has 1, and the devil race has 1.
The others are nowhere to be found.
If this were to be released, the whole of the 9 continents would be in an earthquake. In the hands of this Su Tiany, there is a legendary power law.
You think I was a vegetarian? What do you think I did when I killed an immortal emperor at the 8th level with an immortal emperor at the 1st level? You are really shameless is that battle, you're to your heart secretly right, I will kill you
Su Tiany laughed, that's not true, the secret love is a personal charm.
Roll, this thing forget, you leave to the autumn child, this thing I hold in the hand, after the wedding in a few days, you are ready to participate in the funeral of the old man, you Su Tiany is really black
Gone. Lin Zhan waved his hand and left. Su Tiany laughed and shouted, in-laws, take whatever you want.
Take whatever you want, the wedding day is scheduled for January.
Rolling
Su Tiany smiled with his hands in the air.
The law of power, autumn child, this thing is also the father can leave you the most precious existence, but for the time being still cannot give you. Because Sufengqiu has a strong temperament.
Once this thing is exposed, it will be greeted with nothing but doom. At this stage, no matter if it was the Su clan or Sufengqiu, they were not qualified to guard the laws of power. Li Chenua sat in the courtyard fuming. It was confusing. She and Sufengqiu were going to get married. It was just a month from now. It always felt like the poetry sage senior was a trust that Mr. Su had found. What kind of mood? Nervous, shy, scared, but expectant. Because Sufengqiu was, indeed, an existence she adored. Sometimes, Sufengqiu's figure just popped into her mind. Sufengqiu was in seclusion, and when she didn't see him for a few days, she always felt a bit empty. He had almost every advantage that could attract a girl. Handsome, strong, talented, and genuine. Ambitious, killing and decisive yet able to be gentle and watery. Li Chenua in the short term, maybe even a few hundred years really have no intention of getting married. But everything just came so suddenly. Phew. Li Chenua exhaled. But it seemed like she and Sufengqiu had known each other for a really short time. So strange. It always felt like marrying in confusion. Exactly where did things go wrong behind the scenes? Sister Qingxue. Xiaoli came over. Sister Xiaoli. Xiaoli said heartily, "Congratulations to Qingxue's sister. I'm not sure if I'm happy, but I'm sure I'll be happy." Xiaoli shook her head. "No, I'm happy for Sister Qingxue. Xiaoli is just a maid. I'm already happy to be able to accompany the young master." "Don't say that. No matter if it's Mr. Su or Master Su, their attitude towards you is not that of a maid." "Aha, Xiaoli will take Sister Qingxue to try on her clothes." "Good." Chapter 86 on the highest degree of narcissism. Time passed in a flash for 7 days. The news of Li Chenua and Sufengqiu's wedding was considered to be a topic that the world was talking about. Before this, many people wouldn't have thought that the two of them would come together. But if they thought about it, Li Chenua was the 6th on the fairy list. There were countless people who adored her. She had also become Sufengqiu's maid. The proximity of the water tower is the first thing to get the moon. Sufengqiu and so talented, since it is able to deeply Li Chenju's heart. It just seems to be too fast. Pill God Mountain. Bastard. Li Mufeng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had never expected that Sufengqiu and Li Chenju would suddenly be getting married. There were too many young talents who adored Li Chenju. He, Li Mufeng, was also one of them. It was just that he had never shown it. Li Mufeng loved Li Chenju too much. Love to the point of paranoia. Love to the point of madness. So much that, when no one was around, all he fantasized about in his mind was things with Li Chenju. Because he loved too much, he cared about every word he said to Li Chenju, every word. Instead, he didn't dare approach Li Chenju, but at all times, he would quietly watch Li Chenju's reactions. Li Mufeng also knew that Gu Changsheng adored Li Chenju. But he had never thought that there was any possibility of Li Chenju and Gu Changsheng developing a love affair. Gu Changsheng, as a person, was excellent, although he was also talented. But Li Mufeng had always thought that Li Chenju should have a slight crush on him. Li Mufeng felt that Li Chenju would always secretly look at him. Wasn't that a crush? It was just that out of reserve, she wouldn't show her affection. So Li Mufeng had been waiting. He was waiting for Li Chenju to take the initiative to reveal her heart to herself. Moreover, Li Mufeng had been considering one point. That was the Holy Yao Empress. The Holy Yao Empress was going to cultivate Li Chenju towards the next generation of empresses. So no matter what, Li Chenju couldn't get married to any person. Therefore, Li Mufeng kept a certain distance from Li Chenju. He believed that it was imperative to improve his strength and become the best genius of the current generation of the 9 continents. For decades, or even 100 years, he was willing to wait for Li Chenju. Estimating that it wouldn't take more than a few years, as long as they were given the opportunity to be alone, Li Chenju would definitely not be able to suppress her heart. But now, they were actually going to get married? Could it be that Qingxue didn't have a crush on this saint's son? Li Mufeng frowned. Impossible. My senses can't be wrong, and since this saint's son is so handsome and outstanding, there's no way she doesn't have a crush on this saint's son. So, for them to get married, could it be that Sufengqiu or the Su family used some kind of plot or trick? Li Mufeng thought that one day his favorite Lin fairy would be spoiled by Sufengqiu. In his heart, he felt extremely bad. It was a feeling that was impossible to describe. It was as if he didn't want to live anymore. No, there must be a misunderstanding. Especially since this Lin family and the Su family had such a poor relationship, how could it be theoretically possible? Since Qingxue adores me, so as long as I show up, she will definitely change her mind. Li Mufeng left Pill God Mountain. Sister Qingxue, there's someone outside looking for you, Li Mufeng from Pill God Mountain. Li Chenju froze. Li Mufeng? Why was she looking for herself? Out of politeness, she still went out. Under a tree. Li Mufeng stood there, looking at Li Chenju, who was walking towards him with a light veil covering her face like a fairy. Li Mufeng felt himself breathing a little fast. Good news. That was that Li Chenju must be secretly in love with him. Why else would she come to see him? I guess Qingxue is also very excited inside right now. Miss Qingxue. Mr. Li. Miss Qingxue, I heard that you and Brother Su are getting married? Li Mufeng asked. Yes. Li Mufeng took out a handkerchief. Miss Qingxue, do you still remember this handkerchief? Lin Qingxue's eyebrows knit slightly. Why is this handkerchief in your hands? Li Mufeng smiled. This is what Miss Qingxue gave me. You forgot, that time when you were practicing, when you stepped into the void, you threw the handkerchief to me. Lin Qingxue. Then it should have been dropped by her accidentally, right? So, Miss Qingxue, if you have any bitterness, you speak with me and I will definitely do you justice. Lin Qingxue's nice-looking tip-top eyebrows slightly knit. Mr. Li misunderstood, the handkerchief was accidentally lost, and Qingxue has no bitterness. Impossible, this handkerchief, didn't you want me to keep it as a souvenir? Otherwise why did you sneak a look at me several times at the Poetry Society, and on other occasions? Don't you say this is my wishful thinking. Lin Qingxue? Mr. Li misunderstood, Qingxue has never been like this, it's really Mr. Li's wishful thinking and personal speculation, if it's fine, Qingxue went back. After saying that, Lin Qingxue turned around and prepared to walk away. Strange thing. These so famous geniuses, how come each one of them is like a weirdo? I didn't feel it before. Qingxue, it's just you and me, let's be sincere and speak from the heart, okay? I know you adore me, but you're just too shy to say it out of reserve. Li Mufeng stretched out his hand. Lin Qingxue's body chi surged, instantly pulling away a few meters, hair dancing, beautiful eyes slightly condensed. Mr. Li, please respect yourself, otherwise I will not be blamed for being impolite. Also, I don't like your name, you and I are not familiar with each other. Li Mufeng frowned. A Gu Changsheng, a Li Mufeng, one more shameless than the other. Sufengqiu's voice came. Mr. Su. Lin Qingxue walked towards Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu nodded and then looked at Li Mufeng. Sufengqiu knew what kind of goods this was. The sense of self-superiority was extremely strong. When other girls looked at him, he assumed that the other girl adored him. Including Lin Qingxue, and even Luo Liuli who were at the top of the fairy list. Even, he suspected that his father had a few concubines who all had ill intentions towards him. Sufengqiu. Li Mufeng's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that you don't know what happened to Gu Changxing and my Su family, right? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Sovereign. A voice broke the silence of Pill God Mountain. Li Baishan and the others walked out and saw Li Mufeng, who was covered in blood and dying. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Mufeng. Who did this? Who? Who is it? Quickly. Get treatment first. Li Baishan was enraged. Who injured the Holy Sun like this? It was Sufengqiu. What? It was him, Sufengqiu, again. Ka. Li Baishan clenched his fists. Why? Then the man said the reason. This. The crowd that was originally burning with anger, when they heard the cause, their fire was instantly doused quite a bit. Li Mufeng had disrespected Lin Qingxue, the future young lady of the Su family. This. Honestly speaking. Without considering the strength aspect of the clan, it would be reasonable to kill. He, Sufengqiu, really doesn't put my Pill God Mountain in his eyes. Li Baishan gritted his teeth. Patriarch, this matter is indeed the Saint's son's fault first, with his Sufengqiu's character, not killing the Saint's son seems to be considered giving face to Pill God Mountain. Li Baishan roared, then I, Pill God Mountain, can't turn a blind eye and do nothing, right? This matter the Holy Sun is at fault first, fight is best not to fight, or else, Patriarch you bring people to Su family to find a statement? Li Baishan? Pinch? It's the Great Elder the bid again. Let's confer and discuss first. They turn around and go back. Sovereign. A physician came over. How are the injuries? Li Baishan asked. It's fine to be seriously injured, but the main thing is that the main thing is. What? Said. Physician, the Holy Sun's male child's thing, was chopped off by him Sufengqiu. Crowd. Li Baishan gritted his teeth, the Great Elder. In. Take someone to the Su family and demand a statement. Li Baishan roared. Great Elder. Chapter 87 The Su family are all scoundrels. The Great Elder of Pill God Mountain brought a group of a dozen or so people to the eight heavens. On this journey, they didn't have any words. Heavily preoccupied. There was one thing to say, it was indeed Li Mufeng who was wrong. Normally, Sufengqiu would have no problem killing Li Mufeng. As long as the consequences in Pill God Mountain's retaliation were not considered. Sentimentally, it was Li Mufeng and Pill God Mountain who were disgraced. But the Su family was truly riding on Pill God Mountain's head and ting on them. Their face had been damaged time and time again. They really couldn't turn a blind eye to everything. After all, they were Pill God Mountain. The newest god-level power in the 9 heavens. The old ancestor was a supreme immortal emperor. Normally, whoever dares to do this, they don't care who's right or who's wrong. They'd destroy them directly. To raise the prestige of the Pill God Mountain. But, it was precisely the Sufengqiu. The key thing is, Pill God Mountain had the supreme immortal emperor. The Su family still had the poetry saint now.
The Pill God Mountain's Grand Elder looked at the lofty Su clan from afar, but didn't dare to go forward. Those other powerhouses, elders, were all thinking the same thing. Great Elder, the Su clan is up ahead. This elder knows that. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth, then said, "Go." Subsequently, the group of them arrived outside the Su clan. On the ground, there was still blood. It was probably Li Mufeng's. Pill God Mountain's Grand Elder, Li Bujiao, visited the Su family. Su family Grand Elder Su Tianhai walked out, and with that, he clasped his fists. "Gentlemen of the Pill God Mountain, please come in." Li Bujiao. The Pill God Mountain group looked at each other. "Pinch? Enter? Not. Don't dare to enter all." Li Bujiao saw something in the eyes of the others and also said, "Cough cough, into then do not have to." Su Tianhai Dao, you have come a long way, something to my Su family to talk about, have a cup of tea. I Su family also want to do the friendship of the landlord please. Go. They swallowed a mouthful of water. Li Bujiao glanced at the crowd next to him again. They shook their heads slightly. It really couldn't be entered. This Su family, a group of rogues who didn't follow the rules. Li Bujiao looked up. The Su family, why does it look like a ghost gate? Ahem. Grand Elder Li Bujiao continued, not missing this mouthful of tea, we have come here for a simple purpose, please give a statement to the Su family. It is the matter of your holy son Li Mufeng, right? Exactly. Well, then come in to talk about it. Li is not missing. That's not necessary. This matter is not something that can be said clearly in a few words. Do you think it is appropriate to talk about things like this? Su Tianhai asked. Quite appropriate. Li Bujiao want to cry. Not. Give a statement. Just say something. Even if you guys apologize, come on, I'm sorry. Or say, sorry, it was really careless. Or just give us some heaven and earth spirits to show that you're sorry. We can go back to our work, right? Don't scare people like that. To be honest, if you don't enter the Su family, you'll be afraid to stay here. I'm afraid that suddenly a what array will rise up. Su Tianhai Dao, this matter, my Su family is already benevolent to the end, leave him Li Mufeng alive, Medicine God Mountain you are still not satisfied? Tianhai Immortal Emperor, this matter is indeed my Pill God Mountain holy son Li Mufeng has the fault in the first, your young master left him alive, is also indeed benevolent, but Li Mufeng is my Pill God Mountain holy son, was so hurt, my Pill God Mountain face, the statement, the Su family still have to give. Su Tianhai asked, what kind of statement does Pill God Mountain want? Li Bujiao, Pill God Mountain deserves it. Afterwards, Su Tianhai threw over a box. Li Bujiao reached out to catch it and felt the cold sensation on top of the box. What is this? Pill God Mountain deserves it. Li Bujiao opened it and looked at it, then immediately closed it. Holy! Does this count as a claim? Su Tianhai asked. Hey! Li Bujiao sighed. Su Tianhai said, the Pill God Mountain wants a statement, the Su family has already given it, the Su family didn't kill Li Mufeng, this is the face of the Pill God Mountain, does your excellency think that there is any justification? Farewell. Pill God Mountain. Li Bujiao and the others arrived at the main hall. Li Baishan's face was gloomy. How? What did the Su family say? Li Baishan asked. Li Bujiao said, the Su family said that they didn't kill the saint's son, and this is the face of my Pill God Mountain. Pung. Li Baishan slapped the table. Patriarch rest his anger, this matter is finalized, but what the Su family said is not without reason. Li Bujiao said. Li Baishan frowned. Li Bujiao continued, if this matter is known in the 9 continents, the one who loses face is my Pill God Mountain. Taking a step back, this is Li Mufeng's personal matter with the Su family, my Pill God Mountain is making things difficult for the Su family because of this matter, but instead there is no pattern. And the Su family? With their character, it would be reasonable to kill the saint's son, right? But they didn't, which, indeed, gave face to my Pill God Mountain. Many people glanced at each other and nodded. Indeed, it was also like that. With Sufengqiu's character, he was bound to kill the saint's son, but he really didn't do so, which, indeed, gave face to my Pill God Mountain. To be honest, because of this matter if it is difficult for the Su family, the old man is somewhat unable to do, after all, the fault is in the Holy Son, say Sufengqiu does not consider the face of the Pill God Mountain? Also considered, spared the life of the Holy Son. Yes, if the saint's son is replaced with any genius in the 8th heaven, has already been killed. Not cool. However, there didn't seem to be much of a problem. It was also true that the Su family was too special, or else even if the fault lay with the saint's son, Pill God Mountain would still have to send out troops. Then in that case, didn't the great elders gentlemen gain nothing from this trip? Li Baishan asked. No. There is something to gain. Li Bujiao presented the box. This is? Li Baishan opened it and closed it at once, his face unsightly. Li Bujiao said, this Su family attitude is not bad, returned the complete saint's son, but also promptly did the freezing treatment, perhaps there is a chance to pick up. Take it, take it. Li Baishan waved his hand in disgust. Saint's son peak. Li Mufeng opened his eyes. Ouch. It hurts so much. Li Mufeng took a look at his condition.
Fortunately, this Sufengqiu didn't kill him. Martyr. What a lunatic. He doesn't think about the consequences of what he does he? The Su family is really in the ascendant now, having annexed the 10,000-year-old heritage of the three major powers. It's also absorbed a lot of strong people. But it can't be this crazy. He really does not consider the consequences, really not afraid to make the Pill God Mountain angry? Cough. Li Mufeng coughed. He should still be afraid of the Pill God Mountain. He should still be afraid of Pill God Mountain. Otherwise, he should be dead. Cultivation was not wasted. It is only a wound, just recuperate. Wait. That's not right. Why does it hurt so much over there? It's a throbbing kind of pain. After a while. Sufengqiu. I'll kill you. Cough, ah. Li Mufeng's roar of rage resounded through the sacred sun peak. Outside, Li Bujue hurriedly walked in. Cough, ah, Mufeng, be at ease. Great elder. The disciple is gone. Li Mufeng had tears in his eyes. This is gone. The meaning of his life is much less. There it is. Li Bujue said. Where is it? Li Mufeng asked emotionally. I went through a lot of trouble to get it back for you. Li Bujue handed the box over. Li Mufeng opened it with a trembling hand. In the next instant, he directly fainted. Chapter 88 Scholarly Scum, Sinister Villainy. Great Desolate Heavenly Domain. This was a sparsely traveled place in the 8th heaven. Here, demonic beasts and magical beasts were endless. It was also a place where martial artists would often come to for training. A demonic beast forest within the Great Desolate Heavenly Domain. Gu Changsheng pointed to the front and said, in front of us is Crescent Lake, and it is said that there is a purple gold dragon python emperor that has survived for 10,000 years and has not transformed into a form. Wouldn't that be close to the Immortal Emperor level? How could Xue Qi be its match? Gu Changsheng smiled and took her hand, tenderly saying, there is me, the violet gold dragon python emperor's demon crystal is extremely suitable for you, Xue Qi. By refining it, your cultivation should be able to get a certain amount of enhancement, and for the rest, we'll continue to practice. Good, thank you brother Changsheng, you are so good to Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng said, you are my favorite woman. So happy, let's go. Departure. The duo quickly arrived near the lunar lake. The lake was large and deep. It should be under this lake. Gu Changsheng raised her hand. The water of the entire lake, which was so large, all surged up. Then he flung his hand. The entire lake's water descended from the sky, washing over the forest. Surprisingly, it wasn't there. Gu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Jian Sufengqiu said, then let's look elsewhere. Wait, Sufengqiu, look under the silt in that lake to see if there's something. Jian Sufengqiu stood at the edge of the dried up lake and looked down. Behind him, a flash of sinister intent flickered in Gu Changsheng's eyes. He slowly walked behind Jian Sufengqiu. Brother Changsheng, there doesn't seem to be anything. Pung. Suddenly, Gu Changsheng's palm with spiritual energy slapped on Jian Sufengqiu's back. Pang. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Jian Sufengqiu and he flew straight out. He, who had yet to reach the heavenly Dao realm, was hit by an immortal emperor's palm. Even if it was a random slap, it was also by no means possible to survive. In that instant, all of her organs were shattered. In the air, Jian Sufengqiu, her mouth full of blood and her face pale, used the last of her strength to look at Gu Changsheng with disbelief. Why? While Gu Changsheng stood there, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Pung. Jian Sufengqiu landed heavily on the ground. Gu Changsheng walked over. Jian Sufengqiu was lying there, grunting blood in her throat. A long gurgle. Gu Changsheng frowned, not dead yet? How unfortunate. He pointed towards the sky, and a sword shadow descended from the sky, cutting him down. Gu Changsheng said with a grimace, Jian Sufengqiu, you can't blame me, who let you have the 9 heavenly thunder? This kind of divine object, only this young man can be worthy of it, it's too bad that it's on you. Then he waved his hand. Terrifying thunder power surged out from Jian Sufengqiu's body. Sure enough, it was the 9 heavenly divine thunder. Gu Changsheng revealed an expression of surprise. Come. He stretched out his hand towards the 9 heavenly thunder. After a long time, Gu Changsheng opened his eyes and a flash of brilliant light exploded out. He spread out his hand, and the thunder sparks that were several times more powerful than before twined around his fingertips. This feeling of being in control of a powerful force was so refreshing. Afterward, Gu Changsheng waved his hand. A sea of fire fell from the sky, setting the forest ablaze. He turned around and walked away. Ding. Gu Changsheng killed Jian Sufengqiu, obtaining 9 heavenly thunder remnant and heavenly fate value of 800,000. Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. The 9 heavens divine thunder was even partially mutilated, and it could still allow one to raise their heavenly fate value by 800,000. Worthy of being the 8th ranked divine thunder in the 9 continents. This Gu Changsheng rejoined the 6th ranked sons of Qi. One can only say that these sons of Qi are indeed quite bullish. A single slip of the tongue, and he who had been knocked back to a third-ranked son of Qi Luck unexpectedly went back again. Sword Sufengqiu, the daughter of the 10,000 Sword Sects patriarch. Sufengqiu rubbed his chin. Then he revealed a cold smile. That's about right, it's time to spit it all out. Sufengqiu walked out of the room. Qingxue. Li Chenua stood up. Sun Tzu. Let's go, accompany this emperor on a trip to the 10,000 Sword Sect. Sufengqiu. Qingxue stood up. Li Chenua froze. 10,000 Sword Sect? Isn't that where the Gu family is now? Isn't it dangerous to go there? Going to the 10,000 Sword Sect? Well, it's time to go and watch the show. Li Chenua followed Sufengqiu out of the Su clan with doubts. 10,000 Sword Sect. Jiang Qingxue slowly paced. Why does the sovereign look a little distracted? Jiang Qingxue frowned. I don't know, my eyelids are always jumping around, I always feel like something bad is about to happen. Whoosh. Above the distant void, a figure smashed heavily in front of the 10,000 Sword sect gate. What happened? The huge commotion instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. They all sped over. A deep pit was smashed out in front. Changsheng. Jiang Qingxue was startled. How could it be Gu Changshan? Where's his daughter? Quickly treat it. Peak. Jiang Qingxue's face was grave. Where's his daughter? Patriarch Gu Changsheng is seriously injured, with 8 broken ribs and ruptured internal organs, but luckily, it's not fatal. Jiang Qingxue nodded. Cough. On the bed, Gu Changsheng opened his eyes. Changsheng. Jiang Qingxue and the others hurriedly surrounded. Uncle Jian. Gu Changsheng sniffled as tears flowed down his face. He assisted up with difficulty. Flop. He then fell off the bed. Changsheng. The crowd rushed to help him. Gu Changsheng, on the other hand, reached out and stopped them, and behind his ears, he knelt in front of Jiang Qingxue, crying. Uncle Jian, Changsheng is useless, it is all Changsheng's fault, Sufengqiu, you kill me. Gu Changsheng was in tears. Jiang Qingxue inwardly trembled violently. What happened to Sufengqiu? In the end, what happened? Jiang Qingxue anxiously asked. We arrived at the great desolate heavenly domain. Before we knew it, there was a demon god level existence there. It was the 9 underworld python. When Sufengqiu was refining, I was guarding by the side, when the 9 underworld python suddenly appeared out of the blue and swallowed Sufengqiu. Jiang Qingxue's head turned white and he stumbled back a few steps. I tried my best, but I was no match for the 9 netherworld python. I'm a loser. I couldn't save Sufengqiu's sister. This was obviously made up by Gu Changshan. The injuries were made by him. So far, the effect was remarkable. Sufengqiu Jiang Qingxue was lost in thought, his eyes red. It was as if he had aged several years in an instant. It's me who is useless. I thank you with my life. Gu Changsheng's spiritual power coalesced and slapped his palm to his head. Changsheng. Jiang Qingxue hurriedly reached out to stop him. You did your best, I don't blame you, rest well. Jiang Qingxue turned around and walked out. Outside. Pass on my order. Jiang Qingxue clenched his fists, his face was full of anger and he gritted his teeth. Gather the strongest members of the 10,000 Sword Sect and target the great desolate heavenly domain 9 Spectres earthly underworld python. Avenge Sufengqiu. Yes. Inside the room. Gu Changsheng lay there, revealing a hideous smile. Now then, on to preparing his next plan. Find an opportunity to do some maneuvering, and see if the strongest members of the Gu family could seize the power of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Putting the 10,000 Sword Sect in their hands was the only way to return to the top of the Gu family. At the same time, Sufengqiu and Li Chenua, not far away, also came to the location not far from the 10,000 Sword Sect. More so fierce, everyone support it. Chapter 89 Gu Changsheng's defeat. Sufengqiu and Li Chenua strolled around the city. Li Chenua still didn't know exactly what Sufengqiu was here for. Have you heard? The 10,000 Sword Sect had informed the major forces of the Northern Underworld Empire to provide the location of the 9 Desolate Heavens region's underworld python of the 9 secrets, and anyone who could provide a clue would be heavily thanked. 9 ghostly underworld pythons? That is a terrifying existence that can almost fight with the dragon race, and if it is at the Immortal Emperor level, it can turn the heavens and the earth upside down. One of the kings of the great desolate heavenly domain, at least the 5th level of the demon emperor, half of the pole cannot fight together. Why has provoked the 10,000 Sword Sect? This is not an ordinary thing. Does anyone know why? What happened? I heard someone say that the daughter of the 10,000 Sword Sect's patriarch seems to have gone to the great desolate heavenly domain to practice. Could it be his? Then I'm afraid something's happened. Hearing the crowd's conversation, Li Chenua gave Sufengqiu a curious look. Is this what Mr. Su is about? Sufengqiu smiled. It's not that simple, just cooperate with this emperor for a while. Sufengqiu smiled. It's not that simple. Sword Qiaoyun led a group of Wan Jian sect's strongest men and sped towards the great desolate heavenly domain in a rage.
3 days later, into the great desolate heavenly domain, everyone scattered to look for, once found the traces of the 9 underworld python. Do not act recklessly, first through the notes summoning everyone.
Jian Chaoyun reminded.
Yes. Right at this moment, above the void, 2 figures stopped the group of them from going.
Who are they?
The crowd of the 10,000 Sword Sect stopped in their tracks and stared angrily at Sufengqiu's crowd. Sufengqiu clasped his fist. Holy Yao Empire, Su family Sufengqiu.
Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue clasped his fist. They frowned. Sufengqiu? Lin Qingxue? Sufengqiu. What do you mean?
Jian Chaoyun pointed his sword at Sufengqiu. They had a grudge against each other. Plus, now that Jian Chaoyun is burning with rage, his attitude is not good.
There is something that Your Excellency will definitely be interested in, Sufengqiu said.
Speak. This matter is better for this emperor to speak with Your Excellency alone.
It is not good to have many people,
Sufengqiu said with a smile on his lips.
Pretending to be a trickster, these are all strong men from my 10,000 Sword Sect. What's wrong with that? What tricks are you going to pull? Jian Chaoyun asked vigilantly. It's about your love, Jian Sufengqiu.
Saying that, Sufengqiu stepped on the void and turned to walk away. Hearing this, Jian Chaoyun's brows furrowed violently. Everyone wait here for this patriarch for a few moments. I will go and see what kind of medicine he, Sufengqiu, is selling in his gourd.
Jian Chaoyun then followed Sufengqiu. It's almost time,
Jian Chaoyun said. Sufengqiu and Lin Qingxue turned around.
Sufengqiu said, there is something that I also came across unintentionally.
Sufengqiu said, I traveled with Qingxue through the great desolate heavenly domain.
Lin Qingxue.
Hearing those 4 words, Jian Chaoyun deeply felt that it was not simple.
You said.
Sufengqiu said, it so happened that I inadvertently saw a scene where Gu Changshang was absorbing and refining the 9 heavenly lightning.
Hearing this, Jian Chaoyun's pupils shrunk dramatically. Lin Qingxue.
Jian Sufengqiu's corpse is right next to it. This emperor thinks that this 9 heavenly thunder is Jian Sufengqiu, right?
Jian Chaoyun was emotional. Nonsense, Sufengqiu was swallowed by the 9 underworld python, and Changsheng couldn't save it with his best efforts.
Oh, then what this emperor saw, Your Excellency, will be taken as a fake. Farewell.
Wait.
Jian Chaoyun called out to Sufengqiu.
He was just unwilling to accept this fact.
However, when Sufengqiu spoke of the 9 heavenly thunder, Jian Chaoyun knew that what Sufengqiu said couldn't be false. 9 heavens divine thunder, the only people in the whole world who knew about it were him and his daughter, Jian Sufengqiu.
There was absolutely no third person. How could Sufengqiu say that?
Only he saw it with his own eyes.
Little friend Su, please continue. Sufengqiu said, this emperor still need to say?
Sword Sovereign should have a number in his heart. I also have an enmity with the Gu family, so I specifically came to the 10,000 Sword Sect, wanting to inform the Sword Sovereign of this matter, true or false, the Sword Sovereign to decide on his own. Farewell.
Ka. Jian Chaoyun clenched his fist. No farewell. He revealed an angry expression in place. Sufengqiu couldn't be false if he told the 9 heavenly thunder. Gu Changshang was refining the 9 heavenly thunder. Jian Sufengqiu's corpse was right next to it.
There was only one possibility. Gu Changshang had discovered that Jian Sufengqiu had the 9 heavenly thunder. He killed Jian Sufengqiu and seized her 9 heavenly thunder. After injuring himself, he lied that he had encountered the 9 underworld python.
How to go about confirming this? It's simple.
Then we'll see if the 9 heavenly thunder is in Gu Changsheng's hands.
If that's the case, then this Gu Changsheng is simply a. Because Sufengqiu had spoken of the 9 heavenly thunder. So he really had to believe Sufengqiu's words. Jian Chaoyun walked back. Sovereign, what is it?
Jian Chaoyun said, go back first and wait for news from the other martial artists before going to the great desolate heavenly domain.
Ah yes.
Jian Chaoyun returned to the 10,000 Sword Sect. Jian Chaoyun returned to his peak. It was difficult to know if the 9 heavenly divine lightning was on Gu Changsheng or not.
It was hard to find out if he didn't show it.
But don't forget that the 9 heavenly thunder was what he had given to Jian Sufengqiu. Because it was too strong, he had split the 9 heavenly divine thunder into 2 and only let Jian Sufengqiu refine one part of it. The other part, he intended to let Jian Sufengqiu refine it after she became stronger. Refining all of it was the true power of the 9 heavenly divine thunder. But after all, it was the 8th ranked divine thunder in the continent. Even if it was only half of it, Gu Changsheng didn't feel anything abnormal and still felt strong. Therefore, Jian Chaoyun could use the other part of the 9 heavenly divine thunder to sense if there was any 9 heavenly divine thunder in Gu Changsheng's body. If there was.
Ka.
Thinking of this, it was as if Jian Chaoyun wanted to eat Gu Changsheng alive. Because in fact, he probably believed in his heart that it was what Sufengqiu had said.
Jian Chaoyun went to the 10,000 Sword Sect's secret realm.
He refined the other half of the 9 heavenly thunder himself.
Gu Changsheng, I hope it's not what Sufengqiu said. Jian Chaoyun then went to the Sword Dao Peak. Sovereign is here again? Didn't go out? Gu Zhuanha inquired.
Went out in too much of a hurry to prepare some more, and there are other martial artists looking for it, just in time for me to visit and check on Changsheng again.
Changsheng is resting.
Jian Zhaoyun said, Sufengqiu is gone, I want to accept Changsheng as a righteous son.
This please.
Aha! Jian Zhaoyun walked over.
Click.
Pushing open the door, Jian Zhaoyun walked into the room.
Gu Changsheng opened his eyes. Uncle Jian. Gu Changsheng weakly said. Changsheng, I've brought you an 8th order Qian Yuan nourishing heart pill.
Cough cough, thank you Uncle Jian. Uncle Jian, Changsheng's heart is guilty of Gu Changsheng said weakly. AI, this matter can't be helped, heaven's will is like this.
Uncle Jian, if you do not mind, Changsheng can be your righteous son.
Jian Zhaoyun,
Changsheng. Jian Zhaoyun took Gu Changsheng's hands. Changsheng, I think so too. Righteous father. Changsheng.
Jian Zhaoyun wiped his tears. The pills are taken, you rest well, when I avenge Sufengqiu, you and I will renew the bond between father and son.
Good righteous father, be careful.
Aha! Watching Jian Zhaoyun turn and walk away, Gu Changsheng's eyes flashed with a touch of sinister. Bah, let you take advantage of me for a few days, by then this 10,000 sword sect of yours will all be mine.
Outside.
Jian Zhaoyun stood at the doorway.
Ka. His body trembled as he clenched his fists.
He naturally grabbed Gu Changsheng's hand on purpose. 9 heavenly divine thunder, there was movement. Inside Gu Changsheng's body, there was the 9 heavenly thunder. Jian Zhaoyun almost didn't control himself on the spot. But he managed to hold back.
Gu Changsheng, what a moralistic, despicable, shameless beast. My 10,000 sword sect took you in and this is how grateful you are.
Jian Zhaoyun tilted his head, repent, Sufengqiu, it is father who has harmed you.
Don't worry, my father will use the blood of all the people in this Gu family to sacrifice your soul in heaven. Chapter 90, Surrounding Gu Changsheng. Sufengqiu and Li Chenua went to a nice inn in the city to drink. What exactly was the meaning of all that Mr. Su had said just now?
Li Chenua really didn't get it.
What do you think of Gu Changsheng? Sufengqiu asked.
Hypocrite, moralistic. After all, Li Chenua knew how good Gu Changsheng was. But then again, she knew how he treated Xiao Li. Leaving other things aside for now, just the matter of Xiao Li had already proved that he was a moralistic hypocrite. What if, after the 10,000 sword sect took him in, he took advantage of his training with Jian Sufengqiu to kill him and seize his 9 heavenly divine thunder? Sufengqiu asked as he took a sip of wine.
Li Chenua.
She revealed a flash of anger, that he is. Suddenly, Li Chenua realized something. She looked at Sufengqiu in surprise. Mr. Su, it wouldn't be. Sufengqiu nodded. Well, so this Jian Zhaoyun must have his method, as long as he finds out that Gu Changsheng has the 9 heavenly thunder in his body, then. Li Chenua, then the 10,000 sword sect and the Gu family will have a battle, and the Gu family that Mr. Su didn't destroy can be destroyed by the hands of the 10,000 sword sect, which is a borrowed sword to kill.
Smart.
Li Chenua was shocked. Mr. Su was even more powerful than she had imagined. But how did Duke Su know that Jian Sufengqiu was killed by Gu Changsheng, and how did he know that Jian Sufengqiu had the 9 heavens divine thunder in her body?
Li Chenua asked curiously. This killing with a borrowed knife is formidable.
It was also simple.
But, how could one know this information?
Sufengqiu had a plug-in after all. As soon as he thought about the system prompt, he knew what was happening.
You come over, this emperor will speak with you. Sufengqiu laughed.
Li Chenua curiously sat beside Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu brought his face over as if he was about to say something quiet. Sufengqiu suddenly stretched out his hand and swept her onto his lap. Li Chenju's pretty face reddened violently.
Eunuch Su. She pouted in alarm.
Sufengqiu smiled and released her.
Eunuch Su, don't tease Qingxue. Ha, come on, drink. Sufengqiu laughed. Mr. Su, please. 10,000 sword sect, Sword Dao Peak. Gu Zhuanhai came to Gu Changsheng's side. Changsheng, what did Jian Zhaoyun say to you?
Gu Changsheng said, gave Changsheng an 8th order elixir, in addition, accepted me as a righteous son. Well, good, Sufengqiu fell, you will have this identity of a righteous son in the future, and you will be able to eat well in the 10,000 sword sect.
Gu Changsheng nodded. He was torn for a while. Supreme Elder. Something's up?
Gu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, Elder Tai Shang, my Gu family's 10,000 years of heritage is gone, and with the current situation, if I want to return to the top without taking shortcuts, I'm afraid it's impossible without a few hundred years. Old me is also thinking of a way. What do you think if we directly force a clan and re-establish it as the Gu family, and then pick up the many people of my Gu family who are still in exile now, so that the clan's underpinnings, we can also laugh at it, how about that?
Gu Changsheng's eyes flashed a hint of gloom. Changsheng thinks so too.
Gu Zhen said, you are, pure nature, this is subjected to a Sufengqiu a few times of bullying. I thought that you would refuse, but now it seems that these things have made you grow up. Good things, too pure instead of disadvantages. Gu Changsheng looked at Gu Jinghe and said, Tai Shang Elder, instead of taking over other sects, why not take over the 10,000 swords sect?
Gu Changsheng's words startled Gu Jinghe.
He looked at Gu Changsheng in surprise. Gu Changsheng sat up and said in a deep voice, Wan Jianzong's heritage is not much worse than the Gu family. After seizing the power, those foreign powerhouses of Wan Jianzong will still be used by my Gu family, and we only need to kill all the people of the sword family of Wan Jianzong, and the Wan Jianzong will change its name and become my Gu family. Gu Zhuanhe was really shocked that this was something Gu Changsheng could say. This move is simply inhuman. For one, the sword family is his late birth mother's family. 2. The 10,000 sword sect had taken in their Gu family and was gracious. Third, this move is afraid to be spurned by the 9 continents. Gu Changsheng continued, find a random reason, let the people of the 9 continents think that what we are doing is reasonable, my Gu family is just rising up against it, there is no way out, this will suffice. How do we do it? Gu Jinghe asked. Suddenly, this young master of the Gu family, who was pure in nature, didn't seem so simple. They trust us so much, find an opportunity where strong people can gather, use poison, as for poison, we have plenty of time to find it. Gu Changsheng said. Reconsider. Just at this time, Sword Dao Peak was suddenly in chaos. Sovereign, gentlemen, what do you mean by this? A roar of alarm came from outside. Gu Changsheng and Gu Zhuanhe frowned. Gu Zhuanhe, what's happening? He hurriedly walked out. Gu Changsheng frowned. There was a vague feeling of something bad happening. At this moment, the Sword Dao Peak of the 10,000 Sword Sect was sealed by a powerful boundary. On top of the void outside the boundary, there stood almost all of the Wan Jian sect's strongest people, including Jian Chaoyun. This scene was also shocking. Sufengqiu and Li Chenua had already arrived outside the 10,000 Sword Sect. Such a shocking scene had also attracted a large number of people. Sword Sovereign. What is the meaning of this? Gu Zhuanhe walked out with a frown on his face and asked loudly. This was simply a sword drawn. How could they suddenly be sword fighting against their Gu family? There has to be a reason too. Sword Chaoyun roared out, Gu Changsheng, Gu family. My 10,000 Sword Sect kindly took you in, and you are simply Gu Changsheng, coveting my daughter Jian Shueqi's 9 heavenly lightning, not hesitating to persecute her and take away her 9 heavenly lightning, but also deceiving us that it was swallowed by the 9 underworld python. This action, people and gods are furious, pigs and dogs are worse than dogs. You Gu Changsheng, bull-fluttering gentleman, you are the world's most detestable hypocritical villain, hypocrite. Your mother is a member of my sword family. You even persecuted your own family. You even persecuted your own immortal couple, are you still human? Wow. These words came out. It wasn't just those people outside watching the show who stared in disbelief. Even those from the Gu family were unable to believe it. What? This Gu Changsheng was actually like this? The 10,000 Sword Sect kindly took him in, but he even designed to persecute Jian Shueqi for the sake of the 9 heavenly thunder. This Jian Shueqi and Gu Changsheng, only a few days ago, rumored that they had become immortal couples. He even killed his own immortal couple? Good sinister villain, before he even pretended so many years of elegant gentleman, behind the scenes as such a villain, I do not know these years, behind his back to do what the people and the gods are angry. This kind of hypocritical villain is 1,000 times more horrible and hateful than those mainland villains. His Gu Changsheng's ungrateful behavior is rare in 100 years. Therefore, Sufengqiu's previous words about his villainous deeds seem to be all true, and it's us who have misunderstood Sufengqiu. Kill him. Kill him. Gu Zhuanhe roared, nonsense, long life for people, everyone knows, who do such things are possible, only long life is absolutely impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Where did the 9 heavenly thunder in Gu Changsheng's body come from? Sufengqiu of the Su family, Fairy Lin saw Gu Changsheng kill Shueqi and refine the 9 heavenly thunder in the great desolate heavenly domain. Jian Chaoyun said angrily. Gu Zhuanhe, nonsense, his Sufengqiu's words, do you believe them too, Sword Sovereign? Jian Chaoyun, 9 heavenly thunder, is 5 years ago when this patriarch travel unintentionally obtained, in a year ago, half of it to Shueqi refining, the other half has been in my 10,000 swords sect, heard Sufengqiu's tips, this patriarch deliberately will be the other part of the refining. Just now, again, he deliberately found Gu Changsheng and sensed the other half of the 9 heavenly divine thunder in his body. Junior Gu Changsheng, do you dare to come out and confront me? Gu Changsheng. Do you dare to come out and confront? Gu Changsheng. Chapter 91. Jian Chaoyun's roar filled with grief and anger resounded throughout the sky. Anyone could feel the pain of being a father. The regret and grief of being the one who experienced this matter. The person whom one had taken in with good intentions. One who had handed over his daughter to him. He actually designed to kill Jian Shueqi for the sake of the 9 heavenly thunder. Simply not human. Simply not even good enough. In Jian Chaoyun's mind, his daughter was considered killed by him as a father. Many people were waiting for things to follow. They stood in the void and looked above the Sword Dao Peak. They wanted to see what was going on. Could Gu Changsheng come out to confront them? Gu Changsheng didn't come out. At this moment, inside the room, his face was ugly to the extreme. Sufengqiu. It's Sufengqiu again? Ka. He clenched his fists in death, his face full of viciousness and resentment. Sufengqiu had seen his scene?
Why? Why was it always this Sufengqiu who spoiled his good deeds? In the end, why It's all over now. It's all over. First, the Gu family is trapped. Secondly, there are still people who don't believe the negative news about Gu Changsheng. Once this incident is over, Gu Changsheng will be completely reduced to a street rat in the 9 continents. There would be no place for Gu Changsheng in the 9 continents. He knew the extent of this matter in his heart. He was completely ruined. His plans were all ruined. Did he even get just half of the 9 heavenly thunder? Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng gritted his teeth. Outside. Gu Changsheng did not come out. Gu Zhuanhe and the other members of the Gu family had ugly faces. There was no other reason. Because that was what they thought in their hearts. The evidence was overwhelming. Moreover, Gu Changsheng didn't dare to come out to confront him, clearly having a weak heart. Disgraceful. All of them, the group of Gu family powerhouses, felt humiliated. What could possibly be done? This Gu Changsheng didn't even come out, so there was absolutely no explanation. Unexpectedly, the once famous Gu family's young master Gu Changsheng of the 9 continents, a top genius, refined and elegant, was such a sinister villain behind his back, which made people think twice. Kill him. Lynch him. Such a sinister villain, his own relatives, his own immortal couple are persecuted, is the scourge of the 9 continents. Kill him. The crowd was in a frenzy. Gu Jinghe clasped his fist and said, Sword Sovereign, please raise your hand. Please give me a high hand. You're asking me to give me a high hand for such a villain? You Gu family, all of you are no good. Jian Jiayun roared in anger, you Gu Changsheng out, I still respect you as a male, come out or not afraid to come out, right? I don't dare to come out, right? 10,000 swords sect listen to my order. The people of the Gu family are all villains, put everything together and sacrifice the blood of the entire Gu family to the soul of my beloved daughter, Sufengqiu. The sword points towards the sky. Black clouds rolled in and appeared. The pupils of the Gu family, including Gu Jinghe, shrank. Pinch? The Gu family had dodged a bullet. How come again? This Gu Changsheng. What's wrong with you? Master Sword, do you need help? I can help the Sword sect. I'm coming too. Wait, I'm going to the Red Dust sect to shake people, completely spontaneously, without any favors from the 10,000 Sword sect. I just want to get rid of Gu Changsheng and other scourges. Half an hour, just half an hour, I'm going to shake people. The crowd was also in a frenzy. Mostly, they were too angry. A fluttering gentleman, but a sinister villain. This one was even. He killed half of his own family. He killed his own immortal partner. This is outrageous. Thank you all, kill me. Kill. Yes, sir. They rushed towards the Sword Dao Peak in unison. The pupils of the Gu clan's group of powerful men shrank. The Gu family obeyed the order. Gu Jinghe roared. In. Fight to the death for me. Following Sufengqiu's 3 battles that shook the 9 continents, the 4th was staged at the 10,000 sword sect. Sufengqiu stood there with his hands folded with Li Chenua. The Gu family is indeed strong. But the 10,000 swords sect was definitely not weak either. Plus, there were more and more powerful people who had spontaneously come forward to help the 10,000 swords sect eradicate the scourge of the 9 continents. There were even a few clans who had come with their families in tow. Gradually, the situation took on a lopsided appearance. For something that could make all the powerful people spontaneously come forward without seeking any reward or counting their losses, other than eradicating the demonic forces that plagued the earth together, Gu Changsheng could truly be considered the first person to do so. Li Chenua said with a touch of contempt. Sufengqiu said indifferently, eradicating the forces of the demonic religion also requires a force to come down and take the lead, and in terms of taking the initiative, it really can't be compared to this matter. Sufengqiu said yes, every time I think of sitting and discussing poetry with Gu Changsheng before, I feel dirty, that under the fluttering gentleman is such a sinister villain. Li Chenua was furious. Angry that he could not see through him. It was also that Gu Changsheng's move was too sinister and ruthless. Time passes slowly. Little by little, the Gu family could no longer hold out. Gu Jinghe spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Yan. He bellowed. Cough. Elder Yan, an immortal emperor of the 8th rank, fell. Gu Jinghe gritted his teeth. We will guard this place, please ask Elder Yan to take Changsheng away from the 10,000 sword sect. The lineage of my Gu family cannot be broken. Elder Yan, do you still want to keep such a despicable person? Why don't you hand him over and we'll still have a chance to save him? Gu Jinghe frowned, but Changsheng is the top genius of our Gu family, the best in the 9 continents, and now he's an immortal emperor of the 2nd stage, only he can revitalize our Gu family. But I'm afraid that after what he did, it will be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the 9 continents. Gu Jinghe, don't think about this first, it doesn't matter if you or I die, Changsheng is such a good bloodline of my Gu family, we can't break it. We have to have a sense of responsibility before the matter of the Gu family, you and I on hey, now how can it? Yen Lao, you and I are still young, we can still give birth the offspring that we give birth to must not be bad. Maybe, even stronger than Changsheng? At least not a street rat. You and I continue the Gu family offspring is not also a sense of responsibility? Gu Zhuanhe. Right. You and I are still young. Can still be born.
Go, this time there is no sense of guilt, itself you and I without cause injustices brought by him. Go, hand over Gu Changsheng, the old man to find him, you top.
Yan Lao nodded, good. As soon as possible.
Gu Jinghe hurriedly detached himself from the battlefield and entered Gu Changsheng's room. However, there were only bloodstains on the bed, but no Gu Changsheng's figure.
Gu Zhuanhe's brows furrowed violently. Pinch? Where was Gu Changsheng? Where was he? Whoosh! Gu Zhuanhe rushed out, searching the entire Sword Dao Peak for Gu Changsheng's figure.
In the end, he still hadn't seen Gu Changsheng.
However, he found a formation at the back of the mountain. Chow! The Nine Heavens Space Formation. Gu Jinghe gritted his teeth. This was a ninth order grand formation. This grand formation should have been given to him by Gu Changsheng's father, Gu Fangzhou. Formations don't coalesce. It was a formation diagram that was activated by spiritual energy to directly activate the formation.
In simple terms, it was a life preserver.
If Gu Fangzhou hadn't given it to Gu Changsheng,
Su Clan at that time, he would have been able to escape by relying on the Nine Heavens space formation. The fact that he didn't use it meant that the formation diagram wasn't in his hands. He gave it to Gu Changsheng. And now, the boundary trapped them all. He had just tried to find a way to see if he could lift all of their strength to open an opening and save Gu Changsheng. This bid was good, he caused a mess.
He quietly ran away by himself? This big formation can even help a lot of people run away together. He just ran away by himself? Bid. Gu Zhuanhe let out a long whistle to the sky. Chapter 92 Getting the Nine Heavenly Thunder. Time slowly passed. More and more powerful people entered. The Gu family simply couldn't resist anymore.
In itself, they already had no heart.
Even more so, they couldn't fight. Gu Zhuanhe sped over. Taking so long? I thought you'd run away.
Where's Gu Changsheng? Elder Yan asked as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Gu Zhenhe clenched his fists. He ran away. What? How did he run away? Old man couldn't even run away. Elder Yan was confused. It should be the Nine Heavenly Spatial Formation given to him by the Patriarch. Elder Yan? He has the Nine Heavenly Spatial Formation and didn't take us with him? How was I to know? What a? Gu Zhuanhe gritted his teeth.
Nine Heavens Spatial Formation Array Diagram, cohesion also needs some time, he is letting us be cannon fodder, delay time for him, he himself run.
Yen old man a face of anger. What a?
I should have thought that a person who was so despicable and shameless that he would even persecute his own immortal couple, how could he not do such a thing?
Gu Zhenhe clenched his fists. Up ahead, the Gu family's strongest men couldn't hold out much longer. Jian Xiaoyun killed over and roared, Gu Jinghe. Hand over Gu Changsheng. It's not that the old man won't hand it over. He ran away. Gu Jinghe roared. Ran away? You can't even run away, can he? Your Gu family is still stubborn even in this situation. Good. All of you, listen to me. Kill them all. Leave no one behind.
Ding, the Gu family has been destroyed, Gu Changsheng's heavenly fate value has been reduced by 2 million, and your system value has increased by 20 million. Sufengqiu nodded in satisfaction. He still had around 4.5 million heavenly destiny values left. Next, abolish his cultivation, break his inheritance, and seize his 9 heavenly thunder. These 4.5 million system values were almost bare. The emotionless Tao he obtained was passed down from the emotionless demon ancestor from tens of thousands of years ago. This emotionless demon ancestor was considered to be at the 9 continents battle ceiling level. His entire power inheritance added up to provide Gu Changsheng with 2 million heavenly destiny values. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to directly certify to the second stage of Immortal Emperor. But the consequences were also extremely serious. His kind would be walking a tightrope. It was even extremely likely that the emotionless demon ancestor would backfire. To put it simply, it was possible that after a while, this Gu Changsheng would no longer be Gu Changsheng, but the emotionless demon ancestor. 9 Heavenly Thunder provided 1 million.
Heavenly Wrath Technique.
Sufengqiu secretly released the Heavenly Condemnation skill.
The strength of the 10,000 sword sect, those dead powerhouses of the Gu family, were all absorbed by Sufengqiu using the Heavenly Condemnation skill. His cultivation level skyrocketed once again. It was a vague feeling that it wouldn't be long before he would be at the 4th stage of Immortal Emperor.
Mr. Su, Gu Changsheng seems to have escaped. Li Chenua said with a slight frown on her brows.
He won't be able to escape.
Sufengqiu said confidently.
For someone like Gu Changsheng, he loved his feathers too much.
From the towering young master of the Gu family, he had turned into a street rat that everyone shouted at. This kind was actually worse than killing him. In the past, when he went out, he was surrounded by stars. He enjoyed it, and even more so, he enjoyed the girls' adoration and worship of him.
Now unable to enjoy this, he would have a seizure. Next, it was this emperor's business. Li Chenua didn't understand Sufengqiu's words. Let's go. Sufengqiu and Li Chenua prepared to leave. Young Lord Su. Sword Chaoyun chased after him. Is there anything else Sword Sovereign wants? Sufengqiu asked. Jian Chaoyun gritted his teeth. Gu Changsheng, ran away, the most hateful one of all. Can't run away. Sufengqiu said. Hey, although after today, he became a street rat, but after all, there are not many people who know him. If he wants to hide in this great world, I am afraid that it is difficult to find. Finished, Jian Chaoyun clenched his fists, trembling. I cannot wait to flay him alive. I can't wait to flay him alive. Sufengqiu said, there will be an opportunity, farewell. Sufengqiu said, there will be a chance, farewell. Jian Chaoyun called out to Sufengqiu again. He then clasped his fist at Sufengqiu. I've offended you before, so please bear with me, young Master Su. I don't have any deep hatred with the 10,000 Swords sect. I regret that I shouldn't have taken in his Gu family's sinful animal. I have to thank young Lord Su for reminding me of this matter, otherwise I would have even had to cultivate him Gu Changsheng, so. Jian Chaoyun's right arm was entwined with a terrifying power of thunder. The moment this thunder appeared, the clouds above his head began to tumble. Jian Chaoyun stiffly drew the thunder away. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out of him before he half kneeled on the ground, his face pale and panting heavily. And in front of him, a ball of thunder erupted with an extremely terrifying might. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The rolling thunder clouds were suffocating. Thunder poured down from the sky amidst the heavy rain, pouring into the 9 heavenly thunder. That streak of thunder grew more and more massive and appalling. This scene also drew sideways glances from the crowd. 9 heavens divine thunder. The legendary 9 heavens divine thunder. Just half of the 9 heavens divine thunder appearing in the earthly world had attracted such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. If this thunder was here for a few years, I'm afraid that the surrounding area would have to become a forbidden land of thunder. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if it was the complete 9 heavenly divine thunder. What did this Jian Chaoyun mean? He actually took the 9 heavenly divine thunder that he had successfully refined and hardened it? This move would damage him tremendously, and it was feared that his realm would have to regress one step from the Immortal Emperor realm. Sufengqiu frowned. Jian Chaoyun said with a pale face, young Lord Su, Jian Chaoyun is not a good person, but I am definitely not ungrateful. Thanks to your reminder, this patriarch was able to avenge Sufengqiu's death. This 9 heavens divine thunder, which was originally reserved for Sufengqiu, is considered my Jian Chaoyun's repayment to young Lord Su. The other half, I won't be able to do anything about it. Sufengqiu clasped his fist. Then this emperor will not be polite with Sword Sovereign. The 9 heavenly thunder, for Sufengqiu, no, even those more outrageous geniuses in the 9 heavens, such as the Immortal Palace Sacred Sun and all these, were all dreaming of obtaining it. Thanks a lot. Jian Chaoyun clasped his fist and turned around to head back to the 10,000 Swords sect. And Sufengqiu extended his hand towards that 9 heavenly thunder. The extremely terrifying looking heaven and earth anomaly also disappeared. The 9 heavenly divine thunder was collected by Sufengqiu into the 100 treasure bag small world. The crowd looked at Sufengqiu with bated breath. It was the supreme bone again. Another 9 heavenly thunder. This Sufengqiu, there were too many good things in his body. The strongest people in the entire continent must be coveting him. Whether they have a grudge or not. For the sake of a supreme bone and the 9 heavenly thunder, it's totally worth it. It's just a matter of looking at the need to find a good opportunity. And it can't be known by the Su family. Let's go. Aha! Sufengqiu then led Li Chenua out of here. 3 days later. 10,000 miles away. Misty Swamp. Gu Changsheng opened his eyes. He had recovered 50% of his injuries. He didn't dare to continue staying in this misty swamp. It couldn't be helped. After what happened, he didn't know where he should go. The misty swamp, at least it was good for hiding, but it was dangerous. Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng's eyes were full of scorn. Chapter 93 Ruthless Demon Ancestor. Gu Changsheng left the misty swamp. He went to the nearest city, intending to exchange some medicinal herbs. To be on the safe side, he was still very serious about his injuries, just for fear of being discovered. In the 10,000 Swords sect, he would definitely be fine with recuperation. But now, the departure was hasty. He didn't even have any means of healing on him. Now only 50% was definitely not enough. Tianfeng City. Gu Changsheng put on the hat of his black robe and then walked into the city. That's right, who would have thought that this Gu Changsheng would be such a sinister villain? This thing also impact is still very bad, actually can let the 10,000 Swords sect around those sect powerhouses, spontaneous unrequited, regardless of the cost of the initiative. This Gu Changsheng, even if he ran away, in the future is also everyone shouted at the street rat. Now, every city in the entire 9 continents has the portrait of this scum. The portrait is still made by the hand of the painting saint who entered the Tao by painting. The entire 9 continents no longer has a place for her to stay, but wherever he is found to be on the trail, instantly there will be a large number of people pouncing over. What a scum!
I used to love reading his poems, but now that I look back on it, it's just an insult, damn it. Gu Changsheng lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Finished? It's only been a few days. The news has already reached here, 10,000 miles away. In the whole of the 9 continents, there was really no place for him, Gu Changsheng, to stay. Sufengqiu, you've ruined me, you've ruined my life. Gu Changsheng, was such a bright, shining, star-studded top genius of the 9 continents, because of you. I'm now so down and out, everyone is shouting at me, what am I, Gu Changsheng? It's all because of you. At this moment, a figure rode around the city and shouted. Everyone, pay attention, according to a lover, it is suspected that Gu Changsheng has been found to have gone to the Misty Swamp. This is only 80 miles away from the Misty Swamp, everyone pay attention and be vigilant. Hearing this, Gu Changsheng's face changed, hurriedly lowered his head, and hurriedly walked away. As for? Are these people as far as that? Didn't this young master just kill someone? You've never done anything like that before, have you? Do you want to force this young man to die before you are willing to do so? The day you force me to die, you'll all be the culprits, so what's the difference between you and me? Ka! Gu Changsheng clenched his fist. Whoosh! He even saw 2 immortal emperors speeding away above the void. It was unknown which power they were from. But what did it have to do with them? Their hallowed immortal emperors were going to search for him, Gu Changsheng? Soon, Gu Changsheng was also informed of the reason. The 10,000 Sword sect had taken out their sacred artifact of Jinzone, the Violet Cloud Bell, which was famous throughout the entire 9 continents, as payment for the continent-wide manhunt for Gu Changsheng. The Purple Cloud Bell, in the hands of any immortal emperor, was equivalent to having an additional weapon of mass destruction. It was a top-notch holy weapon that could give them a chance to win even in cross-level battles. Therefore, many immortal emperors, they were still willing to come out and try for this Violet Cloud Bell. Knowing this, Gu Changsheng also understood just how difficult his current situation was. Even the strongest of the major powers were actively searching for him. What did this make him do? What could he do? What's wrong with me? It's just a matter of killing people. Haven't you ever killed anyone? You've never killed anyone? You've never killed anyone for treasure? You've never done it? You've never done it? You've never done it? You've never done it? Why do you want to catch me? Why? What's wrong with me? Gu Changsheng's eyes were red and her body trembled slightly. You all forced me, you all forced me. Gu Changsheng then sped towards a place. He had obtained the inheritance of the emotionless demon ancestor. It hadn't dared to obtain this inheritance for so long. It was because he had been very scrupulous. He was worried that although this power could make him stronger, it might be dangerous. However, Sufengqiu crushed him. He had no choice. He chose to inherit this power, thus advancing to Immortal Emperor. Now, Sufengqiu had once again crushed him. There was a place that he had never gone to. There was a site that belonged to the ruthless demon ancestor himself who had left behind. There, he would obtain an even more terrifying power. Before, he had absolutely not dared to go there. Because he was afraid that he would be taken over by the emotionless demon ancestor. But now, he was forced into a desperate situation. He had no choice. He could only go. On the other side, Sufengqiu arrived at the northern Song Abyss. An abyss that didn't know exactly how deep it was. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking down, it was a thick white fog. It was eerie. The sunlight could barely even reach this place. There is no way out for you, even though you are afraid of being taken over by the emotionless demon ancestor. This is the only way for you to change your destiny against the heavens at the moment. This North Song Abyss, are you coming or not? Sufengqiu stood there with his hands folded. Sufengqiu, who was able to know Gu Changsheng's life. What Gu Changsheng knew, Sufengqiu knew. Sufengqiu naturally knew of the existence of the emotionless demon ancestor's power. He also naturally knew that this was Gu Changsheng's last place to turn the tables. The power of the emotionless demon ancestor he had already acquired. Yet again, he, Sufengqiu, had been dealt a blow to the head. Now, all he could do was come here to gamble on a hand. To gamble that he would be able to change his fate against the heavens. Betting that the ruthless demon ancestor's purpose wasn't to take over him. Or rather, even if it was to take over him, he, Gu Changsheng, would be able to reverse it in turn. Because for such a person who cared immensely about his halo, he lost it and became a street rat. His mind would be incredibly twisted and desperate. He could only go this way. Sufengqiu didn't know if Gu Changsheng had come or not. It was possible that he was already down there. It was possible that he had yet to arrive. Whoosh! He leapt into the North Song Abyss. Beneath the Northern Pale Abyss. A secret realm. Gu Changsheng walked within the eerie passageway. Ahead, a bizarre space appeared. You finally arrived. A gloomy voice came out. Afterward, a figure wearing a black robe that didn't reveal any trace of skin appeared in front of Gu Changsheng's eyes. Just like that, this was the residual soul of the emotionless demon ancestor. Gu Changsheng let out a breath. He knew too well what kind of sinister character this emotionless demon ancestor was. He also knew that the emotionless demon ancestor was bound to have no good intentions. However, he had come on this trip with the idea of gambling with his life. No matter what, it was still just a remnant soul. He, Gu Changsheng, although young, was now an immortal emperor's second stage. The peak existence of the continent. It wasn't like Yifeng's kind of Qiluk son who was still in the developmental stage. He wasn't afraid. He can gamble. Elder Gu Changsheng of the late generation, meet elder emotionless demon ancestor. Gu Changsheng clasped his fist. The emotionless demon ancestor nodded. Well, you have a destiny with this seat. I didn't expect that after these tens of thousands of years, someone would actually be able to obtain this seat's inheritance, and I'm also very grateful to you for being willing to come here, so that all of this seat's mantle and power can continue. I will not dishonor my predecessor's long-cherished wish. Gu Changsheng said. Accept the final inheritance first, there is still an Xian heavenly sacred artifact in this seat's hand left for you, come on. Gu Changsheng clenched his fist. He knew that the probability of him accepting this inheritance was dangerous. The odds were that he was going to be seized. But he had no choice. He gambled his life. Gu Changsheng clasped his fist. The emotionless Tao is to cut off all emotions, turn your emotions into nourishment for your cultivation. Your parents, your immortal couple, your brothers and sisters are all nourishment for your cultivation to move forward, although they will die, but accomplishing you is the same as you taking them with you to step into the pinnacle. Very good, you have done it, you are very suitable for the emotionless Tao, this seat is very satisfied. Afterwards, the emotionless ancestor transformed into a flash of black and red light that surged into Gu Changsheng's brow. The moment it surged in, that terrifying black and red light illuminated the entire space. Gu Changsheng's eyes instantly flushed red and his expression was hideous and agonizing. Ah! He clenched his teeth and roared long. Chapter 94, this one turned back, people were dumbfounded. Sufengqiu arrived under the northern Song Abyss. Spirit Prying Pupil. Chu Ran's advancement to the third rank of the Sons of Qi, the rewarded Spirit Prying Pupil. Spirit Prying Pupil can probe the attributes of a target whose realm is not higher than its own fifth rank, can probe the direction of spiritual energy, secret realms, and illusions. Probing the target's attributes was secondary. Checking the direction of spiritual energy was the most unorthodox thing. In Sufengqiu's line of sight at the moment, it was as if it felt like an infrared thermal imager. He was able to see the direction of the spiritual energy. Which location's spiritual energy was thicker? He saw a location that was constantly flowing with spiritual energy. It was there. Sufengqiu walked over. A wall. Sufengqiu walked over and pressed his hand on the wall, pushing his spiritual energy. It seemed that people had already gone in, and it would take some time to break the talismanic seal on top of this wall. Half a day passed. Ah! Under a Gu Changsheng's roar. His blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal. A black aura dissipated around him. Tick-tock. Bean-sized sweat dripped continuously. Big gulps of breath were coming out. Ha, ha. Gu Changsheng covered his face with one hand and gradually laughed out in a hideous and twisted manner. Ha! Gu Changsheng's laughter gradually became rampantly louder. Emotionless demon ancestor? Nothing more than that, ha, still want to take over this young master? Do you really think that this young man is some kind of mortal? Ha! I have long known that you emotionless demon ancestor did not have any good intentions, do you think that I am? Idiot, it's just a sliver of the supreme immortal emperor's residual soul, heh. Gu Changsheng sneered. Those who bully me, I, Gu Changsheng, will return the favor 100-fold. Sufengqiu, Li Chenua, the 10,000 Swords sect, and those who are searching for this young man all over the continent, just wait, this young man will kill all of you one by one. Kill them all. Ha! Suddenly, Gu Changsheng frowned. He looked down. Why was there a sword growing out of his chest where his heart was? It wasn't right. Put. Gu Changsheng's pupils shrank. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then turned his head to look over in disbelief. Hello. Sufengqiu waved his hand at him, the corner of his mouth hooked in greeting. Gu Changsheng? Pinch? Where was this a sword growing in his chest? This was Sufengqiu stabbing him from behind with a sword. Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng covered his chest and stumbled back a few steps. Impossible. Why was Sufengqiu behind him? The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth hooked and said, this emperor has been waiting for you for a long time, but he has finally succeeded. Sufengqiu had already come behind Gu Changsheng a long time ago. It had been watching the show. He succeeded in backfiring on the emotionless demon ancestor, and his heavenly fate value rose by another 1,000,000. This is what Sufengqiu wanted. Otherwise, he would have made his move long ago. This Gu Changsheng, it's not bad to keep him for so long. Doing the math, he opened with 6,899,000 heavenly destiny values. With several subsequent boosts, the heavenly destiny value skyrocketed a few times. He alone could increase the system value for Sufengqiu by nearly 100 million. What an experienced baby. You! Gu Changsheng spat out blood and looked at Sufengqiu with disbelief.
What? Surprised? Gu Changxing's body stumbled several times and almost fell. Ha! He let out a maniacal yet desperate and resigned laugh. Blood continued to flow out of his mouth as he laughed. Sufengqiu, it's you again, why? Why? His eyes were bloodshot and his face was hideous as he roared at Sufengqiu. Why is it you every time? You ruined this young man's reputation, destroyed this young man's family, took away this young man's beloved woman, and every time when this young man was most pleased, it was you. Gu Changsheng looked at Sufengqiu with a maniacal expression. What's wrong with me? You've killed a lot more people than this young man, so why are they just staring at this young man? You haven't killed anyone and seized any treasure? Then is there a problem with this young man killing and seizing treasure? Gu Changsheng was agitated. So many people in this continent have done this, why are they just staring at me? Poof! His body staggered backward repeatedly, staring sinisterly at Sufengqiu as he continued. 9 heavenly thunder, who doesn't want it? If you Sufengqiu were me, wouldn't you do it? Can you stand it? Who can endure it? Gu Changxing's body kept trembling. Me, I also adopted so many poor little animals, little spirit beasts, do one thing wrong and negate all my goodness? What's more, what's wrong with me? Ha! Success is king and strength is honored, this is the 9 continents. Ask yourself, when you adopted those animals, did you pamper them or did you abuse them for fun? Sufengqiu asked indifferently. Gu Changxing's eyes became terrifying looking at Sufengqiu, his tone frivolous. It's not the same? They are dead anyway, I saved them and brought them back, then their lives. His demeanor gradually perverted. They their lives, then they deserve to be at my mercy. Ah. What about Ji Buchan's family? Sufengqiu faintly asked. Ji Buchan? Is it wrong for me to kill his family for destroying the reputation of this young man? Wouldn't you do that? What's more, I left a few of his family members alive, so I've done my best. Is that a problem? What's wrong with that? Sufengqiu, you tell me, is there a problem? Suddenly, Gu Changxing's eyes turned hard. He drew his sword. It's all your fault. I've been ruined by you. Go to hell. Ah. Forbidden Spirit card. The terrifying power that instantly erupted was easily broken by Sufengqiu. Gu Changsheng endured the severe pain and disbelievingly re-energized his spirit power. Whoosh. In the next instant, Sufengqiu rushed in front of him and slapped his palm on his chest. Puff. Gu Changsheng flew out. The Gu Changsheng in the air was controlled by Sufengqiu's power. Break your inheritance. Sufengqiu waved his hand. Ah. Gu Changsheng let out a mournful scream. Ding Gu Changsheng's emotionless Tao has been broken, the emotionless demon ancestor's inheritance has been broken, your heavenly fate value has been reduced by 2.5 million, and your system value is 25 million. 9 heavenly thunder. Sufengqiu forcefully drew out half of the 9 heavenly thunder that had already been refined by him. Ah! Gu Changxing's mournful screams continued to emanate. The 9 heavenly divine thunder was stripped out, and with it, it entered Sufengqiu's 100 treasure pouch small world. Ding Gu Changshan lost the 9 heavenly divine thunder, your heavenly destiny value is reduced by 800,000, and your system value is plus 8 million. Abolish your cultivation. Sufengqiu stretched out his hand towards Gu Changxing in the air, and his spiritual power catalyzed. Gu Changxing's Empyrean, the source of his power, shimmered with golden light within his body. No, no. Sufengqiu, no. Don't waste me. Don't. Gu Changxing's eyes widened as he shook his head repeatedly and begged for mercy. Ah. In the next second, another miserable scream came from him. The Imperial Dan was directly crushed by Sufengqiu. Ding Gu Changxing's cultivation is abolished, his heavenly fate value is reduced by 2 million, and your system value is plus 20 million. Plop. Gu Changxing's body slammed heavily onto the ground. It had been completely reduced to an invalid. Kill me. Gu Changxing let out a weak voice. Kill you? Sufengqiu revealed a cold smile. Wouldn't that be too cheap for you? There's a place that's perfect for you. Chapter 95, Gu Changxing's death. 10,000 Swords Sect. Jian Chaoyun sat within the courtyard. His hair was already completely white. For his daughter's death, for his daughter's guilt, only he knew best. The Gu family was all dead. But Gu Changsheng was still alive. The world was so big. Gu Changsheng was at the second stage of Immortal Emperor. If he wanted to hide, who could find him? In a short time, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. But he's so gifted. I'm afraid that it won't be long before his realm will continue to rise to the point where it'll be difficult for him to even think about revenge. Sovereign! Sovereign! A strong man hurriedly ran over. Jian Chaoyun tiredly raised his head. What's the matter? Sufengqiu young master Su, he captured Gu Changsheng. Rubbish! Jian Chaoyun stood up violently. What? Where is he? Outside the sect gate. Whoosh! Jian Chaoyun directly rushed out. Outside the 10,000 Swords sect gate. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered. And Gu Changshan was kneeling there. And Sufengqiu had healed him quite a bit. Now he was awake. He had already been reduced to an invalid. Trying to resist simply couldn't be done. Killing him would really be a relief. A genius like Gu Changsheng, this kind of fluttering gentleman who was extremely good at saving face. His aura disappearing, his cultivation going to zero, and being spurned by 10,000 people would be the greatest torture for him. Instead of simply killing him, handing him over to the 10,000 Swords sect. Sword Dynasty Cloud was the most capable of torturing him. A group of people were spurning Gu Changsheng in a million ways. Gu Changsheng, scum of the earth. Young Lord Su did a good job. This Gu Changsheng, good. What goes around comes around, and today, when he falls into the hands of the 10,000 Sword sect, he'll be in for a treat. Heaven spares no one. Beat him. These people's words were undoubtedly the greatest torture for Gu Changsheng. His exposure to being flogged in front of everyone was undoubtedly his most humiliating torture as well. He was Gu Changsheng. Immortal Emperor Gu Changsheng. Snap. An egg was thrown at Gu Changsheng's head. Gu Changsheng stood up violently and stared angrily at the little girl who had thrown the egg. You dare to throw me, Gu Changsheng? Gu Changsheng raised his hand in the air at the little girl. The little girl was startled. In the next second, he froze. He had no cultivation. Seeing this, the people threw out vegetable leaves, eggs, and crackled at Gu Changsheng. Whoosh! Jian Xiaoyun arrived with his men. Gu Changsheng. Jian Xiaoyun practically squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth. Gu Changsheng shivered. Ka! Jian Xiaoyun clenched his fists. Gu Changsheng plopped down on his knees. Uncle Jian, it was Sufengqiu. It was Sufengqiu who set me up by design. Uncle Jian. Gu Changsheng cried out and pointed at Sufengqiu, who was not far away. Uncle Jian, Sufengqiu's scheme has been completed. You see what he has gained? He has gained the hearts of the people. He only used a small trick to destroy the Gu family and gained the 9 heavenly thunder awe. Uncle Jian. It's all his scheme. Jian Xiaoyun didn't believe him. I'm going to make your life worse than death. Uncle Jian, you don't believe me? You trust an outsider? Jian Xiaoyun pulled out a dagger and walked towards Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng revealed an expression of fear. There was a flash of cold light. One of Gu Changsheng's fingers flew straight out. Ah! A miserable scream came out. Incoming! Jian Xiaoyun roared. Get me to lock Gu Changsheng here, let 1,000 fingers point at him, let the world abuse and spit at him, and be slowly tortured to death by the world to sacrifice Sufengqiu's spirit in heaven. Gu Changsheng's pupils shrunk. Ha! He then let out a loud laugh, then stared at Jian Xiaoyun with bloodshot eyes. It was all my doing. Jian Xiaoyun, your daughter is really good, very moist, really obedient, ha! It's a pity, it's a pity, it's a pity, I really wanted to enjoy her some more before killing her, it's a pity. Jian Xiaoyun clenched his fists and held back his anger. Do it quickly. Yes. With that, an iron pillar descended from the sky. 2 chains bound Gu Changsheng's wrists and chained him to the iron pillar. Everyone, don't make it easy for him. Everyone smash him. Shenner, this is Gu Changsheng, a shameless scum, from now on, will come over every day to teach him a lesson. Aha! Countless leaves, stones, and eggs were constantly thrown at Gu Changsheng's body. Gu Changsheng couldn't take the humiliation and roared, have the guts to kill me. Whoosh! Right at this time, several figures landed in front of Gu Changsheng. Oh! Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow as he looked at the comers. The Phoenix Terra Saintess, Luo Liuli. And she was carrying 2 people with her. A man who was like a beggar. A young girl with dull eyes. The man, Jibuchang's father, had his tongue cut out by Gu Changsheng and was working as a beggar outside the greenhouse. Every day, he watched a large number of men enter the greenhouse. The young girl, on the other hand, was Jibuchang's sister. Defiled by Gu Changsheng and thrown into the greenhouse, tortured. Woo! The man looked at Gu Changsheng in front of him, his eyes trembling with emotion as he kept whimpering. He cried angrily as he walked towards Gu Changsheng's face. Bang! Punch, punch, punch on Gu Changsheng's face. He went berserk and grabbed Gu Changsheng's face, wanting to tear him apart. But, although Gu Changsheng's cultivation had been abolished and his physical strength reduced, yet, it was still not to the extent that an ordinary mortal could fatally injure him. It's you! Gu Changsheng looked at the man. Come! Kill me and avenge your wife and son. Kill me if you're a man. Woo! The man picked up the stone on the ground and smashed it against Gu Changsheng's head. Bang! The stone slammed against Gu Changsheng's head. One after another after another. Liang Long. The man collapsed weakly, kneeling on the ground and crying. The young girl ran over and cried with him in a hug. Jian Xiaoyun looked at the man and his heart, also from a father, was violently touched. He walked over and picked up the young girl and the man. Here. Jian Xiaoyun handed the man a sword. This sword was a 10th rank spirit weapon. It was enough to break Gu Changsheng's body at this stage. He had wanted to make Gu Changsheng suffer. But now he reversed himself. Death, although it was a relief, a father being able to kill him with his own hands was at least a form of redemption. Gu Changsheng gulped. Although he was better off as he was now than dead. But when he felt like he was really going to die, he was still incomparably terrified. Ugh. The man took his sword and slashed at Gu Changsheng's sword after sword like he was mad. Luo Liuli looked at the scene before her, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. Mr. Su. Luo Liuli walked up to Sufengqiu and slightly saluted. Thank you, Mr. Su, for eradicating this scourge. Sufengqiu looked at Luo Liuli and asked knowingly, Fairy Luo, what are these two? Luo Liuli looked at the pair of parents and said, Ji Buchang's father and sister. Some time ago, when Gu Changsheng and I unintentionally met in Qingfeng town, we saw a heartbreaking scene, and at that time, we became suspicious, and after some time of investigation, we found them, and also sorted out the cause of everything. Gu Changsheng defiled their family of women, killed the mother of Ji Buchang, and the younger brother of Feng will walk, threw the young girl into the greenhouse, cut off the tongue of the father of Ji Buchang, outside the greenhouse, to see the daily men in and out. Sufengqiu nodded, it was something he could do. Mr. Su has also worked hard these days to eradicate such scum. I didn't realize that Fairy Luo had been silently investigating this matter these days as well. Luo Liuli, Feng coincidentally ran into it. Ding, Luo Liuli's favorability towards you is 5. Current favorability, 16. And on the other side, Gu Changsheng had already been hacked to a bloody pulp by Ji Buchang's father, nearly becoming a puddle of flesh and mud, too dead to die. Jian Chaoyun walked over and looked at the two. From today onwards, the two of you will come to my 10,000 sword sect. Finished, Jian Chaoyun looked at the red-eyed young girl, lips trembled. Girl, you are willing to recognize me as a righteous father? The young girl cried and knelt down. No need. Jian Chaoyun's eyes were also slightly red, hurriedly helped her up. Go, with your father, we go home. Chapter 96 New Son of Qi, Great Emperor Reborn. Sufengqiu returned with Luo Liuli. I heard that Mr. Su and Fairy Lin are getting married. Luo Liuli casually said. Yes, there aren't many days left. Congratulations, Fairy Lin is Liuli also very appreciated the existence of the country and talented. Su Gongzi is handsome, talented, you two, really is a good match. Sufengqiu lamented, in fact, earlier, I also want my father to bring someone to the Phoenix Terrace to propose marriage. Luo Liuli gave Sufengqiu a curious look. Mr. Su went to Phoenix Terrace to propose marriage to whom? Is there a confidant of Mr. Su's at Phoenix Terrace? Sufengqiu smiled, a confidant is not really a confidant, it's just that this emperor has fallen in love with him. What kind of person is it? Luo Liuli asked curiously. Which is the most beautiful woman on this Phoenix Terrace? Sufengqiu smiled and asked. Luo Liuli revealed a thoughtful expression. That's right. She was really thinking hard. Suddenly, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as she looked at Sufengqiu with disbelief. Mr. Su wants to propose marriage to Master Su? Sufengqiu? Luo Liuli's words all but startled Sufengqiu. What kind of brain circuits did she have? The Lord of the Phoenix Terrace? Luo Liuli looked at Sufengqiu's eyes and she knew that she had guessed wrong. At the same time, the smart one guessed something. Mr. Su shouldn't make fun of Liuli. Sufengqiu laughed and said, it's unlikely that I'll really have to go to Phoenix Terrace one day. Luo Liuli. Sufengqiu followed up with, not to mention, is Fairy Luo coming? Luo Liuli nodded, if Mr. Su invites, Liuli will naturally go to congratulate him. Good. I'll be waiting. See you later. The duo sped off in two directions. Ding, congratulations, Gu Changsheng has died, the heavenly destiny value has returned to 0, obtaining rewards, heavenly destiny value of 1 million, system value of 50 million, a random Xian heavenly sacred artifact. Sufengqiu revealed a smirk. It was finally resolved. This Gu Changsheng, close to 7 million heavenly fate values. Theoretically, when the heavenly destiny value was empty, Sufengqiu would only be able to get close to 70 million system values. But in the end, Sufengqiu got 100 million system value from him. Opening the panel. Host, Sufengqiu. Age, 28. Race, human. Realm, Immortal Emperor 3rd stage. Physique, body of pure yang, body of all poisons, body of chaos, body of immortality. Technique, Heavenly Wrath Technique, Taishu Tianyan Technique, Sealing Dust Sword Technique, Phoenix Ode to the World, The Art of Great Heavenly Fate, Shenyuan Sungao Technique, 9 Thunders Destruction Technique. Reward, Prying Spirit Pupil, 9 Dragons Burning Heaven Alchemy Art, Great Completion of Tian Tong Formation Diagram, Peak Extreme Sword Intent, Heavenly Reversal of Yin and Yang Technique, Great Heavenly Destiny Book. System Value, 150 million. Heavenly Fate Value, 385-9810 3rd Order Son of Qi. In just a few short months, Sufengqiu was also close to a 4th Order Son of Qi. The behavior of some of the things he did would also increase the Heavenly Fate value. This included him getting some rewards from the system, becoming strong, getting the Supreme Bone, and so on. All of them could increase the Heavenly Fate value. In fact, theoretically, Sufengqiu's Heavenly Fate value should be even higher. Or even much higher. There were two main reasons that limited Sufengqiu's Heavenly Fate value increase.
The first was that he traveled the path of a villain, some of his practices, and those enemies he had incurred were too many. These were all potential threats. So many potential threats would compromise Sufengqiu's heavenly destiny value before his wings were full. The second one. Li Chenua. At that time, Sufengqiu didn't understand it either. He was also very confused. He had just tricked Li Chenua into his hands. After tricking her, he thought he could just take his time. Who knows? Then look at the value of fate, pinch it. It's not easy to go up more than $1 million, but it's gone. Almost fell into negative numbers again. Sufengqiu thought of a possibility at that time. That is. After all, he had lied to her. In case she knew the truth. TSK. It's still dangerous, That's why. Aha. Let's take her as soon as possible. After that, let's cultivate our relationship. We'll have no problem then. There's also Li Mufeng. Li Mufeng, a 7th-ranked son of fortune. He has a godless body and a sacred fire aura. Sufengqiu should start working on him. To be precise, Sufengqiu had already begun to take action against him when he chopped off his roots. It was just that he didn't have the time to teach him a lesson right now. After the big wedding, he would officially start. What Xian heavenly sacred artifact had been rewarded? Sufengqiu checked it out expectantly. Stretching out his hand. A chessboard presented itself in his palm. The life and death chess. Sufengqiu revealed a shocked expression. Xian heavenly sacred artifact, rank 6, the life and death chessboard. As the name implied, the life and death chess game was a chessboard. Once the board is opened, one enters the world of the board with any person, playing chess against each other and deciding life and death with chess. It doesn't matter how high your realm is. No matter how high your realm is, even if you are a supreme immortal emperor, you can't break through the chessboard space of the life and death chessboard, and you can only honestly play chess with him. Sufengqiu. The one who wins the game, lives. Chess loser, will die. So this is a supreme immortal emperor will be afraid of things. Also, life and death chess is not something that can only be played by 2 people. If there were many people on this side, as long as they didn't escape in time, they would be sent into the life and death chessboard space together. 2 against 2. That is to say, a group of people are destined to die half the time. With this thing, if they could get a group of people from the same power into it, they would be equivalent to killing each other. As for how many people could be gotten into the chessboard space, it mainly depended on the strength of the user. The stronger the strength, the greater the number of chessboards. However, once it was used, the person who recognized the life and death chess would definitely be in the chessboard as well. Sufengqiu frowned. Strong was very strong. In the simplest usage, he had encountered someone he absolutely could not defeat. It doesn't matter. Let's play chess. Then he and Sufengqiu still had a chance of winning. But here's the problem. Sufengqiu's chess skills were very average. In this continent, there are many people who love chess. Not to mention that all those powerful people like to play chess to cultivate their bodies and improve their state of mind. He definitely couldn't beat those strong people. And if he couldn't beat them, the one who would die would be himself. I still need to find a chance to improve my chess skills, or else this life and death chess will be of no use in my hands for the time being. Sufengqiu murmured. If this falls into the hands of the chess saint, when the world is really invincible. 9 continents. 7 heavens. Langya Immortal Palace. Rubbing. On the bed, a handsome man whose age appeared to be in his 20s opened his eyes violently. He swept a glance at the unfamiliar yet familiar scene. I have been reborn. Xiao Dust revealed an expression of surprise. Ha! The heavens did not fail me. The heavens did not fail me. Xiao Dust was overjoyed. What followed was sadness. Only at the God Emperor realm? Hey, that's right, at this period of time, I am only at the Divine Emperor realm. The 10,000 paths divine symbol is also gone, and the godless body has yet to be refined. Xiao Chen, at the age of 14, joined the Luanjia Immortal Palace in the 7 heavens. The Luanjia Immortal Palace is the top sect in the 7 heavens. From an outer disciple, he became the saint of the Langya Immortal Palace. Then met a lot of strange fate, all the way against the sky. And now, he is 25 years old. Not yet at his peak. He has a lot of chances that originally belonged to him that he hasn't gotten yet. He truly rose to prominence in the 9 continents at the age of 30. He only achieved the Immortal Emperor realm at the age of 35. It was a far cry from many others, but his chances were against all odds and he quickly caught up with the crowd. In my last life I was able to achieve Immortal Emperor at the age of 35, in this life, I will become the youngest Immortal Emperor in the 9 continents. His eyes filled with perseverance, returning from rebirth. I know everything that has happened in this 9 continents. Li Mufeng was born with a godless body. I also didn't know until I arrived at the 8 deserts that this Li Mufeng was born with a godless body. Now, this Li Mufeng should have just advanced to Immortal Emperor not long ago. If I can take over his godless body, I'll save myself the trouble of practicing.
Now Yifeng should also have already emerged, right, last life, whether it is Yu Yifeng or Li Mufeng, are higher than me, to the 8 wastelands, you are also my strong rivals, this life, you and I, will not have any comparability. Afterwards, Xiao Chen walked out. Chapter 97 Clueless Xiao Dust. The current Xiao Dust was the disciple of the third elder of the Langya Immortal Palace. But he no longer cared about the so-called 9 continents identity. It was meaningless. He wanted to rise faster than his previous life based on his memories. It is now the year 744 of the 9 continents annual calendar. The second golden age has just begun for 10 years, and in just 30 years, disaster will befall the 9 continents, and the 8 wastelands passage will be opened. I still have 30 years, and I must attempt to advance to the Supreme Immortal Emperor. With my abilities, there is absolutely no problem. Xiao Dust walked out while reminiscing. I only found the life and death chess at the age of 26 in the 9 continents, and the Heavenly Dao realm killed an immortal emperor with the life and death chess, and truly became famous, and in this life, I am going to become famous in the 9 continents this year. The life and death chess, he got it unintentionally. He knew where it was. In the courtyard, an old man sat there. Master. Xiao Dust made a bow. Dusty, this 9 continents has been really exciting recently. A venerable desolate mountain let out a sigh of emotion. Xiao Dust had returned from a rebirth. So what had happened recently, he did not know. What has happened? Xiao Dust asked curiously. Strange. As far as he remembered, the 9 continents were very stable at this time, right? Including a long period of time afterward, it was very stable. It was that Yifeng and a few other powerful guys that stirred up a lot of storm clouds in the 9 continents. The young master of the Su family, Sufengqiu, Venerable Mount Desolate looked at his disciple doubtfully. How could this disciple not remember this? Recently, the 9 continents were all filled with Sufengqiu's various heaven-defying acts. Xiao Chen, Sufengqiu? Sufengqiu? Who is it? Who? He recalled himself and remembered. The young master of the Su family of the 10,000 years emperor clan of the 8 heavens. Achieved the immortal emperor realm at only 28 years old. Come to think of it, it was this year. It shook a lot of people at the time. But, the very next year, he was killed by a formidable fellow of the heavenly Dao realm during an adventure. It was truly laughable. The youngest immortal emperor in the hall was gotten killed by a heavenly Dao realm. Oh, right. That person was the 3rd prince of the Northern Darkness Empire. He's also the guy who will enter the 8 wastelands in the future and become famous. Even more exaggerated than Yifeng. He's also on top of him, Xiao Chuan. What happened to Sufengqiu? Is he famous in the 9 continents? I don't think so. Don't look at him as an immortal emperor, but he's a pretty trashy guy. In terms of combat power, there aren't many immortal emperors of the same realm at the 1st rank that he can beat. A powerful genius, Heavenly Dao realm 10th rank, 9th rank, could have a chance to get him killed. Is he famous in the 9 continents? He shouldn't be. As far as I can remember, he was only known for his promotion to Immortal Emperor, and then he died. He didn't do much during that time. Oh, right. The disciple did not react. Xiao Chuan could only say this in order not to reveal that he had returned from rebirth. Venerable Desolate Mountain lamented, with the power of a single person, he destroyed the Misty Peak, the Pill Emperor sect, made the Pill God Mountain apologize, and destroyed the Gu family, and now, he is about to get married to Li Chenua. This kid's momentum, it can't be stopped. Xiao Chuan? What? Destroying Misty Peak with the power of one man? Exterminate the Medicine Emperor sect? Destroyed the Gu family? And marrying Fairy Lin? What's going on? This wasn't the plot he remembered. Gu Chongsheng. Wasn't she accepted by the poetry sage as a disciple? Later, in the 8 wastelands, he even stunned the audience with his poetry and attracted the favor of the undying god emperor. Fairy Lin Qingxue, seems to be 26 this year, 1 year older than him. It seems to be 28 years old to poetry into the Tao, directly achieved the realm of immortal emperor. At one time, she was also the object of his Xiao Chen's admiration. Only, she was too powerful. The sacred Yao Empire was destroyed by the 3rd prince of the Northern Underworld Empire, and the sacred Yao Empress was severely injured. After Li Chenua went against the heavens and killed back with the Holy Yao Empress, reclaiming the throne and accomplishing a new generation of Holy Yao Empresses. Noble in the world. The 3rd prince of the North Underworld Empire was also destroyed by Li Chenju's destiny. Otherwise, he would have been stronger in the 8 deserts. He, Xiao Dust, really couldn't compare. And then, Li Chenju went to the 8 wastelands and became famous. And then later on, he didn't know. Because Xiao Chuan also went to the 8 deserts for a few decades before he fell and returned reborn. How come Li Chenju is going to marry Sufengqiu? What is the situation? He was reborn in the wrong place? Not right. Everything else is normal. I have to go down to the mountain. Well, go, don't cause any trouble, and even more so, don't mess with anyone who was even remotely related to Sufengqiu. Xiao Dust frowned. Can he be afraid of this Sufengqiu? Xiao Dust had come to the secular world.
He was also aware of all the things that had happened recently.
Yefeng died? The Supreme Bone had been seized by Sufengqiu? Could it be that something had changed in his script about Sufengqiu in this life?
It doesn't matter, just wait for me to rise.
Xiaoqian then went to the desolate vault of the seventh heaven.
Back then, this was where he had encountered the life and death chest that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years.
However, Xiao Chuan arrived within that undiscovered ruin. Everything was the same.
It was that the life and death chest was no longer there.
Where is the life and death chest? Xiao Dust was confused. How could this be? He frowned.
He still wanted to use this life and death chest to become famous in the world. This first step, to be thwarted? Strange, it can't be like this. The life and death chest was always in my hand in my last life. How could it be gone?
Where exactly did it go wrong?
Xiao Dust gritted his teeth. Forget it. A missing life and death chest wouldn't hurt. After all, I don't just rely on this. Li Mufeng, the godless body, as long as I get it, I won't need to cultivate the godless body anymore and need to figure out how to do something about it. Now, I need to detach myself from the Langya Immortal Palace. After all, this place doesn't help me anymore. It's time to head to the 9 heavens.
On the other side,
Sufengqiu spent 7 days within the secret realm to completely refine the 9 heavens' divine thunder. 7 days in the secret realm, less than a day in the outside world. Ding acquired the 9 heavenly divine thunder, with a heavenly fate value of 1 million. Ding, congratulations on becoming a 4th ordered son of Qi. Ding, the path of the villain, officially opened. The heavenly fate villain system evolved into the heavenly fate great villain system. Ding, for the son of Qi that triggers the mission, the host's probing will be an unlimited probing of the target's biography, and can provide the son of Qi's next actions. The sudden system prompt caused Sufengqiu to freeze.
The system could still be upgraded.
Previously, he could only meet the Son of Fortune in order to explore his biography. Now, he was able to probe without even meeting him.
To say it was useful? This upgrade didn't seem to be very useful, but it was very convenient, right?
Most importantly, he could now know what the Son of Qi wanted to do mainly next.
That would be simple enough. Ding detected new sons of Qi. Again?
This Li Mufeng hasn't been resolved yet. Sufengqiu rubbed his chin.
He then probed. Son of Qi luck, Xiao Dust. Age, 25. Heavenly fate value, 966666666 9th order son of Qi. Bloodline, human. Physique, sword spirit divine body. Realm, divine emperor realm, 7th order. Battle score, 87. Introduction, the God Emperor returns from the 8 wastelands, carrying countless memories of his last life, destined to have extraordinary fortune in this life. Sufengqiu. Chapter 98. If 2 sons of Qi turn against each other. Sufengqiu really didn't expect there to be such a son of Qi? The rebirth of a great emperor in a novel had really come? Good boy.
When this was put in a novel, it was also a proper male protagonist.
It's not like Yefeng's kind of hero.
This kind of male protagonist is usually one who has reached a certain height and then encounters something and is reborn. Because he carries the memories of his previous life.
So he knew exactly what would happen. Where and when some chances appear.
So everything was in his anticipation.
He would be able to prepare in advance and get a head start. Or when things happened, he knew exactly how to make the best choice. This one was tricky. And he had returned from being reborn from the 8 wastelands. It was the 8 wastelands again. Sufengqiu could be certain that this 8 wastelands must be a place above the 9 continents. Exploring the biography. It was good that this biography was inclusive of his biography in the 8 deserts. A biography was a biography, and a memory was a memory. Memories are more detailed. But having the biography is enough. The biography, the things he experienced himself, related to himself. From the biography, something could be inferred. Xiao Chuan's biography had a total of 101 years. He had reached a realm called Divine Emperor. Above Immortal Emperor. After 30 years, the 8 Wastelands passage opened and he entered the 8 Wastelands. After tens of years, he was killed and returned reborn. Through his 8 Wastelands biography, Sufengqiu could roughly guess what kind of place this 8 Wastelands was. These were all afterthoughts. Exploring his biography, Sufengqiu was also considered half a rebirth and return. Probably able to know some of the important things that happened in the next 30 years in the 9 continents. It turned out that this life and death chess piece was his, it was just that at this time, he hadn't gotten it yet. However, Sufengqiu's appearance disrupted the original trajectory of his life. The system directly rewarded him with the life and death chess in that secret realm. The life and death chess there was gone. Ding, you have triggered the mission. Xiaodust's heavenly fate value returns to 0, mission reward, strength, speed, physique, spiritual power permanently increased by 5 times, valid for all realms, godless body. Sufengqiu. No. This system is too damn exaggerated, isn't it? A 5-fold increase in all attributes.
Being effective across all realms didn't mean that his current Immortal Emperor 3rd stage was boosted 5 times, and that when he reached Supreme Immortal Emperor it would still be 5 times that of Immortal Emperor 3rd stage. By the time he reached Supreme Immortal Emperor, it would be Supreme Immortal Emperor boosted 5 times.
Isn't that invincible?
In today's world, other people were still going through all sorts of efforts to be able to raise their quenched body by 10%.
He is 5 times. There was also the godless physique.
A physique that strengthens the body. Cultivated to a great extent, it was difficult for unusual forces to cause damage. Plus his chaotic body, immortal body, 10,000 poisons body, and pure yang body.
He had simply become a polygonal invincible martial artist.
Ding Xiaochuan lost the chance of the life and death chess. The heavenly destiny value is reduced by 500,000, and your system value is increased by 5 million. Life and death chess, after all, it is a Xian heavenly sacred artifact, and it only subtracted 500,000 heavenly destiny values? The only possibility is that Xiao Dust is not particularly reliant on the life and death chess.
It was also reasonable.
After all, his chess skills would not be particularly strong, so he would not dare to use it indiscriminately normally. Sufengqiu mused, the reason why this Xiao Dust is a 9th order son of Qi is because he is returning from a rebirth. He knows what will happen afterward, so he must also be able to get the chance of each event, chopping him down to his next chance, that is weakening his heavenly fate value.
So what would he, now, be planning to do? He was able to know the next action of the son of Qi fortune. Ding son of Qi Xiaochen's current motive, to seize Li Mufeng's godless body.
Sufengqiu rubbed his chin. His godless body took him many years to cultivate in the 8 deserts, while Li Mufeng was born with a godless body, but he's only at the 7th stage of the divine emperor realm now, while Li Mufeng is an immortal emperor, so what would he take to seize Li Mufeng's godless body?
At this moment, Pill God Mountain. Young Lord Peak. Li Mufeng was sitting in the courtyard.
After all, more than half a month had passed. He had also recovered to a certain extent.
But the root hadn't picked up. The resentment towards Sufengqiu was increasing every minute and every second.
The meaning of a man's life was half less especially now that Sufengqiu and Lin Qingxue's wedding day is getting closer. He also heard that Sufengqiu had eliminated Gu Changsheng.
The Gu family is all gone too.
Even Jin Chaoyun had given Sufengqiu the legendary 9 heavenly thunder. The other half was in Gu Changsheng's possession. In other words, Sufengqiu now possessed the complete continent's 8th ranked 9 heavenly thunder.
Why? Why was Li Mufeng, who was the top-ranked and famous person in the continent, humiliated like this? And yet he, Sufengqiu, is in the limelight? You have to say background. Li Mufeng's back is the Pill God Mountain. Sufengqiu's back is the declining Su family.
He can't compete with himself. Although Sufengqiu is the son of the head of the Su family, he, Li Mufeng, was only a member of the Pill God Mountain Li family, not the son or grandson of Patriarch Li Baishan. But he was also a member of the Li family.
The one with the most outstanding talent.
This Pill God Mountain, a bunch of cowards. Li Mufeng gritted his teeth.
A 9 heavens god-level sect.
Being scared like this by a Sufengqiu, a decaying Su family.
After several humiliations, they didn't even dare to rise up. His hallowed saint's son was bullied like this and still didn't rise up? What do you mean? What's a holy son? He represents Pill God Mountain.
He enjoys the highest level of resources for the current generation of young talents of Pill God Mountain. All the resources are poured into him to cultivate him. He is the Pill God Mountain's flag to the outside world.
He's been kanjied, and this doesn't even make a move? Then when dealing with the Su family, we can't consider these cowards. Ka. Li Mufeng clenched his fists. But then what exactly was left to do?
At this time, a female disciple ran over. Senior brotherly, it's not good.
Li Mufeng frowned. Is it Sufengqiu what happened again?
No, the patriarch has sent word that something seems to have happened to your mother, senior brotherly.
What? Li Mufeng was shocked.
His father was a member of the Li family of Pill God Mountain, who had fallen within a powerful ruin in his early years. Li Mufeng's talent was amazing, so his mother didn't stay in Pill God Mountain, but returned to her own power, North Shendao Palace.
How could something happen all of a sudden? What happened?
Li Mufeng hurriedly inquired. It seems that when he was out practicing, he met poison venerable Mo Qianqiu and was poisoned by Mo Qianqiu's poison. Li Mufeng hurriedly left.
At the same time,
Xiaodust also bid farewell to the Lange Immortal Palace and arrived at the great heavenly Dao region where the sacred Yao Empire of the 8th heaven was located.
Each heavens would have many subdivided regions.
Within the great heavenly Dao domain, there were dozens of sects, dozens of cities, and contained 3 forests, including the Dark Swamp. Capturing Li Mufeng's godless body is extremely difficult. The most important thing is that this young man's realm is too low right now. He is in the realm of the Immortal Emperor. I can only outsmart him. The easiest way, win his trust, become brothers with him, and find an opportunity to deal with him.
After all, Xiaochuan is reborn and returned. The various means he has mastered. The secret methods can be too many.
Including the method of seizing the godless god's body, which was also rarely known.
Wait, if I remember well. Xiao Dust murmured, Li Mufeng's birth mother should have been poisoned by Mo Qianqiu's fury blood poison in the recent past, after which she was poisoned to death. If I can solve his birth mother's poison, this Li Mufeng owes me the grace of saving his life. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Poison Zun Mo Qianqiu, for thousands of years, had spent his life delving into all kinds of poisons. Almost all of his poisons were created by himself. Under the heavens, only he himself could solve it. Because his poisons were simply too strong. Even the continent's medical immortals, medical saints, and forces like Pill God Mountain. It would take a long time for them to research the antidote. Generally speaking, it can't be carried to that time. But he could. The reason is simple. The antidote to this poison was researched by Pill God Mountain half a year after Li Mufeng's mother died. He knew how to make the antidote pill for the Yin Fiend blood poison. North Xiandao Palace, right? This young man will go ahead and refine the antidote pill. Chapter 99, Next Fun. On the other side, Sufengqiu sat in the courtyard, probing Xiao Chuan's next move. Then, Sufengqiu learned that this Xiao Chuan was planning to refine an antidote pill for the Yin Fiend blood poison to treat Li Mufeng's mother. Xiao Li Sufengqiu called out. Young lord. Xiao Li hurriedly walked over. Go and help me find out if this Li Mufeng's mother has been poisoned by something. Sufengqiu said. Yes. After a while, Xiao Li came over. Young master, Li Mufeng's mother has been poisoned by Poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu, and it seems that the situation is not too good. Sufengqiu nodded. Then it was completely clear. It was pretty much the same as what he had thought. Since Xiao Chuan's next big move was for Li Mufeng's godless body. Plus, Xiao Chuan's strength wasn't strong right now. He had to think of other ways and could not use brute force against Li Mufeng. Then, his move, saving Li Mufeng's mother's life, was the best way to establish a good relationship with Li Mufeng. After that, he would be able to easily approach Li Mufeng and win Li Mufeng's trust so that he could find an opportunity to use his God Emperor rebirth means. It wasn't impossible for the God Emperor realm to deal with immortal emperors. It was quite good since they killed each other. However, it was easier to resolve Li Mufeng. Xiao Dust must not be allowed to get his hands on him. He only needed to stop Xiao Dust and allow him to provoke Li Mufeng. Isn't it the same as killing each other? Yin Fiend blood poison, there. Sufengqiu revealed a cold smile. At this moment, 8 Heavens North Xiandao Palace. A woman was lying on a bed with a slightly darkened face. Surrounding her were some physicians that the continent had invited over. There were even powerful physicians from the Medicine God Mountain present. Soon, these physicians also walked out one after another. Great Elder, my mother's poison, how is it? Do you have an antidote for the poison? Li Mufeng anxiously asked. Although he, Li Mufeng, had heaven-defying medical skills, but after all, his age and experience were here. It was possible that he would become the #1 physician in the 9 continents in the future. But right now, there was still a lot to go. He had probed himself, this poison, he was clueless. Pill God Mountain Grand Elder Li Bujia shook his head, this is Poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu's homemade poison, he still doesn't know the poison's effects, toxicity and toxicology, he doesn't even know the name of the poison. Li Mufeng frowned, with the ability of the many top physicians of Pill God Mountain, it should be possible to develop an antidote to this poison in a short period of time. Li Bujio sighed, hey, Mufeng, you are also a physician, you should be clear about how powerful Mo Qianqiu's poison is, you are even more clear, your hall's current situation, with our means, at most, we can still let her hold on for a month, and a month to research the antidote to Mo Qianqiu's poison dan difficult. Li Mufeng is of course clear. Li Bujio said, nowadays, the only way, is to first control the poison in your hall's body, try to make it can hold on longer, at the same time, Pill God Mountain with the fastest speed to research this poison solution. Li Mufeng clenched his fists. He understood in his heart that the probability was too late. There is another way, the world's capable people are so many, and each physician's experience is different, perhaps this news can be released, convening the world's physicians to come to try, at least, the world's physicians brainstorming, can increase the possibility of as soon as possible to refine the antidote. Li Mufeng nodded with a grave expression on his face, this is the only way. In addition, in fact, there is another way, that is to catch Mo Qianqiu, his poison, he has the antidote, only, Mo Qianqiu is unpredictable, want to catch him, is not easy. Li Mufeng said, both sides at the same time, Great Elder, this time is also really troublesome for Pill God Mountain. You are the saint's son of Pill God Mountain, Gui is your mother, such things, also must be done. Li Mufeng nodded, thank you, Great Elder, I'll go see my mother. Mr. Li Mufeng nodded, thank you, Great Elder, I'll go see my mother. Li Mufeng then walked into the room. Guo was lying on the bed. Mother. Li Mufeng walked over and gently took her hand. Fomer Guo opened her eyes with a weak expression. Mother, it's fine, there is the Medicine God Mountain, and one side is looking for Mo Qianqiu, and the other side is gathering physicians from all over the world, there must be no problem. Li Mufeng said. Guo shook her head, mother is not worried about this, but... She glanced at that place of Li Mufeng. Then Guo's face showed a fierce color. Fonger, the harm he Sufengqiu caused us, you must make him pay 1,000 times in the future. Doesn't he want to marry Li Chenua? In the future, you will humiliate his beloved woman to death in front of him, so that he will never be able to recover. Li Mufeng nodded, child will. Also, if mother is no longer alive, you put his Sufengqiu's bones in front of mother's grave when he kneels and worships me for 1,000 years. Mother, where are the words? There will be absolutely no problem. The North Xiandao Palace is ordered by the heavens to gather physicians from all over the world to come and treat Guo. The rewards made it hard to resist. 5 days passed just like that. Physicians from all over the world came and tried their best. In the end, no one was able to cure this poison. Guo's state also took a sharp turn for the worse. After only 5 days, she was already having trouble opening her eyes. This poison was simply too strong. The various top-notch elixirs from Pill God Mountain, such as the heart-protecting pill, had minimal effect. Li Mufeng knew that with his mother's current condition, she definitely wouldn't last a month. Half a month would be difficult. At this moment, Sufengqiu, who had disguised himself as an old man from the Jianghu people, arrived at the North Xiandao Palace. He, along with a dozen physicians, entered it. One by one, the physicians went in and then came out with their heads hanging down. Ka! Li Mufeng clenched his fist. It's your turn. He looked at the disguised Sufengqiu and said. Sufengqiu clasped his fist and then walked in. After a while, Sufengqiu walked out and shook his head. I knew it. I knew it. You guys are of no use whatsoever. Li Mufeng roared in anger. Saint Son, don't be angry, everyone came with good intentions, Pill God Mountain can't do anything, how many people can do it under this universal sky? Li Mufeng waved his hand and angrily said, don't let these physicians come in the future, useless, wasting time, affecting mother's rest. Yes. Sufengqiu also clasped his fist and then left the North Xiandao Palace. Why did he come here? Because he knew what Xiao Chen was going to do. He was going to save Guo, thus claiming brotherhood with Li Mufeng. If he accomplished such a sensational matter that would stir up the continent. For one thing, becoming famous in the 9 continents. The entire 9 continents and even the Pill God Mountain's physicians were clueless. He was a young physician yet he had cured the poison. He was bound to rock the 9 continents. Pill God Mountain was bound to draw him in. Secondly, after arriving at Pill God Mountain, Li Mufeng owed him the favor of saving his life, and the two of them would have an excellent relationship. He would be able to find an opportunity to deal with Li Mufeng. Xiao Chuan was already refining the antidote pill for the Yin Fiend blood poison. Or rather, he had already refined it. He was waiting. Waiting for everyone to run out of options and for Guo to become extremely ill and appear at the most desperate time. And Sufengqiu's trip was just a slight tampering with the poison. Next, fun. Sufengqiu revealed a smirk. Chapter 100 I can let you enter the Northern Xiandao Palace. Xiao Chuan left from the Dark Swamp. It was almost time. He had long ago refined the antidote to the Yin Fiend blood poison. The reason for waiting a few days was to let them know that no one in the entire 9 continents could cure the poison. He would appear again when they were beyond desperate and cure them. This was what made it even more shocking. Xiao Chuan could already think that this matter would make him directly famous. At the same time, Pill God Mountain, which was a physician clan, would definitely want to draw him in and would also give him a good status. Li Mufeng also owed him the favor of saving his life. They would inevitably be able to become brothers, and Li Mufeng would inevitably have a lot of trust in him. And he would be able to carry out his plan. Find an opportunity to strike at him with poison or an array. Poison was still difficult, after all, Li Mufeng's medical skills were indeed amazing, and formations that could deal with him, while this emperor knew quite a few. Xiao Dust was already somewhat looking forward to it. It was time to go to the North Xiandao Palace. Xiao Dust got up and headed to the North Xiandao Palace. Underneath the mountain. Who is it? A few disciples stopped Xiao Dust. Xiao Dust frowned. Xiao Dust, come to detoxify the poison. The North Xiandao Palace no longer needs a physician to come, Your Excellency should please return. Has the poison been detoxified? Not yet, but all the physicians are at their wits' end, Madam can no longer withstand the torture, Your Excellency's good intentions are appreciated by the Beixiandao Palace, please return. Xiao Chuan said, that won't be a problem. Whoosh! He then threw over a jade bottle. This jade bottle contains an antidote to poison, please also give it to them. Xiao Dust takes his leave. Xiao Dust then turned around and left. They would only treat a dead horse as a living horse. The same. He would come back in a couple of days. On the peak. Uncle. Li Mufeng looked at the Northern Xiandao Palace's patriarch. Hey, Fonger, it's uncle who didn't do a good job and didn't take care of your mother, my little sister. Guo Xian sighed. Uncle, is there really no way out? Fonger, your medical skills are so heaven-defying, you know better than uncle in your heart. Guo Xian said. Li Mufeng clenched his fists. At this time, a disciple hurriedly came. Patriarch. Speaking.
He presented the jade bottle and said, "This is something sent over by a physician called Xiao Chuan, who said that the elixir inside can cure poison." What? Hearing this, the people around them revealed expressions of disbelief. Li Mufeng hurriedly took it and opened the jade bottle. An overwhelming aroma of medicine and the spiritual power of heaven and earth emanated out. This elixir. Guo Xian shook his head, never seen it before. Li Mufeng also said, "I have not seen this pill either, but this pill is by no means a poison pill. After all, the fragrance of the medicine is here. Could it be that this Xiao Dust he has an understanding of Mo Qianqiu this poison? Otherwise, people will come, why directly bring the antidote?" A North Xian Dao Palace old man murmured. "It should be so, otherwise what is his purpose? In short, there is absolutely no harm. If he wants to harm my sister, he does not need to make a move at all. My sister is also afraid that there is no medicine to solve. Wind, the Stan, you can try something." Li Mufeng frowned. "But mother should still be able to hold on for a period of time, at least half a month can still be. This half a month, perhaps the Pill God Mountain can come up with the antidote, in case something goes wrong." He then shook his head. "No. Uncle is right, this martial artist called Xiao Chuan, if he has second thoughts, why would he make a move?" Pill God Mountain Grand Elder Li Bujiu also nodded. "Well, at least this Dan should not go wrong even if it is useless." Afterward, Li Mufeng walked inside the room. A group of powerhouses from the North Xian Dao Palace, along with Li Bujiu, walked in. "Mother, take the pill." Li Mufeng gave the elixir to Gui to take. The crowd watched carefully from the side. After a while, it was discovered that her face had become vaguely rosy. Gui also gradually opened her eyes. "I seem to have gotten better." Seeing this, the crowd was delighted. This Xiao Chuan, it seems to be an uncomplicated fellow. The poison that countless physicians from my Pill God Mountain and the 9 continents were unable to do anything about, he actually directly sent an antidote pill. Great, 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 ha! Little sister, the heavens will not fail you. What about Xiao Chen? Wei Xian hurriedly asked. The disciple said, in response to the words of the Holy Sun, no physician is allowed to come back to the North Xiandao Palace, and has already left. What? Such a life-saving benefactor, how could we treat him like this? It's really unkind. Quickly invite him here. Quickly. Yet at this very moment. Mother! Li Mufeng was startled. The crowd looked over. Only to see Gui's face steeply become several times uglier than before. A mouthful of black blood spurted out, followed by unconsciousness. What? Seeing this, they immediately panicked. Li Mufeng hurriedly probed Gui. Bastard! Li Mufeng roared angrily. Fomer, what's going on? Li Mufeng gritted his teeth. The medicinal properties of this antidote pill complemented the toxicity in mother's body, making her worse. How did this happen? Li Bujiu frowned and hurried over to probe again. It's bad. He sank his face and said, although this antidote pill has no toxicity, its medicinal properties, on the contrary, are like adding a fire to this poison. So it seems, this poison for Yang poison, this antidote Dan is also sex Yang, Yang on top of Yang, not good. This poison is Yin Fury blood poison, a Yin poison. Xiao Chuan's antidote, which is Yang in nature, should be specialized in solving the Yin Fury blood poison. However, Sufengqiu's maneuver turned this poison into a Yang poison. It could be said that this poison was no longer the Yin Fury blood poison that Xiao Chuan remembered. It could be understood as the Yang severing blood poison. Therefore, the unknowing Xiao Chuan, who was confident that he was using his memories of his previous life to refine the antidote pill for the Yin Fury blood poison, was instead accelerating the poisonous effects of this poison. This Xiao Chuan, he just came over to add fuel to the fire. He thinks that my sister is not dying fast enough, is that it? Guo Xian roared angrily. Ka! Li Mufeng clenched his fists and his face was full of sinister. Xiao Chuan. Xiao Dust. I will definitely kill you. Afterwards, Guo Xian hurriedly asked, how long can my sister's current situation last? Li Bujiu, originally, she might have had half a month, but now I'm afraid it's hard to survive for a day. Guo Xian. Bastard. My mother may have been able to survive until the antidote was made, but this Xiao Chuan directly put my mother to death. I'm afraid he's one of Mo Qianqiu's men. Asshole. Ka. Li Mufeng clenched his fists. On the other side, Xiao Dust was in an extremely good mood. He went to a city and ate and drank for a day. He would wait for Li Mufeng to take the initiative to find himself and thank him. Inside the tavern, Xiao Dust was drinking wine. At the table next to him, there were 5 young people sitting. 3 men and 2 women. It looked very young. The 2 girls were also very pretty. Hey, Mr. Zhang, I don't know if we can pass the North Xiandao Palace's disciple examination today and become their disciples. A man said, this North Xiandao Palace is an 8 heavens emperor level sect. It is incredibly powerful, and it is extremely difficult to become their outer disciple. So let's see what happens, and hope that the test is simpler. What a sorrow. See that? That guy next to us, he is not too old, and the probability is that he is also going to participate in the North Xiandao Palace's disciple examination. Their gazes looked towards Xiao Dust. Xiao Dust smiled in his heart and said indifferently, if the two girls come to share a drink with me, this North Shandao Palace, this young man will take you in. Hearing his words, the two girls froze.
Ha! Outspoken, who are you? A man sneered.
Xiaoqing glanced at him, kneeled down and apologized within 3 breaths. This young man will not take the blame and can also send you into the North Shandao Palace.
Ridiculous to the extreme. Don't pay any attention to him, Duke Zhang said.
Those two girls glanced at each other.
Then they got up at the same time and walked towards Xiao Chun. Is what the gentleman said true?
They were also able to see where Xiao Chuan was different.
You guys. Duke Zheng pointed at the two girls with an irritated look. Brother Zhao, Brother Pei, don't let him get to you.
Halfway through his words, Duke Zhang saw the two men beside him also walking to Xiao Chen's side. This brother, I am Zhao Huai, this is Pei Hu, please teach me more.
Duke Zhang?
Good. A bunch of snobbish guys.
How can you guys know that this guy is not a liar? Humph. Mr. Zhang angrily walks away. Well, sit down and drink. Xiao Chen said indifferently.
A toast to Brother Tai.
Pei Hu drank it all in one go. Duke, are you someone from the North Shandao Palace? An blinked her eyes and asked in a whiny voice.
Chapter 101 Xiao Chuan who sent him to the door.
Xiao Dust took a sip of wine in the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. What do you think?
My young lady feels that the gentleman has an extraordinary appearance and is by no means simple. Even if he is the saint son of the North Shandao Palace, it is still extremely possible.
Ha! Xiao Dust let out a loud laugh. Saint son of the North Shandao Palace?
Ridiculous, he is not even worthy of lifting this young man's shoes.
Xiao Dust was also in a good mood.
Plus, he had been to the 8 deserts.
Returning from rebirth.
It felt like although the realm was not high now, it was still all sorts of descending blows. Vanity was at work, plus these two girls were quite pretty. To put it simply, he inexplicably wanted to pretend. Hearing Xiao Chuan's words, the 4 of them were startled.
He wouldn't be. You wouldn't be young Lord Sufengqiu, would you? Xiao Dust's brows furrowed violently.
He said that the saint son of the North Shandao Palace was not even worthy of lifting his shoes.
Why were these people thinking of Sufengqiu? No. Then what is Brother Tai? Pei Hu asked.
Remember this young man's name, Xiao Chuan. In the future you will be proud to know this young man today. Xiao Chuan finished a sip of wine then walked out.
Xiao Chen?
They looked at each other.
Never heard of it. But definitely very powerful.
Brother Xiao, wait for us. The 4 people hurriedly chased after him.
Xiao Chen walked towards the North Shandao Palace.
The 4 people followed beside. Brother Xiao, since you are not a member of the North Shandao Palace, why did you say that you could help us bring us directly into the North Shandao Palace? One must know that even if they were the elders of the North Shandao Palace, they would not have the qualifications to allow people to directly enter the sect without going through an examination.
Xiao Huai asked.
The 2 sisters also looked at Xiao Chen with a curious expression.
Although they did not know who he was. But it was definitely not simple.
There was an indescribable confidence and loneliness in his expression, in his words. It was as if he was an existence that stood proudly in the middle of heaven and earth. Therefore, although they were unclear, however, they still chose to believe Xiao Chuan. Xiao Dust said, if this young man says that he can, then he will definitely be able to. With this young man's ability, with a single sentence, the 4 of you will directly enter the North Shandao Palace. Joke. He had saved Li Mufeng's mother's life. This favor, he really only needed a smooth sentence.
It's just a little beep. He still couldn't fake it? They didn't continue to ask more questions. When luck comes, you can't stop it. Inside the city,
Xiao Dust's eyes caught sight of a parchment scroll above a ground stall.
His eyes lit up. Wait. This is? A law scroll? What? It might really be a law remnant scroll.
In his last life, he participated in an auction in the 8 deserts. The grand finale of that auction was the law map scroll. This scroll was divided into 4. It was scattered all over the world many thousands of years ago. It was said that by gathering all 4 law scrolls, a complete map of laws could be created. According to this map, one could find one of the 12 laws. At that time, it was auctioned off by the Holy Maiden of the Moon God Palace. Because of the Moon God Palace, there just happened to be another copy that had been held in her hands for 10,000 years. There is another copy, in the hands of a demon god of the 8 deserts.
This is known.
But, no matter what, you need to gather all 4 remnant scrolls in order to put together a complete map, otherwise there is no use for it. And this could be the 4th law scroll.
He had seen it. He knows it. How can this be sold? Xiao Dust asked.
The old man glanced at Xiao Dust and said indifferently, 3,000 yuan spirit crystals. Xiao Dust said, Your Excellency, a roll of parchment that you don't know what it is, how dare you open your mouth and ask for 3,000 yuan spirit crystals?
You may not want it.
But Xiao Dust must take it. He was known to know where the other 3 copies were.
When he returned to the 8 wastelands, he would find a way to get those 3 copies. He would then be able to have the laws. Xiao Dust looked at the four and asked, "Four of you, do you have Yuan spirit crystals? I came out in a hurry and didn't bring any."
Brother Xiao, I'm just a martial artist who hasn't even joined the sect yet, and I don't have many Yuan spirit crystals, only a dozen or so, and they're all inferior ones.
I also have a dozen or so pieces. The other two girls are similar. Xiao Dust frowned. Bartering is feasible? Xiao Dust asked.
The old man shook his head. The old man only wants Yuan spirit crystals. A 17 or 18-year-old man walked over and looked at the things on the old man's stall.
"This sword, how many Yuan spirit crystals do you want?" he asked. 5,000. 5,000, here.
He handed over a spatial ring.
Xiao Dust's eyes lit up. "This brother, is it feasible for me to exchange this pure young heavenly crystal for 3,000 Yuan spirit crystals from you?"
The young man nodded, "Of course."
"Thank you, then please help this young man pay pure yang heavenly crystal to you."
Then Xiao Dust got this law scroll as he wished. The teenager took the sword. "In that case, I hope to join the North Xiandao Palace."
"Oh? Brother is going to the North Xiandao Palace?" Xiao Dust asked.
Yes, the North Xiandao Palace recruits disciples once every 3 years, as a royal level clan, powerful to the extreme. I have long wanted to go, just do not know if I can pass the disciple examination. Xiao Dust laughed, that coincidentally, in order to return brother help, this North Xiandao Palace, this young help you into.
"Oh? Brother Ring you are? Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan?"
Xiao Dust nodded, "No need to ask, with this young to the North Xiandao Palace is, this young a word, can let a few become the North Xiandao Palace disciples, elder disciples may not necessarily, but definitely not the outer disciples."
"Thank you, Brother Xiao.
What my father said is true, good will be rewarded. I am just a handful of goodwill, but I can get such generous treatment."
"Let's go." Xiao Dust smiled. "Good." Xiao Dust led the 5 people to the outside of the North Xiandao Palace. This was the North Xiandao Palace. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion as they looked up at the grandiose to the core sect. "Several people this is?"
A disciple stopped them.
Xiao Dust said indifferently with his hands folded, "I have come to join the North Xiandao Palace."
The North Xiandao Palace disciple examination is tomorrow, so you have come early. The 5 of them revealed a flash of worry.
Xiao Dust said, "We are not here for the examination, we are preparing to directly join the Northern Xiandao Palace."
Ridiculous.
"What makes you guys want to join the Northern Xiandao Palace without taking the examination?" Xiao Dust said, "You can't make the decision, let your patriarch come over personally."
Hearing this, the 5 people were shocked.
"What? Brother Xiao actually wanted to see the patriarch directly? And in such a tone. What kind of god is he? Invincible."
They revealed excited expressions.
This climbed onto the big leg.
The disciple looks a bit embarrassed.
"Let's say Xiao Chen is here." "Good, then these 5 and you are?"
Xiao Dust smiled, "Close friends."
"Right.
We are close friends of Mr. Xiao."
"Aha. The relationship can be good. Please wait a moment."
That disciple hurriedly went inside the clan.
Mother! Li Mufeng cried and knelt there. His mother died of poison just now. "Xiao Chuan. I will kill you." "Xiao Chuan." Li Mufeng roared in anger.
Patriarch Guoxian clenched his fists, his face filled with rage.
"Patriarch."
The disciple walked over.
"Scram! Don't bother me with anything today." Guoxian angrily rebuked. Guoxian said angrily.
"He said his name is Xiao Chen and he said you would see him."
Li Mufeng. "Guoxian. What?"
"He said his name is Xiao Chen."
Guoxian asked. "Yes. Ka."
Guoxian clenched his fists. "What is Xiao Dust, poisoning my sister, how dare he come to my door?"
"Fomer, the opportunity for revenge has come." Li Mufeng's face was sinister. Chapter 102, The Bitter Xiao Dust. Outside the North Xiandao Palace. Xiao Dust was confident. He had saved Guo's life. He was now a valued person of the entire Beixiandao Palace.
At the same time, his talents were bound to be valued by them. The poison that the entire 9 continents and even Pilgod Mountain could not cure, he had cured it.
This is bound to be a sensation in the 9 continents. Brother Xiao, you're really something. You actually know the Northern Xiandao Palace sovereign. You even got him to meet you in person. I'm impressed.
Chen Hui said with admiration.
This is nothing. Xiao Chen smiled confidently. Yes, it is my honor to know Brother Xiao. Xiao Dust said, at least let you become inner disciples. Brother Xiao is awesome.
Then Xiao Dust looked at Hui Yuxing and said, you helped me so much, lend me Yuan spirit crystals, this young to see if I can let you become an elder disciple.
Hui Yuxing was even more trembling. Brother Xiao, receive a bow from my little brother. This pure yang heavenly crystal, here you go. No, this is what you have earned.
Hui Yuxing said, if I can become an elder disciple, it is the honor of a lifetime, such a creation, how can it be compared to the pure yang heavenly crystal?
Brother Xiao, be sure to take it back. Xiao Dust nodded, then this young man is not polite. I should be.
The five of them revealed nervous excitement and a longing look as they looked at the North Shandao Palace. The days ahead were too beautiful. Surprisingly, they had befriended such a powerful existence as Xiao Chun. It was directly necessary to have the patriarch come to meet him. Even more so, he could casually make them become inner sect disciples and elder disciples. The future could be too bright. The people of the northern Xiandao Palace knew about their relationship with Xiao Chen. It was expected that they would treat them favorably. It was cool. The corners of their mouths involuntarily revealed a smile. At this moment, dozens of strong people from the northern Xiandao Palace, including Guo Xian and Li Mufeng, appeared in their line of sight. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the five people could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. He, Xiao Chuan, was merely asking the sovereign to come out to meet him. This came out. It was not only the patriarch. There were also several elders and dozens of powerful people. What exactly was his status that caused the northern Xiandao Palace to treat him so generously? The corner of Xiao Dust's mouth hooked. This northern Xiandao Palace was still considered to be humane. It knew that he, Xiao Dust, had saved someone. Therefore, it had brought so many powerful people to personally come and receive him into the sect. It was also considered a card pull. He is very flattered. Which one is Xiao Chen? Guo Xian asked as his gaze swept towards the six people. Li Mufeng did not say a word. His gaze was fixed on a few men. Among them was one, his mother's murderer. Xiao Dust took a step forward and said indifferently with his hands in the air, "Me." Those five men looked at Xiao Chen's appearance and heartily admired him. They are not from the same world. Hearing this, Guo Xian roared. "Good one, Xiao Dust." Xiao Dust frowned. "What the hell? I saved your sister. Why are you yelling at me?" Guo Xian said angrily, "You poisoned my sister, your crime is unforgivable, today I will use your blood to sacrifice my sister's spirit in heaven." Xiao Chuan, "What? Five people, what? No. Buddy. Didn't you say you're a bull? Oh, your so-called bull is poisoning the sister of the sovereign of the North Xiandao Palace? Ha? Xiao Dust is also confused. What's the situation? What he had refined was definitely an antidote to the Yin Fiend blood poison. What do you mean by poisoning his sister? Patriarch Gua, what do you mean by that? This young man gave you the antidote pill for the Yin Fiend blood poison. What do you mean I poisoned your sister? Xiao Chuan asked with a furrowed brow. Yin Fury blood poison? You don't even know what kind of poison it is, and you gave the antidote pill to my North Xiandao Palace. What my sister has been poisoned with is the Yang poison. Xiao Dust? What? Impossible. He definitely didn't remember it wrong. He remembered that what Li Mufeng's mother had been hit by the Yin Fury blood poison. When did it become Yang poison? Xiao Dust, die. A terrifying might erupted. Xiao Dust clenched his teeth. There was absolutely no way there could be a mistake. His memories were definitely correct. Then there is only one possibility. Good Northern Xiandao Palace, good Guo Xian, good Li Mufeng, all of you are moralistic villains. What this young master gave was the antidote pill, yet you all say that this young master poisoned Guo, dumping this black pot on this young master's head. Good. I even now suspect that this Yinsure blood poison is not you cooperate with Mo Qianqiu poison. Or maybe you made a mistake and poisoned Guo to death, but you don't want to take the responsibility and be blamed by the people of the 9 continents, so you're dumping the blame on me, right? Sinister, despicable. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, they became even more furious. Looking for death. Li Mufeng directly rushed over. The Immortal Emperor's palm of that overwhelming might slapped at Xiao Chun. Even though Xiao Dust had 10,000 skills. After all, he was only at the cultivation level of the Divine Emperor realm now that he had returned from rebirth. How could he go against the heavens and change his fate? Great Dao God Protector Talisman. A talisman was affixed to the palm of his hand and he faced Li Mufeng's palm. Put. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Xiao Chuan and he flew straight out. But there was the Great Dao God Protecting Talisman. He could not die. Death. Li Mufeng charged over again. Xiao Dust clenched his teeth. The stars are shifting, Zhenkuan is not yet settled, withdraw. Want to run? Star and Moon Heavenly Plate, trapped. Li Mufeng threw out a powerful spirit weapon. Xiao Dust was instantly trapped. Grass. Li Mufeng, North Xiandao Palace, I'll remember this revenge. Heavenly Seal. A black light fell from the void and enveloped Xiao Dust. The light dissipates. Xiao Chen is no longer here. Xiao Dust. Li Mufeng gritted his teeth. Regardless of the ends of the earth, this young man will kill you. Those 5 people were dumbfounded. Guo Xian gritted his teeth. Surprisingly, he got away. Afterward, the crowd looked at them angrily. You guys came together with Xiao Chun, right? That disciple said, reporting back to the patriarch, they personally said that they are Xiao Chen's close friends. 5 people? No, not really, oui. Guo Xian's eyes stared, killed my sister and still dared to come along with Xiao Chen, simply unbridled. Assholes, you all go to hell as well. 5 people?
Xiao Chuan, you're sick. What are you pretending to be? You're hurting me. I'll never let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Ah. Su family.
Ding Xiaodust's mind exploded. The heavenly fate value is reduced by 1,000, and your system value is increased by 10,000 million. Ding Xiaodust's plan to seize the godless body has failed. The heavenly fate value is reduced by 300,000, and your system value is increased by 3 million. Ding Xiaodust is an enemy of the northern Shandao Palace, Li Mufeng, and Pill God Mountain. Your heavenly fate value decreases by 1 million, and your system value increases by 10 million. Ding Rebirth of the son of Qi Xiaodust, reduced to a 7th order son of Qi. Originally, Xiao Chuan had only 916-6666 heavenly fate value left after he lost the life and death chance. This time, it was lowered by over 1,300,000. There was only 7,800,000 left, the 7th ranked son of Qi. Ding Li Mufeng is an enemy of Xiao Chun. Li Mufeng's heavenly fate value is lowered by 1 million, lowered to a 6th order son of Qi fortune. Your system value is increased by 10 million.
The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth slightly hooked. Cool. Fight. It was time to see what this Xiao Chen planned to do next. Compared to Li Mufeng, this Xiao Chen was a much greater threat. A reborn and returned son of Qi. His most valuable thing was his memories. He knew what would happen when in the future. Therefore, it was necessary to strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 103 Heavenly Soul Totem, Laws of Creation. 8 Heavens. Great Heavenly Dao Domain. Dark Swamp. Plop.
Xiao Chuan descended from the sky and smashed dozens of heels on the ground before stopping covered in blood.
Plop.
A mouthful of blood sprayed out of him, his face pale. Fortunately, I had suffered a loss in my previous life, so I prepared a retreat for myself in advance in this life, or else I would have died again, Xiao. With that, Xiao Chen took an elixir and meditated in place.
After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Li Mufeng, North Shandao Palace, sinister villain. He gritted his teeth. The memory was absolutely correct. He was certain.
It was definitely this Li Mufeng or the northern Shandao Palace that had gone wrong with Gui's treatment, causing Gui to fall prematurely.
Then they didn't want to take the blame themselves.
Otherwise, they were going to be scolded to death by the continent. So, they got the pot on themselves. What he had refined was the correct antidote.
Chow.
But it's not right. In the last life Gui held out for more than half a month and no one came up with an antidote. She died. How come this life is ahead of schedule? Not to mention that I came up with the antidote. This is different from what happened in the last life. No, things that should have happened still happened, like Gui was still poisoned by the Yin Fury blood poison, but there might have been some small changes during that time. Unfortunately, it's also my fault. I shouldn't have waited. I should have taken out the antidote earlier, and they wouldn't have made an operational error, and I wouldn't have been slapped with this black pot.
Xiao Dust was furious.
That is to say, what happened in my memory may happen a little small change. Think carefully is normal. As long as the things that should happen will happen, that will be fine.
Li Mufeng, you give this young man to wait.
His eyes flickered with a touch of viciousness. Afterward, Xiao Chen counted the time.
Calculating it, the time until the ruins came out was almost up.
The heavenly soul totem and also the law of creation, I must get them this time. In his previous life, the ruins came out and stirred the entire 9 continents. Because that time the ruins came out, the commotion was too great.
It made people feel that the ruins were absolutely extraordinary this time. It was in the 8th heaven that the ruins were asked for.
In the end, Xiao Dust did not know who the ruins belonged to. He only knew that Yifeng should have eventually gone to the main hall and met the owner of the ruins. Yifeng had obtained the heavenly soul totem and the law of creation in the ruins. Whether there was anything else, there definitely was, but what, he didn't know. Yifeng hadn't shown it in the 8 deserts subsequently. But he showed out the heavenly soul totem, and once in a desperate situation, he showed out the law of creation.
It was also a sensation in the 8 wastelands.
There are only 12 laws in total. They were scattered across the 9 continents and the 8 wastelands. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. And in the last life, he and Yifeng and some others were the ones who made it to the end. But in the end, it was unknown why, this Yifeng suddenly disappeared from them. Right in front of his Xiao Chen's eyes, Yifeng stretched out his hand and touched this wall, and then disappeared. Then again, their goodbye was the outside world. This time, he must pay attention to that wall when he got there.
The law of creation. It was good to start over again.
He must be 100 times stronger than his last life. Once again in the 8 wastelands, he would be absolutely unstoppable.
It's just that. Will anything happen to Yifeng now that he is dead?
Xiao Dust shook his head. No. Because I know that place must have something to say. As long as I know, I can go over there, study that wall, and I will be able to go to the final main hall and get the laws of creation.
And now cough.
Xiao Chen coughed. He was now in a difficult situation. His realm was low, and he was also heavily injured. I'm afraid that this injury would be difficult to heal without a month or 2.
He could not enter the ruins in this state, could he? It was too dangerous. Even if he knew something about the situation, what if something happened?
Moreover, how could he not advance himself to the heavenly Dao realm so that he could better go against Li Mufeng?
Right. Xiao Chuan suddenly thought of something. Meteoric explosive spirit flame. If he remembered well. Recently, the Fire Cloud Villa should have obtained this divine flame. It was similar to the 9 heavenly thunder.
Only, the meteoric explosive spirit flame was not ranked that high.
It was only ranked at the 17th position of divine flames.
But, the explosive and destructive power of the meteoric explosive spirit flame was extremely strong. The most crucial thing was that with his current realm, if he could refine the meteoric explosive spirit flame, his realm could definitely soar to the heavenly Dao realm. He needed to catch up with the realms of these geniuses of his age at the fastest speed possible. The fiery cloud villa should not have obtained the meteoric explosion spiritual flame yet, and the heavenly flame mountain range, which happened to be not far away, began to.
Xiao Dust frowned.
He needed to cross the dark swamp to get to the heavenly flame mountain range. However, in his current condition, he would definitely die if he forced his way through the darkness swamp.
Let's recuperate for 2 days first and then think of a solution. Xiao Dust left the dark swamp. Yangzhou City. Xiao Dust walked inside the city.
And Sufengqiu was waiting for him over here. This was because he had gotten word that Xiao Dust had appeared on this side of Yangzhou City last time. When Sufengqiu was close enough to the Son of Qi luck, he would be able to sense the location of the Son of Qi. Sufengqiu was now one of a group of passers-by. After all, not many people knew Sufengqiu.
Of course, the name was really loud.
Ding Son of Qi Xiao Chuan's next goal, meteorite exploding spirit flame in the heavenly flame mountain range.
This system after the upgrade was really good.
His every step was within Sufengqiu's grasp. Sufengqiu met Xiao Dust head-on. I don't have any Yuan spirit crystals on me either, so I have missed the boat, and it is difficult to buy some heaven and earth spirits to refine pills.
Xiao Dust frowned. I, Xiao Chuan, would actually be stumped by this? Bastard Li Mufeng, bastard North Shandao Palace, it has harmed me.
If I don't get treated in time, when the ruins come out half a month from now, how am I supposed to make it to the end in this state, go to the main hall, and get the heavenly soul totem and the laws of creation?
Sufengqiu. What? The laws of creation are here?
The rebirth emperor was worthy of being a rebirth emperor.
Let's not talk about whether or not there's any other golden fingers.
Just this one memory was enough for any person to rise to power.
No wonder his destiny value is so high. Surprisingly, there are laws.
In other words, there was a ruin that would appear half a month later. He knew that this ruin had the laws of creation inside. Well, we'll have to save him for that time.
Meteoric explosion spirit flame, this is something that this emperor will not stop you from doing for now. Some things need to be stopped.
There are some things that are not urgent. Meteoric explosive spirit flame, he can mainly raise his realm.
Sufengqiu can better let him deal with Li Mufeng. Wouldn't it be better if he didn't have to make a move himself?
These two sons of Qi were pitted against each other, and the heavenly fate value was lowered.
It was quite nice to sit back and reap the benefits.
Sufengqiu had come on this trip to read his mind.
So far, so good. It's just a matter of pawning this immortal weapon, it's not very useful to me anyway. Immortal weapon, above the 10th order spiritual weapon.
In the 9 continents, even the Su clan belongs to the top tier of existence. Because above immortal artifacts are sacred artifacts, and above sacred artifacts are the 10 great Xian heavenly sacred artifacts.
Sufengqiu's sword was only an immortal weapon.
There were too few saint weapon level swords. It was an existence that shook the heavens and moved the earth.
Xiao Dust knew that the pawnshop was not qualified to receive this immortal weapon. He then shouted, "Immortal weapon chopping star, who wants to collect it?"
The crowd was in an uproar when these words came out.
Chapter 104, halfway to the pawnshop.
The gazes of the crowd swept towards Xiao Chen.
What? Immortal weapon? He was going to sell the immortal weapon? Immortal weapon, that is an existence that can enter a top auction house. How dare he be so hasty to pawn it out? What kind of person is this person? Xinxing? It's a very famous sword in the 9 continents. It disappeared 300 years ago, but it fell into his hands?
Brother. A red-haired man came over.
Immortal sword Zhang Xing? Xiao Dust nodded his head. My name is Fire Cloud Villa, Fire Mingjie. Xiao Dust raised an eyebrow. Luck was really good.
Surprisingly, he had directly encountered the young master of the Fire Cloud Villa Patriarch.
Brother Fire.
Xiao Dust clasped his fist.
Let's take a step back and have a chat? Please.
The duo then walked away amidst the gazes of the crowd.
Sufengqiu and some people silently followed.
They were also very high profile, that is, they went to a tavern.
Ordering some dishes with fine wine. Sufengqiu ordered some at the next table as well.
Not for any other reason, it was just to listen to this Xiao Chen's heart.
Fire Mingjie said, so it is Brother Xiao Dust Xiao, nice to meet you. Oh? Brother Fire recognized me? Fire Mingjie laughed. A year ago, I went to the Seven Heavens to visit the Langya Immortal Palace, heard of Brother Zhao's great name, young, no background, step by step to that level, not worse than Yifeng. Brother Fire is overrated. Fire Mingjie asked, Chopping Star is an immortal rank 5th grade spiritual artifact, so precious, why did Brother Xiao make a move? Xiao Dust sighed, Brother Fire, I think you should be able to see my state. Well, the injuries are not light. Xiao Dust said, Li Mufeng's mother in Imoqian showing fury blood poison, this young gifted antidote Dan, this is good. Their own mistakes these days led to Gua's death by poisoning, the black pot is deducted to the head of this young to come, really the conscience fed the dog. Instead, I also heard that the North Xiandao Palace is looking around for Brother Xiao, it is actually for this reason. Xiao Dust said, Fire brother trust my words? Of course believe, this Li Mufeng and Gu Changxing general, is a hypocrite. Oh? Xiao Dust raised his eyebrows. Fire Mingjie said, looks like a fluttering gentleman, you don't know, Sufengqiu and Fairy Lin are about to get married. He, Li Mufeng, even looked for Fairy Lin, probably said some dirty words, and was chopped off by young Master Su as a male child. Xiao Dust. Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu again? How come all of them are his shocking deeds? You say, do I believe in a righteous brother Xiao who avenges his brother's death by chasing the murderer for 3 months, or do I believe in a hypocrite? Fire Mingjie laughed. Xiao Chen clasped his fist, so there are still sensible people in this world, Brother Fire, thanks a lot. Not far away, Sufengqiu laughed in his heart. Which was for brother's revenge. That person had killed Xiao Dust's brother and taken away the one thing that Xiao Dust had always wanted. He had actually killed over there for that thing only. It was then spread throughout the 7 heavens, saying that Xiao Chuan was a righteous person. Brother Xiao, in fact, I have long wanted to get to know you, the chopping star is an immortal weapon, I don't want it, you keep it, this, you take it. Fire Mingjie handed Xiao Dust a jade bottle. Inside some pills, may not be very useful, but will be able to alleviate your injuries, you can follow me to the Fire Cloud Villa, I let the clan physician for you to heal. Xiao Chuan knew that this Fire Mingjie was indeed a righteous individual. He had a dream of being a warrior in his heart. It was the kind of character that eliminated evil and promoted good. He wanted to use his sword to wipe out all the injustices in the world. In his last life, the Fire Cloud Villa obtained the meteoric explosion spirit flame, and this item should have been his. However, Fire Mingjie left this item to his younger brother. Xiao Dust still had an extremely good impression of him. And in Fire Mingjie's eyes, he considered Xiao Dust and him to be in the same category. He had been paying attention to Xiao Dust for a long time. This Brother Fire, then I, Xiao, am not pretentious, thank you very much. You are welcome, in fact, I believe that Brother Xiao has another reason, Gui is bound to die, if Brother Xiao wants to harm him, he still needs to make a move? There is no need to provoke Li Mufeng and the North Xiandao Palace. Xiao Dust nodded, yeah, that's the reason, that's why this young man is extraordinarily angry. Ha! A toast to you. The two of them raised their cups and shared a drink. Why is Brother Fire so kind to me? Xiao Dust asked. Appreciate you, besides, isn't it good to have more than one like-minded brother in this world? Ha! Yes. Then Xiao Dust asked, I wonder if I can ask Brother Fire to do a favor. Please speak. I came out in a hurry, there is no Yuan spirit crystal on my body, I need to refine pills, I need some heaven and earth spirits to treat my injuries surprisingly become unusually difficult, I want to borrow some Yuan spirit crystals with Brother Fire, and I will certainly return it tenfold on his day. Fire Mingjie handed him a space ring. Thank you. Why don't you follow me to Fire Cloud Villa? Xiao Dust said, good. Xiao Duan said, good. Good thing, Brother Xiao, and wait for me for half a day, there are still some things, this trip to the Fire Cloud Villa to pass through the Dark Swamp, you and I also have a mutual care. Good. However, this is a star Fire Brother must take. Xiao Dust said. Brother Xiao, there is no need, it is your sword. Xiao Dust shook his head, no. Originally, I had planned to exchange the chopping star for some Yuan spirit crystals. 200,000 top-grade Yuan spirit crystals, even if it was doubled 100 times more, it would not be able to buy the chopping star. Xiao Dust said, going to the Fire Cloud Villa, I still have to thank Brother Fire. Ha! Good. Then the chopping star, I will take it. Xiao Dust nodded. It did not matter. This chopping star would return to his hands sooner or later. Fire Mingjie went off to busy himself first. As for Xiao Chuan, he took the Yuan spirit crystal he gave him and went to the black market in Yangzhou City. The so-called black market was full of people who set up ground stalls. The things on the ground stalls were many and varied, both genuine and fake. Most of these things, which came from unknown sources or killed people to seize treasures, were useless to them, and it was a hidden danger to keep them on their bodies, so they planned to get out. Xiao Chuan was in urgent need of Yuan spirit crystals, not just to buy heaven and earth spirits for himself to heal his injuries. There was another important reason. In this black market, there was something he wanted. In his previous life, he had a conversation with Yifeng. At that time, Yifeng had already risen to achieve the Immortal Emperor realm. After he came to the 8 heavens and robbed Sufengqiu's kiss, he traveled around the 8 heavens with Jiang Qingxue. Then he came across a treasure in this black market. This treasure was called the Chaos Divine Tablet. This was a treasure of the Chaos God clan from the ancient times. On it, it carried the secrets of the Chaos God clan. Yefeng was originally a chaos body. This Chaos God tablet was also something that helped him truly rise. Therefore, Xiaodust could be too clear about how precious this thing was. Sufengqiu had followed Xiaodust to the black market. Naturally, he also knew his purpose. Chaotic Divine Tablet. Sufengqiu's heart was delighted. This returning from rebirth was good. Knowing everything. He had killed Yefeng and also obtained the Chaos Body. Therefore, this Chaos God tablet was definitely in Sufengqiu's pocket as well. Xiao Chen walked in the black market. His eyes looked at the treasures that all looked ancient on that single stall. Found. Xiaodust looked at the Chaos Divine Tablet on an old man's stall. It was actually a stone that looked very uncomplicated. There were some very profound patterns on it. There is nothing good. Xiaodust deliberately said so. The old man glanced at him. On top of my stall, they are all old things, less than 100 years, more than a few tens of thousands of years, and you say that there is nothing good? Xiao Duan said indifferently, they are all things of little use, fooling the layman, only this rusty sword looks as if it is extraordinary. Fire Mingjie gave him 200,000 yuan spirit crystals. He was afraid that this old man would ask for more than he had, and he didn't have enough yuan spirit crystals. Then, do you want it? Sufengqiu walked over and asked, this stone tablet, how many yuan spirit crystals? I'll buy it. Xiaodust? Chapter 105, Xiaodust's mind blowing up. Xiaodust twisted his head in confusion and glanced at Sufengqiu. This fellow. It seemed like he had seen him sometime. It seemed like he was there when he and Fire Mingjie were at the tavern. The old man glanced at Sufengqiu and said, 50,000 yuan of spirit crystals. Xiaodust frowned. Brother, you have followed this young man for quite a long time, right? Xiaodust asked. Not really, at first it is just curious about your chopping star. This trip I came to Yangzhou City is to come to this black market to see. You also happen to come this way, how can I follow you? Sufengqiu said lightly. Xiaodust then said, this thing, this young first, this young what? Sufengqiu raised his eyebrows, strange, brother, aren't you asking for this rusty sword? What does this young man buying this stone tablet have to do with you? This young man intends to buy this stone tablet. Xiao Chen said. Sufengqiu shook his head, I don't care if you buy it or not, you didn't even mention this stone tablet, this young man directly wants it, is there a problem? I came here first, I should buy it before you can buy it. Xiaodust clenched his fist and said. There is this rule? Sufengqiu looked at the old man and asked. Why is there such a rule? If this little brother is ready to buy this monument, then naturally he chose first, but he asked not even ask, and you directly want to buy, naturally you. Sufengqiu looked at Xiaodust, any more questions? Xiaodust clenched his teeth. Chow. What is it? I didn't buy it sooner or later. When he was about to buy it, something suddenly went wrong, and this guy came out and asked for the Chaos Divine Tablet without saying a word. If I had known that this Chaos God Tablet, the old man only needs 50,000 yuan of spirit crystals. He would have been too lazy to put it aside and act like he didn't care about this Chaos Divine Tablet, and just bought it. After all, he had 200,000 yuan spirit crystals. Who would have thought that suddenly killed out this guy? Sufengqiu handed over a space ring, Your Excellency, check it out. The old man probed, then took away the yuan spirit crystals and returned the spatial ring to Sufengqiu. Well, 50,000 taken away. Sufengqiu then picked up the Chaos Divine Tablet and walked straight away. Ka. Xiao Chen clenched his fist. Asshole. Asshole ah. This fellow, he definitely recognized that this was the Chaos God Tablet. Otherwise, why did he walk over and directly want to buy it? And it felt like he was not simple. He shouldn't be his opponent. Damn it! The Chaos God Tablet that was in his hands could be intercepted. Chow! Little brother, this sword, you still want it? The old man asked. I don't want it. Xiaodust said angrily. If not, say how you can't compare to others, buy a thing to ask this and that, obviously want this monument, but deliberately ask for something else first, pretending not to care about the appearance of things being snatched away by others, is also reasonable. You! Xiaodust clenched his teeth and angrily walked away. Sufengqiu walked in front. Ding broken Xiaodust Chaos God Tablet of Chance, the value of Heavenly Destiny is reduced by 1 million, your system value plus 10 million. Ding Xiaodust's mentality has collapsed, the Heavenly Fate value is 100,000, and your system value is increased by 1 million. Ding Xiaodust is reduced to a 6th order son of Qi. Sufengqiu took a look and his Heavenly Destiny value was only 676-5666. A life and death chess game, lowering it by hundreds of thousands. Becoming a mortal enemy with Li Mufeng, lowering by 1 million. Now, a Chaos Divine Tablet, another million lowered. This Chaos Divine Tablet really didn't look simple, it had directly lowered his Heavenly Fate value by 1 million, so it was no wonder that Yefeng was able to rely on the Chaos Divine Tablet to completely establish a foothold in the 9 continents.
Sufengqiu was still quite looking forward to what benefits this chaotic divine tablet could bring him.
Xiaodust followed Sufengqiu from afar with sinister eyes. This fellow, this trip to the black market, definitely came prepared.
Sufengqiu knew that Xiaodust was following him. Suddenly, an idea arose in him. Sufengqiu decisively stopped before there was a stall. Xiaodust in the back frowned when he saw Sufengqiu stop.
Could it be that there was something else good in this black market?
Sufengqiu pointed at a jade pendant on the stall and asked, "Your Excellency, how many yuan spirit crystals for this?" The old man said, 30,000 top-grade yuan spirit crystals. Xiao Chuan immediately walked over and said bluntly, "This thing, I want it." Sufengqiu frowned as his eyes looked at Xiao Chuan.
Xiaodust looked at Sufengqiu provocatively and said, "Brother, you have nothing to say about this, right? Just now, it was you who used the same words to take away the thing I wanted. Now, it was me who first said I wanted this thing. Do you still have something to say?"
Sufengqiu shook his head. "It's not the same. Just now you were the one who didn't even ask about that stone tablet, and now, this young man is already asking for this jade pendant, and also came first."
"Humph. Then I don't care, I want it. 30,000 yuan of spirit crystals, right?" After saying that, Xiaodust intended to take it out.
It seemed to Xiaodust that this fellow had definitely come prepared. He asked for the chaotic god tablet first. It proved that he definitely understood.
Now, he stopped at this stall straight away and asked for this jade pendant?
That meant that he definitely knew the value of this jade pendant. He said he wanted it himself, and he still wouldn't let go. This jade pendant was by no means simple.
Moreover, Xiaodust could also see it. This jade pendant should be an old object.
It definitely has its own special value.
At least in this guy's eyes, it was close to the Chaos Divine Tablet.
Sufengqiu said, "I will offer 50,000. Hearing Sufengqiu's words, Xiao Chen was even more sure of his thoughts. "It's useless, this young man wants it first, it's useless for you to raise the price, 30,000, I'll buy it."
Xiao Duan said. Of course the old man is not happy. Why should he sell it at a lower price when someone else is offering a higher price?
This little brother, the highest bidder gets it. The old man looked at Xiao Chuan and said,
"Xiaodust. Good. I will offer 80,000. Xiaodust gritted his teeth and said.
Sufengqiu said, 100,000.
The more Sufengqiu raised the price, the more Xiaodust felt that this jade pendant was absolutely extraordinary. 1,300,000. Xiaodust said. Sufengqiu, 150,000. Xiaodust, 170,000.
Sufengqiu, 1,900,000.
Xiaodust. How did you know that I only had 200,000 yuan spirit crystals? Chow.
He also happened to offer a price of $190,000.
Normal people, shouldn't you bid 200,000 to make up a whole number?
Sufengqiu hurt his heart and said faintly, "You had 20,000, this young man also had 20,000.
Humph. Xiaodust snorted coldly.
He was just spitting in his heart. There was definitely no way he could think that Sufengqiu really knew that he had 200,000 yuan of spirit crystals. That old man was also happy in his heart. He had met an unjust man. This jade pendant, he had spent a few taels of silver to wholesale it from the wholesale market. He still had dozens of them in his spatial ring. He did have real things in this stall. But surely he must put some fake goods, in case he meets a wrongdoer.
Today, there were really two. Xiaodust clenched his teeth. 200,000 top-grade yuan spirit crystals.
After saying that, he looked at Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu rubbed his chin.
That's fine, then I don't want it. After saying that, Sufengqiu turned around and walked away. Xiaodust? Chapter 106 Fake. This is ing fake. Xiaodust stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. It's not. You don't want it? You don't want the 200,000 yuan spirit crystals?
Yes, I do. Although it was said that he, Xiao Chuan, only had 200,000 yuan spirit crystals, he, Xiao Chuan, could only offer up to 200,000 yuan spirit crystals. He was still happy to get it.
But, you won't continue to raise the price?
Sufengqiu suddenly stopped raising the price, but instead, it made Xiaodust feel that this jade pendant was not that good. If it was really a Chaos God tablet of this level, he would have to take it for whatever the raise was, right? Grass. He had been deceived. He did not want this jade pendant either. Little brother, 200,000 yuan of spirit crystals, this jade pendant from the ancient times is yours. The old man looked at Xiao Chen and said.
Xiaodust shook his head, I don't want this jade pendant.
Hearing this, the old man's eyes slightly condensed. On his body, a terrifying might erupted.
Xiaodust's face changed. Heavenly Dao Realm 5th Stage. Ma Da.
Under normal circumstances, he was not afraid of the Heavenly Dao Realm 5th Stage.
But now, he was heavily injured. What does Your Excellency mean? Xiaodust frowned and asked. What does old man mean? What do you mean? To buy something suddenly do not buy, play old man? If you don't buy it, you said earlier that the old man sold it to that little brother in the party. Now, you don't buy it, you caused the old man to yellow a single, so, you have to buy this thing even if you buy it, you also have to buy it even if you don't buy it. Xiaodust clenched his fist. Grass. What if this young man just doesn't buy it? Just don't buy it? Whoosh. At this time, several hawkers beside him also came over and surrounded Xiaodust. They all knew each other. There were still relatively few hawkers here with truly uncomplicated identities. Good things were also rare. They all knew what kind of goods each other had. It's just mainly to trap people. The goods are all bought from one place. So, one person's interest is also about all of them. Your behavior, which affects our interests, then let's see if you can leave this black market alive today. The old man said coldly. Xiaodust. Grass. The tiger fell down and was bullied by the dog. His haul has gone to the God Emperor of the Eight Wastelands, an existence that surpasses the Supreme Immortal Emperor. Nima. Today, he was actually threatened by a few hawkers. Crucially, he still had no means. He did have many means. But these means were gone when he died. In this life, he hadn't gotten them yet. He had more feats, martial arts, and means in his memory. But he was now seriously injured again. There were some things that still had to be prepared in advance. Moreover, he faced Li Mufeng, who had already used it and had run away. He really didn't have any way to face the current situation. I will buy. Xiaodust said with a clench of his teeth. Humph. It's not that the old man forced you, it's you who competed with others, you competed and you don't want it, do you think it's not your problem? Xiaodust nodded his head and gritted his teeth yes. Then. The jade pendant you take. Xiaodust then handed over the spatial ring unwillingly. Grass. The Yuan spirit crystals that he had managed to exchange with great difficulty. He exchanged it with the immortal sword chopping star Ah. He had originally thought of coming over to buy the chaotic divine tablet away and buy some heaven and earth spirits or something to recover from his injuries. Now it's all over. There's nothing left. Grass. Goodbye. Xiaodust took the jade pendant and walked away unwillingly. Now, he could only hope that this jade pendant was definitely not bad. Ding teasing Xiaodust, Xiaodust's heavenly fate value is reduced by 100,000, and your system value is increased by 1 million. Sufengqiu smiled inwardly. It was almost time. Next, his heavenly destiny value was reserved for a while. Because going to that site with the law of creation and the heavenly soul totem, Sufengqiu still had to rely on this guy. Rebirth of the great emperor, it was pretty good. I'm going back, and I'm going to get ready to marry little Qingxue. Sufengqiu was in a very good mood. The big wedding finally can rightfully use the dual cultivation technique, the sky against the yin and yang know-how. The girls in this world are generally too conservative. Not to mention girls like Lin Qingxue. Grass. Xiao Chuan walked within Yangzhou City. He was also in bad luck. He took out the jade pendant. This jade pendant, it should not be bad. Xiaodust said with a deep sigh. 200,000 yuan spirit crystals was not much. If one were to know what the chaotic god tablet was. If this thing was put into an auction, it would be a grand finale. Its value was comparable to that of a sacred artifact. Even higher than the value of a holy weapon. It was picked up by that bee. It seems that this jade pendant is an old thing. But what exactly is the situation, he really does not know. There is no spiritual power at all. But this jade pendant, this young man does not even know the name, where it is used is not clear, and now even more so, there is no spiritual power, was sealed? Generally speaking, this kind of jade pendant, the probability is that it is the key to a certain place. This couldn't be the key to the main hall of the Strongman ruins after half a month, could it? Xiao Chuan suddenly thought of this possibility. Recalling it carefully. In his last life, Yefeng was right in front of him. In front of one of the walls of that large hall. He did seem to be holding a green jade pendant in his hand and pressed it on top of the wall. Then he disappeared into thin air. In his own hand, he was also holding a green jade pendant. Half a month later, it was the day when the Strongman ruins would come out. Could it be that? In his last life, when Yefeng came to this black market and bought away the Chaos Divine Tablet, could he have also bought away this jade pendant? Then in the underworld, this jade pendant was again extremely deeply connected to that Strongman ruins. This was all chance and destiny. It was gotten by him, Yefeng. It was really possible. Xiaodust was a little excited. That guy just now, it seems that he is destined to have no fate with the laws of creation. Fortunately, it is really possible that I am guessing like this. Xiaodust was in a much better mood. Just at this time, oncoming a 16 or 17-year-old teenager holding a jade pendant in his hand walked past him. Xiaodust's footsteps lurched. Wait. Xiaodust called out to him. Ah? Big brother, you called out to me for something? The teenager asked. Xiaodust's gaze was fixed on the jade pendant in his hand. Then he glanced at his own jade pendant again. The same. Exactly the same. The jade pendant he was holding was exactly the same as his own. The color is the same. Where did you get this jade pendant? Xiao Chen hurriedly asked.
The teenager also saw the jade pendant in Xiao Duan's hand.
I bought it at the antique market in front and spent 2 copper coins, didn't you? Xiao dust?
He snatched the jade pendant back from the teenager's hand, comparing it carefully back and forth with his own.
Special meow. This above, it will not be old, right? Ah. It's the same, there's nothing to compare it with. The teenager said. Xiao dust. His mind exploded. No. Not necessarily. It might just be a coincidence. Right. Otherwise, the person who bought away the Chaos God tablet just now, why did he buy this jade pendant? The fact that he Chaos Divine tablet was bought so decisively proved that he knew his stuff. Click. Xiao dust exerted force and the piece of jade pendant of the teenager directly turned into powder. Xiao dust. What are you doing? Here, go buy another one. Xiao dust threw him a couple of silver and walked away.
If this one of mine is fake, then it will definitely turn into powder like the one just now, and if it is tough as hell, then it is definitely real. Xiao Chuan thought about it and then pinched it with force. The powder scattered down his fingers.
Xiao dust? Chapter 107 Li Mufeng's marriage snatching plan.
Ding Xiao Dust's Dao heart has collapsed, your heavenly fate value has decreased by 300,000, and your system value has increased by 3 million. A sudden system prompt rang out and Su Feng revealed a cold smile. At least he is a reborn strong man, is his mentality as far as this? Su Feng let out an autumn laugh. He then returned to the Su family. At this moment, the Su family had already begun to organize the big wedding. Su Tianya was busy. Father. Sure, go out less and stay with Qingxue more, Su Tianyi said with a smile. Su Tianyi said with a smile. This time, the Su family has a big presence. Su Tianyi said. What's going on? Our old ancestor again went to the Dragon and Phoenix clan, old face or not want, begged to come to the 18 Divine Dragon and 18 Phoenix. Sufengqiu smiled. Sins ah. However, after this matter, our Su family and the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan's friendship is still there, but their favor is considered to be finished. I am not bad. Sufengqiu said, with the old ancestor's friendship with them, it is not so bad to say that if the Su family is in trouble, they will desperately try to save each other. Also line. Say yes, however, I am a little worried ah. Sufengqiu asked, Father is worried that this big wedding will be the same as last time, what changes will happen? Yes, there are too many people staring at my Su family, I don't know if there is anyone, they will take the opportunity to make some moves. Su Tian also said. Sufengqiu actually had some worries as well. But when he thought about it, who could it be? Pill God Mountain was the most likely. Plus one more, Li Mufeng. But what could they do? However, it was definitely time to pay extra attention. However, the poetry saint was still in the Su clan. Who would dare to do anything? Sufengqiu returned to the young Lord Peak. Lin Qingxue was playing chess with the poetry saint. Junior friend Su, come. The poetry saint smiled and greeted. Mr. Su. Sufengqiu nodded. How is little friend Su's chess skill? Sufengqiu laughed and said, it's just skin deep, but I really want to learn chess from senior poetry saint. After all, he has life and death chess. Being proficient in chess will be good for him. Come on, let me learn your chess skills first, don't pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, the poetry saint laughed. That won't happen, pretending to be a pig can eat a tiger, but not a divine dragon. Sufengqiu responded with a smile. Qingxue went to make tea for senior poetry sage and Mr. Su. Lin Qingxue finished speaking and silently walked away. The poetry sage played a piece and asked, will there be any accidents in this big wedding? Sufengqiu also played a piece and said, there may be, the soldiers will come to stop the water to cover the earth. Pill God Mountain? Sufengqiu shook his head, it is not easy to say. Ding Li Mufeng action update. System tips suddenly came. Sufengqiu raised his eyebrows. Ding Li Mufeng wants to join forces with the Blood Emperor Mountain Young Lord to steal his marriage. On the other side, Li Mufeng had just experienced the pain of losing his mother. He was bound to kill Xiao Chen. But for this matter, the Pill God Mountain would definitely not send out heavy troops. There was only one northern Xiandao palace that would take this matter to heart. There's no hurry in this matter. There was one thing that was urgent. That was Sufengqiu and Lin Qingxue's big wedding. He absolutely would not allow Lin Qingxue to marry Sufengqiu. Or rather, he was absolutely unwilling to see Sufengqiu springing for it. Although he wasn't a man anymore. But he was going to ruin Lin Qingxue. It was difficult to deal with you, Sufengqiu, but how easy was it to deal with a heavenly Dao realm Lin Qingxue? But he definitely wouldn't rob the marriage like He Feng did either. The exit of a canyon. Li Mufeng stood there with his hands folded. Brotherly, it's been a long time, why aren't you even a man anymore? A man walked over with a mocking tone. Whoosh. Li Mufeng directly rushed over and without saying a word, he launched a set of furious attacks. Blood Without Trace's realm was also the first stage of the Immortal Emperor, so naturally, he wasn't a vegetarian. After 100 moves,
Blood without trace's eyes condensed. If you are looking for this young man to come here to fight, then I won't accompany you. Humph. If you dare to poke this young man's pain again, this young man will kill you. Li Mufeng's eyes slightly condensed and said, Okay, go ahead, what's the matter? This Blood Emperor Mountain, is the Nine Heavens a also good and evil sect? But because the Blood Emperor Mountain they cultivate techniques, is not to suck other people's blood, spiritual power, soul power to cultivate. Therefore, it is difficult to define them as a demonic sect. Not a very good reputation, but extremely powerful. Nine Heavens God-level sect. There was a great relationship with the demonic race. Thus, it was indeed considered a party hegemon. They also acted rather arrogantly and domineeringly. Do me a favor, and after it's done, I'll give you the Blood Spirit Pearl. Li Mufeng said. This Blood Spirit Pearl is a divine object left over from ancient times. It is naturally of great use to Li Mufeng. But for Bloodwoman, it was like a tiger with wings. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to kill you to seize the Blood Spirit Pearl, but it also saves a lot of things. Kill me? Ridiculous. Blood without trace asked, Say it, what is it? Su family wedding, I want you to snatch Li Chenua. Not a brother, you are gone, why do you still rob Li Chenua? This word came out. Li Mufeng was burning with rage, and the might of the Immortal Emperor erupted once again. Stop. Nothing else, just curious. I won't let him Sufengqiu get his way, is that okay? I'll let this pay the price, is that okay? Li Mufeng said coldly. Bloodless rubbed his chin, this matter is difficult, Su family recently what the situation is not you are not clear, Yifeng's previous experience in front of us. Yifeng and you compare? Blood without trace said, that is, after all, the Su family, you think for a blood spirit beads, so that the Blood Emperor Mountain without reason to provoke a flourishing Su family, the Blood Emperor Mountain will agree? Will Blood Emperor Mountain still be afraid of the Su family? Ridiculous. Fear is not afraid, but weighing the pros and cons, it is still difficult to agree. Then forget it. Li Mufeng finished his speech and was about to walk away. Wait. The Blood without trace called out to stop him. But this matter, this young man in the name of personal can also do, is only to provoke Sufengqiu and Su family. I will wait for your news. Li Mufeng turned around and walked away. Why did Li Mufeng want to find Blood Wu Scar? Because Blood Emperor Mountain has a secret method. It's called the Dipper turns Qianquan. This turning Qianquan is a very powerful means to save his life. But at the same time, it could also realize what he wanted. All that was needed was for this Blood without trace to be close enough to Li Chenua. By releasing the Du turn Qianquan, he could instantly take Li Chenua and disappear into the Su clan. So, it was simple for him to do this. What Li Mufeng wanted to do was also just to take away Li Chenua. Make Sufengqiu regret it. Spoil his big wedding. Such a grand and sensational event was spoiled. This Sufengqiu, the Su family has no face left. That would be something to try. Bloodstainless murmured, and with that, he walked away. Blood without trace, fighting Qianquan? Sufengqiu also guessed Li Mufeng's thoughts based on this news. It was because this Dodo Qianquan was still very famous in the 9 continents. Other than that, Sufengqiu couldn't think of any possibility that Li Mufeng must unite with Blood without trace. Then I can only help Xiao Duan slightly. Sufengqiu revealed a cold smile. Chapter 108 The Day of the Wedding. In the dark forest, Xiao Chuan and Fengqiu were passing through hand in hand. They happened to encounter a heavenly Dao realm spectral evil tiger. Due to Xiao Dust's injuries and the fact that he was at the Divine Emperor realm, Fengqiu took the initiative to assume the role of the main attacker. At this time, in the dark, there was unexpectedly a second Psi evil tiger. A black spectral explosive flame shot out explosively at Fengqiu, who was fighting another spectral evil tiger in earnest. Brother Fire is careful. Xiao Chuan shouted. 9 Thunder shocking heaven technique. Z. He charged directly over with a terrifying thunder. Blocking this move, Fengqiu's pupils shrunk. Snort. He finished off the other spectral evil tiger just in time. With that, he charged at the second spectral evil tiger. It didn't take long for the second underworld evil tiger to be knocked away by him. This place is dangerous, go first. The two of them sped away. When they reached a safe location, the duo stopped. Brother Xiao. Fengqiu clasped his fist at Xiao Chuan. Thanks to Brother Xiao for saving his life. If it was not for Brother Zhao's timely intervention, I'm afraid that this young man was already seriously injured at that time, and I was afraid that I would have to die under the siege of the 2 underworld evil tigers. Xiao Dust waved his hand. It's nothing to worry about. If I wasn't seriously injured, I wouldn't have let Brother Fire fight alone. Brother Xiao, after this incident, Mr. Fire is even more determined to become close friends with Brother Xiao. Xiao Chen laughed. We already are. Ha! Fengqiu let out a loud laugh, then he pointed ahead. Brother Xiao, 200 miles further on is my Fire Cloud Villa. When we arrive at the Fire Cloud Villa, I will first let the people from the clan help you with your treatment, and then for the rest of the days, you can stay at the Fire Cloud Villa. Xiao Dust nodded. Thank you, Brother Fire.
Ha, no harm done, I am also very happy to have such a close friend of Brother Xiao.
Fire Mingjie laughed. Xiao Dust could not forget about the meteoric explosive spirit flame since.
Brother Fire, I still have some things to do, so I will go to the Fire Cloud Villa after I have resolved them.
I will accompany you here.
Xiao Dust shook his head.
There is no need, the dark swamp has already been sort of passed through, and there is no danger.
Good, I will wait for Brother Xiao to arrive at the Fire Cloud Villa.
I'm sorry. 1 day later.
Ding Xiao Dust obtained the Meteorite Explosion Spirit Flame, Heavenly Fate value 100,000. Ding Xiao Dust's realm was elevated to the third stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, with a Heavenly Destiny value of 500,000.
Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. Why did his Heavenly Destiny value add so little when he obtained the Meteoric Explosion Spirit Flame?
In fact, he was reborn as a great emperor. He was a ninth-ordered son of Qi. This was because his Heavenly Destiny value came from his ability to obtain some treasures that only he knew about. This Meteoric Explosive Spirit Flame should have belonged to him. When he got it, he added instant battle power, so his Heavenly Fate value increased. But if it was obtained by someone else, or by Sufengqiu,
his Heavenly Destiny value would plummet.
This was because preventing him from getting the chance was the same as lowering his Heavenly Fate value.
This was the special thing about being a reborn son of Qi.
Then the next step for this Xiao Chuan is to join the Fire Cloud Villa and recover from his injuries. The most pressing thing should be the ruins after half a month, and then it's time to deal with Li Mufeng.
Let them fight. This was also the reason why Sufengqiu hadn't gone to stop him from obtaining the Meteoric Explosion Spirit Flame.
Let him hurry up and raise his cultivation.
Tomorrow was Sufengqiu's wedding day.
Not to mention, he was still a little nervous. And the one who was even more nervous was naturally Li Qingxue.
Xiao Li ran over playfully. Young master.
Go to the Lin family and give this talisman to Qingxue and tell her to make sure she put it on her body for the wedding tomorrow.
Yes. This talisman is called the Hidden Spirit Talisman.
When attached to the body, it can block one spiritual attack. Whether it's a martial art or a variety of secret techniques.
It was reserved for bloodless traces fighting Qianquan to use. To ensure that Lin Qingxue is unhindered.
Then next, just wait for the fish to take the bait. This Pill God Mountain, it depends on whether you protect Li Mufeng or not. Li Mufeng, as the saint son of Pill God Mountain, is indeed very important.
But one thing is more important. He is not a direct descendant of the Pill God Mountain Li family. He is only a direct line.
In fact, there were many direct line geniuses from the Pill God Mountain who had been upset for a long time. A direct lineage had unexpectedly become the saint son of Pill God Mountain.
But there was no way.
Who let this generation, Li Mu's style, go out of color?
If he was just slightly overpowered, he wouldn't have been able to take the position of Saint Son. But he completely crushed it.
Pill God Mountain considered that Li Mufeng would be able to bring great benefits and fame to Pill God Mountain in the future. Then naturally, he was allowed to become the contemporary Saint Son.
The following day, the Su family was even more grand, imposing, and solemn than last time.
The 8th Heaven Stone family came to congratulate young Master Su on his marriage to Fairy Lin. The 10,000 Swords sect of the Northern Underworld Empire came to congratulate young Master Su on his marriage to Fairy Lin. The Heavenly Feather Holy Land came to congratulate young Master Su on his marriage to Fairy Lin. The Fire Cloud Villa came to congratulate young Master Su on his marriage to Fairy Lin. A host of powerful forces had come to the Su clan. Some of those watching from afar were also secretly shocked. This time, young Lord Su's wedding could be much more massive than the last time. Yes, this time, it's the 10,000 Years Emperor clan and the Imperial clan, and Her Majesty the Empress is also present in person. The thing that most puzzles this honored one is, this Your Excellency Lu Yunyan, why is she so close to Sufengqiu?
Isn't Yefeng her disciple? Didn't Sufengqiu kill Yefeng? Instead of taking action, she personally came to congratulate him?
In this, there was definitely a hidden agenda. From this wedding compared to the last lineup, it can be seen that in a short period of time, this Su family in the 8 heavens is not what it used to be. Phoenix Terrace came to congratulate the Su family on their big wedding.
Wow!
The crowd's gazes looked over. It was the Lord of the Phoenix who had brought the Phoenix Holy Maiden.
This? The Lord of the Phoenix Terrace had come in person? Was this Phoenix Terrace and the Su clan that close? This?
The crowd was shocked. After a bit of disguise, Bloodstainless also came here along with the 8 Heavens 10,000 Years Emperor clan's Northern clan. It was a simple matter of Li Mufeng arranging it, saying that he was eager to congratulate Sufengqiu on her big wedding. Then the North family gave Li Mufeng face and brought along Bloodless Trace. Also coming along was Xiao Duan, who had followed the Fire Cloud Villa. He wanted to see what kind of god this Sufengqiu was. After pulling his crotch so much in his last life, he had actually stirred up the wind and clouds a few times in this life. This young Master Su, I have also admired for a long time, people of the same age, but he went against the heavens, this time also to be able to catch a glimpse of the true face.
Fire Mingjie let out a sigh of emotion. Xiao Chen gave a disdainful cry in his heart. What the heck? He was looking down on Sufengqiu from the bottom of his heart. The crowd converged on top of the square. The chanting of the dragon and phoenix rose up into the sky. Wow! It was the dragon and phoenix clans again. This Su clan had a great relationship with these two clans. For the second time, last time it was 9 of each, and this time, there were 18 of each. His grandeur. It's really grand. Some of the top geniuses of the 9 heavens were afraid that they wouldn't have such a show. Xiao Dust looked up. Above the dragon's head, Sufengqiu stood there with his hands folded. Suddenly, he frowned. What? It was him? Chapter 109. A strange change happens. Xiao Dust could not forget that bee for the rest of his life. Taking away his chaotic divine tablet. The design made him spend 200,000 yuan of spirit crystals on a jade pendant that was a decoration. His mind was blown. Xiao Dust never thought that that person was actually the Su family's young lord, Sufengqiu. Grass. Ka. Xiao Dust clenched his fists in death. Sufengqiu stood on top of the dragon's head, and Li Chenua stood on top of the phoenix body. 18 phoenixes and 18 divine dragons circled in the sky. This scene was shocking. This was truly a man and a woman. Li Chenua, Fairy Lin, could be said to be one of the most outstanding contemporary women in the entire 9 continents, and to be able to marry young Lord Su was truly a blessing for both parties. Today's wedding can be said to be a great momentum. His Majesty the Empress, Lu Yunyan, 10,000 years of the Imperial clan came so many. This Su family has risen to prominence. Sufengqiu and Li Chenua landed on the stage. Father. Uncle Su. Li Chenua slightly saluted. Still calling uncle? Su Tianya asked with a smirk. Ha! The crowd below couldn't help but laugh as well. Lin Zhan was still in a good mood. His own daughter marrying this kid Sufengqiu was also the will of heaven. Besides, young people having feelings for each other was the most important thing. Li Chenju's beautiful face revealed a touch of shyness. She already has an outstanding temperament and beautiful appearance. Today's wedding is even more grandly dressed up. That is simply not too stunning. Shout it, shout it. Lin Zhan said. Li Chenju softly said, Father. Tao. Lin Zhan muttered irritably. He was merely displeased with Su Tiany's smug look. Ha! Good. Good. Su Tiany gave a happy laugh. Ha! The poetry saint also let out a loud laugh and came onto the stage. The eyes of the crowd looked over. Was that the legendary poetry saint senior? This Su family, it had truly risen. With the Lord of the Phoenix stage personally present and the poetry saint as a witness, it was hard to imagine how far this Su family could grow in the future. Luo Liuli looked at Li Chenua on the stage. I don't know why. There is actually a hidden touch of special flavor. The old man will say a few words. The poetry saint said. Pa. Below, the crowd applauded. Qingxue girl has known Old Me for many years. For her talent, Old Me has always been incomparably appreciative, but unfortunately, still know it a little late, otherwise surely I want to accept her as a disciple. Su Xiaoyu, only know a short time, but his talent, I believe that all of you know too well, will enter the wine, the achievement of poetry into the road, but also to help the old man to advance to the realm of the supreme immortal emperor, poetic mood of the sprightliness, the boldness, the virtual, the heavenly horse, the old man is even ashamed to be inferior to. Sufengqiu clasped a fist, poetry sage senior, these words are overstated. No. The world called the old man for the poetry sage, but now you Sufengqiu, but was called the poetry immortal. I love wine and poetry, but you Sufengqiu one of the many heavenly place, your future, unlimited. A man and a woman, both of them are the most talented contemporary people in the narrow vision of the old man, so the two of them can achieve the immortal couple, I'm afraid there is nothing more wonderful in this world. The poetry sage raised his cup. I propose to raise my cup and congratulate you two on your achievement as immortal couples. The crowd stood up and raised their glasses. Ha! Bloodless laughed coldly. How enthusiastic it was now, how chaotic it would be in a moment. To be honest, he had no enmity with Sufengqiu. But sitting here today, he looked at Li Chenua in front of him and saw such a lineup. He admitted that he was jealous. It reinforced the idea that he had to make a move. Xiao Chuan also had a look of displeasure on his face. Little friend Su, regarding this current scenario, is it possible to show off your poetic talent? If you are happy in life, don't make the golden bottle empty to the moon. The poetry saint laughed. Yes, that's right. I just heard that at the poetry festival. Little friend Su was so proud of himself, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I'm looking forward to it, too. The Lord of the Phoenix Terrace smiled. The Holy Yao Empress said indifferently, then all of you might be in for a big surprise. Li Chenju's beautiful eyes looked at Sufengqiu with slight anticipation. Sufengqiu looked at Li Chenju. There is a beautiful person, Xingyang Wanqi, encounter, suitable for my wish. Snap. Sufengqiu looked at Li Chenju. Good, Qingxue, you come too. Li Chenju slightly bit her lip. Spring feast, green wine and a cup of song once again, then worship and make 3 wishes.
First, I wish long life to you. Second, I wish my concubine to be always healthy. Third, I wish to be like the swallow on the beam, to see each other often for years and years. The poet saint laughed out loud. Good. Ha. Good. Talented, ah, so talented two people can come together, really this world's best thing, ah. In this way, these two people are really a match made in heaven. Ha. Good poem, good poem. Sufengqiu also revealed a slight smirk. Humph. Xiao Chuan's eyes slightly stared. Li Chenua, once upon a time, was also someone he loved. Or rather, in this world, what man would not fall in love with such a woman? How was it that Sufengqiu was taken down? And looking at the situation, Li Chenua didn't seem to be forced into it, but rather willingly. The three worships of heaven and earth came to an end. Su Tianya was all red. Everyone, eat and drink well. Xiu'er, take Qingxue and go toast to all of you. Yes. Sufengqiu brought Li Chenua to the bottom. Senior, Liuli, thank you both for coming. Sufengqiu raised his cup. Senior, Miss Liuli. Li Chenua also said slightly. Phoenix of the Lord under the veil revealed a touch of light smile. Congratulations, the two heavenly geniuses, also the achievement of immortal couples, the 9 continents a great blessing. The other day also heard that Liuli and Qingxue eloquent talk, and then a few days, Qingxue on the big wedding. It is also fate. Li Chenua said slightly. Luo Liuli also raised her glass. Congratulations. Thanks a lot. They drank it all in one go. Ding. Li Chenju's favorability to you 5, current favorability, 64. Fondness. Ding. Li Chenju's favorability towards you has reached 60, obtaining the reward, heavenly execution. Sufengqiu froze. What is this again? Forget it, there was no time now. The duo continued forward to make a toast. Her Majesty the Empress. The Holy Yao Empress revealed a faint smirk. This emperor also did not expect that everything would be so fast. Not bad, congratulations. Thank you, Your Majesty the Empress. Li Chenju whispered. You must treat Qingxue well, this girl is one who can come to this empress at any time to complain. The Holy Yao Empress smiled. That's natural. Sufengqiu also smiled. Drink. After drinking the wine they walked away again. A few tables later, they arrived here at the Fire Cloud Villa. Young Lord Su. The Fire Cloud Villa's patriarch also hurriedly got up. The Fire Cloud Villa was originally an imperial-level clan that wasn't particularly strong. Especially now that the 8 Heavens Su clan was as strong as ever, this status was also obvious. Fire Sovereign. Congratulations, this is the canine son. Fire Mingjie also clasped his fist. Brother Su, congratulations. Same congratulations. Xiao Dust stood up. Congratulations. It's you? Sufengqiu pretended to recognize him. Oh? You two know each other? Fire Patriarch asked in surprise. Sufengqiu smiled and said, one-sided relationship, some small things happened. Xiao Dust also nodded. It's not worth mentioning, right? Congratulations. Mad. I should have known not to come. Grass. How did he get mixed up in this life even worse than before? Forget about it, this is just where it is. The two of them walked away, and then came to the North family of the 10,000 Years Emperor clan in the 8th heaven. Bei family master, gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Sufengqiu said. You are welcome, young friend Su, congratulations on your marriage to Fairy Lin today, the North family lord said. Congratulations. At this time, the disguised blood without trace raised his cup and stood up and said, Su young master, Fairy Lin is a well-known fairy in the 9 continents, I was also once even favored, I wonder if I can individually toast Fairy Lin a cup? This northern family frowned. Li Mufeng asked them to bring over this person, what does it mean? Oh? Sufengqiu raised an eyebrow. Mere congratulations. Bloodstainless smiled. Can. Afterward, Bloodstainless raised his cup to Li Chenju. Fairy Lin, congratulations. Thank you very much. Blood Wuhan then tilted his head and drank it all. Li Chenju also slightly covered her face. Then, this big wedding today, let's call it a day. Bloodless Trace's eyes snapped. Battle Transformation Qianquan was released. Spiritual energy erupted. A powerful force was released from him and Li Chenju at the same time. This scenario instantly caught the attention of everyone around them. What? Chapter 110 Sufengqiu's Ruthless Tactics. The sudden change caused everyone to be stunned. Many people actually felt that this big wedding shouldn't be particularly peaceful. But it was impossible to say exactly what would happen. And who would do what? As expected, something had still happened. That bloodless trace revealed a cold smile. With the release of the dueling Qianquan, he and Li Chenju would instantly disappear into the Su clan. The next thing would be fine. He was disguised. Even if he found out about Blood Emperor Mountain because of the doing reversal Qianquan, Blood Emperor Mountain wouldn't recognize him. What could this Su family do? However, Blood Wuhan's expression suddenly froze. Because Li Chenju hadn't followed him to leave the Su family. Including him, he didn't leave either. What was the situation? In the next instant, Bloodless Trace didn't have any hesitation. There was only one chance, and if he failed he would have to escape immediately. However, he suddenly realized that he couldn't activate his spiritual energy. What was the situation? Bloodless Trace's pupils shrunk dramatically. Binding Immortal Rope. The Immortal binding rope instantly bound Bloodless Trace. Oh no! Bloodstainless revealed a panicked expression. It's over. How did this happen? How did one's Duwop Qianquan become ineffective? It couldn't be. He, Blood Without Trace, was an immortal emperor of the first rank. How could he unleash his dueling Qianquan on Li Chenua, who was in the heavenly Dao realm? No one else did it. It was done in a flash. Why did it fail? It shouldn't. Unless there was something on Li Chenua that prevented his means. But it's theoretically impossible. There was only one possibility. Unless it was a known situation where some means had been prepared in advance. But was that possible? It couldn't be. He, Sufengqiu, was a god? And could think of this? No. Unless they really knew something in advance. Then how could they know? There's only one possibility. Li Mufeng told them. Chow. This Li Mufeng, he's playing spy in a dish, right? He asked me for help, but you joined forces with Sufengqiu to mess with me, didn't you? What else is possible? Whoosh! A group of powerful people sped over. Their eyes are fixed on Bloodstainless. No, it's nothing to do with me, it's nothing to do with me, young Master Su, it's a misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding! The Bei family's family head hurriedly stood up and explained in a panic. Pinch? It's a real fear. This is the Su family. He was afraid that this Sufengqiu would kill their North family here in a fit of rage. Sufengqiu's eyes slightly condensed. He really guessed right. It's really the bucket-turning Qianquan. It was the bucket-turning Qianquan, the secret method of the Blood Emperor Mountain. The people of Blood Emperor Mountain? Humph. This Blood Emperor Mountain is so bold. The poetry saint's eyes were slightly condensed. At the time of Qingxue's girl's wedding, she wanted to use the bucket-turning Qianquan to take her away, didn't she? Lin Qingxue's small mouth opened slightly as she looked towards Sufengqiu. There was a hidden spirit talisman on her body. It was Sufengqiu who had asked Shaoli to give it to her, instructing her to keep it attached to her body at all times. Unexpectedly, it had blocked such a difficult situation. Today, this emperor is getting married, so I don't want to see blood, so explain, you should know this emperor's methods. Sufengqiu said indifferently. Bloodless Trace was bound there, his face ugly to the extreme. The head of the North family hurriedly said, he has nothing to do with me, it is Li Mufeng. Li Mufeng said that this person wanted to come to congratulate you two very much, so he asked me, the North family, to bring him here. He is truly afraid. In terms of status, his North family and the Su family are both 10,000-year-old imperial clans. Pretty much the same. But Sufengqiu's recent events have made him scared to death. Was the North family head unaware of the matter between Li Mufeng and this emperor? The North family head said, I wonder what young Lord Su was talking about. Of course he knew that Li Mufeng had been decapitated by Sufengqiu that. He also knew some of Li Mufeng's behavior. He could only play dumb. It seemed that the North family lord was not being truthful. Hearing Sufengqiu's words, the Northern family lord shivered. No. Sufengqiu said lightly with his hands folded, since the Northern family master knows that this Li Mufeng has a grudge against this emperor and is definitely not in good spirits, why did he still bring in the people he arranged with Li Mufeng? The North family lord shivered again, young Lord Su, after all, that is the saint son of Pill God Mountain, if you refuse to. So, the North family head chose to side with Pill God Mountain, right? No, young Lord Su, this matter is my doing alone, and has nothing to do with the rest of the North family. Sufengqiu said, today, this emperor does not want to see blood, how to choose, the North family master decided by himself, do not send. The meaning of Sufengqiu's words was actually very simple. Either, you North family master use your actions to preserve your North family. Either that, or the entire Bei family will be buried with you. The North family head's face was ugly to the extreme. The crowd watched this scene and secretly marveled. The same 10,000-year-old imperial clan. False before it was still in decline. Just because of a few things from Sufengqiu. Today, this Northern family head was surprisingly humble. One could only say that this Sufengqiu was simply too ruthless. His ferocious reputation was really deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone knew his methods. No one dares to gamble with him. Pill God Mountain, isn't it a living example? A god-level sect, yet they didn't dare to make an enemy of the Su clan. Assholes. Asshole. Young Lord Su, I'll kill him. Subsequently, spiritual energy erupted from the North family lord's body as he drew his sword. Young Master Su, I make my intentions known. After saying that, he was about to chop away with his sword. Bloodstainless pupils shrank, don't kill me, I'm the Blood Emperor Mountain young lord. You dare to kill me? When these words came out, the crowd glanced at each other. What? He was blood-wound? Why would this blood-woo scar be like this? Instructed by Li Mufeng?
Don't be ridiculous, why would this Li Mufeng instruct him? That's a big deal. Bloodstain has removed his disguise. It's really Bloodstain. Blood Without Trace looked at Sufengqiu and said, Brother Su, this matter is that this young man didn't do the right thing. This young man was also under the compulsion of that Li Mufeng. This Li Mufeng intended to take Fairy Lin away and make Brother Su regret his life. He and Gu Changxing are generally both hypocrites with a moral appearance. But you still did it even though you knew it. It has nothing to do with why you did it. Sufengqiu said. In his heart, Bloodstainless was actually afraid of Sufengqiu. Blood Without Trace gritted his teeth and said, Old me was also shady by Li Mufeng. Su brother, since this matter has been exposed, I Blood Without Trace also do not hide, will certainly give you a decent statement. Today is your wedding day, I think Brother Su also do not want to see blood, this matter if this young do not do enough, at any time to bring the head to see. Xiao Dust gritted his teeth on the side. Really stupid Engaging in some small means can still fail. This Li Mufeng and Blood Without Trace are all idiots. This life can be crushed like this by Sufengqiu. Then this emperor will give you a chance. Blood Without Trace's eyes lit up. Northern Family Lord, then you want to seize this opportunity? Sufengqiu looked towards the Northern Family Lord. The Northern Family Lord gulped. Originally, he could keep himself and the North family safe from each other by killing Blood Wu Scar. But now, Blood Wu Scar's identity was exposed. He didn't dare to kill it either. Su family, he couldn't afford to mess with it. He can't afford to mess with the Blood Emperor Mountain either. In this case, the two of you to grasp it, the opportunity to give you, who live depends on your own skills. Come on people, the two will be brought to the Su family Extreme Happiness Peak Secret Realm. After the wedding, this emperor want to see the results. This opportunity, the emperor gave, so, two are still satisfied? Good. Bloodstainless nodded his head. The Northern Family Lord lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Many thanks, young Lord Su. Wow. The crowd was secretly shocked. This Sufengqiu, he was too ruthless. Whoever disagreed, died on the spot. If the North Family Lord didn't agree, it wasn't just him who would die, but the North family as well. Bloodstain doesn't agree? He will also die. Only one of the two can survive. Then the odds are that Bloodstainless will live. Because the North Family Lord wouldn't dare to kill Bloodshed. Unless he doesn't consider the North family. What a ruthless tactic. In this way, Sufengqiu was still able to use Blood Without Trace's hand to deal with Li Mufeng and the Pill God Mountain. At the same time, Li Mufeng was completely discredited. Then it seems that this Sufengqiu and I are considered to be on the same boat. After all, I also have to deal with Li Mufeng. Xiao Dust murmured. Chapter 111 Abolishing Li Mufeng's Sacred Sun Position. The news of the big wedding over here was also spread throughout the 9 continents. What had happened was naturally spread out as well. On the Blood Emperor mountainside, they had also received the situation of their young lord. Sovereign, what's going to happen now? Blood Emperor Mountain Patriarch had a furious look on his face. This Blood Wuan is simply audacious. He wouldn't think that by changing his face and taking Li Chenua away, even if it would be suspected to my Blood Emperor Mountain, and suspected to him, it would still be safe and sound, right? Sovereign, it's fortunate that the young master failed, otherwise I really don't know what this Su family will do. The Su family is one of them, there is also the Holy Yao Empress, there is also the Poetry Sage, the Lin family, and even the 10,000 Swords sect, which is now friends with the Su family, and the Stone family. No matter what, at least they must have been shocked by Sufengqiu earlier. It was only then that they were having such a conversation now. If they hadn't been able to look at the Su family in the first place. Even if the Su family remained friendly with these forces. They were also completely unafraid. In this matter, let Bloodstainless grow a lesson on his own. Pill God Mountain. Sovereign. Patriarch. Something has happened. Grand Elderly Buke came to the main hall in a hurry. What happened again? Patriarch Li Baishan is really speechless. In the past few hundred years, nothing happened. Now, everything happens at once. His heart is not so good now. Isn't this Sufengqiu's wedding? Even if something happens, it has nothing to do with our Pill God Mountain, right? Li Baishan said. A guess anyway must be Sufengqiu's Su family side of the situation. It is the Holy Sun. Li Baishan a shiver. Pinch? This Li Mufeng, what did he do again? Li Baishan roared and asked. The Saint's son had joined forces with Blood Emperor Mountain's young master, Blood Without Trace, and wanted to take Li Chenua away on the day of Sufengqiu's wedding, but Blood Without Trace failed and gave the Saint's son up. Li Baishan sat down on a chair. Headache. Up. Although many times healers couldn't heal themselves. But it really can't help that this kind of news appears day in and day out. This made him Li Baishan embarrassed. 3 times it was his own Pill God Mountain sage who took the initiative to provoke Sufengqiu. Instead, Sufengqiu gave face and did not kill him. Now it's good. He's still coming? Not to mention that he, Pill God Mountain, didn't want to make an enemy of the Su family. Even if today, Pill God Mountain was in existence that could pinch the Su family to death with his hands. He himself was too embarrassed to have the face to go find trouble with the Su family. Sovereign, what's the best thing to do now? Li Bujiao asked helplessly. Great Elder, is there still a need to dwell on this?
A young handsome man walked in. Sacred Son, a few personal acts, letting Pilgod Mountain pay for it. Pilgod Mountain's reputation in the 9 continents is seriously damaged.
What? A few injuries will exempt Pilgod Mountain from the chastisement? Simply ridiculous. This person is named Li Yi. He was a genius from the direct bloodline of Pilgod Mountain.
If Li Mufeng hadn't appeared, he would definitely be the Holy Son.
This time, his villainous act had a great personal impact on him, and this saint's son could still be kept?
The world knows, the Holy Son is the face of a clan to bear. This kind of person still want to continue to bear the face of my medicine god mountain? What's more, this time, his personal behavior, my medicine god mountain again to be accused by the world of the 9 continents.
Li Yi said.
Li Bujiao nodded, Patriarch, this is the truth, too many times, and the impact is too great. This time, Li Mufeng's move, our Pilgod Mountain will have to give the Su family, Her Majesty the Empress, the Lin family and other forces a statement. Li Baishan's eyes slightly condensed, pass on my order. Li Mufeng's personal action has caused a huge impact on the Pilgod Mountain and has caused great inconvenience to the Su family and other forces. In accordance with the rules of the clan, the Pilgod Mountain abolishes Li Mufeng's position as the Holy Son and expels him from the clan.
Li Yi revealed a cold smile. Li Bujiao frowned, Patriarch, abolishing the position of Saint Son is not a problem, is expelling him from the sect a bit too serious?
The gains don't outweigh the losses, after all, he is the top genius of the current generation.
Pung. Li Baishan slapped his hand on the table. Grand Elder, let me ask you, can you ensure that Li Mufeng won't cause any more trouble after this?
This time, my Pilgod Mountain is not justified, but also can see the bad character of him. He is similar to Sufengqiu, but at least in the eyes of the old man, the Sufengqiu, he is still considered to be honorable, even if he plays tricks behind the scenes, but at least he will not do such a nasty thing. This revenge, not Li Mufeng to us to ensure that we can stop, in order to medicine God Mountain after the reputation and stability, the abandonment will abandon it.
The main Li Mufeng is only a direct lineage. The big Pilgod Mountain, the first family really does not count for anything.
Li said, indeed, and, not that I Pilgod Mountain afraid of him Sufengqiu, this matter if only abolished a Holy Son position, he Sufengqiu will not be willing to rest, the world will not be recognized.
Let's do it, Grand Elder, publicize it. Understood.
Li Mufeng was not far from the Su family.
Of course he's been informed. What the hell? Rubbish. What a waste. Li Mufeng's face was filled with resentment. How can this fail? If you fail, you can run away. You can't even run? You've changed your face anyway. Now it's alright. Li Mufeng has followed in Gu Changsheng's footsteps. His reputation is ruined. Cam. Li Mufeng walked away in anger. Have you heard? The Pilgod Mountain publicized the world, abolishing Li Mufeng's position as the Holy Son of the Pilgod Mountain, and at the same time expelling Li Mufeng from the Pilgod Mountain. Li Mufeng?
He froze in place.
What? It couldn't be, right? Just because of this matter? Oh, but this matter is indeed quite serious as well. This is also the Pilgod Mountain's way of giving the Su family a statement. TSK, really the world is unpredictable. The high and mighty Pilgod Mountain Saint Son unexpectedly was abolished the Saint Son identity and expelled from the Pilgod Mountain. This later he is also a street rat with Gu Changsheng really like The world is going downhill, these towering top geniuses are all such hypocrites, one can imagine how the others will be these days, people like Xiao Chuan, not many people are seen. Xiao Dust? I've never heard of him, who is he?
Before the Luanjia Immortal Palace, his brother was killed, chivalry to chase the murderer thousands of miles, and finally killed him to avenge his brother, this kind of person, rare.
I heard about it. Isn't he wanted by the North Xiandao Palace?
Because he killed Li Mufeng's mother.
Thoughts, Li Mufeng's mother was already poisoned, must die. People Shaochen took the past as the antidote, not to say cannot be solved, but also absolutely cannot be killed by him. What is the need?
This is just Li Mufeng did not dare to provoke the poison emperor Mo Qianxiu, found an excuse, pointing the spearhead at Xiao Chun, who he thought was good at bullying.
Really insidious but think about it, this Li Mufeng is not a good person, he can do this kind of despicable and dirty things, Xiao Chen wronged
Hearing these people's words, the Li Mufeng next to him revealed an angry color.
You guys say it again. They frowned, we are talking about Li Mufeng, what does it have to do with you? Li Mufeng took off the hat of his black robe.
This young man is Li Mufeng. A few seconds later. Several corpses lay across the wilderness, and Li Mufeng turned around and left.
Sufengqiu. You've ruined me, and I definitely won't let you get away with it. Chapter 112 with Li Chenua. It was already dark. The big wedding went well. Everyone had also drunk a lot. The Su family had left residences for some people.
Sufengqiu, on the other hand, arrived at the young lord's pavilion with a look of anticipation.
Tonight's young lord's pavilion was extraordinarily bright and beautiful with red lanterns and red silk. Click. Sufengqiu pushed open the door.
Inside the room, the red made-up Li Chenju's delicate body trembled slightly. She was nervous.
These days had also done enough mental preparation.
But when it really came to this moment, her heart still beat fast.
Unexpectedly, this day would come so quickly. Until Sufengqiu pushed open the door, she was even more blank. Sufengqiu looked at the figure at the edge of the bed, and his heart was also swirling. Brother! It's been so long since I came this way. Buddy is really hungry.
Sufengqiu walked to Li Chenhua's front and reached out to place his hand on the edge of her red veil, then slowly lifted it. Hiss! Li Chenhua's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She glanced at Sufengqiu, but lowered her head in embarrassment.
It's so beautiful,
Sufengqiu said with a slight smile. Duke Su Li Chenhua slightly bit her red lips. Sufengqiu sat on her side.
Then tonight, it is a time that belongs solely to the two of us.
Sufengqiu gently pulled her hand. Li Chenhua's pretty face was red.
Aha!
This was simply soft to the bone, charming to the sky.
It instantly made Sufengqiu's brain heat up.
He stretched out his hand to gently caress Li Chenhua's hair. Afterwards, Sufengqiu flicked his fingers slightly.
The lights in the room went out. Li Chenhua's delicate body trembled.
She closed her eyes in nervous fear. In the darkness, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Until she felt Sufengqiu's nostrils getting closer and closer.
The heartbeat became even faster. MMM.
A never-before-experienced, unimaginable, unspeakable feeling surged through her heart. Li Chenhua subconsciously put her arms around Sufengqiu's waist.
The next morning, Sufengqiu opened his eyes early.
In his arms, like a docile cat, Li Chenhua snuggled there, her hair slightly disheveled, her breathing soothing.
Physique, heavenly immortal Bodhi heart. The world's most pure physique. Last night, Sufengqiu had also unleashed the dual cultivation technique, heavenly reversal yin-yang technique.
The effect was extremely remarkable. It was possible to clearly feel the increase in cultivation.
Sufengqiu quietly left the room. Inside the courtyard, Sufengqiu was sitting there drinking tea.
After last night, Li Chenhua's favorability towards him had soared to 70. The more favorability there was, the more difficult it would be to raise it. Dingli Mufeng lost the refuge of Pill God Mountain, the heavenly fate value decreased by 2 million, and your system value increased by 20 million. This one was quite satisfying to Sufengqiu. He had thought that he still had to do something to make Pill God Mountain give up on Li Mufeng. This was good, they took the initiative to do it. Pill God Mountain was obviously a huge backer for Li Mufeng. Now that this backer was gone, it was reasonable for his heavenly fate value to plummet. Plus, he had made an enemy of Xiao Chuan, and his heavenly fate value had been lowered by 1 million. Now, he, the 7th order son of Qi, only had 4 million heavenly fate values left. On the contrary, Xiao Dust was quite fierce. The realm looked like it was about to break through. With the help of the heavenly condemnation skill and the heavenly reversal yin-yang skill, he was raising this realm by leaps and bounds. It might not take him a year to ascend from Immortal Emperor 3rd stage to Immortal Emperor 4th stage. This was simply too exaggerated.
Right. Heavenly execution. Sufengqiu suddenly just remembered Li Chenhua's 60 favor reward from yesterday.
This reward, at first, Sufengqiu had only cared about it for a moment. Above his wrist, there was an additional black ripple.
This pattern resembled a sword.
Sufengqiu looked at the ripple on his wrist, then frowned. Obviously, this tattoo on his wrist was the so-called Heaven Punisher.
He didn't really know what heavenly execution was.
The impression was that he had never heard of it. Sufengqiu touched the totem on his wrist.
He could feel that he had a connection with it. Sufengqiu moved his mind. The next instant,
the wrist totem transformed into a flash of black and red light. The light then transformed into a sword that was presented in front of Sufengqiu.
Sufengqiu frowned.
This sword, he wasn't that kind of light sword, nor was it a heavy sword.
It was a sword that was somewhere in between the two. The entire body was black with a slight hint of red. It had a demonic feel to it.
There were several lines on the sword, winding up complex patterns. At first glance, these ripples appeared to be empty. At the same time, there were 5 small prototype grooves. What the heck? It was really the first time Sufengqiu had seen this kind of sword. Heavenly Execution, a sword that uses the 12 laws and the 5 divine pearls as the source of its power. The introduction was also very simple. It didn't say where it came from, much less who made it. Just one sentence. However, the weight of this sentence was like a thunderbolt coming straight down, leaving Sufengqiu stunned in place. What were the 12 laws? That was the supreme thing in heaven and earth. Through Xiao Chuan's biography, Sufengqiu learned that these 12 laws were not in the 9 continents as the job high. In the so-called 8 wastelands, it is also supreme. And this sword, the source of its power, was surprisingly the 12 laws. The 12 laws catalyzing this sword? This sword, is it the carrier of the 12 laws? Ha! In addition to the 12 laws, there were also the 5 great divine beads. These 5 great divine pearls can almost be said to be the supreme treasures that are second only to the 12 laws. It could be said that those that could be compared to the 5 great divine pearls were pretty much Xian heavenly sacred artifacts.
What is this?
Sufengqiu gripped the sword in his hand and fell into shock. A sword that used the 12 laws and the 5 great divine pearls as its source of power. This sword, what was the origin of it? It was unimaginable if Heaven Punisher had gathered the 12 laws and the 5 great divine pearls.
What kind of existence would this sword become? Buzz. At the same time, the Heaven Punisher was actually trembling slightly. The meaning of this? It seemed to be close to some source of power? Very close? It couldn't be in the Su clan, could it? Sufengqiu frowned. After a while,
Li Chenua opened her beautiful eyes. Looking at the scene in front of her, her pretty face was filled with redness. A scene from last night surged into her mind.
Oops. She covered her face, unable to recall it at all. After a while, where is Mr. Su? Li Chenua got up. Wait a minute. How had her cultivation level risen so much?
Li Chenua walked out strangely.
Hearing the commotion,
Sufengqiu put away the Heavenly Punisher.
Mr. Su.
Li Chenua shyly owed herself slightly.
Still calling Mr. Su?
Sufengqiu revealed a bad smile.
Li Chenua. Husband and wife. Ha, come. Sufengqiu let out a laugh.
Li Chenua walked up to Sufengqiu, then was held on Sufengqiu's lap.
Don't.
Li Chenua was so shy that she hurriedly broke free.
If you don't behave, then I can only teach you more lessons. Li Chenua. Disgusting. Qingxue's cultivation seems to have increased quite a bit.
Li Chenua looked at Sufengqiu curiously. Well, last night I used a set of dual cultivation techniques, and I feel that the effect is very good.
Chapter 113 Li Chenua enters the way. Li Chenua came to a sudden realization.
No wonder her cultivation had risen quite a bit. It turned out to be Duke Su's dual cultivation technique.
Moreover, it seemed to be a dual cultivation technique that didn't have any side effects. Li Chenua was still a heavenly immortal Bodhiheart.
This heavenly immortal Bodhiheart was also an excellent stove body. Combined with the dual cultivation technique, these two are quite suitable.
So let's make out more often, that way, it's good for both of us.
Sufengqiu said with a smile as he looked at Li Chenua.
Li Chenju's small face reddened. Mr. Su husband don't bully Qingxue.
She was still not used to being called husband.
Sufengqiu said, it's okay to call what you're used to. Yes, Qingxue understands.
Li Chenua then poured tea for Sufengqiu.
Where is Shaoli?
Why don't you see her?
Sufengqiu asked. Shaoli's sister yesterday after attending the wedding banquet went to the retreat, her talent is so high. Sufengqiu nodded.
Mr. Su, Qingxue would like to discuss poetry with you. Qingxue seems to feel that he is always in a special state. Li Chenju's beautiful eyes looked at Sufengqiu and whispered.
That is, you are 1 foot away from entering the Tao.
Sufengqiu had the great Tao Heavenly Fate book. He could give Li Chenju one. However, Li Chenju had her own Tao, a more suitable Tao for her.
It's better to let her find it on her own.
It just so happens that I have a story here. Write a poem and see if Qingxue can realize the Tao from this poem.
Sufengqiu said.
Li Chenju's beautiful eyes were colorful and she nodded slightly. Sufengqiu wrote down 3 words.
Long hate song. A long time.
Sufengqiu got up and silently walked aside. Li Chenju was mesmerized as she looked at the poem. Smile back and 100 wings grow, the 6 palaces have no color. In the sky, I wish to be a bird with 2 wings, in the earth, I wish to be a branch with 2 branches. The sky is long and the earth is long, but this hatred has no expiration date.
A poem of 840 words. A tragedy of love.
Li Chenju was originally a very talented woman. When she was immersed in this sad story, then the proverbial kick in the pants came. Above the Su clan, the wind and cloud stirred, and the heaven and earth were in a strange state. It drew the attention of the crowd. What had happened above this young lord's peak? Such heaven and earth visions, could it be a breakthrough?
No, it's not.
It's a breakthrough.
What? Young Master Su? No, it's not.
The poetry saint was drinking with Su Tianyi and other powerhouses. Seeing this scene, he stood up. Could it be that girl Qingxue has entered the Tao? Lin Zhan stood up excitedly. My daughter has realized the Tao? He had since learned through the Holy Yao Empress that one of the reasons for having Lin Qingxue come to be Sufengqiu's consort, that was to use poetry to enter the Tao. I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Go! The poetry saint led the way to the young lord's peak. When they arrived, they saw Lin Qingxue sitting there, her entire body blossoming with dazzling white light. Tick-tock! As a tear fell on top of the paper scroll. Her hair and long skirt danced wildly. Lin Qingxue had also come out of a certain state. She felt the overwhelmingly terrifying spiritual energy surging wildly into her. She seemed to know something. Good fellow! The third person to enter the Tao with poetry had still appeared. The poetry saint let out a sigh of emotion with a smile.
Sufengqiu said, it's long overdue to enter the Tao.
This 9 continents, there's going to be another immortal emperor.
Su Tianya elbowed Lin Zhan and asked, "How is it? My son can do it, right?" "That's because my daughter is gifted," Lin Zhan said. "Ha, yes." Terrifying might erupted from Lin Qingxue. After a long time, everything returned to calm. Lin Qingxue exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Ha! Let me see what kind of poem little friend Su used to help girl Qingxue enter the Tao again." The poetry saint couldn't wait to go over. Empress Saint Yao was also present. She followed over curiously as well. "Your Majesty the Empress, Senior Poetry Saint, Father." Lin Qingxue hurriedly bowed. "Good. Bravo. Qingxue has advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm by entering the Tao. A 26-year-old Immortal Emperor, my son, this record has been broken by you, ha." Su Tianya laughed. Lin Qingxue glanced at Sufengqiu and saluted. "Qingxue is incompetent, everything is the help of Mr. Su." What a heavenly and earthly story, what a long hate song, what a line about the sky being long and the earth being long, sometimes ending. This hate has no expiration date. The poet sage was thrilled. "Little friend Su, this Su family, old me will stay for a few more days with a thick face. I must discuss poetry and literature with you again," the poetry saint said. Sufengqiu clasped his fist. "Senior Poetry Saint can stay as long as he likes." "Ha, good. Family Lord Su, this is a double blessing." Su Tianya nodded, thanks to the light of Senior Poetry Saint and Her Majesty the Empress. On the other side, in the Su family's secret realm, in front of bloodless Trace lay the corpse of the North family head. It wasn't that he, bloodless, had killed him. The Northern family head had committed suicide. He couldn't help it. He couldn't kill Blood Wuhan. Otherwise, Blood Emperor Mountain would definitely destroy the North family. Then only by dying himself could he find peace for the North family here in Sufengqiu and Bloodstainless. He recognized that it was his own fault that he had listened to Pill God Mountain Saint's son Li Mufeng in order to curry favor with him and brought Blood Wu Sheng here, almost causing a big mistake. He had no complaints about his death. Being able to preserve the Northern family was the best policy. Bloodstainless' eyes were slightly condensed. He didn't particularly hate Sufengqiu. Although he, Blood Wuhan, had also lost face. But after all, he was the one who had to design it first and assassinate Sufengqiu and Lin Qingxue. Right now, what he hated was Li Mufeng, the villain who ate from the inside. Bloodstainless' eyes were slightly condensed. He guessed what Li Mufeng was thinking. Li Mufeng's ultimate goal was not Lin Qingxue. Rather, he wanted to use Sufengqiu's hand to kill him, Bloodstainless. In this way, he would provoke a battle between the Blood Emperor Mountain and the Su family, and use the Blood Emperor Mountain's hand to destroy the Su family. Otherwise, how could this Lin Qingxue have a hidden spirit talisman attached to her body? Obviously, it was Li Mufeng who did it on purpose. He had gotten someone to tip off the Su family, telling them that someone would make a move on Lin Qingxue at the big wedding. That's why they put a hidden spirit talisman on Lin Qingxue. This Li Mufeng expected that with Sufengqiu's temperament, knowing that he was blood without trace would also have to kill him. But Li Mufeng guessed wrong, although Sufengqiu acted boldly, but he is not a little cute. How could he fall for your scheme? Li Mufeng, I, Bloodstainless, will do everything I can to kill you. Blood without Trace's eyes flickered with sinister cruelty. In the secret realm, Sufengqiu walked in. Brother Su. Bloodstainless clasped his fist. Everything, it's all his Li Mufeng's doing. Did someone tell Brother Su in advance that someone would make a move on Fairy Lin at the big wedding yesterday? Sufengqiu. If you say yes, then it is. Sufengqiu said. Understand, Li Mufeng set up this young, want to let you kill this young, provoke the Blood Emperor Mountain in Su family war, but Su brother intelligent, see all this, Blood a certain person owes you a favor, Li Mufeng, Blood a certain person will never let him go. I will definitely give Brother Su a statement. Yesterday's matter, Mr. Blood will publicly apologize to the 9 continents. Brother Su can rest assured that although I, Blood Woman, am not a gentleman, I am definitely not considered a backstabbing villain, and even if I am a villain, that would be a true villain at best. Sufengqiu. Good, since the Northern family master is dead, then this emperor will fulfill his promise and let you live. Thanks a lot. Bloodstainless clasped his fists. He then hurriedly left the secret realm. Ding Li Mufeng provoked blood without trace, your heavenly fate value is reduced by 1 million, and your system value is increased by 10 million. This was an unexpected gain for Sufengqiu. Chapter 114 Xiaochen vs Li Mufeng. Li Mufeng had nowhere to go. His reputation was rotten to the core. The Pill God Mountain didn't want him anymore either. He was also no longer the high and mighty saint's son. Basically, no one in the 8 heavens or even the forces below the 8 heavens would want him. To want him would be to go against the Su family. In this current situation, at least there was no one within the sacred Yao Empire who dared to go against the Su family. And the best place for him to go was the Northern Underworld Empire. Because the Northern Underworld Empire and the sacred Yao Empire had always been in a state of hostility. Or the 9 heavens. Or the North Xiandao Palace, his mother's clan. But he didn't have the face to go back. At least he, Li Mufeng, was still an immortal emperor first stage. Sufengqiu. Li Mufeng clenched his fists. He had never thought that one day he would become a bereaved dog. All of this was brought about by Sufengqiu. In the mountains, Bloodstainless walked over carrying his sword. This kind of thing could fail? Li Mufeng twisted his head to look over and his brows furrowed. Whoosh! Bloodless Trace charged straight up without saying a word. The moves were killing moves. Li Mufeng was also startled. Are you crazy? You failed yourself and took it out on this young man? Li Mufeng roared. You're out of your mind. Harming me? Using me as a pawn? I will kill you. Bloodless roared angrily. Li Mufeng frowned. It was true that he had let Bloodstainless make a move. But how could one say that they were using him as a pawn? How had he harmed him himself? You're incapable of your own abilities, you're stupid, and you're blaming Laozi? Laozi is still being victimized by you in this current situation, how can you explain that? Li Mufeng roared. Blood without trace, still wanting to draw a battle between the Blood Emperor Mountain and the Su family, Laozi was almost harmed by you to the point of no return. Didn't expect it, you didn't expect him Sufengqiu to let my life go and not kill me, right? You're disappointed, aren't you? Luckily, Su is smart, or you'd have gotten away with it. What do you mean? When did I want to start a war between you guys? Li Mufeng said angrily. You're still pretending. You can pretend to be a garlic, you can pretend to be a man, you're a pussy, do you have the characteristics of a man? Hearing this, Li Mufeng's anger was completely ignited. You can't say that again. Li Mufeng roared and charged up. In this battle, the two of them couldn't distinguish between a winner and a loser. After all, their realms were comparable and so were their means. But the moves fought were all killing moves. In the end, Li Mufeng felt that there was no benefit to him, and he chose to slip away. Li Mufeng, this matter is not over, I was victimized by you, without the shelter of Pill God Mountain, you give me a wait. Wait! Bloodstainless pointed in the direction that Li Mufeng escaped and roared angrily. Cough! Li Mufeng escaped into a forest and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He and Bloodstainless were considered to be both seriously injured in this battle. There was really no point in fighting any longer. Bastard! Li Mufeng gritted his teeth and revealed a touch of viciousness. Right now, he could really be described as a house with a rainy night and a boat with a headwind. How come all the unlucky things have come together? What should I do? Is there any way for me to get back to the top now? Li Mufeng clenched his fists. His realm was not a problem. Mainly his status, his identity. He now needed more opportunities, thus allowing himself to rise. He appeared to be the sacred son of Pill God Mountain with boundless scenery. In fact, he really didn't have any particularly heaven-defying means or treasures on him. A few times before, during his previous adventures, he had obtained heaven-defying techniques. He had obtained a top-notch medical skill that probably not even a few people in Pill God Mountain could surpass him. He could achieve a path against the heavens through his medical skills. He had also obtained extremely powerful sword techniques. But he didn't get anything that truly counted as a top-tier treasure. He still had a long way to go. Li Mufeng's gaze suddenly saw a terrifying heaven and earth vision in the distant sky. It was in a far, far away location, but he could vaguely see it. Above the clouds, there seemed to be a heavenly palace situated there. Ruins of the powerful. Li Mufeng's eyes lit up violently. That seemed to be the ruins of a strong person who was about to come out. And a heaven and earth vision of this level? A heavenly palace sitting on top of the void? He really hadn't heard of a strongman ruins of this level appearing. It seemed that this strongman ruins would be an opportunity for him, Li Mufeng. Sufengqiu, Pill God Mountain, Blood Without Trace and you, Xiao Chen. There were too many enemies that he had to deal with. He, Li Mufeng, has become what he is now. Each and every one of them can't escape the responsibility. This time, the ruins, is my Li Mufeng's chance to change his destiny against the odds. Ka! Li Mufeng clenched his fists. He-Man! Li Mufeng suddenly turned his head. Ahead, a figure caused Li Mufeng to reveal a wary expression. He subconsciously assumed that it was Sufengqiu's Su family. This was because the one who wanted to deal with and was most capable of dealing with him right now was Sufengqiu. The man removed his hood. Xiao Chuan. Seeing the visitor, Li Mufeng's eyes flickered with sinister cruelty. Li Mufeng, one can only say that it is retribution, Xiao Dust said indifferently. Retribution? Xiao Dust said, Xiao Dust, took out the antidote to the Yin Fiend blood poison with a clear conscience, but you guys said that it was me who caused your mother to die, causing me to be wanted by the North Shendao Palace, hunted down by the world, and exiled here. I didn't think that you, Li Mufeng, would have a day like this too, right? What are you, Xiao Chuan? You are a nobody, you deserve to be framed by this young man? Li Mufeng's eyes condensed and said. Xiao Chen, what am I? I am a powerful existence that you cannot imagine. Xiao Dust added in his heart, the reborn and returned son of heaven's destiny. Ha! Just you? Li Mufeng let out a loud laugh, a mere waste who doesn't know how long it will take to advance to Immortal Emperor. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and flames flickered. A sword was presented in his palm. Today, I will avenge my mother. What do you think gives this young man the strength to stand in front of you? Xiaochen stretched out his hand and a formation diagram was taken out, then he pressed it against the ground. In an instant, a terrifying formation was presented. It enveloped the two of them. This is the 9 Revolutions Immortal Emperor formation. In this formation, this young man possesses the realm of an immortal emperor of the first rank in common with you. Originally, it was definitely not so simple for him to deal with Li Mufeng. He would have to think of another way that would be dozens, if not hundreds, of times more troublesome. After all, Li Mufeng was indeed not simple. But now, he, Li Mufeng, was heavily injured. In this state, if he, Xiao Chuan, could be in the same realm as him. Plus, he, Xiao Chuan, was a reborn emperor. On what grounds could he not defeat Li Mufeng? Even if there were risks, he absolutely had to seize this opportunity. Li Mufeng's pupil shrank, then he revealed a cold smile. A loser who relied on power to ascend to Immortal Emperor also dared to fight against a true Immortal Emperor? Even if this day, the Immortal Emperor is seriously injured, it is still not something that a waste of space like you can get your hands on. Is that so? Xiao Dus let out a cold smile. Chapter 115 Li Mufeng's death. In order to deal with this Li Mufeng, he, Xiao Dus, had also gone through a lot of trouble. However, he never expected it. This Sufengqiu in blood without trace had actually helped him in the end. This Li Mufeng was even seriously injured. Although Li Mufeng is very strong. But he, Xiao Chun, is definitely not a wimp to this period of Li Mufeng. The Li Mufeng of this period, what he is good at is the medical art. As for formations, he was just starting out. There is no threat to him. Under heavy injuries, what could he fight him with? Whoosh! The two of them then fought together. As they fought, Li Mufeng's face became more and more grave. Something is not right, brother. This Xiao Chen, he is in his 20s. Why did his sword technique, body technique, and various other means actually crush him? This was too exaggerated. Li Mufeng felt that this Xiao Chuan's ability was much stronger than some of the sect's elders. This was too outrageous. It was one thing for him to be injured, he was completely crushed by him in every aspect. Being beaten was completely unable to fight back. What was waiting was this break. Xiao Chuan stabbed Li Mufeng's chest with his sword. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Li Mufeng and he landed on the ground, covering his chest as he stumbled backwards repeatedly. Xiao Dust revealed a cold smile as he landed on the ground. I never thought that one day, you would be killed by me, right? It was also fortunate that the progress of this Li Mufeng's godless body cultivation had only just begun. Otherwise, with this godless body, even if he was seriously injured, he, Xiao Dust, would really not be able to deal with him. Cough! Li Mufeng coughed out a mouthful of blood. Let me go. Let you go? Then did you think of letting me off the hook at that time? Xiao Chen asked. Since it was a misunderstanding, let's make it clear, cough, it will be fine, I am also eager to save my mother, you should be able to understand, right? Can understand, but this young man cannot suffer this aggravation for nothing, right? Li Mufeng said, what conditions, you mention? Xiao Dus said, your godless body. Li Mufeng frowned, godless body is this emperor physique this power, and is not you want me to give? There is no such power. What if I have it? Xiao Dust asked. Li Mufeng's pupils shrunk. Change it. Brush. A dagger flew over and directly cut off one of Li Mufeng's fingers. Ah! Li Mufeng let out a miserable scream. Pay attention to your situation, you're no longer that high and mighty saint son of Pill God Mountain, and you're still bargaining with me? Li Mufeng's face was pale as he covered his hands, but there's no way out. I said that I have. Li Mufeng gritted his teeth, I'll give it. Although the godless body was precious. But there was nothing he could do about it. It's better than him losing his life, right? Chow. The main thing is that the means to save his life on his body is also gone. Otherwise, why bother? Catalyze. Li Mufeng catalyzed the power of the godless body. A golden light blossomed on his body. Whoosh. Xiao Chen flashed to his face and pinched his face. Xian Kuan shifting grand technique. This was a forbidden technique. In simple terms, if it was discovered by other people, it could be directly defined as a person of the devil cult. But there was no way around it, the effect of this forbidden art was too strong. It was also something he had unintentionally acquired during one of his adventures in the 8 deserts. The light on the two's bodies was converging. At the same time, a portion of the blood on the two of them was also intersecting. After a long time, Xiao Chuan's aura was climbing, while Li Mufeng's aura was decaying. Xiao Dus threw the unconscious Li Mufeng to the side. He felt the power climbing in his body. Godless god body, it's back. I didn't expect that in this life, I would be able to obtain the godless body so quickly, so it seems that some of the previous setbacks were just bad luck. Xiao Chuan revealed a cold smile. 10th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He only needed a chance. Will definitely be able to become an immortal emperor. LOL. Godless god body. Ha! Xiao Dust let out a loud laugh.
In this 9 continents, as long as he could cultivate the godless god body to great success as soon as possible.
What concept would that be?
He was at the 10th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, and the power of an Immortal Emperor at the first stage was not good enough to cause substantial damage to him. When he reached Immortal Emperor 1st rank, he would easily cross-level battle 2nd and 3rd rank. In this life, the momentum of his rise was unstoppable.
Xiao Chen then looked towards the unconscious Li Mufeng. Returning from rebirth is just cool. Then, the next step was the ruins. Xiao Dust looked towards the ruins that had appeared in the distance and clenched his fists.
Sufengqiu, although the Chaos Divine Tablet was taken away by you, sooner or later, it will still be Ben Zhao's. Right now, the most important thing is still the laws of creation and the Heavenly Soul Totem.
Xiao Chen glanced at Li Mufeng. Leave him alive? Ridiculous to the extreme. This experience of his, he was the hero.
Li Mufeng was merely a villainous supporting character. Only a villain would do that kind of indecisive thing before killing him. Take He Feng for example. Many times, because of the other side of the game, he was able to save himself from danger.
Unfortunately, he met Sufengqiu. Wildfire can't be eliminated, spring breeze blows again. He won't leave Li Mufeng alive. Brush.
A sword chopped down.
Li Mufeng's head was separated. After destroying his soul in the process, Xiao Chuan was satisfied and left.
Ding Li Mufeng was taken away from the godless body, the heavenly fate value is lowered by 1.5 million, and your system value is increased by 15 million. Ding Li Mufeng's realm fell down to Immortal Emperor, the heavenly fate value is lowered by 500,000, your system value is increased by 5 million. Ding Li Mufeng has been killed, his destiny value is 0. Ding you complete the mission, Li Mufeng's heavenly destiny value returns to 0, and receive the rewards, Heavenly Poison Pearl, and Heavenly Destiny value of 1 million. Ding Xiao Dust captures the godless body and has a heavenly destiny value of 100,000. Ding Xiao Dust resolves Li Mufeng, his own threat is reduced, heavenly fate value 1 million, Xiao Dust returns to the 8th rank of Son of Qi. A succession of system prompts came. Sufengqiu revealed a smirk. It really did let this Xiao Dust get the better of him. It was worthy of being the opening 9th order Son of Qi. This was indeed the path of the male lead. With such a low realm, he had now killed Immortal Emperor Li Mufeng,
taking away his godless body. Powerful indeed.
If no one stops him, next he will have the Heavenly Soul Totem, the laws of creation, and so on.
Who could stop him?
The reason why his heavenly fate value increased so little when he got the godless body. It was because he was returning from rebirth. These things should have been his in the first place. These things that didn't belong to him now and would most likely belong to him in the future represented his current high heavenly fate value.
If he didn't get it, his destiny value would plummet.
If he got it, his heavenly fate value wouldn't increase by much. Rather, it would save him a lot of trouble.
Sufengqiu murmured.
Li Mufeng, before he died, he still had 1 million heavenly destiny values that he hadn't cleared, and then he was killed.
It didn't matter.
This 1 million, it was nothing.
846-5666 was Xiao Chen's current heavenly destiny value.
The lowered portions were the Chaos God Tablet and the Life and Death Chess. Heavenly Poison Pearl. Sufengqiu stretched out his hand. A green bead presented itself in his palm. He had looked up about the heavenly poison bead many times during this period.
However, there was no record of it.
The heavenly poison bead, as its name suggested, was naturally related to poison in the most superficial understanding. This heavenly poison pearl was exceptionally quiet in his own hands. It didn't seem to have any strong power either. But it was definitely not so. It seemed to be sealed by a force. Otherwise, it was definitely not so quiet. It felt like this thing had appeared in the Su family. It was possible that within a day, the Su family would turn into a poisonous area. Perhaps it was also the case that the system had allowed this heavenly poison pearl to be relatively peaceful for the time being. Sufengqiu put it away for the time being. Then, this emperor will proceed to formally deal with you next, Rebirth Emperor. The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth slightly hooked. This chaotic divine tablet, Sufengqiu had studied it for a while. Instead, he didn't have much of a clue. For the time being, he would keep it. Right now, the top priority was the ruins of the strong. Sufengqiu raised his head to look at the heavenly palace in the distant sky. He was calm. But the entire 9 continents had exploded.
Chapter 116 Laws of Power arrives. There were many strong ruins that people had seen. There were also many types. But any powerful ruins that were a bit more powerful. There would be all sorts of ruins owners' rules within the ruins. There would be various secret realms, small worlds. It may not seem like a big place. But inside, there is something inside. Stronger ruins, generally for some ordinary martial artists, cultivation is not high martial artists, is a chance to change the fate of heaven. Generally speaking, those who entered it were not particularly strong. Some of the strong ones, there was no need for them to enter it. There was no point.
Any immortal emperor who fell, they were qualified to create a strong ruin for themselves. The Divine Emperor realm, the Heavenly Tao realm, basically no one would go into them anymore. This was because they all actually belonged to the top tier of powerhouses. Most of the strong people who usually entered them were there to protect their young masters and young ladies. However, this time was different. Phoenix Terrace. Master. Luo Liuli made a bow. Ruins appeared in the eastern continent of the Eight Heavens, and since records have been kept, there has never been a ruin of this caliber. Luo Liuli nodded. Disciple has heard, this ruin's heavenly palace is situated above the clouds, magnificent and mysterious. This kind of handiwork, I am afraid that the supreme immortal emperor is also difficult to take out. That is at least 200,000 years ago the gods era. A certain god race left behind the ruins. You can have ideas? Haven't seen ruins of this magnitude before. So according to their experience, there must be something heaven-defying inside this ruin. Therefore, it is feared that this ruin will bring together a large number of powerful people from the 9 continents. I'm afraid it's possible that immortal emperors will also come down to the site. Luo Liuli pondered for a moment and said, Liuli can go and try something. Well, each peak of the Phoenix Terrace will have elders with geniuses to go to this site. You also follow them together. This time, there may be beyond the imagination of the existence of the opportunity. Remember that safety is the first. Yes, Liuli leads the way. Su family. Shower, what do you think about the emergence of the ruins of Heavenly Palace in the eastern continent? Su Tianya looked at Sufengqiu in front of him and asked. Since it is necessary to go. Now that you are already at the 3rd stage of Immortal Emperor cultivation, you don't necessarily have to go. This site is not simple. I think that for immortal emperors, there may also be a huge chance. Su Tian also nodded. So good, pay attention to safety. Qingxue will not go. She just entered the Tao, still need to consolidate the realm. Aha! I will send a few strong Su family members to go with you. Sufengqiu shook his head. Not necessary. If they want to go then go. If it is to protect me, not necessary. Safety is the most important, not to mention the danger of the ruins. You have a supreme bone, but also have the means of all parties. Coveting you will not be a few people, and your enemies are countless. Sufengqiu said, Father, believe me. Also good. You come here. Sufengqiu said, Father believes in me. Sufengqiu along with Su Tian also came to a secret realm of the Su family. Sufengqiu had never been in this secret realm before. Su Tianyi pointed to a peak in the distance and said, There is something my father left for you, go. Sufengqiu froze for a moment. Yes. Aha. Su Tianyi then left the secret realm. Sufengqiu curiously flickered to the top of the mountain. This was. Before his eyes, a terrifying force was blocked there. The force of the laws that pounced on them caused Sufengqiu to feel trembling from his soul. Laws? Sufengqiu was startled. The lines on his wrist were flickering. Brush. In the next instant, the Heaven Punisher flew out, looking very agitated. No wonder this heavenly execution sword reacted when it was in the Su clan, so my Su clan really does have laws. Sufengqiu was secretly astonished. The heavenly execution, using the 12 laws and the 5 divine beads as the source of power. Unexpectedly, one of these 12 laws was going to return to its place. This father is not simple. Sufengqiu let out a sigh of emotion. With regard to this law of power, if it was known to the world, the Su family would be destroyed. The entire 9 continents would set off a bloody storm. Come on. Sufengqiu moved his mind and catalyzed the heavenly execution. With that, the entire sky of the secret realm turned a shade of red. A terrifying might impacted the entire secret realm. Sufengqiu's hair and clothes were dancing wildly. The Heaven Punisher flew in midair. The laws of power, on the other hand, seemed to want to escape. However, it was unable to counteract the power of the Heaven Punisher. The terrifying red power, like a waterfall, surged wildly towards the Heaven Punisher. And at the same time, everything happened very quickly. With the disappearance of the law of power, the surroundings returned to normal. Sufengqiu stretched out his hand towards the Heaven Punisher above the void. Whoosh! The Heaven Punisher flew into his hands. Having gained the law of power, Sufengqiu's heavenly destiny value skyrocketed by 1 million. He had also now finally become a 5th-ordered son of Qi. The ascension was a bit slow. The reason was still the same too. Li Chenua. There was also the fact that he had made too many enemies, his stakes were too high, and he was too famous for too many people to covet him. But right now, Sufengqiu was already satisfied. In the opening, he had only 10 heavenly destiny values. At least now, it was over 5 million. It's a pity that there's a handful of heaven's punishments on the side, or else I'd have refined the laws of power by myself, and I'm afraid that my realm would have risen to the 5th stage of immortal emperors. Sufengqiu murmured. But it doesn't matter. Because Sufengqiu had always believed that by now, the realm wasn't so important. He was more about raising the upper limit. This sword, with the 12 laws and the 5 great divine pearls as its source of power. This sword was beyond Sufengqiu's knowledge. Even if he had a system, it was still outside of his knowledge.
The future of this sword was unimaginable. With the homing in of the laws of power, a red stripe was lit up on the lines of the sword, Heaven Punisher, and the laws of destruction that he had physically pushed down Shaoli and gained earlier had also homed in behind it. Sufengqiu held the Heavenly Punisher as his spiritual energy surged forth with a thought. He then catalyzed the laws of power. He then made a chop at the secret earth. A gully 10,000 meters long and 100 meters wide was easily chopped out. Sufengqiu was secretly astonished. Was this the law of power? One must realize that this was merely a random chop from him. Activating this power law, Sufengqiu felt that his Immortal Emperor 3rd rank power could be raised to the 5th, 6th, or even 7th rank at will. As for how much it could be raised, it depended on how much power Sufengqiu could borrow from the power law. Theoretically, the power of the law of power was near infinite. The Heaven Punisher turned into a flash of light and returned to the totem position on Sufengqiu's wrist. Sufengqiu tried to catalyze the power law again. It was really possible. Without having to sacrifice the sword Heaven Punisher, he was able to catalyze the power of the laws of power that had already returned to its place. Give it a try. Sufengqiu clenched his fists, catalyzed the power laws, and blasted his fist at the front. With this punch, it was as if the entire secret realm had collapsed. Understood. Sufengqiu murmured, this law power is incomparably powerful, but exactly how much power one can use out of the law still depends on how strong one's own realm is. The higher the realm, the more power one can catalyze the law. Sufengqiu was never expecting that this father of his would be able to take out this level of legendary existence. It's a great deal more powerful. Chapter 117, The Ruins Asked For. Sufengqiu left the secret realm. Su Tianyi was waiting outside. Father. Su Tianyi nodded. So fast? Refining definitely took a lot of time. But it just so happened that Sufengqiu had the presence of the Heavenly Punisher. So there was no need for refining to be so troublesome. Sufengqiu nodded his head, nor did he explain too much. This is something that you understand in your own heart, so I won't remind you more. My child understands, just why does father have this thing? Su Tian also smiled. Your father I no longer good once, that is also my generation of the first few geniuses, under the coincidence of chance to get, and now passed on to you. Father. Sufengqiu shook his head again and said, nothing. Early to the father to give birth to a big fat grandson, granddaughter is the same, here? Sufengqiu smiled, good. Go, this time the ruins, remember everything to their own safety as the first premise. Understand. Well, you want to create immortal spirit ginseng is still looking for, so far there is no news. Creation immortal spirit ginseng is too rare, and its effect is almost irreplaceable, even if someone has, I'm afraid that they are absolutely not willing to take out. Sufengqiu said. Su Tianyi nodded, let's wait a little longer. You go first. Sufengqiu said. Sufengqiu returned to the young Lord Peak. They warmed up for a few days. Li Chenua had already returned to the sacred Yao Empress for closed-door cultivation. Anyway, it was close by and could come at any time. Shaoli had also just come out of seclusion. Young Lord, Shaoli has advanced to the heavenly exaltation realm, Shaoli said heartily. The speed is very fast. Sufengqiu was also secretly marveling at Shaoli's talent. In the past, he hadn't really felt it. Mainly in the past, Shaoli didn't have much time to cultivate. Now, giving her resources and time to cultivate, this cultivation improvement speed was simply exaggerated. Thank you, young lord. Shaoli said heartily. Shaoli will continue to work hard on her cultivation, and in the future, she should be able to help young lord. Shaoli said expectantly. Sufengqiu smiled and rubbed her hair. Shaoli revealed a shy expression. Ding Shaoli's favorability towards you is 5. Current favorability, 64. Ding Shaoli's favorability towards you reaches 60, obtaining the reward, 24 words, bad luck card, heavenly luck card. The sudden reward caused Sufengqiu to freeze. What were these 24 words again? Sufengqiu smiled faintly. Good, there are ruins in the eastern continent that have come to light, so this emperor is going to make a trip. Shaoli accompanied young lord. Sufengqiu shook his head. You honestly stay at home. Qingxue should also soon be out of the customs. This period of time there are some things that happen. At that time you explain with her. Good. Young master, where is Sister Qingxue? She's back at Her Majesty's retreat. Oh good. Shaoli nodded. In the Su clan's secret realm. Sufengqiu was practicing the 24 words obtained from Shaoli. Yin character. Sufengqiu opened his eyes, and his right hand quickly wrote a yin character in front of him. The yin character coalesced as flames. With it, it rushed forward. It directly blasted out a 1,000-meter fire pit. This was a set of feats. To be able to serve as a reward for Shaoli's 60 good sense, it was absolutely heaven-defying. To know, what was Li Chengua's reward for 60 favorability? A sword that used the 12 laws and the 5 great divine pearls as the source of power, heavenly execution. These 24 words, even if they weren't as good as heavenly execution, they were still absolutely heaven-defying. 24 words. In simple terms, there were a total of 24 words. Each word had its own unique power. The first character was the inflammation character. The second character was the ice character. What the third word was, Sufengqiu didn't know. Only after practicing the ice character could he know. But according to the introduction, the 24 words, one word was even more difficult than the other. One word was more heaven-defying than the other. At the back, it was even words like time, space, sun, moon, life, and death. Sufengqiu couldn't imagine what the words life and death represented if he cultivated them. Mastering life and death? It shouldn't be so heaven-defying, right? However, this 24-word character allowed Sufengqiu to see its heaven-defying nature. The later the word, the harder it was to cultivate. Even with Sufengqiu's heaven-defying level of enlightenment, the inflammation character and the ice character had taken him a few days. He would have time to cultivate them afterward. Sufengqiu once again took out the heavenly poison pearl. What exactly was this thing? Let's refine it first. He was an immortal emperor of the third rank, plus the body of 10,000 poisons. Who cares what the heavenly poison pearl is? It wasn't so bad that it could kill Sufengqiu, right? The heavenly poison pearl rotated in front of Sufengqiu. As its power was released by Sufengqiu, the entire secret realm instantly became a land of intense poison. The poisonous power that pounced on his face caused the Sufengqiu, who possessed the body of all poisons, to change his color. In an instant, Sufengqiu's face, lips, and body color flickered continuously from black to purple. What a terrifying poisonous power. Sufengqiu was shocked. His 10,000 poisons body, which was immune to all poisons, couldn't even carry the poison of this heavenly poison bead? Moreover, his medical skills were heaven-defying. The poisonous power released by the heavenly poison pearl was unfamiliar to him. Mad, it won't turn over, right? All the plants in the entire secret realm died in an instant. The lake instantly turned into stagnant water. Sufengqiu had a secret treasure trove of poison that belonged exclusively to him. The poison there, if it is not the body of 10,000 poisons, may be the supreme immortal emperor walk into cannot withstand. And now this poison, Sufengqiu's body of 10,000 poisons couldn't even carry it. It wasn't that this poison was so extraordinarily strong. Sufengqiu had a feeling that this poison was more like a kind of poison power that transcended traditional poisons. Just as the supreme bone rewarded the Taishu heavenly diffusion technique, there were a total of 5 layers. Cultivating to the 5th layer, all of Sufengqiu's spiritual power had evolved into a new kind of divine power, not a level of power anymore. That was probably what it meant. There was no turning back anymore. Sufengqiu hardened himself against this incomparably terrifying power and continued to refine the heavenly poison bead. Time shifted. Sufengqiu didn't know how many days had passed. He only knew that during this period of time, he was in extremely poor condition. This heck felt like refining a law should be nothing more than that, right? This poison, it was simply too terrifying. The heavenly poison pearl, successfully refined, entered Sufengqiu's body. He carried through. It felt like if he didn't have the body of 10,000 poisons, he really had to die here. Immortal Emperor 4th stage. The realm had risen to the Immortal Emperor 4th stage. As for this heavenly poison pearl, Sufengqiu's power catalyzed. The heavenly poison pearl appeared in front of him. With his current mastery of the heavenly poison pearl, he might only be able to draw on its poisonous power. The rest. Sufengqiu couldn't touch it yet. The profundity of this heavenly poison pearl should be the most profound of all the spirit weapons Sufengqiu had come into contact with before him. He would have to delve into it. Had the ruins opened? Sufengqiu had a jolt and hurriedly prepared to leave the secret realm. However, he saw that the secret realm had turned into a land of intense poison. With this place, it was feared that an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to carry it for long even if he came. Sufengqiu stretched out his hand. The poisonous power of the entire secret realm was absorbed by him. Sufengqiu then left. After Sufengqiu went out, according to Xiao Chen's memories, there should still be 3 days before this ruin opens. Strong people from all walks of life, geniuses, including some ordinary martial artists, they too had gathered in the eastern continent land early. For ordinary martial artists, they were destined to be useless in this life. And such a powerful sight was an opportunity for them to change their destiny against the odds. Sufengqiu had also left the Su clan early, heading to the eastern continent. There were several cities in the eastern continent that were also overcrowded. People from all over the world gathered here. Strong people from all walks of life were even more numerous. Sufengqiu arrived at a place closer to the ruins' heavenly palace. Looking up, purple chi was coming from the east and the ruins' heavenly palace was blooming with 7-colored light, sitting on top of the clouds. It was magnificent to the extreme. Naturally, there were strong people who attempted to fly up, only to find that they couldn't get close at all. This Doom card. Sufengqiu walked through the overcrowded Tiantong city and delved into the Doom card that was simultaneously rewarded by Xiao Li's 60 goodwill. Bad luck card. After using it, the people around the host will randomly trigger bad luck effects within the next month. Sufengqiu. Chapter 118 Xiao Chen's Plan. The effect of this doom card was somewhat unexpected to Sufengqiu. He thought that it was to be used on a certain person, and that person would always have bad luck. It turned out that if he used it on himself, the people around him would have bad luck. The Heavenly Luck card was a similar effect to the Ocean card. It means that you will be haunted by heavenly luck for a month. Then the next trip to the ruins, would this bad luck card be of any use? Yes. It's very useful. Sufengqiu was a target. Whether he has the Supreme Bone or the 9 Heavenly Thunder on him, all of them were treasures that people would covet to the point of being red in the eyes. Plus, he had so many enemies. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. This line of work would not go smoothly for him. Therefore, direct use. Sufengqiu didn't hesitate to use the Doom card directly. Let's use it now. After all, he had come here now. After using it, Sufengqiu planned to find an inn in this Tiantong city to stay for 2 days first, waiting for the day when the ruins officially opened. The gathering of geniuses from various forces in the 9 continents here should trigger a new Son of Qi quest, right? Sufengqiu mused. Sufengqiu? On the face, Xiao Chen saw Sufengqiu and his brows furrowed violently. It could not be dealt with. Although he had obtained the godless god body, obtained the meteoric explosion spirit flame, and although he had advanced to the heavenly Dao realm, but Sufengqiu was an immortal emperor after all. Moreover, the purpose of his trip was not Sufengqiu, but the heavenly soul totem and the law of creation. Originally, Xiao Chuan had come with the people from the Firecloud Villa. But because he said that such things as chance should not be deliberate, it was best to separate them, in which case it would ensure that the chance would be obtained by both of them to a greater extent. So the Firecloud Villa also agreed. During this period of time, he had also recovered from his injuries. Sufengqiu naturally saw Xiao Chen. Young Lord Su. Xiao Chuan clasped his fist at Sufengqiu. Hello again. Sufengqiu smiled and said. Xiao Dust gritted his teeth. Grass up. He was a reborn emperor. Surprisingly, he was scorned by a Sufengqiu who was so weak in his last life. Cam. You wait. It won't be long before his Xiao Chuan's name will resonate throughout the entire 9 continents. And you, Sufengqiu, are nothing more than a stepping stone for him, Xiao Chen. But after all, he, Xiao Chuan, is still in his developmental stage and has to keep a low profile. Yes, a few days ago, I also had the honor of attending young Lord Su's wedding, and I grew some eyes. Sufengqiu nodded. Did you take that jade pendant from the black market before? Aha! That jade pendant should be an old thing, but this emperor is not sure exactly how it is. How is it? Xiao Dust. I'm not very clear, I don't know exactly what it does. If young Lord Su wants it, I can give it to you. Sufengqiu waved his hand. No need, this emperor is just taking a chance. Bringing it is not necessarily useful, you keep it. Xiao Dust. Cam. Hey yes, before the black market panning some objects, with Su young master between some small unpleasantness, please forgive me. Sufengqiu deliberately said, Normal, you and I do not know each other, we are all in the past to take a chance. It is not about right or wrong, but it is the stone tablet that I plucked. Do you know what it is? It doesn't feel very useful. Xiao Dust laughed in his heart. Feelings of this Sufengqiu he was taking his chances off. Damn. I don't know, I just feel that stone tablet is an old object. What exactly it is definitely not clear. Sufengqiu nodded his head. Xiao Chuan was trying to figure out how to deal with Sufengqiu. He had the chaotic divine tablet that he wanted on him. Moreover, he had Yefeng's supreme bone on him. This item was one of Xiao Dust's goals. Then he obtained the law of creation and the heavenly soul totem. He was bound to rise. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he was an immortal emperor. After all, getting the inheritance and refining the laws. This realm was sure to soar. There. Poison. The poison of the 8 desolations that he, Xiao Chuan, had mastered was not something that he, Sufengqiu, could discover and fight against. How to poison? He has his own way. If it was made, he would be able to get the supreme bone and his chaos divine tablet today. And get rid of Sufengqiu. I'm afraid that there are no more spare guest rooms in this Tiantong city. Xiao Dust said. Aha! Sufengqiu nodded. However, if young Lord Su dislikes it, I do have a few guest rooms left here. Xiao Dust said with a smile. He was also very upset. He, a rebirth emperor, unexpectedly had to address him as young Lord Su. He did not even have the qualifications to address him as Brother Su. For the sake of his plan, he endured. Oh? Sufengqiu raised his eyebrows. Xiao Dust said with a smile, by chance, Mr. Zhao's home is in Tiantong City, not a martial artist family. His ancestors were ordinary people, that is, he went into business some years ago and opened the largest inn in this Tiantong City. Indeed. He was born in an ordinary family in the 8th heaven. His talent was good. It was hard to enter the top forces of the 8th heaven when he was 14 years old.
So he retreated and entered the Langya Immortal Palace in the 7th heaven, rising step by step to become an elder disciple of the Langya Immortal Palace. Because of his rise, his family's condition is also good.
Opened the largest inn in Tiantan City.
The family's talent was very, very poor, and it was almost impossible to become a martial artist.
But the family's living conditions are better, and Xiao Duan thinks it's okay.
I had my father leave a few guest rooms in advance, so if young Lord Su doesn't mind, he can stay for a few nights. Let Sufengqiu stay at his family's inn.
He'll find a chance to poison the tea. Wouldn't that be nice? Sufengqiu nodded. Thank you very much then. You're welcome, please. The two of them walked towards the Tiantan city.
Facing them, a figure caught the attention of Xiao Chen and Sufengqiu. Noble, outstanding, although a light veil covered her face, it was difficult to conceal her stunning appearance.
Mr. Su? Luo Liuli was surprised for a moment, and then slightly saluted. Fairy Luo, what a coincidence.
Sufengqiu smiled faintly.
It can also be expected that Mr. Su would come to this site. Who is this? Xiao Chen looked at Luo Liuli. A touch of adoration could not help but show in his eyes.
Even though he had experienced a life, Luo Liuli was still the woman he favored the most. It was just a pity that he wouldn't have been worthy in his last life.
But this life was different. Damn it! He hadn't risen to power yet. He had to act lowly in the face of Luo Liuli and Sufengqiu. In order to finish off Sufengqiu today, he endured. Xiao Dust.
Xiao Dust clasped his fist and said,
I've heard a lot about you. Luo Liuli said faintly. Oh? Your Highness has heard of my name? It is also the matter of Li Mufeng's mother that I heard about.
Xiao Duan said, Li Mufeng is just a hypocrite. This young good intentions to provide antidote to poison Dan. He is good, put his own missteps to my body.
I heard that Li Mufeng has fallen. Luo Liuli said. Xiao Dust pretended to be surprised and said, What? Dead? Good. Serves him right. I also don't know who did this. Luo Liuli murmured, then she glanced at Sufengqiu. Fairy Luo wouldn't think that it was the work of this emperor, would she? Sufengqiu smiled. Luo Liuli said, there was a hint of doubt. Then what if this emperor said it wasn't?
Then Liuli would certainly trust Mr. Su.
Sufengqiu smiled and nodded. Does Her Highness the Holy Maiden have a place to stay? Xiao Dust asked. This time, the opportunity is good. Again, I could get rid of Sufengqiu and get the Supreme Bone. And get to know Luo Liuli. Two birds with one stone. Luo Liuli shook her head. It's too late, the surrounding cities are full, the ruins have brought together too many people from all over the world. Xiao Chuan said, it just so happens that Mr. Zhao's family runs an inn in Tiantong City, and has specially reserved a few guest rooms. If your highness doesn't mind, you can temporarily stay for a few days, and young Lord Su and I happen to be ready to go over.
Sufengqiu naturally knew Xiao Chen's plan.
It was nothing for him to go over. However, he had bad luck. The people around him would have bad luck after bad luck. Would it affect Luo Liuli?
What if Xiao Chuan poisoned him and made Luo Liuli trigger it because of the Doom card?
What if she was poisoned? This was also a manifestation of bad luck. Chapter 119 The Everlasting Family, Shen Mo. Luo Liuli was worried about not having a place to stay.
Since Sufengqiu was also staying at his place, then she had no reason to refuse.
Then, thank you, Mr. Xiao. Luo Liuli said. Ha, no harm no foul, let's go. Xiao Chuan smiled and said.
Sufengqiu did not really want Luo Liuli to be entangled in his own doom effect.
But it is not good to say that Luo Liuli is not allowed to go.
So Sufengqiu said, suddenly remembered one thing, this emperor is a heavenly fury lone star, people close to this emperor or bring misfortune, Fairy Luo, it is better for you to go, this emperor will not go.
Sufengqiu's words made the two of them freeze. What? Lone star? The people around you will be unfortunate? Can't be? If you're a lone star, how can you become an immortal emperor?
I'm afraid you'd have died a long time ago.
And what's so unfortunate about the people around you?
The Su family has risen to great heights because of you, Sufengqiu.
I don't see anyone who is unfortunate.
Xiao Chen felt that Sufengqiu deliberately did not want to get close to himself. Luo Liuli was just wondering what Sufengqiu meant by this.
How can Xiao Dust let Sufengqiu have his way? You want to run? No way. Xiao Dust laughed. Ha, young Lord Su Sky Fury? Then I am even more unafraid. Oh? Sufengqiu raised his eyebrows.
Xiao Dust laughed. I Xiao Dust self-confessed life hard, from an 8 heavens ordinary family, joined the Luwenjia Immortal Palace, step by step to become the Luwenjia Immortal Palace elder disciple, and was targeted by Li Mufeng, and now the death of his Li Mufeng, Su young master, I this life, hard or not?
That's true. Sufengqiu nodded his head.
Therefore, young master Su doesn't have to worry about any heavenly fury affecting me.
In that case, Sufengqiu can only say let it be. That's fine. Thank you very much. Please.
The three of them walked together. Whoosh! Just then, a figure sped past. The money bag on Sufengqiu's waist was instantly stolen by him, and he hurriedly ran away.
Ouch! There's a little thief? A figure just happened to see this scene. Brother, wait a moment, this young man will help you snatch the money bag back. Whoosh. Ouch. Sufengqiu just wanted to say something, he directly chased past. In fact, Sufengqiu was lazy. This money bag of his was empty inside. After a while, the figure smiled and walked over, flinging the money bag in his hand and then threw it to Sufengqiu. Brother, point a little, inside the silver there is no less. Sufengqiu took the heavy bag of money. The money bag was indeed his. But why is it so bulging inside? Open it. It was full of gold. Eh? Sufengqiu touched the tip of his nose. Not less, right? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Then he said, just now that little thief chicken thief fairy snatched brother your money bag, was I caught up with a beating, this only to hand over the money bag. Ridiculous is that he handed over even an empty money bag. I look at the brother's dress, is not an ordinary person, how can this bag of money is empty? It must be that he hid the gold inside when he escaped, and he kept emphasizing to me that this money bag was originally empty. I poo-pooed it, and I beat him up again, so he handed over the money. Sufengqiu. One can only say that it should have been the Doom card that triggered an effect on that thief. Sins. Thanks a lot. Sufengqiu said. Ha, no problem. Chen Mo waved his hand. Ding found the Son of Fortune. Sufengqiu. Son of Luck, Chen Mo. Destiny value, 831-0010. Age, 24. Bloodline, human. Physique, Great Dao Sword Body. Realm, 10th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Battle score, 90. Introduction 8th Order Qi Luck Sun, Great Dao Sword Body, born with a sword seed, expected to become the world's first sword. Yeah? No mission? Sufengqiu froze for a moment. This was strange. He hadn't encountered this before. Did that mean that it would be impossible to obtain rewards from him? Didn't quite understand exactly what that meant. Chen Moore. Seeing this person, Xiao Chen's eyes slightly condensed and he secretly clenched his fists. Grass. The one person he hated the most. This Chen Moore, in his last life, seemed to be his nemesis. He had had several opportunities taken away by this Chen Moore. And he had even been slapped in the face by this Chen Moore several times. Abominable to the extreme. Ma da. He had a lot of things to do when he returned from rebirth. Getting this Chen Moore killed was also one of the things he had to do. His hatred for this Chen Moore had truly reached such a level. Oh, is that Fairy Luo? Chen Moore suddenly looked towards Luo Liuli and asked. Luo Liuli nodded, Mr. Chen Moore. Ha, I didn't expect to meet Fairy Luo here, it's really fate, then these two are? Xiao Dust. Xiao Dust spoke. Sufengqiu. Sufengqiu also said. I'll go. Sufengqiu. Egu. You're actually brother Su, it's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Chen Mo. Ha, I admire you too much, a big bird rises up on the wind one day, rocking up many thousands of miles, ha, too handsome. Chen Mo said excitedly. The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth twitched. This Chen Moore, he knew. A very famous genius in the 9 continents. A member of the Chen family of the Eternal Life family of the 9th continent. What was the Eternal Life family? It was very different from the 10,000 years Emperor clan. Generally those who are able to become an everlasting family, that exist for more than 100,000 years. Some of the longevity families had existed since the ancient times. This Chen family was a family that had existed since the ancient era of the gods. A longevity family that had existed for 200,000 years, even if it had fallen, it was still an overlord-level existence. The techniques, secret arts, medical skills, medicinal prescriptions, and so on that they were able to master were not something that could be compared to an ordinary power. After all, they had existed since the age of gods. As for the strength of the Eternal Life family, only their own few clansmen were aware of it. Therefore, this Chen Moore was in a sense the highest status among the genius generation Sufengqiu had seen. Li Mufeng's kind was not comparable to him. 24 years old at the 10th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Only one step short of an immortal emperor. But Sufengqiu was now an immortal emperor at the 4th rank at the age of 28. The world still thought he was still at the 3rd rank. Chen Mo, a contemporary, was considered a T0 level genius. The reason why this Chen Moore was so famous. It wasn't just a matter of his identity and talent. There is also his persona. Great Dao Sword Body, born with a sword seed. He is a character that makes all forces, all powerhouses hate him. You're welcome. Sufengqiu said. Ego, I'm going, too excited, brother Su, I've long wanted to know you, how did you pick up Fairy Lin? It's awesome. Sufengqiu. And there is also, the day of your wedding I want to go, but did not receive the invitation. When is the second wedding? You must give me an invitation. Sufengqiu. Xiao Dust was hung out to dry, his heart was very upset. Sufengqiu said, I don't know yet. At this time, several figures walked over. Sufengqiu. Chapter 120 The Miserable Xiao Chen. The eyes of Gui Xian, the patriarch of the northern Xiandao Palace, stared slightly. Sufengqiu. You stand still. Wei Xian walked over with a few people from the northern Xiandao Palace. Sufengqiu and the others looked over. Wei Xian pointed at Sufengqiu and asked angrily, "My nephew, Li Mufeng, did you kill him?" Oi! Chen Mo snapped his ears. Wei Xian frowned and looked at Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, young master?" Chen Mo said, "What to call rest here while gold, noisy. I killed, have a comment?"
Chen Mo, young master, this matter has nothing to do with you, I just want a statement.
Guo Xian said. "What are you pretending? It is not his nephew was killed, the world suspected that Su brother, you this pro-uncle if you do not do something about it, worried about attracting the world ridicule, this is to find an opportunity, in front of the world to question Su brother, pretending to act as if at least for the Li Mufeng what to do look, pretend what If you're a real cow, then don't talk nonsense, just do it, I'm most annoyed with your kind of jabbering people." Chen Mo's words, as if poking Guo Xian's heart, face ugly to the extreme. Yes. He didn't dare to mess with Sufengqiu. Even more so, he didn't dare to be an enemy. However, it was just fine to question him to his face and pretend that he cared about his nephew Li Mufeng, right? At least the world felt that he, his own uncle, had done something for Li Mufeng. Otherwise, the northern Xiandao Palace will be ridiculed. This Chen Mo is good, said it all out? Cough.
An old man coughed dryly and walked out. "Chen Mo, little friend, old man Tian Xian, with your long life family Chen Daoi excellency acquaintance for a few years, there is an opportunity to also please on behalf of the old man and his old greetings." North Xiandao Palace. This old man is obviously hoping that after saying so, Chen Mo can look at this relationship, do not help Sufengqiu speak.
What do you want to ask?
That old man every day also bowed down with this young hello, salute the kind of hello, then you with me hello on the line.
Sufengqiu's mouth twitched. This Chen Mo is ruthless, his own people are black?
The faces of the people of the North Xiandao Palace were ugly to the extreme.
This Chen Mo is simply lawless.
Little friend Chen Mo, there are some words that cannot be said that are below the law. If His Excellency Chen Daoi were to know what you have said, he would not lightly forgive you. He dares.
He's an old man, he can't beat me in chess, he can't beat me in poetry, he can't beat me in swordsmanship, and he still won't forgive me? With me in the Chun family, he can't stop smiling, he has to flatter me every day, and he still won't forgive me?
The surrounding crowd opened their mouths wide,
obviously shocked by what Chen Mo said. Chen Mo waved his hand and continued, "What are you pretending this old thing again? You still want to climb the relationship with my Chen family? Hurry up and get lost."
The faces of the people from the northern Xiandao Palace were ugly.
Guo Tianxian said coldly, "This Chen family has taught a good offspring.
Old me won't bother with you in general, go." They left with gloomy faces.
Martyr really can pretend Do not dare to put hard words with this young straight, but also have to die to face to a sentence does not count with me, you count beg you to count okay? North Xiandao Palace people a stagger. Gloomily hurry to speed up the pace away. Waste. Chen Mo said in an irritated manner.
Then he smiled at Sufengqiu, "Brother Su, don't be general with them, Mada, the most annoying people who pretend to be more than they are."
Sufengqiu laughed, "Brother Chen is quite powerful." "Ha, small meaning, right, you guys are going to?"
Luo Liuli said, "Mr. Xiao took us to his inn."
"Wow, is there still room?" Chen Mo asked.
Xiao Dus shook his head, "No, there are only 2 rooms left."
Martyr.
If only he had a background like Chen Mo.
He's so damn good at pretending. I won't give you a room even if I have one. Ciao. No problem, I have my own way to spend the night.
Brother Su, I'll see you later.
Sufengqiu nodded, "See you later." "You too, it's just ahead," Xiao Dust said. Sufengqiu nodded. On the other side, Chen Mo arrived outside the drunken Xian pavilion.
At the entrance, there was a group of flamboyant girls soliciting guests.
Chen Mo walked over.
"Ayo, this gentleman looks very familiar, please come in, please come in." A woman smiled and came over to Chen Mo's side, and walked into the drunken pavilion on Chen Mo's arm. Inside the lobby, a group of women were fluttering and dancing. Some were sitting on men's laps. It was so pleasurable. Phew! Tiantong City is worthy of being known as the gentle land of gold dissipation, these girls have superior posture.
The woman laughed, "That's natural, do you want to introduce them to the gentleman?" "Say it," Chen Mo said indifferently.
"We hear is very expensive, the cheapest is 499 2 silver, then is 599, 699, the most expensive is 1299.
Exempt, not cheap, then what is the price of the woman on the stage?" Chen Mo asked. "Mr. Goodeye, peony is the highest specification 1299 in our store, want to order one?" Chen Mo rubbed his chin, point 10. How much trouble can a night out be? Far away inn. This was the largest inn in Tiantong City. Business is good. People from all over the world would come here. Xiao Chuan walked in with Sufengqiu and Luo Liuli. "Father," Xiao Dust said. "Dusty, who are these two?" Xiao Dust said, "This is the Phoenix Holy Maiden, and this is the Su family young lord. Oh yo, the two of you are legendary big shots to be able to visit the small store, humble. Luo Liuli slightly saluted. You are welcome. Father, didn't I tell you to keep the guest room? Yes, I did. You two wait for a moment, I'll let someone lead you to the guest room, and later on, I'll prepare some good tea for you and send it to your guest room. Xiao Dashan, Xiao Chuan's father, hurriedly said. Sufengqiu nodded. Xiao Chuan stood at the back and revealed a cold smile. Sufengqiu, you will definitely die today. The chaotic god tablet, the supreme bone, will all be his. Xiao Dust. Someone, lead young Lord Su and Phoenix Holy Maiden to the guest room, Xiao Dashan shouted. Just as Xiao Dashan's words fell. Rumble. The entire inn shook. What followed was a group of people rushing down from the upper floors. Quickly run! Hurry up and run! The Heavenly Ghost sect and Luo Cheng sect's people were fighting. Rumble! With that, the inn instantly collapsed. This sudden scene caused Xiao Chuan and Xiao Dashan to freeze. Roadside. Xiao Dashan looked at the inn that had fallen into ruins and trembled with difficulty. My inn, ah. Xiao Dashan knelt down and cried bitterly. He was an ordinary man. This inn was his life. He had been running it for more than 10 years, and all of a sudden it had gone up in smoke. Xiao Dust's body was also trembling slightly as he stood there. It was not difficult for him to lose the inn. After all, it was still relatively easy for him to get money. What was difficult for him was, why was the inn just gone? It had been fine for so many years. Why is it suddenly gone today? Is it because of Sufengqiu's heavenly fury? That's impossible. If he's the Lone Star, then why is his family, the Su family, so successful? And he himself has become an immortal emperor? Sufengqiu deliberately said, I'm really sorry, it should be due to this emperor's Lone Star of Heaven's fury. Xiao Dashan looked at Sufengqiu in surprise. It was him? Lone Star of Heaven's fury? Luo Liuli gave Sufengqiu a puzzled look. Xiao Dashan shook his head, no. It's not young Lord Su's problem. No one would have thought that this Heavenly Ghost sect and Luo Cheng sect's people would be living together. They have a deep grudge. The party saw each other fighting. It's just a coincidence. What bull, sky fiend? Bull. This unusual thing, you Sufengqiu still want to take it upon yourself? No way. He doesn't believe it. He, Xiao Chuan, a reborn emperor, can still be ruled by Sufengqiu? My condolences. Sufengqiu patted Xiao Duan's shoulder and walked away. This Doom card is still somewhat interesting. Chapter 121. The Doom card continues to be powerful. Sufengqiu and Luo Liuli left shoulder to shoulder. Duke Su. Luo Liuli, who had been silent for a long time, still opened her mouth. Is Mr. Su really a Heaven's Fury? Luo Liuli asked curiously. Although she didn't believe it. But wouldn't Sufengqiu somehow boast of being a Heaven's Fury Lone Star? What does Fairy Luo think? Luo Liuli shook her head. No, Mr. Su's fortune is heavenly, and the Su family, the people around you are as good as the sun, the poetry sage seniors, the Qingxue girl, are all due to Mr. Su's entry into the Tao, which is the Heaven's fate Lone Star. She is still very sensible. Sufengqiu nodded and didn't explain too much. Mr. Su has a grudge against Xiao Chun? It should be that Xiao Chen invited Mr. Su to his inn, and Mr. Su didn't have the heart to refuse his gracious invitation, so he found such an excuse to try to reject it. Fairy Luo is smart. Luo Liuli said, this Xiao Dust is not as simple as it seems, Li Mufeng, or he killed. Oh? Luo Fairy, why do you say this? Luo Liuli murmured, a year ago I accidentally saw him, and now, he carries godless body, I speculate, perhaps he has some kind of secret method, took Li Mufeng's godless body. Sufengqiu. This can also be strung together by her? Sufengqiu certainly knew that Luo Liuli was able to see this. Pupil of Songsheng. It wasn't a secret. Duke Su is also very strange, his physique is very complex and he can't see through it. Luo Liuli shook her head. With the Divine Emperor, the Heavenly Tao was able to kill immortal emperors, so it was bound to be uncomplicated. Luo Liuli looked at Sufengqiu and said, therefore, Liuli may suspect that he also has second thoughts about Duke Su, the Supreme Bone and the 9 Heavenly Thunder. This woman, so smart. She could really be a detective if she was placed in modern times. After all, she had found out all about Gu Chongsheng. And the reason why Luo Liuli had deliberately said all of this through chat was that she considered Sufengqiu a friend. She was reminding Sufengqiu. Mr. Su, then Liuli will take her leave first. Good. Luo Liuli then left. This Doom card, it doesn't seem to affect those who aren't hostile to me. Sufengqiu murmured. If that's the case, then there doesn't seem to be any problem. 9 heavens. Chen family. Call this sinner back to me. Chen Daoi, the Chun clan's old ancestor, angrily rebuked. He had also gotten the news that this guy Chen Mo was mouthing off in the outside world. A large formation power coalesced. Chen Mo appeared outside the Chen clan. Cough. He gave a dry cough before walking into the Chen family. A large number of Chen family members muttered in whispers. Over and out. Young Lord Chen had pissed off the old ancestor this time.
After all, he said in Tiantong City that the old ancestor needed to whisper and bow down to him, that he was not as good at chess as him, not as good at writing poetry, and that at a great age, his sword skills had been surpassed by him, so the old ancestor's reputation had been tarnished by him.
Hush, keep your voice down. Brother Chen Moore. A teenager ran over. Cousin, what's wrong?
Brother Chen Moore, the old ancestor is furious and feels that you are afraid that you are going to suffer a great weight this time.
The surrounding group of people also nodded their heads. Chen Mo was holding his hands with a relaxed and cozy face. Are you kidding me? I've been seriously hurt? I give him 8 guts he wouldn't dare. Relax, this is just the old ancestor in the way of face to do the surface work. You think I'm telling a lie? After saying that, Chen Mo swaggered forward to see the old ancestor Chen Daoi. The moment these words came out, the crowd clamored. Young Lord Chen was still like this even now, so it seemed that what he said was true? Perhaps it was true, a natural sword breed, and theoretically there was a hint of possibility that at only 20-something years old, his sword skills would surpass the old ancestors? It was mainly because young Lord Chen was too confident. Young Lord Chen was simply an existence even more heaven-defying than Sufengqiu. Outside the Great Hall, Chen Mo swallowed a mouthful of water and let out a nervous breath. He pushed open the door. When he saw Chen Daoi sitting in front of him, his body trembled slightly. Oh, old ancestor, the juniors are being bullied. Chen Mo ran over with a sniffle and a tear before kneeling in front of Chen Daoi. You! Chen Daoi's face was filled with rage, bold and arrogant. The old man's reputation was all tarnished by you. Do you know your mistake? Old ancestor, Chen Mo knows his fault. Ah! I'm so angry with you. After a while, Chen Mo walked out of the hall. A group of people were waiting outside. Young Master Chen is here. What? Young Master Chen's face? Young Master Chen, what did the old ancestor say? What's with the face? That's right. A reddish slap mark on Chen Moore's face was especially obvious. Chen Mo said indifferently with his hands folded. What did that old man say? Did he dare to say anything? Impudent guy, nothing more than begging this young, in the future, this kind of truth in the outside do not say again. What else can be said? What else can I say? Chen Mo said, oh, slap marks, right? Martyr, just flew a mosquito on his face. This young slapped to himself, hit hard. It is not possible, or the old ancestors hit? Aha! Okay, do not say, fortunately this old man attitude can, or this young let my father immediately from the head of the family seat back. I sit up, see I do not put his daily wine inside the full irrigation on 2 pounds of water. After saying that, Chen Mo swaggered away. No one place. He covered his face. Hiss, pain. The next day. Tiantong City. Tiantong Tavern. Dusty, serve the food. Xiao Dashan shouted. Coming. Xiao Dust served the dishes to the guests. After all, there was nothing to do now, so he would do a favor for his father at home. Just wait for the ruins to come out. The inn was gone. But there was still a tavern at home. It would also allow the family to live a carefree life. Dusty, is this Sufengqiu really a heavenly fury? Xiao Dashan asked in a low voice. No such thing. If he was a lone star, how could he have achieved Immortal Emperor? Yesterday was just a coincidence. Xiao Dashan said. Well, Xiao Dashan thought it was the same. Sufengqiu had nothing to do and planned to find a tavern to drink a little wine to pass the time. Tiantong Tavern, let's go with this one. Sufengqiu walked in. Ego, please come inside, sir. Xiao Dashan had just finished speaking when he saw the visitor shivering. Although his son said that he was not a heavenly fury. But for some reason, Xiao Dashan still trembled when he saw him coming. That Xiao Dust also frowned when he saw Sufengqiu. Is this also your family's? Sufengqiu asked. Right. Xiao Dust nodded. Then I'll switch to another house, goodbye. Sufengqiu finished speaking and wanted to walk away. Xiao Dust hurriedly shouted, Young Master Su and stay. Xiao Duan then said, the visitor is a guest. Su Young Master, what is the meaning of this? Sufengqiu said, after all, yesterday's inn. No. That's not the reason why Young Master Su, is just happenstance, cannot rely on Young Master Su. Bull Lone Star of the Heavenly Fury. He Xiao Qin does not believe in this stuff. Back 10,000 steps, even if Sufengqiu is the Lone Star of the Heavenly Fury. Who is he? He is a great Emperor Reborn. His destiny is huge. How heavenly is his destiny? How can you, Sufengqiu, get your hands on him? Last time, Sufengqiu dodged a bullet. Now you're here again, aren't you? Fine. I'll kill you today. Since we're here to drink and eat. Isn't this the right place for poison? Well, then, let's have a pot of wine and some small dishes. Sufengqiu finished his speech and sat down. Good, young Master Su, wait a moment. Xiao Chuan and Xiao Dashan then entered the kitchen. Xiao Chuan secretly poisoned Sufengqiu in the fairy drunk. This poison came from the 8 Wastelands prescription. Even if it was Li Mu Foam, even if it was those seniors from Pill God Mountain, they wouldn't be able to discover it. As long as Sufengqiu took a sip today, he would surely die. The Supreme Bone, the 9 Heavenly Thunder, they were all his, Xiao Chen. However, just at this time, there was a cacophony of noise outside. What happened? Xiao Dashan hurriedly ran out. Xiao Dust also frowned as he walked out. You! There is poison inside this drink. A martial artist roared in anger with a pale face. Put! Poof! Poison! Poof! One by one, those guests sprayed out black blood. Xiao Dust? No, he had only just poisoned them. How did they all get poisoned? How dare you poison them? Old me will kill you all. In an instant, a group of people rushed towards Xiao Dashan and Xiao Dust. Xiao Dust? Chapter 122. Sufengqiu is definitely a heavenly fate lone star. Boom! In the midst of the battle, the tavern collapsed. Once again, it fell into ruins. Places. Xiao Dust's face was unsightly to the extreme. Gentlemen, there is a misunderstanding. Gentlemen, take it easy. Misunderstanding? Xiao Dust explained, Gentlemen, this must be someone set up. Think about it, our family is open tavern, cannot smash their own signboards. This is in broad daylight, I have no grievances with you, why give you poison? You say although reasonable, but this poison is really from your home tavern. We all have been poisoned. This poison is not fatal, but you need to give an explanation. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. Well, this young man will give you an explanation, give you compensation, but please be merciful. Mad. Grass. What's going on? How could this happen? Why are they all poisoned? Is Sufengqiu really the lone star of heaven? Then how come he's been fine for so many years, himself and all the people around him? How come he, Xiao Chuan, is the only one who's not okay? Afterwards, Xiao Chuan gave them the antidote to detoxify the poison and then handed over almost all of his spiritual weapons, Yuan spirit crystals, elixirs, and heaven and earth spirits, and only then did they calm their anger and leave. After all, Xiao Chuan did not want to make a big deal out of it. This Tiantan city was now full of powerful people from all over the 5 lakes. Looking at the tavern in front of him that had once again fallen into ruins, the corner of Xiao Dust's mouth twitched. My tavern ah! Xiao Dashan was in tears. Decades of hard work, the tavern, the inn, all gone. Soon, the city lord brought people here. This tavern is owned by you, right? The city lord asked Xiao Dashan. Yes. No matter what the reason is, dozens of martial artists were poisoned in your inn. They are martial artists, that's why nothing happened. If they were ordinary people, wouldn't they be killed? According to the law of Shengyao, the penalty is 30,000 taels of silver as punishment. Can you pay it all today? Xiao Dashan's head went black and he almost fainted. 30,000 taels. Over the years, he had only saved 10,000 taels from his entire fortune. He had to sell all of his properties in Tiantan City before he could do so. Xiao Dashan broke down and said, come and pay the fine with this city lord. Yes. Xiao Dust clenched his fists and stood there. At this time, Sufengqiu sighed and left. Xiao Dust clenched his fists and looked at Sufengqiu who walked away. Was it him? Why else would it be such a coincidence? Once was an accident, what about twice? Wouldn't he really be a heavenly fury? Xiao Dust admitted that he was a bit scandalized. If Sufengqiu was really the lone star of heaven's fury, then it was very likely that his life would be ruined by Sufengqiu. No. He didn't believe it. He, Xiao Chuan, did not believe in this evil. Another day had passed. A 2-story but very small tavern in Tiantan City. Xiao Chuan and Xiao Dashan sat on the first floor. There were not many customers. It was because the store was too small. Xiao Dashan seemed to have aged 20 years overnight. Dusty, this Sufengqiu, is he a heavenly fate lone star or not? After so many years of being fine, how did he meet him? 2 days in a row, this kind of thing Xiao Dashan was a businessman with little talent in martial arts. He doesn't know much about martial arts. But he went through his own personal experience over the years. He just felt that something wasn't right. After decades of being fine, how did he just happen to run into him and have this kind of thing happen 2 days in a row? You have to tell him that it's not the heavenly fate. He really doesn't believe it. Xiao Chen clenched his fists. Is Sufengqiu a heaven-sent lone star? He actually had some doubts in his heart after these 2 times. Compared to losing these stores. What was more difficult for him was that he was a rebirth emperor. Why was he able to be tainted by a Sufengqiu's heaven's fury lone star? He was defiant and upset. He was the son of heaven's destiny. He was reborn. How could he still have his chi broken by this Sufengqiu? Anything he had on him that wasn't particularly necessary, he had fully compensated to others. Blanche. Xiao Dashan said, hey, in the past 2 days, 2 stores were lost. In order to pay the fine, all of Tiantong City's family properties have been sold, leaving only this tiny tavern, which still doesn't have much business. Then he continued, many years ago, I also started from this small tavern. Tavern business is not good, but fortunately, this second floor I also secretly do some wind and snow business, although the business is small, but still can earn some. The first floor is selling wine. This second floor, there are actually a few small rooms. It's the kind of massage place. The charges are definitely not expensive. The quality of the girls is definitely not very high either. But after all, it's cheap.
But then again, cheap earning is also considered okay. Xiao Dust said, this Sufengqiu not talk about it for the time being. Father, waiting for the return of the child ruins, casually sell some spiritual weapons and other objects, are tens of thousands of taels of silver, and then open a large store for you.
Xiao Dashan shook his head. The matter of the poisoning of the tavern has been allowed to open a store for my father. This store was also secretly opened before. Make ends meet on it. Dusty, stay away from that Sufengqiu. My father is afraid that he will cut off your qi. My Xiao family has been incomparably mediocre for generations and can come out of you as a genius, and it's enough that you can be good. Xiao Chen clenched his fist. Sufengqiu. Ka. Just at this moment,
the door was pushed open.
Sufengqiu walked in.
He had just planned to come over and buy a pot of wine. I don't know why he walked into this small tavern. He felt that he was on his way and came in to take a look. Then he saw Xiao Dashan and Xiao Chen sitting there.
Well, it's them again.
It seems that the effect of the bad luck card continues to work.
No wonder he had to walk in. Xiao Dashan just wanted to say welcome.
When he suddenly saw Sufengqiu walking in, he was so unsteady that he fell to the ground in fear.
Xiao Dust's heart also thumped violently when he saw Sufengqiu. Not. How is it him again? Nima's deliberately right? There are so many places in the entire Tiantong city, why do you come into his store every time? I'm leaving. Sufengqiu deliberately said this again.
Hearing this, Xiao Dashan breathed a long sigh of relief.
You hurry up and go.
On the other hand, Xiao Dust stood up. Young Master Su, stay back.
Xiao Dashan trembled.
Sufengqiu looked at Xiao Dust.
Xiao Dust said, still, since you are here then you are a guest. Young Lord Su is buying wine? Sufengqiu nodded, right. Selling. Very drunk, right? It just so happens that I still have some stored here. I will go and get you some wine. Xiao Chuan didn't believe it anymore. Bull heavenly fairy. Bull. Even if it's true. He is Xiao Chuan. He's the reborn emperor. You can't influence me.
And today, this poison must be successful.
Blanched. My destiny is not up to heaven. Not even by you, Sufengqiu. Leave immediately after the fight. Sufengqiu said. Soon. Xiao Chuan went to the back room to poison Sufengqiu's wine. However, just at this time, thud,
the sound of hurried footsteps came from upstairs.
Then a man bitterly ran down. Guest, what are you?
Xiao Dashan looked at the man in confusion. His lips were black and had turned into a sausage mouth.
Poisonous. It's poisonous. That woman is poisonous. The man roared angrily. Xiao Dashan? Black store. I'll smash your black store. Rumble. A thunderbolt.
The small store was once again reduced to rubble.
No.
Xiao Dashan knelt on the side of the road, old tears streaming down his face as he looked at his last little store.
Xiao Dust stood there trembling. Defeated. He was completely defeated. Heaven Fiend Lone Star.
This Sufengqiu was definitely a heavenly fate Lone Star.
It's been 3 times. Once is a coincidence, twice can be considered a coincidence, but 3 times, can it still be a coincidence?
If you stay with him, you'll meet with misfortune. Including that time at the black market, his mind was broken.
Also Sufengqiu. He's the Lone Star of Heaven.
As for why his family, the Su family is fine, and he himself is fine. I can only say that maybe he's a special kind of Lone Star. It has no effect on loved ones. But the next person, that's the one who has to suffer countless trials and tribulations. He believes it. He believed it completely. He met with Sufengqiu several times. His qi was chopped off.
I can't. This Sufengqiu, although he wants to kill.
But he'd better not get into a conflict with him himself.
He has to think of another way. Ciao. Condolences. Sufengqiu patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and then walked away.
This time, at the ruins, I absolutely cannot walk with him, or else not to mention the laws of creation and the heavenly soul totem, I'm afraid that my life will be left in the ruins.
Xiao Dust sighed in shock. Chapter 123, Xiao Dust? The following day.
As the sky broke dawn,
that ruin's heavenly palace finally appeared to move.
In the distance was the breaking of dawn, and in the near distance was the light of 7 colors. Martial practitioners from all over the world, people from various forces, they too had gathered near that ruin's heavenly palace. A huge pillar of 7-colored light descended from the sky and shone above the ground. Sufengqiu had also arrived at his destination.
Brother Su. Chen Mo caught a glimpse of Sufengqiu in the crowd, then ran over with a smile. This face of yours.
Sufengqiu froze for a moment when he saw the slap mark on his face. There was no one else who had such a striking slap mark on his face when he was the young master of the Chen family of the 9 Heavens Eternal Life family.
Of course, Sufengqiu knew Chen Mo's heart.
So it was also clear where he got this from.
It was just a matter of pretending to ask. Hiya, didn't I meet those people from Guixian of the Northern Xiandao Palace with Brother Su in Tiantong City yesterday? Sufengqiu nodded. Chen Mo continued, I did not say that the old ancestor sword is not as good as me, chess is not as good as me, such words? Aha! His old man in the way of face, last night recalled me back to the family, overnight begged me not to shake these facts out again, he is also wanting face. But I don't agree, facts are facts, what can't be said right? Sufengqiu. His old man saw that I did not agree, so then even wanted to morally kidnap me, he began to hurt himself to make me heartbroken? Then I must return, this slap is also their own fan in their own face, that ultimately or he compromised, this is not, my face on their own fan out slap marks. Sufengqiu nodded, awesome. Ha, praise. Chen Mo said smilingly. There are too many people coming around. More than a glance cannot see the head. This person, a little more before I also entered the strong ruins a few times, really did not see this kind of battle, everywhere you can see are some famous strong, this time the competition is big. Chen Mo murmured. Stronger ruins, the chance is just a little bit. The people who have come now, I am afraid that there are hundreds of thousands of them, right? That should still leave some still on their way. However, I still wish to be with Brother Su, Brother Su doesn't mind, right? It just so happened that next to him, Xiaodust passed by and shivered when he heard these words. Together with Sufengqiu? Isn't that looking for death? Forget it. There was no need to tell others that Sufengqiu was a heavenly fury. As long as he, Xiaodust, was fine on his own, it would be fine. Xiao Chen silently walked away, the farther away from Sufengqiu, the better. Gentlemen, it seems that this strongman ruins has been opened, and this pillar of light is the passageway to enter the ruins, so you can enter. People from the North Xian Dao Palace, follow me into the ruins. Ice God Palace, follow me into the ruins, don't get separated. Enter the ruins. With that, the crowd entered the passageway one after another. Any figure that stepped into the passageway instantly disappeared before their eyes. Brother Su, let's enter as well, Chen Mo said. Aha! Subsequently, they entered into the light pillar together. In the next instant, Sufengqiu's eyes went black. A second later, Sufengqiu only felt the sound of wind coming from his side, and then he opened his eyes. He was in the middle of a large pit. Surrounding him were mountains, a bunch of mountains that surrounded such a huge space. One after another, figures appeared in Sufengqiu's line of sight. Chen Mo was also not by Sufengqiu's side. It was because Sufengqiu had understood Xiao Chen's heart. He knew what this ruin was like. After stepping into that pillar of light, everyone would be randomly assigned to different places. It was not that if a group of people were together, you would be together. The odds were that it wouldn't be so. Everyone will be randomly disrupted, dispersed, and randomly landed. It may be divided into thousands of batches of people. There could be hundreds, thousands of people in each batch. After a series of experiences, dangers, and opportunities, these thousands of batches of people who survive will converge somewhere. Then the dangers and chances would be carried out once again. Sufengqiu only knew what would happen afterward and what chances would be available. Before the rendezvous, Sufengqiu and Xiao Chen were not together. What each group of people had to go through was different. Oh? Sufengqiu looked around carefully. The look of this location. How was it exactly the same as the one Xiao Chuan remembered when he had just come in? At this moment in time, Xiao Chuan also swept a glance around. Well, in my last life, I also walked all the way from here, it still hasn't changed, so that's fine. What will happen, what will die, where are the dangers, where are the opportunities, as long as it was unearthed in my last life, I also know exactly. Xiaodust nodded with satisfaction. The number of people was probably around 1500. It was similar to the previous life as well. Poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu should also be in the crowd. Xiao Chuan glanced around. As expected, he saw a figure that wrapped itself in a black robe. That was Poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu. Mo Qianqiu was crucial. It could very well be related to the way Yefeng entered the final main hall in his previous life. Therefore, this time, he, Xiao Chen, would have to pay extra attention to this Mo Qianqiu. The surrounding crowd also glanced around nervously. What kind of place was this? Oh? Jiang Qingxue, where is Jiang Qingxue? I came here with Jiang Qingxue, why isn't he with me? No, I'm with my family is responsible for protecting me, I'm only at the Xianwang realm, how can I live if my family isn't with me? How can I be scattered? Bad. Those martial artists who were originally complacent that they weren't that strong and relied on their family members to protect them were all confused one by one. Many of them were not that strong. It would be necessary to rely on family members for protection. Now it was good. Being separated. Coupled with this ruin, they also knew it must be terrifying. Inside, they fell into the ice cellar at once. Is that Mo Qianqiu? What? Poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu? This? It's over. It's over. I'm with the evil Poison King, Mo Qianqiu, what? We're not going to be killed by Mo Qianqiu, are we? No, don't worry, there should be strong people in the famous sects, they will protect us, and Mo Qianqiu definitely won't be able to act recklessly. It's over. The faces of the people were ugly to the extreme. Mo Qianxiu, the famous villain of the continent. He is extremely strong. The key hand of the poison technique is out of this world. His temperament is elusive and he kills without blinking an eye. And inside their 1,500 people, the vast majority of them were people with very low cultivation levels, probably only at the Divine Passage Realm, Xian Heaven Realm, and Xian King Realm. They came here to fight for their lives, in order to change their destiny against the heavens. P.S. Qi Refinement Realm, Body Refinement Realm, Bright Orifice Realm, Avatar Realm, Xian Tian Realm, Xian Wang Realm, Law Realm, Domain Realm, Divine Sea Realm, Heavenly Father Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Heavenly Tao Realm, Immortal Emperor. They were even with Mo Qianxiu. Isn't this the end? Mo Qianxiu. At this moment, an old man's eyes stared at that figure with a slight gaze. Mo Qianxiu removed the hood of his black robe, revealing a semi-aged face. Immortal Emperor Zhentian of the Wanxiang sect. Goodbye, Mo Qianxiu sneered. Zhentian Immortal Emperor. Great. Surprisingly, it's Immortal Emperor Zhentian. With the 9 heavens Wanxiang sect's Zhentian Immortal Emperor here, he will definitely protect us from Mo Qianxiu. Immortal Emperor Zhentian coldly said, Mo Qianxiu, with this emperor here, you will never think of harming anyone, otherwise, this emperor will not be polite to you. Ha! Mo Qianxiu let out a loud laugh. Everyone came to this site for the chance and treasures. Old me is not in the mood to deal with this group of guys. It had better be so. Immortal Emperor Zhentian coldly said. He also didn't want to start a conflict with Mo Qianxiu. But after all, he was an immortal emperor elder of a prestigious sect, and it was part of his responsibility to protect these martial artists from the evil people of the continent. Xiao Dust muttered to himself, there is more than just one immortal emperor Zhentian on this trip, there is also the Blade Emperor Senior in the presence of the 100 Flowers Valley's immortal emperor. This Mo Qianxiu really wouldn't dare to do anything openly, right? Xiao Chuan suddenly thought of something. The Phoenix Terrace's saint's son, Huang Tianhao, was also here. Where was he? This Huang Tianhao was the direct bloodline of the Phoenix Terrace. One of the top geniuses of the current generation. Although Luo Liuli was the Phoenix Holy Maiden, she was not from the Phoenix Terrace's direct lineage. Huang Tianhao was 37 years old, and was actually a newcomer in the martial arts world. However, he had already reached the second stage of Immortal Emperor. Xiao Dust was on this trip, and he also wanted to see about striking a good relationship with Huang Tianhao. Watching and watching, suddenly, Xiao Dust saw a figure. Sufengqiu? Xiao Dust shivered. Chapter 124 Phoenix Saint's Son. It was Sufengqiu. It was him. Xiao Chuan subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. Sufengqiu? Why would Sufengqiu be with him? Ha! Hundreds of thousands, millions of people were divided into thousands of batches. Why was Sufengqiu with him? Of the millions of martial artists, there's just over 1,000 on their side. How could Sufengqiu be randomly assigned to his side? Ha! No, it's not. In his last life, Sufengqiu didn't even come to this site. In this life, how did Sufengqiu's life change so drastically? It's not enough that he came. He even went into the secret area of the ruins with himself? It's over. He's the lone star of heaven. Something will happen to him. It's possible that because of Sufengqiu's existence as the lone star of heaven's fury, Xiao Chen's experiences in his last life will change in this life. What if this Sufengqiu caused him to fail again in this life? After all, he was a heaven-sent lone star. In Xiao Chuan's heart, 10,000 grass mollusks raced past. He was really afraid of what would come. Was this God against him? Sufengqiu also saw Xiao Dust not far away. The two of them glanced at each other. Xiao Dust subconsciously hurriedly lowered his head. Xiao Dust. It was too damn scary. He was a rebirth emperor, but he had such a scornful emotion towards Sufengqiu. The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth hooked. Xiao Dust? Surprisingly, he even happened to be grouped together with him? Was it the Doom card that triggered an effect on Xiao Dust and split him up? Interesting. Immortal Emperor Zhentian stood out and swept his gaze over the crowd, saying, everyone, this emperor is the second elder of the Wanxiang sect, Immortal Emperor Zhentian, and the current situation is very clear. The moment you step into the teleportation array, all of you will be randomly separated and enter into a different ruins mystery realm, experiencing different dangers and chances. And this kind of situation is something that this emperor has also seen before. Blade Emperor Qi Hong stood out, holding his arms and said, well, Immortal Emperor Zhentian is right. Your Excellency the Blade Emperor, it is a pleasure to meet you. Immortal Emperor Zhentian clasped his fists. Blade Emperor Qi Hong nodded and said, so what about now? Whether it is for your own survival or whatever, this emperor believes that it is best to not act rashly and follow the command of Immortal Emperor Zhentian and this emperor. The Immortal Emperor stepped forward, with His Excellency the Sword Emperor and His Excellency Zhentian around, so far, so good. Immortal Emperor of the 100 Flowers Valley? Pleased to meet you.
Immortal Emperor nodded. Gentlemen, I am the Immortal Emperor of the 100 Flowers Valley, as well as His Excellency the Emperor of Knives and Immortal Emperor Jintian are here. Although I have never known you all before, but as Immortal Emperors of a prestigious sect, the safety of all of you will naturally be taken into consideration by us. So as His Excellency the Emperor of Knives also said, for no other reason, in order to go farther, in order for you to survive, we also ask that all of you are able to listen to our commands. The crowd nodded their heads in succession. Xiao Chen, who had an ugly face, walked to Huang Tianhao's side. Is it Saint's son Huang Tianhao? Huang Tianhao glanced at Xiao Dust with his hands folded. You are? My name is Xiao Dust. I have heard of you, nice to meet you. Huang Tianhao said with a slight nod. Your Excellency, Saint's son, there is something that might be a little bad. Oh? Huang Tianhao raised an eyebrow. What is not good? Xiao Chen pointed to Sufengqiu, who was not far away. Huang Tianhao's gaze looked over and his brows frowned slightly.
That elder brother did not look simple. He is Sufengqiu. Huang Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Oh? He is Sufengqiu? Surely not simple. Of course he's not simple, he's the Heavenly Fury Lone Star. Xiao Chen said with a somewhat agitated tone. We have to find a way to get rid of Sufengqiu first. If Sufengqiu did not get rid of him, there would be too many changes and dangers on his next journey. Something was going to happen to him, Xiao Chuan, in this life. Heavenly Fate Lone Star? Ha!
Huang Tianhao laughed out. Brother Xiao, you are not an ordinary martial artist either. Now you are also in the realm of the Heavenly Tao. Your origins are lower than Yefeng's, yet you have reached a higher level of achievement than Yefeng at a much younger age. Your fortune is even stronger than Yefeng's, so how could you have such an idea? It's not that this emperor doesn't believe in this Lone Star of Heavenly Fury, but if Sufengqiu was the Lone Star of Heavenly Fury, could he have grown to this point? Would his Su family still be able to prosper in the 8th heaven now? Xiao Chen hurriedly explained. This young man thought so at first, but after experiencing a few things, he had to think that he was the heaven-sent Lone Star. Alright, it is impossible, Brother Xiao must not think too much.
Huang Tianhao said. Although he disliked Sufengqiu. Because Luo Liuli and he, Sufengqiu, were closer.
And Luo Liuli had always been the fairy that he, Huang Tianhao, adored. But he was even more unconvinced that Sufengqiu was a heaven's fury.
This does not lie to the little cutie. What's that? This could be the heaven-smiting Lone Star? Xiao Chen clenched his fist. Okay. You don't care, do you? Then wait. Wait and suffer. Blanche.
Immortal Emperor said, then, gentlemen, this emperor needs to roughly clarify what the strength of the people present actually is first. Although they are immortal emperors. But with this ruin, there are quite a few strong people coming. They were separated. In fact, Immortal Emperor Blade, Immortal Emperor Jintian, and even Mo Qianxiu. They were also quite flustered. It was because this ruin, in their opinion, was one that immortal emperors had a great probability of falling in. There had never been a ruin of this magnitude in history. This heaven and earth spiritual power, they all felt shocked.
The Blade Emperor nodded. Are there any other immortal emperors? Huang Tianhao stepped forward. Huang Tianhao, meet the several seniors. Wow. The crowd was shocked. Huang Tianhao? Phoenix Terrace Saint's son?
It's no wonder it doesn't look simple, such a legendary genius, I can actually see it with my own eyes. This is a true heavenly pride. This trip I fought for my life to come to this ruins, just for the sake of one day being able to achieve the great Tao. He Yifeng, He Sha Duan and the others are able to step by step towards the peak, why can't I? There is only one chance missing. Just once.
Oh? The Holy Sons of Phoenix Terrace? Great. They nodded their heads in satisfaction. A genius of this level with such an unbelievable background.
Although he was not very old, he was by no means an unusual immortal emperor battle power. The exaggerated nature of his means and cards, I'm afraid that even they, the established powerhouses, might not necessarily be able to match them.
Brother Su, why don't you come over? Huang Tianhao looked at Sufengqiu and faintly said.
In Huang Tianhao's eyes, he was looking down on Sufengqiu. An 8 heavens 10,000 years emperor clan young lord was just that.
What does it count for?
If it was unusual, he would still look down on you, Sufengqiu, even if you had advanced to immortal emperor. But after all, he had heard of some of Sufengqiu's heaven-defying deeds. It had to be taken seriously. He had also deliberately allowed Sufengqiu to draw attention to himself. As for the reason, the gazes of the crowd were cast over.
Sufengqiu said, this emperor has never met Brother Tianhao, how does your excellency know me? Huang Tianhao laughed, one man destroyed Misty Peak, Sufengqiu of the Pill Emperor sect, who could not recognize him. Wow.
When these words came out, the crowd was even more shocked.
What? The legendary Sufengqiu?
I didn't expect to see him.
This?
It looks like, it's indeed extraordinary. Another Phoenix Saint's son, another Su Immortal Emperor,
Oh?
Immortal Emperor Immortal, Blade Emperor, and Immortal Emperor Jintian's gazes swiped towards Sufengqiu.
Surprisingly, it was Sufengqiu. They didn't have a grudge. But Supreme Bone, the 9 heavenly divine thunder. Just these two things were what they had dreamed of. Having achieved Immortal Emperor, there weren't many ways to be able to ascend further. But whether it was the Supreme Bone or the 9 heavenly thunder, they were both heaven-defying ascensions. Sufengqiu was actually with them. Then perhaps there would be an unexpected gain from the ruins this time. If there was a chance, the Supreme Bone and 9 heavenly thunder in his Sufengqiu's body would also be a rare boost for them. Oh, Poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu also looked at Sufengqiu with a raised eyebrow. Interesting. Chapter 125. He's a heavenly fury. This was Huang Tianhao's thought. He knew that Sufengqiu had the Supreme Bone and the 9 heavenly thunder. These two things were something that any immortal emperor would want to obtain. Then, in this next trip to the ruins, you Sufengqiu have to be careful. If there is an opportunity. He believed that no matter if it was the Poison Emperor or the so-called immortal emperors of these prestigious sects, they would inevitably lay their hands on Sufengqiu's back. Dare to be close to Luo Liuli? Don't even look at your status? So it's little friend Su, I've heard a lot about you, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jin Tianzun sure clasped his fist at Sufengqiu. Seniority is seniority. In this 9 continents, strength would always be honored. What Sufengqiu had done, coupled with being an immortal emperor. All of them, long-established powerhouses, were shocked. Even if Sufengqiu was a junior, they would never take him lightly. Greetings to the several seniors. Sufengqiu clasped his fist and said, I've long heard of young friend Su's great reputation. Today I see that it's not simple. I heard that young friend Su has used poetry to enter the Tao, directly advancing to the 3rd stage of Immortal Emperor? Immortal Emperor asked. It's just a matter of luck. Sufengqiu said. To be honest, they were envious. They had cultivated for thousands of years before achieving their current realm. This Sufengqiu was good, his cultivation had risen by leaps and bounds. He also used poetry to enter the Tao, and at the Immortal Emperor realm, he directly advanced 2 steps. They had spent more than a few hundred years on these 2 steps. They didn't know that Sufengqiu was even at the 4th rank of Immortal Emperor now. However, they thought that this Sufengqiu's battle power should be quite ordinary. Although he had destroyed Misty Peak with the power of one man. But after all, it relied more on external strength. If one went to fight with true strength, he shouldn't be a match for an unusual Immortal Emperor 3rd stage. Luck could only be one aspect. Xiao Dust gritted his teeth. Ma da. This Sufengqiu Heavenly Fury Lone Star, he wouldn't be relying on absorbing other people's luck to enhance himself, would he? In his last life, he didn't resist the backlash of the Heavenly Fury Lone Star. In this life, after he resisted, it was out of control? Chow. I'm with him now, something's wrong. I can't. I have to do something. If it's really not possible, whoever covets his Supreme Bone and 9 heavenly thunder, find a chance to get him killed. He doesn't want it, does he? Then there are 6 immortal emperors among the 1,000 of us on this trip. If nothing else, Immortal Emperor Jintian, Immortal Emperor Immortal, the Blade Emperor and Mo Qianqiu should all be at the Immortal Emperor 5th stage. The Heavenly Tao realm is listed. Immortal Emperor Jintian said. Afterwards, more than 100 Heavenly Tao walked out. Xiao Chuan was also among them. However, the vast majority no longer looked young. There were only so many dozens or so who looked like they were in their 20s or 30s. Many of these Heavenly Tao were actually several thousand years old. They might have come to seek Immortal Emperor breakthroughs, or they might have come to protect their family's young masters and ladies or something like that. Only to be randomly separated. The other more people, they should be of mediocre talent, but in order to strike it rich and change their destiny against the heavens, so they ventured into this ruin to seek their chances. We are all strangers to this ruins, and being in the secret realm of the owner of the ruins, we don't know what kind of dangers and chances he will leave behind, but all I hope is that all of you won't act rashly, so as not to bring trouble to yourself and everyone else. Yes. Now then, let's see what we are about to face. They began to formally survey the surroundings. There was nothing strange about it. It was just surrounded by mountains on all sides. Whoosh! The Jintian Immortal Emperor attempted to leap out, but realized that there was a powerful force that prevented them from going over these surrounding mountains. Xiao Chen knew what would happen. Next, there would be a choice. A choice of the difficulty of the predicament they were going to encounter. This ruin was more like a game for the owner of the ruin. Watch! A person pointed above the void. The gazes of the crowd looked over. On the void, a pattern of 12 huge golden plaques appeared. A few strands of golden light converged into a line of words. There are a total of 1 to 12 plaques, the difficulty is from low to high, please choose any plaque. Xiao Dust said, Senior Jintian Immortal Emperor, you choose. In his last life, it was Immortal Emperor Jintian who chose it. He chose difficulty 3. This difficulty was not high. It was easy to get through this place. Immortal Emperor Jintian stroked his beard as his gaze looked towards Sufengqiu and said, if you do not allow little friend to choose. Hearing this, Xiao Chen trembled. What? Sufengqiu choose? Why did he somehow let Sufengqiu choose? He is the heavenly fury, he will definitely pick the hardest. Then, this trip to the ruins is not the same as his Shaodust's last life off. Is this emperor coming? Sufengqiu asked. Right. It all comes with the territory, it doesn't matter. The crowd nodded, there really isn't much to call. Shaodust stood out and hurriedly said, Immortal Emperor Jintian, all of you, no, you must not let young Lord Su choose. Sufengqiu glanced at Shaodust, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Oh? Why? Immortal Emperor Jintian asked. Shaodust then clenched his teeth and said, Young Lord Su is the lone star of heaven's fury, if he comes to choose, we will definitely suffer. Ha ha. The crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing at these words. Ha! Little friend Xiao Chuan, you're really humorous. Young Master Su is the lone star of heaven's fury? Ha, anyone in this world could be a heaven-sent lone star, but he, Sufengqiu, is absolutely impossible. Immortal Emperor Jintian said with a smile. The Blade Emperor also nodded, Lone Star of the Heavens? Lone Star Heaven Fury achieved Immortal Emperor at the age of 28? Lone Star Tianque used poetry to enter the Tao? Lone Star Sky Fury, the entire Su family is like the sun? Huang Tianhao looked at Xiao Chen and also said, Xiao brother, just now this emperor also said, this is absolutely impossible, no matter what you yourself have experienced, that is coincidence, never is the cause of Su brother. Sufengqiu said, this emperor did have something happen with Xiao Chen, and it is also true that it is a bit weird. This emperor would rather believe that little friend Xiao Chuan is a heaven's fury. The immortal emperor of the 100 Flowers Valley smiled and said. Shaodust was anxious, gentlemen, I, Shaodust, am not a nobody, what you understand, I, Shaodust, naturally understand, and how can I say something funny for no reason? Please believe me, any candidate will do. Jintian Immortal Emperor laughed, according to you, if we have a heaven's fury by our side, wouldn't that mean that we are all going to suffer heavily on this trip? Yes. So I suggest that it would be better to just kill Shaodust once he clenched his teeth or didn't say anything, and turned his words around and said, it must be made to other candidates. Immortal Emperor stroked his beard and said, instead of everyone guessing and being terrified inside, then why don't we just let Su Xiaoyu choose, as long as we don't choose the hardest 12 levels of difficulty, then won't we be able to break the rumors? Therefore, it's all the more necessary for little friend Su to pick it, both in terms of sense and reason. Huang Tianhao nodded, senior's words were reasonable. The crowd also nodded in succession. Immortal Emperor looked at Sufengqiu, little friend Su, you choose. No way. Really can't. Shaodust shouted. Enough. Immortal Emperor Jintian rebuked, Shaodust, stop influencing others, it's ridiculous, if he Sufengqiu is a heaven's fury, I will remove his head. Shaodust gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Little friend Su, you choose. Sufengqiu nodded, then looked away with his arms folded. Brush. With that, he condensed his spiritual energy and a flame impacted towards the pattern of one of the plaques. Brush. The remaining 11 patterns disappeared. And the plaque that Sufengqiu had attacked slowly emerged with numbers. 12. Crowd. Chapter 126. This battle is too weird. The entire scene fell into a 3-second long silence. Shaodust saw the scene and became even more convinced of his suspicions. See. I said it. Shaodust pointed at the number 12 floating above the void and shouted excitedly, now all of you can believe what I said, right? Misfortune, to be with him is to encounter misfortune. The others also whispered. It can't really be the heavenly fate, can it? This? Then we're screwed. What are we going to do? It can't be. It's just a coincidence. Emperor Jintian was right. Anyone could be the lone star of heaven. Sufengqiu could never be it, or else he wouldn't be where he is today. He would have died halfway through his life. Moreover, it should be known that although the Heaven's Fate Lone Star was one that could bring bad luck to those around him, not only did Fairy Lin and the Master and students seniors not have bad luck, but instead they were promoted because of him, which was the Heaven's Fate Lone Star. Mo Qianxiu's eyes stared. Blanche. Bad luck. How did it happen that he picked the most difficult level 12? If it was an individual who had picked it, he would have directly killed it, martyr obscure. But this Sufengqiu, it wasn't particularly necessary for him to provoke. Immortal Emperor, and it seemed to have superb means. Enough. Immortal Emperor Jintian impatiently rebuked. Regardless of what this Xiao Chen had experienced, all they needed to know was that Sufengqiu's experience had told them that he, Sufengqiu, was by no means a heaven's fury. Sticking to this point would be correct. There are only 12 options in total, and the probability of picking the worst one is also very high. Immortal Emperor Jintian said. Aha! The Blade Emperor nodded with a grave expression on his face. He didn't believe that Sufengqiu was a heavenly fate lone star, and was grave only because it was dangerous next. All of you should not panic either, let alone think wildly. It is. Shaoduan walked to Huang Tianhao's side. Your Excellency the Holy Sun, do you still not believe? Huang Tianhao shook his head. What's the point? 1 out of 12, the probability is indeed not small. Shaodust gritted his teeth. Row. Do as you guys want. Blanche. Right at this moment. Everyone, look.
On all sides of them, a large number of trees suddenly appeared.
To be precise, it was tree demons.
A huge ancient tree, yet there existed blood-red eyes and hideous mouths.
Countless vines that looked like tentacles were waving. Brush. The crowd offered their swords in unison. Xiao Chuan glanced at it. Marred.
In his last life, the level 3 difficulty was also a tree demon.
However, where was it as vicious and powerful as it seemed now?
This stream of terrifying might made him, a heavenly Dao realm, a little frightened. There were even some tree demons that had reached the Immortal Emperor level in here.
Immortal Emperor level tree demons, could they exist in this world? It's impossible.
But this might, it was clearly at the Immortal Emperor level.
Not good.
All of them were 1,000-year-old tree demons, and there were even some that were at the 10,000-year-old level. The faces of those strong men of theirs also became grave. 1,000-year tree demons, they had seen and fought them. The strength was indeed strong. However, the realm was generally good enough to reach the Divine Sea realm. 10,000-year tree demon, they had never even heard of it. An existence like a tree demon, they had an upper limit. Even if they had existed for 10,000 years, it was impossible for them to cultivate to a level that was so heaven-defying. Unless the original body was some sort of extremely powerful existence. They also didn't know about 10,000-year level tree demons that had reached Immortal Emperor power. What exactly was so heaven-defying about them? More than likely, this tree demon just wasn't real. This was the secret realm of that powerful man's ruins. As long as he was strong enough, whatever he wanted to have here was what he wanted. Therefore, these tree demons should theoretically be nothing more than power avatars that he had condensed with his power. So it would also explain why Immortal Emperor level tree demons that could not have existed would appear before their eyes.
Find your own tree demon that suits you in battle.
Immortal Emperor Jintian let out a furious shout, and with that, he rushed into the void, aiming straight at a 10,000-year-old tree demon.
Burning heaven's wrath.
The void was filled with a sea of fire with this palm of his. All the flames converged in his palm, and then he slapped it downwards.
Tiny tree demon, pretending to be a god, go to hell.
However, the 10,000 years tree demon's vines covered the sky, surprisingly blocking such a strong move.
What? Immortal Emperor Jintian's pupils shrank.
And on the other side, Sufengqiu was also well aware of why there was a 10,000 years Immortal Emperor realm tree demon.
Creating laws, as long as the owner of this ruin was strong enough, what couldn't he create? Tiny tree demon, what's the use?
That Huang Tianhao stood above the void, like no one was there, and behind him was the huge phoenix silhouette that was 100 meters long. The phoenix dances in the sky.
Chant.
A phoenix chirp came out, and a huge phoenix silhouette rushed into the tree demon group.
However, that terrifying power was actually easily blocked by this tree demon using vines. This couldn't be possible. Huang Tianhao frowned tightly.
He was at the second stage of Immortal Emperor.
And such a powerful spirit skill as the phoenix stage. How could he let the tree demon just block it so easily? This vine looked all weak. How could it block his spirit skill?
Xiao Dust snorted coldly in his heart when he saw this scene. Of course it's not that simple, all of this is power incarnate, it's probably all created by the owner of the ruins using the law of creation. What kind of power he wants this tree demon to have, what kind of power the tree demon can have, and it's even reasonable for him to want to make the tree demon invincible.
What does this place amount to?
It felt like a bunch of little caramels.
But in fact, each and every one of them was an extra cognitive boss. Cognitively, it was impossible to do anything. These tree demons can do it. Pretending to be gods and goddesses. Huang Tianhao sacrificed a sword. Whoosh!
After he landed, he directly rushed over. The sword in his hand cut through countless vines within its reach.
It's you! Huang Tianhao aimed straight at an aura that was at the Immortal Emperor's level, a 1,000-meter giant tree.
Facing the countless vines that came head-on, Huang Tianhao was not the least bit timid.
However,
his feet suddenly slipped. And his entire body flew forward along with a huge inertia.
Taking another look, the soles of his shoes flew out. The soles of his shoes came off. Huang Tianhao? It wasn't. After so many years,
he had never encountered a situation where the soles of his shoes came off and he was slipped when he was fighting.
What the hell? He was an Immortal Emperor second stage, could he make this kind of mistake? Ha!
In the next instant, he was directly bound by a large number of vines. And the moment he was bound, Huang Tianhao's pupils shrank.
His spiritual energy couldn't be catalyzed anymore. Damn! Save me! Huang Tianhao cried out in panic.
Xiao Chuan gulped when he saw it.
He saw it.
The soles of his shoes came off, and the titular Immortal Emperor slid forward and was bound by the 10,000 years tree demon.
This heck was not normal. The sole of an Immortal Emperor's shoe suddenly came off and suddenly slipped? Xiao Dust did not dare to go.
However, this was a rare opportunity to strike a good relationship with Huang Tianhao.
I'll do it. Xiao Dust flew up. He was worried that he would make the same mistake. Can't he fly? Could flying still worry about the soles of his shoes coming off? However, Brother Tai, be careful. A loud roar came. Xiao Dust froze. Subconsciously, he looked over. A huge fireball was coming straight at him. Xiao Dust? Pung. Too late to react, Xiao Dust was hit and flew straight out. Chapter 127, The Miserable Mo Chenxiu. There was a loud bang. Xiao Dust smashed heavily on the ground. Put. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Xiao Dust as he hurriedly climbed up. Bastard. Xiao Dust looked towards the figure and roared angrily. Whoosh. A martial artist landed beside Xiao Dust. Brother, I am very sorry, just now I released martial arts to bombard the Millennium Tree Demon. The martial arts was blocked by the vines of the Tree Demon, not to mention that, but even flew out in another direction. Feng coincidentally brother in the path of the flight of the martial arts on top of it, which coincidentally accidentally injured brother, unhindered right? Cough. Xiao Dust coughed. Chow. Lone Star of the Heavenly Fury. It's the Lone Star. It's Sufengqiu. How else could it be so unlucky? Help me. Huang Tianhao shouted. He was unable to activate all his spiritual energy. In other words, he couldn't use all of his cards. Being bound by an Immortal Emperor-level tree demon, he would lose his life at any moment. Ah! A miserable scream came out. A vine rushed past. The corner of Sufengqiu's mouth twitched. This doom card. Is it so ruthless? Whoosh! With that, Sufengqiu rushed forward. The sword came. A sword fell, cutting through hundreds of vines. Huang Tianhao also landed out of danger. He pulled the vines out. Thank you, Brother Su. You're welcome. After saying that, Sufengqiu rushed towards that Immortal Emperor level 10,000-year-old tree demon. 24 words, Yen character. Accompanied by a huge Yen character. A loud bang. It shook heaven and earth. Amidst the sea of fire, that tree demon burned with flames. Asshole. Asshole. Huang Tianhao gritted his teeth. Xiao Dust covered his chest and walked over. Saint Tianhao, isn't it obvious? It's the Lone Star of the Heavenly Fury. Don't you find this scene strange? Bull Lone Star of the Heavenly Fury. Huang Tianhao angrily rebuked, then asked, Does Brother Xiao have any extra shoes? Xiao Chen lifted his foot. The soles of his feet were gone. Dark soles appeared. It came off and was gone. Huang Tianhao. This. To be honest, he himself had never encountered such a situation. In his heart, he was also a bit guilty of muttering. Suddenly, he saw that the soles of Xiao Duan's shoes were also gone. He muttered even more. This Sufengqiu can't really be the Lone Star of Heaven? Otherwise, this is too weird. No, it's not. How can it be? You have to believe in common sense. If Sufengqiu is really the Lone Star, why hasn't he been exposed for so many years? If he, Sufengqiu, was the Lone Star of Heaven's fury, how come he didn't die young, but instead advanced to Immortal Emperor so quickly? If he was the Lone Star, would the Su family still be as prosperous as ever? If he was a Lone Star, would the poetry sage and fairy Lin have been promoted? Therefore, it definitely wasn't Sufengqiu's problem. Wanting to kill him was a matter of wanting to kill him. After all, he had the Supreme Bone and the 9 Heavenly Thunder in his possession, so as long as he had the opportunity, he definitely wanted to do it. But it didn't mean to go and say things that one didn't originally believe in. Enough. It's just coincidence. Huang Tianhao said. Besides, Sufengqiu had saved his life. Coincidence? Has His Excellency the Holy Sun ever encountered such a thing? Not to mention the fact that the two of us, you and I, have lost the soles of our shoes, no. Xiao Dust pointed at a fallen figure in the distance. Another person's soul is gone. Huang Tianhao said, the more people who have this situation, it means the more normal it is. Xiao Dust? Why? Xiao Dust asked in disbelief. Because the ground here is just problematic. The ground here is that the owner of the site has ulterior motives. It is easy to make people's souls slip and thus fall off, making fatal mistakes. Don't forget that this is a 12-level difficulty, so in addition to the dangers that we are facing, it is inevitable that it must be dangerous for us in terms of a number of other factors. You have also seen my personal experience, such as if it wasn't for Brother Su saving me, I, an Immortal Emperor 2nd stage, would even have to die in this place where I have just entered the ruins. This is the 12th level of danger. Xiao Dust even felt that Huang Tianhao's words were quite reasonable. But it wasn't right. His last life was a level 3 difficulty. Sufengqiu came and directly turned into a 12th level. It was still Sufengqiu's problem. Time slowly passed. Above the void, the Jintian Immortal Emperor was fighting with a 10,000-year-old tree demon. It's really hard to kill. 9 dragons of world-extinguishing true flame. The sky turned fiery red. Die for me! Immortal Emperor Jintian roared. The 9 fire dragons let out dragon whistles as they fell from the sky and rushed towards the 10,000 years tree demon. With this move, I don't believe you won't die. Immortal Emperor Jintian gritted his teeth. However, In the next instant, Immortal Emperor Jintian's pupils shrunk dramatically. Mo Qianqiu.
That poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu had just been thrown away by Avine a second ago. The location where he was thrown off just happened to pass through the flight path of the Nine Dragons' world-destroying True Flame.
Hearing the commotion and the burning sensation that came rolling in, Mo Qianqiu froze. He opened his eyes and looked. 9 fiery dragons, swooping in. But he was flung out. Everything just happened in that split second. He was flung into the air, and in that instant, it was difficult to make any moves. He just saw the 9 fire dragons rushing over. But he no longer had time to react, much less make any moves. It was only at the moment when the martial skill was about to hit Mo Qianqiu. Mo Qianqiu's lips moved. That mouth shape was. You are paralyzed. Boom. Ah.
Mo Qianqiu let out a miserable scream that resounded throughout the space.
Boom. With a loud bang, a nearly 1,000-meter deep pit was smashed out by Mo Qianqiu. This commotion also drew the attention of the crowd. Sufengqiu also glanced at it. Sinning ah. This doom card, TSK. The corner of the Jintian Immortal Emperor's mouth twitched. It isn't. Ha! Whoosh!
He hurriedly landed on the ground. Although Mo Qianqiu was a continental villain and they were on different paths. But he really didn't want to him.
Cough!
Mo Qianqiu, who was covered in charcoal, climbed out of the deep pit. He was seriously injured.
Put!
With that, a mouthful of blood spurted out of him.
That His Excellency the Poison Emperor, is everything alright?
Immortal Emperor Jintian hurriedly asked with some weakness.
Mo Qianqiu stared at Immortal Emperor Jintian with a face full of resentment and roared, "You're ting on me? I'll kill you."
No. Immortal Emperor Jintian hurriedly shook his head. This martial skill of mine was meant to blast the 10,000 years tree demon, and on the way to do so, Your Excellency, the Poison Emperor, you suddenly flew over and blocked the blow. That wasn't my intention. Ah.
Blanche. Poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu cursed angrily.
He seemed to be able to agree with Immortal Emperor Jintian.
It was just coincidence.
He happened to be flung over by a tree demon and then just happened to block this martial skill.
Blanche. How could it be so unlucky?
This battle today was fought in a way that revealed weirdness everywhere. The soles of his shoes slipped off.
Ah!
Angrily, Mo Qianqiu blasted his fist on the ground, smashing a 100-meter crater to vent his anger. Even though he had all the anger in the world, he knew that it was best for his severely injured self not to flip out with this Jintian Immortal Emperor right now.
Chapter 128, It's all just a coincidence. Time slowly passed. Although it was dangerous. But everyone was still strong.
Sufengqiu also contributed superb battle strength. All the tree demons were all resolved.
Ah! Junior Qi Hung, I want you dead. Mo Qianqiu's roar broke the silence.
The Jintian Immortal Emperor let out a breath and hurriedly looked over when he heard the commotion.
What the hell? What's the situation? How did Mo Qianqiu's injuries get so much heavier? What's with the knife wounds on his body?
He was hit by his own martial arts skill just now and was seriously injured. But after some time to recuperate, coupled with the medicinal effects of his own 8th rank pills, it should have gotten a lot better. How was it that it was so much more serious compared to just now? Blade Emperor Qi Hong had an embarrassed look on his face. Mo Qianqiu, I'm really sorry. I killed you. I'll let all of you be buried with me. 10,000 poison demon mist. It was obvious that Mo Qianqiu's mind was a bit broken. He even collapsed to the point that he wanted to die with the crowd. Immortal Emperor Jintian's pupils shrank. If he were to release this 10,000 poison demon mist, everyone would have to die from the poison. After all, they didn't have the means to detoxify the Poison Emperor's poison in a short period of time. Your Excellency the Poison Emperor, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive.
What exactly is going on?
Immortal Emperor Jintian hurriedly asked.
Mo Qianqiu pointed at the Blade Emperor Qi Hong and said angrily, "You guys." Cough. Qi Hong coughed dryly and said, "It was just now, when this emperor was resolving the last tree demon, the sword chi that he had condensed was bounced off by the demonic technique released by that tree demon, and the square coincidentally hit His Excellency, the Poison Emperor, who was recuperating in meditation." The corners of Immortal Emperor Jintian's mouth twitched. Sufengqiu secretly shook his head. A sinful creation. Shao dust trembled. Ma da. It's Sufengqiu. It was outrageous. The Poison Emperor is being treated like this by his heaven's fury? Your Holiness, does this still seem normal to you? Xiao Chuan hurriedly asked. It's just a coincidence. Emperor Tianhao said. Jintian Immortal Emperor once, Blade Emperor Senior once, and both times were coincidences?
In all my years of fighting experience, I have never encountered such a coincidence.
There is no need to think more.
Huang Tianhao could never believe in the so-called heavenly fate. To be precise, he would never believe that Sufengqiu was the lone star of heaven's fury. He would rather believe that this was a small trick that the Blade Emperor and the Jintian Immortal Emperor had deliberately engaged in, just to kill the Poison Emperor. Your Excellency the Poison Emperor, as you can see, it wasn't intentional, even though Your Excellency has all kinds of anger, please bear with me.
Not on purpose? Twice. Think I'm a cutie pie. What? Qianqiu roared.
It is also possible that His Excellency the Poison Emperor has done too many things that hurt the heavens and the earth in his life. Immortal Emperor Immortal said with his hands folded.
Bastard. Forcing me to die with you guys, right? Xiaodust stood out. Would you all think that there is a possibility that it is because of the heavenly fate?
When these words came out, the crowd fell into deep thought.
Many gazes looked towards Sufengqiu. To be honest, this fight was indeed too weird.
Yeah, I've never encountered such a bizarre fight before, the soles of my shoes are falling off. Although there weren't many casualties, I watched as a martial artist unleashed the power of space to escape from danger and instantly moved to a location just in time to be hit by a martial skill unleashed by another martial artist. That's pretty weird.
What was the most outrageous? The spiritual weapon I've been using for 18 years, that's a spiritual weapon, not an unusual iron sword, broke.
I lifted it up and chopped it, it broke.
It feels like this young Master Su is really a heavenly monster. Why are so many people losing the soles of their shoes?
Sufengqiu shrugged his shoulders and said, this emperor achieved Immortal Emperor at the age of 28, using poetry to enter the Tao, and his luck is against the heavens, can he be a heavenly fury? Xiao Duan was anxious and said, you admitted it yourself.
It's just a joke, brother Xiao, are you serious?
Sufengqiu asked.
Xiaodust gritted his teeth. That's enough. Immortal Emperor Jintian rebuked, still, everything is just a coincidence, what heavenly fortune is little friend Su? Can he be a heavenly fortune?
Huang Tianhao nodded. Senior Jintian is right, this is a 12-level difficulty secret realm, it is normal for the soles of shoes to fall off, this emperor has also fallen off, it is all about these accidents which create more danger, this is the means of the owner of the ruins, it is not a heavenly fate lonely star.
Xiaodust, if you cause any more panic, don't blame me for being impolite.
The Immortal Emperor said with a stare in his eyes. First, they would never believe that Sufengqiu was a heavenly fury.
Second, they also absolutely could not let everyone target Sufengqiu. Target Sufengqiu and take action against him? Kill him off? And then what? Who will get the supreme bone? Who gets the 9 heavenly thunder?
If word of this gets out, who will bear the Su family's wrath? If you want to kill him, you have to find a chance to kill him quietly. It has to be a good opportunity, and it's best if no one else knows about it. Even if they did know, they would have to have the opportunity to silence them all. The Immortal Emperor and the others all thought so in their hearts. Xiaodust clenched his fist.
A bunch of idiots. I really wanted to tell them that I had returned from rebirth. The previous life was not like this. But he definitely couldn't say it.
Gentlemen, the passageway to the next location has opened. The gazes of the crowd looked towards a cave that had suddenly opened.
There is no rush, everyone has injuries, we will recuperate for a day or two before we set off. Your Excellency the Poison Emperor, this is fine, isn't it? Qianqiu snorted coldly, then sat down cross-legged. And the others they wanted to set off. But what realm were they at? If they didn't follow these powerhouses, they were afraid of dying.
Although they were fighting for their lives, wanting to come here against the heavens. Although they also knew that if they went forward alone, the treasures they came across would be their own. However, this just opened up with an Immortal Emperor level 3 demon. How many people would dare? Since these people were planning to recuperate for some time,
Xiaodust planned to either go forward by himself or forget about it. However,
on second thought, he did not dare. Although he had memories of his previous life. However, in this life, this current situation, because of Sufengqiu's arrival, everything had changed.
Everything didn't follow the trajectory of the previous life.
With Sufengqiu, the Heaven's Fate Lone Star, he was expected to be in a bad way if he went alone. He was afraid that if he followed the trajectory of his last life again, what he would encounter would be different.
He was in the heavenly Tao realm, he really couldn't.
He really had to rely on these strong people first in order to go on. After all, he knew how much danger was next.
Also knew how far it was next. He couldn't top it.
In the end, none of the more than 1,300 people who survived went forward before the others. They all wanted to follow the large group. After all, just coming in was an Immortal Emperor level 10,000 years tree demon.
What was the realm of each and every one of them? Without these powerhouses, they really didn't dare to go forward on their own.
A day passed.
Everyone has recuperated about as much as they can. Then all of you, depart. The crowd went forward one after another. Chapter 129 Coveted by the crowd.
The crowd walked forward with great vigor.
Xiao Chuan didn't dare to get too close to Sufengqiu. He couldn't wait for Sufengqiu to die now.
He would rather not have Sufengqiu's supreme bone and the 9 heavenly divine thunder, but he also hoped that his journey would go smoothly. Other people didn't believe that Sufengqiu was a lone star of the heavens, but he, Xiao Chen, was sure. Xiao Chen also believed that this Sufengqiu would have to be exposed sooner or later.
As they walked, a forked road appeared ahead. This road now forked into 8 roads. Obviously, 8 paths, 8 choices. The choices were different, and so were the ones to be experienced. The dangers were different, and so were the chances to be obtained. These purely depends on fate. This has words. A female martial artist said. Read. She then said, 8 forked paths, corresponding to 8 choices, and for each path, there will be a large hall, and within the hall, there will also be all sorts of treasures. The eyes of the crowd lit up. All sorts of treasures. It was nothing more than spiritual weapons, martial arts, techniques, mental techniques, heaven and earth spirits, crystals, and so on. There might be existences that could allow them to change their destiny against the heavens. The female martial artist then said, however, of these 8 paths, 2 of them are extremely dangerous, and once you step into one of them, there will be no turning back. Hearing this, the crowd's faces were grave. Of the 8 paths, 2 were extremely dangerous. It doesn't mean that the other 6 paths are not dangerous. Then all of you, there is nothing to dwell on, so each of you can choose the path you wish to take. Immortal Emperor Jiang said. Everyone was looking left and right. Not many people made a move. Xiao Chen's gaze, on the other hand, was looking at one of the paths. It was this one. It was this path that he had taken in his previous life. If he remembered well. Inside the hall on this path, Yefeng should have just obtained something. It seemed to be a bead, a blue bead. And this thing, he suspected that it was probably related to the fact that he ended up entering the main hall. Therefore, Xiao Chen had no choice. He could only take this path. But this path, on the contrary, was not less dangerous. However, he was able to circumvent all the dangers. Little friend Su. The Zhentian Immortal Emperor then looked towards Sufengqiu. Immortal Emperor Zhentian. Sufengqiu clasped his fist. The old man intends to follow you, so choose a path, the Immortal Emperor Zhentian said. Why did he want to go with Sufengqiu? There were 2 reasons. First, he believed that Sufengqiu was a person who had gained great fortune, and was much less of a heavenly monster. Going with him would have a much higher probability of encountering something good than choosing randomly on his own. Second, he couldn't separate from Sufengqiu. The Supreme Bone and 9 Heavenly Thunder in Sufengqiu's body were both huge boosts for immortal emperors. He also wanted to follow up with Sufengqiu to see if Sufengqiu could be seriously injured, or for him to find an opportunity to secretly make a sudden strike against Sufengqiu and kill him. Getting his Supreme Bone and 9 Heavenly Thunder. Well, old me will also go with little friend Su, the Blade Emperor said. His thoughts were the same as Immortal Emperor Zhentian's. Old me as well. The Immortal Emperor of the 100 Flowers Valley said. He naturally thought the same way. The Immortal Emperor continued, some people have been saying that little friend Su is the lone star of heaven's fury. The old me is going to act together with little friend Su, that is, I'm going to use my own personal actions to tell all of you that it's absolutely not possible, so don't be on tenterhooks. The crowd nodded. Huang Tianhao nodded, I also want to use my own actions to prove that there is no such thing as a heavenly fury lone star. Xiao Dust clenched his teeth. It was actually quite good. As long as Sufengqiu chose any path other than the one he was going to enter, the vast majority of the others should go with him. Then, the path that he himself went to familiarize himself with. There would be little competition. He would still be able to avoid the dangers and still be able to find the blue bead that Yefeng had found in his last life. Therefore, it seemed that Sufengqiu coming would not affect him much. Instead, it might help him. He couldn't pick the path he was going to take, could he? Sufengqiu rubbed his chin. Of course he knew Xiao Chen's mind. Therefore, Sufengqiu nodded, thank you for your trust, since I'm allowed to choose, I'll choose locally. Xiao Dust's heart hung in the air. Sufengqiu pointed to the 3rd bar, this one. Xiao Dust? Pinch? Why? Why Why did the Sufengqiu's 8 paths manage to pick the one he was going to? Why in the end This Sufengqiu, in the end, is not heaven sent to break his Xiao Chen's luck Chow. Well then, it's this one, so little friend Su won't change it, right? Immortal Emperor Zhentian asked. Sufengqiu shook his head, no changes. Departure. Afterwards, the group of people headed towards the path Sufengqiu had chosen. Mo Qianqiu gritted his teeth. No way. This group of guys didn't have any good intentions. It was probably because they thought that Sufengqiu's fortune was so great that following him would definitely be a good thing. They also coveted Sufengqiu's Supreme Bone and 9 Heavenly Thunder. How could he, Mo Qianqiu, let it go? Therefore, Mo Qianqiu also chose to go with them. The other part, some of them followed Sufengqiu's crowd. They sought stability. After all the immortal emperors had all taken this path. If they encountered danger, at least these immortal emperors would be able to cover their bases. But there was still a portion of them who chose to take other paths. There were both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that if they were lucky and there were fewer people on their side, plus there were no strong people, and if they encountered something good, it would be theirs, directly changing their fate against the heavens. The disadvantage is that if they encountered too much danger, they were afraid that they wouldn't survive. But, since it's all here, my destiny is not up to heaven, they have to gamble. Xiao Chen clenched his fists. Why would he not want to take another path? Because this path in his last life had Sufengqiu in it. He really didn't want to go with Sufengqiu. However, his purpose this time around was in the law of creation and the heavenly soul totem. It was known that in his last life, Yefeng was the one who obtained the heavenly soul totem and the laws of creation. Then, in this life, he must take the same path as in his last life. In the last life, he was with Yefeng the entire time. Therefore, he couldn't change the path. He could only continue on with his head. Xiao Chuan still followed Sufengqiu and the others. There was no way. He aimed at the laws and the heavenly soul totem. Even if there was danger, even if he no longer wanted to go with Sufengqiu, he still had to tough it out. Otherwise, what was the point of his trip? The blue bead. Sufengqiu gave an inward murmur as he walked. That was what Xiao Chen thought in his heart anyway. Then Sufengqiu definitely had to pay attention to where this blue bead was as well. After all, this was potentially related to the method of entering the main hall. The law of creation, and that heavenly soul totem that Sufengqiu did not even know what it was. Its value was unimaginable. They walked for about a few hours, and up ahead, a large hall that was unimaginably large presented itself to them. The eyes of the crowd lit up. The Great Hall. Inside, there were bound to be tons of treasures. See, there's no such thing as a heaven's fury, this way half a day without encountering any dangers, so there's no need for everyone to be on edge. The crowd nodded their heads. Chapter 130 All changed. The group of them arrived in front of the Grand Hall. The gate of this Grand Hall was dozens of meters high and magnificent. The crowd looked up at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but feel shocked and excited inside. There are definitely good things in here. We might even have picked the best path, with no danger along the way. So there is no such thing as a heavenly fate. The seniors are right, everyone is just fooling themselves. That's right, this is a top-tier powerhouse ruins, it's reasonable for us to encounter any dangers, we can't attribute the dangers we encountered to the so-called Lone Star of the Heavens, and young Master Su was again the least likely to be the one who was the Lone Star of the Heavens. Xiao Dust clenched his fists. Row! Look at how complacent you all are. You will all know when you encounter danger later. But Xiao had. There's not much danger in this hall in the last life. It's okay too. He was too lazy to bother with these people in general. He'd just get what he wanted. Sufengqiu rubbed his chin. This emperor went to open the door. The Jintian Immortal Emperor finished speaking and walked over to the huge gate. He then pushed inward with force. The crowd revealed serious expressions as they saw the gate not budge. With that, Immortal Emperor Jintian released his spiritual power. The Immortal Emperor's power was catalyzed and he pushed with all his might. This gate, surprisingly, was still motionless. There was an abnormality. Immortal Emperor Jintian said with a grave expression, the power of this emperor, a hallowed immortal emperor, is unexpectedly unable to push open this gate. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Something is not right. One by one, their hearts hung in the air. Try together. The Blade Emperor said. Good. The Blade Emperor then joined in. The power of two immortal emperors couldn't even push it. Old me will come too. Immortal Emperor, Poison Emperor Mo Qianqiu also joined in. With the power of 4 immortal emperors, surprisingly, they still couldn't push the door. All of their expressions became grave. Gentlemen, something is not right. Immortal Emperor Jintian said with a frown on his face. Could it be that this door requires some special method to open? It is truly unreasonable that 4 immortal emperors couldn't push it with all their might. Blade Emperor Qi Hung said with a frown. What about bombarding it with martial arts? Immortal Emperor Immortal asked. It shouldn't be proper, there should be some other method. Xiao Dust. No. He touched the tip of his nose. This group of people. Sufengqiu walked over at this time. Little friend Su, it's useless, we've all tried, it's not like you haven't seen it. Immortal Emperor Jintian gave a reminder. Sufengqiu didn't say anything, but instead grabbed the huge door handle with both hands and pulled it outwards. Ka. The gate was slowly pulled open by Sufengqiu. Crowd? Cough. Those powerhouses revealed awkward expressions one by one. It turns out that it was pulled outwards. The owner of this ruin is also rather special. Usually these great halls are pushed inwards. Immortal Emperor Jintian said. That's right. Blade Emperor Qi Hong nodded. Enter. Afterward, they walked inside the grand hall with great vigor. Xiao Dust frowned. How did the Sufengqiu know that the gate was pulled outwards? Guessed, It could only be so then. Xiao Dust also walked in. The scene in front of him didn't seem much different from what he remembered. It was still those things. Inside the large hall, there were various shelves. On them were placed all sorts of bottles and jars, spirit weapons, martial skills, techniques, and so on. In some corners, there were also tons of things piled up. In the center of the great hall, there was a huge statue of a divine dragon. Then there were 2 passages, one left and one right leading to the other 2 halls. Pung. There was a loud bang. The large hall's door suddenly closed by itself. The crowd didn't particularly care. Wow! The crowd couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions as they looked at the scene before them. A 10th grade spiritual weapon. This also had immortal weapons. What? We've just walked to this place and we've actually encountered an immortal weapon. It's mine. It's mine, don't take it from me. 8th rank pills, 9th rank pills. 10th rank techniques, immortal rank techniques. Immortal rank martial art, Shenkuan-san and moon technique. Hiss. Don't grab it, it's mine. In an instant, many people within the Great Hall began to scramble for it. There were about 700 people who came their way. Excluding some of the strongest, they were all ordinary martial artists. For these ordinary martial artists, a 10th rank or immortal weapon, or a more powerful heart method, technique, or martial skill would be enough to make them change their destiny against the heavens. Perhaps not to the point of a more top-tier genius. It would have to be a very important treasure from this ruin to reach it. But it would be enough to allow them to go beyond the present and reach a more aspirational level. Don't move around. Be careful of the danger. Immortal Emperor Jintian chided. What's so dangerous about it? We've already experienced danger, this is a reward from the owner of the ruins. That's right, you guys are top-tier powerhouses who can't see these things, so it's okay for us to take them, right? Yeah, you guys are already at the top of the continent, so you can't keep us from taking it, right? Can you still worry about us growing up and having any effect on your status? That's right. Immortal Emperor Jintian also shook his head. Although these things were precious, they were not very tempting to him as an immortal emperor. Xiao Chen also hurriedly explored this great hall. Where was the blue bead that Ji Feng had found at that time? Oh, immortal ranked mind technique, Bodhi immortal technique? This was a very powerful set of techniques. Just at this time. Ah! A miserable scream suddenly came. The gazes of the crowd looked over at the same time. They only saw a martial artist who was holding a few jade bottles of pills in his hands, and he had just opened the jade bottles when a poisonous mist directly sprang out, and with it, surrounded him. Save me! Save me! He revealed a terrified expression. However, in a short span of 2 seconds, in the midst of his miserable screams, his body turned into blood. The crowd's pupils shrank. Hiss! Pung! There was another loud bang. The body of a martial artist who was holding several secret books in his hands directly exploded into powder. Ah! For a while, there were endless screams and explosions. Xiao Dust immediately and subconsciously threw away the mind technique he was holding. You? What is the situation? Ah? The last life didn't he have this? Ah? In my last life, this road, this hall, was a little dangerous, but not much. Where is this scenario? Sufengqiu. Xiao Chen glanced at Sufengqiu and shivered. Ah! It was Sufengqiu. His arrival had even changed the experiences of his last life. This was what he was worried about, ah. In a short period of time. Of the 700 or so people, more than 200 had turned into corpses or had no bones left. This scene also caused many people to reveal expressions of horror. This time, one thoroughly dared not act rashly. It seemed that the things here really could not be taken. That's not right, then how come they were fine? There were some martial artists who looked at the other martial artists holding things in their hands and revealed puzzled expressions. Why did something happen to a part of the people who took the things from the Great Hall? But there was another part, they were fine?